Upon crossing over, you discovered you had the power to stop time. Just as you were about to use this ability for some mischievous deeds, you found that the time you could freeze was only 1 minute per day. Come on, what can you do in a minute? Not even enough time to take off your pants. The only silver lining was that this minute could be accumulated. If you didn't use it today, it would become 2 minutes tomorrow. After 2 months, that would be a nice, even 60 minutes. Just as you were looking forward to that wonderful future, the roar of a gunshot pulled you back to reality. Before your eyes was a revolver. It was a forbidden object of this era, the bone's breath. A century ago, a great cataclysm swept the globe, causing various species to mutate to different degrees. Forbidden objects were thus born, and the bone's breath was one of them. Transformed from an ordinary revolver, it possessed an eerie power. At this moment, the two major gangs in your small town were fighting for the right to use it. To wield a forbidden object, one must meet its containment conditions, and the condition for Bone's breath was simple: a life and death gamble using a wheel of fate. A single bullet in a 6-chamber cylinder. The two duelists take turns shooting at their own heads. Whoever survives to the end earns the recognition of Bone's breath. By now, the 3 men sent by the East District gang had all had their heads blown open, collapsing to the ground. The leader, Sister Tan, promised, "Whoever steps up now will become my second in command." No one dared to move forward. Only you stepped out. The time was 11:57 p.m. You cursed silently, "I'm too early," because today's time stop minute had already been wasted. You had to find a way to stall until the refresh at midnight. To delay, you suggested, "Let's play for bigger stakes." With that, you took out 5 more bullets, wiped each one clean, and loaded it into the cylinder. Before, it was 1 bullet, a 1 in 6 chance of death. Now, with my 6 bullets, it's a 100% hit rate. I'm betting on a misfire. The scene erupted in an uproar. This wasn't a gamble with your life, it was suicide. But because your method was so shockingly unconventional, no one dared to rush you. And so, with this act of loading the gun, you stalled for those precious 3 minutes. Cylinder clicked back in, bullet chambered. You raised the gun and, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, pulled the trigger. The midnight bell chimed at that exact moment. You silently thought, "Pause." The world seemed to hit a stop button. Everyone frozen in place like statues. In this absolute stillness, you were the only one who could move. You, the young man who had just performed a miracle. At the instant time stopped, opened the cylinder with lightning speed and began prying out the bullets. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Can't waste time, time is life. Ever since you learned you only had 1 minute a day, you did the math. 365 minutes a year, only 60 hours in a decade. The time you had to experience this power was so limited. For you, time as life was no mere metaphor. In your haste, you fumbled the first few attempts. It wasn't until the 4th try that you managed to pry out the bullet that was meant to be fired. After doing this, you pressed the gun back to your temple, your face resuming its previous calm and smiling expression. You silently thought, "Resume." With a hum, the flow of time in the world returned to normal. No one knew that time had ever stopped. The crowd's attention remained fixed on you and the gun in your hand. Click! A sharp sound as the hammer fell. But the expected scene did not unfold. No smoke, no flash of fire, only the boy's unchanging smile. After a long moment, the crowd finally realized it had actually misfired. A 6-bullet wheel of fate. Even the King of Heaven would have to take that shot. And you were completely unharmed. Someone voiced their suspicion and demanded to inspect the gun, only to see the Bone's breath in your hand erupt in a blinding, bloody light that enveloped your entire body. This was the sign of successful containment. This sight instantly dispelled everyone's doubts. If the forbidden object itself acknowledged you, what right did they have to question it? You weren't surprised by this. If even a 6-bullet wheel of fate couldn't achieve containment, then the Bone's breath would be rather impolite. But you hadn't expected it to be a perfect containment. Ordinary people only knew that forbidden objects could be contained, but they didn't know there were 2 modes, normal and perfect. Normal containment meant the user met the minimum conditions, and the object worked for them, like a boss and an employee. Perfect containment, however, meant far exceeding the original conditions, making the object completely submit to you, like a master and a loyal retainer. The difference was reflected in the final effect. Take Bone's breath, for example. Its ability was to draw the user's life force, imbuing the bullets to greatly increase their power, easily piercing the defenses of mutated beasts that normal guns couldn't harm. But because it drew life force, firing too many shots could drain the user dry. Perfect containment, however, was completely different. Although it still drew life force, when Bone's breath killed an enemy, it would plunder life force from the enemy and feed it back to the user. This way, not only would you not be depleted, you would grow stronger with every battle. The superiority of the two modes was obvious. The next task was to deal with the mutated beasts surrounding the town. But you knew it wasn't the right time. Your accumulated time was too little. After subtracting what you just used, you only had 50 seconds left, which was not safe at all. So, on the first day Leader Tan asked you to go into battle. You made an excuse, as the old saying goes, sharpen your axe before you chop the wood. How can I act rashly if my aim is poor? Tan found this reasonable and had you practice at the shooting range all day. The next day, Tan figured your aim should be fine and invited you to battle again. You waved your hand impatiently. As the old saying goes, you can't rush tofu. The beasts won't just stand there waiting. Today, we practice on moving targets. Tan suppressed her anger and reluctantly agreed. On the third day, Tan said, Vice Leader Bai, you've practiced moving targets too. Our food is almost gone. If we don't move out, we won't last. Old Tan, as the old saying goes, more haste, less speed. You had just started when Tan was about to explode. Where the hell do you get so many old sayings? She was so angry she wanted to crack your head open, to see just how many old sayings were stored inside. She already wanted to kill you. But of course, now was not the time. After stalling for 3 days, your time reserve had reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. This was enough time to kill the leaders of the two gangs and their subordinates. You knew they were just using you as a tool to kill beasts, but weren't you also using them? To kill the beasts outside, your strength alone was not enough. You needed them to buy you time so you could deliver the final blows. Although you had the time stop trump card, who knew if that would be enough time? The mutated beasts you were to face this time were hyenas. Arriving at the town gate, according to the plan, the others were responsible for engaging the hyenas in combat, while you were in charge of using Bone's breath to deliver the fatal blow. The battle erupted instantly, a dense net of bullets, covering the pack of hyenas. Although blood splattered, the wounds were only superficial. One of the hyenas was hit in the eye and temporarily incapacitated. Bye, shoot now. Tan yelled at you in a mix of panic and anger. Your cold eyes and the gun barrel locked onto that hyena simultaneously. Bang! A bullet shimmering with crimson light cut through the air, striking the hyena's head and instantly exploding. The power of a forbidden object was truly terrifying. The moment you fired, your vision went black, and you felt your body suddenly emptied. The backlash had arrived. Fortunately, however, after the hyena was killed, a warm current flowed from Bone's breath. Not only was your lost life force replenished, it even felt a bit stronger. The refreshing feeling invigorated you. What else was there to say? Let's do this. You fired several more shots, and the number of corpses at your feet grew. Tan was overjoyed at the sight, thinking that at this rate, she wouldn't even have to lift a finger, you would play yourself to death. But after laughing for a moment, she stopped, because your gun hadn't stopped firing once. Fighting beasts was a battle of endurance, but your performance looked like you were trying to drain yourself dry immediately. This was not what she wanted. You could die, but you absolutely could not die now. So she tried to persuade you, take it easy. You'll die if you keep shooting like this. You told her to shut up, your hands never ceasing their motion. This was your moment of thrill. How could you possibly let it go so easily? Tan was completely at a loss. Vice Leader Bai, I beg you, stop your divine power. We didn't bring enough bullets this time. Let's come back tomorrow. Only then did you stop, retreating with the main force back to the base camp. Returning to your quarters, you felt the abundant power within your body and a slight smile touched your lips. In the battle just now, you had killed 12 hyenas. Bone's breath had fed back 12 streams of life force, rejuvenating your long malnourished body. But what truly made you happy wasn't just the enhancement of your physique. More importantly, it was that you could now save more time. The logic was simple. In the same minute of frozen time, a scrawny person might run 300 meters, but a robust person could perhaps run 600. Time stopping was your greatest trump card, but its flaw was obvious. It was finite. Therefore, you had to use this limited time to do more things, to exchange for even greater power. On this wasteland, there were not only all kinds of mutated beasts, but also powerful gene modders, cybernetically enhanced individuals, and the even more mysterious transcendence. To survive, only power was truth. Just as you were pondering your next move, a faint scraping sound suddenly echoed in the room. A transcendent. White Ye's eyes narrow slightly as his thoughts are interrupted, and he looks toward the source of the sound, the window. His window has actually opened by itself. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. Outside there was no one, no wind. Strangely, the window had simply slid open as if an invisible hand had gently pushed it open. White Ye's expression remains unchanged. He still lies on the bed, calmly watching the window. Faced with this supernatural phenomenon, he even refrained from reaching for by his pillow, knowing it wouldn't be of much use. He waits quietly, knowing that as soon as there's any hint of danger, the time-stopping ability will activate immediately. After about 30 seconds, a yellowed piece of paper drifts in without wind, floating straight toward him. The paper hovers in front of White Yi, slowly coming to a stop. On it, a line of blood-red characters appears. Tonight at midnight, someone will meet me in the Bachan forest. Do not make a sound. This concerns your life. Fuck. Are you pretending to be a badass? Floating paper, blood-colored words. Such a bizarre scene not only fails to scare White Yi but instead stirs his fierce nature. With just 50 seconds of his innate power, even if a deity descended, he'd dare to slap them. What more now? The time is frozen. Buzz. A massive golden clock face materializes beneath White Yi as if decreed by a divine command, instantly stopping the flow of time. He suddenly springs up from the bed, gripping, and rushes out through the window. His dark eyes burn with rebellious flames. Coming with a crumpled piece of paper in the dead of night to scare me, huh? Whether you're a human or a ghost, today I won't let you squeeze out your eggs. Your congenital deformity is hiding too deep. Outside the window, White Yi scans around with his gun and immediately spots a sneaky figure crouched in the corner, wrapping a bandage around his right hand, raised high. The index finger and thumb pinch the air as if holding an invisible piece of paper. Alright, so it's you, huh? He charges straight over. As he closes the distance and under the moonlight, he recognizes the figure. Oh, it's the familiar magician, Li Yu. White Yi had heard about Li Yu long ago, said to have been beaten by Wang Shi, who broke his right hand, leaving him to fend for himself. He never expected to see him here in the middle of the night. Supernatural being? The words flash through White Ye's mind. Although he's never met a superhuman, he's heard some legends. Compared to gene modders or mechanical engineers, superhumans are more mysterious and rare. Rumors say they possess all kinds of magical abilities, and the incredible display Li Yu just showed resembles that of a superhuman. He guesses that Li Yu's power must be related to his right hand, especially since the way he's crouched in the corner, raising his right hand in an extremely strange manner. To confirm his suspicion, White Yi begins to reach toward Li Yu's right hand, and sure enough, he finds a problem. An invisible, formidable hand extends from Li Yu's right hand, hard as steel, long enough to reach 3 meters. At that moment, White Yi fully understands the window was opened by Li Yu's invisible hand, and the paper was also delivered by that hand, which is why it floats in midair. Well, pretending to be a god, huh? Time resumes. Li Yu rubs his aching right hand with his left, muttering, this kid should be done reading, right? Why isn't there any reaction? He should at least have jumped out of bed in fright. Or is he asleep? Suddenly, a cold voice sounds behind Li Yu. I'm not asleep, but I know you'll be sleeping forever soon. Click. That's the sound of a bullet chambering. A cold gun barrel presses against Li Yu's head. Li Yu's body stiffens instantly, his face changing dramatically. White Yi, don't move. If your right hand dares to move even once, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Li Yu stiffens even more, his just about to lower right hand frozen in midair. He curses inwardly, damn, this kid has figured out my ability. He originally planned to use his invisible right hand to restrain Bai Yi. He believed that in the face of an unseen large hand, even if Bai Yi had forbidden objects, he would still be caught off guard and fall into the trap. But he never expected that his own ability would be seen through at a glance. You didn't fall asleep? Li Yu spoke while delaying time and desperately thought of a countermeasure. Bai Ye's cold laughter came from behind him. You didn't go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Li Yu didn't believe a word of this because before opening the window, he had secretly taken a look. At that time, Bai Yi was still on the bed, so the other person definitely didn't come out to use the bathroom and discover him. Instead, the moment the window was opened, Bai Yi had already dashed out like lightning, without a second of hesitation, rushing out of the room. While Li Yu was placing the letter paper, Bai Yi quietly came up behind him. No wonder there was no movement inside the letter paper. For so long, Bai Yi had already come out. Oh no, this is completely different from what I expected earlier. Bai Yi's thought process is so far removed from that of a normal person. When a normal person sees a window open, shouldn't they be stunned and then think about the source of the abnormality? Who would rush out recklessly at the first sight of something unusual? In the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of seeing ghosts? Li Yu. Oh, no, I should call you Li Zua now, Bai Yi said calmly while pointing a gun at Li Yu's head. The cold touch of the gun's muzzle made Li Yu shiver all over. He hurriedly said, Bai Yi, actually call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bai Yi interrupted him with a kick to his backside, almost causing him to fall flat on his face. Li Yu was stunned for a moment, a flash of anger crossing his face, but he quickly changed his tone. Deputy Commander Bai, I mean no harm. I just have something important to discuss. Oh? Bai Ye's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Is that so? You have no ill intentions, but I do. Do you know? I hate wasting my time more than anything. Because of your unreasonable actions, you wasted my precious 10 seconds, that's 10 seconds. How many 10 seconds are there in life? Li Yu didn't realize that Bai Yi was talking about the time when time was frozen. He thought Bai Yi was referring to the time it took to come out of the house. After a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, assuming a person lives to 60 years old, then there are approximately 189,216,010 intervals in a lifetime. You bastard. Bang. Bai Yi kicked Liu again, nearly causing him to fall on his face. Are you just good at math or what? Can't I do the calculations myself? Use your brain and tell me, Bai Yi said. He could indeed do the math, but not as quickly as Liu. He had to find a piece of paper and a pen to calculate. Give you 3 seconds to tell me a reason why I shouldn't kill you, Liu. Bai Yi demanded. I'm here to help you, Liu hurriedly replied. You're not even worth it, Bai Yi snapped. I'm an extraordinary person, Liu insisted. Another kick. Bai Yi roared angrily. What are you showing off for? An extraordinary person? So impressive? No, I mean, don't you want to know how I became an extraordinary person? Tell me. Then you promise. Alright, I promise not to kill you. Bai Yi cut him off. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Hesitating, he said, you promised so quickly, I don't feel safe at all. Then let's do it again. Liu. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and slowly said, after the fate roulette was defeated by Yu Wang. She, in anger and shame, disfigured my right hand, leaving me to fend for myself. The magic hand is something I've practiced for over 10 years, my livelihood. Losing my right hand made me lose all will to live. But every time I thought of my mother, still waiting for me to succeed and return home in glory, a fire ignited in my heart. I swore I would never let my mother down. I had to survive. Suddenly, I felt a sharp stabbing pain in my brain, as if something was stirring inside my head. After the pain subsided, I realized that my right hand, which had been shattered with a comminuted fracture, had actually begun to heal. Though I still couldn't lift heavy objects, I could at least move it simply. And on top of my right hand, an invisible arm had also grown. Ah, I see. Bai Yi nodded as if it was a matter of course. To become an extraordinary, you first need to disable your right hand, Liu. And you also need a mother, Liu. He was now utterly convinced that Bai Yi was a lunatic. Previously, he had heard others say that Bai Yi's behavior on the battlefield was somewhat abnormal, but he hadn't believed it. Now, he believed it completely. What nonsense was he talking about? Vice Commander Bai, the point isn't about the mother or the right hand. It's about a spiritual transformation, simply put, suffering a major shock that causes a mental distortion and mutation, leading to awakening as an extraordinary. Bai Yi nodded. Of course, he knew it had nothing to do with the mother or the right hand. It was just a little joke earlier, but unfortunately, these barbarians didn't understand humor. He had heard other wasteland hunters say that during the Great Catastrophe era, whether human or object, even if they appeared normal, they had all undergone some degree of mutation or distortion. Normal people's degeneration was relatively shallow, so it was not obvious. But it was like a seed buried deep within each person. Once certain conditions were met, a seed would sprout. Liu, who had become an extraordinary, was a clear example. In other words, in the age of civilization, no matter how much your spirit was stimulated, you might only become mentally ill. But in the era of the Great Catastrophe, it was possible to turn into an extraordinary. Hiss. The thought is terrifying, so all superhumans have the potential for mental illness? He suddenly felt that this global catastrophe might not be entirely harmful. It also contained opportunities and opening for all things to evolve. Mutated beasts were more like products of incorrect evolution, while superhumans were those on the right path of evolution. Wait, perhaps. Whose evolution is truly correct remains uncertain. Vice Commander Bai, I've said everything I need to. Please put down your gun first, okay? I'm scared. Yet you don't even say you, is that how you beg? He hardened his stance, his fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the gun pointed at him, he'd have punched Bai Yi's mouth to shreds. Please put down your gun first, okay? No. You bastard. Then can I at least put down my right hand? It's not fully healed yet. I can't keep holding it up like this. No. Bai Yi. Liu suddenly stood up, furious. I told you, we're not enemies. I came to cooperate with you. Don't you realize your situation? Wang. She and Tanjia won't tolerate you. They've already planned to kill you once you dispel the hyena pack. Then they'll sell your taboo item and split the money. So, cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I'm an extraordinary, you have a taboo item. If we team up, we might even be a match for those two. Besides, Wang Shi ruined my magic hand and I definitely want revenge on him. You came to me in the middle of the night just to talk about this? Exactly, and I already have a detailed plan. When you next leave the city, I'll be waiting outside, ambushing them. When they fight until exhaustion, we'll strike from inside and outside, taking them down in one go. Once it's done, Grey Soil Town will be yours to rule. I won't interfere. Bai Yi looked a bit surprised. And what do you want? Revenge? Liu shook his head. Revenge is one part. I need money. After it's done, Grey Soil Town is yours. The money is mine. As soon as I get the money, I'll leave immediately. To be honest, after becoming an extraordinary, I no longer care about the position of the leader of the Grey Earth Town. I plan to take my money to Dawn City and find the best doctor to heal my right hand. Although awakening as an extraordinary greatly improved my physical qualities, allowing my right hand to barely move, it still cannot match the agility and strength it once had. My extraordinary ability is closely linked to my right hand. If I can heal it, my combat power will definitely be more than it is now. I want to restore the glory of the magic hand. Once I, Magic Hand Liu, establish a foothold in Dawn City, I will bring my mother to the city to enjoy wealth and luxury. Liu's words did make Bai Yi see him in a different light. Not to be boastful, Liu may not be much, but at least he's filial. Moreover, considering the situation, the two of them have no real enmity. In fact, they share a common enemy. With this thought, Bai Yi put away the skeleton breath. Hearing the noise, Liu immediately brightened. You've agreed to cooperate? No, I haven't. Bai Yi shook his head. Why not? This is a win-win situation for you. Liu was a bit incredulous, puzzled why Bai Yi would refuse such a good proposal. Bai Yi sighed, tilting his head to look at the bright moon at a 45-degree angle, his voice deep. I could team up with you to kill the king snake and the others, but have you thought about the hyena pack? What? About the people of Grey Earth Town? Liu was stunned, his gaze shifting as he looked at Bai Yi. After a moment of silence, he said, I can help you deal with the hyena pack. Bai Yi shook his head again. How many people would die then? You may be an extraordinary, but your strength probably still isn't on par with the king snake in them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeking my help. They're hard to deal with, and that's before considering you. So, before I wipe out the hyena pack, I won't cooperate with you. Liu's face showed urgency, but once the hyena pack is dead, they'll attack you immediately. And judging by your killing method, you might not even survive until they make their move. Enough. Bai Yi snapped, sweeping his patched sleeves, which stirred up a layer of dust. I, Bai Yi, am not a coward. Is my life more important, or the lives of the 800 people in Grey Earth Town? His furious voice struck Liu like a heavy hammer, deeply hitting his heart. In this damned era, there are really people like this. For some reason, standing beside Bai Yi, he suddenly felt a sense of shame. I understand. Liu's expression grew calm. He fixed his gaze on Bai Yi and said seriously, go ahead and do what you think is right. I, Liu, may not be a good person, but I respect your character and will follow your wishes. After you deal with the hyena pack, we'll work together again to take down the king snake and the others. But I can't guarantee you'll still be alive then. If you encounter danger, I can only say I'll help where I can, but I won't risk myself to save you because my mother is still waiting for me to return. I can't let myself fall into danger. No need to worry, my mind is made up, Bai Yi said, standing with his hands behind his back. The cold moonlight fell on him, as if gilding him with a silver edge. Liu was moved, the wheel of fate. I have no regrets in losing. Take care. Don't see me off, came the rustling sound as Liu turned without looking back and disappeared into the woods. Under the bright moon, Bai Yi stroked his chin, a contemplative look on his face. Is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? Actually, it's not really. Deception, gentlemen judge by deeds, not by hearts, he thought. The reason he didn't agree to Liu's plan wasn't for Grey Earth Town's sake, but because he wanted to kill more hyenas under the protection of Wangxi and Tanjia to strengthen himself. He could follow Liu's plan, work from inside and out to kill Wangxi and Tanjia, but then what? Who would protect him to hunt the hyenas afterward? Could Liu, this half-hearted protector, really handle it? By then, he might have to waste time using time stop just to kill all the hyenas. Instead of that, it would be better to continue utilizing Wangxi, Tanjia, and their little followers. In the previous battle, they led everyone to protect him at the center, allowing him to shoot easily. Such thoughtful planning. However, Liu's appearance was also an unexpected blessing. When the situation reached a critical point, he single-handedly faced Wangxi and the others. Relying solely on the was not enough, he definitely needed to use time stop. With Liu present, perhaps he could save a bit more time. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. I really am a master of time management. The next day, Bai Yi woke up to find it was already noon. Today was supposed to be the day to go out hunting hyenas, but Lao Tan, worried about Bai Yi's health, insisted on delaying for a day. Grey Soil Town had no entertainment options, so he could only sleep. After lunch, feeling extremely bored, he yawned and strolled through the streets of Grey Soil Town. Actually, it wasn't really a street, just a dirt road. Once more people walked on it, it became a proper road. On both sides were low, flat houses, and many people were sleeping right beside the street. It was summer now, and people chose to sleep outside to stay cool. Deputy Commander Bai, a dusty, grim-faced pedestrian, greeted him with reverence. Grey Soil Town wasn't big, and Bai Yi's deeds from yesterday had already spread, earning him some respect. He strode forward with a fearless attitude, basking in the crowd's attention. The rebellious arrogance on the boy's face, compared to the numbness of the surrounding people, made him look like a colorful figure in a black and white photo, vivid and striking. Although he was bored, the extra minute added to the time still made him feel quite pleased. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, Liu had wasted 10 seconds. Suddenly, several panicked voices came from afar. Something's wrong. The hyena pack is attacking the city. The mutated beasts are attacking the city. Bai Yi fixed his gaze and saw a few ragged residents rushing out from the direction of the city gate in a panic. He grabbed one of them and asked with a look of joy in his eyes, "What's going on?" The man, still trembling, kept looking behind him, his face pale. Mutated beasts. The mutated beasts have gone crazy. They're attacking the city. Baye's eyes lit up even more. Attacking the city? He was worried he wouldn't be able to fight the mutated beasts today, but he hadn't expected them to come straight for the city. This made things even easier. He wouldn't even need to leave the city to lure them out. He could just shoot from the high walls. But amidst his excitement, a hint of doubt arose. How could the mutated beasts suddenly attack the city? At this moment, Tan Jia, the leader of the eastern district, who had heard the commotion, also rushed out with his men. "Come, follow me to the city gate and see what's happening," Tan Jia shouted loudly to his subordinates. When his gaze fell on Bai Yi, he hurriedly said, "Deputy Commander Bai, let's go quickly." Bai Yi took out and couldn't help but follow. Once they reached the wall, they indeed saw nearly 100 hyenas rushing swiftly toward Grey Soil Town, led by the Hyena King. "What's going on? Why are the hyenas suddenly going berserk?" Tan Jia asked anxiously. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would ignore everything and launch a direct assault on Grey Soil Town. The city gate looked sturdy, but in reality, it couldn't withstand the fierce attack of nearly 100 hyenas. As long as the hyenas didn't care about casualties, they could break through. They hadn't launched a full attack before, mainly because the hyenas were wary of the town's defenses. After all, humans outnumbered them 8 to 1. The mutated hyenas had relatively high intelligence, but they still couldn't reach human levels. They thought humans and beasts were the same, and in the face of life and death crises, they would fight to the death. Little did they know, most humans would just wait for death. "I don't know either." They suddenly appeared. One after another, a subordinate guarding the city said anxiously, "Don't panic. Their attack on the city might not be a bad thing." Wang Shi's cold voice came from afar. He was walking onto the wall surrounded by a group of people. "With the city walls protecting us, we can shoot from above. As long as Deputy Commander Bai's body can hold out, even if the gates are broken, they'll suffer heavy losses. I just worry he can't hold on." Tan Jia looked at Bai Yi with concern in his eyes. Those who didn't know better might think the two of them had a close relationship. "Poof." Bai Yi snorted coldly, his proud gaze sweeping over him with icy disdain. "If you can't speak, then shut your mouth. Even if you die, I won't die." Because another minute had passed, he was now too lazy to even call old Tan. Tan Jia's face darkened. Whether it was an illusion or not, he always felt that as the days went by, Bai Yi's disrespect towards him grew worse. But he knew now was not the time to confront Bai Yi. After all, without Bai Yi, who would deal with the Hyena King? Filled with irritation, he could only vent his anger on his subordinates. "What are you all standing around for? The beasts are already here, and you still need me to tell you what to do? Raise your guns, close the distance quickly, and give them a good beating." Everyone hurriedly found their positions, aimed their guns, and waited for the hyenas to approach. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He chose a position right in the center, waiting for the hyenas to come to him. "They're close. They're close." He could even see the true face of the Hyena King with the naked eye. Last time, from a distance and under the endless yellow sand, he only saw a vague shadow over 2 meters tall. The Hyena King was covered in dark purple skin, so thin it was nearly transparent. Dense crimson blood vessels twisted and wriggled as it ran, and on top of its head there was a fist-sized dark purple tumor, looking fierce and terrifying. Bai Yi didn't fire recklessly. A normal pistol's effective range was only 50 meters, and although had a longer range, up to 200 meters, it lacked accuracy. With his current marksmanship, not to mention 50 meters, even 20 meters away, he would turn into a human outline artist. So he waited for his subordinates to fire first, to wound the hyenas and slow their charge, before he took his shot. "Ready!" Tan Jia raised his left hand, about to give the order. "Wait a moment," Bai Yi suddenly spoke to stop him. Tan Jia grew even angrier. He thought Bai Yi was trying to steal the command, so he glared furiously. But he soon realized Bai Yi wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was frowning and staring intently at the hyena pack. "Put away your guns," Bai Yi sheathed and said calmly to everyone. Everyone was stunned, some confused. Tan Jia angrily questioned, "Vice Commander Bai, what are you trying to? Our enemy isn't the hyenas. There's no need to waste bullets." Bai Yi's gaze crossed the hyena pack and fixed sharply on the distant, sand-filled horizon behind them. "Not the hyena pack?" Tan Jia thought Bai Yi was having another episode. He was instantly furious, but before he could explode, a subordinate nearby suddenly exclaimed, "The hyenas are turning." "What?" Tan Jia hurriedly looked over. He saw the aggressive hyena pack actually changing direction, veering away from Grey Dust Town and running off into the distance. "Why are the hyenas running away? Could it be they're scared of us after last time?" Many defenders of the town looked on with relief. They didn't want to fight the hyena pack. Compared to their simple thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Jia both sensed something was off. "Vice Commander Bai, what's going on?" Wang Shi asked gravely, knowing Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter. Though just an ordinary person, Bai Yi had extensive survival experience in the wild. "The hyenas aren't attacking the city, they're fleeing," Bai Yi replied calmly. His words caused everyone's faces to change dramatically. "Fleeing? Could it be that something even more terrifying is coming? The fierce hyena pack had already put Grey Dust Town on high alert, but now they were running like stray dogs. What powerful creature could be chasing them? A wave of panic and unease instantly spread through the crowd. They all looked toward their respective leaders as if seeking a backbone to rely on. Yet, even their trusted commanders were panicking. Tanjia and Wangxi exchanged frantic glances, unsure of what to do next. Tanjia forced a laugh. Could it be that the army from Dawn City is nearby, so the hyena pack was scared off? Army? Still not as formidable as the mutated beasts, Wangxi said grimly. Stop talking, they're coming. Bai Yi suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint humming sound came from the horizon, with a high frequency, as if it could pierce the eardrum and reach the soul, making people feel inexplicably uneasy. What's that sound? Someone exclaimed in panic. The humming grew louder and louder. Sounds a bit like electricity. No, it's birds. Look quickly. Everyone looked up in horror, only to see a dense swarm of black dots suddenly appearing on the distant horizon. The black dots intersected with the white clouds, and that sea of clouds looked as if it was riddled with holes, giving off a sinister vibe. They were getting closer and closer, a dark mass, with the sound of chirping and flapping wings continuous and deafening. It's gray sparrows. Mutated beast gray sparrows. So many, all of them. Run. The gray soil town can't hold out anymore. The screams erupting from the crowd were like signals, and the pale-faced people suddenly woke up as if from a nightmare. Frightened, they turned and ran, ignoring the commands of the leader. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the rapidly approaching gray sparrows. They were also a type of mutated beast, originally the most common sparrows, often appearing in flocks. This batch of gray sparrows, estimated to number in the thousands, might seem harmless, just over 1,000 sparrows, perhaps frightening but not a big deal in appearance. But that was far from the truth. The deformed gray sparrows were entirely gray, with lifeless pale eyes, and their size was comparable to an eagle. Their claws were as sharp as steel. 1,000 eagles flying over the town, casting shadows so dense they seemed to block out the sun, creating countless gaps of darkness. This is trouble. Bai Ye's expression darkened. In terms of individual combat power, gray sparrows were no match for hyenas, but their numbers were overwhelming. And they were extremely agile. He could freeze time, yes, but he couldn't fly. If all the birds were on the ground, he could unleash a slaughter once he paused time. The problem was, they were in the sky, he simply couldn't reach them. He had considered using a gun, but his marksmanship was poor. Targeting and shooting one by one would probably take all his time, and he might not even manage to kill all the gray sparrows. He could only retreat into a building and see how things unfolded. Bai Yi jumped down from the city wall and sprinted at full speed. His enhanced physical condition made his running incredibly fast, quickly surpassing the first group of fleeing people, but there were still others ahead of him. It was Wangxi and Tanjia. The moment they saw the gray sparrows, they fled immediately. They knew very well that the town's walls could not withstand attacks from the sky. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the birds, especially the mutated ones. Ah! A piercing scream rang out among the crowd. A gray sparrow descended from the sky, its metallic glinting beak like a sharp arrow, ruthlessly piercing into a person's skull, then greedily sucking blood and brain matter. More and more gray sparrows swooped down from the sky, hunting like insects, ferocious and swift. Bang! 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 Chaotic gunfire erupted as some fought desperately. I'm going all out with you guys. Someone hurriedly ran into a house, shouting, "Get inside!" The pedestrians on the street wailed and fled, running madly toward their homes. But how could a house made of broken wood withstand gray sparrows? Even a brick house might barely hold, but what about the windows? It's important to remember that the mutated beasts were not only physically altered but also mentally. Everything was chaos. The entire gray soil town plunged into utter chaos. Bai Yi pushed himself to accelerate amid the panicked crowd. Unlike Tanjia, Wangxi, and others who immediately hid in buildings, he headed straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tanjia's base, where they stored water, food, and firearms with bullets. Bullets were Bai Ye's target. The skeleton breath would drain the user's vitality, so Tanjia hadn't given him many bullets, thinking he wouldn't need that many. Whoosh! A sound like a sharp arrow slicing through the air rapidly approached from above Bai Ye's head. The boy's eyes flashed with ferocity. He knew he was being targeted by the gray sparrow. After all, fewer and fewer residents remained on the road, either dead or hiding inside their houses. Only he was still running wildly, and being watched was an inevitable outcome. He didn't choose to hide, but time froze. Buzz! A dazzling golden dial rose from beneath Bai Ye's feet, and at that moment, the gears of time came to a sudden halt. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his breathing in the silence. Under the influence of inertia, Bai Yi ran another 2 meters before barely stopping himself. It is well known that during a frantic run, it's very difficult to change direction sharply due to inertia, so he didn't choose to turn around and shoot but decisively activated the time freeze. When he turned back, he faced a pair of lifeless, pale eyes, those of the gray sparrow. The gray sparrow, like an eagle, was frozen midair about 3 meters above the ground, its wings wrapped In gray feathers spread wide, sharp claws aimed straight at Bai Yi's head. Just a little more. If Bai Yi had delayed the time freeze by another second or two, his skull would have burst open. An unnameable fire surged from his heart. You wanna blow my head off, huh? Fine, I'll blow yours first. Crack. The skeleton's breath was chambered, the gun's muzzle aimed directly at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, he was shooting at an immobile target. Any elementary school student could hit it, and Bai Yi certainly wouldn't miss. Bang! A blood-streaked bullet shot out from the gun, but the scene of a head exploding as imagined did not occur. Bai Yi froze in shock, staring blankly at the crimson bullet suspended in midair, only 2 centimeters from the gun's muzzle. It was fixed there, unmoving. What's going on? Could it be? Bai Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. He had stopped the entire world's time, and in this frozen world, the only things that could move were himself and the objects he touched. The bullet had left his hand, so it also became stationary. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was otherwise. When time is frozen, you'd be running naked, and clothes are also objects. Quickly, he distanced himself from the gray sparrow and then restored time. At the moment time resumed, whoosh. The crimson bullet, previously frozen, instantly disappeared from Bai Yi's sight. Simultaneously, the gray sparrow's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse flapped its wings twice before falling to the ground. That's a relief, that's a relief. The gun still works, just a bit more troublesome, Bai Yi muttered, feeling the surge of vitality within him. Without looking back, he once again sprinted forward. By then, there was no one left on the street. More precisely, aside from Bai Yi, no living person remained. Over 1,000 gray sparrows ravaged the gray soil town, killing over 100 people in just a few minutes. The rest had hidden inside their houses. Some gray sparrows lingered on the corpses, tearing and biting little by little. Others crazily smashed into the windows, breaking in, and soon, the houses echoed with piercing screams. Still, some had their eyes fixed on Bai Yi. The only person running on the street was far too conspicuous. A dozen gray sparrows flapped their wings and flew straight toward Bai Yi in unison. Bai Yi suddenly dodged, running into the alleyways formed by houses. The narrow terrain prevented the sparrows from attacking simultaneously, forcing them to come one by one to their deaths. He stopped, a fierce glint flashing in his proud eyes. Coldly, he stared at the first gray sparrow rushing toward him, holding skeleton's breath and quietly waiting. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now! Bang! Blood and fire splashed together as the headless gray sparrow plummeted from the sky like a falling aircraft. Its remaining body, driven by inertia, scraped violently against the ground, kicking up dust in all directions until it finally stopped just beside Bai Yi's feet. This time, he did not use the time freeze but instead took advantage of the terrain, shooting in the narrow alley. Confronted with a straight-line attack from the gray sparrows, it was difficult to shoot them all down. The breath of the skeleton's breath flowed into his body, feeling the surge of something called power raging within him. Bai Yi's eyes grew more ferocious, a cruel and sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kick. All shall become my strength. Bang bang, bang. The continuous gunfire echoed, flashes of fire flickering in the dim alleyway, illuminating the blood-red face over and over again. After a moment, Bai Yi's feet were already piled high with the corpses of gray sparrows, the stench of blood soaking his shoes. Yet, the gray sparrows still charged forward fearlessly. Halftime break. He acted like the referee of this battle, giving the command, and all the contestants froze in place. A sharp claw stopped half a meter in front of his face, and he could even clearly count the feathers on this gray sparrow. In the dark alley filled with piled corpses, a blood-covered boy lowered his face with an expression of indifference, loading bullets into each chamber with blood-stained hands. After 6 bullets were loaded, he flicked his revolver. The cylinder instantly snapped into place, producing a crisp mechanical click. The boy looked up, a savage smile on his lips. The slaughter continues. Bang bang bang. After emptying the magazine again, Bai Yi turned and ran because he was out of bullets. This time, his running speed was much faster than before, his physical condition enhanced once more, but he still couldn't outrun the gray sparrows. It was a racial advantage after all, they had wings. Helpless, he could only keep activating time to freeze and shake off the gray sparrows, wasting quite a bit of time. Only then did he manage to reach the Tire Tavern. When he arrived at the Tire Tavern, Bai Yi found the door was locked. He pushed it twice, peering through the crack, seeing a pile of tables and chairs stacked at the entrance. Was someone inside? Open the door, Bai Yi shouted. There was no response from inside, so he kicked the door a few times. At last, a voice finally came from within. Leave this place, don't let the gray sparrows come in. Bai Yi recognized the voice. It was the owner of the Tire Tavern, Lao Wang. Lao Wang was also a subordinate of Tan Jia. Though older, he had read some books, knew how to brew wine, and had a bit of culinary skill, so he was in charge of logistics. He named the tavern Old Times. He didn't like mingling with Tan Jia and others. He often kept a few pre-apocalypse books, flipping through them, and frequently complained about not being born in a civilized era. Lao Wang, it's me. Open the door. There's no danger outside for now. I need bullets to deal with the gray sparrows. The gray sparrows had temporarily been pushed back by his use of time freeze, and they wouldn't be able to catch up for a while. I know it's you, Bai Yi, but I can't open the door. What if the gray sparrows take the opportunity to come in? Lao Wang's trembling voice came from inside. Don't blame me for not saving you. I just want to survive. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Yi stopped kicking the door, standing quietly in front of it. At this moment, the gray sparrows circling in the sky had already noticed him. I'll say it one last time, open the door. His words were cold and unwavering, carrying an undeniable authority. Inside, Lao Wang, panicked as if provoked, shouted loudly, "You really think you're some kind of vice commander? You're just a lucky punk who's never even read a book. Why should I listen to you?" Lao Wang's frantic shouting went unanswered outside, only the sound of the gray sparrows flapping their wings and attacking. His face turned deathly pale, and he curled up in the corner of the wine cabinet, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to lift his head. Outside, 5 gray sparrows circling in the air fixed their pale, dull eyes on Bai Yi, attacking him from 5 different directions. Seeing this, Bai Yi drew a dagger from his pant leg, his eyes fierce. He didn't care about the 5 gray sparrows above him, even if they had sealed off all his escape routes. When these 5 beasts closed in, he activated time freeze, and naturally, slaughter was easy. What truly annoyed him was Lao Wang, because Lao Wang refused to open the door. He had no way to obtain bullets and naturally couldn't use to strengthen his vitality and blood. This was a complete waste of time, with no gains whatsoever. You won't open the door? Fine, once I deal with the gray sparrows, I'll set your tavern on fire and see if you dare to open it then. Chirp, chirp. The 5 gray sparrows let out piercing cries as they swooped down at Bai Yi with murderous intent, their speed so fast it was like 5 streaks of gray lightning. Bai Yi clenched his dagger tightly, his eyes burning with fierceness. He was waiting for the gray sparrows to get closer. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A sound of breaking through the air exploded in midair. In Bai Yi's astonished gaze, the 5 gray sparrows seemed to be struck by an invisible air hammer. Bang bang bang. Flesh and blood splattered, countless gray feathers rained down like a storm. This is Li Yu. Bai Yi suddenly looked toward the corner of the house on his right, where Li Yu had lowered his right hand, gasping for breath. Bai Yi, over here. Bai Yi swiftly darted over and took cover in the corner where Li Yu was hiding. Li Yu was in a bad state. He was clutching his right hand tightly, grimacing in pain, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The fierce blow just now had triggered his previous injury. Are you okay? I'm fine, I won't die. Li Yu forced a smile. By the way, are you here to find bullets? Bai Yi hesitated slightly, then looked at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Li Yu and suddenly understood something. Li Yu struggled to untie the snakeskin bag, revealing its contents: guns, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. Did you steal this from the tire tavern? He. Li Yu chuckled. I have a grudge against Wangxi, so I had to hide in your east district. When I saw the gray sparrows entering the city, I realized things were dire, so I came early to the tire tavern. Using my magic hand, I stole the supplies inside. With these, we have enough to escape from Grey Earth Town. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. You could have run on your own. Why did you bring me along? Li Yu looked a bit surprised. Why so many reasons? Didn't I say before that I respect your character? You risked everything to protect Grey Earth Town, and you agreed to cooperate with me. Isn't that normal? Besides, you have forbidden items. We can look out for each other on the run. Bai Yi smiled. You haven't read any books, have you? Li Yu was even more surprised. Yeah, I haven't. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Lao Wang has read them. Lao Wang? He has indeed read. I heard he used to stay in Dawn City, one of the few cultured people in Grey Earth Town. But this old guy is really unscrupulous, won't even open the door. Why am I still talking to you? We shouldn't stay here long. Let's go. Bai Yi didn't move but began loading bullets into his gun one by one. Let's go. Click. The bullets were loaded. Bai Yi raised his head and smirked arrogantly. No rush. Li Yu was startled. You're not planning to stay behind and save the residents of Grey Earth Town, are you? No. Then what are you going to do? Li Yu looked at the gathering gray sparrows with increasing anxiety. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Yi, only to see the boy's lips curling into a sharp, blade-like smile. Of course, to kill them all. You are joking, right? I never joke. Last time, you still called me Li Zua and said that to become an extraordinary person, I had to waste my right hand. Shut up, Li Zua. Under Bai Yi's lead, the two arrived at the alley near the tire tavern. You protect me, I'll shoot the gray sparrows. Li Yu hesitated, but before he could speak, a flock of gray sparrows already swooped toward them. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunfire echoed relentlessly, and one by one, gray sparrows fell into the alleyway. Their gray feathers scattered like dandelions, and for a moment the narrow sky above the alley seemed to rain down a gray shower. Some of the gray sparrows attacking from behind were firmly blocked by Li Yu's invisible giant hand. Facing this intangible assault, even the mutated beasts had no way to defend themselves. Inside the tire tavern, old Wang, curled up behind the liquor cabinet, desperately covered his ears, seeming terrified of the bird calls and gunfire outside. He knew that Bai Yi was fighting the Gray Sparrows, and he also knew Bai Yi was doomed. One person could never defeat so many Gray Sparrows. His death was only a matter of time. Muttering to himself with his hands over his ears, Old Wang said, I was not wrong. I just want to survive. A wasteland dweller who has never read a book. Only those fools outside admire him. If I had forbidden items, I could kill hyenas too. I could become a hero. His voice grew faster and faster, and a self-affirming light gradually appeared in his eyes. Bullets to deal with the Gray Sparrows? Who does he think he is? The leader? They can't even save Little Dust Town. What hero is he pretending to be? He's definitely lying to me, trying to trick me into opening the door and hiding inside, clearly scared to death. What's that sound? Old Wang looked toward the window of the tavern like a startled bird and immediately met a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In that instant he was so frightened he nearly had a heart attack. Thump thump thump. The Gray Sparrows kept smashing against the window, each impact feeling like a blow to his chest. The fragile glass had begun to crack, and debris used to seal the window fell down, scattering all over the ground. Don't hit anymore. Go eat Bai Yi. He's outside. Fear made Old Wang too scared to get up and reinforce the window, so he could only keep praying. However, if prayer could help, the world would have long been free of disasters and pain. Bang! The fragile glass shattered with a loud crash, and a gray sparrow the size of an eagle squeezed inside, its dead gray eyes fixed firmly on Old Wang. Ah! Old Wang screamed miserably, panicked and running blindly. The gray sparrow flapped its wings and chased after him. The clutter inside the tavern saved Old Wang's life. Those tires hanging on the pillars and walls, used as decorations, squeezed the sparrow's flying space, making its movements difficult. Ironically, these tires were what Old Wang hated most. His old-time tavern was nicknamed the Tire Tavern by the Wastelanders precisely because of these tires. He had sworn more than once that if he ever had money he would remove all the tires. Old Wang frantically ran around the tavern, only to finally realize in horror that all escape routes had been blocked by himself. Desperate, he hurried to the front door and crazily pushed aside the tables and benches blocking it. There's still gunfire outside. Bai Yi isn't dead yet. He has forbidden items. He can save me. Snip! Sharp claws slashed across Old Wang's back, leaving 3 bone-deep scratches that caused intense pain. Ah! He screamed, smashing the gray sparrow with the table and chairs blocking the door. The gray sparrow was knocked down, losing only a few feathers, and was unharmed otherwise, but its attack was thwarted. His hands were cut and bleeding from the splinters of the furniture, but his fear had already numbed him to the pain. Finally, with the last obstacle removed, the door opened. Old Wang scrambled and rolled out, falling to the ground with a thud, half his body covered in dust. His terrified eyes swept around, desperately searching for Bai Yi's trace. But at this moment, the gunfire suddenly stopped. Old Wang was instantly terrified. Had Bai Yi died because the gunfire ceased? Help! Help! As he searched frantically, that gray sparrow flew out from inside the house, its metallic glinting claws stabbing fiercely into his arm flesh. Old Wang struggled violently, his terror almost tangible as the fear in his eyes intensified. At that moment, suddenly, footsteps echoed abruptly from the alley nearby. Old Wang's terrified eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of wild joy. He looked toward the sound and saw a teenage boy, stepping out slowly from the alley, bloodstains on his feet, holding a revolver in his hand. The moment he saw the boy, Old Wang screamed wildly, as if clutching a life-saving straw. Bai, his words were cut off as the boy's leisurely voice interrupted him. Yo, isn't this Old Wang? Bai Yi, save me. Please, save me. Old Wang desperately clutched the gray sparrow's claws, his eyes filled with a dying plea. Bai Yi nonchalantly opened the cylinder of his revolver, flicked it lightly, and 6 gleaming brass casings clattered onto the ground with a crisp sound. Call me Deputy Commander Bai, he said, drawing out the remaining few bullets, loading them one by one. Bai. Deputy Commander Bai, please, I beg you, save me. Old Wang's face, strained from exertion, began to rupture with tiny blood vessels, making him look somewhat ferocious. Bai Yi casually flicked the revolver, the cylinder clicked into place, and then, in the face of Old Wang's eager and expectant gaze, he slowly raised the gun, aimed at the gray sparrow. With a flick of his wrist, he holstered it at his waist. The excitement on Old Wang's face instantly froze. Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, the blood from the gray sparrow trickling down his firm jaw, sketching a cold, sinister smile on his face. He shrugged, unapologetically saying, Old Wang, don't blame me for not saving you. After all, I have no obligation to save you. The boy's smile grew even wider, revealing stark white teeth. No, you can't do this. Save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Ah. Old Wang's screams gradually turned into agonized howls, as the sharp claws of the gray sparrow tore open his abdomen. Then he bent down, pecking at his internal organs like a chick pecking rice. Really not going to save him? He already knows he's wrong. Li Yu, looking exhausted, walked out of the alley, clutching his right hand. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. He doesn't know he's wrong, he knows he's about to die. Hey, I always thought Old Wang was one of the few good people in Grey Earth Town. After all, he read books, understood reason, and longed for the era of civilization. But unfortunately, Li Yu sighed. Reading doesn't make someone a good person. There's an old saying, loyalty often belongs to those who slaughter dogs. Betrayal is common among scholars. People who long for civilization don't necessarily possess it themselves. Li Yu was momentarily stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning of that phrase, but he always felt Bai Yi was somehow criticizing himself. What do you mean, slaughtering dogs? Isn't it more like you kill hyenas more often? You'll see soon enough, Li Zua, Bai Yi said, pulling out the breath of the skeleton, aiming it at the gray sparrow that was gnawing on old Wang's corpse. Bang! The gray sparrow died, falling in old Wang's arms. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu snapped angrily. Alright, Li Zua. You forget it. What do we do next? The gunfire over there has stopped. It seems Wang Shi and the others are out of bullets too. How many do you have left? 3 shots remaining. Bai Yi weighed the gun in his hand, then looked up at the gray sparrows circling in the sky over the West District. Even if Wang Shi and the others ran out of bullets, there were still hundreds of gray sparrows. The remaining gray sparrows were frantically attacking the buildings, trying to eat the people inside. The gray sparrows near Tire Tavern had already been dealt with because there were fewer people here, so fewer gray sparrows came to hunt. That was also why Bai Yi had to come here, far from the crowd. You only have 3 shots left. How are you going to save them? Li Yu asked. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. When did I say I was going to save them? Li Yu was stunned. No, you're always shouting about protecting Grey Earth Town more than anyone else. Now, you're not going to save them. At this moment, Bai Yi was already planning to retreat. His recent intense hunt for gray sparrows was solely to plunder their vital energy and blood, thereby enhancing his own strength. Now, with only 3 bullets remaining, there was no longer any need to continue the bloodshed. Most importantly, he only had 1 minute and 19 seconds left. The pursuit of the gray sparrows had cost him too much time, especially the trip to the Tire Tavern. That 1 minute was his psychological warning line. If the time dropped below a minute, he wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. Although he had spent a lot of time, the harvest was still quite good. His physical qualities had been further strengthened, to the point where he could now rival Tan Jia, who had been injected with gene serum. Of course, if a real fight broke out without using weapons, it would still be very difficult to defeat Tan Jia, because, besides strength, Tan Jia also had a body covered in tough hair. With his body now so enhanced, the vital energy and blood gained from hunting gray sparrows could hardly improve him further. He needed to hunt more powerful mutated beasts. Since you're not planning to save him, let's hurry and escape, Li Yu suggested. He had long wanted to run. The prolonged battle had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Bai Yi shook his head. Running away is the stupidest choice. We can't outrun the gray sparrows. Once we reach the open wilderness, we'll be sitting ducks. The best option is to hide inside a sturdy house and wait for the gray sparrows to leave. Alright, I trust you. Li Yu knew Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he decisively believed in Bai Yi's judgment. They didn't choose the Tire Tavern. Although it was sturdy, it had the disadvantage of too many windows, some of which were already damaged. They set their sights on a brick antile house in the northwest corner, but it required crossing the street. Without hesitation, the two charged toward the house. A few nearby gray sparrows noticed the running duo and immediately spread their wings, rushing toward them. Li Yu struggled to raise his right hand, an invisible giant hand blocking the front of the attacking gray sparrows. The sparrows seemed to hit an air wall, dropping from the sky one after another, flapping their wings to stabilize themselves. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi fired his gun. Bang, 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 3 shots, leaving 3 corpses on the ground. Their cooperation had already developed a certain tacit understanding. With the bullets completely exhausted, only 2 gray sparrows remained. Bai Yi retracted his pistol, drew his dagger, and planned to deal with them before entering the house. Otherwise, if they kept attacking the house from outside, it might cause significant damage. Fuck! It hurts so much. Li Yu suddenly screamed in pain, his right hand hanging limply while his remaining left hand desperately covered his head. Bai Yi frowned slightly. What's wrong? Supernatural abilities rely on mental power. My mental energy is severely overdrawn. Go inside first. I'll handle these 2. He reversed his grip on the dagger, staring intently at the 2 gray sparrows crawling up from the ground. The 2 sparrows shook their heads, then kicked off the ground with their feet, instantly transforming into 2 gray arrows rushing toward him. Bai Yi did not use time stop. With his current enhanced physical condition, dealing with 2 lone gray sparrows was still manageable. Just as he was about to make his move, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the nearby roof. Immediately afterward, a clear sword cry, like a dragon's roar, echoed through the air. A woman dressed in black and shining silver knight armor descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bai Yi's line of sight. Accompanying her was a fierce, electric-like sword light. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the 2 gray sparrows split in half in midair, blood splattering everywhere. Their bodies, along with the knightly woman, fell to the ground simultaneously. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened. What a fast sword! He had almost only seen a fleeting shadow of the swordlight, and the 2 gray sparrows had been shattered into pieces. To know that, with his now reinforced body, he could barely see the trajectory of ordinary pistol bullets, yet he couldn't see the sword light of the woman clearly. This indicated that her sword was faster than bullets. Who is she? An extraordinary person, or a gene-modified warrior? The night woman slowly turned around, her silver mask without features catching the eye, save for two hollow eye sockets revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She remained silent, merely gazing calmly at Bai Yi, who was covered in blood. The summer breeze swept by, carrying yellow dust across the gray land, ruffling the woman's jet-black hair. Bai Yi even saw a playful strand of black hair curl out from her slender waist. Her fingertips, hanging loosely at her sides, clenched the hilt of a cross-shaped sword, the slender pure silver blade slightly raised. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. He did not know the woman's intentions. All he knew was that if she harbored ill will, at this distance, he must stay highly alert to freeze time before she could strike. His entire focus was on the sword, a pure silver cross sword, its blade thin and elongated, with a slightly convex back, the silver pattern flowing like rushing clouds. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. But her target was not Bai Yi, but Gray Sparrow. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden gray sparrow launched a surprise attack from behind the woman, emerging from the shadows. The woman did not turn around, she merely lifted her pure silver cross sword lightly, and the blade pierced through from above her right shoulder. Thud! The rushing gray sparrow seemed to deliberately collide with the tip of the sword, being pierced straight through, hanging in midair like a candied hawthorn stick. The pure silver cross sword was slung over the woman's shoulder, her movements clean and swift, flowing like clouds in water. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched fiercely at the sight, almost cursing aloud. Damn it, so handsome, are you trying to get yourself killed? The woman casually flicked her wrist, causing the corpse and blood of the gray sparrow to slide off the gleaming silver blade. Her deep gaze fixed on Bai Yi for a moment before she turned and left. She tiptoed lightly, her tall, graceful figure like a flying swallow landing on the roof, then swiftly headed toward the western sky, where the gray sparrows gathered. Is it her? Li Yu at the brick antile house exclaimed in shock, watching the woman's retreating figure. Do you know her? Bai Yi asked, turning his head. Li Yu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I stayed in Gravel Town for a while, and at that time, Gravel Town was also attacked by mutated beasts. It was her who suddenly appeared and drove them away. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Someone who specifically kills mutated beasts? It seemed this person's goal was to protect the people of the Wasteland settlement. Above the western district, a figure clad in knight armor floated down gracefully. The woman leapt into the air, charging straight into a flock of hundreds of gray sparrows, blocking out the sky with their dense, unbreathable swarm as they attacked her. The screeching of 1,000 birds was especially piercing. In the next moment, the pure silver cross sword emitted a clear, dragon-like roar, overpowering the bird cries. The woman's waist tensed, and her body spun sharply in midair, her wrist straightening as the sword's blade instantly drew dazzling arcs. The silver mask and the sharp sword gleamed in harmony, her jet-black hair and the black skirt beneath the shining silver knight's armor dancing together. For a moment, the gray sparrows rained down like a storm. This scene stunned Tan Jia, Wang Shi, and others hiding inside the house. Their bullets had run out, many had fallen, and despair had long taken root. Yet, at this critical moment, the woman descended from the sky like a savior. Her terrifying speed, divine swordsmanship, wherever she passed, not a single gray sparrow survived. Her movements were decisive and elegant, without a trace of slaughter or bloodshed, more like a graceful dance among the birds. In an instant, the gray sparrows, which had shrouded the gray town like dark clouds, were completely cleared away. The woman stood amidst the gray feathers, her wrist flicking, the pure silver cross sword spinning before she accurately sheathed it. Everyone watching was stunned. No one had expected that the gray sparrows, nearly wiped out in the town, would only last a few seconds in her hands. She's alive, someone inside the house exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before finally stepping out of the house, their faces full of flattery and humility as they hurriedly expressed their thanks to the woman. They knew that in the presence of such a powerful figure, their fragile house, like paper, could be easily torn apart by the instead of shrinking in fear and trepidation, it was better to quickly express their gratitude and respect to the mighty one. Thank you, your lord, for saving us. We are unable to repay your kindness. Tan Jie's broad face was filled with a flattering smile. The woman did not respond. Instead, she stood still as if pondering something. May I ask if your lord would kindly leave a name? Wang Shi asked cautiously. No offense, your lord, we have no other intentions. We just want to know who our savior is so we can thank them properly in the future. No need to wait until then, you can thank me now. The cool, clear voice of a girl sounded from beneath a silver-white mask. Her words flowed without a trace of emotion, like a tranquil lake on a windless morning, pure and undisturbed. Wang Shi and the others were stunned, not expecting the woman under the mask to sound so young, nor expecting her to be so direct. Wang Shi hurriedly smiled. As long as your lord can use us, just give the order. The night girl extended her hand and said softly, money. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, their eyes meeting for a moment before hurriedly sending their subordinates to fetch the money. They didn't know how much was appropriate, but their long experience surviving in the wasteland told them, the more, the better. Money can be earned. Again, life, once lost, is gone forever. Your lord, here is the money. Wang Shi carefully handed over a bundle, not daring to make any physical contact with the girl. The girl took the bundle, waited briefly, then said calmly, "Silent court." These 4 words struck like thunder, leaving Wang Shi and Tan Jie frozen in place, their expressions stunned. Silent court. She is from the silent court? So, your lord is. Wang Shi was about to flatter her with a few words, but to his astonishment he realized that the girl was not speaking to him at all, but to Wang Shi side-eyed and looked into the distance. Bai Yi appeared in his line of sight. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What are you telling me for? I didn't ask you. Silent court is an organization composed of. Are you interested in joining? The girl's eyes looked at Bai Yi and said. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You guys recruit members so casually? An organization of, and you're not recruiting but me? He glanced at Liu beside him, suddenly realizing something, and asked cautiously, Ka Yan? A flicker of thought crossed the girl's eyes. She clearly didn't understand what Ka Yan meant. She spoke again. I've observed you before. With those words, a murderous intent flashed through Bai Ye's mind. Observed me? Could it be that she knows the secret of time stopping? Time stopping was his greatest secret, and he would not allow anyone to know. However, her next words dispelled his murderous intent. Although you are not, you are a good person. I heard what you said when facing the hyena pack earlier. What? No, first meeting and already calling me a good person? Silent court is indeed an organization of, but they value character more. We seek like-minded individuals. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Listening to this and considering the girl's act of saving people, he thought, so, Silent Court is a righteous organization? Since it's a righteous organization, then I won't join. Bai Yi decisively refused. He was not someone who would sacrifice himself selflessly. He already didn't have enough time, and wasting more on justice was not worth it. Fine, the girl nodded calmly, her eyes showing no trace of emotion. Her eyes swept over everyone and said softly, the on Black Mountain are ravaging the area. The hyenas and are just the first wave. It's no longer safe here. If you want to survive, evacuate. After speaking, the girl turned and left, her heroic knight armor gradually disappearing from sight. The message she left those who had experienced tragedy feeling at a loss. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains everywhere. Out of 800 people, only about 300 survived after the beast disaster. Watching as each familiar face one by one collapsed before him, they didn't even have time to mourn. The wave of fear devoured them entirely. Hey Shan, what exactly happened? Could there still be mutated beasts coming out of Shan? What kind of joke is this? Tan Jie stammered. This leader of the East District truly felt the insignificance and helplessness of his own life in the face of the mutated beasts. The silent court wouldn't joke about something like this lightly. Someone as strong as her doesn't need to deceive us. Wang Shi forcibly suppressed his shock, swallowing hard. Gray Soil Town can't stay here anymore. The two exchanged a glance, already having a plan in mind. Tan Jie, although we've fought and clashed over the years, we've never truly harbored deep hatred. In this situation, only united can we survive longer. What do you think? Wang Shi lowered his voice. Tan Jie nodded seriously. He understood this logic naturally. What are your plans? With the mutated beasts acting up, all the nearby towns are unsafe. We were lucky this time that the silent court intervened to save us, but next time, luck might not be on our side. In my opinion, the only way to be safe is to go to Dawn City. Wang Shi's idea coincided perfectly with Tan Jie's, but Tan Jie hesitated, worried. Dawn City doesn't accept wastelanders. To get a legal status, we have to pay. But all our money has been taken by that woman, and even if it wasn't, it's not enough. These people under us. At this point, what are you still dreaming about? Still hoping that in Dawn City, we'll be welcomed with open arms? These discarded ones can only be abandoned. Money isn't the problem. Don't you remember we still have forbidden items? Wang Shi sneered. Mentioning forbidden items, a shadow flickered in Tan Jie's eyes. Bai Yi has issues. During the battle with Grey Sparrow, he still looked vigorous, not at all like someone drained of blood and energy. We've all been fooled by this kid. Did you just notice? This kid is a big problem. Not only was he lying to us, but Liu also deceived me. During the fight just now, I saw roughly that Liu has probably become an extraordinary, and these two have long been secretly collaborating. What do we do then? Tan Jie was shocked. How can we snatch the forbidden items now? Wang Shi was unfazed. A newly ascended extraordinary, just a few days old. How strong can he be? If he really had overwhelming strength, why would he secretly cooperate with Bai Yi? He would have come to avenge himself already. Moreover, I saw his face just now pale as a sheet, clearly exhausted mentally. He's not a threat at all. As for Bai Yi, I suspect he's achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jie was stunned, feeling it sounded familiar, as if he'd heard someone boast about it before. But after injecting gene serum, his mind became foggy and forgetful. Using forbidden items usually comes at a cost, but perfect containment requires no cost. Yet, very few can achieve it. Perfect containment is just a fleeting legend, no one knows if it's real or not. It's like a gun, you learn to use it when you master it. Perfect containment is like the gun and you develop feelings for each other. Who would believe that? But even if Bai Yi is perfectly contained, so what? The breath of bones is powerful, but it needs bullets. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the best opportunity. Dawn City needs extraordinary test subjects. An extraordinary can fetch a high price. When the time comes, Liu goes to me, forbidden items go to you. With this, we can both enter Dawn City. Tan Jie's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The crisis was imminent, but as long as the plan succeeded, they could turn danger into safety, entering Dawn City to become esteemed citizens. That's settled then. Soon, we'll send people to capture Bai Yi and the others, and we can also let our subordinates make their final contribution. His sinister gaze subtly swept over his bewildered subordinates, then turned to the East District, and suddenly froze. Where are Bai Yi and Liu? Wang Shi looked in the direction of the call, only to see that the two who had been in the East District had already vanished. It's over, they want to run. Hurry and chase. Where did they run to? I don't know. Let's split into two groups to pursue, encircle from front and back to prevent these two from splitting up and escaping. Wang Shi and the others quickly ordered their subordinates into action. Run faster. If you don't, it'll be too late. Liu, clutching his right hand, ran while urging the slow-moving Bai Yi. They can't escape. Bai Yi said calmly, they have a car, do you? Even if it's just a few battered off-road vehicles. For wheels are still faster than legs. Instead of wasting energy fleeing, it's better to conserve strength and prepare for battle. But we can't just stand here and wait for death. I've exhausted my mental power and can't activate my extraordinary abilities. Your bullets are gone too. What are we going to fight with? At that moment, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind them. Liu's previously pale face turned even whiter. He turned around and saw an off-road vehicle rushing toward them, its sturdy tires crushing the dry dirt road, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. It's over. This is the end, Mom. I've been a disobedient son. Crack. The harsh screech of friction sounded as the rear of the off-road vehicle suddenly swung wildly, due to inertia, sending up a burst of yellow dust that exploded outward like a burst of fireworks, leaving several blackened tire marks scorched into the ground. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Tan Jie and the 5 subordinates stepping out of the vehicle. They held machetes, their faces fierce and ferocious. Their guns were out of bullets, so they abandoned them and switched to machetes. The rusted blades gleamed coldly in the sunlight, enchanted with magical damage. Wounds inflicted by these blades, even if not fatal at first, would be deadly. In this wasteland without medicine, seeing the aggressive approach of Tan Jie and others, Bai Yi knew today would not end well. At this moment, Liu had basically lost his fighting ability. Even if he stayed, he would only be a burden. So Bai Yi had no intention of letting Liu fight. Li Zua, they're coming for me. You go first. Bai Yi, I will avenge you. Liu's voice drifted from afar. Running at full speed, he left a trail of dust on the yellow earth and quickly fled. Bai Yi, facing Liu's escape, Bai Yi didn't blame him. The other party had risked everything to help earlier, which was already a great act of kindness. Now that the situation was hopeless, fleeing early was only human nature. Moreover, during their cooperation, Liu had said he would help, but if faced with insurmountable danger, he wouldn't save them because his mother was waiting for him. It's just, he ran so fast. Just as Bai Yi was pondering this, unexpectedly, Liu suddenly turned back and ran again. Why are you back? Bai Yi asked in surprise. Liu was gasping heavily, but his eyes had become very firm. Although I'm afraid of death, I fear even more living the rest of my life with the regret and guilt of abandoning my friends and running away alone. Bai Yi looked deeply at Liu. At this moment, Liu's face was pale and trembling like chaff, yet he stood firmly beside him, as if having gone through a fierce mental struggle. Friend? Bai Yi smiled and patted Liu's trembling shoulder. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Although Liu had initially been afraid and ran, then turned back, wavering between courage and fear, it was precisely because of this that his bravery became even more precious, wasn't it? The valiant courage of the strong certainly inspired awe, but the turning of the weak also moved people deeply. When instinct screams for retreat in your ears, courage must carve out a path through that desperate cry. That is the essence of courage. The rumbling of the off-road vehicle interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. He looked toward the sound and saw an off-road vehicle approaching from the direction Liu had just fled. Crack! The vehicle suddenly stopped, and Wang Shi, with a cold smile, and his subordinate stepped out of the car. He sneered and shot a glance at Liu. Liu, are you just going to keep running? I expected you guys would split up and run, so I preemptively blocked your escape route. Otherwise, I might have let you slip away, little brat. A faint, polite yet awkward smile appeared on Liu's face. Bai Yi, White Yi, listen to my cunning explanation. Actually, stop it. If you keep talking, it'll be impolite. Bai Yi now felt like hitting someone. Damn it, that little bastard Liu almost tricked me. His words sounded so sweet. Although I fear death and cowardice, I fear even more living the rest of my life haunted by the regret and self-blame of abandoning my friends and fleeing alone. Damn. Clearly driven back by Wang Shi, yet he still pretends to be noble, sacrificing himself for friends, ready to risk everything. Vice Commander Bai. Put. Bai Yi, hand over the taboo object, and I might spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, wielding a machete. Bai Yi, if you want to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. You had the chance to join the silent court but refused. If you had truly joined, we wouldn't dare come bother you. But no, you cut off your own way out. Wang Shi sneered coldly. With Tan Jie in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape routes were completely blocked. It seems you're quite afraid of the silent court? Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, even with a hint of amusement as he tried to glean more information. Wang Shi had no intention of speaking further, but Tan Jie, confident of victory, began to show off leisurely. Most people find it hard to resist the thrill of mocking their enemies when victory seems assured. A lowly person who got lucky and was chosen by the taboo object, it's understandable that you don't know about the silent court. Otherwise, you wouldn't have refused to join. The silent court is an extreme transcendental organization. Anyone who has been in the transcendental circle knows about it. This organization claims to be just but abuses private justice, slaughtering wildly on the wasteland in the name of righteousness. Anyone branded as a criminal by them never survives past the next day. Just a bunch of lunatics. What era are we in? That they still pursue justice? According to their standards, the entire wasteland deserves to die. All crows are black. Bai Yi suddenly realized why Tan Jie and the others were so afraid of the silent court. The things they did in Grey Dust Town, if that young girl found out, they'd probably be judged immediately. Silent court, so it means judging evil. But why? Call it silent? Enough talk. Let's get to it. We can't let Liu, this transcendental, recover. Wang Shi, being more cautious, couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't want complications. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to make the first move to test the waters. Tan Jie made the same choice. Under the commands of the two leaders, a dozen of their men, wielding rusty machetes, formed a pincer movement, gradually closing in on Bai Yi and the others. They weren't sure if Bai Ye's gun still had bullets or if Liu could still activate his transcendental abilities, so every step was taken with extreme caution. A long sigh broke the tense atmosphere. Actually, Bai Yi slowly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. We got along pretty well before. There's no need to fight to the death. I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about this, kneel and beg me, and this will be over. What do you think? Tan Jie and the others nearly burst out laughing. Do you even hear yourself? You want us to beg you? Bai Yi, I thought you were just pretending to be crazy before, but it turns out you're truly insane. First, get clear on who's actually in control here, Tan Jie sneered. The subordinates also chuckled, mocking Bai Ye's overconfidence. Bai Yi paid no attention to the sneers of the crowd, instead speaking in a very serious tone. Really, just kneel down and beg me. I hate wasting time more than anything in my life. Madness, he's a lunatic. Kill him. Tan Jie waved his hand fiercely, and his subordinates immediately surged forward. Liu, who was back-to-back with Bai Yi, suddenly tensed up. His body stiffened instantly as he spoke rapidly. I'll deal with Wang Shi, Tan Jie, you handle yours. Whether we live or die depends entirely on luck. After saying this, he roared loudly and charged toward Wang Shi. His trembling right hand swung out repeatedly, and the approaching few subordinates were struck like being hit by a heavy hammer, each spitting blood and flying backward. Wang Shi, die. Liu's face was covered in cold sweat. His right hand, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, struggled to lift, painfully slow. But in the next moment, a faint cracking sound echoed. Crack, his right hand seemed to have its bones shattered, hanging limply and swinging with the wind. Damn it! Why at this moment? Liu was filled with rage and despair. His already severely injured right hand could no longer support itself, and even the previously healed bone fracture reopened. Staring at Wang Shi 3 meters away, anger and hopelessness surged in his heart. Just a little more, and his magic attack could reach Wang Shi. Damn it! Ha! Liu suddenly froze because he noticed Wang Shi's expression had changed. The cold, venomous look of the man, like a poisonous snake, now appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his face showing a terror akin to falling into an icy abyss, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Could it be that I scared him with my bravery just now? Liu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It must be that his extraordinary power instantly overwhelmed several of his subordinates, intimidating Wang Shi. With this thought, he slowly straightened up, enduring the intense pain from his right hand, and tried to speak with a contemptuous tone. Wang Shi, blocking me will be the worst decision you've ever made in your life. The mechanical arm you rely on is no match for my magic hand. Today, I will use this superpower bestowed upon you to personally. Please make way. Bai Ye's voice came from behind Liu, immediately followed by a powerful hand patting his shoulder. Hiss! This slap instantly shattered the false aura of strength Liu had been pretending. The severe pain from his right shoulder almost made him curse. He turned his head and glared at Bai Yi, but due to the dangerous situation, he didn't dare shout loudly. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing? I told you to deal with Tan." Fuck. When Li Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of Tan Jie and the others, he was struck like by lightning, frozen in place. In his view, there was no sign of Tan Jie and the others, only a ground strewn with headless corpses. You. Li Yu's mouth opened wide, unable to utter a complete sentence. He couldn't understand why. In the brief moment he looked away, Tan Jie and the others had all died silently, without even a scream. He dumbfoundedly turned back to look at Wang Shi, discovering that Wang Shi's expression was the same as his own, or even more intense. It turned out, Wang Shi wasn't frightened by him but by Bai Yi. What exactly did they see? How did Tan Jie die? The answer to this question, no one knew better than Wang Shi. In Wang Shi's line of sight, Bai Yi merely raised the dagger in his hand, and then 6 people, including Tan Jie, instantly had their heads severed from their necks, transforming into 6 human fountains. These fountains even maintained the motion of charging forward. This is impossible. Wang Shi suddenly roared like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bai Yi, holding a bloodstained dagger, brushed past Li Yu and stepped toward Wang Shi. Red blood dripped steadily from the dagger. I clearly gave you all a chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why are you forcing me? Bai Yi's face was as cold as ice, because he only had 1 minute left. This kind of time-wasting behavior not only failed to give him the thrill of killing the enemy, but only brought him the pain of wasted time and anger. Hey, who's forcing whom here? Li Yu's scalp prickled with nerves. If he didn't think the situation was inappropriate, he really wanted to complain. At this moment, Wang Shi's pupils suddenly contracted in horror and exclaimed, "You're also an extraordinary." That was the only possibility he could think of, seeing no sign of an attack that killed Tan Jie's 6 men in an instant. Such terrifying strength was even more formidable than that silent courtroom girl. At least she still moved her sword when she attacked, but Bai Yi saw nothing, he could only see people dying. Say your last words. Bai Yi stood firm in front of Wang Shi. Looking at the ragged boy before him, Wang Shi felt a deep, genuine fear from the bottom of his heart, so intense that he couldn't summon any resistance. Thud. Wang Shi fell to his knees, trembling as he begged, "Spare me. Please, spare my life. I promise I'll stay far away." Now you're begging for mercy. Why didn't you do that earlier? Bai Yi kicked him directly in the head, knocking him to the ground. The immense force, even through the alloy helmet, made Wang Shi's eyes spin. This strength far beyond that of an ordinary person made Wang Shi more certain Bai Yi was also an extraordinary. Because after becoming extraordinary, the physical body would transform along with the evolution of mental will. Your kid died, and you come to nurse him? Your car hit a tree, and you knew to turn? Your runny nose is at your mouth, and you knew to shake it off? A string of rhymes almost disrupted Wang Shi's rhythm of begging for mercy. He froze for 2 seconds before recalling what came next. I have money. I'm willing to pay to buy my life. Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Weren't all your money taken by the silent court? Wang Shi hurriedly shouted, I still have money hidden inside my mechanical arm. Only I know how to open it. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll give you all the money. Bai Yi sneered coldly, a flash of fierce light crossing his proud eyes. Even if I kill you, the money is mine. You trying to buy your life with my money? Are you brain dead? Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, and a sharp dagger slashed fiercely across Wang Shi's neck, and his head fell with a thud. The terrified expression hadn't even fully spread across his face before it froze completely. He never expected Bai Yi to act so decisively without even giving himself a chance to reach for his money. Bai Yi naturally wouldn't give Wang Shi the chance to open his mechanical arm. He knew Wang Shi was cunning and treacherous, smarter than the simple-minded Tan Jie, so he didn't want to take any risks. If Wang Shi opened the mechanical arm as a fake but triggered the mechanism inside, and Bai Yi was caught off guard and couldn't stop time in time, wouldn't that be a disaster? After killing Wang Shi, Bai Yi immediately bent down to start cutting. He was afraid there might really be money inside Wang Shi's mechanical arm. Not because he was greedy, but because he was too poor. He was now completely broke, couldn't produce a single penny on himself. How do I open this thing? Facing the bloodstained mechanical arm, Bai Yi hesitated. His dagger couldn't cut through the mechanical arm at all, and he didn't understand machinery, so he couldn't open the interior. Li Zhua, can you open it? Li Yu walked over with a complicated expression. Are you also an extraordinary? The fear of losing his brother and the desire to see his brother open the Land Rover were vividly evident in him. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Yi countered. Li Yu looked at him as if to say, do I look like a fool? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you kill so many people in an instant? Not telling you, Bai Yi didn't explain that he wasn't an extraordinary. He truly wasn't, he was just an ordinary transmigrator. The ability to stop time was merely because the two eras' time flows at different speeds. This isn't fair. I thought we were friends. And I told you all about my extraordinary ability. Ha! Bai Yi sneered and began to pick a fight. Although I fear death and cowardice, I fear even more for the rest of my life. Brother, I'm sorry, don't read it anymore, don't read it anymore. Li Yu's face flushed red as he hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll help you check the mechanical arm. After much effort, The two finally managed to turn the mechanical arm into a pile of scrap metal. Fuck. Wangxi, you're truly damned. You're about to die and you can't even tell the truth. Bai Yi cursed. Angrily, exhausted from the effort. Inside the mechanical arm, there was no money, but there were some intricate mechanisms that could be used for a surprise attack. God damn it, let's go. Wasting time. Bai Yi kicked the mechanical arm aside and then turned to get into the off-road vehicle driven by Tan Jie. After Li Yu got in, he started the car. You can still drive? Li. You looked surprised, watching Bai Yi skillfully control the vehicle. Suddenly, he felt that the other person didn't seem like a wasteland dweller. Making a fuss over nothing. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Bai Yi said with a disdainful smile, completely ignoring that he hadn't passed his driving test after 3 attempts before crossing over. But why are you driving back? Isn't that the way to Shuguang City? Of course, we're heading back to Huitu town. Li Yu was stunned. Are you crazy? Why go back? Are you waiting to die? Bai Yi shot him a contemptuous look. Don't use that brain of yours, which isn't even as oily as peanut oil, to question my decision. It's almost dark now. As a wasteland hunter, I solemnly tell you, traveling at night in the wasteland is basically suicide. Bai Yi was speaking the truth. The wasteland at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Even the most experienced wasteland hunters wouldn't choose to hunt at night. If they were unlucky enough to be trapped outdoors, they would find a hidden, safe place to hide. Besides this reason, he simply wanted to buy some time. There was only 1 minute left. What if they encountered some danger in the wilderness? Although Huitu town was at risk of being attacked by mutated beasts at any moment, it was at least temporarily safe and provided a place to rest. The yellow sand was blown by the wind through the streets of Huitu town, scattering gray feathers around the hundreds of corpses. Blood and yellow earth intertwined on the cracked road surface, forming a spiderweb pattern. Half-rusted cans, lodged in the cracks, rolled out hollow echoes in the sandstorm. Clang, clang, clang. The cans rolled past Li Yu's feet. Looking at the desolate, empty town before him, he couldn't help but voice a soul-deep question. Isn't there anyone? There were so many people in Huitu town, right? Despite the ordeal, Huitu town still had 300 or 400 survivors, but in just this short hour, everyone was gone. Bai Yi crouched down to examine the footprints on the ground, and suddenly understood, there are many footprints and signs of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, everyone has run away. Run? Exactly. Huitu town isn't big, and many people heard that night girl's words. Plus, Wang Shi and the others drove off chasing us. The residents thought their leader had fled by car, so they panicked and ran. Fuck. These people run so fast. I was just about to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Li Yu grimaced, clutching his right hand in dissatisfaction. Aside from his own life, his most precious possession was his right hand, for fear of leaving a disease that would affect his ability to unleash his extraordinary powers in the future. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than you? Li Yu's face darkened. Can we not mention this anymore? Let's go, find a place to settle down first. After several hours of effort, the two arranged a relatively sturdy brick and tile house, sealing the windows and doors. Li Yu was tending to his right hand, wrapping it with a bandage, while Bai Yi looked at the cockroach protein bar in his hand, troubled. Food wasn't a concern for now, because Li Yu had stolen supplies from the Tire Tavern in advance. There was alcohol and cockroach protein bars, but no meat. Li Yu disliked storing meat because it took up space, so he didn't take any. By the time they returned to the Tire Tavern, it had already been looted clean by the residents. The sparrows outside were mutated beasts, and their meat was contaminated and inedible. No, what were you thinking? You'd rather take alcohol than meat? Bai Yi said irritably. Meat can be obtained through hunting, but alcohol isn't so easy. In the wasteland, you can survive without almost everything, but you absolutely cannot do without alcohol. Li Yu happily took a sip of cheap liquor, feeling the pain in his right hand. Lesson. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you feel. It can fill your stomach, boost your courage, and even stop pain and disinfect. Where else can you find such a good thing? As he spoke, he blew out a smoke ring. Bai Yi's face darkened and asked, and what's with this cigarette? Cigarettes are more expensive than gold. You can use them as currency, no problem. Plus, with the survival pressure on the wasteland so intense, you need to relax your nerves a bit. Hey, what are you doing? Beating up a disabled person. Do you still have a conscience? Get lost and smoke somewhere else. Bai Yi pushed Li Yu aside, then continued to stare blankly at the cockroach protein bar. I could tolerate the cockroach protein bar, provided I hadn't eaten meat before. Ah woo. Bai Yi swallowed the pitch-black, ink-like cockroach protein bar with cockroach antennae in one gulp, not daring to chew it, afraid of spitting it out by accident. Ugh. Brother Yi, you look like you've eaten shit, Li Yu muttered softly. Ugh, this thing is worse than shit. It's stickier than shit, and even if shit is free, it still wants money. Is it really that bad? I eat this every day, and I don't look as horrified as you. You've only been deputy commander for a few days, and you've already forgotten your roots so quickly. Li Yu whispered. That's because you've never tasted good food. Bai Yi snapped angrily. He was now longing intensely for the days of civilization. At this moment, he would have gone downstairs to the barbecue stall, drinking beer and skewering meat. I've never tasted good food? Li Yu immediately retorted. Back in the day, when I was running the casinos, I won more money in a day than you've seen in your life. Have you ever eaten rolled noodles? I bet you haven't. That's a twisted, compressed hard pancake with intricate patterns more complex than a sweater. Boiled in hot water until golden, it's not soft and mushy like ordinary noodles but incredibly chewy. Add an egg and the flavor is just amazing. This is a delicacy only city folks can enjoy. Rolled noodles? Bai Yi looked puzzled. The more he listened, the more it sounded like instant noodles. No, it wasn't just like they were instant noodles. Seeing Li Yu's nostalgic expression, Bai Yi felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. He had only recently traveled through time, and sometimes his thoughts still lingered in the era of civilization. Now, he was slightly dazed. The instant noodles he once despised as junk food were now, in this wasteland, a delicacy most wastelanders would never see in their lifetime. Seeing Bai Yi suddenly fall silent, Li Yu chuckled. He knew his words had given this inexperienced kid a small shock. What? Salivating? Don't worry, since you saved my life. When we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to 2 bowls with 2 eggs. Really, thank you so much, Bai Yi said irritably. No problem, we're brothers. Li Yu patted his chest proudly, looking heroic, even though his pockets were now cleaner than his face. By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court before? From what I've seen of Tan Jia and the others, the Silent Court seems to be a pretty powerful, extraordinary organization. And with such a formidable beauty inviting you, couldn't you bring yourself to refuse? You can tell she's beautiful just by the mask. Maybe she's so ugly she has to wear one. Real decent people don't wear masks. Bai Yi thought back to the night girl, tall and striking, with long black hair flowing down to her waist, definitely a killer silhouette. That's where you don't understand. Back when I was roaming the social scene, I had seen countless beauties. Although she was wearing a mask, I could tell at a glance that she was a stunning woman. That kind of beauty, with a unique aura, can't be fooled. I could clearly see she was interested in you, otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, the obvious extraordinary one? I really feel sorry for you. If you had joined, with time spent together day and night, maybe you'd have taken the beauty home. Childish. Bai Yi lazily ignored Li Yu's silver tongue. In his view, such male adolescent fantasies were simply childish. Someone like him wouldn't have such naive illusions. As a god of the new era, wielding the supreme authority over time, his divine power was now sealed, allowing him to extract only 1 minute of power each day. Yet, his divine arrogance remained. How could he waste precious time for a woman? Hey, you haven't answered me yet, why did you refuse her? She's well-connected, powerful, beautiful, and kind-hearted. You wouldn't happen to be. Li Yu's eyes gradually turned strange, tinged with a hint of wariness and caution. What the hell are you thinking? Bai Yi snapped. I'm really at my wit's end with you, you idiot. You want to know the reason? Fine, listen up. The reason I refused her is simple, 6 words. Li Yu froze, blinking in confusion. What does that mean? I didn't understand. You're not going to say 6 words? That's only 3. Take your time to figure it out. No, don't keep me in suspense, what does it mean? Bang! Bai Yi suddenly stood up and walked toward the window where Li Yu was. Li Yu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to say it, then forget it. No need to get physical, huh? He realized Bai Yi wasn't coming to hit him but was instead leaning out the window. Outside. Don't talk. There are cars coming, lots of them. Bai Yi listened carefully, hearing the roar of a convoy moving forward. Li Yu's face changed. He hurriedly got up to look. His movements were too vigorous, pulling on his right hand and grimacing in pain, but he didn't make a sound. Instead, he endured the pain and listened intently. Sure enough, he heard the sound of vehicles. Within the gray soil town, 10 military transport trucks moved in a straight line, each packed with soldiers armed to the teeth, at least 100 men. Around the trucks, more than 200 grim-faced wastelanders were being driven forward like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Yi looked out the window and recognized many of the wastelanders' familiar faces. These are residents of Gray Soil Town. They're back again. Eye of the Apocalypse. The soldiers' uniforms bear the emblem of the Eye of the Apocalypse. They're from the Dawn City Army. Li Yu whispered in shock. Bai Yi also saw the so-called Eye of the Apocalypse. Its main form was an eye that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, decorated with star-like patterns inside. 3 silver-white lightning streaks ran across the entire eye. What's going on? Why is the Dawn City Army driving the residents back? Ask me, and I'll ask who? Bai Yi said irritably. He disliked unpredictable changes. He just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn it, they're not even giving me that much time? Whatever these Dawn soldiers are doing, it's definitely not good. Stop the vehicle. It's late. Rest here for the night and set out for Black Mountain tomorrow. A voice crackled over the radio from one of the transport trucks. An officer was issuing orders. The convoy quickly stopped in Gray Soil Town, clearly intending to stay overnight. Bai Yi and Li Yu were not ordinary people, although they were still some Distance away, they could barely hear the officer's voice. Black Mountain? They're heading to Black Mountain? Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Now that the mutated beasts ravaged Black Mountain, only this kind of formal military force dared to go there. What is so special about Black Mountain? Why does Dawn City keep sending troops? Is this really for the sake of war? But this 100-man team isn't carrying heavy weapons, nor are they transporting supplies, completely unlike a fighting force. Bai Yi silently pondered, claiming he wasn't curious was a lie, but he had no intention of joining the commotion because it would be a waste of time. If he had an hour to spare, he'd definitely go take a look, maybe he could even get some benefits. But now, with only a minute left, it's better to keep a low profile and stay out of trouble. They're heading to Heishan. Why are they still bringing these civilians along? Could it be? Li Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. He exchanged a knowing look with Bai Yi, both understanding what the other was thinking. Cannon fodder. Suicide squad. The two spoke in unison. It turned out they had no real tacit agreement, different words, even different numbers of words. They're driving a group of useless wastelanders who can't fight to Heishan, clearly just using them as a suicide squad to clear the way, Li Yu said grimly. He was also a wastelander, so he felt a deep disgust for the Dawn soldiers' behavior. Bai Yi nodded. You're right. Not only are there mutated beasts in Heishan, but even more dangerous mutated plants. Guns and cannons are effective against mutated beasts, but when faced with the vast fields of mutated plants, their effectiveness drops significantly. So they want to use human lives to scout out the safest route. By analyzing this, he roughly understood the cause and effect. This 100-man team was probably on a mission to Heishan, and along the way, they encountered some fleeing residents from Grey Earth Town, then took control of them, using them as frontline troops. Seeing that night was falling, they hurried to the nearest Grey Earth Town to spend the night. These damn city folk, they don't see our wastelanders' lives as worth a damn. Li Yu muttered angrily. As he cursed, his expression suddenly turned sorrowful. This damn world is like that. Those high and mighty figures hide in their castles and start wars, and all the common folk end up suffering. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Li Yu's words made him think of many things. The previous mutated beast disaster, the current army, at the root, all of it was caused by a command from the bigwigs in Dawn City. Although the residents of Grey Earth Town are living hard, at least they can live peacefully at home. But now, first the mutated beasts were driven into town, and now soldiers are pushing them to their deaths. They've done nothing to provoke anyone, yet misfortune keeps coming their way. Living in such an era, most people are helpless. Every speck of dust in this age falling on an ordinary person's shoulders is a mountain, Bai Yi said in a deep voice. Li Yu's eyes lit up. He mulled over those words several times, deciding to remember them for bragging later. Who would have thought you're quite cultured? Unlike me, I only know how to say I'm unlucky. Shoo, silence. Bai Ye's expression changed as he listened carefully to the soldiers' movements. A team, second team, take the thermal imagers and check all the houses, see if there are any survivors in the town. The officer inside the transport vehicle began issuing commands again. The officer's words made Li Yu's face change drastically. He hurriedly said, "Oh no, they're searching now. Quickly hide. Useless. They have thermal imagers." Bai Ye's eyes flickered. He had initially planned to hide and wait for the soldiers to leave, but now that's no longer an option. What's a thermal imager? Li Yu, being illiterate, looked completely confused. A thermal imager can see the heat emitted by the human body in the dark, so hiding won't help us, Bai Yi explained. What? Li Yu suddenly stood up in shock and anger. At this point, we can only fight them. Brother Yi, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to snatch a vehicle, right? Then we can drive away. His confidence was bolstered by Bai Ye's previously incredible display of power. Bai Yi rolled his eyes at him. You only call me brother when you're in danger? Brother Yi, what are you saying? Do you think I'm the kind of person who just follows the wind and changes sides? Bai Yi. Outside, the sound of approaching footsteps of soldiers grew closer. Brother Yi, when do we make our move? Li Yu looked serious as he glanced at his right hand, wrapped in bandages. A flicker of pain flashed in his eyes. Damn it, ever since becoming an extraordinary being, this arm has never been the same. Start? Start what? Bai Yi looked puzzled. There was no way he was going to make a move now. There was only a minute left, far too little time to kill over 100 people. Even if he wanted to act, he'd have to wait until after midnight tonight to be safe. However, Li Yu was even more surprised than him and hurriedly said, Brother Yi, now is not the time for jokes. If we don't act, are we just going to sit and wait for death? I don't want to be captured and used as cannon fodder. Ah. Bai Yi sighed disappointedly and patted Li Yu's shoulder. Young people always think bravado and fighting will save them. How can you live long like that? Do you know the survival principles of the wasteland? Li Yu was stunned. What are the survival principles of the wasteland? The so-called survival principles are a set of teachings that can help you live longer in the wasteland. The reasoning is simple. There are 16 words: enemy weak, I insult; enemy small, I deceive; enemy fierce, I surrender; enemy strong, I submit. The 16 words left Li Yu stunned, one after another. Enemy strong, I surrender? Good. Student, Bai Yi said with a satisfied smile. He had already made up his mind, since this team was destined to be cannon fodder, he might as well act as one for a while. After all, there were still a few days' journey to Heishan. When the time comes, what's wrong with doing whatever he wants? But, Brother Yi, what if the enemies don't plan to give us a way out? Then it's even simpler. If they're too strong, I die, Bai Yi said indifferently. Bai Yi bent down and began smearing dust from the ground onto his face. Seeing this, Liu hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, soldiers outside the house shouted alertly, "There are 2 people inside." The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as a large number of soldiers gathered around Bai Yi's house. Hearing the commotion, Liu's face showed obvious panic, but Bai Yi remained calm, patting his shoulder to comfort him. To survive in the wasteland, you must hold reverence and humility in your heart. Learn well, I believe my words have already touched your soul. Then, in front of Liu's wide-eyed stare, he strode confidently toward the door, shouting, "Captain, don't shoot. They're our own people." Bang! The door was violently kicked open and a dozen guns pointed at Bai Yi and Liu. "Who are you two? Why are you hiding here?" a soldier demanded. "Captain, we're honest folks from Gray Soil Town. When the Gray Sparrow attack happened, my brother and I hid in the room and didn't dare come out. Now that we see the Dawn cities, officers, we finally found our savior," Bai Yi began to babble casually. The soldiers didn't lower their guns but continued to ask, "All the residents of Gray Soil Town have fled. Why didn't you run?" "My brother is injured. I'm worried that the journey might worsen his condition, so I want to wait a bit longer before leaving," Bai Yi said, pulling Liu over and casually pinching his right hand. The pain made Liu's face turn deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down. Seeing that Liu's condition was genuine and not acting, the soldiers finally lowered their guard slightly. One of them took out a radio and began reporting. "Reporting, Captain, we found 2 wastelanders. Request instructions. Check if they're carrying weapons. If not, let them join the team." A cold, commanding voice came from the radio. "Understood, Captain." 2 soldiers stepped forward to search them. Liu kept signaling to Bai Yi with his eyes. He knew Bai Yi had forbidden items on him, but Bai Yi acted as if he saw nothing, allowing the soldiers to search freely. After a moment, the soldiers found nothing and relaxed their vigilance. "Follow me," they said, leading the 2 toward the gathering spot of Gray Soil Town residents. Halfway there, Liu suspiciously stared at Bai Yi, then leaned in and whispered, "Brother Yi, where's your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it away." He didn't say the words forbidden item aloud but mouthed them silently. Bai Yi shot him a glance but didn't reply. Of course, the forbidden item was still on him. As for why it hadn't been found during the search, it was simple. When the soldiers searched his shirt, he hid the forbidden item in his pants. When they searched his pants, he used time to freeze and hide the forbidden item back in his shirt. If they could find it, they'd be truly cursed. Soon, under the soldiers' lead, the 2 arrived at the main troops' position. At this moment, the soldiers were setting up camp and pitching tents. Meanwhile, the residents of Gray Soil Town were curled up in an open space, under the guard of several heavily armed soldiers. Bai Yi kept observing. Among the soldiers, 2 individuals stood out. One was a high-ranking officer dressed in a superior uniform, and the other was a young man, carrying a half-meter-high silver metal box on his back. The officer looked to be in his 30s, with a cold, haughty expression. His legs and arms had been replaced with mechanical structures, and the uncovered parts gleamed like mercury. The complex, intricate alloy machinery was clearly far superior to Wang Shi's mechanical arm. The man carrying the silver box appeared much more normal. His body was indistinguishable from that of a regular person, except for his eyes, which were particularly piercing, sharp eagle eyes. His golden brown pupils were so keen they seemed capable of piercing through the darkness. After glancing at the 2, Bai Yi roughly understood their identities. One was a mechanically modified human, and the other a gene-modified individual. Judging by their appearance alone, they were undoubtedly far superior to Wang Shi and Tan Jia. Report to the officer, 2 wastelanders brought in. No weapons found on them, and no signs of gene or mechanical modifications, the soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded coldly, casually glancing at Bai Yi and Liu. Seeing their dirt-stained, tattered clothes, which made them look no different from other wastelanders, he didn't say much and impatiently waved his hand. Number them in order and assign them to the refugee camp. Soon after, Bai Yi and Liu each received a simple, rough-numbered badge and were placed among the residents. They walked into the crowd seamlessly, observing the sorrowful, numb expressions of the people around them. The 2 found a secluded spot to sit down casually. A few nearby wastelanders looked up at them, but seeing their dirty, unrecognizable faces, they only cast a brief glance before looking away. Bai Yi was relieved to see that no one had recognized him as Vice Commander Bai. He had always been wary of malicious intent. Among so many people, there was bound to be someone with ulterior motives. To flatter the officer and reveal his forbidden item, he had deliberately disguised himself. "Brother Yi, you're 258, I'm 259. Why did they give us these numbers?" Liu examined his badge with some confusion. "Was I here before you?" Bai Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Liu was stunned. "No, weren't we brought here together?" You know we came together, so why are you asking me? Go ask the others. After being rebuked, Liu mumbled some unclear curses and then went over to talk to someone nearby. Before long, he returned with a grim expression. The numbers are for grouping. 20 people per group. They have to supervise each other. If someone in the group tries to escape, the entire group will be executed. Those bastards are so sneaky, now no one dares to run. Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. Go ask them what they're doing with so many people. Although he had already guessed, he still needed to confirm. Comrade, what are the city officials of Dawnlight City planning to do with us? Liu quietly approached a wastelander and asked. The wastelander looked numb, seemingly uninterested. In responding, Liu persisted, asking several more times. Finally, the man muttered in a muffled voice, the big bosses in the city want to take us to Heishan. They said they're short-handed and want us to scout the way. They also said that once the task is done, they'll take us to Dawnlight City so we won't have to scrape a living on the wasteland anymore. That's good news. We'll become city folk. Liu exclaimed with feigned excitement. That person gave a miserable smile. That kind of talk is good enough to fool children, but who can really go to? Even if the big old men are telling the truth, how many people would survive after going to? After speaking, that person fell silent, his gaze hollow and contemplative. Liu secretly shivered, realizing it's truly like that. He then moved closer to. Brother, what should we do now? Should we find a chance to run? Run? Why run? Do you understand that you need to look at the problem from a different perspective? Would not run. Stepping into the wilderness at night is no different from courting death. Haven't you noticed that this entire team dares not travel at night? A different perspective? It may seem like we're just cannon fodder, but in reality, before reaching, we are protected by this team. Liu's eyes lit up. Really? Now with ravaging everywhere, nowhere is safe. Staying with this team means at least we don't have to worry about. Brother, you're so wise. I increasingly understand what you said before, that a person must hold reverence and humility to live long. Alright, rest up quickly, lay down directly on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Ding, ding, ding. The clock in the town square of struck 12, it's time. Who had been pretending to sleep suddenly opened his eyes. He silently nudged, who was dozing beside him, blinked in confusion. What's wrong, brother? Get ready to act. His deep voice instantly woke. He exclaimed in shock, Brother, what are you talking about? We're not going to do anything, are we? Kill them all. What? Was stunned. He suspected was joking, but seeing the murderous intent hidden in his eyes, it didn't seem like a joke. Brother, us two against 100 armed soldiers? Yeah, was speechless, his whole body numb, his mind replaying his words over and over. The so-called survival method in the wasteland is a skill that can help you live longer. There, 16 words: we insult the weak enemy, deceive the small enemy, submit to the fierce enemy, and confront the strong enemy. To survive in the wasteland, you must hold reverence and humility in your heart. Brother, my real brother, this is different from what you said before. Look distressed, you said people should be humble. Should. What's different? No one understands better than me. Well, I also casually, sneered fiercely, stared in disbelief. No. Are we talking about the same word, humble? How come after a night's sleep, he's completely a different person? But what if we kill them? Naturally, we'll seize their cars, guns, and money, then leave at dawn. When we sell the cars and guns, with enough money, we can buy his residence out. Brother, please don't be impulsive. That officer and the young man beside him looked troubled. We're not in danger now, so why take risks? Was almost crying, earnestly trying to persuade, hoping to awaken his rare sense of reason. Interrupted, you don't understand anything. There's no danger now, but their goal is to push all of us into a hellhole, forcing us to send ourselves to death. A man born between heaven and earth should not be coerced. My mind is made up. Later, I'll sneak over and cut down those two officers. First, if chaos breaks out in the camp, you immediately act. When the time comes, work together to wipe them all out in one go. After speaking, didn't give a chance to protest, silently slipping away toward the dark corners beneath the houses. Brother, don't be impulsive, think more about the 16 words. Ah, what a sin, sighed with regret. He nervously watched the white wilds moving forward from the shadows, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In the blink of an eye, he realized he could no longer see the white wilds trail. The white wilds silently crept toward the camp area, with many guards patrolling the perimeter, but they couldn't stop him at all. Time stopped. Buzz. A strange fluctuation in time enveloped the world, and the white wilds charged into the camp like a swift hunting leopard. Time resumed. After passing the outermost soldiers, he immediately restored time without any hesitation. His target was the central tent in the camp area, which he had observed earlier. Both the officer and the eagle-eye man were inside this tent. As long as he took down these two, the remaining ordinary soldiers would be easy to handle. Such a risky move wasn't because the extra minute of time had clouded his judgment, but because he had thought it through carefully. It was known that the Black Mountain had already been infiltrated by the Dawn Army. Once this force reached Black Mountain and joined the main army, it would be much harder for him to escape. So, it was better to strike early. In fact, he could simply run away, and with time stopped, escaping would be straightforward. But where could he get money? Dawn City was heavily guarded against smugglers, even if he managed to sneak in, without official resident status, he would be at a complete loss inside the city. Now, with hundreds of guns pointed at him, how could he not seize the opportunity? With the help of time stopping, White Wild avoided all patrol soldiers and quickly reached the officer's tent. Mr. Ng, there are rumors outside that the Pango project established before the Great Catastrophe is inside Black Mountain. I wonder if it's true. The officer's deep voice sounded from inside the tent. In the shadow behind the tent, White Wild paused. The Pangu project? What kind of project would be named after Pangu? Knowing that Pangu was the being who created the heavens and the earth, did that mean this project could have earth-shattering effects? Moreover, it was related to the period before the Great Catastrophe, which made him very curious. The catastrophe occurred 100 years ago, and he had traveled from 200 years in the past. That meant his civilization had developed another 100 years afterward. Then suddenly a great disaster of unknown cause struck, shattering human civilization. After that civilization was broken, the remaining humans spent 100 years rebuilding, leading to the current era. He was very interested in this 200-year history. Suddenly, he no longer hurried to execute the plan. He decided to listen to what these two were saying. Don't ask what you shouldn't, the young man called Mr. Ng said coldly. Fine, better to kill them all. White Wild silently drew out his dagger. Mr. Ng, now the news is almost everywhere in Baiman. Why hide it from your own people? The officer chuckled. Mr. Ng hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. There's a shelter built before the Great Catastrophe in Black Mountain, numbered 189. The Pango project was carried out in that shelter. Exactly as I thought. The officer's tone was calm, clearly expecting this. Legend has it that the Pango project is capable of creating a new era after the Great Catastrophe. Truly? It's true. When the catastrophe happened, humans built many shelters to escape the disaster. Due to limited space and resources, only the top human elites could enter. These elites plan to emerge from the shelters after the disaster, using the Pango project to usher in a new chapter of human civilization. The key was the 189 shelter. Unfortunately, they failed. Now, 100 years have passed since the catastrophe, and the Pango project has not been implemented. Not even the human elites inside the shelters have appeared. No one knows what happened, only that all the elites are dead. In the end, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived. Without the shelter's protection, 95% of them perished under the pollution of the disaster. The remaining 5% managed to adapt to the pollution and miraculously survive. They rebuilt civilization on the wasteland, and some lucky individuals even discovered buried shelters, gaining access to remnants of the technology from the previous era. With these technologies, they rapidly expanded their influence and established large cities akin to Dawn City. At this point, Mr. Ying's words carried a hint of inscrutable sarcasm. I am quite clear on that. After all, the actual controllers of Dawn City, enlightened technology, made their fortune from a single surviving shelter. Mr. Ng, you've said so much. What exactly is the Pango project? Mr. Ng fell silent for a moment. I don't know the specifics. I only know that there is a key item in the Pangu project called the Pangu U-Disc. Pangu U-Disc? The Pangu U-Disc contains all the knowledge from the civilization era. It is the crystallization of human civilization. And because of this, the Pango project laid the foundation for creating something groundbreaking on the wasteland. The crystallization of human civilization. The officer gasped instinctively, his heart stirred with waves of shock. He understood very well what the crystallization of human civilization implied. The reason enlightened technology, which controls Dawn City, could become a colossal power entrenched in Baimang was precisely because its founder had discovered a remaining shelter and obtained some gene editing technology. Just a small portion of gene editing technology was enough to forge such a formidable force. If a power mastered the entire crystallization of human civilization, it wouldn't be difficult to rule the world given time. Please forgive my ignorance, Mr. Ng. The officer eased his emotions before speaking again, his tone still tinged with shock. With my limited knowledge, I find it hard to imagine how much technology derived from human civilization could be enough to change the world. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, super evolution, and so on. Whether you can think of it or not, the Pangayu disc contains it all. Hiss! The officer drew in a cold breath. Outside the tent, Bai hurriedly covered his mouth, almost gasping in shock himself. Goodness gracious, the civilization I belong to has actually developed to this extent by the end of the era? But how is there super evolution too? The officer inside the tent shared the same doubt. Mr. Ng, I can understand the previous few points, but what is super evolution? Weren't super evolved beings only appearing after the Great Catastrophe? Could there have been super evolved individuals during the civilization era as well? Super evolved beings indeed only appeared after the Great Catastrophe. The catastrophe destroyed the civilization era in less than 3 years. During the 3-year chaos while civilization still existed, a group of super-evolved individuals emerged. The people of the civilization era also took advantage of this time to study super-evolved beings. In such a short period, they even unraveled the mystery of super-evolution and mastered methods to make people awaken stably. Hiss! The officer gasped again. Are you saying that they accomplished in 3 years what we've been unable to do in 100? In today's era, the awakening of super-evolved beings remains an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, the number of super-evolved individuals wouldn't be so scarce. Mr. Ring shook his head. Not 3 years, but 2.5 years. As soon as he said this, a brief silence fell inside the tent. Outside, Bai Ye's eyes shone brightly. The mystery of super-evolution? He had long covetedly used Magic Hand, this kind of superpower that could be activated without consuming time. Only mental energy. Who wouldn't envy it? If he himself became a super-evolved being, how much time could he save? He wasn't envious of gene editing or mechanical modifications, those technologies that changed the body's structure seemed unreliable to him. But super-evolution was different. It was an evolution of the spirit. And besides super-evolution, there was also life. Engineering. This was a technology capable of extending human lifespan. Longer life meant more time. After all, the more Bai Yi thought about it, the more his heart burned with passion. His proud eyes were filled with desire, devoid of any distraction. He hated hypocrites the most. In his view, humans are inherently a collection of desires. People should face their desires head-on. Clearly understanding what they want, there's nothing shameful about that. Now, he wanted the Panga USB drive. A masterpiece of the civilization era, it rightfully belonged to a civilized person like him. With this thought, Bai Yi changed his plan. He no longer intended to kill these people. He wanted to go to Heishan. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, success is born from danger. If he could obtain the Panga USB drive, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Although he regarded time as life and hated wasting it, this was because often the time spent didn't match the gains. If he could use time to stop and acquire the Panga USB drive, that wouldn't be a waste at all. It was clearly a once-and-for-all good deed. Instead of risking himself to go to Heishan, it would be better to enter Heishan under the protection of the army. These people's goal was to have the Wastelanders scout the way in Heishan, meaning that before reaching Heishan, the Wastelanders would be under military protection. He was just calculating this when the two inside the tent started talking about other topics. Mr. Ring truly is a member of the 12 zodiac signs, indeed, well-informed and experienced. However, I still have one question. Now that the news about Heishan has leaked, more and more major forces are heading there, all eager to share a piece of the pie. Since the Panga USB drive is so important, and with your unparalleled sniping skills, Mr. Ring, why not join the main force to help the company seize the USB drive? Why go to the sheer cliffs of Heishan instead? Isn't the 189 shelter located beneath the mountain of Heishan? The officer asked, revealing the doubt he had harbored deep in his heart. Since receiving this escort mission, he had been confused. Why ignore the shelter and instead head to the cliffs of Heishan? The shelter has its own arrangements. Mr. Ing replied coldly. I am not responsible for snatching the Panga USB drive. I only kill. The officer was startled. Someone worth your personal sniping, there probably aren't many in this world, right? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ying's icy tone slightly softened. Flattery is universally loved, as long as it hits the right spot. Clearly, Mr. Ring was most proud of his sniping skills. Poof. Mr. Ring snorted coldly. You're not wrong, there are indeed few in this world worthy of my personal intervention. But this time, my assassination target is definitely qualified. He paused, then coldly uttered a name, Yang Jia. What? The officer was instantly shocked. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jia? Of course, it's him. Only, he is worthy of my using the Black Jiao M300. Mr. Ring stroked the metal case, a flicker of fiery passion in his eyes. Compared to Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer was somewhat worried. Tyrant Yang Jia is one of the 10 kings. Such a powerful transcendent, his mental strength has long surpassed human limits. Any assassination attempt would trigger a psychic warning, and, indeed, if the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, were so easy to kill, he would have been taken out by other snipers long ago. Mr. Ing interrupted. So, you, Humph. Mr. Ing sneered coldly. Not long ago, the tyrant single-handedly destroyed a satellite city of the company, gaining widespread notoriety. Some even privately ranked him as the top among the 10 kings. That battle indeed caused heavy losses to the company, but it also allowed us to gather all his data. The tyrant's psychic warning range is 3,000 meters. If someone snipes him within that range, he will detect the shot immediately. But if the shot is fired beyond 3,000 meters, he naturally cannot perceive the danger in advance. Firing beyond 3,000 meters. The officer's face was filled with shock. Having long been familiar with firearms, he knew well what it meant to accurately hit a target from that distance. Snipers are already among the most elite of the elite, and being able to shoot accurately from 3,000 meters away is even more rare among the rare. It's important to understand that bullets are affected by gravity, wind speed, humidity, and other factors. When a bullet is first fired, it travels in a straight line, but as the distance increases, it will drift off course. The farther the shot, the greater the deviation. A sniper must account for all these influences and calculate the bullet's impact point accordingly. The difficulty of this is evident. The officer snapped back to his senses and hurriedly praised, "I see. No wonder. As expected. Of you." In my opinion, the tyrant's weakness isn't really a weakness, because even if other snipers knew about it, they wouldn't be able to hit this top-tier extraordinary individual precisely from 3,000 meters away. Only you have such skill. This flattery made Mr. Ng, who was naturally not fond of smiling, break into a rare smile. Of course, once I deal with the tyrant, it won't be a problem for the company to get the Pango USB drive. Oh, killing the tyrant can also help the company obtain the Pango USB drive? The news about the Pango USB drive has long been leaked. Do you know why? No one has been able to get their hands on it until now? Why? The officer, playing along, pleased Bai Yi outside the tent. It was obvious he was eager to curry favor with Mr. Ng, so he kept flattering him. Because of the defense facilities at the 189 refuge, that advanced technology level is virtually impenetrable. Only the tyrant among the entire Baiman region could possibly breach the defenses of the 189 refuge. Currently, the tyrant is almost at Heishan. The officer's eyes lit up. You mean, after the tyrant breaks through the defenses, you will personally take the shot and then the company's people can smoothly enter the refuge and retrieve the USB drive? Exactly. Once the tyrant is dead, who can stand in the way of the company within Heishan? Brilliant. Truly brilliant. If Mr. Ng can kill one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, his ranking among the 12 zodiac animals might even rise. Even being at the top of the 12 zodiac is not impossible. Hearing this, Bai Yi no longer listened, as the rest of the words were just empty flattery, a barrage of praise and exaggerated compliments pouring out of the officer's mouth, all without repetition. It was a shame he didn't pursue a career in stand-up comedy. He already knew the general plan of the Heaven's Dawn Corporation, simply to use the tyrant to eliminate the tyrant. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. 10 kings? 12 zodiac animals? What trash! When time stops, everything must kneel before me. Bai Yi turned to leave, glancing carefully at the ground nearby, looking for any dead branches or similar debris. Sure enough, he found a half-dead branch waiting for him to step on. If he had stepped on it, it would surely trigger the TV show eavesdropping law. Luckily, he was quick-witted. Bai Yi stepped over the branch, silently slipping away along the shadow cast by the tent, wasting some time but successfully avoiding the patrolling soldiers. Among the refugee group, most had long fallen into deep sleep, only Li Yu's eyes wide as copper bells. He nervously and anxiously scanned the area around the soldiers' tents. Why hasn't Bai Yi made a move yet? Did he fail? No, that's unlikely. If he failed, at least there would be some sign. Did he get captured immediately upon meeting? Could he be being tortured right now, about to give me away? Li Yu grew more and more panicked, wishing he could run away right now. What are you muttering about? Bai Ye's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Li Yu was startled and almost shouted out loud. He hurriedly turned around and saw Bai Yi completely unharmed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What could I be muttering about? Of course, I'm praying for you, Brother Yi. By the way, what's going on with you? Did you kill someone? Bai Ye's face showed a hint of surprise. Kill someone? Who did I kill? Li Yu was stunned. You weren't going to kill the officer. Nonsense. Why would I do something so reckless? That's just reckless bravado. I've always acted with careful planning. It seems you haven't learned the 16-character true mantra. Alright, then I'll teach you a simple one, a true 8-character mantra. Remember this time, don't forget. Li Yu, Yi Gu, don't do this. You're now a stranger to me, and it's kind of frightening. Since you didn't go to kill anyone, what have you been doing? All this time? Of course, I was urinating. Urinating for so long? I often feel troubled because my kidney function is too strong. Li Yu? Alright, go to sleep. Bai Yi wiped his hands from Li Yu's shoulder. When he just returned, he had indeed taken a quick pee. Li Yu angrily shouted, when I was sleeping just now, you said you were going to kill someone. Now you're telling me to sleep again? How the hell am I supposed to sleep? Bai Yi, what do you really want? Can you just tell me the truth? Bai Yi thought for a moment, realizing he could still use this kid's right hand in Heishan, so he explained his purpose. I'm going to Heishan. What? Are you trying to commit suicide? You're damn right. Bai Yi was so angry he kicked him. I said I'm going to Heishan. How? Did it turn into suicide in your mouth? Is there a difference? Get lost, I'm going to sleep. Watching Bai Yi lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Li Yu was stunned in place for a long time, finally forcing out a sentence. I now understand how you awakened. You must have been stimulated by eating poisonous mushrooms, which is why you became an extraordinary person. The next day, just before dawn, the wasteland people were hurriedly urged by the army to set out. Among the crowd, Bai Yi yawned impatiently, still not having slept enough. His temper was already hot, and the more he thought about wasting 30 seconds yesterday, the angrier he got. Boom, boom, boom. 10 troop carriers roared loudly, soldiers on board pointing guns at the crowd, constantly urging them to move forward. Run. Faster. Keep up, those who fall behind will die. A group of ragged people were driven like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Yi mingled among the crowd, inconspicuous following the flow of people. Soon, a whole morning passed and the soldiers stopped their vehicles to start fires and cook lunch, giving the wasteland people a chance to breathe. They had hardly eaten full meals before, and after a long trek, their strength was nearly exhausted. One by one, they collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Many looked longingly at the food in the soldiers' hands, swallowing saliva repeatedly. They had escaped from the food-scarce gray soil town, and now, being driven back, they carried nothing with them. The soldiers ignored these begging looks, chatting and boasting while eating canned food. When the food was almost finished, one soldier mischievously threw an empty can into the crowd, sparking a scramble. Several wasteland people even fought over licking the residue inside the cans. Ha ha ha, look at these wasteland dogs fighting over food like wild scavengers, the soldiers sneered crudely. As city folk and members of the direct forces of the Apocalypse Corporation, their sense of superiority made them feel no kinship with the wasteland people. Damn, these born losers. Liu bit down hard on a cockroach protein bar, naturally disapproving of such scenes as a fellow wasteland dweller. Bro, can I have a bite? A middle-aged man, swallowing eagerly, approached, eyes fixed on Liu's cockroach protein bar. Here. Liu handed him one without hesitation, to show his difference from the city folk. The middle-aged man took the protein bar, his eyes instantly shining, and he wolfed it down greedily. Next to him, Bai Yi shook his head as he watched this scene. Still too young, Liu the middle-aged man finished eating without so much as a word of thanks, instead glaring fiercely at the torn burlap sack behind Liu. Brother, is there more? I'm not full yet. Liu frowned slightly. Before he could speak, several wastelanders nearby swarmed over like locusts, each reaching out with muddy hands. Give me some food, I haven't eaten in days. Me too. Me too. Seeing their eager faces, Liu paused in silence, then took out a few cockroach protein bars and handed them to them. But this move was like poking a hornet's nest. The few who had just eaten their fill lit up with bright eyes, excitedly demanding more. More and more wastelanders noticed what was happening here and began to gather. He has food in his hands. Give me some. I'm starving to death. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Liu's eyebrows knitted into a stern line. Although he had plenty of food, it was impossible to share with so many. If he gave a little to each, he'd end up starving himself. No more. Everyone, move away, he shouted. However, the crowd that saw the food looked like hungry wolves spotting prey, their eyes glowing with a sickly green light. I saw it. The sack behind him is full of food. Hand over the food. We're all starving. Are you trying to let us die of hunger? Some couldn't hold back and even started to snatch at the sack. Liu's face darkened with anger. Though injured, he was still an extraordinary being. With a casual push, he knocked those few to the ground. What do you mean I want to let you die of hunger? Those soldiers have food, why don't you go ask them? A tall wastelander said confidently, nonsense. If the soldiers could give me food, I wouldn't be coming to you. Hand over the food now, or don't blame us for being rude. Born. You bunch of borns. Liu's face paled with rage. His right hand ached again. Seeing the crowd's rising agitation, more and more people began to get restless. At this moment, Bai Yi, who had finished his cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up. His rebellious, unrestrained eyes swept over the crowd, a cold, sinister smile creeping onto his face. Look at you being so stingy. Everyone just wants a bit of food. Why refuse? Brother Yi. You. Liu stared blankly as Bai Yi picked up the sack and stepped forward to the crowd. Everyone, if you want food, come here and take some. I'm not as stingy as him, Bai Yi said with a gentle smile. The crowd instantly grew excited, rushing toward Bai Yi as if they were about to devour him alive. The tall wastelander, relying on his strong physique, pushed to the front. Kid, you're generous. After all, hand over the food. Bai Yi smiled and handed him a cockroach protein bar. Don't worry, we're all from Grey Earth Town. Outside, we should help each other. When people are hungry, they need to eat. You don't have food, but I happen to have some, so you're coming to eat my food, that's reasonable, right? The man quickly reached out to grab the protein bar, praising, yeah, you're a smart kid. It's just food, after all. Why so stingy? Let go. He intended to take the bar, but Bai Yi didn't loosen his grip at all. A flash of surprise crossed the man's eyes. Kid, what do you mean? But Bai Yi looked even more astonished, as if witnessing something incredible. No way, you're really eating it? You, ah! A piercing scream echoed through the crowd. Bai Yi casually released his hold, and the tall wastelander collapsed to the ground, his right hand twisted into an unnatural shape. The sudden shock frightened the others, who looked at the boy with fear. I was just joking with you. I didn't think you'd actually dare to eat it, Bai Yi said. Ah, my hand. You bastard. I'll kill you. Bang. Bai Yi stomped on his broken right hand, enjoying the other person's agonized screams, while giving a forceful kick. Still want to eat? No, I won't eat anymore, spare me. The man's face was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He only wanted to have a bite of food. If you didn't want to give it, then forget it. Was it necessary to resort to violence? From the crowd, a short, wasteland dweller angrily shouted, "Damn it!" Bai Yi suddenly stepped forward, grabbing the speaker from the crowd with a force as if lifting a little chick, then viciously threw him to the ground. Ah! Another scream echoed. But it wasn't over. Bai Yi stomped hard on the man's mouth, forcing his screams into his stomach. A fierce glint flashed in his rebellious eyes. "I hate people barking behind my back." "Bark all you want. Go ahead, scream again, damn it." Bang, bang, bang. He kicked out one after another, knocking out all the man's teeth, leaving only a mouth full of bloody, blurred flesh. "Just wanting a bite of food, and when I don't give it, why hit him? I'm hitting him, and I'm also hitting you." The brutal and savage scene immediately stunned the crowd, who, trembling with both anger and fear, watched Bai Yi's violence. No one dared to step forward to help. From a nearby troop transport, Mr. Ng and a military officer watched this scene with interest. "That's just savage, ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders around. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eliminated so that civilization can be restored sooner," the officer sneered. Mr. Ng replied calmly, "Even trash has its value. The company's scope isn't something you can imagine." Yes, Mr. Ng is right," the officer quickly forced a smile. "Report, sir." A wasteland dweller just arrived claiming to have important news. A soldier ran to the vehicle window to report. The officer inside slightly frowned, impatiently waving his hand. "Tell him to get lost." A mere wasteland dweller claiming to have important news? They consider it a big deal if they see a mutated hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated slightly. "Sir, that person said it concerns a taboo object." The officer's expression froze, his eyes narrowing. He didn't act rashly but looked at Mr. Ng beside him. Mr. Ying's stern face showed a hint of interest, and he nodded lightly. "Bring him in." Soon, a timid wasteland dweller, led by a soldier, approached the vehicle window. "Hello, sir. My name is Wang. No one cares what your name is. What is the news about the taboo object? If you dare to lie, I'll shoot you," the officer said with disgust, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, as if trying to block the contaminated air from this wasteland dweller. The wasteland dweller trembled and fell to his knees with a thud. I dare not. Every word I say is the truth. Speak quickly." Yes. In the gray soil town where I used to live, there is a taboo object called Breath of the Skeleton, which Bai Yi obtained. I just saw Bai Yi among the crowd." "What?" The officer's eyes lit up with surprise. "You mean someone in the refugee camp is carrying a taboo object?" "Wait, no, everyone was searched earlier, and no weapons were found." The wasteland dweller hurriedly said, "Sir, you are wise. I speak the truth." Bai Yi indeed recognized the taboo object as his master. Even if he's not carrying it now, it must be hidden somewhere. "Why? Didn't you say this earlier?" As Mr. Ying's gaze fell upon him, the yellow-brown eagle eyes flickered with a chilling, piercing coldness. I didn't mean to hide it. Bai Yi is one of the two people who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He looked so dirt-stained and grimy, and it was too dark yesterday, so I didn't recognize him. Just now, when he suddenly started hitting someone, I suddenly felt it looked very familiar. He's our East District's deputy leader. I've worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I even helped him to eat. He promised to give me a piece of meat, but in the end, he didn't give it to me. Commander, considering I provided information about the forbidden item, could you give me a piece of meat?" This wasteland dweller was obviously frightened by Mr. Ying's gaze and had already started rambling incoherently, spilling everything he knew. "Brother Yi, did I do something wrong?" Li Yu asked dejectedly. "I just thought he was pitiful." White Yi twitched his lips. "What? Has your conscience been vomited out by a dog?" Li Yu almost choked with rage. He was furious at first but then quickly deflated. "Maybe I really was wrong." "No, you're not wrong. It's this era that's wrong." Li Yu was shaken to his core. He suddenly looked up, somewhat moved, at White Yi. He hadn't expected the other to be so good at comforting people. "You're right, brother Yi. It's this era that's wrong. If it were a civilized age, such things wouldn't happen." White Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "What I mean is, if people want to live well, the first rule is never admit they're wrong." "How could I be wrong?" "That's mental internal conflict, and it's not good. Remember, if you can blame others, blame others. If you can't, then blame the times." Li Yu, he realized that in just a few days of knowing White Yi, countless twisted and distorted philosophies had bombarded his fragile mind. The 16-character truth, the 8-character truth, humility, and the shifting monument. Now there was another. "It's not my fault, it's the era's fault." He didn't consider himself a good person, but compared to White Yi, he suddenly felt he was actually quite decent. "Brother Yi, I really envy your mental state. By the way, do you still have the poisonous mushrooms you ate before? I'll poison you." Hey, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Don't hit my right hand." Li Yu hurriedly dodged, protecting his right hand. He'd rather suffer damage to his vital parts than hurt his right hand, but White Ye's character was well known. Kicking the crippled leg was his usual style. After a while of bickering, suddenly there was movement in the distant army. Officers and Mr. Ring stepped out of the vehicle, and beside them stood a timid wasteland dweller. The moment White Ye saw that wasteland dweller, he sighed. "Ah, what's wrong, Brother Ye?" Li Yu asked curiously. "Get ready to act." "Ha? Again?" White Ye didn't answer. Instead, he slowly stood up and walked toward the officers and Mr. Ring. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Even the wasteland dweller who was eating stopped and looked nervously at them. No one knew what would happen next. They only saw the high-ranking officer approaching the refugee camp, and at the same time, a young boy emerged from the camp. "Commander! It's him! It's Bai Yi!" The wasteland dweller who was walking with the officer excitedly pointed at Bai Yi, desperately trying to prove he wasn't lying. Seeing Bai Yi approaching, the officer's lips curled into an intriguing smile. "This wasteland dweller is quite interesting." Mr. Ring coldly stared at Bai Yi, his yellow-brown eagle eyes seeming to see through people's hearts. "Do you have a forbidden item?" he asked calmly. Bai Yi didn't deny it. "Yes." After speaking, he directly pulled out the skeleton breath from his body. Such an action instantly triggered the soldiers' nerves, the sound of clicking and cocking guns ringing out. Countless bullets were chambered, and more than a dozen soldiers raised their rifles, aiming at Bai Yi. The officer frowned slightly and scolded, "What are you doing? With Mr. Ing here, do you think a forbidden item can still turn the tide? Put your guns down. Am I right, Mr. Ing?" Mr. Ring nodded calmly, his face devoid of arrogance, but an innate confidence radiated from him. In his view, even if this wasteland youth wielded a forbidden item, it wouldn't pose the slightest threat to him. "You won the fate roulette with 6 shots, capturing the skeleton breath. Though he's just a wasteland dweller, he's got some guts." The praise typical of someone in power was vividly reflected in him. This wasn't pretense but a natural, ingrained confidence. "Hurry up and thank Mr. Ring. To receive his praise is your greatest honor." The officer was still licking his lips. Bai Yi remained silent, contemplating how to eliminate the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest possible time. "Kid, I'm talking to you, Hey, it's normal for wasteland folk to be unaware of manners." Mr. Ring gently raised his hand to stop the angry officer. His yellow-brown eagle eyes looked at the skeleton breath in Bai Yi's hand and calmly asked, "How powerful is it?" "No bullets." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and casually waved the revolver in his hand. "Give him bullets." Mr. Ying's words stunned the soldiers. "Bullets for a wasteland dweller? Aren't they afraid?" The soldiers hesitated, but after seeing Mr. Ying's composed expression, they couldn't help but be infected by this overwhelming confidence. Soon, the bullets were handed over to Bai Yi, who didn't hold back. He loaded them openly and then fired directly. Bang! The loud gunshot startled both the wasteland dweller and the soldiers. Only Mr. Ing and the officer remained calm. Thud! The informant wasteland dweller beside Mr. Ing collapsed instantly, a huge blood hole in his chest. His eyes widened, dead without closing them. The wasteland folk were all shocked by Bai Yi's audacity. He dared to kill in front of the officer? Mr. Ing casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Snake-level forbidden item, its power is quite decent. If you survive the trip to Black Mountain, I can offer you a chance to follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked away, completely indifferent to Bai Yi's response. Perhaps, in his eyes, no wasteland dweller would refuse to follow him, for it was the greatest honor. The officer sneered coldly, "Kid, you're lucky." He also turned to leave, not intending to seize the forbidden item. It wasn't that he looked down on it. He had long since learned from the informant how to contain such forbidden objects. He wouldn't use such barbaric and crude methods of containment. Moreover, skeleton breath had significant side effects and was only valuable for selling. But since Mr. Ring had taken a liking to this wasteland youth, he naturally lost interest. "Did I tell you two to leave?" The young man's rebellious and reckless voice rang out, shocking everyone. Mr. Ring and the officer simultaneously frowned, stopping in their tracks. Bai Yi held the skeleton breath, casually pointing at the two of them, his eyes filled with defiance despite the dust and dirt. "Brother Yi, my real brother, calm down," Li Yu anxiously whispered beside him. "Isn't it true they didn't steal your forbidden item? Why bother?" Bai Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile. "They didn't take mine, but I want to take theirs." Li Yu stared in disbelief at the young man before him. His reckless, audacious style truly shocked him. Though he didn't understand it, he was deeply shaken. In his mind, everything could be peaceful. People had already let you go. So why cause trouble again? According to most people's understanding, that's indeed the case, but Bai Yi didn't see it that way. He didn't see peace and stability. Instead, he saw two self-important big shots throwing a piece of meat and bone onto the ground, then making others lick it, grateful and obedient. "In front of my face, they put on a show and then wanted to leave?" He had intended to quietly follow the team to Heishan, but unexpectedly, two trash suddenly jumped out, acting all high and mighty face to face. It made him laugh with anger. "No, who gave you the courage? Kid, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to want to be a dead man," Mr. Ring said coldly. The little bit of admiration in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced only by a lofty indifference. Mr. Ing, there's no need to get angry over such people. They're just wastelanders blinded by taboo objects. Let the one behind handle it, Bai Yi replied lightly. Mr. Ing responded with a soft hum. For someone of his status to attack a wastelander was indeed beneath him. The officer slowly stepped forward, casually shaking his head, the sound of metal gears grinding at his neck. He sneered, "Kid, I've seen many fools, but I've truly never met someone as stupid as you. You really think a broken gun makes you invincible? The power of taboo objects is indeed formidable, but you have to hit the target first. With your shooting speed, I could stand here and let you fire, and you wouldn't even scratch me. Stop wasting time with him, hurry up and finish him off. Get ready to leave." Suddenly, Mr. Ying's cold voice sharply rose and his body instantly stiffened in place. His instinct for danger went into overdrive, causing his hair to stand on end, a chilling sense of dread crawling up his spine and straight to his crown. All of this stemmed from the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, held by the young boy. Even if you're talking nonsense, there should be a limit, right? Don't you think so, Mr. Ing? Bai Ye's rebellious voice echoed in Mr. Ying's ear. Impossible. When did you? Mr. Ying's yellow-brown eagle eye shrank to pinpoints, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why was Bai Yi, who had just been in front of him, suddenly behind him. His eagle eyes were capable of extremely high-speed visual tracking, even in front of the 10 kings. They couldn't be faster. Could it be the legendary instant teleportation? Let go of Mr. Ing now. The officer, furious and alarmed, instinctively tried to activate his mechanical limbs, but as he exerted force, he was horrified to find that all his mechanical arms and legs had suddenly disconnected. The most terrifying part was that his torso was gradually slipping downward. Bang! The officer fell to the ground, only his torso and head remaining, with his mechanical limbs scattered all over. What the hell is going on? What did you do to me? The officer's face was twisted with fear, dust from the ground smudging his delicate skin. He had never seen anything so bizarre. Before he even made a move, his mechanical limbs had been taken apart. How did you do that? After a brief panic, Mr. Ing regained his composure. He didn't act rashly but secretly looked for an opportunity. He was a genetically modified human, no doubt, but his combat strength was not strong, at most just enough to dodge bullets. His main advantage in becoming one of the 12 zodiac signs was his eagle eye and unparalleled sniping skills. As long as he had distance and a sniper rifle, even the 10 kings could be killed. But now, with the skeleton breath pointing at his head, no matter how capable he was, he couldn't fully unleash his power. Let them put down their guns, Bai Yi said calmly, hiding behind Mr. Ing. Everyone, put down your guns. Mr. Ing barked. The soldiers around, tense and armed, exchanged glances, then finally lowered their weapons to the ground. Lizua, come out and do your job. Bai Yi shouted to the crowd, and the stunned Liu stepped forward. His shocked eyes never left Bai Yi's face. He pushed through the crowd and, under everyone's watchful eyes, arrived beside Bai Yi, foolishly asking, "Brother Yi, what do you want me to do?" Seeing his foolish look, Bai Yi was so angry he couldn't contain himself and kicked him, shouting, "Go collect the guns." Okay, Liu hurriedly went to pick up the guns on the ground. After a moment of shock, he finally recovered and turned to give Bai Yi a thumbs up. "Brother Yi, you're awesome." Once Liu had collected all the guns, Mr. Ing spoke in a deep voice. "I've already followed your instructions. Now we can talk." Before Mr. Ing could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Yi's sinister laughter. "I told you to do something, and you just do it? Are you a dog or what?" Bang! The skeleton breath erupted with a tremendous roar, flames and blood-red light whistling out simultaneously. A blood-colored bullet precisely hit Mr. Ying's right knee. He grunted and collapsed to the ground, his face pale with pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet even so, he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to cry out. At this moment, it was clear that Mr. Ing, a genetically modified human, was different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person had been shot like that, one leg would likely be gone, but Mr. Ing only had a thumb-sized blood hole in his leg. Though he couldn't use his right leg for now, at least it was still there, with some hope for treatment. The soldiers' faces changed drastically. They were about to rush forward to seize the guns when Mr. Ing, enduring the pain, raised his hand. "Don't act rashly." After stopping the soldiers, he struggled to turn his head and looked at Bai Yi. "You didn't kill me outright, which means there's still room for negotiation. I was too abrupt earlier. I didn't know there was such a powerful, extraordinary person hidden among us. I admit defeat this time. You can make any conditions, you just have to spare me. Now you realize you've lost? Isn't it your turn to give me an opportunity?" Bai Ye's eyes were fierce and ruthless, the metal gun barrel pressed tightly against Mr. Ying's head. "I'll give you a chance now. I've never seen a wasteland dweller like me kneel and admit fault to the high and mighty city folk. If you're pleased enough to see me kneel, maybe I can still let you go," Bai Yi said coldly. Mr. Ying's face darkened to the extreme. To make a wasteland dweller kneel was almost worse than killing him. "Soldiers, kill him if you must." Bang! Mr. Ying's Mine suddenly went blank as he fell stiffly to the ground, his yellow-brown eagle eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that Bai Yi would actually act on impulse and kill him. You actually killed Mr. Ng. The officer, crawling like a maggot, shouted in horror, his voice distorted and twisted. Bai Yi helplessly shrugged. Can't really blame me. He said himself, soldiers can be killed, but not humiliated. So I just fulfilled his wish. The officer's eyes nearly bulged out. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ng is one of the 12 zodiac animals. If you kill him, the company won't let you go. Fuck. Bai Yi strode over and kicked the officer in the face, knocking him so hard his nose bled profusely. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he leaned down. Are you as stupid as a pig? Is it because you're used to showing off? Dying right now, you still dare to talk big? I'm not just going to kill him, I'll kill you too. The officer, suddenly waking from a nightmare, broke out in cold sweat. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company, fuck your company. Bai Yi roared in anger, kicking the officer several more times until his front teeth were knocked out. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then die, Bai Yi said coldly. Don't kill me, please. Just spare me, I'll do anything you want. I'm willing to kneel and kowtow to you, the officer screamed. Incoherently. Despite losing his limbs, he used only his abdomen and neck muscles to repeatedly slam his head against the ground. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi laughed recklessly, turning to the group of dumbfounded wastelanders and said, see that? Even the old master of Dawn City, whom you fear so much, will kneel before the wastelanders. In the scene with hundreds of people, not a single person responded, only the wild, carefree laughter of the young man echoed in the wind. Liu glanced at the officer continuously kowtowing, then looked at Mr. Ng, whose mind was clearly overactive. He instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. Everything happened too quickly, so fast it felt like a dream. His consciousness was still stuck on by Ye's earlier words about preparing to attack until now, seeing such a big figure like Mr. Ng die, he finally snapped out of it. Yi, brother Yi, the big shot is dead? Even with the facts laid out before him, he still found it hard to believe. The class gap between the city folk and the wastelanders was unimaginable, so vast that he dared not think that such a prominent figure would die so recklessly right in front of him. Ah, Bai Yi sighed. Yes, who would have thought he was still alive before he died? Li Yu? Don't worry, he didn't die in vain. Bai Yi grinned. The death of Mr. Ng was valuable, it provided him with a lot of vital energy. One of Mr. Ying's supplies of vital energy was roughly equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, which slightly enhanced his physical condition again. Spare me! Spare me! The officer was still kowtowing, blood and dirt covering his face, yet he refused to stop. Bai Yi cast a glance at the nearby soldiers who were itching to move, a plan forming in his mind. His original intention was to leverage the army's strength to head to Black Mountain. Now it seemed that pointing guns at the officers and threatening them to take him to Black Mountain was also an option. Though the process would be different, the outcome would be the same. Enough, stop kowtowing. I'll give you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain. The officer was initially overjoyed, then froze in surprise. You're going to Black Mountain? Bai Yi shot him a cold glance. What? You don't want to? The officer's heart tightened. No, I do. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and start the car, escort this lord to Black Mountain. The soldiers looked at each other but dared not act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ng had been shot in the head and their superior was instantly dismembered. Even with guns in their hands, they didn't believe they could deal with Bai Yi, this extraordinary person, especially now that they had no guns. Just as they were about to move, suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the wasteland crowd. Ah, snakes! A ragged wastelander leapt up as if electrocuted, his left arm visibly coiled with a small black snake. The man frantically swung his arm, but the black snake, biting into his flesh, refused to let go. Within 2 seconds, a dark bluish hue crept up his face from his arm. The man's scream abruptly stopped, and he stiffly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, eyes bulging in death. The sudden horror caused everyone to scatter in panic. But just a few meters away, they were horrified to discover that the ground was actually writhing. Small mounds bulged up on the earth, accompanied by faint cracking sounds as black snakes emerged from underground. Snakes! Dense, countless snakes. They raised their triangular heads, their scarlet tongues flickering constantly, rushing toward the crowd like black streams. The friction of their scales created a chilling tremor that made the scalp tingle. The sheer number was enough to terrify even those with acrophobia to death. Mutated beast black snakes. The officer on the ground shouted in panic. Bai Yi's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected to encounter mutated beasts so soon again, first hyenas, then gray sparrows, and now black snakes. How many more mutated beasts had Black Mountain unleashed? Li Yu, hand over the guns to them. Prepare for battle. Li Yu hurriedly called the soldiers to arm themselves. At this moment, there was no time for internal conflict. They had to deal with the black snakes first. Bai Yi pulled the officer up sharply, his expression cold. Let your men hunt down the black snakes. Yes. The officer nodded sharply, as if someone had just struck a gong. At this point, there was no need for Bai Yi to say anything. He already knew what to do. After all, when facing Bai Yi, a human, he could beg for mercy, but in front of the mutated beasts, words were useless. Bang bang bang. The intense gunfire erupted, and the soldiers with guns immediately joined the fight. Without fighting, they would die anyway. As for the wastelanders, most of them were frantically fleeing. Only a few picked up stones from the ground, continuously attacking the black snakes on the ground. But it was all in vain. Fleeing only meant a quicker death, and the stones couldn't kill the black snakes anyway. Ah! The screams kept ringing out one after another. A desperate wastelander ran into a pile of snakes, only to see a dozen black snakes burrow into his pant leg, climbing up his thigh. The cold body temperature of the reptiles made his hair stand on end, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. He screamed in panic, jumping and scrambling like a monkey, frantically scratching his body. He threw one snake away, but soon more snakes crawled onto him. Finally, a black snake reached his neck, its triangular head raised, flicking its crimson tongue, before suddenly plunging into his mouth. Ugh, ugh, ugh. His eyes nearly bulged out, muffled sobs escaping his lips. His body stiffened, and he collapsed into the snake pile. In an instant, countless black snakes covered him completely. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched violently as he watched the scene. Just moments ago, he had killed Mr. Ing and disarmed the officer, taking 33 seconds. Now, only 57 seconds remained. 57 seconds, forget killing the snakes, even escaping might not be enough. These snakes numbered at least 1,000, spreading across the ground like a black carpet. He didn't sit and wait for death but instead frantically opened fire. Several crimson blood vessels sprouted from the white bone gun, stabbing sharply into Bai Ye's palm, continuously drawing his blood and life force. Bang bang bang. The crimson bullets shot out with tremendous force, each capable of killing 2 or 3 black snakes in a single shot. If lucky and in a dense area of snakes, one shot could even kill 5. But even so, facing such a vast number of black snakes was still a drop in the bucket. Damn it, what trash! The blood and energy provided are even less than that of a gray sparrow. Bai Yi cursed in dissatisfaction. During the reload, he glanced at the nearby wastelanders, because they had no weapons and were in a panic. Almost all of them had been slaughtered, leaving only 3 or 5 still struggling desperately, madly running toward the soldiers. However, the soldiers couldn't hold out either. Using bullets to deal with the writhing black snakes on the ground was inconvenient. Some soldiers who were close to the snakes even abandoned their guns and resorted to melee with military knives. Among everyone present, the most efficient snake killer was undoubtedly Li Yu. He clenched his teeth and swung his bandaged right hand. His extraordinary ability, the magic hand, instantly activated. A 3-meter-long, invisible giant hand descended from the sky, slapping down and killing dozens of black snakes with a single palm strike, even leaving half-inch deep large handprints on the ground. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Li Yu to be somewhat useful. Li Zua, how much longer can you hold out? Bai Yi asked. Li Yu gasped heavily. 3. Bai Ye's face lit up with joy. 3 minutes is enough. Based on Li Yu's efficiency, 3 minutes could at least kill 2/3 of the black snakes, leaving the remaining third manageable. 2. Bai Yi froze. 1. Clack. Li Yu's right hand hung limply, faintly bleeding through the white bandages. Li Zua, you damn, what are you trying to do now? Playing clever with me? Do you think you're funny? Li Yu forced a smile. I'm just learning from you, brother Yi. Can't you learn something better? Seeing that Li Yu was no longer reliable, Bai Yi turned his gaze to the officer. He believed that since the officer and Mr. Ring dared to lead people to Black Mountain, they must have confidence in dealing with the mutated beasts along the way. You say, how about I install a mechanical arm on you now? The officer let out a bitter laugh. Useless. The mechanical arm isn't just a simple installation, it has an embedded neural connection device. That's the only way it can be wielded like an arm. Now that you've cut the device, installing it is pointless. Fuck, then I'll send you to see Mr. Ring, Bai Yi said, grabbing the officer to throw him into the snake swarm. Stop, there's still a way. Bai Yi squinted his eyes, releasing the officer. What way? My mechanical arm has a self-destruct device. It's meant to be used to perish together with enemies and to prevent enemies from dismantling the arm to steal technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct now, as long as the inside of the mechanical arm is severely damaged, it can trigger the self-destruct. You just need to shoot the connection point of the mechanical arm with a taboo object to activate it. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Yi kicked the officer directly, nearly knocking him over. The reason he didn't say earlier was because he didn't want to destroy his own mechanical arm. The cost of a single arm is several million, and the limbs together have already cost over 10 million. He had invested his entire fortune into these mechanical limbs to reach his current status. If the mechanical limbs were gone, he would have no chance to turn things around. Moreover, he thought Bai Yi, being such a powerful person, could easily handle the black snake, so he didn't plan to say anything. Now, as Bai Yi was about to throw him to feed the snakes, he naturally dared not hide the truth. Bai Yi picked up a silver-white metallic mechanical arm from the ground and threw it forcefully into the densest part of the snake swarm. Then, after the mechanical arm hit the ground, he aimed at the connection point and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Nothing happened. The mechanical arm did not self-destruct. You actually dared to lie to me. Bai Yi immediately became furious and kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned deathly pale from the pain. And he kept saying, "Impossible. I really didn't lie to you. There is indeed a self-destruct device inside." Brother Yi, it seems you didn't hit it, Liu whispered from beside him. Bai Ye's face darkened instantly. "If you can talk, say more." He fired again, bang, 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 3 shots. Finally, he hit the target. When the bullet struck the connection point of the mechanical arm, a crisp, metallic chime sounded, and then, boom! As if 10 grenades exploded simultaneously, a huge burst of fire shot into the sky, instantly flipping over hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred snake halves fell from the air. The remaining black snakes, seemingly frightened by the massive explosion, turned and ran, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily averted. Everyone let out a relieved sigh. Bai Yi looked at the crowd and saw that all the wasteland people had been killed, including more than 30 soldiers. The originally large team had shrunk to just over 60. The good news was there were no survivors. Those bitten by the black snakes had all been poisoned to death. At this moment, many soldiers regained their senses and looked nervously at Bai Yi. Bai Yi sneered disdainfully. "What? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ring died?" The soldiers' hearts chilled as they recalled Mr. Ying's tragic, unblinking death. The officer, eager to survive, hurriedly shouted, "Lower your weapons. Anyone who dares defy Lord Bai Yi will face military justice." Bai Yi then began to soothe the crowd. "As long as you escort me to Black Mountain, I will let you go." He lied. Again, once they reach Black Mountain, they all will die. If any of these people managed to return alive to Dawn City, he would have to face the army siege and the revenge of the so-called 12 zodiac signs. After a simple display of both kindness and authority, this remaining team set out again. To prevent the soldiers from fleeing, Bai Yi confiscated their guns and blew out all the tires, leaving only one transport vehicle for himself to drive, while the soldiers jogged in front of the vehicle. The roles had reversed. Previously, Bai Yi was running on the ground while the soldiers sat in the vehicle. Now, it was the other way around. In the transport vehicle, Bai Yi was driving, with Liu holding the officer hostage. "Brother Yi, what's in this box?" Liu curiously examined the silver-white metal box beside the seat. "This is a gift from Mr. Ring. Open it and take a look, you'll know," Bai Yi replied casually, though he already knew what was inside. The sniper rifle, Black Jiao M300, clicked open. Liu lifted the metal case, and a cold metallic scent mixed with machine oil hit his face. 8 precision components lay on a black sponge pad, gleaming with a matte finish. The barrel curled like a sleeping black python in the center. This is a sniper rifle." Liu looked at the Black Jiao M300 with surprise. Although he didn't understand snipers just from its intricate appearance, anyone could tell this was an expensive piece. "This is Mr. Ying's Black Jiao M300, one of the top-tier sniper rifles. Its power can even rival forbidden objects of the gel level," whispered the officer nearby. The situation was dire. He had to perform well to survive. Bai Yi, who was driving, raised an eyebrow. "Forbidden objects of the gel level?" Earlier, when Mr. Ring saw the breath of the skeleton, he mentioned a snake-level forbidden object. Now there's a gel level. Could this be the classification of forbidden objects? The officer seemed to notice Bai Yi's confusion and hurried to explain. "Forbidden objects are divided into 3 levels: snake, jiao, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake-level forbidden object, while Mr. Ying's Black Jiao M300 isn't a forbidden object. But in terms of power and rarity, it's not far from a gel-level forbidden object. That's why it's named Black Jiao." "Then isn't this sniper rifle worth a lot?" Liu's eyes immediately lit up. The value of the Black Jiao M300 is hard to measure in money because it's not a product of this era. It comes from the civilization era, cannot be mass-produced, and is considered a limited edition. After multiple repair processes, it was restored. Current technology can't produce such precision sniper rifles. Today's sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1000 meters, but the Black Jiao's effective range reaches a terrifying 4000 meters, using special supersonic bullets that can penetrate any armor. "Nonsense, just tell me how much it's worth." Liu had no interest in these details. He only cared about money. The officer paused. "If sold on the black market, it could fetch at least 10 million. "How much?" Liu's scream nearly pierced Bai Yi's eardrum. "Lower your voice. Look at you, so inexperienced, it's just a few tens of millions," Bai Yi said irritably, rubbing his ear. Liu's face turned red with excitement. He'd never heard of so much money in his life. "Yigu, that's over 10 million. If we sell the Black Jiao M300, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." "Wrong, it's me who won't have to worry for the rest of my life." Liu immediately looked crestfallen, hurriedly flattering him. "Yigu, for the sake of us risking life and limb together, just give me a little share." "Can't share even a little," Bai Yi said coldly, completely extinguishing Liu's enthusiasm. He looked at the Black Jiao M300 with a look of despair and resentment. Bai Yi kept his eyes on the road, faintly saying, "But I don't plan to sell it." "Not planning to sell?" Yi Gu, this gun is worth over 10 million. Why not sell it? Because it's too eye-catching. There are hardly any such sniper rifles in the world. If you sell it, you're basically telling everyone that you killed Mr. Ing, Bai Yi replied calmly. Li Yu froze. But if you don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal? Bai Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Who said it's scrap? I can't keep it for myself? You. Li Yu remembered Bai Yi's heroic act of firing 3 shots, hitting only the mechanical arm joint, and his eyes filled with deep suspicion, lacking any trust. Bai Yi's face darkened. That was because I ate a cockroach protein bar and got an upset stomach. I just didn't perform well at the moment. Come on, Yi Gu. People can fool others, but don't fool yourself, Li Yu said, shaking his head. Fuck you. Get out of the car and run 1,000 meters away. Let's see if I can shoot off your silly hair with one shot. Li Yu instinctively reached up and touched that rebellious strand of hair on his head, hurriedly smoothing it down. But as soon as his hand left, the silly hair sprang back up with a bounce. He quickly changed the subject, fearing that Bai Yi, this neurotic who had eaten poisonous mushrooms, might actually try to test fire on him. Yi Ge, the range of the Black Dragon M300 is really impressive. Thinking back, I still feel a bit scared. Luckily, you directly took out Mr. Ing at the time, or else, facing a sniper a kilometer away, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. Bai Yi also understood this logic well. His time-freezing ability wasn't omnipotent. Snipers could restrain him to some extent because it was hard for him to detect bullets fired from 1,000 meters away. If he reacted too late, he could be killed instantly. That's why he wanted to keep the Black Dragon M300, aiming to train himself into a sniper too. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the best way to respond. Li Yu continued, snipers hiding far away and unseen are the most terrifying enemies. Yi Ji, if there's a sniper trying to kill me, should I run straight or take an S-shaped route? Neither straight nor S-shaped will work. Ha! My advice is to stand still and wait for him to come to his senses. Li Yu? At night, the sky was pitch black, as if the stars had been erased, leaving only the bright moon hanging high. Around the camp, a group of soldiers sat on the ground around several fires, their faces grim as they looked at the number tags in their hands. Yes, they had been divided into groups by Bai Yi, just like when they dealt with wastelanders before. 20 people per group, supervising each other, and if anyone ran, the whole group would die. The officers had become supervisors. Bai Yi told them that if someone ran, they would cut off a piece of their flesh. The terrified officers dared not even blink, staring fixedly at the soldiers. On the transport truck, Bai Yi was staring blankly at a gold pocket watch, a gift from the officer, a selfless gift. 10:28. Why isn't it 12 yet? Since gaining the ability to freeze time, he was eager for time to pass quickly. Currently, he had less than a minute of usable time, which made him very uncomfortable. Especially tonight, camping outdoors, because the closer to Black Mountain, the fewer people there were, and there was no nearby town to settle in, so they could only camp in the wild. Yi Ge, we probably won't encounter any more mutated beasts today, right? Li Yu looked into the pitch-black night, feeling uneasy. He was truly afraid of mutated beasts now. In just a few days, he had encountered 3 waves of mutated beasts, witnessing hundreds of people die right before his eyes. Not having nightmares at night was already a sign of his courage. Probably not? Bai Yi was also unsure. Black Mountain isn't a zoo, there shouldn't be so many mutated beasts, right? Lord Bai Yi, the officer hesitated. According to records, during the civilization era, there was indeed a wildlife park in Black Mountain. Bai Yi. And, generally speaking, in order to preserve species diversity, shelters often collect various animals, so a long wolf howl suddenly echoed through the dark wilderness. You jinxed it. Bai Yi cursed, kicking the officer. Ignoring the howling officer, he suddenly jumped down from the vehicle. Everyone, come here and get your weapons. Prepare for battle. It was well known that wolves are pack animals. Hearing a wolf howl often meant you had been surrounded by a pack of wolves. The soldiers leapt up like startled birds, quickly grabbing their weapons and preparing to fight. In their field of vision, in the distant dark wilderness, pairs of glowing green beast eyes appeared. Bang! One soldier, panicked, pulled the trigger, and the battle erupted instantly. The glowing green eyes approached the firelight's range, revealing their true forms. A pack of gray wolves, each over 2 meters tall, with sturdy, powerful limbs and claws sharp as hooks. With a light step on the ground, they could leave deep claw marks behind. Their fur was not of a single color like ordinary wolves, but displayed a strange mottled pattern. The base color was dark gray, interwoven with dark red and black stripes, resembling dried blood intertwined with the darkness of night. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward, their eyes filled with slaughter and hunger. Their strong limbs stomped the earth, yet they seemed to gallop with the momentum of 10,000 horses. Their speed was too fast, and coupled with the poor night vision, the soldiers' accuracy in shooting dropped significantly. In just a moment, the wolves had already rushed up to their faces. Screams of terror rang out one after another. Some soldiers were so frightened they lost their nerve, some froze in place waiting for death, while others turned and ran. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? Bai Yi kept firing, but after running out of bullets in his magazine, he had only managed to kill 1 wolf. These wolves were Quite intelligent, seemingly aware of the threat posed by guns, and after killing a soldier, they would not linger but immediately pounce on the next, highly mobile. Especially after becoming demonic beasts, their speed, already adept at rushing, increased even further. Under the cover of night, they almost appeared as streaks of residual shadows. At this moment, Bai Yi despised his marksmanship deeply. He swore that once he had time, he would practice shooting diligently. Actually, it wasn't just him, even these soldiers trained in marksmanship found it difficult to hit the wolves now because of their incredible speed. Damn it, I can only throw another mechanical arm. He resorted to his old trick, tossing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack, then suddenly opened fire, bang, bang. This time, luck was on his side. The second shot hit the connection point of the mechanical arm. Boom! A huge burst of fire shot into the sky, and the deafening explosion toppled several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The effect was immediate. The beasts, naturally afraid of fire and loud noises, were quickly scared off by the explosion of the mechanical arm. Bai Yi let out a breath of relief, finally feeling that he hadn't wasted his time. After this battle, the number of soldiers was reduced to just over 50, more than half of whom were wounded. Brother Yi, should we retreat? I don't think we have to go to Black Mountain. There are other shelters, and once my right hand heals, we can go explore other shelters without delay, Liu said, clutching his bandaged right hand, which was bleeding faintly, with lingering fear. He felt that if this continued, his right hand might never recover in his lifetime. Watching the distant wolves retreat, Bai Yi's expression darkened. Where to retreat to? The demonic beasts from Black Mountain have all come out. They're wandering nearby. Who can guarantee we won't run into them if we retreat now? Black Mountain might actually be safer. He had already told Liu about the situation at Shelter 189, planning to make a quick profit. The remnants of the civilization era, any one of them, could fetch a sky-high price on the black market. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something. He grabbed the fallen officer and coldly said, I'm really curious now, what makes you think you have the guts to storm Black Mountain? Are you hiding some secret weapon? The officer was truly hard-pressed to explain. He hurriedly said, Sir, it's not that we're weak, but that you're just too strong. There's really no secret weapon. If there were, it could only be Mr. Ing. Isn't Mr. Ing just a sniper? Is he that powerful? Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't really seen Mr. Ing demonstrate much strength. He just seemed to be a good talker, always talking about killing the 10 kings. Mr. Ying's close combat ability isn't strong, but his marksmanship is divine. With his pistol skills and sniping techniques, he can become one of the 12 zodiac animals, the eagle. The outside world regards him as the strongest, yet also the weakest among the 12 zodiac. His strength lies in being able to kill any of the others if he keeps his distance, but he's weak because if anyone gets close, any of the other 12 zodiac animals can kill him. Take the gray wolf just now, for example. If Mr. Ring were here, he alone could kill all the gray wolves. Don't be fooled by their speed. In front of Mr. Ying's eagle eyes, they're as slow as turtles. With just a submachine gun, he could pierce through all the wolves' eyes in 3 seconds. Bai Yi was stunned. Wait, is this guy really that awesome? Using a submachine gun like a sniper rifle? Wait, no. That can't be right. Among the Chinese zodiac, is there even an eagle? The officer froze, clearly not expecting Bai Yi's focus to be so peculiar. He cautiously explained, the Chinese zodiac is part of an organization under Tianqi technology, composed of 12 powerful genetically modified humans. Their titles are determined by their genetic modification focus, not by their zodiac signs. And the gunfighting technique? The details are not very clear even to us. It seems to be a sophisticated shooting method, where, at the moment of firing, the shooter swings the gun rapidly and the centrifugal force causes the bullets to curve. Bullets curve? That's impossible. Bai Yi had also heard of bullet curving technology in his previous life, but only in movies. He never thought it would exist in reality. He looked at the mutated beast, the gray wolf corpse on the ground, and suddenly relaxed. Forget it. Mutated beasts aren't exactly scientific either, or maybe they're too scientific, far beyond his understanding of technology. After all, this place has mechanical and genetic modifications, and even superhumans. So what about you? Are you just a useless sidekick? The officer kept smiling awkwardly. Compared to the big shots, I am indeed a waste, but I do have some use. For example, my mechanical devices include a few powerful weapons that can shoot flames, shells, and even switch to machine guns. Bai Yi fell silent. He suddenly realized that if he hadn't killed Mr. Ring back then, or hadn't removed the officer's limbs, the journey to Black Mountain would have been a complete walkover. Mutated beasts are strong, but in the face of such heavy firepower as machine guns, they can't withstand even a second. If he hadn't been so impulsive back then. Stop. Reject mental fatigue. Smack. Bai Yi slapped the officer again in frustration. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so arrogant before, would I have to kill you? The officer was stunned, confused about why Bai Yi was so angry. He didn't dare ask and could only smile apologetically. A night quickly passed. Fortunately, after the gray wolves fled, no mutated beasts appeared. Time rewound to 1:57, and Bai Yi felt confident again. As they continued rushing forward, the outline of Black Mountain gradually appeared before everyone. On the distant horizon, the rolling Black Mountain range looked like a giant dragon lying across the land, with peaks soaring into the clouds. The mountains had a strange bluish-black hue, as if poisoned. Finally, we're at Black Mountain, Li Yu exclaimed happily. Bai Yi curled his lips. Not yet. As the old saying goes, keep looking at the mountain, and you'll die trying to run it down. Brother Yi, since we're all wastelanders, why do you know so many wise old sayings? It's really hitting me hard. Li Yu looked a bit dejected. He realized that he couldn't match Bai Yi in combat, and even in wisdom, he was no match. Judging by his age, he was actually a few years older than Bai Yi, and he'd been through several town casinos. Now he felt like Bai Yi had already surpassed him. Sometimes I even wonder if I, as a superhuman, am really useless, he sighed. These days, he'd been hit hard, his right hand hadn't healed, and in fights, he couldn't last more than 3 seconds, mostly relying on Bai Yi's support. Li Yu's mentality was like a lottery winner who suddenly becomes a big shot in the city, only to find out that his money is barely enough to buy a single toilet in the wealthy district. Bai Yi patted his shoulder comfortingly. Young man, you should have confidence in yourself. Be more self-assured. Do you still need to doubt? Li Yu's face just showed a hint of emotion, but after hearing the second half, his expression darkened instantly. Listen to this. Is this something a person can say? The crowd continued forward, and the Black Mountain in their sight grew increasingly clear. Yet, after a full day of travel, they still had not entered the territory of Black Mountain, which only served to illustrate just how vast it truly was. Fortunately, the mutated beasts had not appeared. Perhaps all the beasts that needed to flee from Black Mountain had already fled. Thus, they spent the day in peace. When Bai Yi's time accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally reached the interior of Black Mountain. As the saying goes, one cannot see the true face of Lushan if one is within the mountain. The same applies to the towering Black Mountain. When viewed from afar, one can still see its full majesty, but once inside, all that is visible is a sea of ancient trees, as if immersed in a primordial forest, with only a corner of Black Mountain in sight. In this era of great calamity, not only animals are deformed, but plants as well. At least in his previous life, Bai Yi had never seen such magnificent trees, each nearly 100 meters tall, with the smallest trees requiring 5 people to embrace the dense forest of Black Mountain. Get out of the car, you can't drive on mountain roads, Bai Yi called out, then immediately stepped out. Considering the potential danger lurking within Black Mountain at any moment, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50 or so people and ordered them to lead the way ahead. The soldiers, tense and alert, moved swiftly through the jungle, clutching their guns tightly, their eyes unconsciously darting into the depths of the forest, as if afraid that a fierce mutated beast might leap out at any second. What made them even more nervous was Bai Yi behind them, this ragged, wasteland boy, whose handheld bone breath was always pointed at them. Over 50 soldiers led the way, with Bai Yi, Li Yu, and the officers walking behind them. The officer's leg had been forcibly attached by Bai Yi. Although he couldn't connect to the neural link device, it could still serve as a makeshift limb. He hobbled along with the group, his shoulders bare and armless. Sir, we've reached Black Mountain. Do you think you could let me go now? The officer asked cautiously. Bai Yi's proud gaze swept over him, causing the officer's heart to tighten. He hurriedly said, Sir, I have over $1 million in savings at the bank. If you release me, I'll give you all the money. You don't need to worry, I won't betray TQ Company. Mr. He is dead, and the company won't let me go easily. Bai Yi ignored him. He knew that in this world, only the dead could keep secrets. He cast a cold glance at the officer, then shifted his gaze to the soldiers ahead, his pupils suddenly contracting. Stop, he commanded sharply, bringing everyone to a halt. The soldiers looked back in confusion, waiting for Bai Yi's next order. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Li Yu stepped closer. One person is missing, Bai Yi said grimly. He remembered clearly that there had been 52 soldiers, but in the blink of an eye, there were only 51. One had vanished silently, such an unknown method of disappearance made his heart sink. He wasn't afraid of enemies who fought openly. In his view, whether they were 10 kings or powerful mutated beasts, as long as they were carbon-based lifeforms, they would die in the face of time stopping. What he feared most was mysterious, unknown techniques, completely unpredictable, making it impossible to locate enemies even when time was frozen. One person is missing? Li Yu's expression changed slightly. Could they have run away? Bai Yi shook his head. The soldiers are trained, but they're still ordinary people. How could one suddenly run out of my sight in an instant? The soldiers also realized that someone had disappeared from the team, and their expressions grew more tense. Quiet. People can't just vanish into thin air. Look carefully for traces around you. The soldiers quickly began searching. After a moment of investigation, one soldier exclaimed, There's a shoe in the bushes. Bai Yi stepped forward and indeed found a bloodstained shoe among the tall grass, standard military boots of the Dawn Army. Go! Search the bushes, he ordered, raising his gun and aiming it at the soldier. The Soldier's face paled, but given by Ye's terrifying strength, he dared not resist. He could only cautiously step into the bushes to search. The rustling sound of military boots rubbing against weeds was normally faint, but at this moment, it was painfully sharp. As they moved deeper, the bloodstains on the ground grew more numerous, along with dragging marks. Those traces abruptly stopped beneath a large tree. "Sir, the bloodstains end here," the soldier whispered, trembling. "Come back," he nodded repeatedly, hurriedly jogging back. As he watched the crowd grow closer, he felt a slight relief in his chest. But just as he was about 10 meters from the group, he suddenly noticed their expressions: strange, shocked, terrified, bewildered. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around trembling, and in an instant his soul nearly left his body. A thick, green vine like a python hung down from the tree, toppling over him. At the tip of the vine was a huge flower bud, which now split open in the middle, revealing a jagged calyx that looked like a beast opening its bloody maw, filled with sharp, downward-pointing thorns. "Ah!" he screamed in panic, rushing madly toward the crowd. The sturdy vine bearing a carnivorous flower on its top moved like a living creature, striking with lightning speed. "It's a food-eating flower tree." The officer's eyes widened in horror as he shouted in alarm. "Open fire!" Bai Yi decisively ordered. After a brief moment of chaos, the soldiers raised their guns and fired. Bang bang bang. Most of the bullets hit empty air, but the sheer number was enough to compensate for their lack of precision. When several bullets struck the cracking flower bud, the vine of the asterisk food-eating flower asterisk emitted a roar akin to a beast wounded, green sap dripping from inside, sizzling as it hit the ground and corroding loudly. The soldiers cheered in relief. If they could solve it with bullets, it was no longer a problem. Restored confidence made their marksmanship sharper. After a few more shots, the vine of the food-eating flower was shattered like a sieve, hanging limply to the ground. Just as they relaxed, Bai Ye's voice rang out from afar, "Still not running fast enough." Everyone was stunned. The next moment, a scene of despair unfolded before their eyes. Between the canopy that blocked out the sky, countless thorny green vines hung down densely, as if a rain of snakes was falling through the woods. Hundreds of these vines, each topped with a blood-mouthed food-eating flower, descended from the sky with pinpoint accuracy, landing right on the soldiers' heads, then swallowing them whole. "Ah!" Screams echoed one after another. Every time a soldier was devoured by a food-eating flower, the green vine would contract sharply, quickly retreating back into the 100-meter-high canopy, seemingly to digest its prey. At this moment, guns seemed powerless. The vines of the food-eating flower appeared endless. Strike one, and a dozen more would hang down from the treetops. A few clever soldiers realized the key was the big tree itself, so they aimed and shot at the trunk. But facing the massive 100-meter tree, with 10 men firing together, their bullets were like ants nibbling on an elephant, completely ineffective. Bai Yi, who had already reached a safe distance, watched the bloody scene unfold, his eyelids twitching. "Is this the Black Mountain? Save me, sir! Save me!" The officer, whose legs were unsteady, didn't even have time to escape the food-eating flower's attack range before losing his balance. In panic and falling hard to the ground, Bai Yi hurriedly rushed over. The officer was overjoyed. My leg." Before he could finish, Bai Yi swiftly removed the officer's legs and then ran off with them. "Bai Yi, you bastard, give me back my legs." Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, the officer's face twisted with rage. In the next moment, the shadow of death descended from above, an enormous bloodmouth maw swallowed him whole. Bai Yi and Li Yu's physical qualities surpassed those of ordinary people, and with a group of cannon fodder distracting the food-eating flower trees, they managed to escape the range of the deadly plants, albeit with a mixture of relief and shock. After a moment, all the screams suddenly ceased. Over 100 vines retracted back into the treetops. All the soldiers were dead, yet there wasn't a single corpse on the ground. Only pools of blood proved they had once been here. "Yi Gu." Li Yu swallowed nervously, still trembling. They all died. Only the two of us, the Transcendents, survived." "Don't worry," Bai Yi said casually, shrugging. "Even if they become ghosts, they won't let you go." "Ha!" Li Yu's face turned pale. "It's not Yi Ge's fault. It was you who brought them here. Why wouldn't they spare me?" "Because even if they turn into ghosts, they can't mess with me. Naturally, they'll come after you." Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, then hoisted his mechanical legs and continued forward. The Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but it didn't scare him. The Manga USB drive was a must-have. If there was a 50% chance of gain, he would be tempted. If it was 100%, he would dare to take risks. And the Manga USB drive offered more than 100%. It's 1,000, 10,000 times over. A technological marvel of the civilization era, it contained not only methods to become a transcendental but also life-extending projects. Each technology was enough to spark wars among major powers. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, though it also involves risks. Forget the last part, no need to remember. "Don't come looking for me, don't come looking for me." Li Yu kept muttering. "You were supposed to head to Black Mountain anyway. Dying there was bound to happen. It's got nothing to do with me. Yi Gu, wait for me." Between the green shadows, the two moved together. if you ignored their wary expressions. And the primitive landscape of Black Mountain, it almost looked like they were out for a picnic. Yiga, don't stand so close to the tree, I'm scared. What the hell are you scared of? This tree's so thin, it clearly isn't edible. Bai Yi looked up in frustration, watching a man-eating flower vine hanging from the treetop, its deadly gaze fixed on him. Though it had no eyes, he always felt like they were eye to eye. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Yi was genuinely impressed. He thought man-eating trees should all be as thick as the one earlier, so he deliberately chose to walk near thinner trees. But now he had run into this again. Yi Gu, run! Li Yu shouted anxiously, suddenly swinging his arm to smash the man-eating vine. Run? These trees clearly have brains, they know how to ambush. If I don't give them a little color, they'll really think I'm prey. Bai Yi had his own theory. He believed these man-eating trees had predator instincts similar to beasts seeking benefits and avoiding harm, following the food chain. They rarely bother stronger creatures. So, at this moment, showing strength was the best way to avoid trouble. Like eating? Then try this mechanical leg. Bai Yi threw a mechanical leg beside a large tree. At this moment, more man-eating vines dangled from the treetops. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His powerful body suddenly erupted with strength. With a swift, decisive move, he dodged several vines, then created distance. His right hand shot toward his waist, fingers precisely hooking the gun handle. With a quick pull, the black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. He then raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, causing the revolver to spin. Half a turn, the barrel aimed steadily at the target. His middle finger lightning fast, he hooked the gun's chamber and pulled back forcefully. The brass-colored bullet clicked precisely into place, and several dark red blood vessels extended from the gun body into his palm. Immediately, his index finger pressed the trigger. With a loud bang, sparks flew, and the bullet shot out whistling. All the movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. And then, it missed. Bai Yi's face darkened. He rolled to dodge the vines that struck again, then fired another shot, finally hitting the target. He performed a quick gun flourish, tucked his pistol into his waist, and turned to leave, casually calling out to the dazed Li Yu beside him. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Boom! A massive burst of fire shot into the sky, the explosion echoing through the forest. The man-eating flower tree was blown apart, green juice flying everywhere. A large, penetrating hole appeared in the trunk. Flames erupted from the explosion, igniting the tree. Amid the blazing fire, the man-eating flower tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. Having paid the price of one leg, he successfully took down a man-eating flower tree, thanks to the selfless gift from an unknown officer. Until the officer died, Bai Yi never knew his name or who he was. He never asked, because the dead don't need to know names. By noon, the two of them had not encountered any more disturbances from the man-eating flower trees. How about it, Li Zua? I guessed right, didn't I? Once we hit the man-eating flower trees hard, they realize who's the prey. Bai Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Is it possible that we've stepped outside the growth range of the man-eating flower trees? So, absolutely not. Bai Yi cut him off sharply. Li Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Ah, yes, you're right. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in them. Is it because your right hand is almost healed these days and you think you're back in action? Not at all, Brother Yi, let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense gunfire saved Li Yu's right hand. His face changed, and he looked eastward. Gunfire. It's probably others entering Black Mountain. Anyone who comes here now must be seeking refuge. Brother Yi, with such fierce gunfire and screams, these people must be in some serious trouble. We'd better stay away. Li Yu instinctively regarded these people as rivals, wanting to avoid trouble. But Bai Yi shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. Li Zua, people shouldn't be so selfish. When your kin are in trouble, how can you not help? Li Yu was stunned. He blinked several times in succession, trying to see what exactly was on Bai Yi. Brother Yi, we don't know them, and they're competitors. Why should we help? What if we get involved? Ah, too shallow, too superficial, isn't it? When you go out, you help each other. You help me, I help you, that's how society can develop harmoniously. I saved them this time, and now they'll help me explore the way. Isn't that reasonable? Anyway, our destination is the 189 refuge deep inside Black Mountain, and it's on the way. Bai Yi's face wore an innocent, harmless smile. His idea was simple. Black Mountain harbored many unknown dangers. One wrong move could even cause time to stop, and death would come swiftly. In such a situation, the importance of someone exploring ahead was clear. So, the two of them sneaked toward the source of the gunfire. When they crossed a patch of forest and saw where the gunfire originated, they froze in place. Bai Yi and Li Yu exchanged glances, both puzzled. Not possible, what are they doing? I don't know. When I arrived, I saw this group fighting an invisible enemy. It wasn't surprising that the two of them were confused, because this group was truly peculiar. Among the trees, a dozen people dressed in various outfits were firing wildly into the air around them, as if they had a grudge against the air itself. Brother Yi, do you think they also ate poisonous mushrooms? Remove the also dot. What exactly are they shooting at? Brother Yi, look at that guy with the black mask, he seems to be a superhuman. Li Yu whispered in shock. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw a man among the crowd wearing a black mask and a black trench coat, standing out conspicuously like a crane among chickens. The man had a tall, upright figure, his hands crossed over his chest, forming a stark contrast to the serious expressions around him. The most bizarre thing was that his shadow seemed alive. It completely detached from his body and stood upright on its own. The strange black shadow waved its hands, and several shadowy darts shot out, piercing the air and rushing toward the sky. Whoosh! The shadow darts streaked across the sky, and suddenly a feather drifted down from the air. Everyone kept turning their heads, looking around anxiously. The intense gunfire had also ceased. After a moment, they seemed to confirm there was no danger, and a hint of relief appeared on their faces. A burly man in his 20s grinned boldly. Mr. Li Xiao truly lives up to his reputation. He's a top-tier extraordinary, second only to the 10 kings, and he managed to shoot down a feather from that beast. Looks like the beast was scared off. The man with the black mask's eyes flashed with a cold arrogance. Second only? I, Li, have never fought the 10 kings. Why do the world's people judge me as inferior to the 10 kings? The burly man was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a sharp retort. Instead of feeling awkward, he nodded along. Mr. Li is right. I've heard that one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jia, will also come to Heishan. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new 10 king. The eyes beneath the black mask suddenly burned with fervor, full of fighting spirit. This trip of mine is for the tyrant. Otherwise, how could Boss Gao invite me? The fat man called Boss Gao nodded speechlessly, seemingly used to Li Xiao's cold aloofness. After this battle, the name of the Shadow Man will resound throughout the world, Li Xiao declared proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this isn't the place to talk. I'm worried that the beast might come back, so let's hurry and leave, urged a middle-aged man with a stubbled face holding dual pistols. He looked disheveled, wearing a worn-out cowboy hat with a gun holster hanging from his waist, typical bounty hunter attire. Yeah, Brother Li, you're right. Let's get out of here quickly, Boss Gao agreed repeatedly, casually waving to a young maid standing nearby. Xiao Kuei, let's go. The man, weighing over 200 jin, hurriedly threw himself onto a girl less than 1.60 meters tall. She was dressed in a black and white maid outfit, expressionless, her body not even trembling, like she was carrying a feather. Behind a distant big tree, Li Yu watched in confusion. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and now these people are leaving? That extraordinary looks pretty formidable, and that fat guy is really shameless, making that little girl carry him? A series of questions made Bai Yi feel overwhelmed. He didn't bother to respond to Li Yu but instead focused on the feather falling to the ground, feeling it looked oddly familiar. The feather was entirely gray-black, with black spots and horizontal stripes, the tip stained white, forming a unique pattern. With such a distinctive feather, he felt like he had seen something similar in the animal world. What was it again? Damn! Headshot! Li Yu suddenly whispered in shock, trembling involuntarily from the surprise. Bai Ye's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the team of over a dozen people. He saw one of them's head suddenly explode without warning. That beast is back. Mr. Li, take action now! A scream erupted from the crowd. The group once again started shooting at the air, and the shadow behind Li Xiao wriggled and stood upright again. He struck repeatedly, and over a dozen bizarre black shadow darts intertwined in midair, spinning rapidly like a net. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. The shadow darts seemed to be colliding with some creature, sparks flying everywhere. At this moment, Bai Yi finally saw what they were attacking. It wasn't the air they were fighting, peregrine falcons. I didn't see it earlier because it was too far away, and plus, the peregrine falcon's speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch, appearing as a black lightning bolt that vanished in an instant. Now, pressed by Li Xiao's shadow flying dart, the peregrine falcon's speed slowed down, allowing us to see its full form. It's actually a peregrine falcon, Bai Yi murmured softly. Li Yu caught a fleeting glimpse and also saw part of the falcon's shadow, hurriedly asking, what is a peregrine falcon? Bai Yi recalled the animal world description. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest bird in the world, known for its incredible speed. It's called the invisible bomber among birds. If it doesn't like someone, it rushes over with a claw, and the creature it targets often doesn't even see its shadow before being torn open. Li Yu was stunned. He hadn't read many books and naturally didn't know such a creature existed in the world. Such an exaggerated speed ranks only second? Then which bird is first? Bai Yi looked at him with a faint expression and said, of course, it's you, my friend, because you only have 3 seconds. Me? Li Yu looked confused. After a 3-second pause, he finally understood that he was being implied, and he was momentarily furious. This is a mutated peregrine falcon, clearly faster, almost beyond the limits of the naked eye. These people are in danger. Bai Yi watched the panicked crowd. Just moments ago, another person had their head pierced through. The mutated peregrine falcon was too fast, faster than a bullet, flying past ordinary people so quickly that it couldn't even be imaged on the retina anymore. After observing for a while, he made a decision and decided to act to save these people. The group was not weak. That extraordinary person could manipulate shadows, and the petite maid was not an ordinary person either. She had just endured a falcon claw to protect the big fat guy, and aside from a slight wobble, she wasn't seriously hurt. The middle-aged man wielding dual guns was an excellent marksman and skilled in gun combat. There were also several gene-modified individuals in the team, clearly a level above Tanjia the wild boar. Only the big fat guy seemed to be an ordinary person, needing others to protect him throughout. This team was undeniably strong. If they faced the hyenas and gray sparrows from before, they could easily crush them. Unfortunately, they were now up against a mutated peregrine falcon. The falcon's strength wasn't formidable, but its speed was unmatched in the world. No matter how strong their abilities, hitting the falcon was pointless. But for Bai Yi, the falcon's extreme speed was nothing. Could it be faster than time itself? He thought for a moment and said to Li Yu beside him, Li Zua, it's your turn to show off. Me? Li Yu opened his mouth wide, pointing at himself in confusion. Bai Yi gave a mysterious smile and leaned close to his ear, whispering a few words. Li Xiao, can you really do it? I spent 2 million to hire you to protect me. Boss Gao, sweating profusely, shouted. Just now, he had almost died. If Xiao Kuei hadn't blocked for him, he would have been gone. For good. Seeing that Li Xiao was still unable to deal with the peregrine falcon, Gao Boss no longer cared about politeness. Li Xiao's face was grim, his eyes darting rapidly within their sockets. Even so, he could only catch a glimpse of the falcon's residual shadow. His proud heart couldn't admit that the feather he had previously knocked off was just good luck or a fluke. Shut up. Stop making noise, I'm thinking of a way. Li Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He even considered abandoning these people and running off alone. After all, he was destined to become a man of the 10 kings. How could he die humiliated in the hands of a bird? At this moment, the bushes in the distance suddenly rustled, and the sound of shoes rubbing against the grass suddenly rang out. Someone was coming? When Li Xiao and the others sensed the approaching figure, their hearts lifted with joy. Anyone daring to appear in Heishan at this time was surely no ordinary person. However, when the main figure stepped out from the bushes, everyone's hearts sank. 2 ragged wastelanders slowly emerged. Their appearance is quite strange. One carried a mechanical thigh on his shoulder, while the other had his right arm wrapped in dirty bandages, and in his left hand he held a large burlap sack bulging with what looked like a box and several scattered items. 2 wastelanders? How could there be wastelanders here? Could they have been captured to scout the area? Along the way, they had also seen quite a few captured wastelanders being sent to Black Mountain for reconnaissance. Facing imminent danger, Boss Gao didn't have the luxury to think much and hurriedly shouted behind Bai Yi and the others. Friends behind, I am Gao Banchang, son of Gao Shanhe, the president of Jinfu Merchant Guild. If you can help me get through this crisis today, I will surely repay you generously in the future. Everyone looked on expectantly, waiting for a response. However, only the 2 wastelanders stood there, and the people behind them had not appeared. Damn it! Gao Banchang cursed under his breath. At that moment, the wastelander with the bandaged right arm coldly asked, how much? Gao Banchang was stunned. Could these 2 not be just ordinary wastelanders? It wasn't that he judged by appearance. Even the most indifferent strongmen wouldn't dress as badly as Bai Yi and the others, almost naked. Actually, although their clothes were tattered, at first they could at least cover their bodies. But after traveling through 3 waves of mutated beasts and being attacked by man-eating flower trees, their already cheap cloth garments had become even more ragged. Friend, as long as you can save all of us, name your price. Gao Banchang hurriedly pleaded. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Ye's eyes. He hadn't expected this chubby man, who looked like a shrewd merchant, to actually be quite righteous, willing to pay to save everyone. Whether it was genuine righteousness or just foolishness and money-mindedness, this was definitely a golden opportunity to ask for a hefty sum. Moreover, the chubby man claimed to be the son of Gao Shanhe. In Beimeng, hardly anyone didn't know the name Gao Shanhe. It wasn't because he was strong, but because he was rich enough, recognized as the richest man in Beimeng. Even wastelanders living in the market town had heard of him because the cockroach protein bars they ate daily were one of Gao Shanhe's industries. Thinking of this, Bai Yi quietly signaled to Li Yu. Li Yu immediately caught the signal, his mouth slightly opening to form a 100-character mouth shape. Bai Yi immediately frowned, shook his head slightly, and made a 10 billion character mouth shape. A look of shock flashed in Li Yu's eyes, as if to say, that much? Bai Yi responded with a firm gaze. The son of the richest man should ask for that much. Li Yu instantly understood and then coldly said to Gao Banchang, 10,000. Deal. 1 million, no questions. Ha, 10,000? Gao Banchang's face was full of confusion, even doubting if he had heard wrong. Just 10,000? He usually spent more than that just to entertain guests at a banquet. Damn it, could these 2 really be just ordinary wastelanders? Only wastelanders, who had seen so little of the world, would be so clueless. Li Zua, You bastard. Bai Yi nearly exploded with anger. His lips moved slightly. Have you never seen money in your life? 10,000? What do human lives mean to you? How can they be so cheap? Li Yu still maintained his aloof persona, also moving his lips slightly. It's not fair, brother Yi. I said 1,000,000, you shook your head, thinking it was too much, then you only responded with one word, and I thought you just wanted 10,000? I was talking about 100 million. 1 and 100 million, can't you tell the difference? Even if you can't tell, can't you read the situation? Sorry, brother Yi, I'm colorblind. What color is the eye color? You bastard. If they weren't acting right now, Bai Yi would have kicked him twice. There was no chemistry at all. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Li Yu pretend to be an expert. His original plan was to have Li Yu disguise as a master, then he would use time stopping to cooperate with Li Yu to take down the Yosuan, which could cover up the time stopping and reduce his presence. Although he was a god of the new era, he also knew how fragile his mortal body was, not to mention anything else. When someone fires a cold shot from behind, he might not even realize it in time to use time stop. Time stop makes him invincible in direct confrontations, but he fears sneak attacks the most. Even if the 10 kings come at him head on, he's not afraid. A sneak attack on an ordinary person with a gun is enough. The strangers in front of him are not weaklings, so naturally, they must be cautious and careful when traveling with them. Therefore, it's still better to let Li Yu, this extraordinary, stand in front to attract attention while he can secretly provide cover. But he didn't expect that Li Yu couldn't even distinguish between 1 and 100 million. Because of the distance, Gao Banchang and the others couldn't see the lip movements between the two clearly. They could only see that after the two finished negotiating the price, they stood still in place, feeling a chill run down their spines. Li Xiao snorted coldly. What time is it now? Still hoping for 2 wastelanders? This beast is temporarily restrained by me, but my shadow won't last long. In a moment, I'll let your maid carry you, and I'll take you away first. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. But afterward, you'll need to pay extra. Gao Banchang glanced at the others beside him, gritting his teeth. What about them? Li Mao is only responsible for protecting you alone. The others are none of my concern, Li Xiao replied coldly. His words were a typical display of high emotional intelligence. He didn't say he couldn't protect the others, but emphasized that the protection target was only one person. Gao Banchang hesitated even more. At this moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the 2 wastelanders were actually walking straight toward his direction. He was slightly stunned, perhaps out of a desperate hope, and quickly shouted, 10,000 yuan is no problem. Deal, Li Yu responded coldly. His tone was devoid of any emotion, starkly contrasting with the tense chaos around him, making others involuntarily turn their heads. As soon as the words fell under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yu slowly untied the bandage on his right hand. The blood-stained bandage fell to the ground like a snake, revealing a pale right hand once again. It was startlingly whiter than his own skin by a degree. Hiss! Li Yu suddenly inhaled a cold breath. Damn, he usually ties it so tight that it's just blood. Now that he had unsealed himself, he moved his rusty right hand, took a step with the gait of a strong man, and leisurely walked into the attack range of the gunfire, and the whistling of shadow darts sounded like cheers for his appearance. Sir, be careful. This beast is extremely fast. Gao Banchang saw him act so recklessly, without even a weapon, and instinctively warned. Oh, how fast? Li Yu raised his right hand expressionlessly. Time stopped. A huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Yi's feet. He lightly touched his toes, and the gears of time emitted a faint clicking sound, rippling out a golden wave. Buzz! A mysterious fluctuation of time enveloped the world. The wind paused in the forest, falling leaves hovered midair, and the whistling bullets and shadow darts froze in place. The once lively crowd now looked like a still photograph taken by a camera. Also frozen in time was the which looked like a black lightning bolt, half a meter long, with black and gray wings folded close to its body, suddenly suspended above everyone's heads like a shell, its sharp beak gleaming with metallic coldness. In this absolutely still world, a ragged wasteland boy slipped through the cracks of time. He was the only one capable of interacting with time itself. Every step he took seemed to shatter a mirror, only to be reassembled behind him into complete stillness. Bai Yi approached then took a running start, leapt into the air, and easily subdued the creature. Looking at the specimen in his hand, he directly broke its wings and then stuffed it into Li Yu's extended magical hand. Done. Bai Yi quickly returned to his original position. Time resumed. Buzz. The mysterious fluctuation of time dissipated, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Everyone's consciousness was still stuck on the moment Li Yu uttered that sentence. Oh, how fast! The next moment, everyone saw a black shadow suddenly freeze mid-air, as if abruptly halted. The fierce gunfire that had been ringing out ceased instantly with the appearance of this shadow. Their pupils shrank violently, and they stood there in a daze, as if turned to stone, as if time had frozen once again. They stared in shock at the mid-air figure, the imperceptibly invisible hand gripping the peregrine falcon tightly, its ferocious bird head constantly thrashing and struggling, emitting sharp, painful roars. Due to the intense struggle, many of its gray-black feathers fell off. This is impossible. Ingran Li Zhao's heart jolted. Having personally fought against the mutated peregrine falcon, he knew all too well the opponent's speed that surpassed visual limits. The speed was so fast that even his shadow dart couldn't keep up. Mind you, shadow darts are weightless and possess extraordinary abilities that ignore air resistance. A trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes as he silently adjusted Li Yu's rating to match his own level of strength. Others weren't as confident as Li Xiao, they only found it incredible. No one expected that this ragged wasteland dweller would instantly subdue the mutated peregrine falcon. Likewise, Li Yu was just as stunned. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated peregrine falcon in his grasp. Wait, what's going on? Why did the falcon suddenly fly into my hand when I just raised it? Bro wild. Said I should act cool, but I didn't think I'd be acting this big. At this moment, Li Yu's figure suddenly appeared mysterious and towering in everyone's eyes. To them, all they saw was a wasteland dweller grabbing the mutated peregrine falcon that had been making them frantic, and in an instant, this wasteland dweller was also an extraordinary person? What kind of ability is this? Telekinesis across space? I thought it was fast, but it's just a so-so. Li Yu quickly maintained his aloof persona, his tone mixed with a touch of coldness, pride, sarcasm, and a hint of disdain. He loosened his grip, and the falcon, on the verge of death from being squeezed, fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! Crimson bullets shot out precisely, piercing through the mutated peregrine falcon's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Bai Yi silently retracted. Skeleton's breath. This was a plan he and Li Yu had discussed. He was responsible for delivering the final blow. After all, it was a mutated beast, and they couldn't afford to waste its vital energy. Forbidden item. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't expected that these two wastelanders weren't ordinary people. They had misjudged. Feeling the surge of fresh blood and vitality, Bai Yi suddenly froze. He realized that the energy provided by the mutated peregrine falcon was somewhat off. Too little. Logically, the strength of the mutated peregrine falcon far surpassed all other mutated beasts he had seen before. Even the hyena king was no match for it in a fight. Yet, the energy it provided was only equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, comparable to Mr. Ying's previous contribution. Wait, could it be? Bai Yi suddenly understood. This was the upper limit of what Skeleton's breath could provide in terms of vitality. The energy of 10 gray sparrows was the maximum. No matter how many more powerful mutated beasts they killed, the amount of energy they could extract would be capped at this. Skeleton's breath was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water sources. Filling the bottle in a small stream or in the ocean yielded the same result, only enough to fill one bottle. No wonder Skeleton's breath was classified as a snake-level forbidden item. If it could endlessly plunder others' vitality and feed it back to the user, it would probably be a dragon-level artifact. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your assistance. May I ask your honorable surname? Gao Banchang was the first to recover and hurriedly cupped his fists toward Li Yu. Li Yu cast a nonchalant glance at him and replied lightly, Magician. Li Yu. Magician. Li Yu? Everyone's minds spun rapidly as they searched for information. They couldn't find anything about a magician Li Yu. That was strange, such a powerful person shouldn't be unknown. Could he not be local? Thanks to Mr. Li and this young brother for saving us. By the way, may I ask how this young brother is called? Gao Banchang then looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi. Gao Banchang hurriedly said, I am Gao Banchang, son of Gao Shanhe, the president of Jinfu Merchant Guild. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Li, brother. Bei. The others, regaining their senses, also hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The middle-aged man wielding twin pistols gratefully said, I am Xuanqian Li Beidian, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If you ever need help in the future, I, Li Beidian, will never refuse, and I will not accept any payment. I am Hajin Shouhu, Quickshot, Rattlesnake. The crowd roughly announced their names, expressing their thanks. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze proud. With your strength, you haven't even made it into the top 10 kings, which shows how blind the world is. Magician Li Yu, your strength is good, and you will surely have a place among the 10 kings in the future. It seems this trip to Black Mountain won't be boring. Li Xiao's words carried a hint of mutual respect among strongmen. His cold, proud gaze behind the black mask on his face fell on Li Yu, as if only Li Yu among these people was truly in his sight. Li Yu was stunned. Who are you, brother? Do I know you? He glanced at Bai Yi with his remaining eye, hoping to get some guidance from him. After all, Bai Yi had only told him to pretend to be an expert and hadn't given many details, so he didn't know how to respond to this seemingly powerful extraordinary. At this moment, Bai Yi was feeling frustrated. The energy and blood provided by had not been noticed by Li Yu's plea for help. Li Yu's scalp prickled, first time being a strongman. Can someone tell me how to talk to other strongmen? After a moment of thought, he could only grit his teeth and maintain his tough, silent persona. He coldly asked, Who are you? Li Xiao's lips curled into a sharp smile, and he arrogantly said, Ingrun Li Xiao. Ingrun Li Xiao? I've never heard of him. Li Yu felt confused. He had just become an extraordinary, and he used to be a wasteland dweller in the lower circles. Naturally, he didn't recognize any famous superhumans. The only two he knew were the Night Girl's Silent Court and the 10 Kings. He heard about the 10 Kings from Bai Yi. This Ingren Li Xiao also mentioned the 10 Kings. From his tone, it seemed he acknowledged that Li Yu could also become one of the 10 Kings. Could it be? Li Yu suddenly realized and quickly replied, so it's the 10 Kings in front of me. Li Xiao's expression stiffened, his lips trembling, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. The others looked at each other and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Li Xiao's face was hidden behind the black mask, but his eyes kept changing, stiff for a long time before he finally said hoarsely, I am not. That's it, awkward now. Even the 10 Kings have mistaken him. Will the strongman persona collapse now? Completely unaware of what to say, Li Yu could only maintain a cold face and awkwardly uttered, Oh, what kind of attitude is that? I'm not a 10 King and you can't even bother to say a word. Li Yu's reaction was seen by Li Xiao as a blatant provocation. What does it mean? I praise you for being able to join the 10 Kings, and you mock me in return? Knowing full well that I'm not among the 10 Kings, you still call yourself one, implying that I have no right to judge? If Li Yu knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He had no intention of provoking. It was Li Xiao himself who kept mentioning the 10 Kings, talking about joining the 10 Kings as if he could decide their positions, even showing slight disdain for them. His words and attitudes seemed to elevate himself so high that he wasn't even one of the 10 Kings? The atmosphere between the two grew even more awkward. At this moment, Gao Banchang suddenly smiled, took out a stack of money, and broke the tension. Mr. Li, this is your reward. Exactly 10,000, not too much, not too little. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more, but he thought that a master usually had peculiar habits. Since the other party only asked for 10,000, it showed they viewed money as dirt. So, there was no need to offend them by offering more. Liu Gang reached out to take the money, but Bai Yi suddenly stepped in with a hand, directly grabbing the cash and smiling warmly as he said, just give it to me. Mr. Li doesn't like these common trinkets. Li Yu's mouth twitched slightly, a twinge of pain in his heart. Who said I don't like such things? I do like them. He knew that once the money was in Yi Ji's hands, he probably wouldn't even give himself 100, just acting. Gao Banchang nodded repeatedly and respectfully handed over the money. Seeing it was accepted, Gao Banchang relaxed his expression and cheerfully said, Are you two heading to the 189 refuge? Li Yu nodded coldly. That's great. We're also going to the 189 refuge. Why not go together? Honestly, our team is also assembled on the fly. Aside from Li Xiao and my mate Xiao Kuei, the rest of our companions are people we met along the way, bounty hunters with special skills. Since we share the same destination, I thought I'd invite them to join us. It's safer with more people. Fate brought us together, so why not travel with us? Plus, if you find valuable items from the old era in the refuge, it saves you the trouble of finding a buyer. No need to find a buyer? Bai Yi looked a bit puzzled. Gao Banchang smiled confidently. Because I am the best buyer. Little Bai, I'm not bragging, my offer is always the highest. Do you know why I'm called Half City? Bai Yi eyed him suspiciously. Could it be, you only do things halfway, always? A half-finished job, so you're called Half City? Exactly, that's it. Gao Banchang was momentarily stunned, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for Li Yu's face, he'd be arguing his case thoroughly. Little Bai, you're joking. It's Half City, as in half a city, not a half-finished product. The Jinfu Merchant Guild controls a city called Wangwenjing. When I was born, my father gave me half of Wangwenjing, hence the name Gao Banchang. After saying this, he smiled politely, ha, 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 damn, the laugh of a rich man. Bai Yi listened to that laugh and immediately knew Gao Banchang wasn't joking. Someone worth less than $1 billion couldn't produce such a laugh. Mr. Li, what do you think? Gao Banchang asked. Li Yu had already learned of Bai Ye's plan and naturally wouldn't refuse. He simply nodded expressionlessly. Seeing Li Yu agree, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Who wouldn't want a master to travel with them? The group set out happily. With the addition of the magic hand Li Yu and Bai Yi, everyone's expressions relaxed noticeably. Many even took the opportunity to get closer to Li Yu. After all, in this wasteland, knowing a powerful person, even just exchanging a few words, was a capital for bragging at the tavern later, especially for bounty hunters like Shuangqian Li Baidian. Bounty hunters are a loosely organized group surviving in the wasteland, hired by employers to handle all sorts of problems, assassinations, hunts, even acting as mercenaries for major factions. Their lives are a constant dance with death. Their days are spent either on missions or drowning in taverns. To maintain his image as a strongman, Li Yu remained cold and silent along the way, only whispering a few words to Bai Yi, afraid that talking too much might reveal his lowly wasteland origins. Far from angering everyone, this only made them more eager, believing that a true expert should be like this. This made the accompanying shadow assassin, Li Xiao, feel uncomfortable. Before Li Yu appeared, he was the one enjoying such treatment. But with Li Yu's arrival, everything changed, even the employer. Gao Banchang started calling him by name. This made Li Xiao secretly vow, once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jia and ascend as the new 10 kings, I'll make sure you all can't reach my level. He didn't go looking for Li Yu trouble. First, because Li Yu wasn't one of the 10 kings, so winning wouldn't do any good. Second, because he couldn't afford to lose face. After all, he had just received help from Li Yu, though it wasn't something he had requested voluntarily. Yi Ge, that 10,000. At the end of the team, Li Yu's lips moved slightly as he spoke. 10,000? What 10,000? Where did that come from? Mr. Li, are you starting to talk nonsense? Bai Yi opened his eyes and lied blatantly. Yi Ge, I've broken both my hands and I'm still playing along with you. You can't even deduct my disability pension, right? Humph. You bastard, you still have the nerve to talk. If you had understood the situation, I'd already have 100 million in my hands. It's already good that I didn't make you pay me 100 million. Li Yu was about to say more when Gao Banchang approached, quickly shutting his mouth and pretending to be aloof. Brother Xiaobai, you've taken in a taboo object at such a young age, your future is limitless. Gao Banchang's chubby face was full of smiles. Seeing Li Yu's indifferent attitude towards everyone, he tried to flatter Bai Yi. Ha ha. Bai Yi forced a fake smile, still immersed in the sorrow of losing 100 million. Not as good as Boss Gao, walking around with a maid carrying you. With such small arms and legs, don't get your bones broken again. He glanced at the maid Xiao Kuei, who was carrying Gao Banchang on her back. This petite girl had never spoken a word, silently carrying Gao Banchang forward, her porcelain-like face delicate as a doll. Bai Yi couldn't help but wonder, did the murderer get caught by Fatso Gao? Gao Banchang didn't seem to notice Bai Yi's sarcasm and chuckled. Little Bai, you misunderstand. Although I, Gao Banchang, am rich, I never bully others. And her? Bai Yi pointed at the maid Xiao Kuei. Gao Banchang smiled slightly. Oh, she's not human. Hiss. Bai Yi gasped, his eyes involuntarily widening as if he was seeing the chubby man in a new light. It's you after all. Only capitalists could say such things. He thought his own standards were low enough, but today, meeting Gao Banchang, he realized there was always someone lower. Little Bai, look here. Gao Banchang's plump hand reached toward Xiao Kuei's collar and then pulled downward. Damn, is this something I can see without paying? Are they just revealing her inner outfit right away? Bai Yi hurriedly widened his eyes and stared intensely. But he was stunned. The gleam of silvery metal reflected a cold light, almost blinding him. Ah, my eyes. I'm going to get pinhole vision. The metallic shell, shimmering with silver light, was exposed to the air. Its intricate threading and circular patterns layered upon each other, and within those tiny grooves, rippling microglows flickered as Xiao Kuei moved, like liquid mercury flowing beneath the skin. This metallic wind underwear is quite unique. Gao Banchang was momentarily stunned. What the hell is metallic wind? Are you crazy? Ha ha, ha ha. Little Bai, you're joking. This isn't underwear, it's Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei isn't human, she's a robot, a relic from before the Great Catastrophe era. She was found in a shelter and later bought by me. Bai Yi was secretly shocked. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He increasingly felt that this world was deformed. Many people couldn't even afford to eat, yet the wealthy had bionic robots in their hands. By the way, little Bai, I see you're in good shape, and there's no sign of gene serum injections. Are you practicing chi and blood martial arts, or are you an extraordinary being? Gao Banchang asked, noticing that Bai Yi could easily keep pace with everyone else, his composure unchanging, his physical condition clearly beyond ordinary. That's why he asked. Chi and blood martial arts? Bai Yi wasn't unfamiliar with the term. His friendly exchanges with officers had taught him quite a bit, including chi and blood martial arts. It sounded mysterious but was actually quite ordinary, simply training the body in conjunction with breathing techniques. After the Great Catastrophe, the survivors also experienced a certain degree of alienation. Although their appearance remained unchanged from ordinary people, they now possess something called chi and blood, a form of biological energy. Studies have shown that before the Great Catastrophe, people also had chi and blood energy, but it was hidden within their bodies and not apparent. The alienation caused by the catastrophe merely triggered the activation of this chi and blood. Over the years, people have continuously researched and utilized chi and blood, eventually forming the martial art of chi and blood. It is not a secret martial skill from wuxia novels, but rather a practice that involves using a specific breathing rhythm to mobilize internal chi and blood for training, gradually strengthening it to achieve body qualities far beyond ordinary humans. Even without using breathing techniques, it's possible, so long as one has sufficient nutrition and persistent training. Chi and blood will keep growing, making the body stronger and stronger. Breathing techniques only serve to improve efficiency. Chi and blood martial arts are also called civilian martial arts. Anyone can practice them, just like anyone can do fitness. But to achieve real success, one must put in a lot of effort, and in the end, it's still not as powerful as a gene modder getting a shot. On the wasteland, there's a saying, the poor rely on effort, chi and blood martial arts, the rich rely on technology, gene and mechanical modifications. As for the extraordinary, wealth or poverty doesn't matter, it's all about talent and luck. Bai Yi thought for a moment and replied, chi and blood martial arts. He isn't an extraordinary person, nor has he undergone injections or mechanical modifications, he merely seized some chi and blood through forbidden objects. Strictly speaking, it falls within the realm of chi and blood martial arts. Brother Xiaobai truly is a hero in his youth. Achieving success in chi and blood martial arts requires great perseverance, and it's clear Brother Xiaobai has lofty ambitions. Gao Banchang's high emotional intelligence and his words made Bai Yi raise an eyebrow. Can he really praise like that? Is he just being blunt? Who doesn't know that chi and blood martial arts are the path chosen by those desperate and impoverished? Most people practice it their whole lives, only to end up less powerful than a gene modder getting a shot. As they chatted and moved forward, amidst the perilous black mountain, they surprisingly felt a hint of a leisurely outing. Bai Yi, mingling among the group, increasingly felt his own wisdom. They had already traveled halfway, and it was expected they would reach the 189 refuge by tomorrow. The reason for their swift progress was truly thanks to Gao Banchang and Li Xiao. Gao Banchang had obtained a highly detailed map of Black Mountain at great expense, saving them many detours. Li Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to be in some kind of frenzy, eager to showcase his strength in front of Liu. Throughout the journey, he didn't need others to act. Whether facing mutated beasts or plants, he always took the lead, performing all kinds of flashy techniques to slay them. After killing, he would even glance back at Liu. At night, the already silent Black Mountain fell into complete deathly silence. Only the faint crackling of firewood burning could be heard. Bai Yi sat by the fire roasting wild rabbit meat, looking content. Today, we saved quite a bit of time again, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That's how much time he had left now. Since joining the team, he hadn't used his time-stopping ability even once. All crises were handled by others. He took out a gold pocket watch to check the time, 3 hours remaining, and he would gain another minute. Absolutely no accidents, no more wasted time, just want to pass tonight peacefully. Bai Yi ate rabbit meat while praying, and then, nothing happened. The next morning, everyone set out again. Along the way, Bai Yi was slightly dazed. Had he really not encountered any danger? The night in the forest is the most perilous, yet he hadn't faced any threats, which felt unreal, even making him suspect that he was hallucinating from rabbit meat poisoning. Before coming to Black Mountain, he had been eager for 3 waves of mutated beasts every day. During a casual chat with Gao Banchang, his doubts were finally answered. After the army of Dawn City discovered the 189 refuge, they sent troops multiple times to clear Black Mountain. The mutated beasts here either die or flee, greatly reducing the threat level. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here. Bai Yi nodded, realizing they had aligned their thoughts. The previous attack by the mutated beasts on Grey Soil Town was ultimately the fault of Dawn City. So why didn't we see Dawn City's troops along the way? Gao Banchang chuckled. Because most of the army has already withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing an army isn't a simple matter. Just the food supply alone is enough to cause headaches. Moreover, the dangers in Black Mountain aren't just the obvious mutated beasts, there are also venomous insects, toxic mists, and countless unseen threats that are the most deadly. Although Dawn City is powerful, they can't possibly inject gene serums into all their soldiers. Ultimately, trained soldiers are still just ordinary people. They can fend off mutated beasts with guns and ammunition, but surviving in Black Mountain for long periods is another story. I heard that Dawn City has been unable to open the door to Shelter 189 for a long time, and the commotion caused was so great that the news leaked out. Various factions, even some extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters flocked here, all eager to get a piece of the shelter. Dawn City relies on Tianqi Technology Corporation. Although they are formidable, they can't afford to offend everyone at once. So, they didn't block Black Mountain entirely, only leaving a group of elite strongmen there, waiting for the right moment. As he spoke, a trace of sarcasm appeared on Gao Banchang's face. In my opinion, it's obvious that Tianqi knows they can't open the shelter door. So they let capable people from Beimang come here, using others' strength to open the shelter. Once the door opens, it'll be Tianqi showing its fangs. After all, Black Mountain is within Tianqi's sphere of influence. Unless the major powers tear their faces and start a full-scale war, who can take it from them in their own territory? Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected that this wealthy, fat man had some brains. Indeed, that was Tianqi's plan, which he had already learned from Mr. Ing. Back then, Mr. Ing said only the tyrant Yang Ju could open Shelter 189, and after opening it he would then target Yang Ju with a sniper. Since you know Tianqi's scheme, why are you still getting involved? Gao Banchang chuckled, his chubby face jiggling as he was bounced on Xiao Kuei's back. Tianqi's goal is the Pango project. As for the other things inside the shelter, they don't care much. All the factions have sent people to Black Mountain. Do you think they would kill everyone just for a few trinkets? In other words, as long as you don't try to interfere with the Pango project, you won't have direct conflicts. With Tianqi, you're so open-minded, you can resist the temptation of the Pango project? Ha ha ha, what Pango project? I think it's all just rumors. Little Bai, do you know which time the Pango project has been reborn? Bai Yi was stunned. Which time? Gao Banchang stretched out 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. What the hell? Bai Ye's heart instantly sank. If there was no Panga USB in Black Mountain, wasn't all his time wasted? 5 times in total? This thing is a huge trap. The Shelter 112, Shelter 134, Shelter 181, and 2 others I can't remember. Every time these shelters appeared, they claimed to harbor the Pango project. But in the end, it was all nonsense. In my opinion, the Pango project doesn't really exist. It's just a fantasy created by people at the end of the civilization era. If the rumors are true that the Pango project has the power to create heaven and earth, then why did the civilization era end? A cold wave swept through Bai Ye's other half. He even felt that Gao Banchang might be right. In the shattered era of civilization, decision-makers might have woven the lie called hope just to preserve the human spark. Wait, if the Panga project is fake, then the Panga USB should be real, right? Humanity in the civilization era wouldn't have failed to preserve those precious knowledge. There's still a glimmer of hope. Someone ahead. The front runner, Li Baidian, suddenly lowered his stance and signaled everyone to be silent. Someone? Bai Yi moved closer with the others. Encountering people in Black Mountain wasn't surprising. After all, they were almost at the 189 refuge. More and more people would be gathering. Their 2 groups confronting each other, Li Baidian whispered. The experienced bounty hunter silently took out a tactical telescope and began observing. One group has 8 people, dressed uniformly, probably belonging to the same bounty hunter team. The other group, only 1 person, a young man with 4 swords strapped to his back. Let me see. Bai Yi took the telescope. The others, curious, wanted to look too, but out of respect for Li Yu's imposing presence, they had to let Bai Yi go first. With the telescope's aid, Bai Yi quickly saw the 2 groups Li Baidian mentioned. The young man with 4 swords was holding a ginseng root, still fresh with dirt on it, likely just dug out. The other group of 8 was pointing guns at him, seemingly arguing over something. Bai Yi roughly read their lips. It appeared they were fighting over the ginseng. Brother Xiao Bai, let me take a look too. Gao Banchang said eagerly, like a gossip-loving onlooker eager to join the fun. Bai Yi handed him the telescope and said to the others, they probably found a ginseng in Black Mountain and are arguing over it. At this moment, Gao Banchang exclaimed, I know that guy with 4 swords. He's the sword enforcer Xiaoyi. Li Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous cold glint flashing in his gaze. The extraordinary wanted by the East Continent Federation for 85 million? The sword enforcer Xiaoyi? Gao Banchang nodded, looking somewhat excited. No one knew what he was so thrilled about. He then handed the telescope to Li Xiao and said, exactly him. 85 million. Li Yu, who had been pretending to be an expert, nearly couldn't hold back upon hearing this astronomical figure. If it weren't for Bai Ye's light cough to remind him, his persona might have crumbled. Bai Yi was not unfamiliar with the East Continent Federation Gao Banchang mentioned. To be precise, anyone living in this wasteland knew about the East Continent Federation. The continent they lived on was called the East Continent. The East Continent Federation was the highest governing body of the East Continent, established by various forces to maintain a fragile balance. It seemed supreme, but in reality, its management over different regions was quite loose, with major powers ruling independently. As for the bounty, it was a strategic move by the Federation to divide and weaken powerful beings like extraordinary individuals and gene modifiers. Historically, martial artists were forbidden from using their powers for profit, and in this era of great upheaval, these superhumans and gene modifiers were even more restricted. The Federation enacted strict laws. They couldn't use their abilities to profit, couldn't display them in front of ordinary people, and had to undergo monthly supervision. Any violation of these laws would result in a bounty. Once someone was wanted, they had to be wary not only of the Federation but also of other superhumans and gene modifiers who might kill for the reward. Under mutual suspicion, it was naturally difficult for these people to unite. Avoiding a bounty was simple: to join one of the major factions and serve as a dog for the bigwigs, thus gaining immunity. Strictly speaking, even extraordinary individuals like Li Yu were considered wanted by the Federation, but since he was not prominent now, he had no bounty. This was a blatant stratagem. One law made it difficult for ordinary superhumans to grow strong. Some deranged superhumans even took pride in high bounties, deliberately challenging those with higher rewards to increase their own. Li Mo has been looking for him for a long time. I never thought I'd meet him today in Black Mountain, Li Xiao said coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Banchang looked puzzled. He hadn't heard anything about that. Li Xiao lowered the telescope. No grudge. Then, it was merely a coincidence that I killed off a second-generation member of a major family, yet I was awarded a bounty of 85 million, which is 2 million more than Li Mao's. Truly, there are no heroes in this era, only brats gaining fame. Gao Banchang. Bai Yi, see? The mentally unwell have appeared. Li Xiao, I hired you not to go around picking fights, Gao Banchang hurriedly said. Don't worry, Li Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. The tyrant among the 10 kings is coming, and a mere sword wielder isn't enough to pique my interest. Bai Yi, standing nearby, secretly marveled. He had realized that Li Xiao, this arrogant fool, only had eyes for the 10 kings. Everyone else was beneath his notice. He rarely spoke, but when he did, he would always mention the 10 kings. Boss Gao, what should we do now? Should we take a detour, or? Li Baidian asked. Gao Banchang's face was full of a smile. I am a kind-hearted person, unable to bear bloodshed. Naturally, I will go and stop this conflict. Deep in the forest, the sword wielder Xiaoyi, dressed in a traditional blue ancient robe, faced 8 armed men with a calm expression. Gentlemen, this 100-year-old ginseng was discovered by me first. I kindly ask you to relinquish it. You say you found it first? That's just your word? I, Black Panther, may have lost an eye, but my newly replaced metal eye works better than a human one. Clearly, I saw it first. Only you snatched it, roared a burly man wielding a shotgun, his one eye a gleaming metal prosthetic shining with cold red light. Kid, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we won't hurt you, he added fiercely. Black Panther didn't try to snatch it directly. Unlike Gao Banchang, he was not well-versed and couldn't gauge Xiaoyi's true strength. He only knew that anyone who could come alone to Black Mountain was no ordinary person. Normally, he wouldn't provoke such a person, but this ginseng was not an ordinary herb, it was an alienated medicinal material that, when consumed, could boost vitality and strengthen the body. It was rare on the black market and quite valuable. Faced with obvious benefits and with more people, none of them were weak, so naturally they had the courage to take risks. Well, then, let's do it, Xiaoyi said, rubbing his forehead with a helpless look on his handsome face. A flash of ferocity crossed Black Panther's eyes. The others exchanged glances, each loading their guns, ready to fire. Just as they were about to shoot, Xiaoyi suddenly shouted, "Hold on." Ha, now you're afraid. Black Panther chuckled, but his face suddenly changed drastically. Clang! A crisp sword sound rang out as a cold light suddenly shot out from behind Xiaoyi, a sword crafted in ancient style, flying like a white ribbon toward Black Panther. The shocking scene stunned everyone, for that sword was uncontrollably flying on its own, as if on autopilot, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Black Panther's front. Swish! The shotgun in Black Panther's hand split into two, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Xiaoyi smiled and waved his hand, and the sword returned to its sheath behind him. Seeing the stunned crowd, he asked with a smile, "Still want to fight?" Black Panther's face flickered with rage. Despicable. You said hold on just now, but then you ambushed me. What a petty trick. Not at all, not at all. Xiaoyi shook his head with a smile. What I said was hold on, not in the way you think. It's actually the name of my sword. Hold on. Go to hell. Black Panther roared in fury, feeling mocked. His mighty body suddenly tensed, muscles bulging as a layer of fine black hair rapidly grew over him. He knelt on all fours, his back arching high, resembling a crouching, poised leopard ready to strike. At this critical moment, Bai Yi and others appeared on the scene. Gao Banchang jumped down from Xiao Kuei's back and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Black Panther's eyes flickered with caution and dread, and he ceased his attack. Xiaoyi also looked over, smiling and nodding at Gao Banchang and the others. Clang! Another sword behind Xiaoyi suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that shot out instantly. You still dare to attack sneakily? The Black Panther's eyes nearly burst with rage. He hadn't expected Xiaoyi to be so shameless, constantly plotting sneak attacks. But the shock and fury in his eyes quickly turned to fear, because that streak of sword light was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision, the shadow of death instantly enveloping him, causing a brief paralysis. Gao Banchang's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected Xiaoyi to be so disrespectful. But just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sword aimed at the Black Panther's head suddenly stopped just 5 centimeters from his eyeball. The Black Panther, as if awakening from a dream, quickly regained his senses and hurriedly took a few steps back, only to see Xiaoyi appearing before him out of nowhere, his right hand tightly gripping the sword hilt. Huff! Xiaoyi exhaled deeply, a trace of fear in his voice. Almost there. Luckily, I caught up. His words left everyone puzzled. What was he doing? He turned his head and looked at Gao Banchang with a slightly resentful gaze. The word stop can't be shouted randomly. My sword is called stop. Gao Banchang. What kind of oddball is this? Wait a moment, stop? Whose good person names their sword that? Bai Yi was also stunned. He couldn't understand why superhumans were so abstract. Could it be that after awakening from mental stimulation, they all had the potential to go crazy? Li Xiao, the arrogant one, Xiaoyi, the old silver coin, and Li Yu, the big idiot, none of them are normal. Your other 2 swords probably don't call wait or stop, right? Just wait a moment, Bai Yi blurted out. Xiaoyi was startled. How do you know? Clang! Another sword unsheathed behind him. He hurriedly pressed it down, his face turning red with effort, then finally relaxed his grip. Huff! Xiaoyi exhaled again. Little brother, You can't keep shouting that. You'll die. But you only guessed half right, the sword just now was called wait, but the last sword isn't stop. Bai Ye's expression was strange, and a faint suspicion arose in his mind. Then what's it called? Xiaoyi smiled mysteriously and uttered 3 words, I was wrong. Bai Yi. He was stunned by these 3 words for a long time before finally regaining his composure, giving Xiaoyi a thumbs up. Awesome. Xiaoyi accepted this calmly. Wait, and stop. If after these 3 swords the enemy still isn't dead, then I can only admit I was wrong. That's why I called myself I was wrong. How long are you guys going to keep talking? The Black Panther, having recovered, snapped angrily. He felt blatantly ignored. Xiaoyi turned around. Still want to fight? Although the Black Panther looked cautious, he still refused to back down. It was just a sneak attack earlier. If we really start fighting, I might not lose. I've injected 3 doses of gene modification serum. Oh, Xiaoyi pretended to be surprised. A strong cultivator at the 3-needle realm? Huh? Tis. I'll kill you. Everyone, please, calm down. Gao Banchang stepped forward, acting as a peacemaker. Let's give each other some face. This matter can be let go. We're all here to seek wealth in Heishan. There's no need to fight to the death. The Black Panther's expression darkened. Give me face? Who do you think you are? Gao Banchang didn't get angry but smiled and said, I am Gao Banchang. Gao Banchang? I haven't heard of you. My father is Gao Shanha. What? Gao Shanha, the president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce and the richest man in Beimang, is your father. The Black Panther and others' faces changed dramatically as if struck by thunder. Gao Banchang nodded with a smile, then took out a pure gold token engraved with mountains, rivers, and streams, clearly crafted by top artisans, every detail vivid and lifelike. Jinfu Chamber of Commerce's mountain and river token. Black Panther exclaimed, evidently recognizing its value. Would you all do me the favor of giving me some face? Gao Banchang repeated his previous words, but this time the response was entirely different. The Black Panther scrutinized him for a long moment, then paused before saying, since it's in front of Boss Gao, I, Black Panther, will naturally give face. But he shifted his tone, glaring fiercely at Xiaoyi. He stole my ginseng. How should we handle this? According to reason, since we discovered the ginseng together, he should get half of it. If this ginseng is cut open, its value drops significantly. Don't even think about it, Boss Gao. It's better not to get involved in this, Xiaoyi said calmly. Gao Banchang smiled slightly, walking straight between the 2 groups, then took out a stack of checks and a pen from his pocket, writing confidently and composedly. This ginseng is worth about 1.5 million, so I'll round it to 2 million. Snip. Gao Banchang tore off 2 checks and handed them to Xiaoyi and Black Panther respectively. Both men looked at the checks in their hands and their expressions froze in an instant. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. 2 million? You're also 2 million? Black Panther was stunned. One person getting 2 million? They had expected Gao Banchang to split it evenly 1 million each. After all, that would be fair. They exchanged glances and looked at Gao Banchang, who was smiling broadly. I'll pay double the price to buy this ginseng from both of you, as a gesture of friendship. How about it? At this moment, both of them felt as if their eyes couldn't stay open, dazzled by the golden glow of wealth radiating from Gao Banchang. What does it mean to be outrageously wealthy? They've truly seen it now. Turns out, rich people call paying double the amount splitting evenly. No wonder he's the son of Chairman Gao, so generous. I, Xiaoyi, am definitely friends with you now. Me, too, Black Panther quickly chimed in. After accepting the transformed ginseng, Gao Banchang turned to Liu, expressing gratitude. Previously, I was saved by Mr. Li, and I know you dislike worldly possessions like money, so I specially bought a century-old transformed ginseng for you. Please accept it. Liu stared blankly at the ginseng in front of him. He gave it to me? He was still reeling from the shock of Gao Banchang paying double for the ginseng, and now the ginseng was being handed over just like that? Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? This move, not to mention Liu, even Bai Yi was stunned. The power of money truly is shocking. Of course, what truly amazed him was Gao Banchang's operation. A ginseng worth 1.5 million, used as a gesture of friendship, first rounded down to 2 million, then paid double, satisfying both sides, and finally smoothly gifted to Liu. Bai Yi could only think, you, too, are a friend I've definitely made. He snatched the ginseng and tucked it into his pocket. Just give it to me. I'll keep it for Mr. Li, he said. After a small demonstration of the power of money, Gao Banchang naturally extended an invitation to Xiaoyi and the others to form a team. Without any surprise, everyone agreed immediately. Without hesitation. Owing to money, that's not what a true strong person does, Li Xiao, who had been watching fiercely from the side, scoffed even more disdainfully. Bai Yi overheard this and asked, didn't you also take Gao Paozi's money? Li Xiao shot him a cold glance. I'm different from them. They came here to seek wealth, but my purpose is to meet one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jia, and to earn some travel expenses along the way. What's wrong with that? Bai Yi only replied with one word, 6. I really am just wasting my breath talking to you every sentence is about the 10 kings and your double standards are just as obvious. He realized that Li Xiao and Gao Banchang truly were a perfect match, one always mentioning his father Gao Shanha, the other always talking about the 10 kings. No wonder these two could get along. With Xiao Yi and the others joining, Bai Yi felt even more relaxed. Sometimes, to boost his vitality, he had to rush to use skeleton breath, or else the transformed beasts wouldn't be enough to share. Watching Gao Banchang, who had been ingratiating himself with everyone, Bai Yi even suspected that this chubby guy's purpose for coming to Heishan wasn't just to seek refuge but to recruit people here. By noon, everyone had arrived safely, albeit with some surprise, near the entrance of Shelter 189. Just through this forest, the entrance to Shelter 189 is ahead. Li Baidian pulled out a map of Black Mountain from nowhere, pointing at a red circle on the map. Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle? Bai Yi asked curiously. Li Baidian chuckled. Little brother Bai, you don't know this. Shelter 189 is beneath the mountain itself. I wonder how the people of the old era managed it, building a shelter in such a place. Finally, we're here. Xiao Yi's spirit surged as he took the lead, walking at the front of the group. Brother Xiao, are you here because of the Pango Plan rumors? Gao Banchang asked. Not exactly. I'm here to find a few handy swords, Xiao Yi replied. Gao Banchang was stunned. The technology of the old era was highly advanced, mostly using firearms. If you go into the shelter looking for swords, it might. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly, smiling. That's where you're mistaken. I've heard that in the old era, there was a divine sword, its edges swift as lightning in the crimson sky, without a blade or a hilt touching anything. It would dissolve like boiling snow in hot water. Its radiance could melt armor and helmets. Such a divine sword exists? Gao Banchang pondered for a long time but couldn't find a sword that matched the description. It was Bai Yi who hesitated slightly and said, isn't that just a laser sword? Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Who would have thought, brother Bai, coming from humble origins, yet so knowledgeable, you even know about divine swords and lasers? Bai Yi's face darkened. You can leave out the humble origins part. Ah, you're mistaken, Xiao Yi said with a smile. There's an old saying, being born humble is not a shame. A man who can bend and stretch is truly a man. In my opinion, brother Bai, with his youthful vigor and his friendship with Mr. Li, will surely achieve great things in the future. During this time of traveling together, everyone had learned some details about each other, including the matter of the magic hand Li Yuqing swiftly capturing the mutated peregrine. Laser swords are high-tech weapons, probably not suitable for your sword requirements. Xiao Yi shook his head seriously. A laser sword is still a sword. If it's a sword, I can use it. Are you talking about some divine concept? Then do supersonic fire swords, aircraft carrier swords, interstellar battle swords, and star-destroying swords also count as swords? While joking, they soon passed through the woods and arrived at an open area. Wow! So many people! Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. The open space was filled with hundreds of people. These individuals seemed divided into two camps, occupying the north and south sides, with a clear empty corridor between them. The people in the south all wore standard uniforms, with the emblem of the Eye of Revelation on their chests, obviously members of Revelation technology. There were nearly 200 of them, standing stiffly like spears, each emanating a strong aura of menace. The north side was even larger, with about 300 people dressed in various outfits, wielding a wide array of weapons. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, wary of each other, resembling a rabble. Bai Yi paid no attention to these people, instead gazing beyond the crowd toward his longed-for Shelter 189. It was a massive cave in the mountain, surrounded by scattered rocks, remnants of explosions, and even a dozen blackened corpses strewn messily on the ground. Inside the cave was pitch dark, like a black hole swallowing sunlight, making it impossible to see inside. These people seemed terrified of the cave, not daring to approach, leaving a vacuum zone within 100 meters. That group in the south are Revelation's Gene Warriors. Gao Banchang suddenly whispered. Bai Yi snapped back to his senses and looked at the Gene Warriors. His gaze was quickly drawn to a man and a woman, both guarded by the warriors, seeming to be the leaders of the group. The man was bare-chested, sitting atop a giant stone. His bronze-toned muscles gleamed in the sunlight, and he was nearly 2 meters tall, like a little giant. His eyes were not human but vertical pupils of a beast, like a pair of venomous amber. The woman was even more eye-catching, with exaggerated chest muscles surpassing those of men. She wore a snakeskin mini-skirt and a strapless top, her slender, fair legs exposed to the air. She had a classic snake spirit face, her charming face slightly smiling as she sat gracefully on the broad shoulder of the man. Her enchanting eyes looked toward Bai Yi and the others, her red lips curling faintly. The swordholder Xiao Yi and the shadow man Li Xiao. I didn't expect you two to come together, both bounty with over 10 million rewards. Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao so famous? Bai Yi secretly glanced at them. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, Li Xiao took a step forward, standing in front of everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back, and in front of the hundreds present, he declared proudly, being able to recognize Li Xiao at a glance shows you're not an unknown. State your name. His dominance drew many eyes. It was obvious he enjoyed the attention of the crowd. The woman giggled, her laughter trembling like flower branches in the wind. The 12 zodiac signs, Silver Snake. The 12 zodiac signs? Baiye's expression flickered with slight confusion. He thought of the eccentric Mr. Ing and subtly gave Li Xiao a signal. But Li Xiao completely ignored him, his eyes fixed greedily on the silver snake, pupils trembling with her movements. Sigh. Baiye deeply sighed. He no longer knew what to say about Li Xiao. Smoking, drinking, gambling, greed, lust. Does he have any other virtues? He quietly approached Li Xiao and cleared his throat softly. Li Xiao finally snapped out of his trance, wiped his mouth, and asked, "What's up, Yi Go? The 12 zodiac signs are right in front of us. What do you think about this move?" Li Xiao swallowed hard. "Of course, I'll watch it repeatedly. Damn it. Bye." Yi was so angry he almost cursed aloud, but he stopped just in time. "Can you be a little more alert?" He pointed to the torn sack containing Black Jiao M300. Li Xiao finally regained his senses, hurriedly hiding the torn sack behind him. After hiding it, he paused, seeming to realize something. "Did you just call me a bastard?" "No." Baiye shot him a look, annoyed. "I said your mom is more awesome than anything. Li Xiao." Meanwhile, a flash of sharpness crossed Li Xiao's eyes. Completely ignoring the imposing silver snake, his gaze focused on the wild man beneath her. Among the 12 zodiac signs, Silver Snake and the Ming Tiger are inseparable, known as Tiger Head, Snaketail. "Looks like you're the Ming Tiger." The rugged man called Ming Tiger coldly shot a glance at Li Xiao, his eyes full of disdain, silent and unimpressed, seemingly looking down on Li Xiao's kind. Li Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. Who would have thought the famous Ming Tiger of the 12 zodiac signs would be mute? Seems like Tiankai Corporation is really lacking in selecting people. What the? Baiye stared in shock. "No way, dude, how dare you? They're bringing 200 gene warriors and you think you're me? If I'd known you were so showy and reckless, I wouldn't have teamed up with you." Feeling the situation turning bad, he quietly retreated behind the crowd. When he reached the back of the line, he realized someone was even faster than him. "Li Zua, when did you arrive?" "Just a little before you." On the other side, Ming Tiger had already stood up from the boulder, his entire body brimming with energy, exuding a terrifying pressure like a fierce tiger, an aura from a top predator. "Shadow Man. Li Xiao, do you want to die?" Li Xiao's shadow silently stood still, a cold smile on his lips. "Just you?" The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Many people eager to watch the show. Gao Banchang broke out in sweat, hurriedly stepping forward. "Hold your hands. Mr. Ming Tiger, my father." Clang. Before he could finish, a crisp sword sound interrupted him. Gao Banchang looked back in astonishment, seeing Xiaoyi's sword already swooping over his head, flying straight toward Ming Tiger. This move was immediately regarded as an act of war by Minghu and the others. 200 Gene warriors simultaneously drew their submachine guns and aimed at Gao Banchang and the others. "Hey, come back!" Xiaoyi rushed forward in a quick step, grabbing. He forced a laugh and said to the crowd, "If I tell you this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The only response he received was 200 dark gun barrels pointed at him. Gao Banchang grew anxious. What kind of teammates did I find? Still, Mr. Li is the most reliable, he never wastes words. "Ha! Where are Mr. Li and brother Xiaobai?" Just as a battle was about to erupt, Gao Banchang shouted urgently, "Father, Gao Shanha." A force called the Dad Dao suddenly spread out, causing the entire scene to fall silent. A flicker of surprise crossed Minghu's eyes. He raised his hand to stop his subordinates from firing. "May I ask, sir?" Gao Banchang panted heavily and replied, "I am Gao Banchang, son of the president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out the mountain and river. "Order. Mr. Minghu, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends have no intention of opposing the Tianqi Corporation. Please give me some face." Minghu glanced at the mountain and river order, his expression softening. "So, you are the son of President Gao. Since your company has many collaborations with your Chamber of Commerce, I will naturally give you face. Put away your guns." Then he sat back on the giant stone, silent once more, seemingly waiting for something. But Li Xiao was dissatisfied and wanted to continue provoking. Gao Banchang hurriedly stopped him, whispering, "Li Xiao, don't forget your purpose for coming to Black Mountain. Humph. Before killing the 10 kings, I, Li Xiao, wouldn't mind teaching a lesson to some petty thugs." Gao Banchang was itching to slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac animals were petty thugs, then there would be no true strongmen in this world. His eyes flicked with a cunning thought. If Minghu isn't even one of the 10 kings, then, if you attack him, wouldn't that be losing face for yourself? With this remark, Li Xiao's expression eased slightly, but he still coldly said, "You make a fair point. Fine, I'll let him go today." Phew. Gao Banchang let out a breath of relief and hurriedly urged the people behind him, "Let's go. Head north." To the north, over 300 people had gathered, more than Tianqi Corporation's forces, but their discipline was loose, scattered into countless small groups. These people wore various outfits, wielded different weapons, and included bounty hunters, extraordinary organizations, and members of other major factions. Tianqi was fighting on its home turf, naturally with the advantage in numbers and equipment. So, these people from various factions and organizations temporarily united to prevent Tianqi from monopolizing the 189 refuge. Bai Yi mingled among the crowd, silently observing these individuals. A few small groups huddled together in circles, while larger groups numbered dozens, and some were even alone. For example, the night girl from the silent court. When Bai Yi saw her for the second time, he wasn't surprised. It was obvious she was heading for 189 refuge. Out of organizational principles or personal choice, the night girl was there to save the wasteland towns around Black Mountain. She leaned against the mountain, seemingly alert to potential ambushes from behind. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a slender silver cross sword close to her chest. She was dressed exactly as before, in black and silver. Within a 2-meter radius around her, no one dared approach. It seemed everyone knew she was not to be trifled with. At this moment, the night girl seemed to sense something. Her light brown eyes cast a glance toward Bai Yi. Her expression was calm and composed, and she simply nodded lightly at Bai Yi before shifting her gaze away. Bai Yi, who received her acknowledgement, did not narcissistically think it was because he was too handsome to attract her attention. He hadn't washed his face in 3 days, and after being exposed to wind and sun all along the way, his face wasn't much cleaner than a shoe sole. He knew very well that the reason the girl paid attention to him was because of his actions in the gray soil town. Bai Yi also averted his gaze and surveyed the others. At that moment, the bushes not far away suddenly trembled, and a man stepped out from within. He smiled as he glanced over the crowd, then turned and walked into the northern group, casually finding a spot to sit down. Clearly having just arrived, this lone man attracted quite a bit of attention, no surprise, because he was too conspicuous. He wore a tattered suit, with clown makeup on his face, and his seductive red lips nearly stretched to his ears. Although there were many in eccentric costumes, here masked, beast-eyed, with faces entirely mechanical, none resembled a clown. Once the clown sat on the ground, he behaved even more bizarrely. Despite being alone with no one around, he laughed happily and kept his mouth moving, talking to the air beside him, occasionally making a few ghostly faces. It seemed he wasn't here to seek refuge in Heishan but to entertain himself. People looked at him as if he were a madman, many sneered, but he appeared deaf to their mockery, happily chatting with the air. Gao Banchang, who is that person? Bai Yi asked curiously. Based on his own summary of the extraordinary person's madness law, he believed this clown must be very powerful, because the crazier and more abnormal, the stronger. Gao Banchang's face darkened as he glanced at Liu, deciding to swallow his anger. He looked in the direction Bai Yi indicated, and his expression suddenly changed. Ghost clown? This lunatic actually came too? Do you know him? Gao Banchang nodded. It's my first time seeing him, but his features are too obvious, there's no mistaking him. Is he also an extraordinary person? Probably not. Probably? Bai Yi was surprised again. The ghost clown is very powerful, but he has never shown any extraordinary abilities, nor has he undergone genetic or mechanical modifications. Qi blood martial arts? Exactly. He's made quite a name for himself just with Qi blood martial arts. Even those who have undergone 3 injections of genetic modification potions aren't his match. Bai Yi immediately looked more closely at the ghost clown. He hadn't expected that this seemingly frail man had cultivated Qi blood martial arts to such an extent, rivaling genetic technology with his flesh and blood. Then why do you say he probably isn't an extraordinary person? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see him talking to the air all this time? He's actually talking to his girlfriend. Air girlfriend? Bai Yi's understanding was once again refreshed. In the era of great upheaval, indeed, there are all kinds of oddities. More precisely, she's a ghostly girlfriend, completely invisible. Like a ghost. Everyone else calls him Ghost Clown, but there are rumors that his ghostly girlfriend might actually exist, that she's his extraordinary ability. However, this has never been confirmed. But even if he isn't an extraordinary person, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Do you know how much he's worth in bounties? Gao Banchang said mysteriously. How much? 170 million. What? So even Li Xiao's bounty isn't a fraction of his? Li Xiao turned his head, casting a cold glance. Kid, I dare you to say that again. Bai Yi wasn't about to hold back. What? You don't want people to say the truth? Then why don't you raise your bounty to 170 million too? Li Xiao was furious but didn't attack Bai Yi. He seemed to have some principles, only provoking the strong. Watching Li Xiao's anger, Bai Yi silently counted down in his mind 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. Emperor Yang Jie's bounty is 1.29 billion. Once I defeat him, breaking 1.5 billion in bounty will be just around the corner. Bai Yi showed a look of non-surprise, knowing that the moment he opened his mouth it would be about the 10 kings. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Li Xiao anymore. Instead, he became somewhat interested in the ghost clown. He quietly moved closer, eager to hear what the ghost clown was saying to his ghostly girlfriend. Amid the bustling crowd, the clown was gently embracing the air with one hand, smiling softly, as if holding an invisible woman. Do you think the scenery of Heishan is beautiful too? From then on, we'll come here often. I've heard that the sunrise atop Black Mountain is even more beautiful. Once things here are settled, I'll take you to see the sunrise on Black Mountain, the clown said, pausing as if listening for a response from his ghostly girlfriend. The people around him whispered and sneered. The clown doesn't go to the circus, yet he's here to join the fun. Now he's even planning to watch the sunrise on Black Mountain. Doesn't he fear feeding the mutated beast? Hey, keep your voice down, don't let this lunatic hear you. Be careful, he might come over and bite you. Ha, in this era of information blockade and even severance, not everyone was as knowledgeable as Gao Banchang. As the son of the richest man, he had access to intelligence far beyond ordinary people's imagination. The ghost clown was not a celebrity, so many people didn't recognize him. Even if he were a star, it would be hard for everyone to know him. Listening to the crowd's mockery, the ghost clown still smiled. He gazed affectionately at the air beside him, his eyes no longer capable of holding anything else. In his view, that wasn't air, but a woman sitting upright, dressed in a white pleated skirt, with gentle brows and a soft smile. This young woman, barely 20, was not particularly striking in appearance, but at the most radiant age of life, being with the one she loved was like a blooming flower, each frown and cluster exuding a unique, enchanting girl's charm. E's gaze was filled with innocent curiosity and shyness. She unconsciously twirled her pure white skirt with her fingertips and softly asked, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently brushed E's hair and said with a smile, "Because they can't see you." E looked up, her eyes shining with a smile as she gazed at the brightly colored clown. "Then why are you laughing?" The clown's smile grew even happier. "Because only I can see you." His tone carried a hint of pride and secret joy, like a squirrel who had successfully stolen a pinecone and was hiding it under his tail. Hiss! Not far away, White E, eavesdropping, suddenly took a sharp breath. He couldn't see or hear E, all he saw was the clown passionately confessing to the air the sincerity of his love and the bizarre act of talking to nothingness intertwined, making White Ye's scalp tingle. He hurriedly distanced himself from the ghost clown and returned to the team, just in time to see Gao Banchang chatting with someone else, both of them leaning on each other in a very close manner. "Brother Bao, why are so many of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why don't you go in?" The man called Brother Bao whispered. "Boss Gao, it's you asking me. If it were anyone else, I'd ignore him completely. Did you see the dozen or so corpses in front of the cave?" Yeah. How did they die?" "They were killed by the guards inside the cave." "There are guards inside the cave?" Gao Banchang pretended to be surprised. Brother Bao clearly enjoyed this, and his vanity was satisfied knowing he could surprise the son of the richest man. "That's right. There's a huge silver-armored robot, and its eyes can even shoot lasers. Super terrifying. With so many of us, can't we handle just one robot?" "Boss Gao, you mustn't underestimate this robot. It's an ancient war weapon that can activate a legendary energy shield. That shield isn't simple. We've used guns, fire, bombs, everything we had, and still left no trace. See those 12 zodiac signs over there? They've been here for a month but haven't broken through the robot's defenses." "Then what do we do? Just wait around?" Gao Banchang looked anxious. "Don't worry, Boss Gao. We're not just waiting idly. We're resting." Previously, the Steel Brothers and the 12 zodiac signs discussed countermeasures. They attack the robot at intervals. The robot is rigid as long as you stay outside 100 meters, it won't trigger its defense mechanism. We're gradually draining its energy. Sooner or later, we'll wear it down. It's been surviving since the old era, over 100 years now. I don't believe its energy is endless." Gao Banchang forced a dry laugh. As the son of the wealthiest man, he knew quite a few secrets of the old era, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot had a controlled nuclear fusion energy device, then even if everyone else died here, they wouldn't be able to outlast it. What's that sound?" Gao Banchang was startled by the sudden noise. The sound was incredibly familiar to him, but he couldn't understand why it was coming from Heishan. Not only him, but most of the people present heard it too. Bai Yi looked toward the source of the sound and fixed his gaze on the tent of the Enlightenment Company to the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the noise was coming from inside. Meanwhile, the silver snake and the Ming tiger had vanished without a trace. Damn, are they that desperate? Bai Yi was both shocked and confused. Was there still any normal person left on Heishan? He felt a mix of frustration and amusement, and an untimely thought popped into his mind, one that perfectly summarized this trip to Heishan. Black Mountain's grand stage. If you're not working, don't come. Are those two really so open in their daily lives? Gao Banchang's face was full of astonishment. Bao Gu chuckled. "Don't be surprised, Boss Gao. We're all used to it. These two just have to move around a bit every day. I heard that the gene serum injected into the 12 zodiac is different from what's available on the market. It's a special research project by the Enlightenment Company. While it grants formidable combat power, it also has obvious side effects. For example, it retains some beastly instincts. Beasts, after all, don't care about the occasion when they breed." Gao Banchang. Half an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Minghu, dressed neatly, emerged from the tent holding a rosy-cheeked silver snake. The charming snake-like beauty looked even more alluring now. Finally out. But I've been waiting so long. The agreed time has already passed, said a thin, white-haired old man walking from the north. Behind him, a dozen or so mechanical modifications followed. Bao Gu, who was talking with Gao Banchang, whispered, "That's He Quan Jun, a strong martial artist with vigorous chi and blood, an instructor of the Steel Brothers Society. I heard that all 10,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood were trained by him. They call him the 10,000 Iron Guard Chief Instructor. A single crane can resist 1,000 armies. And he's one of the few in the Steel Brothers Society who hasn't undergone mechanical modifications." Gao Banchang narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect him to come too. Looks like the Steel Brothers Society is determined to seize Heishan. It's a pity they're too far away, only bringing this small group. Minghu grinned at He Quan Jun. We didn't perform well this time. Silver Snake glared at him with a coquettish expression, her small, soft hand casually grabbing at her chest muscles. He Chuanjuan's face darkened. If the 12 Zodiac doesn't want to breach shelter 189, then they can leave now. Ha ha ha, don't get angry, old he. Of course, the 12 Zodiac intends to breach the shelter. Isn't that the purpose everyone came here for? Minghu said with a smile. Despite his words, he was far from anxious, knowing full well that with their current strength they couldn't drain the robot's energy. The company had tried various methods before, all ending in failure. To deal with the robot, they could only wait for the tyrant. Unfortunately, the tyrant was too far away. Even if they learned about Heishan, it would probably take 3 more days to arrive. Then what are we waiting for? Gather your people and get started, He Quan Jun said, stooping slightly and turning toward the cave with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a dozen fully armed mechanical modifications followed closely. Seeing his movement, everyone else also stood up cautiously and headed toward the cave, clearly having reached a mutual agreement. Boss Gao, let's go. 2. Everyone has agreed to work together to drain the robot's energy. If we don't go, we'll be targeted by everyone, Bao Gu kindly reminded. Then joined the main group. Gao Banchang nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, and Li Xiao, let's move out too. It's a good opportunity to see just how formidable the old era war robots really are. Everyone naturally agreed, and Bai Yi followed at the very end of the team, also curious about how formidable robots from the civilization era truly were. When the leading team member, He Qianjun, stepped within 100 meters of the cave, a rumbling sound erupted. The cave emitted a muffled roar, as if some colossal creature had awakened and was slowly emerging from within. The crowd's expressions instantly grew tense. The ground began to tremble, ripples spreading as if a micro-earthquake had occurred, even the small stones on the surface bouncing with the tremors. Next moment, a massive silver silhouette slowly emerged from the cave. Its shiny metallic shell flowed like liquid mercury, reflecting a cold, hard light. Every ridge on its body looked as if cut with laser beams. It stood at the entrance, towering 2 stories high, with armor slightly bulging at the shoulders, covered in angular heat dissipation holes, from which wisps of white steam continuously billowed out. This ancient giant robot had no facial features. Its face was covered by a silver-white metal mask, leaving only a pair of crimson glowing pupils, like 2 eternal flames, scanning everything around. Warning! Warning! Crimson! Disease infected detected. Immediate elimination. A cold electronic voice emanated from the robot's body, and the crimson pupils flickered rapidly. Attack! He Qianjun shouted loudly. Behind him, more than a dozen mechanical modifications raised their metal limbs. With the whirring of gears and the clanking of metal, their mechanical arms spun around, revealing Gatling-like gun muzzles. Clack clack! Blue flames erupted from the gun barrels, instantly weaving into a dense net of firepower that poured onto the robot. However, in the next second, a faint blue light burst from the robot's body, forming a diamond-shaped blue shield. The bullets exploded and vaporized upon contact with the shield, leaving no trace whatsoever. Everyone, attack together! Minghu roared. The crowd responded in unison, joining the battle, though no one dared to approach the robot closely, only firing from a distance. Hundreds of people opened fire simultaneously, stirring a storm of metal within this Black Mountain territory. Normally, such firepower could easily conquer a small county, but it simply couldn't break through the silver-white robot. Bai Yi casually drew out the skeleton's breath and fired 2 shots. He didn't use his energy or blood, and the bullets he shot were ordinary. He didn't believe that snake-level forbidden objects could break the energy shield, so there was no need to waste his energy and blood. Similarly, Gao Banchang was also idling. The son of the richest man didn't even bother to act. He simply stood behind the maid, Xiao Kuei, and didn't even bother to fire his gun. Hey Gao Fatty, what's the crimson disease the robot just mentioned? Bai Yi asked lazily while pretending to be relaxed. Crimson disease is a mysterious virus that erupted during the Great Catastrophe. Those mutated beasts are caused by infection with crimson disease, Gao Banchang shouted loudly. Because the gunfire was too loud, he could only yell. So, superhumans and chi blood martial arts are also caused by crimson disease? Bai Yi leaned in and shouted into Gao Banchang's ear. Hey, keep your voice down. My ears are almost deaf. Gao Banchang hurriedly pushed Bai Yi away. Exactly, it's all because of crimson disease. When the great catastrophe broke out, many people died. And those who survived adapted to the disease. Their bodies developed chi and blood, and those with good innate talent became superhumans. Bai Yi thought to himself. He suddenly had a question. If there are mutated beasts, why don't humans turn into mutated humans? Do people who get infected with crimson disease either die or adapt? Gao Banchang waved his hand, signaling Bai Yi to come closer. When Bai Yi moved closer, the son of the richest man suddenly shouted loudly, almost knocking Bai Yi's mental clarity out of his head. There are mutated humans. Shut the hell up! Bai Yi snapped, kicking Gao Banchang directly. However, the kick didn't land. Xiao Kuei, the maid, raised her hand to block it. Xiao Kuei stared at Bai Yi with an expressionless face. Her eyes were no different from those of a human, yet there was no hint of life in them. Gao Banchang quickly comforted Xiao Kuei a few words and she finally turned her head away. He then smiled proudly at Bai Yi. Brother Xiao Bai, I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of money. Since I dared to come to Heishan, I must have some backing. So, it's better if you don't casually lay hands on me. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei might misunderstand. Bai Yi. Gao Banchang continued, many years ago, there were mutants, but they were long since wiped out by humans. Actually, mutants are quite weak, they can only scare ordinary people. You should know that the strength of humans relies on their brains, not their bodies. Mutants have no brains, only savage physiques. How can they withstand hot weapons? They are even inferior to mutated beasts. Bai Yi was slightly stunned. It seemed that in his previous life he had watched too many zombie movies. A zombie crisis nearly wiped out humanity. Now that he thought about it, it seemed a bit unrealistic. Did people really think humans' hot weapons were just decorations? Do you know the origin of crimson disease? And how exactly did the great catastrophe form? Gao Banchang rolled his eyes. Brother Xiao Bai, if I knew everything, would the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce still have my dad as president? Bai Yi fell silent for a moment. That makes sense. As they conversed, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Perhaps because their bullets had run out, Ming Hu, Yin Shi, He Qianjun, and others were actually engaged in melee with the robots. Not only them, but also the renowned strongmen like Li Xiao, Ghost Clown, and the Night Girl from the Silent Court stepped forward. The robots were far less agile than they were, but their energy shields were too thick. This technology, far beyond the current era, still dealt a crushing blow to these extraordinary fighters. Perhaps in people's minds, those with supernatural abilities are mysterious and powerful, but in reality, they are also flesh and blood, carbon-based creatures. Whether you can breathe fire, spit water, manipulate shadows, wield swords, or whatever else, as long as you can't physically withstand a nuclear blast, you still have to kneel before technology. However, this battle still allowed Bai Yi to witness the terrifying strength of top-tier experts. Ming Hu roared loudly, punching out with a fist, tearing the air with a sharp sonic boom. When his fist struck the energy shield, a terrifying white gust of air exploded outward from the impact point, causing a whirlwind of debris and dead leaves to surge backward, and the energy shield trembled violently. The robot inside was actually knocked back several steps, its massive metal feet gouging deep trenches in the ground. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with shock. Previously, hundreds of people shooting couldn't make the robot retreat, but Ming Hu's single punch could. Is this the 12 zodiac animals? It seemed that Mr. Ring was still too weak, actually killed with just one shot. Surely he relied on connections to rise to power. If Mr. Ring knew what Bai Yi was thinking, he'd probably jump out of the underworld in anger. He was never a combat type of the 12 zodiac, he was a sniper. When Ming Hu made his move, the others didn't stand idly by either, attacking the robot from different directions. But apart from Yi Qianjun, no one could match Ming Hu's terrifying might. There is indeed a gap among the strong. Ming Hu was undoubtedly among the top tier. No wonder the leaders of the two factions were Ming Hu and Yi Qianjun. Be careful! Yi Qianjun suddenly shouted. His hunched figure suddenly crouched low. Swoosh! A red laser cut through the air from above his head. The intense heat caused the air to billow with white smoke. Although he perfectly dodged the laser shot from the robot's eyes, he couldn't escape the heat. The terrifying heat instantly curled and blackened his sparse hair, making it even more sparse. The three mechanical modifications behind him were not so fortunate. Even though they saw the laser coming, they lacked the agility of He Qianjun. Caught off guard, the three were cut in half at the waist by the laser, their mechanical armor crumbling like paper. The halves of their bodies did not die immediately. Instead, they let out piercing screams as blood erupted like fountains, forming pools of blood on the ground. Such a gruesome sight sent chills down the spines of more and more people, causing them to retreat from the robots. In the end, only Yi Qianjun and the members of the 12 zodiac signs remained fighting. They moved with ease, even though they couldn't break through the energy shield. The robots couldn't harm them. Bai Yi watched for a while and found it boring. Although he was initially amazed by their strength, over time he grew tired of it because real combat has no spectacle, it's just The simplest, most direct, and most effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and the others easily dodged the lasers, then took the opportunity to attack the robots, dodge again, strike again, gradually wearing them down. However, one thing caught his attention: the energy shields could be penetrated by bullets, yet He Qianjun and the others' fists landing on them caused no damage at all. What was going on? He observed carefully for a moment and finally found the answer. He noticed that when He Qianjun and the others attacked the robots, a faint red glow would appear on their bodies. The red light wrapped around their fists, neutralizing the damage from the energy shields, which is why they remained unharmed. Is it chi and blood? Bai Yi looked down at his own hand. He clenched his fist hard, but no matter how much effort he made, he couldn't see any red glow on his fist. Could it be that I have too little chi and blood, or that I haven't practiced the chi and blood martial way, and I don't know the techniques for body protection with chi and blood? He realized that his understanding of the extraordinary world was still too shallow. He didn't know many fundamental concepts. Once the Black Mountain incident was over, he had to quickly learn more about this knowledge. Why don't they take the opportunity to enter the mountain cave? Gao Banchang, who was watching from the side, noticed a blind spot and asked Bao Gu, who was retreating. That's because there's a huge alloy door inside the cave, which can't be opened in a short time. If they rashly enter such a confined space and get blocked by the robots, there's hardly any room to dodge the lasers, certain death. Bao Gu panted heavily as he explained. 1 hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield on the robot's head with his toes, then performed a backflip in midair, drawing a long arc before landing steadily 100 meters outside the cave. The others, as if they had agreed, collectively retreated. The robot's sensing range seemed to be only about 100 meters. After everyone withdrew, it stood in place for a long time, its scarlet glowing eyes flickering continuously before finally turning and plunging into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence. Damn! This shell is still as tough as ever. Bring me some wine. Minghu returned to the camp, took the wine handed to him by his subordinates, and embraced the charming silver snake as he drank heartily. Several bottles of wine lay scattered at his feet. Obviously, this wasn't his first time drinking. After all, they had been stationed at Black Mountain for a month. There was nothing here, no birds, no entertainment. After fighting the robots, heading back to camp for drinks had become almost routine. Such behavior made a group of bounty hunters salivate. They had been at Black Mountain for days, their supplies long exhausted, and they could only hunt for food daily. As for alcohol, forget it. But the 12 zodiac signs were different. They relied on Dawn City, had plenty of people, and from time to time, Gene warriors would send food and drinks. So they could only watch Minghu drink and feast every day, feeling quite happy. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi and the others also felt envious, especially bounty hunters like Li Baidian and Black Panther, who were used to hanging out in taverns every day. They had never tasted alcohol at Black Mountain. They could tolerate it at first, so long as they didn't see others drinking. Gao Banchang silently observed everyone's expressions, then thought, for a moment, I'll go buy some from them. Boss Gao, there's no need to trouble yourself on our account. Once this matter is settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink together in the future. Xiaoyi also had a penchant for wine, though he spoke as if he didn't care. His eyes kept drifting toward Minghu. In an era ravaged by spiritual and cultural deprivation, alcohol had long become a spiritual refuge for many. The harsher the living conditions, the greater the dependence on alcohol. You can't change the brutal reality, but you can alter your mood with alcohol, temporarily escaping from it. Gao Banchang chuckled, not to brag, but I used to indulge in wine and merriment all day at home. Now, seeing others drink, my craving has been stirred up long ago. Even if you don't want to drink, I surely will. This damn Black Mountain is so boring. What's the point of not drinking? Just staring at each other in silence? Bai Yi watched silently, inwardly marveling at Gao Paozi's emotional intelligence. It wasn't that he truly wanted to drink, he was clearly trying to avoid embarrassing everyone by pretending it was his own desire. Not only Bai Yi could see this, but Xiaoyi and the others naturally understood as well, feeling quite touched. Gao Banchang took Xiao Kuei over to Minghu's side, cupped his hands with a smile, and said, Mr. Minghu, I'd like to buy some wine from you. Would that be possible? Minghu slowly lowered his wine cup. Young Master Gao, you're too polite. But if you want to drink some wine, just sit down and share a drink with me. No need to spend money. Gao Banchang shook his head. Of course I'll pay. I have friends over there and we need quite a bit of wine. Minghu glanced at Lei Xiao among the crowd, then withdrew his gaze, a faint smile on his face. When did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? You're a noble person, after all, and shouldn't casually associate with shady characters, lest you lose your status. His voice was loud and unreserved. The expressions of Lei Xiao and the others immediately darkened. Gao Banchang's smile gradually faded, and the hands he had been clasping loosened. Friends are not defined by status. As long as we get along, they're friends. If Mr. Minghu wants to sell, then sell me some wine. If not, there's no need to belittle my friends. Minghu chuckled, but his eyes held no trace of amusement. Not selling. Gao Banchang fell silent for a moment. Goodbye. He turned silently and walked away, the faint sound of a silver snake's teasing laughter echoing behind him. Brother Hu, now you've offended young Master Gao. Minghu sneered dismissively. He's just an illegitimate son. I already showed him mercy by giving Lei Xiao face and letting him go earlier. Now I invite him to drink, and he not only disrespects me but also wants to buy my wine to give to Lei Xiao. Does he think I'm made of mud? Gao Banchang's steps halted, standing there for a moment before finally saying nothing and quietly returning. Watching everyone's indignant expressions, he laughed heartily. If they won't sell, then forget it. When we leave Black Mountain, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wanwanjing to drink. His cheerful laughter only made the crowd more silent. Bai Ye's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. He still found Gao Paozi quite agreeable. After all, he was a close person. Now that he was being mocked, it was one thing, but Minghu not only mocked Gao Paozi but also dared to join in the group ridicule? As a future god of the new era, he was already so low-key, yet someone dared to insult him from afar. The 12 zodiac signs. Minghu, you've already sealed your own death. Gao Paozi, his voice broke the silence, and the ragged wasteland youth with a grayish face, wearing a dangerous smile, said, why don't you put up some money? I'll help you kill Minghu? I'll ask Mr. Li to do it. The crowd was stunned, their eyes shifting between Bai Yi and Li Yu. They were not only surprised by Bai Ye's tone but also by Li Yu's strength. Kill the 12 zodiac signs. Minghu? Are you kidding? You're a 10th king? Gao Banchang's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, but he quickly waved his hand. No, need to go that far. Humph. Li Xiao snorted coldly. This matter started because of me. I will give you an explanation. I'll be back shortly. Hey, it's not that serious. Gao Banchang hurriedly stopped him. Bai Yi watched silently from the side, then began to count down. No, just the 12 zodiac signs and the 10 kings. 3, 2, 1 to 10 kings. Li Xiao paused mid-sentence, looked at Bai Yi in astonishment, then his face darkened. You're imitating me? Bai Yi burst into hearty laughter. How about it? Am I right or not? You. Everyone watched as Li Xiao, trembling with anger, looked strange. They all closed their mouths tightly, afraid to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Gao Banchang finally couldn't hold it in. His laughter spread like a chain reaction, growing louder and louder, until everyone couldn't help but laugh. On this journey, they weren't deaf. Naturally, they knew Li Xiao's speaking habits. It's just that they had never dared to say it out loud. Now that Bai Yi had pointed it out, they had held it in all this time and simply couldn't anymore. You guys? Li Xiao's face, hidden behind a black mask, was trembling with rage. He felt greatly humiliated. Suddenly, Minghu, who was drinking, heard their loud laughter. He paused slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his wine cup. Brother Hu, are they mocking you behind your back? Yin Shi, leaning on Minghu's arm, said, with a smile, after I kill the tyrant, I'll settle accounts with them. I have wine. Amidst the laughter, Li Yu reached into the torn burlap bag behind him. Like a magician, he pulled out 1 bottle, then 2, then 3, 10 bottles of wine. Everyone stared blankly at Li Yu's expressionless face. They had all guessed what was inside Li Yu's bag. After all, carrying such things for a powerful transcendent was bound to be something valuable. But they never expected it to be wine. No, who in their right mind would carry so much wine up Black Mountain? This is inferior wine brewed with alcohol by wastelanders. I don't know if you're used to drinking it, Li Yu said coldly, opening a bottle and gulping it down. His eyes narrowed slightly, a look of enjoyment on his face. Then he handed the bottle to Gao Banchang. Gao Banchang was stunned. Looking at the bottle, which had no label and was cloudy like it was covered in grime, he suddenly smiled, took the wine from Li Yu, and drank a big gulp as well. The fiery liquor burned down his throat, and his stomach felt like it was ignited by a fierce fire. Cough cough. Gao Banchang had never drunk such inferior wine before. He was immediately choked, his face turning red, but the smile in his eyes grew even more intense. Indeed, it's terrible, but this is the most exhilarating wine I've ever had. Xiao Long chuckled, casually grabbing a bottle of the cheap wine. It's not about the wine itself, but who you drink with and where you drink. Being able to share drinks with friends here on Black Mountain's desolate ground, doesn't that feel great? Just now, Gao Banchang had defended them in front of Minghu, openly saying they were friends. His actions naturally gained their approval. Tun. Xiao drank half a bottle in one go without any change in expression, demonstrating the extraordinary resilience of his body. Perhaps inspired by their camaraderie, more and more people picked up their bottles, raising them in a toast. These bounty hunters were most skilled at drinking and bragging. Once they held their bottles, they exuded a confident aura as if returning to their home turf. Their chatter instantly opened up and they began reminiscing about the past. Someone immediately set a fire on the spot, took out the prey they had hunted earlier, and started grilling meat. The atmosphere grew even more lively. Even Li Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of longing, but as a person who maintained a cold, aloof persona, he hesitated and made no move. When others offered him a bottle, he didn't take it. Bai Yi secretly chuckled to himself. His eyes twinkled, and he raised his bottle to clink with Xiao Yi's, loudly saying, "No wonder you're the sword-wielding bounty hunter with a reward of 85 million. Not only is your bounty high, but your alcohol tolerance is also better than most transcenders." As soon as he finished speaking, swish, Bai Yi only felt a flash before his eyes, a fleeting shadow suddenly squeezing into the crowd, grabbing a wine bottle and pouring it directly into the masked person's mouth. But he burst into hearty laughter, laughing while deliberately saying, "Li Xiao, you should drink less, leave some for Xiao, he's got a good alcohol tolerance." Li Xiao remained silent, simply drinking his wine. He raised the bottle a few more inches, almost pointing to the sky. Xiao Yilong chuckled and also picked up his bottle, starting to gulp fiercely. Some onlookers even clapped enthusiastically. This group of people from all over Tiannan, Hebei, carefree and unruly in their drinking, seemed out of place on this Black Mountain's precipice. Their loud laughter drew many glances. Zhenjun watched these lively young people drink happily, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his aged eyes. The night girl silently observed, her gaze not on the wine but on the roasted meat turning golden. She stared for a long time, then suddenly looked around warily. Seeing no one paying attention, she quickly took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and brought it to her lips. But she didn't manage to put it in her mouth. Her light brown eyes froze in surprise as she suddenly remembered she was still wearing a mask. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings again, then covered her face with her left hand, slightly shifting the silver-white mask to reveal lips soaked in rose juice. With a quick motion, she shoved a whole piece of chocolate into her mouth. After doing all this, the girl put her mask back on, quietly leaning against the mountain, as if nothing had happened. However, perhaps because the chocolate she had stuffed in was too large, she chewed with difficulty, her mouth puffed out so much that every time she chewed, the silver-white mask on her face trembled up and down, looking quite comical. The ghost clown hugged the invisible Yi, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes, but his voice was gentle. "It's okay, Yi. There must be a way to revive you in Black Mountain. Then you can eat again. You're such a little glutton. I know you haven't eaten in a long time. Why don't I eat for you? I can describe the taste," he said. "You don't want to watch? Don't be angry, Yi. Then I'll go kill everyone who's eating, so you don't have to see it, okay?" "Oh, I won't kill anyone, I won't kill." "Don't cry." He was helpless, like a child, comforting the non-existent Yi. Minghu looked at Bai Yi and the other's smiling faces, his expression gradually darkening, suddenly feeling that the fine wine in his hand had lost its flavor. Humph. He suddenly threw the empty wine bottle forcefully to the ground. Bang! The sound of glass shattering was especially harsh and abrupt, interrupting Gao Banchang and the others' lively conversation. Many people turned their eyes toward Minghu, who snorted coldly, "So noisy, disturbing my good mood for drinking." His voice was unabashed, even deliberately loud enough for Gao Banchang and others to hear. The originally cheerful crowd suddenly fell silent as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over a blazing fire, their faces subtly awkward. Minghu seemed quite satisfied with their reaction. He sneered, picked up a new bottle of wine, cast a disdainful glance at everyone, then slowly poured himself a drink. The others' expressions grew even more grim. Gao Banchang's hand holding the bottle turned pale from the exertion, but even so, he did not lose his temper, knowing he couldn't afford to offend the 12 zodiac signs, let alone the Skyward Company, especially on their own turf of Black Mountain. Next to him, Li Xiao could no longer hold back and was about to stand up, but Gao Banchang held him tightly. No one noticed that Bai Ye's hand had already quietly reached behind Li Xiao's back, writing words with his fingers. The wine glass was filled. Minghu leisurely set down the wine bottle, lifted his glass, and was about to take a sip when a cold voice suddenly sounded. "If you don't want to drink, then don't." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked in astonishment at the speaker. The person was dressed in tattered clothes, sitting among Gao Banchang and others, with his right arm wrapped in thick bandages, looking like a disabled wasteland survivor. But just like that, an ordinary wasteland dweller suddenly challenged one of the 12 zodiac signs, Minghu, the underworld tiger, right before everyone's eyes. Minghu paused with the wine cup in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, a terrifying beast-like gleam flashing in them. He began to speak, but at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering glass rang out in his hand. The noise was slight, but it caused Minghu's face to change drastically. The wine cup in his hand shattered. Glass shards and wine splattered all over him, slowly trickling down his muscular, bare upper body, then soaking into his pants, leaving a large wet stain. He jolted, as if electrocuted, staring in horror at Liu's expressionless face, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. His sturdy body was suddenly suffused with a faint red glow of blood, as if facing a formidable enemy. But Liu paid him no mind. He never even looked at him directly from start to finish. The bandaged right hand slowly lowered itself. Then he picked up the wine bottle and said calmly to Gao Banchang and the others, "Drink." Gao Banchang and the others looked at each other in confusion, none of them understanding what had just happened. They glanced at the indifferent Liu, then at the grim-faced, silent Minghu, feeling an inexplicable shock. Coupled with the shattered wine cup, they gradually understood something. The horror was not only theirs, there were no ordinary people present, because ordinary folks couldn't reach the 189 refuge. Those who could come here were at least powerful enough to earn a bounty of several million. And it was precisely because of this that they were terrified. They didn't believe that such a strong figure as Minghu could lose control of his body, yet he accidentally crushed the wine cup, even spilling it on himself. Even if Minghu had truly shattered it himself, why at this particular moment? Why right after Liu finished speaking? And facing Liu's challenging attitude, Minghu remained silent. He truly stopped drinking. What kind of trick is this? Minghu stared fixedly at Liu, his face flickering with changing expressions. The delicate smile on Silver Snake's face gradually faded. She looked at the broken glass shards scattered on the ground, a deep sense of dread flashing in her eyes. She whispered, from the marks on the shards, the force was very slight, just enough to break the cup. But how could such a minimal force cross such a distance? It's almost as if someone shattered it from close range. Did you see what it was? She initially thought it was a small hidden weapon like a pebble, but if it truly was launched by the man wrapped in bandages, such a long distance shouldn't produce such a tiny force. It would even be detected early due to its slow flight speed. Minghu shook his head. I saw nothing. My beast instinct didn't even give an alert, nor did I feel any air movement, like nothing had happened. But the cup just shattered. Silver Snake's expression grew more shocked. How could such a bizarre and silent extraordinary ability be defended against? This time, it was just a shattered wine cup. Who can guarantee that the opponent can't shatter a skull? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Minghu, don't be impulsive. We don't know the opponent's strength yet, and we have an important mission. At this critical moment, we mustn't cause unnecessary trouble. If we delay the company's major affairs, you know the consequences. Silver Snake said. Seriously. Minghu clenched his fists tightly, a flash of anger crossing his face. But when he thought about his task, to wait for the tyrant Yang Jie to arrive, then hold him back and give the eagle a chance to snipe, he could only reluctantly loosen his fists. Confronted with a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even if he was confident he could win in battle, he dared not guarantee he wouldn't get hurt. If he was injured, how could he hold Yang Jie back? He took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked at Liu. In a low voice, he asked, "Who are you, sir?" Liu took a sip of the cheap wine, then replied calmly, "Magician." Liu. Minghu's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Liu intently. "Magician. Liu, I've got you in my memory." After saying that, he no longer drank, but sat silently between the 200 Jin warriors alongside Silver Snake. Not only did he remember, but everyone present also remembered. They appeared indifferent on the surface, but each of their ears was like an antenna, listening intently and clearly. None of them had ever heard of Magic Hand, but everyone knew that this name carried weight, someone capable of making wet his pants and yet dare not speak out in anger. This person was destined to become famous throughout in the future. What are you all standing around for? Keep playing the music and keep dancing. Bai Yi chuckled as he lifted a wine bottle. Taking a heavy sip, he chose not to kill but instead issued a warning, telling not to be too reckless. It was useless, because killing would mean killing in those 200 Jin warriors, wasting a lot of time and triggering a chain reaction. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, if the 12 zodiac signs and the Jin warriors were wiped out, it would probably scare the others to death. What would do then? Too many variables, not conducive to him obtaining Thu. After Bai Ye's reminder, everyone finally snapped out of their daze, sneaking a glance at who was still drinking. Only then did they pick up their wine cups again, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. At this moment, suddenly raised his wine bottle with both hands, looking serious as he said, "Mister, the wine you bought me today, I will never forget it in this lifetime." Looked at, whose genuine emotion was evident, and felt somewhat at a loss because he didn't know what had happened. He had only followed Bai Ye's instructions to act a little dramatic. Unsure how to respond, he fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "All in the wine," was stunned, lowering his head to look at the half-empty bottle in his hand. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, then raised the bottle and took a big gulp. Having never tasted such poor quality wine before, he was choked to tears, but he persisted and finished the entire drink. After this bottle, S face was flushed red, his eyes appeared dazed, but he smiled even more happily, like a 250 Jin fat man. Oh, he was already a 250 Jin fat man. "Mister, I won't say anything more. From today on, ugh." He suddenly pretended to spray the wine, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the lively atmosphere was restored. Bai Yi gulped down a large mouthful of wine, a smile curling at his lips. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds just spent were worth it. In this world, material value isn't the only kind of worth. True value is never written in fame or fortune but engraved in the youthful spirit of standing up for friends. Perhaps he and this group of people were just passing acquaintances, destined to part ways in the future, but so what? At least, in this moment, atop this black mountains, desperate terrain, surrounded by heroes, they were friends raising their cups together. If today someone made him drink unpleasantly, then he would make sure they felt the same. He was inherently a reckless and unruly person. His life's pursuit was nothing but freedom and ease, living to enjoy, not to win awards. He firmly believed that a young man's fleeting joy was worth a lifetime of memories. So, for a moment of happiness, wasting 5 seconds, what's the harm? Bai Yi was truly exhilarated but felt a bit distracted. His mind still echoed with brief 3 sentences. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Magic hand. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt inside. That cold demeanor, the disdainful attitude toward sitting calmly among the crowd, raising his glass quietly in the shock of everyone, without exaggeration, this was how saw himself. He looked at with a complex expression, jealous, admiring, and defiant all at once. Instinctively, he straightened his back, unconsciously mimicking his coldness, even thinking of wrapping himself in bandages. After a satisfying kneel and drink, a new round of attack began. As if they had agreed, everyone headed toward the cave entrance, drawing out the robots, and the battle erupted instantly. However, unlike before, this time, Minghu was not the one charging ahead. Instead, he mingled within the crowd, taking simple, perfunctory actions, his wary gaze constantly sweeping over Liu. The crimson laser, slicing through the air with a piercing whine, swept across. Minghu's figure ducked low, easily avoiding it, not because his speed was faster than light, but because every time the robot fired its laser, its eyes would suddenly glow brightly as if charging up. Once he figured out the pattern, he could dodge in advance. After avoiding the laser, he propped himself up with one hand, his arm bulging with veins, twisting his waist and abdomen using his hand as a pivot. Then, his right leg shot out like a cannonball. He landed a powerful kick on the robot's energy shield, sending the robot staggering back several steps. Seizing the moment, Minghu quickly stood up, his peripheral vision subconsciously glancing at Liu hiding among the crowd. Seeing that Liu was merely watching from afar without making a move, he frowned tightly. He looked to the side at He Qianjun, noticing that the other was also secretly observing Liu. Not just him, any top-tier expert daring to engage the robot in close combat would divert some attention to Liu. Minghu's mind moved, understanding what these people were thinking. Because they were all competitors, strong in the same tier, they could tolerate weaker individuals staying at a distance since it was useless to engage them anyway. But they absolutely could not tolerate a powerhouse like Liu working hard but not contributing. Especially since Liu's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. What if he harbored malicious intent and launched a sneak attack from behind? It was like a dozen scheming people fighting on the front lines with guns, and there was one person who also had a gun but didn't fight. Instead, standing far behind the crowd, anyone would worry that this person might be planning a cold shot from the back. Thinking of this, Minghu's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. He turned around suddenly and loudly declared, "Magician Liu, with your strength hiding among the crowd without making a move, are you perhaps waiting to reap the benefits without effort?" His words subtly placed Liu in opposition to everyone else, causing many strong fighters to cast scrutinizing and wary glances toward Liu. Silver Snake skillfully dodged a heavy blow from the robot, giggling softly, "Brotherly, even a weak woman has gone to the front lines. And you, a grown man, are still hiding in the back?" More and more strange looks made Liu stiffen all over, his heart sinking. He knew he had become the target of everyone's suspicion, but he couldn't step forward to fight the robot. With his current strength and a severely injured right hand, rushing in would be certain death. He cast a subtle glance at Bai Yi, who signaled him with a quick look. Liu silently cursed himself, "Brother Yi, I told you I'm colorblind, I can't read these signals." Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, he hesitated for a moment before coldly saying, "There's no need to make a move." "Oh?" Minghu's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean, sir? Wanting to enter the 189 refuge but not willing to contribute?" He had decided to force Liu to act, wanting to see what kind of extraordinary ability Liu possessed. Now, with so many people on his side, he wasn't afraid that Liu would do anything out of line. "What should I do? What can I do?" Liu shouted inwardly. He had never experienced such a situation before, being stared at by a dozen top-tier experts made his scalp tingle, his mind a chaotic mess. He didn't even know how to respond, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "I said, there's no need to make a move." It was well known that when people are nervous, they tend to become repeaters. Minghu's expression turned completely cold. To him, Liu's stiff response clearly showed he didn't take him seriously. The gazes of the other strong fighters also grew cold, feeling that Liu was a bit too aloof. "What do you mean, no need to make a move? Do you think the old-era robots aren't worth your effort? Then what are we, circus performers?" Just as this thought arose, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the east. At first, it was very faint, but as time went on, it grew louder and louder. This sudden noise drew everyone's attention. "What's that sound? It sounds like a train?" White Yi had often traveled by train before, so he was very familiar with the sound of a train. Xiao was stunned. "Are you kidding? This is Heishan's absolute death zone, not even an off-road vehicle can get in. How could there possibly be a train?" Rumble. The roaring sound grew louder and louder, until it was deafening, even accompanied by the sharp explosion of high-pressure steam breaking through the valves. Look! Someone shouted in horror, pointing towards the distant eastern horizon. Everyone turned their heads to look, and suddenly they felt struck by lightning. In the eastern sky, a black coal-colored steam train was approaching. Dark gray smoke tore through the clouds, and the massive black body of the train, like a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, twisted and snaked across the sky, rushing rapidly towards Heishan. This miraculous scene shook everyone to the core, making their scalps tingle. Even the strongest like Minghu and He-Qian-jun felt the same. 1,000-meter-long steam train, what a colossal beast! It might not seem impressive when running along the tracks on the ground, but when such a steel monster defies gravity and hovers in the sky, the shock it delivers is beyond imagination. Weiqi also widened his eyes. Although he had experienced the era of civilization, he had never seen a train flying in the sky before. Wait, there's still someone standing on top? As the train drew closer, Weiqi noticed a figure on the locomotive's roof. The silhouette became clearer and clearer, and not only he, but everyone present saw it. Amidst the white mist billowing from the chimney, a man dressed in scarlet armor stood with his arms crossed on the train's roof, his crimson armor shimmering with dark gold patterns, and his shoulder armor adorned with a fierce beast's head snarling. His eyes were cold and disdainful, like a deity overlooking all beneath him. Li Xiao shouted in shock, his pupils trembling. The man on the wanted poster he had been obsessively studying appeared before him. This was the man he had regarded as his life's goal day and night. Now, he was like a divine being, entering his line of sight. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, even fantasized about fighting with all his might and defeating him. But until this moment, witnessing with his own eyes the other stepping onto a 1,000-meter steam train and rushing across the sky, all his fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. Even without a confrontation, even just a single glance. Is he the tyrant Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings? White Yi gasped sharply. Wow, so this is the 10 kings? The style of his appearance is completely on a different level from everyone else. Others are either sword players, night girl, Xiaoyi, or those who play with girlfriends, ghost clown, bare-handed fighters, He-Qian-jun, or those with colored contacts, Minghu. And the tyrant Yang Jia directly launches a flying train. It feels like an adult arriving in a kindergarten. Though he didn't know what extraordinary power the tyrant Yang Jia possessed, just from the fact that he could make a 1,000-meter train fly into the sky, whatever his ability was, it was terrifyingly strong. Earlier, Li Xiao had been rambling about the 10 kings all the way, and he thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, it wouldn't be too exaggerated, but now it seemed he had underestimated Li Xiao's courage. You've been targeting such a person all along? Weiqi looked at the dazed Li Xiao and gave him a thumbs up. You're still you, Li Xiao. I used to think you only knew how to show off, but it turns out I was wrong. Not only can you show off, but you're also quite humorous. Your humor clearly surpasses your show-off skills. I think you should change your name in the future. Don't call yourself Shadow Man anymore, call yourself the humorous Dark Man. Li Xiao didn't hear a word he said. He stared fixedly at Yang Jia, his eyes flickering with unwillingness, ferocity, fear, and other complex emotions. He hated his own helplessness and cowardice. For a long time, he had regarded the 10 kings as his goal, but now, face to face with the tyrant, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. Above the sky, Yang Jia tapped the chimney with his fingertip. Suddenly, the steam train erupted with dense white smoke, like a black dragon inhaling and exhaling clouds. The locomotive suddenly turned downward, flying toward the open space where everyone was gathered. Run! Someone shouted in panic, completely ignoring the robot, and turned to run. The others quickly reacted, fleeing in all directions. Who could withstand the terrifying, crushing force of the train descending from the sky? In just a moment, everyone had fled, as if a clearing had been deliberately made for Yang Jia's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed steadily, causing the ground to tremble violently. Those hiding among the surrounding trees could even clearly feel this tremor. Damn it, how did Yang Jia get here so quickly? Minghu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He's coming. By train, of course he's fast, Silver Snake said with narrowed eyes, watching Yang Jia descend from the sky, a flicker of fascination in her gaze, revealing a trace of greed. The tyrant himself is even more handsome than on the wanted posters. If I could sleep with a man like that, I'd be willing to live 10 years less, she said softly, biting her tender lips, her face flushed. Shut up, you slut! Minghu snapped sharply. He was about to say something else but suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on Liu, who was hiding among the trees, a storm of shock surging in his heart. I said, there's no need to make a move. Liu's indifferent words echoed in his ears, and he finally realized what Liu meant. Damn it! Where did this monster, the magician Liu, come from? Had he already sensed the tyrant's arrival ahead of everyone else? Such terrifying perception ability, perhaps even surpassing my beastly instincts. Liu's words were heard by everyone present. And with the tyrant's arrival, many people turned their heads to look at Liu belatedly, their eyes filled with shock. Brother who? What's wrong? Silver Snake asked with concern. Minghu shook his head, temporarily setting aside Liu's matter. The most urgent thing now was the tyrant. I'm fine, it's just that the sudden appearance of the tyrant disrupted my plans, he said, a look of fear flashing across his face. Fortunately, the company sent the eagle out several days early. It must have already reached the peak of Black Mountain. By the way, have you contacted the eagle? No, the magnetic field of Black Mountain is very strange, probably related to the 189 refuge. With our communication level, there's no way to get a signal. But don't worry, Brother Ing is very reliable. He considers the mission more important than his life and has never failed over the years. Humph, how can I be sure? Silver Snake sneered. This time's mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings. I absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. I even planned to send someone to meet with Ing and Ing Tian. But now the tyrant appeared early and there's no time left for a rendezvous. Silver Snake chuckled softly. Brother Ing is different from you. I remember once, when we were halfway through a task, the company suddenly assigned another mission. He just pulled up his pants and left without a second thought. From that moment, I knew that among the 12 zodiac, the most reliable was Brother Ing. Minghu's face darkened slightly, his voice low and tense. You're involved with him? Silver Snake hurriedly reassured him. Oh, we're just colleagues. No need to be so distant. Besides, I'm just playing along with them. I'm truly sincere with you. Them. Minghu's voice lowered further. Be careful. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him. Minghu snorted coldly. Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him, he won't attack us. Silver Snake hesitated. Why? Because Yang Jia is too arrogant. This kind of person, besides wanting to target the other 10 kings, doesn't bother with anyone else. In his eyes, attacking the weak is just belittling himself, Minghu said, though he subconsciously lowered his voice. After hearing Minghu's words, a sparkle seemed to appear in Silver Snake's eyes. Oh, I think I like him even more now. What should I do? Minghu was furious. Now's not the time for your nonsense. He simply doesn't bother with the weak. If you dare to tempt him, he'll kill you without hesitation. Outside the cave, on the vast open ground, only Yang Jia was present. The domineering gaze swept over Minghu and the others hiding in the woods, a cold, blade-like smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this trip to Black Mountain was a trap, an ambush set by Tianqi Corporation targeting him, but he still came. Because he was one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. This title alone was enough to ignore any trap. Warning! Warning! Red infection detected. Eliminate. Immediately. The robot emitted a cold electronic voice, its crimson luminous pupils flickering rapidly at Yang Jia. Yang Jia coldly stared at the robot, remaining standing in place, making no move. The two were vastly disproportionate in size, like a person standing before a towering building, seemingly insignificant. Yet, the reality was exactly the opposite. Yang Jia's gaze was commanding, his robes billowing like a battle flag, the crimson armor reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sun. Just standing there exuded an undeniable presence. The figure with his hands behind his back seemed more like a pillar of heaven and earth than the towering Black Mountain before him. In that moment, everyone's eyes were irresistibly drawn to Yang Jia, as if he was meant to be the center of the stage, the protagonist of this world. Can Yang Jia handle the robot? Is that even a question? He's one of the 10 kings. So what if he's one of the 10 kings? He's still human. That robot has an ancient energy shield, can even defend against missiles. Haven't you seen how Minghu and the others, seasoned experts, are helpless against it? No matter how strong the tyrant is, can he really outmatch everyone fighting together? Whispers spread among the crowd, some confident that Yang Jia could handle it, others uncertain. But the answer came in the next second. The robot took a heavy step forward, charging at Yang Jia, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly. At the same time, its eyes began to glow red, preparing to fire laser beams. Yang Jia frowned instantly, not because of the robot but because of the dust settling on the crimson armor. He gently brushed off the dust from his shoulder armor, his expression cold. Ancient war machinery? Such a feeble creation. His voice was quiet but carried across the entire scene. Everyone was stunned. Feeble? Could that word be associated with a robot? If even this robot was considered weak, then what about those who had besieged it for days? Suddenly, just before the laser was about to fire, Yang Jia moved. He slowly raised his hand, his middle finger and thumb crossing in the air. Snap! A crisp finger snap echoed. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The crimson pupils, about to unleash their laser, suddenly bang exploded with a loud pop. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Visual system damaged by external force. Activate biological perception mode immediately. The robot emitted a shrill alarm. Such noise. Yang Jia raised his hand indifferently, forming a fist in the void toward the robot. Instantly, the massive body of the robot stiffened midair as if a person had been choked. As Yang Jia's hand clenched tighter, the alarm ceased abruptly, and the steel body emitted a creaking sound under unbearable pressure, as if an infinite force was squeezing it. Bang! 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 The hydraulic rods at the Joints shattered wildly, countless fine sparks of electricity burst from its body. With a final deafening explosion, the robot collapsed. Helplessly, its form twisted like scrap metal. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Minghu and the others' pupils shrank to pinpoints. As they stared in disbelief at what they saw, Yang Jia, the tyrant, had effortlessly defeated the robot in a single move. You joking? One move to take down the robot? Is he even human? Why is the energy shield ineffective against him? It seems he directly attacked the robot's core. Is this the legendary Ten King? Countless people gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. It completely exceeded their expectations. They had thought that even if Yang Jia could solve the robot, it would take some effort, yet he had taken it out with a single move, instantly killing it? Bai Yi was also stunned. What the heck, isn't the gap between people this big? Say something, Li Xiao. He pushed the petrified Li Xiao aside. Li Xiao. Gao Banchang couldn't stand it anymore and whispered comfortingly, "Brother Bai, don't provoke him. Li Xiao, it's not that exaggerated, it's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which happens to counter robots, so that's how he achieved such an effect. Don't be discouraged, the future is still long." Only then did Li Xiao come back to his senses, and a flicker of color returned to his numb, desperate eyes, as if clutching a lifeline. Yes, you're right, it's about ability suppression. Metal abilities are best suited to deal with robots, but not necessarily with people. I still have a chance. Gao Banchang was horrified. Bro, you can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. Even if it's ability suppression, people can make a kilometer-long train fly into the sky. Can't you see the gap? Li Xiao, you mustn't act impulsively. Controlling metal? Bai Yi, standing nearby, looked thoughtful. So this is the tyrant's ability. No wonder he can make trains fly and instantly kill robots. No wonder Mr. Ring said only the tyrant could open the shelter's door. After Yang Jia finished dealing with the robot, he didn't even glance at the crowd. He strode straight toward the cave. As he passed the wreckage of the robot's corpse suddenly emitted a piercing screech of metal grinding. Countless metal parts floated in midair, reassembling and recombining into a humanoid form, which then followed closely behind Yang Jia, clearly under his control. Seeing him about to enter the cave, Minghu took a deep breath, glanced at Inshi, and asked, "Are you ready?" Inshi immediately nodded her little head. "Don't worry, to deal with Yang Jia, I didn't bring any metal weapons." Minghu's face darkened. "Get serious. I'm talking about the silk ribbon." "Ugh, why so fierce? I'm ready with the silk ribbon too." Inshi pulled out a red silk ribbon from her chest, then began to style her hair, tying her loose black strands into a ponytail. The red ribbon was long, hanging down to her hips, fluttering in the wind like a small whip. "Prepare to move," Minghu said in a deep voice, then took a signal pistol from his subordinate and fired a shot into the sky. The red flare shot straight upward and exploded above the clouds. This was the signal for the eagle. His and Inshi's task was to distract Yang Jia, giving the eagle a chance to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jia could control metal, the eagle had already prepared specialized bullets. The red silk ribbon served as a reference point for snipers. At 3,000 meters, so many factors had to be considered: gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. Ying Tian couldn't sense the wind speed and direction at Yang Jia's location from over 3,000 meters away, but the ribbon could help him determine. By observing the direction and swing of the ribbon through the scope, he could make an accurate judgment. "Stop right there!" Minghu shouted loudly, then suddenly stepped out of the woods, followed by Inshi with her ponytail tied back and 200 fierce genetic warriors. Such brave actions did not earn the admiration of the crowd. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were idiots, going so recklessly to their deaths. Yang Jia slowly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, and the huge robot beside him also turned. He lowered his gaze slightly, as if puzzled why anyone dared to stop him, his eyelashes casting cold shadows beneath his eyes. His pupils looked like frozen gray glass, reflecting the distant skies like with a sharp, icy edge. Under the gaze of these eyes, Minghu's steps froze. Even with 200 gene warriors standing behind him, his beast instincts still wildly warned him. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and stepped forward. The silver snake's performance was even more pathetic, eyes darting, face flushed, like a naive girl seeing her idol. "Tyrant Yang Ju, you destroyed a satellite city of the company. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this?" Minghu said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but rub his forehead with his hand, feeling somewhat unable to bear watching. The moment he thought of Mr. Ying's wild ideas, he already started to feel embarrassed for Minghu. Yang Ju looked at the two with indifference, his gaze as calm as an ancient. "Well, either get lost, or die." Minghu's expression darkened, sensing the arrogance of the tyrant. So handsome, so handsome." The silver snake's eyes shimmered like water, and he puffed out his proud chest towards Yang Ju. "Attack!" Minghu didn't waste a second, dropping to all fours, then suddenly muscles bulged as he surged forward like a cannonball toward Yang Ju. The 200 gene warriors behind him roared in anger, roaring like 200 beasts, their combined charge creating a noise no less than 1,000 troops charging. Such Terrifying momentum even caused the seasoned strongmen to frown deeply, marveling at the foundation of Dawnlight City. Among these 200 gene warriors, most had been injected with 2 doses of gene serum, and a few even with 3. Not to mention the 12 zodiac signs led by Minghu, their lineup was enough to sway the outcome of a battle involving 10,000 soldiers. Yet now, they were being used against a single person. Confronted with such a vast numerical disparity, Yang Ju remained indifferent, his right hand slowly withdrawing from his chest. Minghu's face suddenly changed drastically, stopping his steps abruptly. He raised his palm in a halt gesture, and the 200 gene warriors behind him also stopped, their expressions tense and uneasy, even avoiding direct eye contact with those cold, indifferent eyes. Unexpectedly, Yang Ju did not attack but instead slowly placed his hand on the crimson shoulder armor on his shoulder, then gently brushed off the dust. Minghu and the others' faces instantly turned ugly, and the atmosphere grew awkward. The onlookers nearby looked on with strange expressions. Just a simple hand gesture was enough to make the 12 zodiac signs and 200 gene warriors freeze in place. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Is this the terror of the title of the 10 kings? They even had the illusion that, although Minghu and the others surrounded the tyrant, it seemed as if the tyrant alone was encircling everyone. A true king needs no swords, a single aim can command 1,000 armies. You don't even have the courage to look directly at me? How boring. Yang Ju shook his head slightly, then turned and walked toward the cave, not even glancing at them again. Minghu was furious. As one of the 12 zodiac signs, even if his fame was not as great as the 10 kings, he was still a formidable powerhouse. Now being so lightly dismissed, how could he not be angry? Kill. Crimson blood surged as if squeezed from the gaps in his muscles, igniting like flames that instantly set his whole body ablaze. He threw a punch, blood boiling and surging, forming a fierce tiger head phantom on his fist. Tiger Shash. The ferocious tiger head of blood and energy clashed violently with the air, carrying countless scorching white streams rushing toward Yang Ju's back. Just as the attack was about to hit Yang Ju, a huge shadow suddenly appeared, enveloping Minghu like flowing water. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out between Minghu's fist and the robot, and the shockwave from their collision rippled outward in visible, transparent waves. The trees in the forest, where everyone was hiding, were swept by a level 10 gale, many snapped in half, leaves flying everywhere. The robot's steel arm was directly struck and broken, falling to the ground with a dull thud. The intricate components inside had long been destroyed by Yang Jia, rendering it incapable of generating an energy shield, and it no longer possessed intelligence. It appeared to move freely at will, but in reality, it was merely Yang Jia's steel puppet. However, puppets also have their advantages, that is, they are not afraid of being destroyed. Precise. Robots, when damaged, can experience system errors and circuit chaos, but steel puppets do not. Suddenly, that originally fallen mechanical arm, under the influence of an invisible force, reconnected with the robot once again. Minghu clenched his teeth tightly. He could smash the robot into scrap metal, but he couldn't turn the scrap into molten iron. Even if he did, Yang Jia could still restore it. Seeing the leader blocked, the 200 gene warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and launched a fearless charge. Boom! That coal-black steam train came alive, resembling a fierce black dragon, its whistle sounding like a dragon's roar. The dozens of connected carriages swept forward like a black dragon's tail. Ah! Ah! Countless screams and the cracking of bones echoed as the steam train, like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, directly sent the 200 gene warriors flying. After one strike, only a handful, about a dozen, could barely stand, and some unlucky gene warriors even turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Seeing Yang Jia about to enter the cave, at this moment, a seductive and enchanting figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a flash of teleportation. Silver Snake shyly covered her small mouth with her hand, giggling softly. "Tyrant, I really admire you." Bang! One carriage detached from the steam train and came crashing down, fiercely knocking Silver Snake away and smashing her into the mountainside. She, along with the carriage, was embedded inside. Everyone watched in stunned silence. 2 zodiac signs plus 200 gene warriors working together couldn't even make Yang Jia stop. Just when Li Xiao thought he was back on track, his heart instantly sank. Li Xiao, I think the 10 kings are just SOSO. He doesn't even dare to let Minghu and the others get close. He must be very weak physically. Why don't you take this opportunity to shoot him with a flying dart? Maybe you'll become someone important. Bai Yi suggested beside him. Li Xiao, he desperately wanted to shut Bai Yi's mouth. Does that mean he's afraid to get close? Clearly, they can't even get close. If I give him a flying dart, I'll be the one who's done for, turned into a ghost. He. A charming laugh came from behind the embedded train carriage in the mountain. Bang! Terrifying force suddenly lifted the carriage into the air. Silver Snake gracefully stepped out, dusting herself off and smiling. "Tyrant, you really don't understand the art of cherishing beauty." Oh? Yang Jia paused for the first time, looking at Silver Snake with a hint of interest in his eyes. People say a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Now it seems the rumors are not trustworthy. Silver Snake's smile grew even more enchanting, her narrow eyes shimmering with a venomous glint. Tyrant, you flatter me. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. Yang Jie nodded calmly. Indeed. Silver Snake's smile faltered briefly but quickly recovered, continuing to smile. I may not be able to defeat you, but defeating me won't be so easy either. Perhaps your strength surpasses Minghu's, but you're also too foolish, Yang Jie said indifferently. Silver Snake's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Foolish? You actually say I'm more foolish than Minghu? As she spoke, she subtly adjusted the red ribbon on her ponytail. Brother, why aren't you making a move yet? Yang Jie replied coldly, knowing full well that my ability is to control metal, yet you still come to see me with metal. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Silver Snake suddenly froze. Metal? I brought metal? Impossible, I didn't even bring my most skilled Silver Snake whip. Where would I have metal? She instinctively looked at herself, and when her gaze fell on her chest, her face instantly turned deathly pale. She incredulously raised her head. Steel ring. In response, Yang Jie clenched his fist into the void. Bang bang. Two dull explosions echoed in front of the Silver Serpent. Ah! An ear-piercing scream, like a female soprano, burst from the Silver Serpent's mouth. Her chest was a bloody mess, faintly revealing two blurry blood holes. At the moment she was severely wounded, a train carriage suddenly lifted off the ground and crashed down fiercely onto her delicate body. The Silver Serpent was knocked dozens of meters away, blood and flesh flying everywhere, bones shattered, and the carriage tumbled down the mountain, disappearing from everyone's sight. Silver Serpent. Minghu's eyes nearly burst with rage. He endured a strike from the robot and crazily rushed in front of Yang Jie, fists clenched into hammers, smashing down heavily. Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor automatically fell off, floating silently, easily blocking Minghu's heavy blow. His eyes were bloodshot, fists raining down like a storm, while the armor on Yang Jie's body peeled away piece by piece, like countless spinning, flying red rose petals, blocking all of Minghu's attacks. The crowd watching from afar was still stunned by the instant kill of the Silver Serpent. Xiaoyi was confused. What's going on? Does the Silver Serpent have a bomb on her? Why did her chest suddenly explode? Bai Yi was equally puzzled, until Li Baidian, a bounty hunter who often hung out in taverns, finally saw through the mystery. Just by looking at you, you don't understand. Women. What do you mean? Bai Yi was a bit defiant. He had seen everything, even through the screen. Do you know that women's innerwear has a steel ring? Steel ring? What steel ring? What's that for? Li Baidian glanced around and whispered, the steel ring can shape the figure, provide support, and make her look more upright. Bai Yi. Another day of learning new things. He finally understood why the Silver Serpent exploded, because Yang Jie controlled the steel ring. At this moment he looked down at himself, gasping. An inexplicable, sharp pain surged through him. Pain, it was too painful. Silver Serpent, you died so tragically. While everyone was explaining, the battle in the arena took a new turn. Minghu, surprisingly, stubbornly held onto the crimson armor shards, his arms tightly pinning Yang Jie. His body was cut by the armor shards, many embedded into his flesh, blood streaming freely. But Yang Jie was indeed restrained. His terrifying physical strength tightly embraced Yang Jie, blue veins bulging on his arms, his hands gripping tightly behind Yang Jie's back, and in his hand, he still clutched a long strip of cloth torn from his pants, fluttering in the wind. Ying Tian, shoot quickly, Minghu shouted. Inwardly, he had already done his best to prepare the perfect sniping opportunity for Ying Tian. As long as Ying Tian fired now, he could kill the tyrant. Even if restrained, Yang Jie remained expressionless, not showing any signs of struggle, not even a flicker of effort on his face. With Minghu's strength, even steel could be bent and deformed in his grip, yet Yang Jie was unharmed. The remaining crimson armor on his body, empowered by extraordinary strength, completely blocked Minghu's force. Moreover, this power was still increasing. Minghu's grip had turned white, bones cracking under the strain, sounding painfully loud. Compared to Yang Jie's calmness, Minghu looked too miserable, but he was not panicked. In fact, he felt confident of victory. He firmly believed that Ying Tian, who viewed the mission as more important than life itself, would seize the opportunity he created and deliver a perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze fixed on Minghu's ferocious face. What are you expecting? What? Minghu's face suddenly changed. Unimaginable, terrifying force erupted from Yang Jie's crimson armor, and he could no longer hold on. He was blasted away like a cannonball. During his flight, he was still thinking, why didn't he shoot? Bang! Minghu was forcefully embedded into the mountain, countless rocks shattered and rolled down, burying him inside. The entire arena fell silent. Even the two members of the 12 zodiac signs working together couldn't leave a single wound on Yang Jie, and they couldn't even hold out for 2 minutes. The overwhelming power of the tyrant was vividly imprinted in everyone's minds. After dealing with the two Yang Jie, he calmly walked into the cave, the silver robot following closely behind him. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. At the summit of Black Mountain, shrouded in mist and clouds, a towering cliff loomed faintly in the distance. A massive boulder jutted out at the edge like an eagle's beak, and on its moss-covered, mottled surface stood an ebony easel, with a pristine white canvas fluttering slightly in the mountain breeze. In front of the ebony easel, a tall, elegant man dressed in white, resembling a pine, was holding an ebony brush, his expression focused as he painted. However, he was not depicting the majestic, towering cliff before him, but rather a portrait. Though the scene was of an empty, precipitous cliff, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures, those shadows sitting upon the canvas following the stroke of his ebony brush. The protagonist in the painting was a proud man clad in scarlet armor, standing at the center, surrounded by enemies, tigers, snakes, and humans. Suddenly, the man in white lifted his brush and gently tapped the upper part of the canvas. A drop of ink, resembling a bullet, slowly took shape, pointing directly at the figure in the painting. But in the next moment he let out a faint "huh," a playful expression crossing his face because that bullet-shaped ink mark had vanished into thin air. "What's wrong, painter?" A man in a black suit, wearing white gloves, suddenly appeared behind the artist. His entire body seemed shrouded in a thick layer of ink, making him appear somewhat blurry. The only thing clear was his face, pale as a corpse. The painter smiled faintly. "I failed." The man in black remained expressionless. "After all, the opponent is the tyrant. Failure is quite normal." The painter shook his head. "I know the eagle cannot kill the tyrant. This scene is just the opening act, a grand performance, naturally, to be inaugurated with the tyrant's blood. But unfortunately, the tyrant did not bleed, and the eagle is dead." "Dead?" the man in black asked doubtfully, yet his face remained stiff and emotionless, as if his voice was not his own, disconnected from his expression. "Everyone who could kill the eagle nearby is gathered at the entrance of shelter 189. The eagle left through the back mountain. Why would it die?" The painter looked toward the bottomless cliff, his eyes deep and contemplative, a hint of amusement curling at his lips. "It seems that someone outside the script has appeared in this grand show. Who? Don't know. Don't know, or just don't want to say?" The painter shot him an amused glance. "The canvas is only so big. How could I depict all of existence? Fate is unpredictable, and my destined role can only determine part of it. But who that person is doesn't matter. The tyrant's dead end is unchangeable. Everything is under control. We just wait quietly." After Yang Jia, the tyrant, had entered the cave for a long time. "Now what?" someone asked. "The robot guards have already been dealt with by the tyrant. The alloy door inside certainly can't stop him. So, of course, we follow him into shelter 189. You really dare to go in? You saw the tyrant's strength. What if people die for wealth, birds die for food? Now that the treasure mountain is right in front of us, with so many of us, are we still afraid of a single tyrant?" Hearing the heated discussion, Bai Yi also moved closer to join in. He roared fiercely, "That's right. As long as we charge together, even Yang Jia, the tyrant, might not be able to kill us all before he exhausts his mental strength." The intense debate suddenly fell silent. The crowd looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. Their hard-earned courage was crushed by Bai Yi's words. The atmosphere grew awkward for a long while. Someone hesitated and said, "The tyrant probably doesn't care about the junk inside the shelter, and he can't take everything away. Since that's the case, let him have the big prize. We can pick up some leftovers without crossing any lines." "Damn it, let's do it. The boldest may starve the timid." Several bounty hunters clenched their teeth, stomped, and strode out of the woods directly toward the cave. The IT was like a row of dominoes falling, triggering a chain reaction. People might not care about getting rich, but watching others do so while helplessly unable to intervene was almost worse than killing them. More and more individuals headed toward the cave. "What should we do?" Gao Banchang turned around and asked Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao remained silent, not answering. The others also looked hesitant, their gazes unconsciously fixed on Li Yu, clearly considering this mysterious powerful figure as the backbone of their group. Li Yu was stunned. "Why are they all looking at me? Anyway, I'm not going in. Going in would be seeking death. That tyrant isn't even human." He wanted to see Bai Yi, but he didn't dare to be too obvious. Others feared the tyrant, but Bai Yi was completely unafraid. He was even waiting to pick up some bargains behind the tyrant. He was definitely going into the cave. What if there were other secret passages inside? What if the tyrant found the Pangayu and simply walked out through a secret tunnel? Or what if the tyrant found the Yu and flew away on a flying train? Even if he activated time freeze, he wouldn't be able to fly. To be safe, he had to see with his own eyes as the tyrant obtained the Pangayu, then snatch it from him. Only then could he rest assured. Why not take it himself? That's obvious, since all the people from the old era in the refuge are dead. There's probably no danger inside. Risky things should be left to professionals. He was only responsible for harvesting. So, amid everyone's hesitation, Bai Yi took the lead and stepped out of the woods. "Little Bai brother, are you going?" Gao Banchang exclaimed. He didn't expect that. The bravest among them was actually the weakest, Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't turn his head and simply said, "Yeah, since I've come, I might as well go." Everyone was slightly stunned. For some reason, Bai Ye's words, "since I've come," seemed to carry a strange, powerful force. "Yes, I've come, why not go in and take a look?" Li Yu silently stood up and followed Bai Yi, knowing exactly who the real backbone was. Seeing Li Yu, a true powerhouse, also going, the others suddenly gained confidence. Little Bai is right. Since we're here, if we don't go in, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. Xiao Yi quickly followed out. We bounty hunters are used to walking on the edge of danger. As long as we find a few relics from the old era inside, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Brothers, let's do this, Li Badian said to the bounty hunters. They all stood up eagerly, their eyes burning with determination. Li Badian grinned boldly. Brothers, let's give it one last shot. After this, we can finally retire peacefully. He hadn't even set out yet, but he had already made a bold declaration. He Bao and the others responded in kind. Gao Banchang saw everyone's enthusiasm and couldn't help but slap his chest loudly. I've grown tired of the days of reckless pleasure. This time, I came to Heishan for two reasons: to make friends and to seek excitement. Since everyone has decided to go in, how can I not join? Xiao Kuei, let's go. He suddenly jumped onto Xiao Kuei's petite frame, raising his fist. Hi. Only Li Xiao remained silent, still hesitant. This proud shadowy figure seemed to be still immersed in the terror of the tyrant. Don't forget your goal. Why did you come here? His heart roared with anger, but in the end, he joined the team. In the pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices. As the light flickered like sparks, several gasps of surprise sounded from the crowd. Inside the cave, it was not the expected mountain interior but a silver alloy coating the walls, forming a highly sci-fi looking silver metal corridor. The corridor was long, seemingly endless, and very winding. Bai Yi, Gao Banchang, and the others followed behind the crowd, moving forward, step by step. As they walked, Bai Yi frowned slightly. Have you noticed that this corridor is going downward? Indeed, it is downward. The intelligence I received indicates that Shelter 189 is built beneath the mountain, so we are heading down now. Gao Banchang shrank his head, trying to hide his overweight body behind the petite figure of Xiao Kuei. But he was simply too fat, giving off a sense of trying to steal a bell while covering one's ears. The alloy door has been opened. Someone at the front of the team shouted in ecstasy. At the end of the corridor was a heavily damaged alloy door, 20 centimeters thick and several meters tall, now twisted and embedded into the wall. Behind it was still a long silver metal passage. As expected of the tyrant, an alloy door that even explosives can't move, yet he managed to open it so easily. Stop wasting time, make way. Let me in. A one-eyed man wearing an eye patch rushed eagerly into the door. A few others followed him in, seemingly afraid that treasures might be snatched by others. But many chose to wait and observe the situation. People have different thoughts. Those waiting on the spot fear danger behind the door, while those rushing in aren't necessarily fools. They think, since the tyrant has been inside for so long, even if there's danger, he must have dealt with it all. It's better to go in early and find the treasures sooner. Who's right or wrong? Only the outcome can judge. When the one-eyed man had gone about 2 meters into the corridor, suddenly, a faint blue electric current flickered across the silver metal wall, spreading like ripples on water, instantly filling the entire passage as if some device had been activated by electricity. The faces of the few behind the one-eyed man changed drastically. They vaguely sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stopped in their tracks, but it was too late. The next second, 3 crimson lasers shot out from the left wall at an extremely fast speed toward the group. Run! The one-eyed man barely had time to swallow his cry of shock. Swish! The 3 lasers arrived in an instant. The first laser slanted from his left shoulder to his right abdomen before the pain could fully transmit. His collarbone and half of his scapula curled and peeled away like high-temperature melted plastic, exposing his still beating heart in his chest. The second laser sliced across his navel, causing his upper and lower body to separate in 0.1 seconds. Blood spurted from the fractured spine, but before the blood could splash, it was vaporized by the laser in an instant. The third laser vertically struck his right hip. His mechanically modified right leg, as fragile as paper, fell onto the silver alloy ground. The people behind the one-eyed man were terrified out of their wits. After a brief moment of stiffening, they hurriedly turned to run, but the lasers were too fast. By the time they turned halfway, they were instantly shattered into pieces. Thud, chunks of flesh fell to the ground with dull thuds. Death happened too quickly, too brutally. The crowd outside the door was stunned for several seconds before they snapped back to their senses. Those who had hesitated before showed a look of lingering fear in their eyes. Just a moment ago, just a single thought difference, truly a moment between heaven and hell. Laser passage? Gao Banchang exclaimed in horror, his face turning pale. Damn it! There's actually a laser corridor here. How did the tyrant get through? Bai Yi slowly said, it's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through a laser corridor. What's truly surprising is that he could control the metal and easily destroy all the laser emitters, yet he chose not to do so. It seems he doesn't want others to enter. He probably finds it beneath him to attack others directly, but he's also not obligated to help others eliminate dangers. What do we do now? Gao Banchang had already begun to retreat. This laser corridor was simply not something an ordinary person could pass through. Xiaoyi stared intently at the scattered corpses, his voice low. I just observed for a moment. These lasers are indeed formidable, but their speed isn't beyond the naked eye's capture. If you're quick enough and agile, perhaps you can break through. He clearly showed some hesitation, confident in his own skills, but he did not attempt to move immediately because he didn't know how many lasers still remained in the passage or the trajectories they followed. The best approach was to wait for others to go first to probe all the laser paths, ensuring absolute safety. But who would risk their life to scout ahead for others? Those capable of such a feat are either supremely confident in their strength like the tyrant Yang Jia, or they are selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge themselves. At this moment, many secretly looked toward Brother Steel's instructor, He Chijuan. This elder, known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, radiated a formidable aura of vitality and martial prowess across Beimang. Over the years, countless powerful transcendent beings and gene modifiers had fallen at his hands. Even the mighty Minghu was unusually respectful toward He Chijuan, a testament to his strength. If anyone was most likely to break through the laser corridor, it would undoubtedly be He Chijuan. He Chijuan sensed the gazes upon him, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply stood quietly, taking no action. As the stalemate persisted, an unexpected figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was the night girl from the Silent Court. This girl, who had come alone, entered the laser corridor without a word, as if she were a magnet, drawing everyone's attention irresistibly. Her petite figure, clad in black knight's boots, moved lightly across the metallic floor, her steps producing faint sounds. It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She's the first to enter the laser corridor, someone whispered in surprise. The Black Knight is always elusive and unpredictable, a sharp sword used by the Silent Court to punish criminals. I heard even a bounty of over 100 million on a wanted criminal was paid for her head. No wonder she dared to go first. Silent Court. Black Knight? Bai Yi frowned slightly. That name didn't sound like something a girl would be called. His impression of this girl, whose name he didn't even know, was still rooted in the Grey Earth town, where she had single-handedly slain hundreds of grey sparrows with a sword. Back then, he knew she was very powerful, but now it seemed he had underestimated her. Ding! The night girl moved. She tiptoed lightly, her figure like a ghost slipping into the laser corridor. The hem of her black dress fluttered in the airflow, rippling like ink. The laser corridor seemed to sense the intruder, and lasers shot out in an instant. When the first laser slashed down from above at an angle, she had already darted past like a black cat, the crimson beam brushing past the edge of her silver mask. The second laser cut across her waist. She pushed against the ground with her palm and leapt into the air, drawing a graceful arc, successfully vaulting over the laser. The third laser lit up from above her head, nearly splitting her in two, but her aura remained perfectly calm. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a ballroom, she moved lightly, and the laser narrowly missed her. With such swift and decisive evasion of 3 lasers, many people secretly exclaimed in amazement. The girl's steps did not stop. In fact, her speed increased as more lasers lit up, coming almost simultaneously. Yet she always managed to seize the tiniest gaps, passing through with ease. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her, but what they watched was not just the girl, but the lasers themselves. 18 lasers, 18 in total, some crossing horizontally, others vertically, some slanting, and some skimming just 20 centimeters above the ground. They frantically memorized the laser trajectories she had tested. At this moment, the girl had reached the edge of the passage. Just as she was about to leave, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a scarlet light burst forth beneath her feet. Just when everyone thought she was doomed, she seemed to have foreseen this and leapt backward into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly lasers. But it wasn't over yet. The most terrifying scene unfolded. The 18 lasers she had just dodged suddenly reversed direction all at once, shooting back toward her from behind. It's over. She's definitely dead. Everyone believed there was no way she could escape all 18 lasers, but surprisingly, she did it. In midair with nowhere to leverage, her slender waist suddenly exerted force, and her black dress, like a spinning dark enchantress, dodged the first 8 laser beams at an incredible angle. Immediately, she used the sword sheath to point at the wall, shifting her body again in midair, narrowly skimming past several laser beams. When she moved from the left wall to the right wall, her long legs touched the wall as if magnetized, running in a semicircle along the surface. By this point, she had evaded 17 laser beams, but the last one was impossible to dodge, as her escape route had been completely sealed off while avoiding the others. Facing the deadly 18th laser, clang! The young girl's pure silver cross sword suddenly unsheathed, its blade shimmering like a suspended galaxy, meeting the laser with exquisite precision. The invincible laser was instantly reflected away by the sword. From a distance, the blazing red light seemed to illuminate the sword's surface, while also lighting up the silver-white mask that caught everyone's eye in a fleeting glance. Seizing this moment, the girl once again reached the edge of the passage. This time, she chose a different direction to break through, but once again, laser beams shot out like bullets beneath her feet. This time, she was well prepared. With a shake of her pure silver cross sword, she precisely blocked the laser, then vanished like a ghost, darting out of the passage without a second's hesitation, disappearing into its depths. The crowd fell silent, all stunned by the girl's skill. After a long while, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of? It can actually block laser beams." Look, has also moved. The previously motionless now stood with his hands behind his back, shoulders hunched as he stepped into the laser corridor. With the Black Knight leading the way, he had fully grasped the pattern of the laser passage. There was no need to wait any longer. If he hesitated, others would get ahead of him. "You're carrying those iron guys on you, you won't make it through the laser corridor. Stay outside and cover me," he commanded. "Yes, instructor," over a dozen mechanical modifications responded loudly. Nodded. Then entered the passage with confidence. Confronted with the incoming lasers, he was more composed and calm than the night girl, and he completed the crossing in less time. It was clear to all that his shorter time wasn't necessarily because he was stronger than the girl, but because he had anticipated the laser's trajectory. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he would pass the final test without the girl sword, but simply stood still. He slowly straightened his back, and the muscles on his body suddenly bulged. His once slim frame transformed into that of a small giant. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and his figure blurred into multiple afterimages. As he swept past the edge, the sensor-triggered laser beneath his feet instantly lit up, firing in less than 0.1 seconds. But the laser was fast, and was faster, almost brushing past his back. He landed outside the laser corridor, and only then did the 18 laser beams behind him arrive, but they were nowhere near enough to catch him. The crowd was stunned. No one expected that S method was simply to rely on surpassing the laser's speed. "Seems to be stronger than the Black Knight," Bai Yi exclaimed. Next to him, Xiaoyi shook his head. "It's hard to say who's stronger. The Black Knight's speed is also very fast, but that last laser was hidden and triggered suddenly." The Black Knight was caught off guard and forced to retreat, facing all 18 lasers. However, already knew the last laser would attack sneakily, so he was prepared and handled it easily. "Not just him, if it were me, I could pass too." "You?" Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. "Hey, as the old saying goes, you are the company you keep, and look at you and both of you have learned to boast." Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. "Not convinced? Just watch." After saying that, he surprisingly headed straight for the laser passage. "Are you serious?" Bai Yi hurriedly shouted. "Wait a moment, don't be so impulsive." Xiao turned his head with a smile. "I didn't expect little brother Bai to care so much about me. Rest assured, without absolute certainty, I wouldn't be. First, hand over that 2 million yuan check for safekeeping. Then you can go. Just don't let the laser destroy the check." Xiao. In the end, he walked away with a dark expression. And as he predicted, none of the lasers ahead could stop him. Zhao's skills weren't weak either, though not as formidable as Black Knight or He Qianjun. He was more than capable of handling the lasers. However, the final laser was a different matter. Its instant trigger, responsive laser was too fast. It didn't appear in advance like the others, slicing toward you like a sword, but more like a gun, firing unexpectedly when you reached the position. Confronted with this last laser, Xiao took a running start and shouted, "Stop!" His cry of "stop" stunned everyone. Stop. The laser? Had his brain been kicked by a donkey? But in the next moment, clang! The treasured sword named Stop was instantly drawn from its sheath and shot out like an arrow. Xiao seized the hilt in midair, like a sword immortal soaring through the sky, and shot out of the passage in a flash. This also works? Bai Yi was stunned, never expecting a sword could be used this way. With so many successful cases in front of him, more and more people couldn't hold back and began trying. However, they were clearly overconfident. Some died after only 3 or 5 attempts, others perished at the last laser. But there were also successes, like the ghost clown. This clown, hand in hand with his girlfriend, entered as if into an amusement park, laughing and passing through the laser corridor. He stood at the other end of the laser passage, smiling as he asked the air beside him, "Is it fun, E? You want to play again? Well, alright then. I really can't do anything about you." Then, an astonishing thing happened. The clown suddenly pulled his girlfriend back and forth several times, until he finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the gap between people is so vast, what's a life and death laser corridor to others is just a playground to the clown. The speed he displayed was no less than He Qianjuan's. Bai Yi grew more emotional, thinking, truly, the Black Mountain stage is a place where if you don't have the skills, don't come. These people are just too damn lively. He poked Li Xiao. "Hey, humorous dark man, all these famous strongmen have gone in. Can you do it?" A mere laser corridor. Li, only need 1 second, Li Xiao snorted coldly. "See? I'm still humorous, right?" Li Xiao ignored Bai Yi's sarcasm and strode toward the laser passage. His shadow silently stood still beneath him. Then suddenly, a dark shadow darted out, throwing a shadow dart. The dart was invisible and intangible, causing No reaction from the lasers. Between the dart and Li Xiao, a shadow was connected, stretching longer as the distance increased, resembling a black line. As the dart passed through the laser corridor, Li Xiao's shadow suddenly slammed into him, enveloping him instantly, then disappeared along the shadow line. The shadow dart, which had already passed, suddenly surged with a large amount of ink-like shadows, then transformed into a human form. Once the shadow receded, Li Xiao's figure was revealed. Fuck! Wait, you also have a life? Bai Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a dozen Jin warriors struggled to clear the boulders. Suddenly, the pile of rocks exploded violently, knocking several Jin warriors into the air. Dust billowed, and a grim-faced Minghu slowly stepped out. In the woods, several Jin warriors lifted a deformed train carriage. When they saw the silver snake crushed by the train, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. It was tragic. Too tragic. The alluring face of the silver snake had long since twisted, its chest bloodied and mangled, limbs contorted into irregular shapes, dead beyond death. Prepare the body for Lord Silver Snake. A Jin warrior forcefully extracted Silver Snake from the pit on the ground. Ha! Lord Silver Snake's head clearly has such a long crack, but there's no brain matter? Did anyone see Lord Silver Snake's brain matter? The crowd looked around, exchanging glances in confusion. That's strange. The skull is cracked, but no brain matter. Could it be? The Jin warrior's face suddenly changed dramatically. Lord Silver Snake has no brain. Who said someone doesn't have a brain? Suddenly, the transformed corpse of Silver Snake emitted a sound. The crowd was startled, even dropping the body to the ground. Under their horrified gazes, the crack on Silver Snake's head grew larger and larger. Wet hair slowly squeezed out from inside, accompanied by torn skin. As the body rubbed against the mucus, producing a sizzling sound. Gradually, a pale-skinned beautiful head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth feet. It was Silver Snake. The naked Silver Snake slowly stood up, her shed skin instantly drying and turning transparent, like a snake shedding its skin. The Jin warriors stared at her in stunned silence, their minds almost crashing. Is it pretty? Silver Snake confidently displayed herself, a charming smile on her face. Yes, it's beautiful, someone swallowed hard and replied. Silver Snake's smile grew even more enchanting. I'll tell brother who every word of what you just said. The man's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground, lowering his head tightly, not daring to glance at the damp little feet in his line of sight. The others did the same, bowing their heads, afraid to look again. Lord, please spare me. I won't look anymore. Humph. Then, hurry up and take off your clothes and give them to me. Moments later, Minghu and Silver Snake regrouped. How are the injuries? Minghu asked grimly. Silver Snake pulled her loose clothes up to cover her exposed shoulders. Nothing serious, just a layer of skin torn off. Minghu nodded. Ing Tian is such a useless waste. I clearly gave him such a good opportunity, and he didn't even shoot. Silver Snake pouted, her little mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Ing must have gotten into trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to shoot. Boo-hoo! Stop crying. Silver Snake sniffed and pouted. Are you jealous? Don't worry, when you die, I promise I'll cry even more. Heartbreakingly, Minghu exploded in anger. Shut up, you damn bitch. Ugh, you're scaring me. The most urgent matter now is the Pangu USB drive. The original plan was to kill the tyrant so no one could snatch the USB drive from us. He Qinjun and the others are short-handed and pose no threat. But the plan failed. If we go back like this, the company will definitely not let us off. Without the Type 3 gene serum, we won't have more than a few months to live. We're all doomed anyway, so we might as well take a risk. What do you plan to do? Concerned about life and death, Silver Snake also became serious. Of course, it's to enter the 189 refuge and snatch the Panga USB drive before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for the company to mobilize personnel. As long as we hold off the tyrant, there might still be a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we're out of luck with the 189 refuge. You don't need to wait for us anymore. Gao Banchang and the others sighed. Li Yu's face stiffened slightly, cursing inwardly. Who the hell was waiting for you? If I could get in, I would've gone in already. Gao Banchang and the others didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. They were utterly convinced, even blindly, that Li Yu could break through the laser corridor. After all, even Lei Xiao could get in, so there was no reason Li couldn't. No way, absolutely impossible. Beside them, Bai Yi saw Li Yu's dilemma but hadn't come up with a good plan yet. He thought, I can't exactly activate time freeze and carry Li Yu through, right? The laser channel was nothing to him, even can be said to be as easy as walking on flat ground. But the problem was, didn't that just expose him? Could it be that he suddenly teleported to the other end of the laser channel right in front of everyone's eyes? Mr. Li, you really don't need to wait for us. If we don't go in now, we might not get any good stuff. Gao Banchang kept persuading, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. Why isn't Mr. Li going in? Clearly, he doesn't want to leave us behind. Mr. Li is such a good person. Li Yu's mind was racing rapidly. What should he do? What should he do? Brother Yi, say something. he subtly signaled Bai Yi with his eyes. Bai Yi immediately understood, about to change the subject when suddenly he saw the crowd stir. The crowd automatically parted, revealing a path. The grim-faced Minghu and Silver Snake led the remaining Gene warriors, their aura fierce and intimidating. At this moment, Minghu was covered in wounds, bloodstains dotting his body, yet he showed no sign of being defeated, instead adding a fierce, savage aura. Silver Snake was completely unscathed, no injuries at all. She wore a black uniform that was obviously ill-fitting, the shoulder seams hanging loosely below her collarbones, exposing a pale, slender neck. Her long, white legs alternated beneath the hem of her uniform. And she was barefoot, no shoes at all, except for her strikingly red nail polish, reminiscent of a blooming rose. These two didn't die? Bai Yi became even more convinced that Mr. Lee must have used connections to get into the 12 Zodiac. I told you, there's no eagle among the 12 Zodiac. He was killed with one shot. But look at Minghu and Silver Snake, what kind of damage have they taken? They're still full of vitality, especially Silver Snake. Bai Yi found it hard to believe that Silver Snake, who was supposed to be fatally wounded, was completely unharmed. Ha? Not completely unharmed? Why does it seem like she shrunk quite a bit? Could it be silicone, so she avoided a fatal blow? Minghu and Silver Snake stood before the laser channel, their eyes flickering. They weren't fools, seeing everyone hesitate. With a dozen bodies cut by laser on the ground, they quickly understood what was going on. Minghu casually grabbed a bounty hunter, his broad hand tightening around his throat, demanding, "Tell me everything that just happened, word for word." Faced with Minghu's dominance and the group of Gene warriors behind him, everyone dared not speak out. The bounty hunter, terrified, recounted everything about the laser channel in detail. "I see. You, go in." Minghu threw the bounty hunter directly into the laser channel, watching as he tentatively moved forward. Unsurprisingly, he was killed in a terrible way. Then he forced others to enter the laser channel one after another. After several attempts, he had figured out the pattern of the laser channel. The cost was just the death of a few unrelated bounty hunters. Crane Shinjun, Black Knight, and other strong fighters had already passed through the laser channel. Minghu and Silver Snake now held the dominant position. Aside from not daring to provoke Liu, everyone else dared to challenge them. "You guys hold the line outside." Minghu coldly left these words behind before rushing into the laser channel with Silver Snake. As powerful fighters capable of battling the tyrant and surviving, the laser channel was naturally no obstacle. Soon, the two disappeared at the end of the passage. The remaining weaker ones looked at each other, the atmosphere slightly awkward. The laser channel was like a filter for the strong, despite everyone's loud titles and appearances of power. Once the tide receded, only then did they realize who was truly swimming naked. Liu was swimming naked now. He felt as if he had been stripped bare and hung in front of everyone, countless puzzled gazes cast upon him, giving him a sense of social death. Not only Gao Banchang and others were confused, but other passers-by also wondered. The renowned magician Liu, a figure whom even Minghu dared not to offend among the 12 Zodiac, why hadn't he entered the laser channel yet? "Bai, come here for a moment." Liu, out of options, had no choice but to call Bai Yi over with a forced tone. He led Bai Yi to a corner where no one was around. The crowd watched but dared not follow, fearing they might provoke Liu. Liu glanced around, seeing no one nearby in the cave inside pitch black. His face suddenly sank, and his image as a strong man instantly crumbled. "Brother Yi, what do we do now? These perverts all have ways to break through the laser corridor. Even the humorous dart thrower is alive, but me, I'm the only one who's dead." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows lightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You're not dead? Don't you think that, in all of Black Mountain, you're actually the most alive? You've tricked everyone into a complete circle." Liu hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it's what time is it now? Don't joke around. Think of a way quickly." "Don't worry, I already have a plan. Not only can it get you through, but it can also let everyone pass." "What plan? Come closer and listen." After a moment, Liu's heart settled, confidence bolstered by the strength of his resolve. His aura as a powerhouse grew even more formidable. He strode slowly toward the laser corridor, each step commanding respect, causing others to retreat at his approach. "Mr. Li, are you finally going to set out?" Gao Banchang exclaimed happily. "You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry up and act." Liu cast a cold glance over the crowd and said softly, "Anyone who wants to break through the laser corridor, raise your hand." His voice was not loud, but it resonated like thunder in everyone's mind. People even doubted their ears. What did Mr. Li mean? Was he actually going to help us cross the laser corridor? But how could that be possible? Amid everyone's stunned silence, Bai Yi, the pawn, was the first to raise his hand. I want to go." Gao Banchang immediately reacted, quickly raising his hand. "Me too. Count me in." Black Panther and others also raised their hands one after another. Like a herd effect, more and more people raised their hands. Many looked strange, with a sense of shame reminiscent of being called upon by the teacher during class. In other words, it was the magic hand. Liu speaking. If it had been anyone else, no one would have raised their hand, some might even have laughed it off. Li Yu nodded coldly. Xiao Bai, take the money. Yes, Mr. Li. Bai Yi casually addressed the confused crowd. Mr. Li is kind-hearted. Seeing you all return empty-handed, he's specially helping you pass the laser corridor. All you need to do is pay a ticket fee of 10,000 each. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and pay. Ticket fee? Do you think this is a tourist attraction? Everyone was stunned. Having experienced storms, mountains of blades, and seas of fire, they had seen everything except for this bizarre operation of charging admission for a shelter. Is this something a normal person could do? 10,000 yuan to pass through the laser corridor? Who would be foolish enough to pay? Xiao Bai, brother, here's a check for 200,000. I've paid for everyone. Gao Banchang pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi. Everyone. Bai Yi grinned, took the check, and then carried a sack toward the Steel Brothers Association members. Facing a dozen tall, mechanically modified men, he confidently extended his black hand. What are you all waiting for? Pay up. Do you want to see He Qianjun stranded inside, helpless? A mechanical modified man hesitated. Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bai Yi impatiently said, how would I know? The money was asked for by Mr. Li. If he can't do it, go find him. With so many of you, are you still afraid he'll renege? Li Yu? The mechanical modified men hesitated for a long time but finally paid up. 10,000 isn't much to them, better to trust this mysterious powerhouse Li Yu, and buy a bit of hope. Watching the sack fill up more and more, Bai Yi was overjoyed. He realized he was truly a dedicated man. He had been unwaveringly in love with money in his previous life, and it seemed that love persisted into this one. It proved that genuine affection doesn't change with the tides of time. Actually, Bai Yi also wanted to charge more money, but the problem was where to put it. Not everyone carried checks like Gao Banchang, most carried cash. More and more people were paying, because they all believed that 10,000 yuan was not a big deal. But there were also some who didn't even want to part with that much, seriously, suspecting that Li Yu was just taking the opportunity to line his pockets. Little brother, I didn't bring any money this time, you see. A bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat said with a silly smile. Crack! The sound of a bullet chambering rang out, and Bai Yi's pistol was already pressed against his head. No money? You dare to come to Heishan for tourism without money? Get lost. The man dared not speak out of anger, fearing offending Li Yu. Bai Yi continued, everyone listen up, what Mr. Li said, this place doesn't welcome poor folks. If you can't pay the entrance fee, get out early. If anyone's not happy, go argue with Mr. Li. Don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. If you make him unhappy, he'll make sure your whole family is unhappy too. Li Yu instantly became the center of attention. Feeling the gazes upon him, he secretly cursed in his heart, forcing himself to maintain the persona of a strong man, pretending not to care about the crowd. Many people truly bought into this act and hurriedly handed over their money. The cowboy hat man forced a stiff smile. Little brother, I really didn't bring any money. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a rebellious glint. Still stubborn? Believe it or not, Mr. Li can make you all stiff as a board. I dare not, I dare not. I just remembered, I found 10,000 yuan on the way here. I'll pay now, I'll pay now. Bai Yi spun around, the sack almost full, but a few people hadn't paid. These few genuinely had no money. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending the magician Li Yu over just 10,000 yuan. One person, looking miserable, said, I really don't have any money, and I didn't find any either. Me neither. Little brother, can you write an IOU? Maybe you can talk to Mr. Li and see if he can cut us some slack. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Watch? What watch? The group's faces stiffened, and reluctantly, they took off their watches and handed them over. Those without watches pulled out some guns and bullets. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then dragged the heavy sack over to Li Yu. Mr. Li, we've collected all the entrance fees. Let's begin. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly. All right. He slowly stepped in front of everyone, approaching the laser passage entrance, leaving behind a mysterious, inscrutable silhouette. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this magician slowly unraveled the bandage on his right hand, his movements steady and deliberate, as if tearing open the seal of a demon king. The atmosphere grew tense, the darkness inside the cave flowing like water, oppressive and heavy. The blood-stained bandages, like winding snakes, fell to the ground, revealing a pale hand. Li Yu carefully recalled the tyrant's formidable presence, then clenched his fist toward the void of the laser passage. Time froze. As the enormous golden clock enveloped the world, the flowing time was pressed to a halt by the divine. Bai Yi suddenly darted out, stepping into the laser passage as if walking on flat ground. His method of helping everyone cross was simple. Destroy the laser passage. As he had previously thought, he couldn't vanish into thin air in front of everyone and then pass through the laser without revealing himself. Without the agility of the night girl, he couldn't easily evade detection. Since he couldn't solve the problem directly, he could only target the culprit causing it. He observed for a long time, the lasers inside the passage were emitted by laser Emitters hidden inside the silvery walls with many deep little holes on the surface. From the side, they couldn't be destroyed directly, as the walls blocked them. To destroy them, one would have to face the holes head-on, but once face to face, they would surely be pierced by the laser beams. But none of this mattered to Bai Yi. Under the condition of frozen time, the lasers had not been activated. He drew his dagger, stabbed directly into a small hole, and easily destroyed the laser emitter inside. Then, following the same method, in just 14 seconds, he took down the tiny laser passage. All of Bai Yi's actions were not just for collecting entrance fees or avoiding exposure. More importantly, he was doing it to have these people serve as cover for himself. The 189 refuge was already difficult to enter, let alone the dangers lurking inside. This is where the importance of someone exploring ahead truly showed. Moreover, he was determined to get the Pango USB drive. If only he, Yang Jia, He Qianjun, Minghu, and a few others entered the refuge, it would be too easy for suspicion to fall on him once he snatched the USB from Yang Jia. Then the whole world would know that the Pango USB was in one of their hands, and he didn't want to be hunted down by the major powers because of a treasure. So, the more people there were, the easier it was for him to blend into the chaos. Having completed all this, Bai Yi returned to his original position. His remaining time was 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Time resumed flowing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yu's right hand. As he clenched his fist in the void, a series of cracking sounds rang out one after another, and tiny sparks suddenly burst from the small holes loaded with laser emitters. On the silver-white walls, a faint blue current flickered like a dying battery, ultimately fading completely. Li Yu slowly withdrew his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Did it work? Did Mr. Li destroy the laser pathway? How is that possible? He just raised his hand and destroyed it? What is his extraordinary ability? Could it be like the tyrants? No wonder he's called a magician, absolutely divine. Everyone looked at Li Yu's right hand in awe. At this moment, Li Yu had already picked up the bandages, wrapping his hand again. His face remained cold and expressionless, as if he had just done something trivial. Li Yu turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, but in reality, he was watching Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi subtly nod, he felt reassured and coldly said, "Everyone, please go ahead." After speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the laser corridor. He moved very slowly because he was uncertain. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure what Bai Yi's extraordinary ability was. It felt like an advanced version of a magician's trick. He guessed that the previous destruction of Minghu's wine glass was also Bai Yi using an advanced magic hand from afar to damage it. Now, destroying the laser pathway was the same. Bai Yi extended several magical hands, simultaneously destroying the laser emitters. In his mind, Bai Yi should possess countless magical hands that could extend infinitely and move faster than his own hands, all with just a thought. Li Yu moved forward slowly, afraid Bai Yi might miss destroying a laser emitter. But in everyone's eyes, Li's mysterious and towering figure, with his calm and effortless steps, exuded composure. Finally, he successfully passed through the laser corridor without triggering a single laser. Someone in the crowd cheered excitedly. "Mr. Li is amazing. Is this Mr. Li's true strength?" In my opinion, neither the 12 zodiac signs nor the silent court can compare to Mr. Li's magic hands. Exactly. They can only hide alone from the lasers, but Mr. Li can lead everyone through clear victory. What are you talking about? The damn 12 zodiac signs and silent court are just trying to curry favor with Mr. Li? In all of Beimang, only the 10 kings are comparable to Mr. Li. Hearing these praises, Li Yu's face went stiff. Enough. If the tyrant heard this, I'd be dead for sure. You said everything was under control, so why are you starting to draw? On the Black Mountain Peak, the man in a black suit with a blank expression watched the fervently sketching artist. The artist wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a bitter smile. It's all messed up, completely messed up. That person outside the script actually let everyone into the refuge. Originally, only the strong were supposed to be in that scene, but with hundreds of people pouring in, countless fate lines intertwined, it's truly a tangled mess. Are you still in control? Yes. Of course, everything is under control, but it requires some extra effort. It seems I must deal with those outside the script, otherwise, the course of fate might shift. The group smoothly passed through the laser corridor, carefully moving deeper inside. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view, neatly laid out on the ground of the passage, covered in dust and rust, but there were no vehicles. People in the old days probably took these to the underground shelters, but it looks like the vehicles are gone. We'll have to walk, Gao Banchang explained. The others started running along the tracks. If there are tracks, there should be vehicles, which means the shelter is still some distance away. If we don't hurry, those treasures might be taken by Minghu and the others. After running for a long while, they finally saw at the end of the tracks a scrap train and a giant platform-like elevator, though it seemed to have collapsed somewhere, buried under a lot of debris and unusable. "There's an emergency passage here," someone shouted, pointing at a small door beside the elevator. Above it hung a loose LED sign with 4 glowing green characters, "Emergency Passage." However, due to a broken circuit, the characters had long since faded into dullness. The small door of the emergency passage had been forcibly damaged, with fresh-looking marks, definitely the work of Yang Jia and his group. The crowd surged into the emergency passage, which was very steep, almost 30 degrees downward, and kept twisting, spiraling downward. As they advanced, they found the tunnel narrowing and going deeper, gradually transforming from a side-by-side walk into a long snake formation. This must be hundreds of meters underground now, someone whispered in the darkness. More than that, we've been walking so long, I'd say over 1,000 meters. Look ahead, there's sunlight. Sunlight? How can there be sunlight underground? It must be from some lighting system, others said. The front few people reached out toward the light, discovering it came from the end of the tunnel. They squinted to adapt to the brightness, and once they saw the scene behind the light, they were stunned and hurried into the glow. What's inside? The others didn't rush in immediately but shouted loudly. After a long moment, the shocked voices from within finally reached them. City, city. It's a city, the sun. There's even sunlight here. What the hell is this? Is this still underground? They exclaimed incoherently. Seeing no danger, the others followed into the light, then bursts of exclamations echoed one after another. Not only is there a sun, but there's also the sky. Damn, what's that thing floating in midair with red hair? That looks like a red hairy fruit, like a red hairy ball, dozens of meters in diameter. Bai Yi froze slightly. Red hairy fruit? What the hell? He knew about red hairy fruit, had even eaten it. It's a tropical fruit, round and red, covered in red hair, hence the name. It's quite expensive. But the problem was, even a larger red hairy fruit was only about the size of a palm. Where did a dozens of meters wide one come from? His curiosity grew even more as he watched everyone's reactions, pushing and shoving to get to the front. Hurry up. You can't even catch hot poop, and they're already grabbing all the treasures. The person he pushed back turned around with a furious look, only to see Bai Yi. He immediately forced a smile, not daring to lash out. Everyone knew by now that this ragged wasteland boy was backed by the magician Liu, no one to mess with. After about 2 minutes of squeezing, Bai Yi finally stepped into the light, and his vision suddenly cleared, as if he had traveled to another world. Damn! So many red hairy fruits. It turned out those people weren't lying, there really was a city hidden here, along with countless floating red hairy fruits in midair. This was a modern city stretching beyond the horizon, with skewed, collapsing skyscrapers towering chaotically. In the distance, a cluster of buildings had already crumbled into rolling hills, with abandoned magnetic levitation tracks winding through the ruins like the dead serpent coiled around a concrete carcass. A viewing tower, hundreds of meters tall and inscribed with Eye of the Universe, jutted at an angle into a dried-up artificial lake, its glass curtain walls fallen away, exposing a honeycomb-like metal framework inside. Above the dome, the blue sky was dotted with white clouds, and the sun radiated light and heat. The most striking sight was the red durian floating in midair above the abandoned city. Rather than a real red durian, it resembled a colossal virus. Magnified billions of times, crimson orbs covered densely with sharp spikes. The spikes extended infinitely, growing thinner and thinner, their tips even comparable to strands of hair. These hairs intertwined, forming a vast red net that enveloped the entire city. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Is this the 189 shelter? Did the people of the old era really build a city beneath Black Mountain? But what about the sun and the sky? Li Beidian exclaimed. Bai Yi observed the sky for a moment and realized it was not the sky at all, but a gigantic screen covering the city. The blue sky and clouds were merely images displayed on the screen. Although this technology was astonishing, he could still accept it, except for the red durian. The densely packed, virus-like giant crimson spheres did not look like technological creations at all. Had the aesthetic sense of the old era become so distorted? Perhaps these red durian were the cause of the people in the shelter's death? Bai Yi stared at the red durian, and for some reason, he suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt as if the red durian was also watching him, as if it were alive. Suddenly, a strange sensation spread through his mind, growing stronger with each passing second. Bai Yi's vision blurred, and he instinctively blinked. But the moment he opened his eyes again, everything changed. Countless pale, resentful eyes sprouted from the red durian. More precisely, they were squeezed out, accompanied by thick green mucus and a sizzling, slimy friction sound. 1, 2, 3, countless eyes, densely stacked together, made his scalp crawl. But with another blink, all the eyes vanished as if it were an illusion. Is this a hallucination? A faint sense of horror and eeriness lingered in his heart. He withdrew his gaze, unwilling to look further, but when his eyes fell on himself, he froze. An intense sense of unfamiliarity kept in his brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so strange? Bai Yi stared at his hands. They were undeniably familiar, yet he felt them to be utterly alien, as if someone had forcibly grafted them onto himself. A sudden wave of irritation and nausea rose in his chest. He wanted to tear his hands apart to reveal his true self hidden inside. Ah! A pig-like scream jolted Bai Yi awake. He snapped out of his dreamlike state and turned his head sharply, only to realize that many others around him looked just as shocked, all with expressions as if they had just awakened from a nightmare. The red Duran was a huge problem. He had no time to think further. When he saw Shokuei's back, where Gao Banchang suddenly fell down, the fat man's thick hands were tearing at his own body, clutching at bloody wounds. It turned out that the scream was Gao Banchang's. Because he was an ordinary person, his resistance to the red Duran was weak, and he had already begun to act. Just as Li Baidian and the others tried to stop Gao Banchang from self-harming, a sudden golden light flashed from his chest. The light flickered and vanished. Gao Banchang seemed to wake from a dream, stopping his self-mutilation. He gritted his teeth and crawled up from the ground, forehead covered in cold sweat, panting heavily as he cursed, "Damn it! I almost went to see my great-grandmother. There's something weird about this red Duran, can't look at it directly." As he spoke, he grabbed the red cord around his neck and pulled out an ancient bronze coin. He passionately kissed the copper coin several times, trembling with lingering fear and saying, "Good treasure, you've saved my life again." "Is this a forbidden item?" Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Frightened, Gao Banchang hurriedly put the copper coin into his bosom. "Gel-level forbidden item, buy life money. Once you suffer a fatal injury, you can use it to buy your life." Bai Ye's eyes shone brightly, almost writing the words "possess it" on his face. Gao Banchang took a step back. "Brother, Bai, don't even think about my buy life money. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. How do you know I can't use it if you don't give it to me?" "I'm telling the truth. You don't meet the conditions to contain buy life money. I've contained forbidden items before, like the life-risking skeleton's breath. That's no problem. Just buy life money. Net worth over $1 billion. Bai Yi choked, then suddenly became furious. "Isn't this just bullying the poor? Not only that, every month it demands a tribute of 1 million. If danger strikes, the cost is calculated separately, more danger, more money. Just like earlier, I have to pay it another 3 million within a month or it will retaliate. Why are you explaining so in detail? Do you think I'm the kind of person who steals friends' forbidden items?" Bai Yi looked at him with a look of reproach. "Gao Banchang, he. Gao Banchang's words not only dissuaded Bai Yi from further thoughts but also dashed the hopes of others. Eyeing Gao Banchang, everyone knows that having a forbidden item for life protection isn't enough, but to think that using such forbidden items requires an initial capital of 100 million. Put. Trash forbidden items, even dogs wouldn't want them." After this incident, everyone realized the danger of the red hairy Dan and no longer fixated on them. At this moment, Bai Yi finally understood why Gao Banchang, an ordinary person, dared to venture into Black Mountain, because he had a forbidden item for protection. While he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed fewer and fewer people around him. Looking up, he saw that these people had long since eagerly broken away from the group, each rushing into the city to search for treasures. "Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's go too," the fierce Black Panther urged eagerly. Gao Banchang glanced at Li Yu, who nodded lightly, then waved his hand. "Let's go." The group stormed into the abandoned city cluster. When they approached the city closely, they discovered that these deserted buildings were covered with winding red lines like blood vessels. These red lines varied in thickness, some as thick as octopus tentacles, others as fine as hair, but they all had one common source: the floating red hairy Dan in the air above the city. Not only on the buildings but also on the ground, many of these lines could be seen, causing a cold dread in everyone's hearts. The crowd carefully avoided the red silk on the ground, their eyes constantly scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter saw a house with an open door and wanted to go in, but was stopped by Li Baidian. The experienced middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "The 189 refuge is too big. The truly valuable good stuff probably isn't in the houses. We each have limited carrying capacity, so we shouldn't waste time here. Look at that dome-shaped building ahead there. Must be plenty of good things inside." His words won the crowd's agreement, and they hurried toward the dome-shaped structure. This building was quite peculiar, resembling a semicircle inverted onto the ground. Its silver-white alloy walls were dilapidated, and there was an abandoned sign on the ground at the entrance. "Jean, what institute?" Gao Banchang examined the filthy, dilapidated sign carefully, recognizing only these 3 characters. The rest were illegible. His expression brightened. "Maybe it's related to gene pharmaceuticals. After all, the gene technology from the era of great disasters comes from the old times." Everyone was overjoyed. Who doesn't know the power of genetic technology? The Great Catastrophe era is merely a continuation of some of the old era's genetic techniques, which has led to the emergence of countless powerful genetically modified humans, with the 12 zodiac signs being among the best. If one could obtain all the genetic technologies of the old era, surpassing the 12 zodiac signs would be an easy feat, right? Don't celebrate too early. 100 years have passed, and even if there are gene serums inside, they've long since expired. Bai Yi poured cold water on everyone. His attention wasn't focused on the gene serums at all but kept scanning deep into the city, trying to see where Yang Jia and the others were. Gene serums are nothing, the Pangayu is the real treasure. It's just a pity that after Yang Jia and the others entered the refuge, they seem to have vanished into thin air, completely gone. No, I need to think of a way to leave the team soon. Yang Jia and the others must be deep inside the city. Black Panther couldn't wait and headed straight for the gate. He didn't care whether it was expired or not. Even if it was, he could sell it outside for a good price. When he reached the gate, he hesitated again because it was covered with countless dark red blood vessels which looked like living creatures, still subtly wriggling. He dared not touch them with his hand, fearing infection, so he drew his gun from his waist and fired several shots at the gate. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and several small dents appeared on the dented part of the gate, but it couldn't be completely destroyed. "Let me do it." Li Beidian stepped forward, unexpectedly pulling out a large-caliber single-shot rifle. Bai Yi secretly marveled and examined Li Beidian carefully. The other person was carrying a tactical backpack, but how could he have pulled out such a huge gun like a Doraemon gadget? MK-03. Black Panther exclaimed. "This gun is rare even on the black market. I didn't expect Old Li to get his hands on it." Li Beidian grinned generously. "For this trip to Heishan, I used my entire savings to get this gun. It can only fire single shots and its range isn't very far, but its power is immense, comparable to Xiao Bai's bone breath. Of course, it's only as powerful. In other aspects, it's naturally inferior to forbidden divine artifacts." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. A huge burst of fire erupted, like a grenade being launched. The dilapidated gate was blasted away, and the blood vessels attached to it turned into a spray of blood foam. Once the foam dispersed, everyone hurried into the gene laboratory. Inside, it was a mess, shattered glass everywhere, bottles, jars, and various rusty instruments. Everyone searched like locusts, looking for anything valuable. No one noticed that the blood vessel debris shattered by Li Beidian at the gate was writhing on the ground, seemingly attracted to each other, constantly gathering together. In midair, a giant red wax apple floated silently toward the gene lab, with countless red blood vessels hanging from it, tightly connected to the lab. Clearly, the blood vessels that had just been shattered came from this wax apple. Bai Yi stepped carefully over the glass, the faint sound of cracking under his feet. He looked around, frowning deeply. "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" Li Yu whispered beside him. Now everyone was busy searching for treasures, and no one paid attention to their conversation. "Don't you find this strange?" Li Yu nodded seriously. "It is strange. It's one thing that there are no corpses on the street, but there are also no corpses inside the houses." Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. This was the first time the two of them had thought of the same thing. "Brother Yi, can you stop looking at me with that caring idiot's gaze? I'm at least an old con artist. I may not dare to say much, but my observation skills definitely surpass ordinary people." Li Yu rolled his eyes. "You're right," he said. "Although a long time has passed, even if all the people in 189 shelter have long since died, at least their bones should remain. We've been walking this whole way, and while the streets are in ruins, there are no bones anywhere, not even inside the houses. Given the size of the city, there should be at least 10,000 people living in 189 shelter. So, where did those 10,000 bones go?" Li Yu pondered for a moment. "Could it be, this is what I discovered first? Let go. This robot is mine." The loud argument on the second floor interrupted their conversation. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Li Yu, then they headed upstairs. They entered a room resembling a bedroom, where they saw Black Panther arguing with a bounty hunter. On the messy bed lay a woman dressed provocatively. Black Panther was grabbing her arm, while the bounty hunter was clutching her slender ankle, both fighting over her. "Woman? How could there be a woman here?" Bai Yi was stunned. He looked more closely and immediately noticed something was off. Although the woman was exquisitely detailed and lifelike, her eyes lacked any vitality, she was completely still. Then he examined her clothing style. "This isn't that doll, is it? It seems that even with advanced technology, humanity's most fundamental needs remain unchanged through the ages. Stop arguing, both of you. There are plenty of robots in the shelter, there's no need to fight over this. 1. And clearly, this robot isn't combat type." Gao Banchang acted as a peacemaker from the side. Black Panther sneered coldly. "This robot may not be combat type, but it's even more precious than a fighting robot. I've seen similar robots at black market auctions before." The auctioneer called her a companion doll. "Her skin is indistinguishable from that of a real person, but her expressions and movements are even more expressive than a human's. Some big shots fought over her, shouting bids of millions. This is what I discovered first." The bounty hunter glared angrily. If he weren't no match for Black Panther, he might have drawn his gun already. "So what if you found her first? A treasure naturally belongs to the capable." Black Panther refused to let go. "You're so unreasonable." Bai Yi shook his head slightly, feeling the interesting complexity of human nature. Just a short while ago, they were friends sharing drinks. Now, for profit, they're already tearing each other apart. He wasn't disappointed, because he knew human nature is never simply black or white, it's a delicate shade of self-interest. But luckily, not everyone is like that. "That's enough." Gao Banchang reached into his pocket again. "We're all friends here. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. How about this?" Bai Yi put a hand on Gao Banchang's shoulder. "Gao Pengzi, you should know not everyone can be friends, especially when it's a matter of sacrificing oneself." Gao Banchang was momentarily stunned, looking into the calm eyes of the young man. After a brief silence, he put away the check. You're right. Bai Yi gave Li Yu a subtle signal. Li Yu silently stepped forward and coldly said, "It's a bit noisy." His indifferent tone abruptly ended the heated argument. Black Panther's face flickered with emotion as he looked at Li Yu with a fearful expression, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Sorry, Mr. Li. I was rude. Cow Boss is right, there are plenty of treasures here, no need to fight over them." Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. "Look at that, who says Black Panther isn't reasonable? He's quite understanding. Mr. Li, Mr. Gao, 189 shelter is so large. Our combined search efficiency is too low. Why don't we split up and look separately?" Black Panther's eyes flickered. "Alright," Li Yu replied calmly. "Goodbye. We're leaving." Black Panther immediately signaled his men to depart without hesitation. Gao Banchang's expression darkened slightly. He naturally understood why Black Panther and his group were leaving. Bai Yi had no time to bother with scoundrels like Black Panther. Instead, he began searching the room for other items. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on the companion doll, and they hadn't carefully searched the room. This room was likely the residence of a high-ranking member of the gene pool, as it was spacious and exuded a hint of luxury. Most importantly, it was the only room with a companion doll. Soon, he found a rusty safe in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang! The muzzle of spat out smoke, and the password was correct. A pale green syringe and a decayed experimental record book. The gunshot drew everyone's attention. Li Baidian and others looked at Bai Yi with envy. Finding a complete old-era gene serum meant they were bound to make a fortune. Bai Yi first picked up the syringe to examine it. The pale green potion inside seemed long expired, murky and floating with many fibrous particles, looking rather disgusting. There was also a blurry label on the side. Bai Yi muttered, only able to recognize these three characters. Crimson virus serum? Gao Banchang's eyes lit up. This should be the serum for the crimson virus, probably made during the Great Catastrophe era, specifically to combat the crimson disease. How much is this worth? Gao Banchang extended a finger. Bai Yi was startled. 100 million? Gao Banchang shook his head slightly. 10 million? He shook his head again. Bai Yi's face looked strange. 100,000? Worth nothing, Gao Banchang said with a smile. Bai Yi was furious. Why is it worthless? Because people now coexist with the crimson disease. Those who couldn't adapt turned into mutated humans and were long exterminated. Well, perhaps some research institutions might be willing to pay for this expired serum. Bai Yi reluctantly stored the serum away. Every bit counts. What if a big spender shows up? He then picked up the experimental record book, but as soon as he did, it slipped back, leaving only some black residue still clenched in his hand. The decay was too severe. Bai Yi rubbed his hands nervously and carefully flipped through the record book. Mutation, Crimson, Origin, 34th, Experiment Divine, Sample, Experiment Result, Giant Crimson, Fake Person Experiment. Group, Control Group, Divine Forbidden Object Number. What is all this? Divine? Fake Person? Divine Forbidden Object? Crimson Origin? Bai Yi played with filling in the blanks. The record book was too badly decayed, many pages stuck together. Divine Forbidden Object. Gao Banchang hurriedly pushed forward, staring intently at the words. Do you recognize the Divine Forbidden Object? Gao Banchang nodded solemnly. Most of the terms written on it I don't recognize, but the Divine Forbidden Object I've seen more than once in the intelligence storage of the Jinfu Merchant Guild. Bai Yi suddenly became interested. What is a Divine Forbidden Object? Little Bai, do you know the levels of taboo objects? Snake, Jiao, Dragon. Exactly. Forbidden objects are divided into 3 levels from low to high: Snake level Forbidden Object, Jiao level Forbidden Object, and Dragon level Forbidden Object. The Divine Forbidden Object is a forbidden object beyond the dragon level. Because it's too powerful and is said to invoke the wariness of the gods, it's called a Divine Forbidden Object. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. So, there's a Divine Forbidden Object in Shelter 189. Probably more than one. Gao Banchang pointed to the words on the record book. Look, it mentions Divine Forbidden Objects more than once, and there are even numbers. That suggests there might be several in the shelter. Hey, little Bai, where are you going? Bai Yi, already at the staircase, didn't look back and said, obviously, I'm going to find a Divine Forbidden Object. Brother Xiao Bai, take it slow. I was just guessing. Theoretically, it's impossible for all the divine taboo objects to be stored in the same shelter. Thud, thud, thud. What responded to him was Bai Yi's light footsteps. Ah! A piercing scream of agony made Bai Yi's footsteps on the stairs halt abruptly. That sound, it's Black Panther and the others. Gao Banchang's face changed color, and everyone hurriedly descended the stairs. The first to reach the first floor was naturally Bai Yi. The moment he arrived, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse through the window, just a fleeting glance. But what he saw made his eyelids twitch violently. A huge, scarlet, spiny red hairy fruit red peeked out from the window. Countless crimson blood threads dripped down, as if a red rain was falling outside. Amidst the pouring red rain, Black Panther and the others struggled wildly, desperately trying to cut free from the red rain's grip. One of Black Panther's subordinates was entangled in blood threads, cocooned in red. Those fine, hair-like bloodlines crazily surged into his eye sockets, mouth, nose, and ears, until he was completely submerged. What the hell is this thing? Gao Banchang's face turned pale, nearly collapsing onto the tiny, tough body of Xiao Kuwei. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Suddenly, he remembered the incomplete words in the experiment notebook: mutations, gigantification, crimson virus. Could it be that the red is actually the mutated crimson virus? Save him quickly! Li Badian shouted low, raising the iron spine viper MK-03 and firing through the glass in one shot. The powerful blast directly severed countless blood threads, causing several of Black Panther's subordinates to panic and flee. And Black Panther himself, true to his status as a three-needle realm genetic warrior, was muscularly coiled, roaring in beast-like fury, and tore himself free from the blood threads that bound him. Watching his dying subordinates, Black Panther's eyes nearly burst with rage. He drew a microgun from his back and unleashed a barrage at the crimson virus. "I'll kill you!" Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, the surface of the enormous crimson virus was riddled with dense holes. But in the next second, as it wriggled violently, the holes instantly healed. Fuck! Black Panther threw down his gun and immediately dropped to all fours, his sharp claws glinting like eagle talons. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the already decayed surface to crack like a spider web. A circle of white dust-laden airwaves rippled outward from him, swirling in a vortex. Black Panther seemed to truly transform into a fierce leopard, leaping several meters into the air, claws suddenly extending and fiercely embedding into the surface of the crimson virus. He suddenly exerted force, sliding downward with gravity, and his claws sliced open the crimson virus from top to bottom, tearing it apart. He crouched gracefully on the ground, eyes fierce as he stared at the heavily wounded crimson virus. Billions of blood threads and tentacles twisted and wriggled madly, and the once round body began to dent and deform irregularly. Gurgle, gurgle. It seemed as if something inside the crimson virus was surging. Black Panther slowly stood up, a ferocious smile on his face. "Can't even withstand my strike? Just a piece of trash." In the next moment, bang! The crimson virus burst like a popped balloon, exploding with a splash of blood and blood threads, and this time, a true red rain began to fall. But everyone's faces changed drastically. When the crimson virus shattered, they finally saw what was inside this massive sphere. Bodies. Bodies piled densely together. These corpses seemed to be squeezed together by a giant hand, then stuffed into the crimson virus. Now, with the virus breaking apart, they were all exposed. The sphere of corpses rapidly fell from the sky under gravity, smashing heavily onto the ground. The corpses at the bottom instantly turned into a pool of flesh and blood. It was like tossing a steak onto a plate covered in sauce *pop*, the rich, juicy meat splashing with the sauce in an instant. The corpse sphere eerily and gruesomely remained on the ground, its height even surpassing some of the surrounding buildings. "So, the bodies in the shelter are all inside the crimson virus," Bai Yi whispered to himself. At this moment, the blood foam and bloodlines that were drifting through the air suddenly began to wriggle eerily. They crazily gathered together, continuously forming shapes, and in an instant transformed into countless miniature crimson viruses floating in midair, like a sky full of flying red dandelions, seductive and bizarre. "I have a bad feeling about this. We should hurry." Gao Banchang's words were not yet spoken when suddenly the countless corpses on that giant corpse ball abruptly opened their eyes. One by one, their bloodline-covered eyeballs stared fixedly at everyone, panic spreading instantly. "Run!" Li Badian shouted loudly, urging everyone to escape repeatedly. They sprinted for their lives, the sounds of limbs scraping and crawling echoing behind them. Xiao Kuei, on Gao Banchang's back, turned his head during a brief pause and was immediately chilled to the bone, a cold wave rushing from his tailbone straight to his crown. Those corpses, one after another, struggled free from the corpse ball. They looked no different from humans, except that their blood-red eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. What kind of monster is this? Are they mutated humans? But their bodies show no obvious deformities, still fully human-shaped. Gao Banchang said, uncertain and suspicious. "Damn it, mutated humans? What a joke! Fire at them!" He Bao sneered fiercely, drawing his pistol from his waist and opening fire on the tide of mutated humans rushing toward him. His subordinates raised their micro-S, firing bursts of flames from their guns, instantly transforming into a storm of metal that tore apart hundreds of mutated humans. "Aim for the head. The weak point of mutated humans is the skull." Li Badian drew his dual pistols, firing precisely into the heads of the mutated humans, who collapsed immediately upon being hit. When faced with a mutated human attacking from the side, he suddenly swung both hands vigorously. The yellow-orange bullets traced perfect arcs in midair, bypassing the obstructing buildings, and struck the mutated human. Gunfighting technique. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Li Badian, who had always been low-profile, possessed such a skill. No wonder he's a seasoned bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the army of mutated humans, but gradually, they sensed something was wrong. Those headshot mutated humans actually crawled back up from the ground. From the bloody holes in their skulls, countless tiny bloodlines wriggled, and the wounds automatically sealed themselves. How is this possible? He Bao was stunned. Aren't mutated humans supposed to be much weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? Why can't even bullets kill them now? Filled with rage and confusion, he abandoned his gun and revealed sharp claws at his fingertips. His hands crossed in an X shape in the air, and a mutated human was instantly dismembered. The scattered limbs twitched on the ground, and countless bloodlines extended from the wounds, intertwining like twisted hemp. After 2 seconds, that mutated human stood up again, completely intact. He Bao struck once more, this time chopping the mutated human into over 100 pieces. The falling meat chunks bounced a few times on the ground before falling silent forever. Although they had successfully eliminated one mutated human, everyone felt a chill deep in their hearts. These mutated humans were completely different from what they knew, almost invincible. But even the powerful mutated beasts didn't possess such terrifying regenerative abilities. Why did these weaker mutated humans have it? Baye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of insight suddenly crossed his mind. Fake humans. They're not mutated humans, they're fake humans. The fighting crowd couldn't hear Baye's words clearly, or rather, they had no time to care about what these undead monsters really were. Whether they were mutated humans or fake humans, they were all enemies. The sun above the dome began to change color, shifting from a bright white to a dull yellow, perfectly mimicking a sunset. The afterglow of the sunset stained the ruins of this abandoned city a dark red, casting shadows that grew darker, like the gloom in people's hearts. Bang! A crimson bullet shot out from with a sharp crack, and the head of a pseudo-human exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground. But this time, after collapsing, it never got up again. Baye's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, subtly catching a blind spot. The fundamental difference between the bullets fired by and ordinary bullets was in their essence, chi and blood. Chi and blood are the weakness of pseudo-humans. Black Panther hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly surged with energy, mobilizing his internal chi and blood to gather on his claws. He slashed a pseudo-human to the ground, and as expected, no more bloodline appeared within that pseudo-human's body. However, there was no trace of joy on his face. In fact, his expression grew even uglier because human chi and blood are finite. Even as a strong practitioner at the Three-Needle Realm, his chi and blood were far more vigorous than others, but he simply couldn't kill thousands of pseudo-humans. Some bounty hunters looked even paler. Their chi and blood were too weak, insufficient to unleash outward energy like Black Panther. In fact, even Bai Yi couldn't do outward chi and blood release. The reason he could harm pseudo-humans was because directly drew his chi and blood. Among those present, only 2 could perform outward chi and blood release, Black Panther and Li Baidian. Black Panther, a genetically modified human at the Three-Needle Realm, had an extraordinary physique, with abundant chi and blood, making outward release quite normal. But Li Baidian was not a genetically modified human, yet his methods were even more powerful than Black Panther's. Black Panther could only attach chi and blood to his claws, while Li Baidian attached chi and blood to his bullets, creating effects similar to, though not as powerful. The two of them, plus Bai Yi, who was barely considered half-capable, faced an army of tens of thousands of pseudo-humans, which was utterly insufficient. As the pseudo-human army gradually surrounded everyone, they all looked towards Liu in unison. In a desperate situation, naturally, they looked to Mr. Li. But right now, Mr. Li was more panicked than anyone else. Mr. Li, please, take action quickly. If you don't, we'll all die here. Black Panther tore through 2 pseudo-humans and turned back anxiously. His chi and blood had been drained too severely. His face was already deathly pale. Yes, Mr. Li, please. Act now. Gao Banchang's face was equally ghastly, though he was trembling with fear. Up until now, this wealthy, chubby man hadn't been injured, and his robot-made Xiao Kuei displayed terrifying destructive power. Her steel body, each punch and kick containing unimaginable strength, could easily send several pseudo-humans flying. If she had chi and blood, she would definitely lead everyone to break out through the enemy lines. Li Yu felt as if he was being roasted over a fire, and with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to act. He waved his big hand, and that invisible magical hand suddenly exerted force. With a sweep, it sent dozens of pseudo-humans flying. They crashed through surrounding buildings, buried under falling debris, unable to crawl out for a moment. As expected of Mr. Li, the crowd's spirits lifted, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Li Yu, who remained calm and composed. With a flick of his hand, he sent dozens of pseudo-humans flying, and the remaining ones were just a few more slaps away. But in Li Yu's heart, he was silently cursing. That last strike had cost him dearly. He had gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, nearly draining his mental energy. His mind was still dizzy. He endured the vertigo, coldly raising his hand again. Suddenly, he let out a low, muffled groan, clutching his wrapped right hand tightly. Gao Banchang and others were shocked. Mr. Li, what's wrong? It's just at this critical moment, Li Yu's right hand hung limply, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Bai Yi immediately cooperated, saying, Mr. Li was seriously injured before, he can't act recklessly. Gao Banchang and the others instantly felt a chill in their hearts. Now they finally understood why Li Yu had been bandaging his hand. He had been injured earlier. Just what kind of existence could injure Mr. Li? Could it be the other 10 kings? Even though Mr. Li was severely injured, he still managed to instantly kill the mutated beast peregrine falcon with a single move and intimidate the Ming tiger, one of the 12 zodiac signs. How powerful must Mr. Li have been in his prime? What should we do now? Without Mr. Li's intervention, who can deal with the fake army? The only option now is to run, Bai Tian said grimly. But just then, the Black Panther suddenly collapsed to his knees in pain. The crowd looked towards the sound and immediately felt a chill. Unbeknownst to them, patches of red guava had inexplicably grown all over the Black Panther's body. Those tiny crimson viruses had silently attached themselves to him, and the crimson spikes on his skin pierced deeply like writhing flesh buds, frantically growing inward. Ah! The Black Panther roared in agony, tearing at his own body with his hands. His flesh was torn apart by his claws, exposing raw meat to the air. In the muscle fibers, thin blood threads, as fine as hair, kept writhing. He desperately tried to pluck the blood threads with his fingers, but they didn't break. Instead, they grew longer, surpassing the length his arm could stretch. Save me. He trembled as he begged the crowd, his eyes full of pleading and terror, suddenly crawling with several blood threads. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered by the blood threads, turning a deep crimson. It was as if someone had sewn his eyes shut with red thread, stitch by stitch. His screams abruptly ceased, and the Black Panther's body twisted as he slowly rose to his feet, his crimson eyes fixed on the crowd, no different from a fake. Meanwhile, the crimson viruses, the size of eyeballs, floated in the air like swarms of mosquitoes, flying towards everyone. The crowd was terrified. The fake army was already difficult to deal with, and now it was even worse. These crimson viruses could turn people into fakes, making them almost impossible to defend against. Break out! Bai Ye pulled out a mechanical leg from a torn sack and threw it forward. This was the last leg the officer had. With a shot from his revolver hitting the joint of the mechanical leg, the officer used his last bit of strength to create a path through the encirclement for everyone. The bounty hunters also pulled out their hidden grenades and bombarded wildly, repelling the pursuing enemies behind them. Just when they thought they could escape, fate played a small joke on them. On the other end of the street, even more fake soldiers and eyeball-sized crimson viruses surged out. The two waves of fake troops advanced from both ends of the street, forming a pincer movement, with crimson becoming the dominant color of this dim alley. It must be that others also broke the crimson virus and released the fakes. Bai Tian's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he smashed through the glass of a nearby house and leapt inside. The others panicked completely, scattering and fleeing, crazily rushing into the buildings on either side, just like Bai Tian. With so many fakes, even Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Even with time frozen, he knew he couldn't kill them all. Over here! Li Yu punched open a door with a loud bang and urgently called to Bai Ye. The two quickly slipped inside without hesitation, climbing out through a window on the other side of the house and running wildly. The moment they emerged from the house, the dense crimson viruses and fakes filled the room, and the piercing screams of non-human creatures, sharp as nails scraping a blackboard, caused intense physiological discomfort. After crossing several more houses, the howling behind them gradually faded away. Huff! Li Yu let out a breath, still trembling with lingering fear. We almost died. Heishan really isn't a place for humans. I wonder how Gao Banchang and the others are doing. Don't worry. Gao Banchang is protected by taboo objects, plus he's so rich, and with battle-made robots guarding him, he definitely won't die. Bai Ye panted heavily. Then what about the others? I'm afraid it all depends on luck. But I feel like Li Baidian probably won't die. He's been very low-key all alone, but when it counts, his strength isn't weak at all. Skilled in gunfighting and chi-blood martial arts, when it really comes down to a fight, even a Black Panther at the Three-Needle Realm might not be his match. Brother Yi, what do we do now? As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Yu suddenly felt a wave of relief both physically and mentally. While pretending to be a master and not speaking was certainly comfortable, long-term, it was stifling. Keep running. The crimson virus and the fake people will definitely spread to the surrounding areas. Stay away from them first. Bai Yi pushed open the window of the house and jumped out. Li Yu nodded and followed closely behind. Bai Yi quickly ran to another house, planning to break in and hide from the crimson virus and the fake people. The best way was to move through the buildings, using them to block their movements. At this moment, the setting sun had already sunk into the ruins of the buildings. The entire city looked like it was soaked in ink, with only the outlines of the ruins writhing in the darkness. Bang! Bai Yi kicked open the door. Inside was pitch black. Dust kicked up from the fallen door and billowed inside, transforming into swirling black smoke. He stepped into the house, but his step suddenly froze. Crimson virus! The entire house was filled with crimson virus. They floated everywhere inside, nearly filling all the space. Bai Yi felt as if he had plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could even clearly see one crimson virus land on his nose, then unrestrainedly extend dozens of tiny tendrils, stabbing fiercely. Fuck! Bai Yi cursed angrily, grabbing the crimson virus on his nose and throwing it out. At this moment, other crimson viruses also completely surrounded him. Time seemed to freeze. Brother Yi, watch out! Li Yu's urgent shout sounded behind him. Immediately after, the crimson viruses around him seemed to be stirred, grabbed, and crushed by an invisible giant hand. Bai Yi was suddenly cleared out by a vacuum around him. Without hesitation, he turned and ran out of the house. The two kept sprinting wildly, turning left and right until they found a safe house to hide in. The house just now must have been visited by others. That person probably brought the crimson virus inside, then jumped out the window and escaped, trapping the virus inside. Damn, what bad luck! Bai Yi cursed a couple of times, but all he received in response was silence. Bai Yi was stunned, turning to look at Li Yu. He saw Li Yu desperately clutching his right hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face deathly pale. Following his gaze to Li Yu's right hand, the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand was no longer invisible. It now bore a streak of crimson, as if splattered with uneven red paint. Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die, Li Yu said with a bitter smile. Have you been infected by the crimson virus? Bai Yi exclaimed. Li Yu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the crimson virus. I just used the magic hand to crush them. I thought that as long as I kept the virus at bay with the magic hand, I'd be safe. After all, the magic hand isn't part of my body. But who would have thought? He looked down at his magic hand. The crimson color spread like red ink blooming on paper, completely staining the hand. This was the first time Li Yu's magic hand was fully revealed, over 3 meters long, with a gigantic palm, like the arm of a giant. Bai Yi's face was ashen. With me here, you won't die. He pulled out the crimson virus serum he had found earlier, ready to give Li Yu an injection. Though it was long expired, it was a last-ditch effort. Just as he was about to inject, a hand stopped him. Li Yu's lips had lost all color. His voice trembled as he said, "It's useless, Brother Yi. I can feel that my body hasn't been invaded by the crimson virus. Look, where is there any bloodline on me?" Bai Yi's hand, holding the syringe, paused slightly. Now, Li Yu's symptoms were indeed completely different from the Black Panther's. The virus infected the magic hand, Li Yu continued, and the magic hand is closely linked to my mental energy. The virus crawled along the magic hand into my mind. I'm beyond saving. Then I'll inject serum into your magic hand. He pushed away Li Yu's left hand, then jabbed the crimson magic hand with a needle. Crack! The needle broke. He forgot that Li Yu's magic hand was as hard as iron, completely impervious to the needle. Staring at the half-broken needle, Bai Yi fell into silence. Li Yu was risking death to save him. Even though he didn't need anyone's rescue at all, Li Yu still saved him. Li Yu's pale face reflected in his pupils, his body temperature gradually dropping, emanating a coldness akin to that of a corpse. After crossing over, the first opponent he met, the first friend, was now about to die in this dark, abandoned corner, and he could only watch helplessly. Assuming a person lives to 60 years old, that amounts to about 189,216,000 10-second intervals in a lifetime. Wheel of Fate. I don't feel wronged in losing. Take care. Though I fear death, I fear even more spending the rest of my life haunted by the regret and guilt of leaving my friends and fleeing alone. The words once spoken still echoed in Bai Yi's ears, making him feel faintly dazed. Yi Gu. Li Yu's weak voice interrupted Bai Yi's daze. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bai Yi took a deep breath, naturally knowing what Li Yu's wish was, and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of your mother for you." Li Yu shook his head painfully. "No, that's not the wish." Bai Yi was stunned instantly, wasn't it? Could there be something more important to Li Yu than his mother? What wish? Tell me, I will definitely fulfill it for you. I will also take good care of your mother. Yi. Good, my mom doesn't need taking care of. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Why? I don't have a mom. Bai Yi. He stared wide-eyed at Li Yu, even doubting if he had heard wrong. No, what do you mean you don't have a mom? He. Li Yu weakly smiled. Actually, I lied to you. My mom died of illness when I was little. I've been saying otherwise before, but it was just to stay alive. Bai Yi was deeply shocked. Born, huh? Born? I don't think so. If my mom is watching from heaven, she would be very happy to know she saved her son so many times. Li Yu silently smiled, his gaze gradually drifting, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision blurring. Mom, son misses you. Finally I can see you again. Wake up. Bai Yi hurriedly shook Li Yu. What is your last wish? Li Yu's eyes regained a hint of clarity. He looked at Bai Yi, opened his mouth, but could no longer make a sound. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a gentle touch on his calf. He turned his head and saw Li Yu's foot kicking him, once, twice, 3 times, then the movement abruptly stopped. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, and was immediately amused by Li Yu. He knew what Li Yu's last wish was, revenge for the 3 kicks earlier. In the Grey Dirt Town, when Li Yu first became an extraordinary, he had sent a note in the middle of the night to meet. Bai Yi had used a gun to subdue him, then given him 3 kicks on the buttocks. He never expected Li Yu to remember that moment until now. Li Zua, your tricks are sharper than a needle. Bai Yi opened his mouth, but no words came out, because Li Yu had already slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile lingering on his deathly pale face. Bai Yi clenched the cold syringe tightly in his hand, anger gradually filling his chest. But when his gaze fell on the syringe, he suddenly froze. It was as if he realized something. He quickly aimed the syringe at Liyu's crimson magic hand, but this time he didn't stab it. Instead, he pushed the plunger, letting the murky green liquid drip onto the magic hand. Since the crimson virus could penetrate the magic hand, why couldn't the serum, as the first drop of pale green liquid fell onto it, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crimson, as if encountering a natural predator, was directly driven back by the green liquid in large swaths. Although the green liquid was quickly exhausted, the crimson also faded considerably. At this moment, a slight rise and fall appeared on Liyu's chest. Baye's eyes lit up with joy as he continued to drip the serum. He didn't dare to pour it all at once. Medicine is always a 3-part poison. What if an overdose killed Liyu? After a third of the serum was administered, the crimson on the surface of the magic hand completely receded, but inside, crimson veins like tree branches still remained, resembling human blood vessels. The serum seemed unable to penetrate into the interior of the magic hand. He added a few more drops, but the crimson veins inside remained motionless. Ah! Liyu suddenly sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with horror as he looked around wildly, gasping heavily, as if he had just escaped from a nightmare, yet he looked vigorous and alive. Is this the underworld? Damn! Bai Yi, when did you die? Bai Yi walked over to Liyu with an expressionless face, then thud thud thud, 3 kicks. Hey! Why did you kick me? That hurts. Wait, dead people don't feel pain, so I must be alive again. Liyu looked at his body with delight, finally fixing his gaze on the magic hand covered in crimson veins. This is, he waved his arm, and suddenly, the magic hand elongated at a visible speed, growing from 3 meters to 5, then 8, then 10 meters. His excitement grew even more. With a thought, he made the magic hand shrink again, gradually returning to a normal arm size. Flexible and adjustable. My magic hand can now extend and retract, and it seems to be more agile and harder too. Don't celebrate too early. The crimson virus still remains in your magic hand. The bloodline is the best proof it has mutated your extraordinary abilities, but there might be side effects. Bai Yi warned him with a cold splash of reality. A faint smile faded from Liyu's face as he looked at the blood vessels densely covering the inside of the magic hand, feeling a bit worried. The main function of the magic hand was invisibility. Although it was now stronger, it had lost its invisibility feature, some gains, some losses. I'll try to hide the blood vessels. He clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength as if constipated, his face turning red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magic hand began to contract, countless tiny branches returning to the main trunk. Phew, Liyu gasped heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Great, Bai Yi, the blood vessels can retract. I just need more practice. I can't do it all at once yet, but after a few more tries, I'll definitely be able to. His joyful voice suddenly cut off, his gaze trembling as he stared into Bai Yi's eyes. Bai Yi, your eyes. A sudden ominous premonition rose in Bai Yi's heart. What's wrong with my eyes? Bloodline. There's a bloodline in your eyes. Li. You shouted in panic, his voice distorted. Fuck. Bai Yi cursed silently, pulling out a dagger and holding it in front of his eye, using the blade to observe. The clear blade reflected his eyes vaguely, and he saw a bloodline, like a worm of red, writhing in the white part of his eye. Seeing this, Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He raised his finger and stabbed it sharply at his eyeball. When his finger touched the surface of the eyeball, he endured the urge to close his eyes, pinched hard, grasping the writhing bloodline, then suddenly exerted force. A half-meter-long bloodline was forcibly pulled out from his eye socket, accompanied by a splash of blood. The field of vision in Bai Yi's right eye instantly turned crimson. The intense pain made him close his right eye, but he didn't stop. Instead, he kept searching his body. He knew very well that during the attack by the crimson virus just now, some virus had taken the opportunity to invade his body. At that time, there were so many crimson viruses that even he couldn't notice all of them. The IT should have been discovered earlier. But just now, in order to save Liyu, I didn't notice my own abnormality at all. Back! You're back! Liyu exclaimed. At the torn hole on Bai Yi's back, a scarlet virus clung to his skin like a leech, countless tiny blood threads embedded deep within. Let me handle this. Liyu's magical hand instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, precisely pinching the scarlet virus, then forcefully pulling. Sizzle, a chilling sound of flesh and skin tearing echoed out. Although the scarlet virus was pulled out, dozens of blood threads remained connected to Bai Yi's back. Liyu endured the physiological discomfort, pulling while retreating. The blood threads grew longer and longer, giving him the illusion of pulling out Bai Yi's blood vessels. Because the blood threads and blood vessels looked too similar, it was almost as if he was grabbing a blood vessel and forcibly tearing it out from the body. With a pop, the blood threads were pulled from Bai Yi's back. His wound was already riddled with holes, forming a bloody cavity with flesh and blood rotting inside, as if pierced hundreds of times with a needle. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Liyu asked with concern. Bai Yi clenched his teeth tightly, his face covered in cold sweat, the intense pain from the wound constantly in his nerves. Not enough. The virus has invaded for too long. Bai Yi just opened his mouth when he suddenly felt a tickling sensation in his throat, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling inside. Those little bugs kept multiplying, and soon crawled out of his mouth along his tongue and teeth. Bai Yi bit down hard, the taste firm and chewy, like biting through noodles. Spit, he spat on the ground, dropping a dozen half-cut blood threads and blood water. Seeing the writhing blood threads on the ground, Bai Yi instinctively felt nauseous. The thought that his body was full of these things made him even more disgusted. Fortunately, there was still half a bottle of scarlet virus serum left. Since it could cure Liyu's magic hand, it should also cure him. He raised the syringe, stabbing the broken needle firmly into his arm. As the pale green liquid was injected, the strange sensation inside him immediately eased, and the blood threads in his mouth retracted into his abdomen. Liyu watched nervously from beside him, wanting to help but unsure what to do, appearing somewhat helpless. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Bai Yi nodded with difficulty, just about to speak when his face suddenly turned pale. He clutched his abdomen tightly, the excruciating pain flooding over him like a tidal wave. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Liyu exclaimed in shock. Is the serum not enough? I'll go find medicine right now. Bai Yi opened his mouth but made no sound. Anxious, Liyu didn't even bother to open the door, crashing into it directly, then falling to the ground with it. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up, rushing out onto the street, choosing a random direction to run wildly. He didn't know where to find the serum, but he dared not stop. At least searching meant hope, while stopping meant losing all hope. In the dark room, Bai Yi's fragile body seemed about to be swallowed by the darkness. He could clearly feel the scarlet virus gradually infecting his body. The sense of approaching death was like being sealed inside a shrinking, icy metal box, oxygen slowly being drained, the ringing in his ears growing louder, until finally, only the pounding of his pulse against his temple echoed like a thunderclap. The same serum cured Liu but couldn't save him. Maybe the dosage was insufficient, maybe it was an infected mind, an infected body, or perhaps different physiques, because he was not an extraordinary being, the reason no longer mattered. What mattered was, fuck this. Bai Yi suddenly roared in anger, his dark eyes full of defiance. He was not afraid of death, what he felt was endless rage. Want to kill me? I'll first fucking kill you. Time froze. Buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, and the boy, like a wounded, near-death lone wolf, stood stubbornly and arrogantly atop a massive golden clock. Face.as time began to stand still, the turbulent bloodline within his abdomen gradually fell silent. Bai Yi expressionlessly raised his dagger and drove it deep into his own stomach. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat pouring down his face, yet his hand never stopped moving. The sharp dagger sliced through his abdomen bit by bit, blood instantly staining his hand red. He threw the dagger onto the ground and plunged his right hand directly into his belly. The warm, slippery, viscous sensation transmitted from his hand to his brain cortex, but he felt nothing because the pain was flooding his nerves like a tidal wave. He almost clenched his teeth to shatter them, enduring the excruciating pain as his right hand kept searching his abdomen, finally feeling a bundle of bloodline. He yanked it fiercely, pulling the bloodline out of his stomach and tossing it onto the ground. This move nearly made him faint, but instead, his body felt a moment of relief. Following the same method, he kept reaching in to extract the bloodline, pulling it out and discarding it repeatedly. Blood pooled at Bai Yi's feet. Logically, such an operation would be impossible even for an extraordinary being, yet he persisted. It wasn't because his body was strong enough, but because the crimson virus was at work. The pseudo-human infected by the crimson virus possessed nearly immortal regenerative abilities, and now, as Bai Yi gradually transformed into a pseudo-human, his recovery ability, though not as formidable as a true pseudo-human's, had long surpassed that of normal humans. It was this resilience that allowed him to purge the bloodline within his body. After a minute, he collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. The regenerative power brought by the crimson virus was not a perpetual motion machine, it drained his vitality in exchange. In that brief minute, his energy was completely depleted. Bai Yi's face was as pale as paper, yet a smile played at the corner of his mouth. A tiny virus dares to attempt to kill the gods? I am the god of the new era. He silently chuckled, feeling that the serum within him had reached some sort of balance with the crimson virus. Previously, the bloodline produced by the virus was too abundant for the serum to counter, but as the bloodline was cleared, the serum finally took effect. Oh no! Time! Bai Yi's smile abruptly vanished, his expression changing drastically. He hurriedly activated the time-stopping ability, finally letting out a breath of relief. Damn it, almost wasted time, he muttered, his vision gradually blurring. He was ultimately not a pseudo-human, the massive blood loss had caused him to faint. Time passed, or so it seemed, until Bai Yi was awakened by a strong bitter taste in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, the first thing he did was spit. What the hell? So bitter, why are there so many residues in my mouth? Ha, Li Zua, when did you come back? Li Yu, with a resentful look, wiped the saliva from his face and complained, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your lifesaver? Lifesaver? What did you give me to eat? I gave you 2 million. 2 million? Bai Yi froze, recalling the bitter taste in his mouth, and instantly understood, mutated ginseng? He hurriedly lifted his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. The originally ferocious, bloody wound had somehow healed, leaving only a shallow red mark. He remembered, after extracting the bloodline earlier, his abdominal wound had begun to heal. But to blood and energy deficiency. The wound only partially healed before stopping, and then he fainted. It seemed that Li Yu had returned, saw that he had lost too much blood, and fed him ginseng. Not bad, Li Zua, you even know to give me ginseng, Bai Yi said happily, taking a deep breath with a grin. Guess what? He didn't die. I looked everywhere for the serum but couldn't find it, so I thought I'd come back to collect your body. Turns out you're still alive, just lost a lot of blood. I figured ginseng could help replenish your blood, so I fed it to you. Who knew it would actually save you? Now tell me, Brother Yi, how should I thank you? Li Yu said with a proud smile. Thank you? Bai Yi shot him a sidelong glance. I was just going to sleep, and you went and wasted a ginseng worth 2 million. I'll remember this debt next time. Pay me back the 2 million. Li Yu's face immediately darkened, then his bright eyes flickered with a subtle movement. Suddenly, he spoke mysteriously. Brother Yi, guess why you could still eat ginseng after passing out? Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, then his face turned deathly pale. You. No way, he stammered. It's not, could it be? Exactly, Brother Yi, it's just as you think. I chewed a tiny bit and fed it to you, Li Yu said with a mischievous grin. Ugh, Bai Yi immediately collapsed to the ground, dry heaving. He suddenly felt that living might be pointless. Ha ha ha, Li Yu burst into laughter. Just joking. Would I really want to? You don't. No, when I had that ginseng right at your lips, you looked like a starving ghost, eyes closed, grabbing the ginseng and stuffing it into your mouth. You bastard. Bai Yi glared furiously. I've realized you never tell the truth. You lied about the ginseng, and before that, you pretended to be a filial son to deceive me. If you weren't on your deathbed, I'd say you never planned to tell the truth in this life. Did you also lie about something else? Spit it out. Li Yu's smile slowly faded as he solemnly said, there is indeed one thing. What is it? Sorry, Brother Yi, I lied to you just now. The ginseng was actually. I used my mouth to. I'm going to kill you. Moments later, Li Yu, sporting a black eye, squatted in the corner of the room, looking aggrieved, drawing circles on the floor with his finger. After venting his anger, Bai Yi picked up a dagger from the ground and gently sliced his own arm, blood immediately pouring out. Li Yu was shocked. Brother Yi, you're not that desperate, are you? You don't need to hurt yourself to apologize to me. Get lost. Bai Yi replied without turning his head, staring at his wound. He felt a tingling sensation spreading, like ants crawling on the injury. Then, something miraculous happened, the wound healed at a visibly rapid speed. As I suspected, this mutated crimson virus has given me incredible regenerative abilities, and my physical condition seems to have improved significantly. But I hope there are no aftereffects, Bai Yi silently thought. By the way, Li Zua, how long was I unconscious? Li Yu was still drawing circles. About an hour. An hour. Bai Yi hurriedly took out a gold pocket watch, which now read 8:29 p.m. Damn it, Yang Jia probably already found the Pangdiu disc and ran off, right? Stop squatting there. If you don't hurry, they'll take all the good stuff. Bai Yi was eager to rush out, but Li Yu's magic hand suddenly grabbed him. Brother Yi, you can't go out now. The outside is full of crimson virus and fake people. If you go out, you'll die. Li Yu urged. I have my own way. How about this, you stay here and wait. I'll be back soon. Without time for further explanation, Bai Yi opened the door Li Yu had just repaired and charged out. The moment he stepped outside, he suddenly froze. It was as if he had entered another world. Countless crimson viruses, the size of eyeballs, swarmed through the city, floating in the air like a sky full of red dandelions. He wasn't surprised. Hundreds of people had already rushed into Shelter 189. Confronted with the giant tentacle attacks of the crimson virus, they wouldn't just sit and wait, they fought back, causing the giant crimson virus to rupture, releasing countless fake people and smaller crimson viruses. He couldn't delay any longer. The situation was growing more dangerous. If the crimson viruses filled the entire city, even he would have to hide in the shadows. Bai Yi took a deep breath, ready to activate time stop and cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these crimson viruses attacking me? He was stunned to find that the crimson viruses completely ignored his presence, floating quietly in midair. Could it be? A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It must be that he had already been infected and cured of the crimson virus. His body had mutated, and they mistook him for a fellow creature. What about Li Yu? Yi Gu, wait for me. I'll go with you. We can look out for each other along the way. Li Yu hurried over. At this moment, the floating crimson virus in the street seemed like insects discovering prey. After a bizarre moment of stillness, they all suddenly swarmed toward Li Yu. Holy shit! Yi Gu, run! Bai Yi didn't run away but instead closed the door directly, standing alone in front of it. The crimson viruses stopped flying in front of him. They quietly swam around Bai Yi, some even landing on his hands, tiny crimson tendrils writhing in the air, yet none pierced his skin. Just as I thought. Bai Yi's joy grew even more intense. Without the threat of the crimson virus, he could save so much time. But why was Li Yu not the same? Yi Gu, what are you doing? Come in quickly. Li Yu's anxious voice came from inside. I'm fine. The crimson virus seems to have mistaken me for a pseudo-human and won't attack me. Li Yu immediately reacted. Is it because you've already been infected with the virus? But why can't I? Could it be because I'm infected with magic hands, not my body? Yi Ge, move aside. Let me try with magic hands. Bai Yi slightly turned to the side and the door was quickly opened a crack, followed by an invisible, blood vessel-covered hand slowly reaching out. This time, the crimson virus indeed did not attack the magic hands. Damn! That's not fair. We're both infected. With the virus, both injected with serum, so why can you be everywhere and I can only use one hand? Li Yu muttered in frustration. Enough, stop wasting time. If you're going, then get out now. I'm not going. If I go, I'll just be a burden. Better to take this chance to familiarize myself with the mutated magic hands and try to hide the blood vessels sooner. Bai Yi nodded. He naturally understood that Li Yu's hesitation wasn't about wanting to find treasure but about his concern for Bai Yi. Now that he saw Bai Yi could ignore the crimson virus, there was no need for him to follow. Alright, then wait here. After saying that, Bai Yi charged into the virus swarm, waving his hands constantly to drive away the nearby viruses before setting out officially. At this moment, the once empty city seemed even more deathly silent. No one was on the streets, and occasional roars of pseudo-humans echoed from the distant shadows. Hundreds of people who came seeking treasure had either died or hidden away. He surveyed the city with a contemplative look. He didn't know where the Pangayu disc was, but he figured it wouldn't be in the residential or commercial areas, so he headed toward the city's outskirts. In the abandoned city, Bai Yi moved alone, the sky filled with red dandelions like snowflakes, adding a strange crimson hue to the city 100 years old. He crossed over the dusty wreckage of flying cars, crushed dandelions under his shoes, broken billboards swayed in the air, and crimson velvet like a flowing blood. Rivers spilled over the iron bridge. The false moon in the sky cast a faint glow, pinning his shadow onto the asphalt road overgrown with weeds. He seemed like the only traveler in this city, facing the red snowstorm and moving upstream against the flow. Are you still holding it? The man in a black suit, roasting a wild rabbit, asked the sweating artist. Hold, hold, hold. The artist anxiously spun around the canvas. It's about mastery, but this shouldn't be. From the fate line, the person outside this script is just a minor character. I manipulate fate, trigger murderous intent, he's clearly doomed, yet he doesn't die. Not only does he not die, but his fate line actually becomes thicker. That's just not scientific. The man in black suit shot him a sidelong glance. You, a transcendent who toys with fate, talking about science with me, that's inherently unscientific. The artist. He paced back and forth for a long while, then suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. I've got it. It's the divine taboo object. A small figure, without any help from others, manages to alter the destined death line, surely relying on external aid, and such great power must be a divine taboo object. Immediately, the painter's face showed a contemplative expression. This is troublesome. With the help of a divine taboo object, fate is sealed, and it's very difficult to kill him, unless what? The man in the black suit snapped off a golden brown rabbit leg, about to put it in his mouth, but was preempted by the painter. So delicious. The painter chewed the rabbit leg, muffling, unless we make him abandon the divine taboo object. Truly an astonishing method. Thanks to your reminder, I suddenly thought of a way to better kill the tyrant. What way? The man in the black suit looked expressionless. We should quit smoking and drinking, go to bed early and wake up early, live him for 100 years. After 100 years, killing the tyrant will be effortless. The painter. I finally understand why you deal with the dead all the time. Because your mouth can drive the living to death, only the dead can communicate with you. That's an overstatement. If you die suddenly now, it proves what you said isn't false. The painter was amused and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. My method may seem nonsense, but in fact, it's just nonsense. The painter snapped angrily, but it's the simplest and most effective. Any complicated scheme ultimately aims to achieve a goal. If that person is protected by a divine taboo object, to kill him, of course, you make him abandon it. Still nonsense. You motherfucker. The painter took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to maintain composure. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. He no longer paid attention to the man in the black suit but focused intently on the canvas, murmuring continuously. His fate line is protected by a divine taboo object. A single killing calamity isn't enough to deal with it. So, just connect his fate with that of someone destined to die, and use the other's killing calamity to erase him. As he muttered, he sketched on the canvas. Soon, a girl dressed in knight's armor, wielding a pure silver cross sword, was outlined. The man in the black suit frowned. Black Knight? If you kill her, aren't you worried about the silent court's judge causing trouble for you? It's not that I want to kill her, but she's destined to die here. Better to go with the flow, connect the two fate lines, and let her die along with someone outside the script. What if that person relies on a divine taboo object to help the Black Knight break the killing calamity? That's what I mean, make him abandon the divine taboo object. If he has it on him, he won't casually discard it. But if he's no longer himself? What do you mean? The painter smiled faintly. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. He casually drew two laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if silently mocking. Satisfied with his work, he softly recited, Fools cannot know the fate in their lives, I hold the cause in effect. To determine heaven and earth. Bang! Ah, ugh, the painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting, wasting the rabbit leg he had just eaten. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. Gu Huangquan, what the hell are you doing? Why are you hitting me? The painter cursed angrily. Gu Huangquan remained expressionless. You ate my rabbit meat and still curse me? That's a punch. I was just composing a poem. Yes, you were composing a poem to curse me. After more than 20 minutes, Bai Yi discovered many fake human corpses nearby. These fake humans seemed to have been cut in half by some sharp weapon, each strike deadly. The opponent used chi and blood, striking once to crush the chi and blood within the fake humans, preventing their recovery. Looking at the familiar wounds, his mind conjured the image of the night girl. The sword wounds looked very much like they were made by the pure silver cross sword in her hand. Bai Yi's heart leapt with surprise. After the tyrant, the night girl was the first to breach shelter 189. Her purpose was surely the Pangdayu, and now that he had found her trail, it meant he hadn't taken the wrong path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle marks along the way. Suddenly, a feral roar echoed from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Yi frowned slightly, instantly drawing, aiming his gun at the dark alley. Before long, a grotesque figure burst out of the alley, rushing wildly. As soon as the figure saw Bai Yi, it froze in place, stunned by the sight. Crimson eyes, blood red and covered in bloodlines, stared unblinkingly at Bai Yi, as if questioning whether the person before it was a kindred spirit. It seemed that not only the crimson virus but also the pseudo-human would not attack him. Bai Yi silently thought, what if I attacked it? Bang! A yellow-orange bullet instantly pierced the pseudo-human's abdomen. Enraged, the creature's eyes grew even more crimson, and it roared as it charged at Bai Yi. Looks like as long as I don't attack them, I'll be fine. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a crimson bullet blew the pseudo-human's head apart. It collapsed weakly to the ground, lifeless. After passing through several collapsed skyscrapers, his vision widened, as if entering another part of the city. The area was very open, with a few bunker-like structures along the roadside, and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. It resembled an abandoned military zone, and the battle traces here were even more numerous. This is the place. Bai Yi's gaze burned with intensity as he crossed the debris and advanced deeper into the area. To his surprise, the crimson virus was surprisingly scarce here. As he continued forward, the presence of the crimson virus almost vanished, as if the area contained something they feared, something they dared not approach. Not knowing how long he had walked, he suddenly heard faint sounds of battle. The noise came from afar, almost imperceptible by the time it reached him. He followed the sound, moving steadily forward. Soon, a massive base came into view. The base covered a vast area, nearly a quarter of a city block, surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters along the wall, a Gatling-like machine gun was mounted. However, judging by its design, these guns weren't traditional kinetic weapons. They had a streamlined metal body with a display screen on the side and no visible ammunition feed, more like the legendary laser weapons. Fortunately, these weapons had already been abandoned, otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach the defenses. The sounds of battle emanated from within the base, growing clearer, and Bai Yi even heard the furious roar of Minghu. He circled around the wall and found the entrance. The alloy gate, over 10 centimeters thick, was violently smashed open. A rusted sign hung on the nearby wall. The underground space of Shelter 189 is already limited, yet the civilization-era people have allocated such a large area to build this experimental base. It shows how important it is. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the core of the Pango project. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently pondered. He guessed that since the Pango project claimed to have created the world, its experimental projects must be all-encompassing. The previous pseudo-humans and the mutated crimson virus were very likely parts of the Pango project. The people of the civilization era wanted to uncover the secrets of the crimson virus or even control it, but ended up developing a mutated version instead. The entire shelter had turned into pseudo-humans. Something must have gone wrong, causing the mutated crimson virus to leak out and infect everyone. He slipped through the gate, sticking close to the exterior wall of the base, moving gradually toward the sound. Then, quietly peeking over the wall, he revealed half his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai Yi gasped sharply, what the hell is that monster? Another pseudo-human? On the other side of the base, more than a dozen humanoid monsters over 5 meters tall were chasing Minghu and others, fighting fiercely. The muscular, sinewy body was covered in bulging veins and decayed flesh, with hands far larger than the body itself, no longer human palms, but giant claws. The sharp knuckles gleamed with a cold, deathly light, like reaper's sickles. Besides these dozen or so fighting monsters, more than 20 bloodied, mutilated humanoid creatures lay on the ground, seemingly recently dead. Why was there no sign of the tyrant Yang Ju? Bai Yi felt a flicker of doubt. He saw Minghu, the night girl, and others. Even Li Xiao, the arrogant fool, was present. The first to break through the laser corridor was here, yet Yang Ju was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yi scanned the area, and when he saw the large hole in the wall of the experimental base, he understood the tyrant had already stormed inside. These monsters could block Minghu and the others, but they couldn't stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant's situation didn't seem much better. Inside the base, fierce clashes of metal and explosions echoed constantly, so loud that Bai Yi, hiding at a distance, could feel the walls trembling. Danger. Too damn dangerous. Bai Yi wisely chose not to get involved and decided to stay here and watch the show. Anyway, whoever found the Manga USB drive would eventually have to come out of the base. When that time came, he would just snatch it, no need to risk his life. As the old saying goes, a son of a noble family does not sit idly in the hall, and a monarch ruling over 10,000 chariots does not venture into danger, let alone him, this new era god. These damn test subjects. Without draining their vital energy, they're impossible to kill. Minghu punched the arm of an attacking experiment, smashing it to pieces, then rushed to the side of In Shi. The experiment, whose arm was shattered, roared angrily, a fierce crimson glow erupting from its body. Tiny specks of light gathered at the broken arm, and in a flash of crimson light, torn muscles, bones, and skin rapidly regenerated, restoring to full form in the blink of an eye. In Shi's usually charming face was now devoid of its usual smile. The tyrant broke into the experimental base, shattered the containment devices inside, and unexpectedly released so many of these experiments. I really don't know what the old world was researching. They created monsters each comparable to a superhuman worth billions in bounty. Minghu clenched his fists, grabbing the attacking experiment's arm like an ant lifting an elephant, and flung it away. We can't delay any longer. We must find the Manga USB drive before the tyrant does. Let's go. He dropped to all fours, his muscles suddenly swelling. In Shi saw this and immediately leapt up, her small, muddy feet stomping onto Minghu's back. Minghu acted as a mount, charging recklessly forward, while In Shi struck fiercely, her delicate, seemingly boneless arms like venomous snakes, each blow tearing large chunks of flesh from the experiments. Together, they quickly broke through the encirclement, rushing into the large hole blasted by the tyrant, then vanished without a trace. Humph. Two born fools. He Qianjun snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Minghu and the others' actions. Originally, everyone had united to kill over 20 experiments, nearly clearing them all. But Minghu and In Shi had run off at this critical moment, leaving the remaining people to bear the pressure. With silver hair flying, He Qianjun suddenly leapt into the air like a sprout from dry ground. His swift figure dodged the incoming claws midair, then kicked off the ground with force, bounding up the thick arms of the experiments like climbing a mountain. Finally, he stomped hard on the creature's skull, using the recoil to glide through the air toward the large hole in the base's wall. Still about 100 meters away, he wouldn't reach the entrance with his fall. But in the next second, his arms spread wide like a white crane's wings, a surging aura of vital energy bursting forth, transforming into countless crimson streams flowing through his arms. Those streams seemed to form a pair of crimson wings, propelling him forward with incredible precision, landing perfectly at the edge of the hole. He Qianjun stood at the edge, hands behind his back, coldly glancing at the still fighting crowd. Humph. Old man's taking the lead now. Born, ha! You three born here, hiding knives in your smiles, treacherous and untrustworthy, turning your backs on us, playing with fire and betrayal. Wait! Xiaoyi cursed in anger. Clang! The treasured sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light that chased after He Qianjun. The instant the sword swept past his head, Xiaoyi violently grabbed its hilt, and then he was abruptly pulled forward with a whoosh. Xiaoyi also fled. These bastards! Li Xiao watched as the remaining experimental subjects surged towards him, his eyes splitting with rage. He believed that strong individuals should be trustworthy and keep their word. They had agreed to jointly deal with the experimental subjects, and they should have stuck to it. He never expected these powerhouses to run one after another. His shadow suddenly shot out dark shurikens towards the cave entrance, then with a shift of position, Li Xiao also fled. Let's go in too, Ghost Clown said to the air beside him. You want to help that female knight? He glanced at the struggling night girl. The fierce sword light repeatedly cut the surrounding experimental subjects in half, but they recovered again and again. But I feel like she doesn't need help? Ghost Clown tilted his head. As he said, the night girl indeed didn't need help. This girl was far from the cave entrance, and she couldn't shift positions like Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the cave, she could only force her way through. But, strangely, she didn't force her way in. Instead, she quickly ran towards the nearest experimental base wall. 7 or 8 experimental subjects pursued her closely, their encirclement shrinking, cornering her. The girl showed no panic. She raised the pure silver crosssword in her hand and lightly thrust it into the wall in front of her. Clang! The pure silver crosssword instantly plunged into the wall without any resistance, as if cutting tofu. Immediately after, the girl drew a circle with her sword. Clang! A heavy circular wall panel fell off. She lightly stepped through the opening. The experimental subjects were too large to fit through the hole and could only extend their hideous arms, scratching continuously. Inside the hole, the girl calmly watched the sharp giant claws fall near her, yet they couldn't even touch a speck of her clothing. The silver-white mask without features seemed to be silently mocking. The mere 3-centimeter distance was like an insurmountable chasm. Oh dear, not only does she not need help, but she even lured away the experimental subjects for us. Hold on tight, Ghost Clown held the air in one hand, and with the other, he pulled down his torn top hat, dashing like a phantom, his figure tracing after images in the air. Several experimental subjects tried to grab him, but he twisted and dodged them by a hair's breadth, like a tightrope walker in a circus, swaying precariously but never falling. The last experimental subject blocked the entrance. Ghost Clown, hugging EE, performed a sliding tackle, passing directly between its legs, and then leaped into the interior of the base. The experimental subjects, having lost all their targets, roared to the sky, and visible sound waves spread out, shaking even Bai Yi in the distance, making him instinctively cover his ears. Several smart experimental subjects chased inside, while the remaining 3 foolish ones were still digging at the night girl. The show's over? Bai Yi pouted. He couldn't see the battle inside the experimental base anymore, so he could only wakeboard in place. He swore he wouldn't go in, no matter what. Who knew how many dangers lay inside? It was far more satisfying to wait for others to go through all the hardships to find the Panga USB drive and then reap the benefits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sounds from inside the experimental base did not diminish, instead, they grew louder. It was as if an army was fighting inside, with violent explosions constantly ringing out. Damn, these guys aren't going to break my USB drive, are they? They shouldn't, right? After all, their goal is also the USB drive. They couldn't do something that stupid, could they? Could they? Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the wall behind Bai Yi. Before he could react, he was directly blown away. Countless shattered bricks and stones buried him. Ing Bai Yi crawled out of the rubble, cursing angrily. Is there no public morality? Can you just throw bombs anywhere? The hole that had been blown open was pitch black inside, with no response from anyone, only the continuous sound of explosions still ringing out. His eyes swept over and he saw a battered metal box after the blast, resembling some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone had knocked this metal box flying during a fight. And after it hit the wall here, it exploded. What a damn bad luck. Luckily, my body's tough enough, he muttered. As he spoke, the wounds on Bai Yi's back, which had been slashed open, had already healed completely. No, this place isn't safe either. I'd better hide further away. Just as he was about to retreat, a glint caught his eye from the rubble blown apart. He hurriedly cleared away the debris, and upon seeing the reflective object more clearly, he was momentarily stunned. Is this a phone screen? He saw a rectangular, semi-transparent screen lying quietly among the broken stones. The screen was covered with cracks, but as he picked it up and examined it carefully, he discovered that hidden within the cracks was a delicate circuit board. Probably not a phone screen. It's too thick. This thickness actually makes it look more like a phone. Could this be a phone from the civilization era? Just a screen? Looking at the cracks, Bai Yi sighed regretfully. Before he crossed over, he loved playing with his phone, used to do it every day. After crossing over, he even experienced withdrawal symptoms. Now, he had finally found a high-tech phone, but it was broken. He fiddled with it for a while, but had no idea how to turn it on, so he could only stuff it into his pocket. Maybe in the future he'd find a way to repair it, and then he could play with the phone again. The appearance of the phone gave him inspiration. Although he couldn't enter the experimental base, he could still scavenge outside. Considering the numerous explosions just now, many walls had been blown apart, and perhaps other valuable items had been blown out along with the debris. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance toward the area where everyone had entered. There had been the most explosions there, the most rubble, and maybe some other treasures had been blown out with the stones. He instinctively looked in that direction. Since the explosions had been so intense, he figured he might as well go look for some loot. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the area. Meanwhile, the 3 dim-witted test subjects were still digging around. Perhaps their arms were stuck in the hole, or maybe they just couldn't stop. He didn't care about the test subjects. Everyone was infected with the Crimson Virus family. Clack clack clack. Bai Yi moved briskly, stepping over the rubble past the 3 test subjects. This immediately caught their attention, and their 3 terrifying crimson eyes fixed on him. Yo, you guys busy? I'm just passing by. You keep at it. Bai Yi waved his hand and was about to walk past the 3 fools. But unexpectedly, the 3 suddenly withdrew their hands from the hole. They slowly stood up, their towering bodies over 5 meters tall, looking down at Bai Yi. His heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Look carefully, brothers. We're on the same side. Family. Suddenly, 3 huge shadows lunged at him, and he spun around and ran. You guys with that IQ can't even recognize your own kind? Bai Yi thought, not sure whether their low intelligence or the fact that the test subjects and pseudo-humans weren't really the same kind mattered. Anyway, when they attacked, they were merciless. Though tall, the 3 test subjects moved with incredible agility, closing in on Bai Yi in a pincer formation. In an instant, all his escape routes were blocked, and the only hope was the hole they had entered earlier. Without hesitation, Bai Yi charged straight into the hole, with the 3 following close behind. After running about 10 meters, he reached a corner. He quickly dodged into the bend, cutting off the 3's line of sight. Then, time froze. In that instant, everything was silent. Only the young man's heavy breathing echoed through the void. If I could just kill you guys, I wouldn't be so pissed today. Bai Yi cursed loudly, then turned back along his original path, leaping over the 3 and slipping out of the hole. Time. Resumed. The three, unaware of what had just happened, charged into the corner and vanished from sight. Watching their disappearing figures, Bai felt a twinge of confusion. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he always had the feeling that the three fools were deliberately forcing him into the experimental base. Trying to push me into the lab to get myself killed? Not a chance, he sneered. After spending 5 seconds, the crisis was completely resolved. Bai happily began scavenging for trash again. The current experimental base was already riddled with holes, many areas collapsed under the reckless destruction of Yang Jie and others. He didn't venture deep inside, just rummaged through the debris on the periphery. Before long, he found quite a few items: a cracked metal cup, a broken pen in 2 pieces, the head of an intelligent robot, a chair leg, a discarded full automatic coffee machine, and then, it all shattered. Bai completely lost it. Wasting 5 seconds to distract the three fools only resulted in a pile of junk. He had lost big on this deal. Now he only had 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I refuse to believe that a top-tier experimental base would only produce this much trash, he muttered. After relentless effort, Bai finally found something valuable, a mostly burned notebook. He carefully opened it, and the bold black title made his heart race faster. God Taboos. Number. Containment. Although he couldn't see the entire text, he could roughly guess the meaning. This notebook probably recorded the containment conditions for various numbered god taboos. Even the snake level taboo, breath of the skeleton, required containment to use, let alone other god taboos. Their containment conditions must be even more stringent. Flipping through the charred pages, god taboos, number 001. Cannot be described, cannot be recorded, cannot be contained. Bai was full of question marks. This page was still relatively intact, but the problem was that the middle was filled with a large blank space, nothing at all, just 3 cannot at the end. It made him really want to ask the record-keeping staff what's not allowed. He continued flipping through the pages. God Taboos, number 002. Cannot be described, cannot be recorded, cannot be contained. Bai was so angry he almost laughed, thinking, if they're all like this, then why bother recording? It's just a waste of a notebook. He flipped several more pages, finally reaching God Taboos number 010, where he found a few more words, but it was all just blackened, charred text. Fuck. God Taboos, number 039, the forgotten, will attract curious, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers, cannot attack, cannot kill, can be contained, containment conditions. Finally, he found a page that was still somewhat complete, but after reading it, Bai was left completely puzzled. 039 is called the Forgotten? A person? Is that even a god taboos? Turning to the next page, there was a picture of 039, but it was also blackened, vaguely showing what seemed to be a man. He flipped through it for a long time, then closed the notebook. Some use, but not much. That was Bai's evaluation, because most of it was damaged. Many god taboos he only knew by name and number, some he only knew the containment conditions. 4. He didn't even know how many numbers there were. The later pages were even more severely damaged, some completely burned away. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Bai was startled, quickly looked toward the experimental base, and his pupils shrank sharply. He saw a part of the roof of the base burst open with a large hole, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. And right within that smoke, a huge hand covered in black scales, resembling a dragon's claw, broke through the hole. Countless fragments of stone flew in all directions, dust and smoke rose, and it looked as if a rain of stones was falling from the sky. The hand was enormous, just one hand was comparable in size to an experimental subject. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was surprised, countless metal spikes shot out from the large hole, piercing the black-scaled giant hand with a fierce force. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion echoed, sounding like the collision of some enormous object. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the hole, causing the experimental base to collapse even more severely, and the sounds of fierce battle grew louder and more intense. It's Tyrant Yang Jie fighting it. Bai, who controls metal, wouldn't mistake this ability. Judging by the commotion, the owner of the black-scaled giant hand must be incredibly formidable, able to fight Tyrant Yang Jie to this extent, which speaks volumes. Bai felt even more fortunate that he hadn't gone in. It was too dangerous. He might not even survive the 2 minutes and 25 seconds. He couldn't defeat any of these monsters, nor could he stop them. With time freezing, because the opponent was nearly indestructible, he simply didn't have enough time to completely exhaust their vitality. It's time to do some work. Despite his surprise, Bai didn't forget to pick up trash. The recent explosion had blown out quite a few things. 5 minutes later, he suddenly halted, clutching a pile of debris, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at a heap of broken stones not far away. This is a divine taboo object. Crash! Bai immediately threw away all the trash in his arms and rushed toward a dark statue buried mostly under the rubble. The statue was very peculiar, about the size of a palm, half of its body buried, only revealing a pitch-black monkey head with a bizarrely smiling face. Divine Taboo Object 169, Twin, what was it again? Bai stopped in front of the statue, quickly pulling out his scorched notebook and flipping through it. He soon found the entry for number 169. Divine Taboo Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue, one body, twin, two monkeys. Embracing each other, soul, containment difficulty D, Twin Monkey Statue, containment difficulty D. His eyes lit up, filled with greed and desire, devoid of any emotion. The notebook recorded that containment difficulty is classified as A, B, C, D, with anything above a being uncontainable. The difficulty level often indicates the danger of the divine taboo object, not all are harmless. Containment difficulty D suggests that the twin monkey statue is relatively low risk. Divine bestowed but not repaid, this object should be mine. Bai Yi didn't immediately touch it but instead picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at the twin monkey statue. The statue remained unresponsive. He then dragged over a severed arm from a deceased experiment subject, touched it a few times but still found no danger. Although the containment difficulty was D, it was still a divine taboo object, so caution was wise. After all, even breath of the skeleton could extract vitality. After messing around for a while, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statue was probably safe. Only then did he cautiously extend a finger. Hey! His finger touched it and immediately recoiled as if electrocuted. But there was still no danger. 2 fingers, 3, until finally he grabbed the monkey statue and lifted it up. Nothing happened. The feeling of holding it was no different from a regular wooden sculpture. Wait, why is there only one monkey? Where's the other one? His face was full of confusion. The picture clearly showed the twin monkey statue as 2 monkeys embracing each other, but the sculpture in his hand was just a big smiling monkey with open arms, hugging nothing. Was it blown in half? Can this thing still be used? Bai's heart sank. Although he was collecting trash, he didn't really want to be a trash collector. Holding on to a faint glimmer of hope, he began studying the single monkey statue. After 10 minutes of repeated examination, even counting the number of monkey hairs on it, he still couldn't figure out what it was for. Forget it, better to have it than not. He comforted himself a little and then carefully stored the single monkey statue away. Inside the experimental base, the silent quartz night girl, wielding a pure silver cross sword, was walking through a dark corridor. The pure silver cross sword had long been stained red with blood. As she moved, crimson droplets continuously dripped from the tip of the sword, forming a jagged trail of blood on the ground. Around her, a few rats infected with the crimson virus lay sprawled, their bodies twitching as they split in two. Why are there rats in the experimental base? The night girl's light brown eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness. She had previously found the species registry of Shelter 189, which recorded all the animals brought into the shelter by people from the old era, along with their genetic information. Although the registry listed rats, it only mentioned rat genes, meaning there shouldn't be any live rats inside Shelter 189. While the old era possessed cloning technology capable of creating rats, she always felt things weren't that simple because rats wouldn't be of any help to the shelter. After all, in the old days, experiments no longer used white mice but cloned humans directly. If it was for pets, it would be hamsters or small white mice, not these black-furred, germ-ridden rats. Of course, she didn't rule out the possibility that someone had a peculiar hobby. It wasn't her sensitivity, but every time she saw a rat, she thought of one person, an extremely dangerous individual. The 12 zodiac animals, hidden rat. Maybe I'm overthinking. The most urgent task now is to find the Pangu. You. The night girl hurried through the corridor, her time running out. She had to find the U before the tyrant did, or she would never have another chance, because no one could snatch anything from the tyrant's hands. Fortunately, no one knew where the U was stored in the experimental base, and even the tyrant would have to search little by little. 5 minutes later, she stopped, her gaze falling on the rows of alloy doors lining both sides of the corridor. If it weren't for the alloy doors, she might have thought she was just pacing in place because the corridor's design hadn't changed at all, like a scene repeatedly copied and pasted countless times. Most of these alloy doors had been violently damaged, leaving only 2 that remained tightly shut. The night girl first checked the damaged doors. Inside, they were empty. Then she approached the sealed alloy door. Although her hope of finding the Pangayu here was slim, she had come this far, so she had to take a look. Clang! The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp, icy glow, and the alloy door shattered instantly. Inside, the furnishings were exposed to her eyes. She frowned slightly because behind this door were only some discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic devices. It was a mess, like a junk room. She used her sword to rummage through the pile of debris for a while, confirming they were all scrap, then immediately moved toward the last alloy door. With a single strike, the door swung open, revealing a black statue resembling a monkey. The statue was placed on a metal platform, covered by a square transparent glass case. It was a monkey with arms outstretched, grinning widely. Inscribed on the metal platform were the words, Divine Forbidden Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Divine Forbidden Object? A flicker of disappointment crossed the night girl's eyes. While such objects were indeed precious, they weren't her goal. She slowly backed out of the room, then kicked a piece of broken stone. Whoosh! The stone precisely shattered the glass case, hitting the monkey's head. The twin monkey statue fell to the ground, unscathed, showing no signs of any divine power. The night girl remained silent for a moment, before turning to leave. A moment later, she returned holding an arm she had previously severed from an experiment subject. She threw the arm onto the twin monkey statue, but nothing happened. She re-entered the room, stabbing the statue with her pure silver cross sword. The sharp, unmatched sword left no mark on the sculpture. After a series of tests, she finally picked up the statue with her knight gauntlet hand. Just then, the statue, completely unresponsive, suddenly emitted a cold black light. The grinning monkey's mouth stretched even wider, as if silently mocking her. Finally, she had been fooled. The night girl's reaction was swift. Almost the moment the black light appeared, she threw the statue away. But no matter how fast she couldn't outrun the light, and ultimately she was inevitably illuminated by the black glow. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, Bai Yi, who was busy picking up trash, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? What the heck? He hurriedly pulled out the monkey-shaped figurine from his pocket. A thick, ink-like black light was erupting from the statue. Without hesitation, he threw the statue away. Clang! The wooden statue hit the hard silver-white metal floor, producing a crisp sound. Bai Yi was stunned instantly. He blinked, doubting whether he had eaten poisonous mushrooms and was hallucinating. Because just a second ago, he was still picking up trash in an open square, and the next moment, he found himself inside a sealed room made of silver-white metal. Staring at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal ground, he froze for a moment, then a flash of joy suddenly crossed his eyes. So, the ability of 169 is that I can teleport just by throwing it on the ground. Just, what the hell is this supposed to do for me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Yi suddenly froze, his expression turning shockingly frightened. No, wait, my voice. How? A slightly trembling girl's voice sounded from his mouth. Holy crap! What the hell? Is this the side effect of using 169 teleportation? The clear, bright girl's voice burst out with a string of curses. Perhaps due to shock, her tone even carried a hint of anger, trembling with frustration. Like a puppy angrily wagging its tail. Clearly furious and indignant, her words sounded as sweet as if she were biting into a hard candy, yet with a frantic redness in her eyes. Bai Yi grew even more terrified. At this moment, he truly panicked. He had almost been killed by the crimson virus before. But he hadn't panicked then. Now, he was genuinely losing control. He hurriedly looked down at his body, then froze again. Knight armor? Why was he still holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the outfit of the night girl from the Silent Court? Could it be? Suddenly, two keywords from the record book about 169 flashed through his mind: twin souls and spirit. No way! Bai Yi rushed madly to the monkey statue, grabbing it from the ground. As he looked closely, his face turned pale instantly. This wasn't the monkey statue he had picked up. The one he found was oriented to the left, but this one was facing right. Now he understood everything. The twin monkey statue's function was to swap souls. It must have been that the night girl had found the other half, and with both in possession, the statue's ability was triggered. Monkey brother, quickly let me switch back. Bai Yi kept shaking the monkey statue. The statue laughed silently, showing no response. Damn you, you damn monkey. If you don't let me switch back, I swear I'll cut you down with my sword. Bai Yi, furious, raised his pure silver cross sword, ready to strike the monkey statue. But just as he swung, he was stunned to find the sword had vanished. Not only that, he felt a lightness in his body. His knight armor was gone, and so was the silver-white mask on his face. Monkey brother's spirit is here? I've turned back? He hurriedly reached out to feel his body, but suddenly froze. Something was missing, and two things had appeared. Looking down again, his vision went black. A black dress, with a slender curve at the waist, two small, white lotus-like legs standing beneath the hem, with a faint shadow hanging at the knees, like tender, undeveloped leaves at the end of spring, not yet fully unfurled, exuding a raw, pinkish sweetness. He could even smell the girl's body scent, mixed with a fragrance similar to perfume, but not quite, more like the incense burned by ancient noble families, delicate and elegant. I'm better than you, monkey brother. The girl in the black dress angrily threw the monkey statue onto the ground, her petite, exquisite lacquered princess shoes stomping repeatedly on it. While stomping and cursing, her foul language never ceased, and amidst the sharp sound of her heel crushing the monkey-like figure, she could also hear her breath slipping through her teeth, fierce as a small beast stomped on its tail, her ears turning a faint red crescent from anger. Bang! The silver-white metal floor was dented into a deep pit by Bai Yi. Startled, Bai Yi only then realized how much strength was hidden within the seemingly fragile body of the night girl. After venting for a while, he calmed down, mainly because he had no choice. Things had come to this, so first find a way to swap back their souls. I've now entered the body of the night girl, so she should also be in mine. According to the Handbook of Forbidden Items, the containment difficulty for 169 is ding, which means it shouldn't be hard to switch back. The twin monkey statues, shown in the picture as two monkeys hugging each other, perhaps just need to be assembled together to reverse the exchange. So, the urgent task is to find myself first. Bye. Yi picked up the statue and walked out of the room, greeted by a long corridor. Fuck. The girl in the black dress wrinkled her nose and cursed loudly. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Bai Yi realized that he had no memory of the night girl before, so he had no idea where they were in the experimental base, nor how to get out. Holding on to a desperate hope, he prayed that the night girl's body had a map and hurriedly began to search. The girl's black dress had hidden pockets. He reached into one and felt a bunch of scraps. When he pulled them out and looked, his face immediately fell. What the hell is this? All chocolates and fruit candies, not a single useful thing. Gulp. Bai Yi unconsciously swallowed, as a craving for sweets came from within the girl's body. Eat, 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 you just know how to eat. Furious, Bai Yi shoved a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Fuck. Strawberry flavor again, I hate strawberries the most. While eating the candy, he reached into another pocket and surprisingly pulled out a ring and a full-face sun protection mask. As expected, women never forget sun protection. He put away the mask and examined the ring. It was an alloy ring, engraved with a delicate white dove about to take flight. Ring? Forbidden item? Or something else? Bai Yi flipped the ring over and immediately saw the fine inscription inside the band, and Xiaotong. And Xiaotong? The night girl's name? What's the use of knowing her name? Why are all the things left behind just junk, like a pure silver cross sword? Where's the knight's armor? Why is it all gone? After a moment of thought, he came to a conclusion. Perhaps the cross sword and knight's armor weren't physical objects but rather in Xiaotong's extraordinary abilities. Superhumans are products of mental alienation. All their powers are closely related to the mind. Since the two had swapped souls, and Xiaotong's abilities would naturally be taken away too. Just as he still possessed the ability to freeze time, his power was also linked to his soul, which was out of sync with the current era's time, so no matter how much his body changed, his ability to freeze time would always remain. Outside the experimental base, and Xiaotong looked expressionless at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of debris at her feet. She had to accept this harsh reality. She had become Bai Yi. Just now, to confirm her identity, she accidentally touched a certain part, and she still hadn't recovered from the shock, her first time encountering such things. The impact was too great. But what she found hardest to accept was the weakness of this body, so fragile, so weak that a single finger could kill her. Fortunately, my abilities and combat skills are still intact, giving me a meager chance to defend myself. I must find Bai Yi quickly. Staying alone in the experimental base is too dangerous. She still held a good impression of Bai Yi. This young man from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Grey Dust Town. His unwavering sense of protection was exactly the same as the justice of the silent court. Xiaotong strode straight toward the experimental base. As she took her first step, a web-like silver thread crawled up her ankle, like moonlight from the bright moon in the sky, weaving a net over her. With the second step, the silver thread climbed up her calf, blooming into metallic scales at the knee, each reflecting a cold, piercing light. On the third step, a torrent of silver black suddenly flooded over her waist and abdomen, the outline of armor with a black base and silver plating rising like a tide. The shoulder armor clicked softly as it automatically snapped into place. On the fourth step, a flowing stream of silver-white mask covered her face, only her eyes shining brightly through the gaps. At this moment, and Xiaotong slowly extended her right hand and grasped the void. In her hand, a brilliant silver light shimmered, as if holding countless galaxies in her palm, the Milky Way flowing brilliantly. A slender pure silver cross-shaped sword gradually took shape. This fully armed knight had no hesitation whatsoever, charging alone into the pitch-black abyss. It's done! The two fate lines have completed their intertwining and exchange, both falling into deadly peril. The painter smiled faintly, standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of a towering cliff. The fierce wind blew his white robes but could not disperse the confident smile on his face. How do you know there are twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? Gu Huanchuan's cold voice sounded behind the painter. Can you stay away from me? The painter turned around helplessly. Why? Because when I stand on the edge of the cliff, I don't want anyone standing behind me, not even my own parents. No one forced you to stand on the cliff's edge. You chose the spot yourself, Gu Huanquan said expressionlessly. Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception? Standing atop a towering cliff overlooking the peaks and ridges, watching the clouds rushing below to form rivers, the sky so close you can reach out and... So how do you know there are twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? The painter asked. He pressed his forehead with his hand, sighing repeatedly. Talking to a fool, talking to a fool. What are you trying to do? The painter's face changed dramatically because Gu Huanquan took another step closer, his expression so blank it seemed he was forcing him to jump off the cliff. It's the hidden mouse. The hidden mouse told me, he shouted repeatedly, then sidestepped Gu Huanquan and moved away from the Cliff's edge. Why does the hidden mouse know? The painter regained his calm, speaking lightly. Do you really think that after Tianchi Corporation discovered Shelter 189, they did nothing? So, the Panga USB drive was long taken by the hidden mouse? Who knows? The painter shrugged. Anyway, the hidden mouse said there was no Panga USB drive inside. Instead, there were some incredible things. His plan is to use those things to kill the tyrant. Why must we kill the tyrant? Heroes are as numerous as the rivers, and though the tyrant is strong, there are those stronger than him. The painter's smile gradually faded, his gaze deep and distant. The tyrant must die. If he doesn't, all the major forces in Beimang will be uneasy. Because of his extraordinary ability, supernatural power is only part of the reason. More importantly, it's because of who he is. Before him, there had been other who controlled metals, but only he can be called the metal tyrant, a king who commands metals, guns, cannons, armored vehicles, powered armor. All the major powers take pride in suppressing all hot weapons off, but in his eyes, they're toys. If you're one of those top figures in power, can you sleep peacefully? Can't we win him over? Win him over? Who is the tyrant Yang Jie? Such a person is born with only two paths, either to rule the world or to die trying. He will never submit to being beneath others. He alone could disrupt the entire balance of the Baiman situation. It can be said that as long as he joins any faction, that faction would be able to defeat all others and dominate the entire Baiman. Gu Huangquan fell silent. For a moment, unfortunately, such a terrifying figure is about to die soon. The painter smiled slightly. You're wrong. The truly terrifying person isn't the tyrant. Then who is it? Me, Gu Huangquan. Even a tyrant can die at my hands. Doesn't that prove something? Ah, the painter suddenly let out a miserable scream, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, clutching his stomach desperately. Gu Huangquan, why did you hit me again? Gu Huangquan, expressionless, retracted his fist. I don't know why either. I just couldn't help it when I saw your expression just now. There's a dead mouse here, cut off by a sword, which means in Xiaotong came from this direction. As long as I follow the battle traces, I should be able to get out quickly. Bai Yi followed the bloodstains, moving along the dark passage. After about 5 minutes, he finally emerged from the tunnel into a hall resembling a cafeteria. The hall was covered in dust and cobwebs, with some food remnants that had turned black and rotten. The cafeteria had 4 doors, which made Bai Yi hesitant. Through which door did Xiaotong enter? He could only observe the marks on each door one by one. Soon, he noticed that one door had far less dust than the others, and there were also scratches on the ground from when it was opened. His eyes lit up. This must be the door. And Xiaotong had opened this door before, causing the dust to fall and leaving traces on the ground. Bang! Bai Yi kicked the door open. Just as he was about to step inside, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the corridor behind the door, a man dressed in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and holding a gentleman's cane was walking slowly toward him. The man leaned on a cane, walking with a calm and elegant gait, a faint smile on his lips, like a noble aristocrat patrolling his territory. His handsome appearance, tall and upright stature, and the deep eyes hidden behind a monocle gave him an aura of exquisite mystery. The man stopped a few meters from Bai Yi and said with a smile, "Beautiful young lady, is there anything I can help you with?" Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his body unconsciously tensing, a terrifying and boiling energy roaring within his fragile frame. More than the fact that the other called him young lady, what he cared about was the man's identity. Because, as he knew, among those who broke into the experimental base, there seemed to be no such person. Even at the entrance of the 189 refuge, he had never seen this man before. Although Bai Yi didn't remember everyone's appearance, this man's outstanding looks and demeanor were unforgettable at first glance. "Who are you?" Bai Yi asked. "Nice to meet you for the first time. Let me introduce myself." The man slowly placed his slender, fair hand on his chest, his calm and composed smile carrying a hint of seriousness. "Hello, human. I am Bai Zhe." Bai Zhe? Or the same family name? No. Isn't that the name of a divine beast? Bai Yi quickly reacted. Bai Zhe is a mythical divine beast from ancient legends, embodying wisdom, capable of speech, understanding all things, knowing about ghosts and gods, reputed to be all-knowing of ancient and modern times. "Beautiful young lady, may I kiss the back of your hand?" Bai Zhe asked politely, like a gentleman. Bai Yi instantly got goosebumps all over. He'd rather face a ferocious experiment than a man who wanted to kiss his hand. "Go home and kiss your asterisk." The delicate girl in a black dress suddenly grabbed a nearby alloy table, her terrifying strength instantly lifting. The table welded to the ground, then fiercely threw it at Bai Zhe. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face, but the problem was, Bai Zhe wasn't human. Whose good person greets with, "Hello, human." Bai Yi was absolutely certain that Bai Zhe had a problem. Among all the people entering the experimental base, he was nowhere to be seen. What did that mean? It meant Bai Zhe was actually a member of this base. The people from the civilization era inside the base had all died 100 years ago. What kind of good thing could Bai Zhe be? Facing the rapidly approaching alloy table, Bai Zhe still smiled and stood his ground, motionless. When the table precisely landed on him, a strange scene occurred. The alloy table actually passed straight through Bai Zai's body and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. Damn! It's a ghost. Bai Ye's expression grew serious. Bai Zai chuckled, I'm not a ghost. I am simply a lonely soul pursuing knowledge, ideas, and something interesting. Knowledge, ideas, interesting. Bai Yi suddenly recalled a piece of information from the list of divine taboo objects. Divine taboo object number 039, the Forgotten One, attracted by learned, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all non-physical information carriers, cannot attack, cannot kill, can be contained, containment conditions. You're 039. Bai Zai shrugged. I don't like that name. Humans give the name divine taboo object to things they cannot understand, yet they arrogantly assign numbers to them. Before he could finish, he stopped, because Bai Yi had already run off. Watching the black-skirted girl gradually disappear into the distance, Bai Zai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He seemed to enjoy this chase. Bang! Bai Yi forcefully pushed open a door in the cafeteria and rushed inside without looking back. Damn! What terrible luck, first being tricked by 169, and now encountering the even higher-ranked 039. What kind of situation is this? There was no way he could stay. 039 was clearly not something that could be dealt with by normal means. The list of divine taboo objects clearly stated, cannot attack, cannot kill. The alloy table just now proved this, like a ghost. How do you fight that? Even activating time freeze was useless. After running for a while, Bai Yi turned left and right and arrived at a place that looked like a laboratory. But it was obvious someone had been here before. Bodies of experimental subjects lay on the ground and the place was a mess. Should have shaken it off by now? He looked back and saw that Bai Zai hadn't come after him. Phew, Bai Yi let out a breath of relief. Looks like he's not chasing me. Well, Bai Zai likes knowledgeable, brilliant, and interesting people. At most, I'm just an interesting one. Miss Xiao Tong, don't belittle yourself. A smiling voice suddenly sounded in his ear. What the? Bai Yi was startled and instinctively threw a punch at the suddenly appearing Bai Zai. But that punch went straight through him, completely ineffective. Bai Yi spun around and ran, while Bai Zai, leaning on his gentleman's cane, followed with elegant steps. Though he was walking very slowly, it was as if he shrank the distance in an instant, making it impossible for Bai Yi to shake him off no matter how fast he ran. Why are you chasing me? You're not here to find someone knowledgeable, Bai Zai interrupted, with a smile. In terms of insight and ideas, few in this world can compare to Miss Xiao Tong. I have a damn good insight and ideas. Back in my previous life, I was just a fish that leaked 9 holes, and it took me a year of retaking exams to get into university. If that counts as insight and ideas. Wait, Bai Yi suddenly realized that Bai Zai was not lying. He came from the civilization era, from the age of information explosion. He could know everything about the world without leaving his house, no need to travel, just browse online to see the scenery of the world. He had seen the 9 heavens and 10 lands in novels, and experienced love and hatred through movies, having fought in the land of runes, killed zombies in Raccoon City, served as an assassin in the Middle Ages, been a cowboy in the West, a bandit in the city. Step by step, I became the strongest Shura in Yagami, even breaking through the heavens and slaughtering countless gods and Buddhas. When I look back suddenly, the myriad worlds of the heavens and the universe, ancient and modern, have paved the path I took. If this isn't enough to show insight and thoughtfulness, then what is? It was already commonplace in my own era, but in this era of great calamity, isn't it the insightful and thoughtful people who truly matter? You must know, many wasteland folk have never even seen the ocean in their lives. Miss Xiaotong, what are you thinking? Bai Zai's voice sounded in his ear. I can feel your thoughts changing rapidly, sparks flying from countless ideas. It's utterly captivating. Sorry, I just couldn't hold back. I'll take a quick taste because you really smell so good. Bai Yi shivered instantly. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, as if something had been stripped away, leaving him somewhat hollow. He turned his head and saw Bai Zai had already stopped in place, holding a yellow cluster of information, his face intoxicated as he savored it. Was that my thoughts and memories? Damn it, what did he steal? Bai Yi was shocked and furious, but in the next second, his expression turned strange. Bai Zai slowly inhaled, and wisps of yellow smoke rose from the yellow information cluster, drifting into his nostrils. His expression grew more dazed, and he murmured, such refreshing knowledge. Anime, 3D, role-playing. I never expected Miss Xiaotong to be so well-versed in these areas. Bai Yi, all my years of accumulated precious knowledge, mostly stolen away. Damn it, no wonder I felt so clear-headed just now. Damn Bai Zai. Since he stole my valuable knowledge, he must also know I am not in Xiaotong, yet he keeps calling me Miss Xiaotong. What a twisted sense of humor. I can't stay here, I need to run. I won't let Bai Zai get away with my years of learning. While Bai Zai was savoring, Bai Yi hurriedly ran off, quickly hearing the sounds of a battle not far ahead. His heart leapt. Someone. Perfect, I need someone to block him. He darted through a dark corridor and soon saw a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao looked very disheveled, fighting against an experimental subject. Clearly, he was no match for it. Although the shadow darts left many scars on the experiment, none were fatal. Humorous dart man, Bai Yi exclaimed in delight, but Li Xiao seemed not to hear, showing no reaction whatsoever. Hey, are your ears deaf? He dashed to Li Xiao's side in a flash, patting his shoulder. Yet, Li Xiao still didn't respond, still focused on dealing with the experiment. Not only that, but even the experiment seemed to ignore Bai Yi entirely, making no move to attack. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition rising. Useless, Miss Xiaotong. All the prey I target will fall into the boundary between existence and non-existence. Outsiders can't receive any of your information, right? Bai Zai's nightmare-like voice sounded again. He had finished the yellow information cluster and was chasing after him once more. Unbelieving, Bai Yi kicked Li Xiao, who, unaware, fell to the ground in a sorry state, yet he didn't even look his way. Instead, he turned his fury on the experiment, launching successive attacks. Has his self-awareness been restored? What should I taste this time? Bai Zai suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi, his slender fingers stroking his chin, as if pondering what to choose for dinner. Time stopped. Buzz. A massive golden dial materialized beneath Bai Yi's feet, and Bai Zai stood frozen. Like a statue before him, his playful and troubled expression completely solidified. I told you to eat. White Yi cursed angrily, then suddenly threw a punch directly at Bai Zai's face. He wanted to see if he could hit Bai Zai while in the state of time stopping, but it still failed. The small, pink fist passed right through Bai Zai's face as if hitting air. There's no choice but to run. After fleeing a good distance, he finally unpaused time, leaning against the wall to slowly calm his nerves. Damn it, 039. That damn thing ignores any attack and can even directly devour people's thoughts. I have no idea how the people in the shelter managed to contain it. Miss Xiaotong, talking behind someone's back isn't very ladylike, you know. White Ye's face darkened. He turned his head and saw Bai Zai smiling slyly, leaning against the wall about 3 meters away, mimicking his pose. How do you know I'm here? Bai Zai smiled faintly, turning around and patiently explaining to the girl in the black dress. The scent emanating from your thoughts is like a gentle spring rain, delicate and lingering in the air. Even across mountains and rivers, it can precisely catch my sense of smell, making me unable to resist following it. Truly, enchanting. White Yi felt a severe psychological discomfort, so disgusting. Although he knew Bai Zai was talking about thoughts, this way of speaking made his hair stand on end. I didn't expect Miss Xiaotong to possess a teleportation-like ability. It's becoming more and more surprising. He paused, then added, by the way, I must thank Miss Xiaotong for releasing me. Because of that, I can now experience your captivating thoughts. Hearing this, White Yi was so angry he wanted to curse at Xiaotong. So it was your doing, and now I have to bear the consequences? Let's continue, Miss Xiaotong. Bai Zai slowly approached White Yi. Time stopped. Whoosh! White Yi ran again. He sprinted wildly while searching for traces on the ground, looking for the tyrant Yang Jie. In his mind, if anyone in the entire experimental base could deal with 039, it would definitely be one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. Even if the tyrant couldn't defeat 039, perhaps his experience, insight, and thoughts as one of the 10 kings could attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jia was simple, just look for where the metal had undergone significant changes, leaving the most intense battle traces. That would surely be where the tyrant had been. After running for a long time, White Yi finally found the twisted metal traces. He immediately unpaused time and continued rushing along the metal scars. After turning a corner, he saw the corpse of a gigantic monster. The creature was covered in black scales, with a huge crocodile-like head. Even in death, the terrifying aura it exuded remained undiminished enough to make anyone shudder. White Yi recognized at a glance that this was the same monster that had burst through the base's ceiling and stretched out its black-scaled hand earlier. At that time, the tyrant was fighting this black-scaled beast. Now that he saw the corpse, the tyrant was probably not far away. Why hasn't Bai Zai caught up yet? While running, White Yi suddenly felt something strange. Since he had just unpaused time, Bai Zai should appear very soon, just like before. Could it be that because they were too far apart, he couldn't smell his own scent anymore? Or was Bai Zai deliberately playing hide-and-seek for fun? White Yi didn't care about that anymore. He had wasted too much time fleeing just now. Now he only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he still couldn't deal with Bai Zai, he was probably doomed. Where is the tyrant? Tyrant? As White Yi dashed through a corridor, he caught a fleeting glimpse and saw a towering crimson figure standing in one of the large laboratories on either side. The lab looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, severely damaged. The crimson figure faced away from White Yi, standing silently in the eye of the storm, motionless. Is this what self-cultivation of a strong person looks like? Even without an audience, still so pretentious? White Yi was too lazy to complain. All he wanted now was to see if the tyrant could see him. Hey, Yang Jie! The girl in the black dress called out sweetly. The tyrant remained unmoved, not even turning his head standing like a statue. Baye's heart instantly chilled halfway. Even the tyrant couldn't overcome the influence of 039? He had previously thought that the reason 039 hadn't caught up after such a long time was because the tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Still not willing to give up, he quickly stepped forward, carefully patting Yang Jia's crimson shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jia turned his head. Baye's heart leapt with joy. Could he notice me? But just as this happiness rose, it was immediately doused by a cold splash as Yang Jia fully turned around. In his eyes, blood tears streamed down as he stared fixedly. Yang Jia's face was expressionless, as if he were a corpse. Damn! Baye's scalp went numb. Instantly, not because he was frightened by Yang Jia, but because a sinister premonition surged in his heart. Who doesn't know the strength of the tyrant? Yet now he was so disheveled. Could it mean? He instinctively looked in the direction the tyrant had been watching earlier, and suddenly, he was struck by lightning. On the silver-white experimental table, there was a black gold box. At this moment, the box had been violently opened, revealing its contents. When Bayi saw what was inside the box, his consciousness was like cotton thrown into a meat grinder, shattering into pieces. Countless sharp whispers pierced his brain cortex, as if tiny insects were crawling inside. The strangest thing was, he clearly saw the object inside the box, but the corresponding memory that should have formed in his mind vanished. This dissonance was too intense. You saw the object with your eyes, but its image couldn't take shape in your mind, so you had no idea what you had seen, yet you saw it anyway. Blood tears streamed from Baye's eye sockets, and only at this moment did he realize why the tyrant stood there motionless and why 039 had never dared to appear, all because of what was before him. His thoughts grew slower and more oppressed, as if sinking into a dark abyss of the deep sea, surrounded by loneliness and despair. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the abyss, he summoned his last shred of clarity and fiercely activated Time Freeze. Buzz! When the power of time descended upon the world, Bayi was instantly jolted. His whole body was nearly soaked in cold sweat, and his consciousness broke through the depths of the sea to the surface. The girl in the black dress bent over, supporting herself on her thighs, panting heavily. Her scattered hair was soaked with cold sweat, sticking to her flawless face. Fuck! Why is it that every danger I encounter is so damn intense? Bayi gasped and cursed angrily. He always felt something was off. Since entering the Black Mountain, danger had come one after another, like a series of traps. And this was all while he was acting cautiously, without taking any reckless risks. Initially, he hadn't planned to enter the experimental base, but the experiment subjects forced him into it first. He dodged that, only to be caught in a soul swap, and finally, he was unprepared and dragged into the base. Once inside, he was targeted by 039. Now he was being chased here by the tyrant, and he encountered this thing again? In the state of Time Freeze, Bayi finally saw the full appearance of that thing. It was an eyeball, a crimson eyeball, about the size of an adult's fist, covered in worm-like protrusions of blood vessels. On its surface, the cloudy crystalline lens shimmered with a strange gray mist. Even in the isolated state of Time Freeze, merely staring at the crimson eyeball caused a strong psychological and physiological discomfort. What the hell is this thing? Not only can it immobilize the tyrant, but it also makes 039 dare not approach? Could it be a more ancient divine taboo object with a higher number? Wait, my hand. Bayi stared blankly at his own slender, fair hands. They still looked the same as before, but an uncontrollable wave of unfamiliarity and disgust rose in his heart. Actually, and Xiaodong's hands were very beautiful, like the newly sprouted magnolia on a spring branch, with delicate, pearl-like skin that shimmered faintly, almost like a piece of art. But precisely because these hands fit human aesthetic standards, at this moment, Bayi only felt nauseous. The nauseating feeling grew even stronger, and he sensed that his thoughts and perceptions seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, as if he was viewing his body from a higher vantage point. From this perspective, he saw not the girl's fair hands, but something more fundamental. Beneath the seemingly smooth surface of the girl's skin, multicolored mycelium wove into a thick blanket, these filaments writhing like tentacles, with densely packed microscopic creatures crawling on top. Ugh! Bayi couldn't stop dry heaving. His cognition was forcibly elevated by the crimson eyeball to an indescribable realm, as if a person had suddenly been implanted with a divine perspective. Humans cannot comprehend the view of a god, but if we compare the divine to a human, then this feeling is akin to a cockroach seeing a human, having been implanted with the concept and cognition of being human. The cockroach recalls its past, once a beautiful mountain of garbage, now only capable of inducing nausea. Looking at his own body again, he saw millions of writhing eggs inside his abdomen, filthy antennae on his head, and he was chewing on the corpses of his kin. From a cockroach's perspective, everything seemed perfectly normal and beautiful, but from a human's point of view, it was utterly unacceptable and despair-inducing. Damn! Time stopping clearly isolates the pollution of the crimson eyeball. Does that mean I've already been contaminated? Bayi desperately covered his head, and the girl's delicate face gradually twisted. In the faintness, he heard the low whisper of the evil god. He couldn't understand the meaningless syllables, but he could grasp their meaning. The evil god seemed to be saying, "You have seen through the filthy nature of humanity. Only by believing in me can you be freed." The voice of the evil god was incredibly beautiful, bringing hope and salvation to people only those who truly experienced it could understand that beauty. To outsiders, the evil god's murmurs were strange and wicked, but once you truly understood, you could gradually comprehend everything. That was not the evil god, but the benevolent and loving true God, who was trying to save you, trying to pull you out of the cockroach's body and make you human again. The divide between cognition and reality deepened gradually. Bai Yi endured the intense desire to become human again, constantly reminding himself that everything was fake. If he couldn't overcome this cognitive contamination, he might never be able to live as a human. Again, he would turn into a monster. A monster? No, that's not a monster. That's the real person. As long as he believed in him, he could become truly human. Do you want to live like a cockroach in this disgusting world, or accept the divine guidance and live as a human? The god asks for nothing. He is so selfless and loving. Seeing a soul trapped in despair within the cockroach's body, he wants to pull you out, and all you need to do is trust him, willing to grasp the hand of hope he offers. Your turn, what will you choose? Faced with an overwhelming psychological battle, Bai Yi initially kept convincing himself that it was all fake, that he was lying, not to believe his nonsense. But the nauseating sensation transmitted through perception, along with the longing for a better future, felt incredibly real. In the face of cold, hard facts, he simply couldn't persuade himself otherwise. The human mind is so wondrous, many times, persuasion is useless. It's like watching a horror movie, knowing it's fake, yet still feeling scared unless you are dressed in a yellow bagua robe, wielding a copper coin sword, with a single character eyebrow. Actually, thinking about it, the god isn't so bad. A trace of mockery suddenly appeared on Bai Yi's painfully twisted face. He found a way. Since the crimson eyeball manipulates perception to distort reality, he could only rely on reality itself to persuade himself. Find a reality that favors him, then build a psychological advantage. And the reality that favored Bai Yi was time stopped. He looked at the crimson eyeball frozen in time, the smile on his face widening until it became ferocious. I can stop time, can you? A piece of trash with not a single eye, only fit to be kept in a box. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. After cursing in a tirade, Bai Yi suddenly felt refreshed, lifting himself up while belittling his enemy. This was the best way to establish a psychological advantage. Coincidentally, he was most skilled at elevating himself and degrading others. To completely shake off the influence of the crimson eye, Bai Yi thought he should be more extreme. When a person becomes ruthless, they even have to deceive themselves. An existence that can't even control time. How dare you call yourself a god? If you're a god, then what am I? Want me to believe in you? What a joke. I'm the god of the new era. The more Bai Yi spoke, the brighter his eyes became, to the point he even believed himself. Thinking carefully, it really was the case. If you can control time, how can you not be considered a god? I'm not a god, are you? A mere eyeball, a god? In front of the crimson eye, all stubborn willpower seemed to turn to paper. Only the arrogant youth, self-proclaimed as a god, remained as the sole pillar. You don't say. You really don't say. Feeling like a god was quite exhilarating. Bai Yi's smile grew more arrogant and reckless, his gaze on the crimson eye shifting from fear to disdain, as if looking at a petty thug. If his previous perception was twisted to an inhuman extreme, then through self-correction he fell into another extreme. Arrogance. Fuck. Who gave you permission to look directly at this god? Staring fixedly at the crimson eye, Bai Yi, now fully immersed in the act, suddenly felt that his divine authority had been insulted. Bang! He was furious, punching the crimson eye with a clenched fist. As he struck, he felt the mental chains on him snap apart. But the crimson eye and the black gold box remained unscathed. Instead, the metal stand holding it was knocked flying. Under the force, the black gold box with the crimson eye inside snapped shut with a click and fell to the ground. With the black gold box closed, all influence emanating from the crimson eye was cut off. Bai Yi's mind suddenly cleared, fully restored, but he was still caught up in the lie he had woven about becoming a god. However, when he sensed that only 59 seconds remained, this god of time instantly fell from his pedestal, turning pale with panic. Time is quickly. As time resumed flowing, Bai Yi finally let out a breath of relief. He glanced at the statue-like tyrant Yang Jie, then immediately ran over to pick up the black gold box. Hey, didn't pick it up. The black gold box on the ground seemed as heavy as a mountain. No matter how hard Bai Yi tried, it wouldn't budge. This is impossible. He knew Xiao Tong's strength well. She was a super strong girl capable of bending steel bars with a punch. It made no sense that she couldn't lift a black gold box. If the box really was that heavy, it would definitely have made a crater in the ground when it hit. The eyes of ashes cannot be lifted with flesh alone, mental power is required. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Bai Yi. It's the tyrant. Hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai Yi was not surprised but delighted. No wonder he's one of the 10 kings. He could notice himself far beyond the humorous dart-thrower type. He turned around and asked the tyrant, what is the eyes of ashes? When the girl in the black dress turned Her head back, Yang Jia was slightly shaken. The figure buried deep in his memory unconsciously surfaced, and the flow of time seemed to slow at that moment. But after a brief moment, his gaze returned to coldness. He stared at the girl in the black dress for a long time, making Baiye's hair stand on end. Only then did he slowly say, "You're the Black Knight? As a female extraordinary, your strength, appearance, and character are all top tier. Even I haven't escaped the control of the Eyes of Ashes, but you did, impressive. So, what exactly are the Eyes of Ashes?" Baiye didn't have time to argue with him, he just wanted to know what this thing was and what it was for. Yang Jia's eyes narrowed slightly. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like that before. But since you saved me once, I can tell you the answer." After hearing the first half of his words, Baiye almost thought Yang Jia was about to say something like, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention," in a defying tone. There are many legends about the Eyes of Ashes. Some say it is the eye of a deity, others claim it belongs to the first infected by the crimson virus, and there are rumors that it is a taboo object of the gods. There are countless versions, believe whichever you like. Talking as if you said nothing at all, Baiye snorted. "Your Majesty, you yourself admitted I saved you once, shouldn't you repay me?" Facing the carefree demand of the girl in the black dress, a strange glint flickered in Yang Jia's eyes. He had never encountered such a woman before. Usually, the women he met either admired him, hated him, or feared him. But the woman in front of him treated him with such indifference, even completely disregarding him. "What do you want me to do to repay you? I have an enemy in this experimental base. You take care of him for me, okay? Don't you want to ask who the enemy is?" "Doesn't matter who it is," Yang Jia replied, indifferently. TSK, humorous dart thrower, learning from others, this is called effective showing off. Seeing the tyrant so easy to talk to, he started to get a bit cocky. "One more thing, have you found the Panga USB drive?" "No, alright, once you find it, hand over the Panga USB drive to me. Do you understand? That way, we're even." "Understood," Yang Jia answered without hesitation. Baiye was momentarily surprised. "Who the hell said Yang Jia was a tyrant? Look how easy he is to talk to, and he even knows gratitude and reciprocation, definitely a good person." Rumors really do mislead people. But then, Yang Jia's next words shattered that illusion completely. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Panga USB drive with you." "Baiye? Wait, what did you just say?" "Be my woman," Yang Jia said indifferently, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. "Are you crazy for women? Is this how you repay me? Isn't that just biting the hand that feeds you? I'm not asking for your opinion. Whether you like it or not, that's decided," Yang Jia replied. "Baiye." He was laughing bitterly. Who the hell said Yang Jia was a good person? While he was laughing bitterly, he was also very curious, what does in Xiaoton look like? Since entering the experimental base, he had only encountered two men, Bai Zhe and Yang Jia. Yet both of them had their eyes on in Xiaoton. Too bad he didn't have a mirror, otherwise he'd definitely want to see what kind of stunning beauty in Xiaoton was. Or maybe he could just pee and take a look later. "Miss Xiaoton seems to be in trouble. Do you need my help?" A gentle, jade-like voice suddenly sounded. Baiye's face darkened. Damn it, here comes another one. Next thing he knew, would there be a scene where two men fight over a woman? Such a tragedy. After I get my hands on 169 in return, the first thing I'll do is tear you to pieces. Yang Jia looked toward the source of the voice and saw an elegant man in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane, walking gracefully over. It was Bai Zhe. Yang Jia. "Kill this idiot for me." The girl in the black dress pointed at Bai Zhe and cursed angrily. However, Yang Jia remained motionless. A trace of confusion flickered in his eyes, but after a moment, he regained clarity, his brows furrowing tightly. "That woman is gone? Interesting. I already know your identity, you can't escape." Then, Yang Jia strode directly toward the black gold box containing the Eyes of Ashes. He clenched his fist in the void, and the silver alloy on the ground immediately began to writhe and cave in. The black gold box sank deeper into the ground as the metal dented inward. It seemed he intended to seal the Eyes of Ashes deep underground. Seeing this, Baiye's heart sank. He had thought that the tyrant might see him, perhaps even deal with Bai Zhe, but it turned out that was impossible. "Miss Xiaoton, this man named Yang Jia may be very powerful, but that is only relative to humans. I am not human, so you cannot realistically rely on his strength to deal with me. Because I do not exist to humans, how can a non-existent being be attacked?" Watching Bai Zhe, who was smiling and walking toward her, Baiye clenched his fists. He only had 59 seconds left. These 59 seconds were nowhere near enough for him to run far. Moreover, judging by Bai Zhe's demonstrated abilities, even if he escaped the experimental base, the other side could probably catch up instantly. Damn it! How do people in the civilized era contain this thing? Ha! Baiye took a deep breath. This time, he did not run away but forced himself to think calmly. Violence is useless against Bai Zhe, only cunning can work. Think carefully, what can be used to deal with Bai Zhe? Bai Zhe slowly stopped in front of the black-skirted girl, smiling like a gentleman. "Miss Xiaoton, Your thoughtful expression is becoming more and more charming. Please allow me the rudeness to taste your flavor. Bai Yi seemed not to hear him. He continued to ponder. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories and cannot be attacked itself. It's as if it doesn't exist in reality. The food it consumes is also intangible, illusory things without substance. To attack it, isn't it only possible to use these intangible things, thoughts, knowledge, and memories? But these are its food. Wait, who said food can't kill? Just like steamed buns are human food, how can they be used to kill people? Very simply, either make someone choke or suffocate to death by eating them, or smash them to death with a large number of buns. Water droplets can wear down stone. Who says buns can't kill? But where would you find so many buns? As he pondered, Bai Zhe smiled and reached out his hand, slowly extending it toward Bai Yi. Time stopped. Bai Yi immediately activated time freeze and continued to think. 59, 58, 57, 56. Time passed second by second. But it was not just time slipping away, it was his life. Time is life. He carefully recalled every detail after changing bodies. Those images played backward in his mind like a movie. Bai Zhe said that Xiaotong released him, then repaid her kindness by wanting to devour her. What's the difference between this and Yang Jie? Aren't they both the same kind of scum? Lost in thought, he continued to ponder. Suddenly, Bai Yi had an idea. Since Bai Zhe is not physical but can be confined, doesn't that mean there are restrictions on how to imprison Bai Zhe? He desperately tried to recall where he had encountered Bai Zhe before. That's right. The rows of alloy doors, back then, 169 was locked inside one of them. Alloy doors are used to contain divine taboo objects. Among many rooms, only two were opened by Xiaotong's sword. One stored 169 and the other contained numerous electronic devices, computers, phones, and so on. This meant that the room filled with electronics was where Bai Zhe was held. Why would Bai Zhe's cell contain so many electronic devices? Could it be? Bai Yi suddenly lifted his head, finally understanding how to deal with Bai Zhe. It's not only humans who possess memories and knowledge. Computers, phones, and hard drives can store vast amounts of information, far surpassing the capacity of the human brain. Computers and phones. Where are the computers and phones? Bai Yi kept scanning the laboratory until he finally saw an abandoned computer. He wasn't sure if his judgment was correct, but he had to try. So he grabbed the discarded computer and directly smashed it toward Bai Zhe. Bang! The computer hit Bai Zhe hard, and this time, it didn't pass straight through. Bai Zhe looked like a virtual being, with strange ripples appearing on his body. It worked! Bai Yi was overjoyed and hurriedly raised the computer to smash again, but this time, it passed right through Bai Zhe's body. Ha! It failed? Could it be that the information inside the computer collided with Bai Zhe and was annihilated? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi spun around and ran, heading to find another storage device. The moment when time stopped had just been, leaving only 10 seconds remaining. Amidst his sprint, Bai Yi glanced back and was delighted to see Bai Zhe frozen in place, water ripple like shimmering blue waves continuously emanating from his body. Countless tiny dispersed from Bai Zhe, and once they were half a meter away from his body, they vanished into the air. At this moment, Bai Zhe, like a robot, stiffly turned his head. The gentle smile on his face was gone, replaced only by a deathly coldness. He said slowly, word by word, "You can't escape." Escape? Once I find more hard drives, I'll come back and kill you. Bai Ye's expression was arrogant and domineering. He grinned fiercely and made a slicing gesture across his throat with his hand. Of course, this was just how he imagined himself. In reality, the scene was the girl in the black dress tilting her chin up, her rose-colored lips curling into a bold arc, her light brown eyes shimmering with unruly light. She extended a slender hand, brushing it across her fair neck, her hair gently swaying with the movement, revealing a touch of reckless cuteness. Lethal power. Hard drive. Hard drive. Hard drive. Bai Yi dashed forward like the wind, and Xiaoting's terrifying physical prowess was vividly demonstrated at this moment, leaving streaks of residual shadows in the air. He didn't turn back to the room where Bai Zhe was held, although there were many electronic devices. Inside, the information had surely been almost exhausted. He needed new hard drives. Roar! As he turned a corner, he saw 3 ferocious, terrifying experimentals rushing toward him. If he were present himself facing these 3 experimentals, he could only activate time end. But now, it was the Black Knight and Xiaoting facing the experimentals. I don't have time to waste with you guys. The girl in the black dress suddenly sharpened her gaze, taking a slight step back. Her slender, white legs tensed with muscle, and her feet, wrapped in black princess shoes, suddenly exerted force. The soles scraped against the ground with a faint sound. She shot forward like an arrow, transforming into a streak of ink-black shadow, rushing toward the 3 experimentals. Bang! The sound of the air exploding instantly erupted, white smoke swirling around the girl in the black dress in her high-speed charge. Her skirt fluttered like an ink butterfly, her figure like a night falcon darting through the woods. The deformed claws of the 3 experimentals attacking seemed to slow down in Bai Ye's eyes. He leapt into the air, dodging the first experimental's attack, then lightly tapping the wall with his toes, his body bizarrely shifting sideways, avoiding the second. Facing the unavoidable third experimental, his internal chi and blood surged, and his body suddenly lifted in midair, the sharp claws brushing past his soles. At this moment, he plummeted downward, lightly stepping onto the arm covered in flesh and blood, thudding, alternating footsteps, climbing directly onto the grotesque head of the experimental, then stomping down forcefully. The experimental staggered and fell, while he slid several meters away, disappearing into the distance. Is this the body of chi and blood martial arts combined with an extraordinary physique? Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. He felt like a small level account logging into a max level main account. He didn't know how Shouting trained, but she had achieved impressive accomplishments in both chi and blood martial arts and the path of the extraordinary. With both powers combined, she earned the title of Black Knight. Ordinary people who could achieve such success in a single path were already prodigies, but in Shouting managed to excel in both simultaneously. It was like holding dual doctorates, one person earning a doctorate through their own effort was already outstanding, but to hold two? The difficulty was beyond imagination. After leaving this passage, Bai Yi finally saw a glimmer of hope. Finally, after such bad luck, luck is turning around. Looking at the office area in front of him filled with over 100 workstations, his eyes lit up. Computers. Everywhere, there were computers, like the phones he had previously picked up. These computers had no mainframes at all, just a pale blue liquid metal display screen. Some were already damaged, but most remained relatively intact, only covered in a thick layer of dust. He hurriedly rushed toward the office area when suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Bai Ye's expression darkened. He knew Bai Zhe, that idiot, was chasing after him. He didn't look back but leapt forward, dodging the palm that struck from behind, landing on the desk. Immediately, he grabbed the pale blue liquid metal display screen from the desk. His delicate hand was stained black with dust. He swung his arms fiercely and slammed it backward. You like chasing, huh? I'll let you chase. The display screen spun like a dart, hurtling toward Bai Zhe. However, Bai Zhe's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, appearing in front of Bai Yi as if teleporting. Bang! The screen shattered on the hard ground into pieces. Bai Zhe stared at Bai Yi with an expressionless face, then suddenly his palm pierced through his abdomen. Strangely, that hand seemed intangible, causing no physical harm, but directly reaching the soul. An icy coldness erupted from Bai Ye's soul, his thoughts and consciousness seeming to freeze over. If it had been him before, this blow might have caused his mind to halt, but having just undergone the baptism of the Ashen Eye, his thoughts and awareness seemed to have undergone an indescribable change. This transformation made his soul subtly different from that of a normal human, granting him resistance to these soul-targeted attacks. In a moment of life and death urgency, Bai Yi mobilized his nearly frozen consciousness and boldly activated Time Freeze. Buzz! When the massive golden dial appeared beneath his feet, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Facing the power of time, Bai Zhe was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bai Yi then quickly retreated, pulling his hand out of Bai Zhe's soul, along with some shimmering points of light on his abdomen, similar to the yellow informational cluster that had been taken earlier. His stiff thoughts instantly recovered. He hurriedly slapped his abdomen, trying to push the luminous points inward, but it was useless. Aside from leaving a few dirty handprints on his small black dress, he couldn't touch the light points at all. Bai Ye's expression darkened. What was missing this time was his memory of staying up all night studying foreign languages. Everyone knew that if your foreign language skills were good, you had to learn them, but with Bai Zhe's hand reaching in again, he had just wasted another foreign language. Anger surged from his heart. Huff! He gasped heavily, but his eyes flashed with endless ferocity. Want to kill me? You're not worthy. Bai Yi grabbed a display screen and swung it fiercely at Bai Zhe's head. Bang! Bai Zhe's head shattered, with a cracking sound, turning into countless tiny crystal blue light points. These crystal blue points were also frozen in time, suspended motionlessly around his neck. Time was released. Bai Yi ended the time freeze, knowing that when Bai Zhe was hit by information overload, he would stiffen like a crashed computer, making further action unnecessary. His obsession with time was almost ingrained in his bones. Even in perilous situations, he never forgot to cherish it. As the time freeze was lifted, the crystal blue points floating around Bai Zhe's neck began to slowly coalesce, gradually forming the shape of a head. Bang! Another display screen was slapped directly at him. Bai Zhe's newly formed head shattered again. Ha ha ha! Bai Ye's eyes flashed with murderous intent, accompanied by a sinister grin. Aren't you pretty awesome? Show me how badass you really are. Bang bang bang. One display after another was smashed onto Bai Zhe, creating multiple afterimages of him. His body kept disintegrating into crystal blue light points. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you just laughing happily before? Why aren't you laughing now? Are you born without a sense of humor? Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Bai Zhe's entire body was shattered, vaguely forming a blurry humanoid figure made of crystal blue light points. Bai Yi paused, raising an eyebrow. Dead? Bai Yi, you can't kill me. A cold, white voice emanated from the humanoid formed by shimmering blue light points. Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. Now do you finally realize you're calling me Bai Ye? He naturally knew that was invincible, otherwise people in the civilized era would have already taken him down. What were you doing earlier? You're not fond of pretending to be a gentleman, are you? Keep pretending then. Wearing a suit and a tie, do you really think you're a person? His voice grew even colder. The impact of information can only trap me. Temporarily. Once I recover, it will be your death sentence. Ha ha ha. You really think I'm scared? Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with arrogance and ferocity as he grinned wickedly. You don't even look like a person and you still want to scare me? Do you think you can? Even if you recover, it's no good. Bang bang bang. Bai Ye kept smashing at until all the computers in the office area were shattered. Only then did he stop feeling somewhat satisfied. By this time, had completely fallen silent and the blue light points could no longer maintain their humanoid shape. They slowly dispersed in the air like smoke. Pa! Bai Ye spat at the blue light points and then walked away contentedly. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized and looked annoyed. Damn it, I forgot I'm now using in Xiaotong's body. Did I just reward him earlier? On the peak of Black Mountain, the artist was anxiously pacing around the canvas. It's over, it's all over. What's wrong now? Gu Huangquan asked expressionlessly. The artist suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot. He pointed at his hair and said, Did you see that? Yes, white hair. So what? The artist's face fell, and with a choked voice, he said, I've totally screwed up. Who would have thought that guy would be so fierce? Not only did he break through the death calamity of the Black Knight, but he also shattered the death calamity of the tyrant. Why is that? Isn't you always infallible? The artist tugged at his white hair and said, Fate is always two sides of the same coin. Good luck and bad luck coexist. I can manipulate fate to some extent to attract various calamities, but there's no absolute death calamity. At most, it's a near-death situation, and that slim chance of survival can't be erased. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. What do you mean? You just don't listen when I tell you to read more books. It's simple. Suppose I increase your bad luck, causing you to be bitten by a venomous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you'd definitely die. But the strange thing about fate is this: as your bad luck increases, your good luck also rises, like a rebound from the bottom. At this moment, if you look carefully around, you might find an antidote for the snake. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote? The artist nodded. That's roughly the idea. As the saying goes, there's no dead end in the sky. If even heaven is like that, what about me? In other words, the person you're plotting against found the antidote left by fate twice during their death calamities? Exactly. Ah. The artist let out a miserable scream, clutching a handful of black hair, tears welling up. I pulled the wrong one. Looking at the black hair in his hand, he grew more and more distressed, voice trembling with sorrow. 2 consecutive reversals of fate. I've lost at least 5 years of my lifespan. Gu Huangquan fell silent for a moment. I'm afraid it's more than 5 years. Ha! The artist was stunned. You previously made a big fuss, asking Tianqi Corporation for all kinds of benefits, but ended up messing things up. I don't think Tianqi will let you live past tomorrow. The artist, thanks for your comfort. My heart, which was hanging by a thread, is now completely dead. You're welcome. When you die, I'll be the one to collect your corpse. The artist sneered in anger. No need for that. Though I'm not as powerful as the tyrant, it's not so easy for Tianqi to kill me. Tianqi might not be able to kill you, but the person you're plotting against definitely can. Hearing this, the anger on the artist's face slowly faded, replaced by a cold, gloomy expression like a frozen pond. An unsettling aura spread from him, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the fierce wind that had been swirling around the edge of the cliff strangely came to a halt. He spoke in a deep voice. This person has a problem. He's definitely not an insignificant nobody. The faintest glimmer of hope left by fate isn't so easily found. I suspect his fate line is so weak because it's been deliberately disguised. Gu Huanquan's eyes flickered slightly. You mean, there's a terrifyingly powerful expert intentionally disguising themselves, secretly sneaking into Heishan? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The artist shook his head gravely. I don't know who it is, but it's probably not one of the other 10 kings. Otherwise, I would definitely recognize him. Since he can make his own fate line appear so weak and hide it from me, his mastery over fate is extraordinary. He's very likely from outside Beimang. Gu Huangquan nodded. That's possible. After all, Dongzhou is so vast, I wouldn't be surprised if there are even stronger people emerging. What do you plan to do next? Come here a bit. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only the 2 of us here. Are you still afraid someone might overhear? I mean, you. Come over first and help me pull out this white hair. If others see it, where am I supposed to put my face? Gu Huangquan, White Yi, running wildly through the experimental base, finally saw a glimmer of hope. The cold moonlight shone through the large hole where everyone had entered earlier, illuminating the silver alloy floor like flowing mercury. For some reason, ever since he dealt with Bai Zhe, he felt his luck seemed to turn around. In his reckless charge, he actually found a way out. Finally, I can leave this damned place. White Ye's face was full of joy. He didn't know how long Bai Zhe would take to recover, so it was best to get as far away as possible before that. Bai Zhe's stubbornness surpassed even the tyrant Yang Jia. Yang Jia was ultimately human and could be dealt with by freezing time, but Bai Zhe was undying and unkillable, immune to attacks, unable to defend himself, and could even teleport. Too freakish. Even among these monsters, numbered only 039, there were 38 even more terrifying divine taboo creatures ahead. No one wanted to stay in a place like this, the experimental base. Now Whitey finally understood why the person recording the divine taboo creatures roster no longer listed numbers 001 to 010. It turned out they weren't just messing around. Divine taboo creatures are too bizarre. These beings beyond normal logic probably only bring disaster if recorded. As he sprinted toward the exit, he pondered his next plan. First, he had to swap back into Yin Xiaotong's body. Next, he had to wait for the tyrant to find the Pangayu disc. Such a difficult task was better left to the tyrant because he only had 5 seconds left. Relying on those last 5 seconds to find the Pangayu disc in the base and make a full escape was extremely dependent on luck and skill. Compared to risking everything, he preferred to take the easy route. Once he obtained the Pangayu disc, even if Bai Zhe recovered, he wouldn't fear him. In terms of stored information, the Pangayu disc was undoubtedly the best. It was hailed as a crystallization of civilization in the era, containing the achievements of that era's civilization and various secrets about divine taboo creatures and the Great Catastrophe. There might even be a way to imprison 039, otherwise, how did the refuge hold Bai Zhe? Even if not, it could be used directly as a weapon against Bai Zhe. The summary of this plan boiled down to 3 sentences: swap into Yin Xiaotong's body, steal Yang Jie's disc, and kill that idiot Bai Zhe. Whoosh! The girl in the black dress leapt out of the hole, her lithe figure tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight. Her small black dress fluttered gracefully, with safety shorts underneath, no wardrobe malfunction. Bai Yi landed steadily, quickly scanning his surroundings, then his face changed. Where's Yin Xiaotong? In the vast square, aside from the bodies of numerous experiment subjects lying scattered about, there was no one in sight. Oh. He suddenly thought, given Yin Xiaotong's fierce personality, she probably came in looking for him, right? In other words, he had narrowly escaped death and run out, while Yin Xiaotong had charged inside, and the two of them had completely missed each other. Why are you running around recklessly? Don't you know to stay put if you get lost? Bai Yi habitually shifted the blame, pinning all the fault on Yin Xiaotong. Anyway, he was immune to blame. No matter who was at fault, he wouldn't be the one to admit it. At this moment, Bai Yi found himself caught in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safe square and wait, or venture back into the experimental base to find Yin Xiaotong? The base was enormous, comparable to a small county, with terrain so complex that finding someone inside was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But waiting in place, he worried that Yin Xiaotong might risk her life bringing his body out. If his body died, wouldn't that mean he'd be a woman for the rest of his life? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to wait a little longer before going in to search, since it was already 23:15. What's this? So hot. Bai Yi was stunned. He felt something was heating up and pressed close to his thigh. He reached out and fished around, pulling out a white dove ring from his pocket. It was the ring engraved with Yin Xiaotong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Bai Yi's palm, flickering with a faint white glow. The heat was emanating from the ring itself, growing hotter and hotter. What's going on? Could this thing be a bomb? Just as Bai Yi was about to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside the square. Xiaotong. Bai Yi suddenly looked up. He saw Li Beidian rushing into the square at lightning speed and approaching him. Double gun Li Beidian. His face remained calm, but a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. This experienced bounty hunter had previously traveled with him and Gao Banchang, but after the Crimson Virus outbreak, everyone had dispersed. Unexpectedly, they had now run into each other here. It was clear that Li Beidian knew Yin Xiaotong and had come specifically to find her. Could it be that Li Beidian was also part of the Silent Court? Bai Yi keenly noticed that Li Beidian was also holding a white dove ring in his hand. Xiaotong, why did you come out? Did you destroy the Pangayu? Li Beidian asked in surprise, his tone seeming very familiar with Yin Xiaotong. Just a few words, and Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. Destroy the Pangayu? Was that the goal of the Silent Court? They weren't here to seize it, but to destroy it. What the hell, are they crazy? No, I encountered some danger inside and was severely drained of my mental energy, so I came out first, Bai Yi replied, unsure how Yin Xiaotong usually spoke, so he mimicked the tone they used when they first met in the Grey Soil Town. Li Beidian lowered his brow, hiding a strange look in his eyes, and smiled calmly. Good to hear you're safe. By the way, where's your knight? With such severe mental energy loss, even the knight can't be maintained? Bai Yi nodded calmly without saying a word. It seems it's really dangerous inside. I didn't expect even Xiaotong you couldn't handle it. I have some medicine here to restore mental energy, take it and drink, Li Beidian said, reaching into his pocket. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly, Bai Yi suddenly spoke. Li Baitian's hand froze as he reached into his pocket. He quickly stepped back, creating several meters of distance from Bai Yi, then flipped his palm to reveal 2 pistols appearing out of nowhere. You're not in Xiaotong. Who are you really? Li Baitian's eyes flickered with wariness as he said in a deep voice. Seeing Li Baitian's reaction, Bai Yi wasn't surprised at all. From the moment Li Baitian asked about the night, he knew he had been exposed. Family members, don't forget to vote for Fong Xiu and Bu Yu every day. If you're unsure where to vote, you can search for Peak Character Producer. If you can't find it, scan the QR code in the talk section, or scroll down from the Tomato homepage. It's not far below the recommended list. Night should be in Xiaotong's extraordinary ability, and Xiaotong has never revealed her true face from beginning to end, whether in Heishan or Grey Soil Town, indicating her desire to hide her identity. To do so, she is willing to constantly consume her mental energy to maintain Night. Li Baitian has also been hiding his identity, although he is a member of the Silent Court. He disguises himself as a bounty hunter, even acting separately from in Xiaotong. This shows that hiding one's identity is likely a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization enforcing justice, they have many enemies, which is understandable. But here's the problem: even if the real in Xiaotong cannot maintain Night, she would definitely use other methods to conceal her face, such as a full-face sun protection mask in her pocket. Previously, Bai Yi thought the mask was just for sun protection, but now he realizes it's to prevent sudden accidents and hide her face. If she had already worn the mask before seeing Li Baitian, the other party wouldn't suspect easily, but now it's too late. However, exposure is just as good. Bai Yi doesn't want to be a spy. He now needs an assistant. I am indeed not in Xiaotong, but I advise you not to shoot because this body is the genuine in Xiaotong, Bai Yi explained. Li Baitian remained alert. What do you mean? Sigh. Bai Yi sighed, really not wanting others to know this dark chapter unless necessary. I am Bai Yi. Li Baitian was stunned. Who is Bai Yi? Bai Yi's face darkened. Xiao Bai. Li Baitian was instantly shocked. You're Xiao Bai's brother. No way. Bai Yi irritably recounted the details of their journey together, which finally convinced Li Baitian. However, the dual guns still remained ready. Even if you are Xiao Bai's brother, what about Xiaotong? Why? Do you look like Xiaotong now? Because of the twin monkey statues of the divine taboo object, Bai Yi pulled out the twin monkey statues. See? That's it. I found it while scavenging outside the base. Who would have thought in Xiaotong found the other half inside the base, and as a result, our souls swapped. Then why are you outside and Xiaotong is inside? Of course I ran out myself, and Xiaotong went inside too. Find me, but we missed each other. Let's not talk so much. Does your silent court have any soul transmission or mental link methods? Hurry and contact her, tell her to come out. If she doesn't, I'm afraid she'll make me die inside. Li Baitian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun, but the muzzle of the other still pointed at Bai Yi. The silent court doesn't have such methods. We can only determine each other's location based on the white dove ring you hold. The ring is in your hand now, and I can't contact Xiaotong either. Bai Yi's face darkened. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go in and find her together. Li Baitian shook his head. No need to make it complicated. Just call her out directly. Isn't that easier? Call? Bai Yi's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you rely on shouting. Damn. Before he finished speaking, Li Baitian waved his hand toward an empty space nearby. Instantly, a half-human height speaker appeared out of nowhere with a microphone attached to it. Wait, bro. Is that a machine cat? Bai Yi was stunned. Previously, when he saw Li Baitian pull out the Iron Spine Viper MK03, he found it strange. Where did such a thick gun come from? Now he understood. Li Baitian is also an extraordinary person. Machine cat? Li Baitian looked at Bai Yi with suspicion. Xiao Bai, don't give others random nicknames. My ability isn't some machine cat. Since you've seen through me, there's no need for me to hide anymore. I suppose you've guessed it long ago. Yes, my supernatural ability is void creation. Bai Yi blurted out. Cough cough. Li Baitian nearly choked on his own breath, almost suffocating. What nonsense is this? If I could create from the void, I wouldn't be a bounty hunter. My superpower is other space, a space that can store items. Oh, Bai Yi immediately lost interest. What a rubbish ability. It's just like the common storage rings in cultivation novels, isn't it? What's that expression on your face? Li Baitian's face darkened as he snapped. My superpower may not be very offensive, but at least it's convenient. I can store many weapons and ammunition, transforming into a human-shaped arsenal. And I can also carry lots of food and drinks, so I'll never go hungry anywhere. Most importantly, I can steal without being caught. Bai Yi. Li Baitian turned on the speaker, picked up the microphone, brought it to his mouth, took a deep breath, and looked serious. His stance was comparable to a karaoke king. Bai Yi hurriedly covered his ears. Just as he thought Li Baitian was about to call Xiaotong, he suddenly turned his head and asked, Does Xiaotong know you? Bai Yi felt a bit puzzled but nodded nonetheless. Yes, I do. He had met Xiaotong in Grey Soil Town before. Back then Xiaotong had even peeped at him and invited him to join the Silent Court. That's good. Li Beidian took another deep breath, then shouted, Xiao Bai is here. An earth-shattering voice burst out from the speaker, and Bai Yi could even see visible sound waves rippling. The terrifying roar swept in all directions, and for a moment, the sounds of battle and explosions in the experimental base strangely froze, completely overshadowed by the 4 words Xiao Bai is here. Bai Yi was stunned. What are you calling me for? Meanwhile, in the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was being chased and fleeing in a sorry state, was stunned. The enormous sound made his eardrums ache. Xiao Bai? That poisonous-mouthed kid is here too? Fine, come on then. Why the high profile? Promotion? I already thought this kid was sick before, and now it seems I was right. He's a promising candidate to become an extraordinary. In another area, the bloodied Minghu and Silver Snake were continuously searching for anything that might resemble a Pangdayudis, but they were startled by Xiao Bai's shout. Xiao Bai? Who is Xiao Bai? I don't know, but judging by the name, it should be a cute girl. Silver Snake giggled. In the containment area for divine taboo objects, a heavily armored man was fighting an experimental subject. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, as if unfamiliar with this body. Bang! The armored man was struck by the claws and was forcefully thrown back, crashing into the wall. A streak of blood flowed down his silver mask. If not for the armor blocking the attack, he would have been torn in two. This body is still too weak. Such strong recovery. And Xiao Tong was surprised to discover that this frail-looking body contained an unimaginable healing ability. That last strike had clearly injured his internal organs, yet with each breath, his wounds began to heal. Xiao Bai is here. A scream of despair suddenly rang out. A strange light flickered in Xiao Tong's eyes. That's Uncle Li's voice. Xiao Bai, it's Bai Yi. Xiao Bai is here. Xiao Bai is here. Li Beidian shouted until his throat was hoarse. He flipped his palm, took out a bottle of wine, and started gulping it down. He casually tossed the microphone to Bai Yi. Xiao Bai, just shout a couple of times. I've been smoking too much, and my throat's not good. Your throat isn't good? Bai Yi curled his lips, took the microphone, paused for a moment, and said, the voice is so loud, Xiao Tong must have heard it long ago. If she's not coming out, she's probably in danger. No, I have to go save myself. Xiao Tong, is that you, Xiao Tong? Li Beidian suddenly put down his wine bottle, surprised. Bai Yi looked over at the sound and immediately brightened. It's finally you coming out. A figure wrapped entirely in black and silver armor slowly emerged from the large hole, wielding a pure silver cross sword with bloodstains on the armor, like a knight returning in triumph. Yes, it's me, Uncle Li. Beneath the silver-white mask, Bai Yi's calm voice sounded. It really is you, Xiao Tong. Only you, this stubborn girl. I've told you so many times, call me Li Ge, not uncle. Call me old man already. Li Beidian quickly stepped forward 2 steps. At this moment, the silver mask on Xiao Tong's face gradually dissolved into tiny silver-gray particles dispersing with the wind, revealing a face that was dirty but handsome beyond doubt. Her eyes, like obsidian washed by mountain springs, shone with startling clarity, and the dust on her eyelashes couldn't hide the flickering stars in her gaze. And Xiao Tong looked at Bai Yi. The two exchanged glances, both their eyes flickering with strange light. Clearly, both of them were seeing themselves from an outsider's perspective for the first time. Bai Yi's expression grew slightly strange, as if looking into a mirror. Not to mention, he looked even more handsome than when he looked in a mirror. And Xiao Tong examined her body, and when her gaze fell on the dirt-stained marks on her black dress, her expression sharpened. Bai Yi was also inspecting his own body. Suddenly, he noticed a faint bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, which made him tense up. He didn't know what Xiao Tong had been doing in the experimental base. Don't let her cause internal injuries, okay? Injuries were minor. What he feared most was that Xiao Tong had encountered some bizarre divine taboo creature. If it left any aftereffects, that would truly be the end. The two, sensing something was wrong, almost simultaneously demanded, what did you do to my body? Both froze, then Xiao Tong's gaze turned cold, and Bai Yi's anger surged. And Xiao Tong pointed at the dirty handprints on her dress. What's going on with the handprints on my dress? Bai Yi pointed at the bloodstain on his lips. What's going on with the bloodstain on my lips? The atmosphere gradually grew strange as their shallow brown eyes and obsidian-like pupils locked tightly, neither yielding. And Xiao Tong was not someone prone to anger unless her bottom line was touched. But the handprints on her dress proved Bai Yi had crossed her bottom line more than once. Why were there no handprints elsewhere, only so many on that one spot? She could almost guess what Bai Yi had done to her. Handprints? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. He looked down and finally noticed a few handprints on the dress. He had been too hurried when he slapped her, initially aiming at her abdomen, but accidentally widened the area. He realized he had been misunderstood, but before he could speak, a sharp sword light shot toward him. Bai Yi moved lightly and retreated easily, dodging the sword. He shouted, "You've taken over my body, and now you're attacking me?" As soon as he said that, he instinctively felt something was off. Why did those words sound strange? And Xiao Tong remained silent, her face as cold as water, determined to kill the one who defiled her. Bai Yi easily dodged, feeling like a child being chased. He even had the leisure to Tease, and Xiaotong, think carefully, you're not attacking me, but yourself. And Xiaotong stopped in her tracks, seeming even angrier. Her face turned cold, and she suddenly raised her sword to point at herself. Tell me, what exactly did you do to me? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to your body. Bai Yi was angered by her actions and immediately grabbed his own neck with one hand, turning his face red from the squeeze. If you dare to use your sword to self-harm, believe it or not, I'll just strangle myself. The two faced off in a tense standoff. Li Baidian, watching from the side, felt his scalp go numb, sensing that what was happening was incredibly bizarre. Don't rush to self-harm first. The priority is to get your bodies back. Not happening. White Yi immediately objected. If I switch back now, that crazy woman will definitely cut me to death the first chance she gets, unless I make her swear an oath. Holding a pure silver cross sword tightly, and Xiaotong coldly said, you tarnished my innocence, even if I die, I will kill you. Who the hell tarnished your innocence? You're spouting nonsense. Do you see me with this ability now? Then what's with that handprint? Li Baitian's head was spinning. He hurriedly stepped between the two. Calm down, both of you. There must be some misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk it out. If we keep stalemating like this, what if the twin monkey images have a time limit and we can't switch back in time? Upon hearing this, both their faces changed slightly. Neither wanted to stay trapped in these bodies forever. Under Li Baitian's mediation, the two finally managed to speak more calmly. After a moment, as White Yian and Xiaotong each recounted their experiences at the experimental base, both of them relaxed their guard. White Yi, turns out the internal injury was caused by the experiment body, not a divine taboo object. Just having that is enough. And Xiaotong, turns out it was about trying to recover lost memory fragments, not about lifting my skirt. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up, they still couldn't stand each other, one annoyed that the other had hurt their body, the other upset that they had been touched. Then, the three of them stared at each other in silence. By the way, how do we switch back? Li Baidian looked at the two holding halves of the twin monkey images, feeling troubled. Try putting the two monkeys together, suggested in Xiaotong. She took the monkey image from White Yi and began to connect them. The two laughing monkeys, embracing each other, finally hugged together. Did it work? Li Baidian asked nervously. White Yi and Xiaotong looked at each other, shaking their heads simultaneously. No. You two are quite in sync. Li Baidian chuckled, instantly met with two sharp, blade-like gazes. He awkwardly smiled. Let's think of other ways. Brother Bai, you just said you found a divine taboo object catalog. That records information about the twin monkey images, right? Does it include the containment methods? White Yi directly reached out to Xiaotong. Why? She looked at him. The divine taboo object catalog, I found it, so of course it's on you. White Yi said with disdain, thinking how stupid this crazy woman was. It's not on me, and Xiaotong replied calmly. Where is it then? White Yi's eyes widened. You brought too many things. I can't carry a bunch of clutter to the experimental base, so I threw everything away. What? Clutter? You savage woman, do you even know that's the crystallization of civilization, the torch of human exploration into the unknown, the light illuminating the foggy universe, the cloud of innovation beyond imagination, and so on. White Yi's endless string of words left Li Baidian overwhelmed. He hurriedly stopped him. Switching bodies is the priority. No one's coming here anyway, so it's definitely not lost. I'll go pick it up. Soon after, he returned carrying a pile of miscellaneous items. Clatter. The clutter was dumped at their feet. White Yi rummaged through it for a while and finally found the charred divine taboo object catalog. He flipped to the page with the twin monkey image and pointed at it. See? This is all of 169's content. The containment method was already burned, only the containment difficulty ding is recorded. Li Baidian and Xiaotong looked at it for a long time but couldn't find a solution. The three of them stared at each other again. Really, if nothing works, we should leave Heishan first and go back to the silent court to find the judge. He must have a way. Li Baitian's suggestion was met with unanimous opposition from both. No way. White Yi glared fiercely at Xiaotong. Why does this woman always learn to speak like me? He absolutely couldn't leave Heishan now. Without the Pangayu disc, who could? Deal with Bai Zhe? He had already completely offended Bai Zhe. The only way to find a method to contain Bai Zhe was to obtain the Pangayu. Just like the refuges people who locked Bai Zhe up, otherwise, he would eventually come knocking to take revenge. At worst, it could be used as a weapon. Otherwise, where would they find so many computers after leaving Black Mountain? Uncle Li, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Pangayu before Yang Jie finds it. Otherwise, it'll be too late, and Xiaotong said calmly. Damn it! And Xiaotong, this crazy woman, is trying to get me killed, and she's even thinking of destroying the Pangu. The Pangayu is the crystallization of wisdom from the civilization era. Why does your silent court insist on destroying it? Bai Yi asked. And Xiaotong and Li Baidian exchanged a glance, remaining silent for a moment, until Xiaotong finally spoke. Because the Pangayu will destroy all of humanity. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the great catastrophe happened? Could it be related to the Pangu? And Xiaotong shook her head. To be precise, it's related to technology. In the civilization era, human technology had advanced to unimaginable levels, but the human heart is a bottomless pit of desire. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it can never fill the void of desire. So they began researching forbidden fields, attempting to attain transcendence. Transcendence? Bai Yi looked puzzled. What the hell is that? Transcending the mundane, entering a higher dimension, and thereby achieving eternal life, understanding the origins and secrets of everything in the world. Isn't that just upgrading dimensions? Bai Yi suddenly understood. Humans are three-dimensional beings, limited by three-dimensional rules. We are born with birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if we ascend to the fourth dimension, it's different. The three dimensions are length, width, and height. The fourth adds a time dimension. Becoming a four-dimensional being means transcending time. In their eyes, time is no longer an elusive illusion but is tangible. As length, width, and height, they are not bound by time and naturally attain eternal life. Li Badian and In Xiaotong looked at him with surprise. Who would have thought this wasteland youth could speak such profound theories? Earlier, the chief judge also mentioned similar ideas. I didn't expect Brother Xiaobai to understand these too, Li Badian said in astonishment. Who is the chief judge? He knows as much as I do, Bai Yi said confidently, without a hint of humility. And Xiaotong calmly replied, the chief judge is the founder of the Silent Court and one of the 10 kings. The 10 kings? Another set of 10 kings. No wonder the Silent Court is so arrogant, daring to uphold justice and execute those guilty of heinous crimes everywhere. Turns out, they have the backing of the 10 kings. And then, studying forbidden fields led to the great catastrophe? Details have long been lost in the river of history, but roughly, that's how it happened. Because the people of the old era endlessly researched and explored forbidden fields, it caused the great catastrophe. Now you understand why we must destroy the Pangayu, right? Bai Yi nodded. I understand. Since the Pangayu is the crystallization of old era wisdom, it must contain research on forbidden fields. You're worried that these studies might fall into the wrong hands and cause unimaginable disasters, so you want to destroy it. Exactly. Ah. Bai Yi sighed heavily, his tone earnest. I'm not criticizing you. The Silent Court is a bit extreme, but the real problem isn't the research on forbidden fields, it's human nature. It's like someone holding a gun and killing. Can you really blame the gun for the crime? So if you truly want to uphold justice and maintain world peace, you should kill all humans, not destroy all guns. After all, guns can be replaced. Humans, once gone, are truly lost. And Xiaotong. Li Badian. Cough cough. Li Badian tactically cleared his throat. Let's not discuss the matter of enforcing justice for now. First, let's talk about how you two plan to switch back. Brother Bai, I see you speak with extraordinary eloquence and have extensive knowledge. I wonder if you have any good ideas? Bai Yi furrowed his brows, stroking his chin in thought. Don't touch my face, and Xiaotong said expressionlessly. Alright, then I'll touch my own, Bai Yi replied, immediately reaching out to touch In Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong. Clang. A pure silver cross sword shot out from its sheath. Li Badian hurriedly grabbed the sword hilt, anxiously saying, I'm truly at my wit's end with you two. Can we stop messing around? Let's talk about it once we figure something out. I've thought of a solution. Bai Yi announced astonishingly, instantly drawing both their attention. Li Badian eagerly asked, what solution? Bai Yi deliberately stroked his chin and said, the containment difficulty for 169 is ding, which means the method should be quite simple. Based on my years of experience, I think the answer might be right there in the literal meaning. What exactly is the method, Brother Bai? Don't keep us in suspense. Literal meaning. It's so obvious, look at the serial numbers of the twin monkey statues. Li Badian was stunned, murmuring, serial numbers? 1, 6, A. Li Badian's face suddenly changed dramatically. He quickly pulled Bai Yi aside, frantic to signal him with his eyes, whispering, Brother Bai, no. Bai Gu, you're my brother. You can't joke around like this. If Xiaotong finds out what it means, she'll definitely fight you to the death. Next to them, and Xiaotong furrowed her brows, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. What are you talking about? What does 169 really mean? Li Badian turned around, forcing a dry laugh. It's nothing. Brother Bai was just joking. Bai Yi looked surprised. Old Li, what nonsense are you talking? I was just showing you the rest of the serial number. Li Badian froze, then looked at the message. Divine taboo object, serial number 169, twin monkey statues, one body twin, two monkeys embracing each other, soul, containment difficulty ding, twin monkey statues, one body twin, what's wrong with that? Look at the rest. Two monkeys embracing each other. Bang! Bai Yi suddenly clapped his hands. That's it. The two monkeys embracing. Earlier, and Xiaotong and I each touched separate monkey statues, so our soul swapped. Now the two monkeys are joined together, but we haven't. Since the known condition for soul exchange is separation, person to person, monkey to monkey, the condition for their souls to return should be that both humans and monkeys are united. As soon as he said this, Li Badian was stunned. It did seem to make some sense. Brother Bai was indeed quite clever. But when his gaze fell on the two of them, he hesitated. asking these two to imitate the monkey statues hugging each other, perhaps. However, things did not develop as Li Beidian had imagined. Bai Yi and In Xiaotong simultaneously stood up and walked toward each other. They faced each other, standing so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Just now you wouldn't even let me touch you, and now you're so open about it? Bai Yi sneered, and Xiaotong's expression was calm. What's wrong with hugging myself? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. That makes sense. Without any awkwardness, the two embraced each other. At this moment, it was hard to tell who was taking advantage of whom. The strange feeling of hugging oneself made both a little uncomfortable, bodies stiffening slightly, like robots clumsily completing a task. But in Li Baitian's eyes, this scene was filtered through a lens. What he saw was the moonlight, like a flowing ribbon, poured down, turning this dead land into a silver-white dreamscape. A handsome knightly youth held a delicate, black-dressed girl in his arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The gentle moonlight bathed their intertwined figures, and the evening breeze quietly ceased, leaving only their breaths entwined. In this moment, time seemed to pause for them, silent and beautiful. 5 seconds later, Bai Yi and In Xiaotong's faces darkened because they still hadn't changed back. This shouldn't be happening, had I guessed wrong? At that moment, In Xiaotong said, maybe we should smile. Smile? Bai Yi glanced at the monkey, who was grinning widely and embracing someone while laughing. That makes sense. Jia Jia Jia. The girl in the black dress grinned wildly, her expression strange and stiff. Your smile looks terrible, And Xiaotong said with a grin. He. Why does my ugly smile matter? It's because you look ugly. I think my smile looks really good, beautiful, even truly my face. Poof. This time, And Xiaotong was genuinely amused, both angry and laughing. Don't just laugh. The monkey statue's face is pressed against face and it's tilting its head to look in one direction. You two, get your faces aligned and look at me, Li Beidian shouted at them. Unwillingly, the two reluctantly pressed their faces together, then grinned widely at Li Beidian, their expressions comically awkward. Click. The camera shutter sounded. Li Beidian looked at the freshly taken photo with satisfaction, a maternal smile on his face. Nice shot. Whoosh. Two figures sped toward him, startling Li Beidian. Old Li, you're still taking photos? Hurry up and delete that picture. Uncle Li. Bai Yi and In Xiaotong both glared at Li Beidian in displeasure, but in the next second, all three froze. Bai Yi looked at the beautiful girl in the black dress, who was as enchanting as a moonlit fairy, then glanced down at his tattered clothes and suddenly felt a surge of joy. Back to normal? And Xiaotong felt the same, her light brown eyes shimmering with wonder, as she continuously examined her body, feeling that powerful, familiar force long missed. Then she reached out and repeatedly patted her skirt, wiping away the dirt-stained handprints. Bai Yi was the first to look at the twin monkey statues, anger boiling in his chest, righteous fury rising. He drew and aimed it at the twin monkey statues, beginning to fire. Monkey brat, you're playing me, huh? Bang bang bang. The crimson bullets hit the twin monkey statues precisely, but the statues remained unharmed. Instead, the reflected bullets caused Li Beidian and In Xiaotong to dodge repeatedly. Little Bai, calm down. Divine taboo objects aren't so easy to damage, Li Beidian said, finally stopping. Though still angry, Bai Yi knew very well that divine taboo objects weren't so fragile, which was why he shot, purely to vent his rage. This experience was a deep humiliation to him. Not only did it turn him into a woman, but it also wasted so much time. One trip in, and only 5 seconds remained after he came out, his heart was bleeding. Just as he was furious, a glance from the corner of his eye caught Li Beidian and In Xiaotong whispering and occasionally glancing at him. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. These two bastards wouldn't be planning to kill the donkey after the mill, would they? Because of this accident, he now knew their identities and their mission to destroy the Panguyu. Killing them to silence them seemed very reasonable now. Damn it, more time wasted. Though only 5 seconds remained, he was completely calm. If he wanted to kill these two, 5 seconds was more than enough. Two of you, what are you plotting? Why not make it loud enough for me to hear? Bai Yi said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Li Beidian chuckled generously. It's nothing you need to know, little Bai. We're just discussing how to handle you since you've learned some secrets of the silent court. Alright, so you're not going to keep secrets anymore? Planning loudly in front of me? Li Beidian looked surprised. Inviting you to join the silent court isn't anything shameful. Xiaotong told me about your brave actions protecting the residents in Huitu town. We've traveled together, so I know a bit about who you are. Your mouth may be sharp, but you're not a bad person, fits the criteria for joining the silent court. Bai Yi was stunned. You want me to join the silent court? And Xiaotong nodded calmly. The best way to keep a secret is naturally to become one of us. Then what if I say I don't agree? Are you two planning to make a move on me? And Xiaotong's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. The silent court doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately, we only kill evildoers. So principled? Bai Yi looked somewhat suspicious. He was used to having no principles or bottom line, and now, encountering two people on the wasteland who strictly adhered to their principles, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But since you're not one of us, let's handle this officially. The twin-born monkey has half of my power. Either you pay to buy me, or I pay to buy you. 100 million. Bai Yi immediately made a bold demand. Li Beidian couldn't stand it anymore. Little Bai, you can't treat us like cattle to be slaughtered. If you really don't want to sell, you can simply join the silent court. Then you can use your abilities freely, and joining the silent court is no disadvantage for you. The judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are quite a few extraordinary people within the organization. With such support, most troubles in Beimang can be handled for you. All you need to do is work with us to uphold justice. Initially, Bai Yi was somewhat tempted, but after hearing Li Beidian say the last 4 words, he instantly lost his interest. Upholding justice? That would waste so much time. In the eyes of the silent court, they were executing justice, but in the eyes of outsiders, the silent court was just an extremist organization. Others kill for profit or revenge, but the silent court kills without seeking wealth, shouting slogans like justice and peace, then rushing in to kill you. There's nowhere to argue. Dangerous, too dangerous. If today they dare to punish evil and eradicate wrongdoers, tomorrow they might dare to act on divine justice and overthrow the Federation's rule? Forget it. I'm naturally kind-hearted, and I detest causing more bloodshed. I don't even dare to kill a chicken normally, let alone punish evil and eradicate wrongdoers. Bai Yi politely declined. However, Li Beidian didn't believe a word of it. He remembered how Bai Yi had shouted about killing Minghu during their drinking, and during the laser channel, he had pulled out a gun and pointed it at someone's head just because they said they didn't have ticket money. What kind of kind-hearted person was that? Little Bai, do you have any concerns? Not really. It's just that I'm used to being lazy and don't want to be controlled. If the silent court can pay me a salary and let me do nothing, I might consider joining. Oh, right. Bai Yi suddenly remembered a question he had been meaning to ask. Why does the silent court have silent in its name? It sounds weird. Li Beidian opened his mouth, about to explain, when in Xiaotong's calm voice sounded beside him. Judgment requires no words, death is the verdict. That's the silent court. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering this phrase. Judgment without words, death is the verdict, such a murderous intent. I'm not criticizing you, but your silent court is a bit extreme. Doesn't that translate to, no words, just kill? And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi with a blank expression, then turned and headed toward the experimental base. Oldly, what is she going to do? Isn't she going to destroy the Pange USB drive? Of course. The previous soul swap delayed her, and now that she's back, she naturally needs to continue her mission. Not just her, I'm going to. Little Bai, since you're not planning to join the silent court, don't get involved in this mess. It's too dangerous inside. As for the twin-born monkey statue, you can hold on to it for now. Wait until we get out of Black Mountain. If we can survive and escape. Li Beidian finished and also headed toward the experimental base. Clearly, he had little confidence in destroying the Panga USB drive before the tyrant. Bai Yi immediately became unhappy. He was determined to get the Panga USB drive, yet they wanted to destroy it? Wait, he called out to Xiaotong and Li Beidian. The two turned around, their faces filled with confusion. Brother Xiao Bai, have you changed your mind? I advise you not to go in. Bai Yi slowly drew out the skeleton's breath, his expression gradually turning stern. Although he believed that Xiaotong and Li Beidian could destroy the Pangu USB drive with their effort, he was unwilling to take any risk. If these two didn't listen to advice, then don't blame him. Boom! The earth-shaking roar tore through the sky, a mushroom cloud formed from dust billowing with scorching heat and shot straight into the sky. In the stunned gazes of the three, the originally standing steel base suddenly exploded and collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. The shockwave from the explosion hammered down like a giant hammer on the ground, countless burning fragments trailing long tongues of fire across the sky, resembling a close-range meteor shower. Run! Li Baitian's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly urged the others to escape. Bang bang bang! The sound of fractured metal and concrete whistling through the air. Bai Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to run. He was originally running at the front, but as he ran, he ended up in the last position. In terms of physical fitness, he simply couldn't compare to Li Beidian and Xiaotong, both of whom had cultivated the Qi blood martial way to extraordinary levels. At this moment, several sharp tearing sounds came from behind Bai Yi, followed by intense scorching heat. His face changed. Without turning around, he knew that debris from the explosion was flying toward him, an all-encompassing rain of destruction he simply couldn't dodge. Although his recovery ability now far surpassed that of ordinary people, he was ultimately not an immortal undead. Even pseudo-people would find it difficult to survive such an attack, as each recovery consumed chi and blood, and once exhausted, they would die. In a life-and-death moment, Bai Yi no longer cared about saving time. Time. Ding! The clear sound of a dragon's roar suddenly rang out, and Xiaotong, clad in silver armor, charged to Bai Yi's side like a knight from a fairy tale. Her pure silver cross sword transformed into streaks of sword shadows, instantly slicing through the incoming debris. Immediately afterward, Bai Yi felt a lightness in his body, his feet leaving the ground. He looked in astonishment at Xiaotong, who was rushing while holding him. Her profile flickered in the explosion's firelight, lips pressed tightly together, and her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed from the tense expression. The fire reflected in her light brown eyes, like flickering flames, resilient and beautiful, but Bai Yi had no time to admire, he only felt his ribs ache terribly, almost being broken by Xiaodong's grip, and her armor, so hard, also pressed painfully against him. Damn it, he's been saved by a beautiful hero. After escaping this area, the three finally stopped, their gazes heavy as they looked toward the fiery experimental base. No one knew why the base had exploded, nor what had truly happened inside. Can you put me down first? Bai Yi tapped the armor on Xiaodong's shoulder with his knuckles, and Xiaotong glanced at him, then loosened her grip. Bai Yi rubbed his ribs, wincing from the pain, and peeled back his clothes. Damn, they were all purple. Can't you be gentler? Sorry, Xiaotong said calmly. Bai Yi was stunned, his eyes widening. Was he hearing things? This crazy woman actually apologized? It must be the explosion's loud noise that damaged his eardrum. Then Xiaotong added, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Bai Yi. He felt his psyche take a hit. An esteemed god of the new era, saved by a woman, was one thing, but now she was criticizing him for being too fragile? The gale stirred by the explosion couldn't blow away the bleakness on Bai Yi's face. At 18, in the Black Mountain Refuge, standing like a lackey, damn it. Brother Xiaobai, it's thanks to you stopping us. Otherwise, Xiaotong and I might have been in danger. Thank you so much. Li Badian grasped Bai Yi's hand, his face full of gratitude. Bai Yi gave a dry smile. It's nothing, no need to thank me. By the way, how did you know there would be an explosion? Brother Xiaobai, your extraordinary ability can't be precognition, can it? Coincidentally, I actually called you just now to ask how much salary the silent court pays per month, and whether there's a year-end bonus. Xiaotong suddenly fixed her gaze sharply. Someone's escaped. Bai Yi looked over in response, only to see the humorous dart thrower transform into a shadow and shoot out swiftly. After landing, he began coughing blood, his body torn and tattered, looking extremely miserable. Now he finally believed that Li Xiao had real skills. This wasn't over yet? Close behind were Xiaoyi, who was dragged away by a sword, the crane Xianjun flying like a crane, the silver snake riding on the Ming tiger, and the ghost clown holding the air princess in a fake embrace. The only one missing was the tyrant. Hey, humorous dart thrower, what's going on inside? Bai Yi hurriedly shouted towards Li Xiao, who was not concerned about the explosion itself but worried that the Pangayu might be destroyed in the blast. Li Xiao, gasping heavily, looked up with an expression of extreme urgency and fear, shouting, run fast. Tyrant, he's gone crazy. Before the words finished, Li Xiao immediately threw a dart, transforming into a shadow and fleeing into the distance as if pursued by a ghost. Similarly terrified were Ming Tiger, Crane Xianjun, and others. These people didn't even glance at Bai Yi and the others, they desperately fled the experimental base. Little by brotherly, what are you doing here? Hurry, run with me. Ultimately, Xiaoyi showed a bit more loyalty. He quickly flew over with his long sword in hand, then threw two swords to Li Badian and Bai Yi. He didn't give one to Xiaotong because he knew the Black Knight's strength, there was no need for his help. Bai Yi took the long sword. What exactly happened inside? Xiaoyi looked anxious, blood all over his face. No time to explain. Get on the swords. Wait. Stop. I was wrong. Swish. Swish, swish. Bai Yi was immediately pulled away by the I was wrong and transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the distance. The fierce wind made it hard for him to open his eyes, and he was so annoyed he wanted to curse. What is going on? He always thought flying on a sword looked cool, but when actually doing it, it didn't feel the same. This wasn't sword flight at all, it was clearly sword control over the person. Just as they sped away, a furious voice suddenly echoed from the ruins of the experimental base. Who took the Pangayu? Yang Jie's voice, filled with rage and murderous intent, soared into the sky like an explosion of smoke and clouds, shrouding everyone. Everyone turned in shock, only to see countless debris from the buildings slowly levitating against gravity. Looking around, it was dense, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Amidst these wreckage fragments, a crimson figure emerged like a king walking out of the abyss, step by step into everyone's line of sight. It was the tyrant Yang Jie. At this moment, Yang Jie seemed to have transformed into a different person. His entire aura was icy cold, with shadows beneath his brow as deep as a knife's cut. His pitch-black eyes resembled blades forged from cold iron, coldly piercing everyone. He took a step forward, and countless tiny metal fragments immediately gathered beneath his feet into a staircase, like a ladder to the heavens, carrying him upward toward the sky. When he reached the heavens, the sound of metallic grinding and squeezing echoed loudly. Silver-white debris from the explosion of the experimental base converged in the air and surprisingly assembled into a kilometer-long silver dragon. The dragon bowed its head, allowing Yang Jie to step onto its skull, then soared away with him toward the others. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao and the others ran even faster. It was obvious to everyone that Yang Jie was now furious to the extreme. As someone who had once single-handedly destroyed a city, his rage could ignite the entire 189 refuge. However, there was someone even angrier than him, Bai Yi. My Pangayu was taken? Who the hell did it? Bai Yi, who had long regarded the Pangayu as a mere trinket, was suddenly hit with this news, fueling his anger immensely. Suddenly, a shadow covering the sky like a deathly cloud descended over the land. By now, everyone had fled into the city. They looked up in horror, their faces draining of color as terror overtook them. Under the bright moon hanging high above, Yang Jia rode a dragon and arrived, his icy eyes sharp as blades, gazing down at everyone. The people like Ming Hu and others stopped in their tracks, for no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't fly as quickly as Yang Jia. Since escape was impossible, they could only prepare to fight. But just as they assumed battle stances, they were stunned to see a shadow in the shape of a dragon floating above their heads, flowing over them like water, then vanishing in an instant. Tyrant, he's gone. Could it be that he already knows who took the Pangayu and is chasing that person? No, someone suddenly exclaimed, eyes bloodshot as they looked toward the direction of the silver dragon's flight. He's not gone. He's blocking the exit. The crowd was instantly struck with terror. At this moment, they finally understood what the tyrant was planning. The tyrant wasn't intending to let them go. He was determined to block everyone with his own strength. In their line of sight, beneath the bright moon, the silver dragon tore through the night sky, its body made of metal shimmering with starlight, 1,000 meters long like a river of stars pouring down. A streak of crimson on the dragon's head resembled frozen flames, as a person and a dragon swept through the ruined city, emanating a suffocating aura that silenced heaven and earth. Over 100 survivors hiding within the city also noticed this scene. They didn't understand what was happening. All they knew was that the tyrant was furious, and the consequences would be severe. This is bad, everyone can't leave now. Xiao Yi's face was unusually grim. He controlled the slow, wait, I was wrong commands, gradually bringing the city to a halt. With this pause, the crimson virus, like blood-colored dandelions, surged through the air. From the shadows in the distance, faint roars of imposters could be heard intermittently. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily hide in an abandoned building nearby, using the walls to block the invasion of the crimson virus. Inside the room, Bai Yi asked the most pressing question, who exactly took the Pangayu? Xiao Yi replied in a deep voice, I don't know either. No one saw who took the Pangayu. Only the furious tyrant, who seemed betrayed, is convinced someone stole it. Li Beidian frowned slightly. How did he come to that conclusion? The news of the Pangayu's appearance isn't the first time it's been circulated. Maybe this time, like before, it's just a rumor. Perhaps there's no Pangayu in the 189 refuge at all. Did you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand? Xiao Yi pointed through the window at the tyrant in the sky. Bai Yi looked carefully and saw that the crimson armored figure was holding a black obelisk over half a meter tall, with a strange appearance that made it impossible to tell what material it was made of. What is that? I don't know what it is, but judging by the tyrant's behavior, that obelisk is probably a carrier for the Pangayu. He found the carrier but didn't find the U itself, which is why he's convinced someone took it. And Xiaodong's eyes flickered behind her silver mask, her gaze shifting slightly. It's the hidden mouse. Hidden mouse. You mean one of the 12 zodiac animals, the hidden mouse? Xiao Yi's expression changed. Why do you say that? I saw a mutated rat infected with the crimson virus at the experimental base, but there shouldn't have been rats there. I thought it was a coincidence before, but now it seems the hidden mouse might have taken the Pangayu. Of course, that depends on whether anyone among you has secretly kept the Pangayu. Xiao Yi sighed bitterly. After hearing you just now, I was about to tell the tyrant that someone else took the U, but even you suspect us. The tyrant would trust us even less. Bai Yi remained silent beside them, pondering whether to play werewolf. Who really took the Pangayu? After a moment of thought, he found Xiaotong's guess the most plausible. The tyrant clearly knew many secrets about the Pangayu and was powerful himself. In theory, among those who entered the experimental base, the tyrant was the most likely to have obtained the Pangayu. Moreover, he was the first to enter the 189 refuge. Even if others had taken it, they wouldn't survive against the tyrant, unless there was someone who had taken the Pangayu USB drive long before the tyrant entered. And that person was one of the 12 zodiac signs in Mouse. You must understand, before the emergence of the 189 sanctuary, the Apocalypse Corporation had occupied the shelter for over a month. Could such a colossal entity really be blocked by the shelter's defenses, with no way to get through? Combining this with the previous assassination mission against the tyrant carried out by the Eagle, these fragmented clues gradually pieced together in Bai Ye's mind into a complete picture. Perhaps, from start to finish, this trip to Black Mountain was actually a trap aimed at the tyrant. The Apocalypse had already obtained the USB drive but deliberately leaked the information to lure the tyrant in. The tyrant's abilities posed a threat to all major forces, because, to stand firm in the wasteland, their reliance was never on extraordinary powers but on firearms. However, what puzzled Bai Yi was that the Apocalypse's trap seemed too crude, relying solely on an eagle. Were they not worried that the eagle might encounter an accident or fail to kill the tyrant? Was there no plan B? At the experimental base, the tyrant almost got killed by the Ashen Eye. If Bai Yi hadn't appeared, the tyrant would have died long ago. Could that also be part of the Apocalypse's plan? But how could they be sure the tyrant would definitely encounter the Ashen Eye? There were too many uncertainties. Bai Yi felt that the most crucial piece of his puzzle was still missing. Just As he was pondering, a calm, divine-like voice echoed from the sky above. Manga USB drive is lost. I no longer care who took it, but whoever it is, hand it over now and I might spare your life. Otherwise, everyone here will pay with theirs. The voice, soaked in icy frost, reverberated over the city, and the terrifying oppression from the 10 kings made the air seem even heavier. People hiding in every corner of the city looked extremely grim. Even though they outnumbered Yang Jia, no one dared to ignore the threat of the tyrant. Everyone knew that the tyrant's word was law. If he said he would kill everyone, he would do so without hesitation. Who dares to provoke the tyrant? Damn it! Whoever it is, step forward quickly, don't drag us down with you. The hidden figures cursed constantly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the tyrant added another line. Except the Black Knight. Just 5 simple words, but everyone was stunned. What? The Black Knight is exempt? You're going to kill everyone but not the Black Knight? In a dark room, several shocked and puzzled gazes fixed on and Xiaotong. Miss Black Knight, are you familiar with the tyrant? Could you maybe speak on our behalf? Xiaoyi hesitated to speak. Li Beidian looked bewildered. He had no idea when Xiaotong had met the tyrant. Was it during their time at the experimental base? Did the tyrant fall in love with Xiaotong at first sight? Had Xiaotong's charm already reached such a level that even wearing a mask couldn't hide it from the tyrant? And Xiaotong remained silent, her light brown eyes staring directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi casually averted his gaze, pretending he saw nothing. Don't look at me, I know nothing. Who would have thought the tyrant could be so romantic? Xiaoyi looked cautiously out the window. If we tell the tyrant that Ian Mouse might have taken the Manga USB drive, do you think he'll let us go? He'll kill everyone and then go to Dawn City to find Ian Mouse, Bai Yi replied, patting Xiaoyi on the shoulder to comfort him. With Bai Yi's reassurance, Xiaoyi's face turned even paler. Just then, Bai Yi seemed to remember something and turned back to Xiaotong. Oh, except the Black Knight. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi clearly saw the faint bulge of blue veins on Xiaotong's hand holding the pure silver cross sword. He paid no attention and instead took out a gold pocket watch, glanced at the time, 23:23. The tyrant's voice fell silent, and after a long while, no one stepped forward voluntarily. Some people even thought that, at worst, they could just keep dragging it out. What if the tyrant blocked the exit? Could he really block it forever? But the very next moment, they changed their minds, because the tyrant made his move. Boom! The entire city trembled as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, violently shaking. What's going on? Something's happened. It's the tyrant. The tyrant is destroying the city. Countless people were so frightened they lost their souls and spirits. At this moment, they finally understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. Previously, when they boasted in taverns, they never thought their gap from the 10 kings was so vast. The tyrant was human, and they were human too. The tyrant was an extraordinary being, and among them, there were also extraordinary beings. How different could it be? Only after witnessing it firsthand did they realize why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. And also understand that the gap between people is far greater than that between humans and dogs. The most typical example was the humorous dart thrower, Li Xiao. He had always thought this way. Even if the tyrant was stronger than him, how much stronger could he really be? With all his might, he might still have a chance to win. But now, Li Xiao looked like a stray dog with broken legs, hiding alone in a corner, his gaze horrified and even dull as he watched the tyrant standing tall in the sky perform divine feats. The tyrant Yang Jia looked indifferent. He extended his hand toward the city below and grasped the void. Bang! Several buildings, dozens of meters high, seemed to be subjected to invisible heavy pressure, wildly collapsing inward and crushing into ruins in an instant. Dust and debris shot up into the sky, forming a massive sandstorm. And the tyrant continued. His mental power seemed endless, striking again and again without any sign of fatigue. Under his command, the entire city began to collapse from the outermost edges inward. The sturdy buildings, like castles built by children, shattered at a touch. Dust and rubble formed a huge encircling wall, constantly squeezing the survival space of everyone inside. At this moment, people finally realized the tyrant's plan. He intended to destroy the entire city, using the debris to build a gigantic cage, trapping everyone inside. Panic set in. Faced with such apocalyptic, supernatural power, few could remain calm. You can't stay inside the buildings anymore. Run! Some people, terrified beyond reason, crazily rushed out of the structures, trying to escape the city and get away from the tyrant. But in just a moment, several buildings collapsed before their eyes, piling up and forming walls dozens of meters high, completely sealing off their escape. More and more people were forced out as the surrounding ruins surged inward like a tidal wave, and the encirclement shrank visibly and rapidly. The experts of the Minghui Qianjun type still tried to escape with their formidable strength, but they received the tyrant's focused attention. The 1,000-meter-long silver dragon's scales on the sky trembled, falling like rain, countless tiny silver metal fragments shooting toward Minghu and others. Their faces darkened, their bodies surging with energy and blood. Crimson light formed a protective blood shield on their bodies. Although it blocked the first wave of attacks, their vitality was rapidly draining, and they simply couldn't withstand the endless silver rain. With no way out, they were forced into the encirclement. Many began to get injured. The steel bars, furniture, bed frames, and even all metal objects in the surrounding ruins seemed to be imbued with divine consciousness, attacking the crowd relentlessly. Screams for mercy, wails of pain, curses like a symphony of hell, echoing through the ruins. The only area seemingly untouched was where Bai Yi and the others were. The reason was obvious without needing explanation, and Xiao Ton's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. If it weren't for the untimely moment, she would have asked Bai Yi what he had done with his body. Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to the frantic woman's gaze. A grave expression appeared on his face, trouble. The trouble he referred to wasn't the mighty, godlike tyrant but Bai Zhe, who might recover at any moment. His original plan was to snatch the Panga USB drive from the tyrant's hands, so he could then deal with Bai Zhe. But now, the Panga USB drive was nowhere to be found, and the exit had been sealed shut with metal by the tyrant. What if Bai Zhe showed up at this moment? Wouldn't that be the end of him? He glanced at the only exit in the distance, piled high with countless metal debris, blocking it completely. Even with time frozen, he couldn't get out. Damn it! Bai Ye's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared intently at the crimson figure above the sky. Tyrant, you've already chosen your path to death. The best course of action now is to kill the tyrant and quickly escape from shelter 189. 5 seconds left of time freeze. If he could get close enough, killing the tyrant wouldn't be difficult. But the problem was, the tyrant could fly. Come down if you dare. In the end, Yang Jia really descended, while everyone was confined to the central area. The 1,000-meter silver dragon above the sky slowly lowered itself, finally coiling its tail on the ground. Yang Jia raised his dragon head high, his gaze coldly fixed on everyone. At this moment, no one had the luxury to fear Yang Jia, because those red-haired dandans had arrived. Without the buildings blocking their way, they swarmed in. However, the city's collapse had also affected the red-haired dandans. Many were buried in the rubble. Only a small number appeared now. Though everyone was annoyed, they could barely cope. The only good news was that the fake humans hadn't come. Most of them had been buried when the buildings fell. Yang Jia was naturally attacked by the red-haired dandans, but the number of metal fragments around him was greater than those attacking him. He didn't need to lift a finger. Countless metal shards automatically blocked the red-haired dandans. Mr. Xiao, old Li, brother Bai, a surprised voice rang out from the crowd. Immediately after, Gao Banchang, Xiao Kuei, Li Xiao, and a few bounty hunters who had been drinking earlier hurried over, dodging the red-haired dandans in their rush. It's so good to see you again. Gao Banchang, with a black eye, exclaimed joyfully. Bai Yi glanced at them and saw that the once 20-strong team was now down to just a few people. Their fate was obvious, definitely terrible. It wasn't surprising that Gao Banchang hadn't died, as the son of a wealthy man with vast riches, protected by the old-era robot Xiao Kuei and the forbidden item by life money, he was practically invincible. The only thing that surprised him was Xiao Kuei's face, full of disdain. What the hell was going on? Fat Gao, your maid. She seems a bit different this time? You didn't ride her this time? As soon as this was said, Gao Banchang's face changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Xiao Kuei beside him. Xiao Kuei's disdainful expression grew even more intense. Who would want this fat corpse to ride her? Bai Yi was stunned. The robot is talking? What do you mean? I've always been able to talk, I just didn't want to before, Xiao Kuei snapped sharply. A gust of wind suddenly swept up, blowing away several crimson viruses that were attacking. Gao Banchang quickly said, Brother Bai, don't say so much. Xiao Kuei is different. Now, she was invaded by the crimson virus while protecting me, and that's why she looks like this now. She's got a bad temper. When she's angry, she even hits me. He pointed at his black eye, a bitter smile on his face. Bai Yi was even more stunned. Was the mutated crimson virus really a virus? It could infect Li Yu's magic hand, and now it could infect a robot? This was definitely not just a simple virus. Oh, Brother Bai, aren't you with Mr. Li? Where is Mr. Li? Gao Banchang looked around anxiously. Mr. Li was his backbone. Without him here, how could he feel at ease? I'm here, came Li Yu's calm voice from a corner of the ruins behind everyone. The crowd looked in that direction and saw Mr. Li, the magician, slowly walking out from the window of a collapsed house. Great! Mr. Li, you're safe too. Everyone's spirits lifted. Waiki suspiciously glanced at Li Yu, deeply suspecting that Li Yu hadn't just arrived, but had been hiding in the ruins all along. Damn it, Li Yu is still so cunning. While everyone else was surrounded in the center of these ruins, he found a gap and slipped inside to hide. I'll say it one last time, hand over the Pangayu. Yang Jia's indifferent voice silenced the entire scene, instantly causing the atmosphere to stagnate. You were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we possibly have the Pangayu? The battered Ming who roared angrily. He had been injured in his previous fight with the, then went on to kill numerous test subjects at the experimental base and even endured the explosion of the base himself. His injuries were severe, and if he didn't receive treatment soon, his life could be in danger. Our Steel Brotherhood came here for the Pangayu, but it's obvious there's nothing in the 189 refuge, just like the previous times. It's all just rumors, He Qianjun said gravely, his gaze heavy. His condition was also poor, his shirt front was soaked with blood. The Steel Brotherhood has no intention of opposing you. Please clear a path so we can leave. He Qianjun hoped to intimidate thee with the name of the Steel Brotherhood, but he underestimated thee's dominance. He only heard thee coldly say, whether you have the Pangayu or not doesn't matter. What matters is, I want you to hand it over. You must hand it over. The only options before you are two, either hand over the you or give your lives. His domineering words caused everyone's faces to change slightly. They understood that in a fit of rage wouldn't show anyone mercy. Minghu fell silent for a moment, then his face twisted in fury as he roared, everyone, thee has no intention of leaving us alive. Today, it's either dies or we do. I'm going all out. Count me out. He Qianjun stepped grimly out of the crowd, followed by a dozen injured, mechanical modified humans. Exactly. Let's fight him. What's the big deal about the 10 kings? If you want to kill me, first ask if my gun agrees. The rabbit, desperate, bites even when cornered, especially these people pushed to the brink. Every one of them who's survived this long is a formidable warrior, with bounties exceeding 1 million, renowned in the outside world. Such individuals are never short of the courage to fight back in desperate situations. The crowd's anger instantly surged. In truth, the most intelligent move for thee would be to divide and conquer, picking off each person one by one, an effortless strategy. But he disdainfully refused to use such tactics because he is one of the 10 kings. Faced with the desperate crowd, Yang Jie's expression remained unchanged. He never once regarded these people as a threat. Kill! Minghu shouted fiercely, charging first. Silver Snake, He Qianjun, and others followed closely behind. At this moment, no one would betray Minghu, letting him exhaust the's strength first. These strong fighters weren't fools, facing playing petty tricks was tantamount to suicide. Their only chance was to fight with all their might, rushing together in hopes of defeating thee. At this moment, regardless of strength, everyone attacked. The surging crowd charged at thee, but the only slightly curled his finger and tapped the kilometer-long silver dragon beneath him with his knuckles. Instantly, the silver dragon swung its tail, metal screeches ringing out. The massive dragon tail, hundreds of meters long, swept across, completely halting the charge. A dozen unlucky fools who couldn't dodge were struck into a bloody mist by the tail. Only Minghu and a few others reached the silver dragon's vicinity, but what awaited them was a barrage of metal fragments. They were tightly trapped by the metallic debris, while they stood not far away atop the 100-meter-high dragon head, arms crossed over his chest, coldly watching their desperate struggle. The scene grew even more chaotic, and the Crimson Virus also got involved. Some people who hadn't died at the's hands were instead ambushed by the Crimson Virus's countless blood threads rooted in their bodies, spreading wildly. Before long, several fake humans were created, and they began indiscriminately attacking. Everyone died in the chaos. Bai Yi, who was trying to fish for opportunities, glanced at the time, 23:40, still 20 minutes left. He planned to wait for 20 minutes. Rushing to kill the tyrant in 5 seconds was too risky. Not only would he have to cross nearly 1,000 meters of metal forbidden zone, but he also needed to climb along the massive body of the silver dragon to reach the tyrant. There simply wasn't enough time. Actually, he had another option, that was to switch accounts, to change to Xiaodong's account. With Xiaodong's strength, 5 seconds of time stop should be enough to kill the tyrant. But that was a last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't switch accounts because it might expose the time stop ability. People knew Xiaodong couldn't defeat the tyrant. Why would he be able to instantly kill the tyrant after taking over? Even fools could see there was something wrong with that. So he decided to wait a bit longer, hoping that Minghu and the others would give him some support and delay for another 20 minutes. At this moment, Bai Ye's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of someone else who was also trying to fish for opportunities. The humorous dart thrower, Li Xiao. Li Xiao looked as if he had been frightened silly, standing motionless in place, his gaze horrified and blankly staring at the tyrant descending from the heavens, trembling uncontrollably. After trembling for a while, as if recalling something, his face twisted with rage for a moment, then he threw a few shadow darts at the tyrant from 800 miles away, continuing to tremble. Around him, there were several corpses pierced by metal, their faces disfigured beyond recognition. Bai Yi, with his hand on his forehead, didn't expect Li Xiao to be so useless. Despite shouting the loudest, at the critical moment he was the most cowardly. Li Xiao's bounty was 65 million. He was by no means weak, even stronger than most of the people present. Yet, this extremely arrogant and powerful person didn't even have the courage to step forward. Sometimes, arrogance and inferiority are separated by only a thin line. Often, those who are extremely insecure become extremely arrogant after achieving success. Bai Yi understood Li Xiao's current mindset well, like He Gong, who loved dragons but was terrified when faced with a real one. If the enemy weren't the tyrant but the other 10 kings, Li Xiao might have the courage to fight desperately. But when facing the Tyrant, this being he had always regarded as a rival. When the gap was too large, his mental state would collapse instantly. Now, poor Li Xiao could only hide behind the crowd, trembling in fear. But how could Bai Yi let him have his way? Quickly, go up and buy me some time. Humorous dart thrower. Bai Yi shouted loudly, causing Li Xiao's dull gaze to ripple with a flicker of emotion. Do you want to be a coward for life or a hero just for a moment? Li Xiao's heart trembled, instinctively clenched his fists, and a complex mix of shame, fear, resentment, and struggle intertwined on his face. Your current retreat will become a thorn in your heart in the future. Even if you miraculously survive today, countless sleepless nights ahead will bring this nightmare back to you. You'll see yourself curled up in the shadows of cowardice, hearing the inner voice repeatedly questioning, why didn't I even have the courage to try once? Li Xiao trembled even more, as if a flame was rising in his eyes. Bai Yi was pleased to see this. His previous motivational speech hadn't been in vain. He intensified his words, don't let fear seal your power. If you don't act now, you will regret it later. When white hair begins to creep up your temples and you look back on your life, you'll see the young, dazzling version of yourself, yet because of cowardice, you're stuck in the same place. Do you want to wake up every night in terror, cursing yourself as useless? Li Xiao suddenly lifted his head, a surging feeling rushing over him. He knew that was called resentment. I am not useless, he shouted angrily, as if encouraging himself, the shadows beneath his feet surging like a tide. What if you're not useless? The tyrant is right in front of you, your goal is within reach, yet you hesitate to step forward. Have you forgotten your ambition? Buzz. The overwhelming fury and unwillingness burst from Li Xiao's chest straight to the top of his head. His eyes instantly filled with dense bloodshot veins, his expression twisted. Enraged, he felt something about to surge out of his body, just one final push away, like a volcano suppressed to its limit, on the verge of eruption, yet blocked by a massive boulder at the crater. This suffocating, unwilling feeling made it hard for him to breathe, his chest nearly exploding. Ah! Li Xiao suddenly roared like a madman, unleashing the fullest extent of his suppressed emotions. He directed his most piercing cry at the distant, scarlet figure atop the dragon's head. Not even a moment can I forget. Swish! Li Xiao's body transformed into a shadow, rushing toward young Jia like a feral beast. Countless shadows erupted from him, forming a torrent of darkness that cut through the crowd, unstoppable and relentless. The closer he got to the tyrant, the more intense the flames in his eyes burned. Muttering like a madman, he whispered, my ambition, my goal, my dream, even if I die, I will die chasing it. Fuck! Bai Yi exclaimed in shock. Is this some kind of superpower boost? I knew we're nuts, but this is next level. Yang Jia, who was being besieged by everyone, slightly frowned as Li Xiao's sudden shout caught his attention. He didn't know what was happening. All he knew was that a madman was shouting about ambitions and dreams, charging straight at him. In the next moment, Li Xiao leapt into the air, crossing his arms over his chest in a cross shape, then suddenly swung his hands apart. Whoosh! Shadows and dark darts shot out in all directions, roaring with power. Faced with this attack, Yang Jia casually waved his hand. Countless silver-white metals fell from the silver dragon, coalescing into a massive silver-white portal that easily blocked all of Li Xiao's assault. Li Xiao still wanted to strike again, but the silver-white portal howled and slammed directly into him. Boom! Li Xiao and the portal flew back together, crashing heavily onto the ground with a deafening noise. Bai Yi, witnessing the entire scene in shock, stared wide-eyed. Li Xiao was down. Li Xiao was dead. He hurriedly pulled out a golden pocket watch to check. Damn, Li Xiao only took 3 seconds. Gao Banchang, hidden among the crowd, rushed over, desperately, struggling to lift the metal portal off Li Xiao's body, revealing the dying man beneath. Li Xiao trembled as he reached out a hand toward Gao Banchang. Gao grasped his hand, thinking Li Xiao wanted help to get up, but just as he lifted him halfway, Li Xiao's trembling voice whispered in his ear. Tell Bai Yi, I'm not useless. After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted. Gao Banchang was startled, trembling as he shook him, until he confirmed Li Xiao was still breathing, then he finally relaxed. At this moment, the tyrant, who had been under attack all along, showed an unmistakable expression of impatience on his face. Perhaps influenced by Li Xiao's mental state, he was about to go all out. He clenched his fist toward the abandoned buildings around him, and those structures suddenly collapsed violently. In the next instant, countless steel bars shot out from the ruins, filling the sky. Behind him, rusted steel rods wove into a dense, impenetrable dome, their broken ends reflecting cold light. The sharp tips trembled slightly with his eyelids, like deadly arrows pulled by invisible strings, ready to strike. The tyrant gently waved his hand, and a catastrophe descended upon everyone. The shadow tigers and others, on high alert, kept dodging and knocking away the falling debris, but the sheer number of steel bars was overwhelming. Damn it! Ming Hu's face grew paler, blood loss causing severe dizziness in his mind. If I hadn't been injured repeatedly, I wouldn't even be able to get close. In a daze, Ming, whose right arm was pierced through by a steel bar, he grunted, unable to tend to his wound in time as dozens of steel rods whistled toward him. His movements impaired, he could no longer dodge and was struck again and again. He summoned all his strength to knock away a dozen steel bars, but the remaining ones still pierced through his body. The blood shield covering his body shattered almost immediately due to the excessive consumption of energy. Minghu! Yin Shi! Exclaimed in alarm, swiftly rushing toward Minghu. Don't worry about me, just go. Before the words could even leave his mouth, Minghu froze in place because Yin Shi wasn't there to save him at all. He was using Minghu's body as a shield. Yin Shi hid behind Minghu, supporting his body with both hands, then quickly retreated backward. The incoming steel bars all pierced Minghu's body, his face twisted with rage. You bastard, ah! With a final scream, Minghu, pierced like a hedgehog by the steel, fell silent forever, eyes wide open in death. Yin Shi finally managed to escape the tyrant's vicinity, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Minghu's tragic death. Brother Hu, you risked your life to save me. Don't worry, I will live well with your kindness. Minghu. After a rain of steel bars, many were dead, others wounded. They were pushed to the brink of the cage, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at the tyrant atop the silver dragon. Some who were so frightened they lost all courage even knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Spare me! Lord Tyrant, please spare me. I really don't have a Pangayu. Don't kill me. Lord Tyrant, I'm from Fuguang City too, we're fellow townsmen. Faced with their pleas, Yang Jia remained indifferent, his expression calm and emotionless, like he was watching ants. He raised his palm slightly, and the steel bars embedded in the ground trembled wildly, then were forcefully pulled out by an invisible power, soaring into the air again like Damocles' swords, hanging above everyone, pointed directly at them. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Countless steel bars, empowered by the tyrant's strength, hovered in the air. How many of those present could survive? The courage they had painstakingly gathered to face the tyrant was now completely dissipated in the face of absolute power. Fear spread like a tide, almost suffocating them, making it hard to breathe. I'll give you the last minute to think. Hand over the Pangayu, and my promise still stands. If not, you die. Yang Jia's cold gaze swept over everyone, as if he were a god wielding life and death. Bai Yi seriously suspected that Yang Jia was only forcing everyone to hand over the Yu because he was too lazy to search for the corpses. 15 minutes left. Minghu and his useless group had only delayed 5 minutes? After 15 minutes, he could restore his divine power for just 1 minute. But the tyrant hadn't given him that much time. If he didn't deal with the tyrant soon, he might end up like everyone else, dead in the 189 refuge. But how could he solve the tyrant in just 5 seconds? He was at least a kilometer away from the tyrant now. To get close, he'd have to cross a kilometer in 5 seconds and then climb onto the 100-meter-high silver dragon. Only then could he reach the tyrant atop the dragon's head and kill him. 5 seconds. To do all that, impossible. Damn, is the only option to change accounts? Bai Yi silently walked over to Xiaotong. The young night girl looked serious, her breathing slightly irregular, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. She caught Bai Yi's approach out of the corner of her eye, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Before she could speak, Bai Yi whispered, I have a plan to cut down the tyrant. And Xiaotong was stunned. What plan? Actually, I'm also an extraordinary. My special ability is Shining Shadow, 100-fold instantaneous requiem. Bai Yi blurted out nonsense. And Xiaotong? Basically, I can boost my speed, but it requires a strong physique, otherwise, I can't handle the burden of such speed. Your body is just right for me to maximize the Jinghong Shadow, 100-fold instantaneous requiem. With this extreme speed, I can break through the metal around Yang Jia. In other words, with my ability plus your body, we can take down the tyrant. In order to conceal the fact that time had stopped, Bai Yi was spouting nonsense. After all, the idea of time stopping was too shocking to accept, but if it turned into an acceleration, it would be much easier to swallow. As for when the time suddenly resumes and a person disappears without a trace, that could only mean your eyesight isn't sharp enough or you can't keep up with my speed. And Xiaodong's face remained expressionless and said, but you clearly just said it was a fleeting shadow, a momentary burst of 1,000 layers. Bai Yi. Slip of the tongue. Don't worry about these details. Just tell me whether you agree or not. I agree. And Xiaotong responded very decisively, to the point that Bai Yi even thought she was teasing him. And Xiaotong explained, first, you are a good person. Damn it, if the good person card keeps coming out, it'll never end. Second, I believe you wouldn't joke about your own life. Third, I'm not surprised that you're an extraordinary person. I even suspected it from the start. Otherwise, you wouldn't have traveled alone through the city to reach the experimental base. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiaotong was quite perceptive. With time running out, since Xiaotong agreed, he didn't waste any more time. He immediately took out the twin monkey statues, splitting one half for himself and giving the other half to Xiaotong. The two tightly grasped their respective monkey statues, eyes meeting as they waited. But nothing happened. What? Bai Yi froze. Was his stance wrong? Why couldn't he change it? He realized that the twin monkey statues probably concealed some mechanism he didn't know about. It's over. Bai Yi suddenly felt something was wrong without in Xiaotong's body. How could he resist the tyrant? I'll use your monkey. What exactly are these two dead monkeys made of? Why are they sometimes responsive and sometimes not? He had once devised an evil plan to use the twin monkey statues for eternal life, but now that plan was also ruined. At this moment, and Xiaotong handed over the other half of the monkey statue silently, without words, nor showing any frustration over the failed exchange. Her light brown eyes fixed intently on Yang Jie, silently adjusting her turbulent qi and blood. Within, clearly, she was prepared to fight to the death. Bai Yi looked at the twin monkey statues in his hand, knowing that his last hope was now blocked. If only he had more time, he could study the mechanism of the twin monkey statues, but unfortunately, there was no what if. How could he delay the final 14 minutes? He glanced at the crowd. Even the strongest, He Qianjun, was injured and looked wary, not daring to step forward. Minghu was pierced like a hedgehog. Silver Snake was holding Minghu and crying. Li Xiao had fainted. Only In Xiaotong was unscathed, clearly the tyrant's focus, but being unharmed was useless. Her strength alone couldn't stop the tyrant. At this moment, Yang Jie spoke. 1 minute is up. Since you can't hand over what I want, then die. His palms slowly pressed down, and the steel bars floating above everyone's heads began to tremble. Gao Banchang panicked and shouted, "Wait, wait! My father!" Gao Shanha. His shout startled everyone. Even Yang Jie furrowed his brows. But Yang Jie only slightly frowned and then continued to press down with one hand. Gao Hanching's face turned pale. It's over. Even his father Gao Shanha was no longer useful. Just as everyone despaired, Bai Yi had already silently moved beside Li Xiao, ready to remove his mask and put it on himself. His idea was simple. Since there was no way out, then just do it. Life and death were indifferent. If you're not convinced, then fight. This time, he chose not to let Li Yu stand in front but to hide behind the scenes. Because 5 seconds was simply not enough, he had to find a way to delay time and get close enough to the tyrant himself to strike a decisive blow. For him, facing death directly was a strange feeling. When the countdown to death began, adrenaline surged through his body like boiling magma, and Bai Yi trembled with excitement. In those bright black eyes, a wildfire of death burned fiercely, an insanity that knew it was doomed but still tore through to find a way out, a defiance that trampled life and death underfoot. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, he would even kill the 10 kings to show his resolve. At this moment, a silver figure suddenly stepped forward, while everyone else avoided Yang Jie like a snake or scorpion, and Xiaotong, dressed in knight's armor, stepped out of the crowd, sword in hand. The slender pure silver cross sword carved a long scar across the ground, like a dragon-slaying hero in a fairy tale facing a fierce dragon. No one expected that this black knight from the silent court would be so brave. Yang Jie's hand suddenly froze, his indifferent gaze fixed on Xiaotong. Silent and unspoken. Clang! And Xiaotong raised her pure silver cross sword. The blade pointed directly at the tyrant, reflecting the cold moonlight on its surface. A cold smile curled at Yang Jie's lips. He always had patience for this woman. He wanted to see what this interesting woman would do next. And Xiaotong fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The one who took the Panga USB drive should be Insure. Let them go." "Oh?" Yang Jie sneered with mockery. He didn't ask what basis in Xiaotong had for identifying Insure. He only asked, "Why?" "Because of the sword in my hand." Yang Jie chuckled again, probably the most he had ever laughed. "Women, you're no match for me." And Xiaotong nodded calmly. "I'm indeed no match for you, but I have my methods." "What's your method?" "The next second, and Xiaotong's action stunned everyone. She slowly raised the pure silver cross sword, then placed it against her own neck. Yang Jie's smile suddenly vanished, his eyes narrowed, a cold light flickering within. "Although I don't understand why you keep holding back against me, that no longer matters. What's important is that I know you don't want me to die," said this night girl. "Women, are you using my tolerance to threaten me?" "Ha ha." Yang Jie sneered angrily. "But you seem to have forgotten one thing. Tyrants are never afraid of threats." His hand suddenly clenched tightly around Xiaotong, and a rain of steel bars instantly fell like a storm. Before Xiaotong could react, a steel bar shot out from the ruins beside her, launching a surprise attack from the side. Clang! The crisp sound of metal ringing out. The pure silver cross sword on Xiaotong's neck was struck by the steel bar, nearly slipping from her grasp. A look of determination flashed in her eyes as she raised the cross sword again, swinging it toward herself, yet it was too late. Dozens of steel bars, like javelins, fell close to her armor. Bang! 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 Arms, legs, almost every joint that could move was covered by falling steel bars. These bars didn't harm Xiaotong but tightly fixed her body in place. At this moment, she looked like a puppet nailed to a wooden board. She still wanted to struggle, but Yang Jie exerted force once more, and the grating sound of twisted metal made her teeth ache. The steel bars restraining her suddenly came alive, twisting and writhing like serpents, binding her tightly. "Let me go!" And Xiaotong struggled desperately, her terrifying blood and energy soaking into her armor. Yet she couldn't break free from Yang Jie's grip. Yang Jie beckoned, and Xiaotong was lifted into the air by the steel bars, falling onto the dragon's head. "Watch quietly." After restricting Xiaotong's movements, Yang Jie no longer paid her any mind. instead focusing his gaze on the crowd. Just as he prepared to control the steel bars to kill everyone, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Because another person stepped out from the crowd, this time, a man. Black hair, black clothes, black eyes, and a black mask. This man said nothing, walking alone out of the crowd, heading straight toward the tyrant. He moved without any unnecessary sound. The faint noise of his shoes crushing gravel was like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. The blood-colored dandelions floating in the sky drifted past him, as if afraid, and surprisingly, they did not attack him. This strange scene caused everyone to be stunned and suspicious, as if someone was walking through a blizzard without a single snowflake falling on him. Not only that, but even the frantic pseudo-human, upon seeing him, did not launch any attack. Instead, it stood there in a dazed silence. How is this possible? The mutated crimson virus dared to attack even the tyrant, but not him. What kind of person was he? Black Mask? Is he the Shadow Man, Li Xiao? No, not Li Xiao. Although this person's attire is very similar to Li Xiao's, his build is different. He's taller and leaner than Li Xiao. Gao Banchang immediately recognized that this person was not Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao was still unconscious, and their physiques didn't match. But why did this person's clothing style and black mask look exactly like Li Xiao's? He suspiciously turned his head and looked toward where Li Xiao was unconscious, his eyes nearly bulging out. A naked man, stripped bare, was curled up on the ground. The man, only in his underwear, was unconscious. Perhaps feeling the cold, his brows furrowed tightly, and he instinctively curled into a ball to keep warm. Although Gao Banchang had never seen Li Xiao's true face, he could tell at a glance that the one lying on the ground was the real Li Xiao. He instinctively looked at Li Xiao's face, and suddenly froze. Li Xiao's appearance wasn't bad, but there was a large bluish-black birthmark on his right cheek, almost covering half of his face. So, this was the reason Li Xiao always wore a mask? He suddenly understood why Li Xiao had developed such a personality. The congenital birthmark had made Li Xiao deeply insecure for a long time. After becoming an extraordinary person, that insecurity had transformed into extreme arrogance. Wait, Li Xiao was here, so who was the man in the black mask? All eyes in the scene were drawn to the man in the black mask. They didn't know what he was planning to do, but in desperate situations, people always hold on to illusions. What if this person could defeat the tyrant? What if the man in the black mask was naturally Bai Yi? Behind him, hundreds of scorching gazes, along with Yang Jie's indifferent stare, made the corners of his mouth lift into a faint smile. He suddenly found himself somewhat fond of this feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade. At this moment, there were 11 minutes left until 12 o'clock, and he would use these last 11 minutes to stage a grand show on the tip of the sword. The opening act of the show, creating mystery. Whether it was wearing the black mask or exploiting the mutated crimson virus's trait of not harming himself, both were meant to lead everyone to initially believe that he was a mysterious powerhouse. Judging a person by appearance is human nature. If he appeared as a wasteland youth, his deterrent power would be greatly diminished. Of course, he had other considerations as well. If he truly killed the tyrant, he would surely become famous worldwide, but fame often brought trouble and wasted time. The ability to freeze time for 1 minute was like possessing a deadly venomous snake. Given the right conditions, he could kill any large beast. But similarly, any large beast could kill him. As a venomous snake, the best attack method was to hide oneself, lurking in the shadows to deliver a fatal strike. Imagine, once he kills the tyrant, his bounty would break 10 billion. Countless dangers would swarm him then. So what if the tyrant was powerful? There would still be people wanting to kill him. Mr. An's sniper rifle was the best example. Perhaps the tyrant could prevent snipers, but he simply couldn't defend against them. To Bai Yi, it was somewhat surprising that Li Xiao's black mask was actually a taboo object. A gel-level taboo black mysterious face. When he put it on, he learned the name of the taboo object. Taboo objects are living beings. Although they cannot speak, they can communicate. Just like a dog you raise, you don't understand woof woof, but when it's anxious, scratching the door, or circling in place, you know it wants to go out to pee. Bai Yi didn't know the containment conditions for now, but the faint longing emanating from the black mysterious face for his face made him speculate. He didn't care about the taboo object and silently walked toward the tyrant, only to get a little closer, saving a bit of time. Seeing Bai Yi could make the mutated crimson virus and the pseudo-human avoid, the tyrant's eyes grew more playful. Interesting, not only do you not run away, but you dare to come toward me? He slowly raised his hand, the steel bars in the sky poised to strike. Bai Yi stopped in his tracks. He was now 700 meters away from the tyrant, but he knew he could no longer proceed, or the tyrant would surely strike immediately. Act 2, seize the initiative. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Bai Yi stood firm, recalling the feeling of being a god when facing the eyes of ashes. He stood with his hands behind his back, a cool night breeze blowing, lifting his robes and casting a flickering shadow beneath him. The edge of his black mask shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, only a pair of ink-black eyes piercing through the shadows, calmly gazing at the tyrant. Suddenly, a calm, deep voice emanated From beneath the mask, Pangayu is not something you can meddle with. I can give you a chance to leave now. At these words, everyone was stunned. They even doubted their ears, such a calm yet indifferent tone, as if a supreme being was showing mercy to a weaker one. But he was facing Yang Jia, the tyrant. Giving Yang Jia a chance? Giving one of the 10 kings, a tyrant, a chance to leave? The playful glint in Yang Jia's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. So you took the Pangayu? So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Baye's gaze met Yang Jia's icy stare midair, two pairs of eyes locking, one cold and domineering, the other calm and indifferent. In short, neither regarded the other as worth their attention. Yang Jia's lips curled into a sharp, cold smile like a blade. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Interesting. I don't kill nobodies under my command. State your name. Baye's lips curved into a slight smile, knowing that part of his plan had succeeded. The tyrant had taken the bait. For someone like the tyrant, only other strong individuals interested him. Only the strong had the right to converse with him. Baye even prepared to waste 2 seconds, easily dodging the tyrant's attack to reinforce his image as a formidable figure. But the tyrant was evidently more proud than he had imagined, an absolute confidence in his strength, a mastery over everything. This was the difference between people. If Li Yu were in the tyrant's position, Baye was certain that upon seeing a mysterious, powerful figure appear, Li Yu would act without hesitation, attack immediately. If one strike didn't succeed, he would turn and run. Dealing with different strong opponents required different strategies based on their personalities, and dealing with the tyrant was actually simple. Just be more arrogant than him. Baye's voice turned calm again. You're not worthy of knowing my identity. Instantly, Yang Jia's aura shifted dramatically. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a terrifying pressure like a mountain descended upon the scene, causing everyone to tense up, cold sweat pouring down. Baye felt a faint prickling pain on his skin, as if the near-materialized killing intent of the tyrant was enveloping him. Any movement could mean death in the next second. Yet, the corner of his mouth widened even more. Act 3, use the advantage to dominate. By the way, we only just met at the experimental base. Have you already forgotten? Yang Jia, just about to strike, frowned slightly. He was certain he had never seen the person before him. Bai Yi smiled faintly but spoke startling words. Indeed, when we met at the experimental base, I didn't want to reveal my presence, so I specifically erased your memory. Yes, he was leveraging the power of 039, Bai Zai's influence. What? The crowd was stunned. Erasing the tyrant's memory? If what this person said was true, what kind of terrifying method was that? Yang Jia's brow furrowed even deeper. Erased my memory? Bai continued, I thought that with your strength, you might have sensed some manipulation on my part. But I never expected. You can't even detect memory anomalies? Tyrant. Yang Jia. In an instant, Yang Jia's pupils shrank sharply into needle-like slits. Just moments ago, he had used his immense mental power to desperately search his memories, and the result? He was shocked to discover that his memories were truly flawed. Some had gone missing. If losing his memory was already enough to shock him, what was even more astonishing was that, until the mysterious person reminded him, he hadn't even realized he had lost his memory. What kind of trick is this? He was both stunned and furious, his heavy eyes fixed intently on Bai, as if trying to pierce through the black mask to see his true face. What did you do to my memories? Yang Jia whispered fiercely. His words implied an implicit acknowledgement of Bai's statement. He, Qianjun and the others were stunned into silence, gazing at Bai's back with utter horror, their scalps tingling. Could it really be true what this mysterious person said? He truly erased the tyrant's memories. And the most terrifying part was that the tyrant only realized it after being reminded. How is this possible? When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in Beibang? Was it one of the other 10 kings? No, that's impossible. Among the 10 kings, no one could erase memories, and even if they could, they would never erase the memories of the tyrant, who was also one of the 10 kings. Above the silver dragon, and Xiaotong, wrapped in steel bars, was equally shocked, but her shock was tinged with a hint of doubt. Why does the mysterious person seem somewhat familiar? Her familiarity with Bai was quite normal. After all, no one knew Bai's body better than her. She had even touched it herself. She understood Bai, just as Bai understood her. Finally noticed, huh? Came Bai's calm voice from beneath the black mask. Don't worry, I only erased the memories of our meeting. I didn't tamper with your other memories. He admitted there was a gamble involved, but he guessed correctly. When Bai Zai was tracking him earlier, only the tyrant could sense his presence, and after Bai Zai caught up, the tyrant could also see Bai Zai, though later, Bai Zai's close influence affected him. So Bai guessed that even a powerhouse like the tyrant, after distancing himself from Bai Zai, could detect anomalies in his memories if he searched for them. Yang Jia stared fixedly at the man in black. As one of the 10 kings, he wouldn't be frightened by Bai's few words, even if the other had indeed used some method to erase his memories. Perhaps he couldn't defend against such a strange technique, but he could deal with the person who used it. Playing God. Almost forgot. Bai Yi suddenly changed his tone. It seems I left a little something in your memories by accident. Ha, I've swallowed so many memories over the past 100 years that I often forget things. Don't take it personally. Yang Jie's brow furrowed deeply, swallowing so many memories over a century? Forget things often? No one in Beibang had ever heard of such a method from this person. Could it be? You're from the 189 refuge. Seeing Yang Jie being smoothly misled, Bai Yi knew that the fourth act *, the switch and substitution * was complete. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, who are you? Who am I? Yang Jie inexplicably felt a chill, a terrifying coldness that made him think deeply. Memories are the most vital part of a person. Without exaggeration, who you are is determined by your past experiences, and these experiences are carried within your memories. When a person is born, being given a name doesn't mean you are that person, because many people share the same name and some even look alike. So, as a fully independent individual with a complete personality, how do you distinguish yourself from others? Naturally, it's through different experiences and memories. But when a person's memories are altered, are you still truly yourself? What did you do? Yang Jie's tone grew colder and more menacing. Act 5, invite the Lord into the trap. Yang Jie himself falls into the memory trap. To make the tyrant suspicious and wary, the memories altered must be of critical importance, not trivial details. For example, changing dinner from kung pao chicken to fish-flavored shredded pork. It must be a vital memory. Bai Yi had long since prepared an answer for this. He recalled his first meeting with Yang Jie while disguised as in Xiaotong.at. That moment, the expression flickering in Yang Jie's eyes was not one of admiration or desire, but, like a lake struck by a sudden rainstorm, rippling with intense waves, filled with an incredulous hope. But once he saw clearly, it was as if a candle had been snuffed out, leaving only thick melancholy and hollow disappointment. At that time, Bai Yi found it strange, given Yang Jie's strength, what kind of woman could not be obtained? Even if in Xiaotong was beautiful, it wouldn't make Yang Jie behave like a brainless, domineering CEO. Now that he thinks back, Yang Jie probably saw in Xiaotong the shadow of his former white moonlight. With Yang Jie's possessiveness, if that white moonlight were still alive, he wouldn't be so melancholy. Even if she married someone else, Yang Jie would surely snatch her back. From this, it can be inferred that the white moonlight must be dead. After a moment of thought, Bai Yi casually said, I saw in your memory a woman who had long since died. A woman who bears some resemblance to the Black Knight. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie was shaken to his core, completely struck. A long-buried name suddenly surged uncontrollably into Yang Jie's mind. She was the most important person in his memory, and also the one he most dreaded recalling. His knuckles subconsciously clenched, memories like a tide washing over the scabbed wounds, exposing the softest, most fragile flesh within, torn from the scars. What did you do to her? Yang Jie's eyes reddened with bloodshot veins, his expression furious and ferocious. In the face of Yang Jie's anger, Bai Yi felt no trace of panic because he had already fully taken control of the situation. I don't like dull stories, so I specifically changed the ending for you and her. His calm words were like stones thrown into a lake, causing Yang Jie's thoughts to ripple. Change the ending, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. A familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind, his teacher, a killer always with a cold face. The teacher who raised him, along with a dozen other orphans, many of whom he had long forgotten because they were all dead. The teacher was a member of the assassin organization. Adopting orphans was merely to cultivate fresh blood for the organization. Yet, despite this, Yang Jie had always held deep respect for his teacher, even regarded him as a father. Until one day when he grew up, and that paternal image was completely shattered. The days in the assassin organization were brutal, so brutal that only he and Tang Duo survived among a dozen children. When he was 18, the teacher held a graduation banquet for him and Tang Duo, symbolizing that they could become real assassins, capable of completing organization missions independently. Yang Jie vividly remembered that day. The graduation banquet was very simple, held at their training base. The teacher prepared two of his signature dishes, a plate of stir-fried potato strips with meat, a plate of sweet and sour cabbage, and a jean of white wine bought from outside. It was the first time he drank alcohol, because the teacher said killers must always keep their minds clear. But today is your graduation day, so you can break the rule once. That day, Yang Jie only drank one glass and got drunk, but he was very happy because he had finally grown up, free from the teacher's supervision, able to be with Tang Duo. Besides prohibiting alcohol, killers were also forbidden from having feelings. The teacher said killers must not have emotions. If they did, their hands would tremble when holding a gun. So he had always suppressed his feelings, but after that day, he finally could stop holding back. Perhaps due to his innate physical superiority, or maybe because the sedative dose in the alcohol was insufficient. Between semi-consciousness and sleep, he heard Tang Duo's crying and the teacher's voice. But this time, the teacher's voice was no longer cold but filled with desire. The teacher was teaching Tang Duo, giving her the last lesson before her graduation. The teacher said that the easiest place for a female assassin to succeed in An assassination was always in bed, so she must learn all the tricks to seduce a man into bed, and so, the teacher poured all his knowledge into Tang Duo while he drifted into a dazed sleep, feeling as if he had just experienced a nightmare. It was truly a long nightmare. Later, he woke from his dream, and Tang Duo seemed to have changed into a different person. No matter how brutal the training she endured before, she always smiled to comfort her companions, believing that everything would get better when she grew up. When she grew up, Tang Duo had indeed grown up to the point of being utterly unfamiliar. She became the most outstanding assassin in the organization, always completing her missions, yet clearly her strength was still inferior to his. Since then, Yang Jia had developed a habit of drinking, until one day, the teacher died, killed by Tang Duo. That night, Tang Duo and he drank a lot, neither of them saying a word. The next day, Tang Duo also died, she was the one he had killed. Tang Duo said, "I don't want to die at the hands of those in the organization. I hope the one who ends my life is you." Tang Duo's death led to his awakening, transforming him into a cold, fierce, and notorious tyrant, Yang Jia. The words of the mysterious person plunged Yang Jia into a flood of memories from his past. These were the most important memories of his life, yet now the mysterious person claimed to have tampered with them. Anger instantly filled his chest, but alongside his fury, he also felt a strange, inexplicable fear. It wasn't fear of the mysterious person's methods, but fear that hatred was fake. Deep inside, a fleeting, unrealistic fantasy arose. Could my current memories be false? Could it be that the teacher always treated me and Tang Duo well? Perhaps the teacher died during a mission, and so did Tang Duo. That's right, we were raised by the teacher, how could he possibly hurt us? The mysterious person said he didn't like plain stories, so the deaths of the teacher and Tang Duo during their missions were ordinary to him, so he added more drama to my memories. Maybe the real ending is that they completed a life or death mission together, a mission that caused him to lose his closest two people and also sparked his awakening. If that's true, how wonderful that would be. At least, the teacher and Tang Duo never turned against each other. Until the moment they died, they were happy, they were family. Humans are such tragic and ridiculous creatures, even a tyrant like Yang Jia is no exception. Faced with unbearable truths, people instinctively use trembling, humble fantasies to numb themselves as much as possible, even if those fantasies sound so absurd. Yang Jia lost control. This was the second time he had done so after Tang Duo's death. The first was when he saw the true face of the Black Knight, a woman who resembled Tang Duo by 3 points, just 3 points, and that alone threw him into chaos. He thought he had sealed his heart well, but when the figure buried deep in his memories suddenly surfaced, the warmth and pain in his heart could only be stopped by death. What is the true ending of my memories? Yang Jia's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, he desperately wanted Bai Yi to give him the answer he had always fantasized about. He didn't doubt Bai Yi's words because part of his memory had indeed been erased before, proving that the mysterious person truly had the means to manipulate memories and that the mysterious person had said Tang Duo resembled the Black Knight in some ways. Tang Duo had been dead for many years. Besides, in his memories, where else could he see her? He was reluctant to doubt, even desperately hoping that what the mysterious person said was true. Under the black mask, Bai Yi slightly frowned. What memories did the tyrant recall? What kind of memory kill was so intense? Although he had almost perfectly utilized all the information, he couldn't guess the story buried deep in the tyrant's heart. Why did it seem like the tyrant's tone carried a hint of expectation? Could having one's memories altered be something worth looking forward to? Thinking back, Bai Yi probably guessed Yang Jie's thoughts. What kind of person hopes their memories are false? It must be someone who cannot bear to look back on their past. Someone with tragic memories. He didn't know what memories Yang Jia found unbearable, so he could only say some broadly applicable words as a fallback. For example, does the ending really matter? Memories can be false, but love is real. Yang Jia trembled all over, a strange light flickering in his eyes. This was the answer he had been seeking all along. No matter what happened, it would fade away with the wind. In fact, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that everything could be fake. Only his love for Tang Duo was genuine. At this moment, Bai Ye's universal formula was deliberately taken up by Yang Jia. Having obtained the answer, Yang Jia suddenly smiled, not a cold, icy smile, but a rare relaxed one, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. You're right, memories can be false, but love is real. He seemed to have achieved some kind of transcendence, a terrifying, abyssal mental power erupting from his body. The entire city's metal seemed to sense the presence of a king, trembling uncontrollably and emitting sharp, piercing explosions. All the metals resonated in unison. It was as if witnessing the tyrant step by step ascending that metallic throne, witnessing his coronation as king. Damn it! Damn it! No sudden breakthrough at the last moment. Bai Yi was stunned, almost unable to hold himself together. Originally, he was about to open champagne at halftime, ready for the final act, no more pretending, I'm coming clean, I am the god of the new era. But after countless calculations, he never expected such a development? Bro, are you the chosen one? So quick to figure it out? After a few words of taunting, shouting about love and affection, and then suddenly breaking through? You're making me look like a villain. Bai Yi never imagined that what he intended as a few idle words to delay time would actually provoke the enemy. It's not even 12 o'clock yet, and the tyrant has already broken through. Who am I supposed to argue with now? I've always said that transcendents are all nuts. Li Xiao drinks 2 bowls of toxic chicken soup and starts fighting desperately. The tyrant listens to a few words of flattery and begins to break through. Madness really is an unstoppable stimulant. The crowd present felt the terrifying increase in the tyrant's power once again, their gazes filled with shock to the extreme. They had already been unable to defeat the tyrant before, but in just a few words he became even stronger. Bai Yi no longer enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife because he felt the tyrant was holding a blade and stabbing him. Why isn't it 12 o'clock yet? At this point there was no choice but to keep pretending. Suddenly, Bai Yi, standing with his hands behind his back, let out a light laugh. The current you finally piqued my interest. The crowd was stunned. Did the mysterious person mean to do this on purpose? Intentionally guiding Yang Jie? Thinking Yang Jie was too weak before and had no interest in taking action? Who is this masked figure that can make Yang Jie break through with just a word? Disdaining the tyrant as weak, deliberately giving pointers to provoke the enemy. This is the demeanor of a top-tier powerhouse. Yang Jie's gaze was calm as water. All previous emotional fluctuations seemed to have vanished entirely. He once again transformed into the tyrant ruling the world. Although I don't know who you are, your words have indeed helped me. As a token of gratitude, I will give my all. To Yang Jie, the greatest respect for a strong person was fighting with all your might, with the resolve to kill the opponent. Any hesitation, holding back, or mercy was an insult to strength. Damn it. Repaying kindness with enmity, this is how you play it straight. Bai Yi's teeth clenched in frustration. It was the same when he saved Yang Jie at the experimental base, and now guiding Yang Jie to break through. How could a person be so utterly heartless? Bai Yi still wanted to say a few more words, to chat casually with the tyrant, but after the breakthrough, the tyrant's fighting spirit was clearly heightened, and he suddenly attacked. Blade prison. Yang Jie's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and the surrounding metal instantly disintegrated, with rebar, iron shavings, and metal fragments floating in midair under the overwhelming surge of spiritual power. It transformed into a 100-meter-high silver tornado spinning at high speed. Countless tiny metal blades sliced through the air with a piercing screech, causing buildings to collapse and rubble to turn to dust wherever it passed. The terrifying silver metal storm, carrying the scent of death, surged toward Bai Yi. This was the first time Yang Jie had used a move he developed based on his extraordinary abilities during the battle on Black Mountain. Previously, even when besieged by many, he only simply manipulated metal for basic attack and defense. This shows how much he valued Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi did not want this kind of attention. The silver metal storm kept enlarging in his eyes, and the tiny metal sharpness cut into him, making his whole body tingle. He didn't look at the time. He knew it wasn't yet the moment because the time in his soul hadn't increased. He had never felt time so long. Bai Yi was now panicked, but in the eyes of others, it was a different scene. Confronted with the blade prison storm capable of tearing everything apart, this mysterious person still stood with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his robes, making them flutter loudly, yet it couldn't dispel the aura of a supreme being who looked down on the world. Clearly, before the 100-meter storm, the mysterious man was as insignificant as an ant, but in everyone's eyes, it seemed as if the situation had reversed. Time stopped. Buzz. A brilliant golden light rose from Bai Yi's feet. Recognized as an unparalleled strongman, he quickly stepped out of the range of the blade prison, then immediately lifted his head, stood with his hands behind his back, maintaining a commanding posture, taking 2 seconds. Now, he only had 3 seconds left. He didn't use the last moments to rush forward and kill Yang Jie. Because it simply wasn't enough time, he could only delay a little longer, waiting for midnight to arrive. Time resumed. Yang Jie's eyes suddenly sharpened, fixating on the empty space on the other side. The calm figure reflected in his eyes. Dressed in a thick, ink-black robe that fluttered in the wind, he faced the blade prison, yet not even his ham was soiled. Such speed. Teleportation? With his strength, he couldn't even see how the other avoided the blade prison. He and others like He Qianjun couldn't see it clearly anymore. They only saw that when the destructive blade prison storm approached, the mysterious figure vanished into thin air and appeared instantly on the other side. Powerful, but useless if you can't hit anyone. Bai Yi, like an elder practicing with a junior, was not in a hurry to attack but instead offered comments. To outsiders, he seemed terrifyingly strong, only he knew he was just stalling. But Yang Jie seemed to be stirred by the battle intent. With no more nonsense, he struck again. He clasped his hands together and lowly shouted, "Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet." Bai Yi's spirit instantly tensed to its peak. Facing such a formidable opponent, he was afraid that if he reacted even a moment too late, he would be killed instantly. But in the next second, he sensed something was wrong because Yang Jie did not attack. Under the control of vast spiritual power, the ground suddenly trembled, and all metal objects within 100 meters emitted a humming resonance. Street lamp poles twisted into liquid silver flows, car steel plates peeled away like paper, and even the metallic dust floating in the air was drawn by an invisible force, transforming into a silver-gray hurricane. Yang Jie's body erupted with ghostly blue arcs of electricity, not lightning, but the manifestation of his extraordinary ability. Under the influence of these arcs, all metals, including the silver dragon beneath his feet, began to disintegrate. Thousands of metal particles spun wildly around him, outlining the silhouette of a metallic skeleton in the air. Oh no! Is it a transformable humanoid Gundam? Bai Yi realized the trouble Yang Jia had seen through his elusive abilities, so he didn't rush to attack, but chose to create an absolute defense first, preventing a surprise attack from behind. After all, a top-tier powerhouse like the 10 Kings would fight with their brains. Gears and steel beams clanged and assembled themselves, liquid metal filling the gaps like a waterfall. Endless blue electrical currents flickered across the armor's surface. When the giant metal head finally closed its eyes, 100-meter-tall steel giant collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The entire city seemed to tremble beneath its feet. This was the tyrant's ultimate move, Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet. It was no surprise that the tyrant could become one of the 10 kings. Even the 12 zodiac animals knew that they could use sniper rifles to attack his fragile flesh from a distance. He himself couldn't be unaware of this. So, he developed the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet, an iron giant that could perfectly defend itself. An integrated steel colossus of offense and defense. Now, in front of Bai Yi, there was one bad news and an even worse news. The bad news was that, despite his continuous show-off, the time still hadn't come. The worst news was that, even when it did, it wouldn't matter at all. Because Yang Jia had completely wrapped himself in the steel torrent. Facing such a steel monster, even if he could freeze time for an extra minute, he wouldn't be able to kill Yang Jia's true body from within the 100-meter steel giant. Mr. Ying's Black Jiao and 300 wouldn't work either. First, shooting in a time-stop state was useless. The bullets would be frozen as soon as they left the barrel. Second, that gun couldn't break through the defense of the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet because it was made from alloy. From the experimental base, and alloy from an earlier era. This can't be happening. How can a battle be like this? Shouldn't it be that you test me first, then I test you, and after you keep pretending to be arrogant, I strike and take you out in one blow? No, what happened to that arrogance that belonged solely to the 10 kings? Even as 10 kings, they still defended themselves. The onlookers were also stunned. They had known Yang Jia was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. If Yang Jia had used the blade, prison and the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet from the start, they would have been dead long ago. However, when they saw the mysterious figure in black robes in the scene, they relaxed. Surely this mysterious strongman could win, right? With just a casual modification of Yang Jia's memories, a single word to help him break through, how could such a terrifying powerhouse possibly lose? They watched eagerly, placing all their hope on Bai Yi's inscrutable back. What could Bai Yi do now? Keep pretending better, even if it makes him cry. He'd finish pretending. A light laugh came from beneath the black mask. The farce should be coming to an end. A farce. Bai Yi's words suddenly made Yang Jia inside the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet feel a surge of crisis. It left He Qianjun and the others stunned. Such terrifying power displayed by the tyrant, and in his eyes, was it just a farce? I admit, your methods are mysterious, far beyond any extraordinary I've seen. But to defeat me, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Yang Jia's serious voice echoed from within the steel giant. Clearly, Bai Yi's act was so successful that even the tyrant was wary. However, the words of the tyrant differed from Bai Yi's expectations. In this scene, with such a situation, he couldn't help but say, I, Tyrant Yang Jia, in this era, am enough to be called the pinnacle of the age. I willingly acknowledge you as the strongest. Bai Yi's calm voice carried a hint of relief, like an elder seeing a promising junior. But he suddenly changed tone, a trace of regret mixed with his relief. That's only limited to this era. The constraints of the times have kept you from seeing the true scenery at the very top. Top of the peak? Now, that's something to look forward to. Inside the Steel Flow Heavenly Puppet, Yang Jie's eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, a long-lost fiery passion surged within him. That was the fighting spirit he had before becoming one of the 10 kings, when facing powerful enemies. His rise to the 10 kings was never by brute force, but through countless victories of the weak over the strong, step by step. Now, faced with the immense pressure brought by the mysterious person, his long cold blood was boiling anew. Yang Jia was ignited again, while Bai Yi was still pretending. Good fighting spirit. I hope I can enjoy myself a little more now. Today, the time is up. Feeling the ripple of time waves in his soul, Bai Yi, already at his wit's end, immediately changed his tone. Today, I can give you a chance to say your last words. White Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he strolled leisurely toward the steel giant. His steps were calm and unhurried, a tiny figure confronting the colossal behemoth, yet radiating an astonishing strength and serenity. However, his peripheral vision flicked toward In Xiaotong, who was bound nearby. Even though time had resumed, he was still delaying. Every extra step he took was a step closer, saving him from having to approach after time froze. After all, time is life. Those who waste time will ultimately be wasted by it. The tyrant had no last words. His answer was a steel fist falling from the sky. Suddenly, the enormous steel giant moved. Every step it took was enough to shake the earth, and the already battered ground was cracked beneath its tread. Boom! The roar of the steel giant was deafening, unleashing its full force in a final charge at White Yi, the mysterious strongman of the old era. The air suddenly tore apart, and above 100 meters in the sky, the giant's right arm suddenly raised, mechanical joints sparking with blinding blue electricity. Countless metal fists forged from molten steel descended from the heavens, shattering clouds and plunging downward with the force of thunder. Like a skyscraper crashing from the sky, carrying millions of tons of impact, it created visible shockwaves and vortexes in the air, tearing the atmosphere into sonic boom, clouds and awe-inspiring spectacle. Before the giant fist even reached, the wind pressure had already whipped the dust within dozens of meters into a spiraling vortex. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out, desperately fleeing from the tyrant, afraid of being killed by the residual shockwave. Some hid within the ruins, while others desperately scrambled up the debris. Boom! The deafening roar shattered eardrums, and the ground crazily sank under the heavy pressure, with cracks spreading out like a spiderweb from the impact point. The bottomless fissures extended beneath everyone's feet, causing panic and frantic dodging, fearing they might fall into the earth's crevices. Dust mixed with scorching metal steam shot straight into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud that obscured the sun. All were stunned, staring blankly at the sky filled with smoke and clouds. But at the very center of the storm, White Yi had vanished. He disappeared suddenly from everyone's sight, as if he had never existed. No one knew where he had gone, they only saw the steel fist crashing down. Time froze. White Yi roared inwardly, enduring for so long, and finally, the divine power he had been holding back burst forth without reservation. Golden patterns, like living creatures, wildly spread from the ground beneath him, transforming into a giant golden dial with a diameter of 100 meters. Brilliant golden light soared into the sky, as if a blazing sun had risen from the ground. The sound of 12 gears meshing announced the midnight bell ringing, and at this moment, time was completely frozen. In an instant, the world fell silent. The sky was filled with blood-colored dandelions, panicked crowds, and the 100-meter-tall steel giant. Everything was locked into the swirling vortex of golden light. The once noisy battlefield instantly became a silent museum of statues, with only the young man's jet-black cloak fluttering loudly, the sole movement in this frozen spacetime. At the moment time stopped, the mysterious, powerful figure in everyone's eyes moved. He broke into a sprint, like a racer nearing the finish line. Whoosh! White Yi dashed through the feet of the steel giant and directly reached the statue like In Xiaotong. The girl's frozen face, like a butterfly sealed in amber, had a few disheveled strands of hair sticking to her face, resembling frozen ink marks. Slightly parted lips revealed her inner shock. Looking at In Xiaotong, bound by rebar, White Yi said nothing and simply reached out to grab her, hand her over. The pure silver cross sword in Xiaotong's hand was snatched away by him. Now, the tyrant was hiding inside the steel giant, and the only way to break through his defenses was with the pure silver cross sword. White Yi clearly remembered how the pure silver cross sword had sliced through the alloy exterior of the experimental base. Strictly speaking, the silver cross sword was a manifestation of Xiaotong's extraordinary ability, requiring continuous mental energy to maintain. Otherwise, it would turn into nothingness. However, in the state of time being frozen, this trouble was avoided. With the divine artifact in hand, Bai Yi made no pause whatsoever. He turned his head and charged straight at the steel giant. His target was the giant's head. Just now, when Yang Jia had used the iron flow sky puppet, Bai Yi saw clearly that Yang Jia's true body was hidden inside the skull. Now, all he needed to do was climb onto the steel giant and cut down the tyrant with his sword. Anyone who has tried rock climbing knows how exhausting it is to ascend a 100-meter mountain barehanded. If the mountain isn't obvious enough, then a skyscraper is even more so. Bai Ye's tiny figure hung from the giant's leg like a pendant on a thigh. He was exerting all his strength, constantly climbing upward, like someone doing extreme sports, challenging a 100-meter skyscraper with bare hands. Fortunately, his physical fitness had been strengthened by the skeleton breath and the mutated crimson virus, surpassing normal human limits long ago. On the formidable Black Mountain, it might not be obvious, but if placed in the wasteland, he could easily command a town on his own. As each second passed, Bai Ye's heart began to bleed. Only those truly desperate for time to solve their problems would realize how damn fast time flies. It's like during an exam with 10 minutes left and you still have your final essay to write. In the gaze of everyone frozen in place, this mysterious powerhouse who even the tyrant fears, without any regard for image, stuck out his butt and climbed step by step onto the giant's head. Though his posture was ungraceful, his speed was definitely not slow. Luckily, no one saw it, otherwise Bai Yi would truly have no face to see anyone again. Breathing heavily, Bai Ye's eyes flashed with fierce light as he swung his sword with determination. Swish, swish, swish. Under the pure silver cross sword, the steel giant's head was sliced open as if cutting tofu. Tyrant, die, ha! Bai Ye was stunned in an instant. The inside of the metal skull actually contained a smaller metal skull. Swish, swish. The small metal skull was cut open, revealing an even smaller metal skull inside. I'll be damned, Tyrant, playing hide and seek with me? Feeling time slipping away rapidly, Bai Ye, furious and desperate, swung his sword with a vengeance, peeling away layers of his heart like an onion. When he finally reached the innermost layer, he saw that crimson figure at last. At this moment, Yang Jia was enveloped in a shroud of crimson blood energy, tightly wrapped and sealed. Bai Ye was instantly amused. So many layers of steel protection weren't enough, and now there was blood energy protecting him too? Now he finally understood why the 10 kings could be called the 10 kings. Even a tyrant who seemed arrogant and untouchable, once serious, was absolutely cautious to an astonishing degree. His arrogance in the past was simply because he had never encountered an opponent worth his full effort. Tyrant Yang Jia is a formidable character. Bai Ye had no hesitation whatsoever and struck boldly. His knuckles, defined and sharp, suddenly clenched the pure silver cross sword. The fierce blade sliced through the air, cutting through the tyrant's protective blood energy and throat. Just as the tyrant's concept dictated, the greatest respect for a strong person is to fight with all your might, holding the resolve to kill the opponent. Any hesitation, holding back, or mercy is an insult to strength. Feeling the slight resistance transmitted through the pure silver cross sword, Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. He realized that the tyrant was definitely not as fragile as the legend suggested. On the contrary, his physique was incredibly strong. The pure silver cross sword showed no resistance even against steel, yet when slashing through the tyrant and his blood energy protection, there was a faint sense of resistance, something utterly unbelievable. People always think the tyrant's weakness is his fragile body, but in reality, it's because no one can break through his extraordinary abilities to force him to use his formidable physique. His body was completely concealed by the radiant power emitted by his overwhelming strength. From this, it could be seen that even without his own intervention, Mr. Ing would not be able to kill the tyrant, at most, injure him. With this thought, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Mr. Ing, although it seems I killed you, in reality I saved your life. Otherwise, if you had truly fired that shot, you would have faced an enraged tyrant and surely met your death. Fortunately, I killed you beforehand, which is like indirectly saving you from the tyrant's grasp. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It's an act of virtue, and that's wonderful. While feeling comforted, Bai Ye also felt a trace of relief. Thank goodness he borrowed in Xiaotong's pure silver cross sword. Without this invincible divine weapon, with his own strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill the tyrant, not even break through the protective aura. Perhaps Mr. Ying's big sniper rifle could do it. Firing close to the face might work, but the big sniper is too heavy. Carrying it around would waste so much time. After dealing with the tyrant, Bai Ye didn't immediately leave. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the black obelisk in the tyrant's arms. Although the black obelisk wasn't the Pangayu, at least as a carrier. For the Pangayu, it was somewhat useful. Not taking it would be a waste. But the moment he touched the black obelisk, a shocking change suddenly occurred. This is. Bai Ye's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Due to the time constraints, he had no time to think carefully and quickly slid down from the steel giant. He slid so fast that he sprained his ankle upon landing. Limping, he hobbled over to Xiaotong, shoved the pure silver cross sword into her hand, then hurried back to his original position to strike a pose. He quickly brushed off the dust from his body, tidied his hair, straightened his back, and stood with his hands behind his back. Time resumed. In the eyes of everyone else, everything Bai Ye had just done did not exist within their timeline. They only saw the steel giant punch the ground, the earth crack open, dust and smoke billowing, and the mysterious strongman vanish without a trace. After a long while, the smoke and clouds settled. The massive figure of the steel giant reappeared, still maintaining the stance of pounding the ground with his fist, half kneeling on the earth. In front of him, the figure in black robe stood with his hands behind his back as if accepting a bow of homage. What exactly happened? The tyrant isn't moving anymore? Could it be that the mysterious strongman won? But I didn't see him make a move at all. Countless questions flashed through everyone's minds. At this moment, the figure standing with his hands behind his back slowly spoke. Is this all you've got? Tyrant Yang Jia. As his words fell, a scene that would be etched into their memories forever was vividly imprinted in their eyes. Under the moonlight, the iron-flowing Tian Kuei formed from the tyrant's extraordinary power and shimmering with a silver-white glow began to disintegrate. Clatter, clatter. Thousands of metal fragments splashed like a shower of stars. Silver-white metal waterfalls poured down from 100 meters above, reflecting the cold gleam of moonlight, intertwining with the rising dust and smoke into a strange mist. Then, what collapsed was not only the giant figure but also their spirits, along with the invincible title of the 10 Kings. Bang! The enormous silver-white metal head rolled down and stopped at Bai Ye's feet. On top of the head lay the barely breathing tyrant Yang Jia. His face was pale as paper, with a nearly severed wound around his neck, blood gushing out like a spring. His crimson armor was soaked through, making it appear even more blood-red. His eyes began to glaze over, becoming hollow and cold, reflecting Bai Ye's shadow within. Is this the pinnacle of the world's grandeur? I've witnessed it. Ha ha ha! The tyrant who once ruled the world with absolute dominance laughed in his final moments. Before dying, he used his last strength to turn his head, and in Xiaotong's figure entered his sight. The moonlight flowed along his fading pupils, and in a hazy moment, the chirping of cicadas on the training ground pierced through over a decade of time, echoing in his ears. That summer, Tang Duo, with her crooked ponytail, sweat sliding down her jawline into her training uniform collar, stubbornly handed him the last bottle of water. Yang Jia, you failed the gun test again, you idiot. Come on, I'll teach you how to shoot. Yang Jia felt a slight itch at the tip of his nose, a sensation left by Tang Duo's hairbrush as she turned around. He took the warm gun again, raised his head, and saw Tang Duo, bloodied and lifeless, after killing the teacher. Tang Duo held his hand, her pale face expressionless, without a hint of a smile. Come on, shoot. I've taught you how, she said calmly. Bang! Amidst the roar of gunfire, the tyrant's life came to an end. Yang Jia's life also concluded. Silence, and almost deathly quiet. If not for the invasion of the Crimson Virus, He Qianjun and the others might still be immersed in the shock of the tyrant's death. Someone capable of killing the tyrant was already shocking enough, but what stunned them even more was that until the tyrant died, they hadn't seen clearly how he was killed. Could we really not even see how the mysterious person made their move? Among everyone present, perhaps only in Xiaotong was closest to the truth. She was equally shocked, yet in her surprise, she looked at the pure silver cross sword in her hand with doubt. The warmth from the sword's hilt, was it an illusion? At this moment, Bai Yi turned around, and the black metal mask on his face caught everyone's attention. Although he showed no terrifying aura, it still frightened everyone into forgetting how to breathe. I don't like crowds, a calm voice came from beneath the mask, as if a divine decree, awakening everyone. Ultimately, the older He Qianjun understood the situation and quickly bowed, cautiously saying, Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving us. We will leave at once. The others also reacted, hurriedly saying they would immediately run away. Some exaggerated, even knelt on the ground, tearfully expressing their gratitude and the grace of rebirth. Some genuinely appreciated, but others merely wanted to show off and get closer to the mysterious powerful figure. Amidst the crowd's endless thanks, the mysterious man in the black robe silently vanished into thin air. The crowd looked at each other, some wanting to say something but being firmly pulled back by their companions. Hurry up! Didn't you hear what the master said? If you want to die, don't drag me down. Many rushed toward the exit blocked by metal debris, frantically pulling at the clutter, afraid that a single second's delay would anger the mysterious strongman. Others, with flickering eyes, showed greed when passing by Yang Jia's corpse. They clearly remembered that Yang Jia had taken a black obelisk from the experimental base. Even if it wasn't as valuable as the Pangayu disc, it was definitely a treasure. But a quick glance revealed that the black obelisk was missing. A few exchanged glances, their hearts suddenly chilled, filled with inexplicable fear. It must have been that master who took the black obelisk. Thinking of the connection to that master, they scrambled and crawled toward the exit in terror. Yi Go, where did you go just now? I didn't see you, Li Yu asked suspiciously, looking at Bai Yi beside him. He vaguely remembered Bai Yi had disappeared at the beginning, but later, due to the shocking and intense scene, he hadn't paid attention anymore. Now that Bai Yi reappeared, he finally remembered to ask. Went to pee, Bai Yi casually replied. You can pee at a time like this? Bai Yi reached out and patted Li Yu's shoulder, making him grimace in disgust. Amidst the joking and laughter, Bai Yi's eyes flickered with strange light. He looked down at himself, tattered clothes, a few bare patches on his chest, looking no different from before. But he knew, it was different now. That black obelisk had merged into his body. What exactly was that thing? Recalling everything he saw when killing Yang Jia, he still found it unbelievable. Clearly, time was in a static state, yet the moment he touched the black obelisk, something bizarre happened. The black obelisk, as if ignited by black wax candles, rapidly melted into a pool of black substance. Immediately after, the black matter surged and boiled, with countless branches growing out from within. In an instant, it transformed into a towering black tree, its branches seemingly extending infinitely, reaching into the void. At that moment, everything within Bai Yi's sight was this towering black tree. He was startled, feeling as if in a moment of stillness and time, the only active person suddenly saw another lively, bouncing figure, an eerie, ghostly sense of shock. And what surprised him even more was yet to come. This towering black tree seemed capable of infinite growth, like the Big Bang of the universe. When he stared directly at it, his retina felt as if it was suddenly torn into countless fragments. although the human eye could only see one side of. The black tree, Bai Yi saw all its facets, even every branch. The black tree was constantly changing, like a shattered black galaxy, breaking apart, reassembling, then shattering again. Its surface simultaneously displayed both complete and broken states, contradictory, yet coexisting. Moreover, each of its growths defied logical rules. Branches extending to the left would mysteriously appear on the right side out of thin air, unfathomable and unpredictable. As he gazed at the infinitely growing black tree, Bai Yi even had a ridiculous thought: if it kept growing like this, perhaps it would eventually envelop the entire world? But then, as his mind moved, the black water, reverting into a pool of black substance, which then flowed along his palm and merged into his body. At that moment, he had no time to think further, because time was running out. Soon after, he descended from the steel giant, began to pose. After intimidating everyone, he once again used the power of time to freeze everything, then took, casually tossly, Zhao's clothes into a ruin, and returned to the crowd. He couldn't afford to waste time dressing Li Xiao again. After all, Li Xiao was an extraordinary being, not so easily frozen. Brother Yi, let's go quickly. Li Yu's urging voice interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. Bai Yi looked up and saw that the metal debris blocking the exit had been cleared by everyone's combined effort. They all fled as if escaping for their lives. Gao Banchang was also carrying Li Xiao, running step by step, while Xiao Kuei, arms crossed over her chest, tilted her head and urged behind him, occasionally kicking him. Without Yang Jie's ability constraints, and Xiaotong also unfastened the steel bars on herself and headed toward the outside world. Bai Yi followed the crowd, moving through the pitch-black tunnel. He was somewhat absent-minded, still thinking about the black substance, the towering black tree that could grow infinitely in the static time. His intuition told him that the black substance was very important, perhaps even more so than the Panguyu. Well, actually, no need for intuition. Any fool could see that the black substance was crucial. After a long while, a streak of silver-white moonlight suddenly entered Bai Yi's line of sight. He snapped back to reality, realizing he had already left the 189 refuge and was back outside. A silver moon hung high above the black mountain, not perfectly round, and even less beautiful than the moon inside the 189 refuge, but it was real. He saw Li Qianjun and the others descending the mountain without looking back, each fleeing from Black Mountain. Because they were still immersed in Bai Yi's lingering aura, and because Bai Yi had said he disliked crowds, they didn't know how far the mysterious person wanted them to go. All they knew was that the farther, the better. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. These powerful individuals from all over Baiman, backed by complex forces and with such a major incident on Black Mountain, would surely send the news back. It's easy to imagine that by tomorrow the mysterious person would have killed the tyrant Yang Jia in an instant, suspected to possess the Pangayu, and this news would rise like the sun over Baiman, gradually ascending. The sky over Baiman was about to change. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the passage of the 189 refuge. Countless surging flames erupted from the entrance, frightening everyone into hurriedly dodging. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Amid everyone's shocked gazes, a silver flash cut through the flames, and in Xiaodong's figure suddenly burst out. The silver-white knight armor shimmered under the flames, like a knight breaking free from the inferno, stepping through rolling waves of heat, returning to the human world. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he watched in Xiaodong's figure. He probably guessed what had happened. It was likely that in Xiaotong, worried that the mutated crimson virus might escape from Shelter 189 and threaten the world, had blown up the entrance. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. This was just in Xiaotong's style, saving people in Grey Soil Town, threatening the tyrant with his life in Shelter 189 to release everyone, and now destroying the entrance. This young night girl had been executing justice in her own way from the very beginning. Sealing the entrance wasn't something only in Xiaotong had thought of. Many others had considered it, such as the gene-modified beings like Silver Serpent. Dawn City, the closest to Black Mountain, was their territory. Once the crimson virus invaded, they would be the first to suffer. But Silver Serpent didn't blow up the entrance. Not because they didn't want to, but because they dared not. In their hearts, the mysterious person was suspected to be a leftover from the old era, possibly someone from Shelter 189. If they blew up the entrance, it would be like smashing someone's door. Who would dare to do that? And Xiaotong dared. Risking offending the mysterious figure, she still chose to stop the spread of the mutated crimson virus and protect the world. After destroying the entrance, and Xiaotong left alone, stepping into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Old Li, Brother Bai, do any of you have a place to go? If it's not urgent, I, Gao, will host a banquet for everyone. After all, we've shared life and death together. Gao Banchang looked at everyone with anticipation. Xiao Yilong chuckled. Boss Gao's kind invitation, I naturally accept. Honestly, just witnessing the battle between the mysterious person and the tyrant left my mind still racing. I need a drink to calm my nerves. Li Baidian from the silent court also seemed to have no plans to leave within Xiaotong, instead smiling and saying, drinking sounds good, I'll drink. Gao Banchang was overjoyed, quickly turning to Bai Yi and Li Yu. Do you think Mr. Li and Brother Xiao drinking is no problem? Bai Yi readily agreed. He had endured enough hardship in Grey Soil Town. He wanted to indulge in wine and pleasure. He wanted to forget his troubles. But where should we go? To drink? Not at your Wanwanjing, right? How far is Black Mountain from Wanwanjing? Gao Banchang chuckled and shook his head. If you all want to go to Wanwanjing, I'd be happy to welcome you, but Wanwanjing is too far, only accessible by train from Dawn City. I plan for us to first head to the nearest Dawn City and have a good drink there. Alright, Bai Yi nodded. Grey Soil Town was finished. He had nowhere to stay anyway, so going to Dawn City was no problem. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten what In Shao Tong had said, the Panga USB drive might be in the hands of the 12 Zodiac Hidden Mouse. Seeing Bai Yi agree, Liu also nodded in acceptance of Gao Banchang's invitation. Gao Banchang was overjoyed, but then his expression dimmed again. Yesterday, we drank happily in Black Mountain, such a carefree moment. Now, it's just a few of us left. Sigh, ha. He suddenly looked surprised, turning his head to look at Li Xiao behind him. It turned out that Li Xiao had woken up. Where is this? Hiss. It's so cold. Li Xiao opened his eyes, feeling only intense pain all over, as if his bones had shattered. Not only that, he felt an unusual chill. The cold wind hit his skin directly, as if he was naked. Gao Banchang looked at him with a strange expression and gently lowered Li Xiao down. We've already left shelter 189. We're still in Black Mountain, just about to descend the mountain. Already out. Li Xiao was stunned at first, then his expression lit up with joy. So, does that mean the tyrant has been taken out by my shadow dart? Everyone. Oh no, he's lost his mind. What are you all looking at me like that for? Do you think Li Xiao's words cut off abruptly as his peripheral vision caught sight of his bare chest, and he fell silent, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he stared at his own body, then reached out to touch the black mask on his face, only to find his hand met nothing but air. A complex swirl of shame, terror, and astonishment flashed across his face, like changing masks. At this moment, his state fully demonstrated what it meant to be desperate enough to wish he could find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Li Xiao desperately wanted to escape, but his pride wouldn't allow it, because that would only make him look more shameful. So, Li Xiao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The crowd. A group of people simply surrounded a naked man, exchanging bewildered glances. They knew Li Xiao was pretending to faint, and Li Xiao also knew they knew he was pretending, but he still chose to collapse clumsily, because this was the best way he could think of to handle the awkwardness. After a long while, Gao Banchang awkwardly said, I'll carry him. Let me do it, Xiao Yi volunteered. After all, he was an extraordinary person. Though injured, his physique was still stronger than that of an ordinary person. Then, I'll help him put on some clothes. Li Baidian suddenly produced a garment from nowhere, serving as the last piece of cover for Li Xiao's shame. In such a bizarre, stiflingly funny atmosphere, everyone gradually moved toward the outside of Heishan. After walking for a while, Gao Banchang leaned over to Bai Yi and whispered, Brother Bai Yi, I was wrong to misunderstand you before. Ha? Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. I thought you were just venomous and scheming, but I didn't expect that just now. You actually knew how to save face for Li Xiao and didn't mock him, Gao Banchang said softly. Bai Yi. He hadn't meant to mock, but he forgot, because his attention was entirely focused on the black substance. Speaking of the black substance, it was no lie to say he was worried. After going to Heishan, he ended up with two things on him, a mutated scarlet virus and the black substance. He felt that if this continued, he might stop being human altogether. The mutated scarlet virus was somewhat tolerable, at least it granted him superhuman recovery. But what about the black substance? Since it entered his body, he hadn't felt a single change, as if everything he saw before was just an illusion. Why was it that Yang Jia could hold the black substance without issue, but as soon as I touched it, it merged into my body? Bai Yi pondered for a long time and finally concluded, it must be because I'm more handsome than Yang Jia. Ah, why is that? The black substance probably isn't harmful to the body, right? Wait. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps all of this was related to the time stopping, because he had touched the black substance while in a state of suspended time. Meanwhile, the black substance ignored the time freeze and transformed into a towering black tree. This meant that to unravel the mystery of the black substance, perhaps the only way was to do so in a state of time freeze. Thinking of this, he felt like 1,000 claws were scratching his heart, itching unbearably. After fighting Yang Jia, his time was once again running out, only 3 seconds left. At this point, he definitely couldn't waste time exploring the secret of the black substance. He could only wait. On the peak of Heishan, the painter stared at the canvas in shock, where the crimson figure had already disappeared. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at the canvas again, rubbed and looked repeatedly, tears even welling up. I didn't expect you and the tyrant to be so close. You'd still cry after he's dead? Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly beside him. I'm really curious now, how much did the Apocalypse Company pay you to take on the task of killing your loved ones? The painter wiped his tears, his eyes red, and said seriously, now is not the time for jokes. The tyrant is dead. Huh, I saw them disappear from the canvas. Gu Huangquan nodded. It wasn't me, he added quietly. After a long pause, he asked, was it someone outside the script? The painter nodded gravely. Do you know what that means? That means you can now go ahead and settle the bill with Enlightenment Corporation without guilt. The painter suddenly snapped, furious. You don't know a damn thing. Money, 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 you're just reaching into the coffin to die for cash. Who the hell dares to collect that money? Do you realize this means a remarkable person has appeared in Baimang, someone capable of changing? The entire landscape of Baimang, things are about to change. Gu Huanchuan's face remained expressionless. Whether things change or not, I don't care. I only know we need to run as far as possible, before he notices us. Not only can he repeatedly destroy your fate fixed, but he can also kill the tyrant. We can't afford to provoke someone like that. After speaking, Gu Huangquan turned and ran, his eyes devoid of any lingering attachment to his friend. The painter hurriedly called out, Hey, 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 wait for me. The two of them, one after the other, like a gentle breeze through the forest, vanished in an instant. From the wind, faintly, the sound of their conversation could be heard. Gu Huangquan, you're on the wrong path. That's the way to shelter 189. I know. Then why are you still going? I'm going to collect the tyrant's body. Shelter 189. This grand underground city, a relic of the old era, had stood for a century. Today, it finally met its end. Destroyed by the tyrant, it became an endless expanse of ruins. And it also turned into the burial ground of the tyrant Yang Jia. The sickle-shaped moon cast a cold, silent silver glow pouring down from the broken clouds, draping the scarred city ruins in a layer of silvery white. Amidst the broken walls and debris, a body clad in crimson armor lay quietly on the cold ground, fragments of the scarlet armor scattered like blood-crying roses. The moonlight gently brushed the man's pale face, outlining his sharp features. His hollow eyes no longer held the fierce sharpness they once had. Yang Jia lay alone among the ruins, his eyes unfocused, yet a gentle smile played at the corner of his lips. That was the only tenderness left from the tyrant, only for Tang Duo. His chest no longer rose and fell, the wound at his neck silently told of life's departure. Around him, in the wreckage, tiny specks of crimson virus emerged from the debris, slowly rising into the air. Gradually, above the ruins, blood-colored dandelions floated in the sky. They rubbed against the air, producing a rustling sound, tiny, yet clear in this empty city, like a red snowstorm. Sweeping in, it seemed as if the entire world was holding a final funeral for this body. Who says the heavens are unkind? The wind and snow carry a person away. Slowly, the blood-colored dandelions appeared to be drawn by the fresh blood flowing from Yang Jie's body, gathering little by little. 1, 2, 3. Fine crimson tendrils rooted into Yang Jie's corpse, countless blood threads weaving into a dense web inside him. Soon, the bloodlines burst out from his broken neck, knitting his wounds as if weaving a sweater. Yang Jia was completely covered by the blood-colored dandelions, his pale skin contrasting with the crimson of the flowers. Suddenly, one of his fingers twitched silently. The dead must not be defiled, a cold, deep voice suddenly echoed. A man dressed in a black suit, wearing white gloves, slowly approached Yang Jie's side. Gently, the gloved hand waved, and an invisible yet mighty force became a gentle breeze that brushed over Yang Jie's body. In an instant, all the crimson virus attached to Yang Jia was eradicated. The man crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching the crimson armor. In the next moment, a dull hum sounded from the ground. Cracks like a spider's web spread out beneath the corpse. Dark purple soil churned as if boiling. A black coffin broke through the earth, enveloping Yang Jie's body. The surface of the black coffin shimmered with ghostly light, with veins of dark brown bloodstains, exuding a strong aura of decay and death. Ah! The man sighed deeply. No matter if you're ranked among the 10 kings with overwhelming strength, in the end, you'll still end up curled up in this 8 feet 3 inches coffin. The most fair thing in this world is death. He gently tapped on the black coffin, causing the soil beneath it to silently churn and surge, like a muddy swamp, causing the black coffin to sink deeper and deeper until it was completely buried underground. The man shook his head and turned away, his gaunt figure stretched long by the moonlight. He sighed softly, black wood for the coffin, locking the soul and bones, the yellow springs as earth to stabilize the spirit platform. The mysterious patterns carve the oath of life and death, blood draws the hook of the soul, and the spirit comes naturally. Clapping sounds suddenly erupted. What a poem! What a poem! Gu Huangquan, I didn't expect you to be able to compose poetry? The painter appeared from somewhere, winking and teasing. Come on, how much did you pay for that? Bang! Ugh! Gu Huangquan silently retracted his fist, looking at the painter who was bending over and retching, and said calmly, I just don't like showing off like you do. And I can do more than just write poetry, I can fight too. The painter glared angrily. You really think I can't beat you? That's because I refuse to fight. Believe it or not, I could draw you to death with a single stroke. Gu Huangquan turned his head back, expressionless, staring at him, making the painter feel uneasy. The painter's face slightly changed, he forced a dry laugh and tried to change the subject. The mutated crimson virus has appeared, bringing disaster. Who knows how many will die this time? Someone like you, why would you care about that? What do you mean, someone like me? When all the people are dead, where am I supposed to eat, drink, or take a sauna? Fair enough. My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. Let's spend the night in the car today and head to Dawn City early tomorrow morning. Gao Banchang panted heavily. As the saying goes, it's easier to climb up than to come down. He's just an ordinary person, and he's overweight. Having walked for a long while, he was already drenched in sweat. He carefully glanced at Xiao Kuei, who was crossing her arms, and felt a deep nostalgia for the days when Xiao Kuei carried him on her back. You fatso! What are you staring at me with those eyes? Xiao Kuei looked at him with disgust, her eyes half-closed with impatience. Gao Banchang was startled and hurriedly explained, I what? Although I am a gentle, adorable, naturally beautiful little maid, I only do what a maid is supposed to do. Don't think that just because you paid to buy me, you can do those over-the-top things to me. Gao Banchang froze. Sister, you're made of alloy all over. How could I be overstepping? Xiao Kuei, you misunderstood. I just wanted to. Thinking is also a crime. Xiao Kuei suddenly flared up like a cat with its fur on end, fierce and aggressive. Don't think I don't know what you're really planning. You want to drag me somewhere alone, tie me up, and then do something terrible? Gao Banchang was so frightened he hurriedly covered Xiao Kuei's mouth. He looked around at the others, who all stared at him with strange eyes. He was extremely embarrassed and kept explaining, everyone, don't listen to Xiao Kuei's nonsense. She's infected with the crimson virus and her mind is messed up. Gao Banchang jumped up as if electrocuted, gasping coldly, my foot. Are you really stepping on it? My foot is made of flesh. Xiao Kuei glared at him fiercely, her cheeks pink and puffed like a little steamed bun. Humph, did I give you a good stomp? Gao Banchang. Good. When Xiao Kuei's alloy foot stomped on him, it felt no different from being hammered on the foot with a hammer. The others watched this farce with strange expressions. The crimson virus was truly miraculous, it had completely transformed the normally silent robot maid. Bai Ye's thoughts diverged from everyone else's. He seriously suspected that the crimson virus had restored Xiao Kuei's factory settings. The old master of Xiao Kuei might have deliberately programmed her with this personality. But over time, most of Xiao Kuei's functions had been damaged, and now they had been repaired by the crimson virus. TSK, the old days sure were extravagant. Let's go quickly. Black Mountain isn't safe after all, Bai Yi urged. Actually, the danger he referred to wasn't the mutated beasts on Black Mountain, but the Bai Zhe that might reappear at any moment. Indeed, Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, carrying the unconscious Ling Li Xiao on his back. The next moment, a roar. In the dark forest, several beast howls suddenly erupted. Bai Ye's face darkened. Since arriving on Black Mountain, he had discovered that he possessed the potential to be a crow's mouth. He looked toward the sound and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. What the hell is this? Mutated beast? It looks just like a ghost. In the distance, on a tree, two humanoid creatures with ghastly white faces, seemingly cloaked in black robes, stood silently, their eyes fixed intently on the crowd. It's an Azura monk-faced monkey. Li Badian flipped his palm, drawing his twin guns. He stared at the shadow in the tree without hesitation and fired instantly. Bang bang! Two bullets traced curved arcs through the air, accurately bypassing the trees in the forest and hitting the monkey's head. Soon, the two humanoid creatures with white faces and black fur fell from the trees. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Thanks to Li Baiqian's reminder, he remembered seeing this kind of monkey in short videos in his previous life. Monk-faced monkey. Although they are monkeys, they look just like ghosts, and at night these monk-faced monkeys are as terrifying as people wearing white masks, extremely frightening and scary. But in reality, monk-faced monkeys are among the more docile monkeys. Of course, no matter how gentle a monkey is, once it turns into a mutated beast, it becomes highly aggressive. Li Badian retracted his guns. Done. He suddenly froze, only to see the two mutated monk-faced monkeys standing silently, their heads riddled with large holes. Countless blood vessels intertwined within the wounds, quickly filling their skulls. Mutated crimson virus. Everyone was instantly alarmed. At the 189 refuge, they had witnessed the terror of the mutated crimson virus. Infected individuals almost possessed an immortal body, with no fatal weaknesses. They only die when their internal energy and blood are completely exhausted. Damn it! The mutated crimson virus has leaked again. Didn't the Black Knight blow up the entrance? Li Badian said gravely. It should have been when the entrance was still open before and it escaped, Bai Yi replied in a deep voice. Initially, the entrance remained open until Yang Jie sealed it later, so the crimson virus had plenty of time to spread outside. Now, this is a problem. No one knew better than Bai Yi how terrifying the mutated crimson virus was. 100 years ago, the crimson virus was one of the main causes of the Great Catastrophe. Now, a century later, with the mutated crimson virus appearing again, does humanity have to endure another disaster? Unfortunately, even knowing that the mutated crimson virus has leaked, there's nothing they can do. Black Mountain is so vast, how can they eliminate all infected individuals and destroy all the viruses? I'll do it, Bai Yi said, pulling out the bone breath. Bang bang! Two crimson bullets shot out with a roar. This time, he didn't miss, because the two monk-faced monkeys were still in the recovery stage, essentially fixed targets. The energy and blood attached to the bullets instantly extinguished the monkey's vitality. At the same time, two streams of energy and blood returned to Bai Yi. it could only be considered a slight improvement. Since he was infected with the mutated crimson virus and gained powerful regenerative abilities and enhanced physique, the help from the bone breath's energy and blood was diminishing. After all, it was a snake-level taboo item. Even dragon-level taboo items couldn't infinitely strengthen the user's power, let alone the lowest-tier snake level. Perhaps divine taboo items might have that potential. So far, he had only encountered 2 divine taboo items, whether it was 039 by Zay or 169 twin monkeys, both were eerily powerful beyond reason. By Zay, needless to say, was so strong that even the tyrant couldn't avoid his influence. 169 seemed to have no attack ability, but was equally hard to defend against. And Xiao Tong's strength was definitely not weak, yet she was still forcibly swapped into another body without resistance, enough to prove the point. If taboo items are powerful weapons, divine taboo items are more like rule-based weapons. Under the rules, no matter how strong you are, you must obey. Thinking of taboo items, Bai Yi suddenly remembered the second taboo item he had picked up in the wild forbidden object of the Jiao-level black mysterious eerie face. We still don't know how to contain it yet. Hey, humorous dart thrower, it's time to wake up, isn't it? Bai Yi leaned over to Li Xiao and nudged him. Li Xiao's eyes were tightly closed, still pretending to be unconscious. Zhao's expression was strange as he said, "Little white brother, Li Xiao hasn't recovered yet, so let him faint a little longer." Bai Yi smiled slightly, deliberately exaggerating, "Not recovered yet? You guys underestimate the strength of the humorous dart thrower too much. He's the man who retreated after battling the 10 kings. Moreover, that mysterious powerhouse clearly has a connection with him. Otherwise, why would the mysterious powerhouse only take Li Xiao's mask and not others?" Li Xiao, still unconscious, twitched his ears slightly, obviously listening in. Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Is it possible that others don't have masks, so?" Bai Ye's face darkened. "The Black Knight also has a mask, doesn't she? Then could it be because the Black Knight is a woman, and her mask is smaller?" "You bastard." Bai Yi took a deep breath. Anyway, Li Xiao has indeed gained the favor of the mysterious powerhouse. It can be imagined that after tomorrow the name humorous dart thrower will resound throughout the world. Cough cough, suddenly, a coughing sound rang out. Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes, feigning clumsiness. As he said, "Where is this?" "Everyone." Bai Yi was overjoyed, he knew exactly how to handle Li Xiao. "We're about to leave Black Mountain soon. You've finally woken up. Quickly tell us about your connection with the mysterious powerhouse. After all, among us, only you and he have had contact. When he took your mask, did you see his true face? What mysterious powerhouse? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Li Xiao, with a look of confusion, got off Zhao's back as if he truly didn't know. But in fact, he knew everything. During this feigned fainting, the most discussed topic among everyone was the mysterious powerhouse killing the tyrant. He had heard it all. Bai Yi wanted to extract the containment conditions for the black mysterious eerie face from Li Xiao's mouth, so he had to cooperate with his act. He succinctly recounted the events to Li Xiao. Li Xiao suddenly realized it was that senior who made the move. Bai Yi's eyes widened suddenly. "Are you kidding me? What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Xiao didn't know what Bai Yi was thinking, he only felt that Bai Yi was shocked. Not only Bai Yi was shocked, but others also cast curious glances. "Li Xiao, do you know that mysterious powerhouse?" Gao Banchang exclaimed. Li Xiao nodded heavily, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. "That was on a night 5 years ago. I remember the moon that night wasn't full, it looked like it had been bitten by the legendary Tengu, leaving only a crescent. I had just awakened not long before that. An extraordinary organization saw my talent and insisted I join them. I was used to being free and refused. Those people were furious. They said that with my talent, I would definitely become a top-tier extraordinary in the future. Such a genius, if not used by the organization, could only be destroyed." Bai Yi. He wanted to give Li Xiao a thumbs-up. "Talent. Absolute talent. Even if you're not an extraordinary, with your storytelling ability, you could write novels and not go hungry." "And then?" Gao Banchang urged. Bai Yi was stunned. "Do you really believe that?" Li Xiao enjoyed the feeling of being watched by everyone. It slowly repaired his severely damaged self-esteem. "They sent no fewer than 18 extraordinary experts to hunt me down. Unfortunately, I had just awakened, outnumbered, and after killing 10 of them, my mental strength was severely depleted, and I fell into a disadvantage." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange. They're not fools. If 18 extraordinary experts were fighting you alone and you still managed to kill 10, you could hardly be serious. Even the 10 kings, when they first awakened, didn't have such combat power. Boasting should have some logic, right? After finishing, Li Xiao also felt he might have exaggerated a bit, so he hurriedly skipped this part. Just as I was on the brink of death, that mysterious powerhouse appeared. He was dressed entirely in black as ink, wearing a black mask on his face, standing atop the roof, his silhouette merging with the bright moon. The moment he appeared, the world fell into complete silence, as if time itself had frozen. Bai Yi almost couldn't hold it together. If I weren't the one involved, I might have actually believed it. And then? Gao Banchang was truly an excellent straight man. No wonder Li Xiao was willing to play along with him. And then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rose sharply. A mysterious powerhouse, just with a glance, wiped out the 18 extraordinary individuals chasing me in an instant. Bai Yi couldn't take it anymore. You didn't say that you killed 10 of the 18. Li Xiao shot him a glare. Stop interrupting. What I mean is, the mysterious powerhouse not only eliminated the living but also erased the bodies of those extraordinary people. Later, I asked him why he saved me. He said, "Young man, I see your talent is outstanding. I can't bear for you to perish here. Otherwise, the future world would be missing a lot of brilliance without you." I asked him who he was. He said, "Only after you become the 10 kings will you be qualified to know my name. Work hard to grow stronger. I've been lonely at the peak for too long, too long." Gao Banchang suddenly exclaimed, "So this is the reason you've always wanted to become the 10 kings?" Li Xiao nodded vigorously. "Although he doesn't need me to repay him, I've always kept this kindness in my heart. Once I become the 10 kings, I will find him to thank him." Bai Yi was completely stunned. "Are you two performing a double act?" He had no face left to listen anymore, his toes nervously digging into the ground in embarrassment. So, according to you, the Black Mask was originally the mysterious powerhouses, not something he stole from you?" Li Xiao immediately snapped. "What are you talking about? Such a powerful person wouldn't steal my stuff. The Black Mask was given to me by him. He thought I was young and ambitious, with a sharp edge, so he gave me the taboo item Black Mysterious illusory face that can conceal one's aura, hoping I could grow steadily. He said that once I had enough strength to protect myself, he would take back the Black Mysterious illusory face." Gao Banchang suddenly realized, so, the reason the mysterious powerhouse appeared this time was to retrieve the Black Mysterious illusory face, but when he saw you in danger, he intervened, killed the tyrant, and saved you? Cough cough. Li Xiao's ears turned slightly red, his gaze flickering. As he said, "That's not quite right. The mysterious powerhouse is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the tyrant slaughtering innocents, so he stepped in to help. Of course, saving me was part of his reason." Bai Yi finally understood. Today what it truly meant: when you go out, your identity is something you give yourself. And it's you, the humorous dart thrower. He couldn't listen any longer and quickly asked, "Since the Black Mysterious illusory face belongs to that mysterious powerhouse, it must be very powerful. It can't just have the ability to hide its aura, right?" Li Xiao nodded. "You're right. The Black Mysterious illusory face does have other abilities, but I'm not very clear on them because I can only use them after accepting it." "You haven't accepted it? The acceptance conditions are strict?" "The conditions aren't that harsh. You just need to cut off your own face skin and offer it as a sacrifice. That's not harsh at all." Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, Li Xiao cleared his throat. "This kind of thing is naturally nothing to me. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, but I respect that mysterious powerhouse. That's his thing. How could I claim it as my own? That's why I haven't accepted it." Hearing this, Bai Yi turned around and walked away, distancing himself from Li Xiao. He simply couldn't listen anymore. Who cares who's listening? As everyone continued forward, listening to Li Xiao boast, Bai Yi silently pondered. Cutting off his face skin? No wonder he felt the Black Mysterious illusory face's craving for skin when he put it on. Doesn't that mean once accepted, you can't have a face anymore? The benefits were clear, but what about the drawbacks? It seemed there were none. To others, being shameless is equivalent to disfigurement, but to Bai Yi, it's nothing at all. After all, with his super strong regenerative ability, he can recover quickly after tearing off his face. However, he can't do it now. Any fool would know he's a mysterious powerhouse. After a long while, everyone finally found the car at the foot of the mountain that Gao Banchang had mentioned. There were 6 modified off-road vehicles in total, belonging to Gao Banchang and his companions, though most of those people had died, leaving the cars quite abundant. Out of respect for Liu, everyone specifically allocated one vehicle for him and Bai Yi. Originally, Gao Banchang and the others planned to rest in the car for the night before setting out again, but after seeing the monk-faced monkey infected with the crimson virus, everyone felt it was unsafe here and decided to leave overnight. The wasteland at night is indeed very dangerous, but with Mr. Li, Li Xiao, Xiaoyi, and Li Beidian present, they could handle any threats. The convoy set out majestically toward Dawn City. On the vehicle, Liu saw no one around and finally shed his disguise as a powerhouse, slouching lazily against the seat. "Brother Yi, we made a huge profit on this trip to Heishan." He picked up his worn-out burlap bag and started pulling out money. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A total of 1.25 million. And some people didn't even bring money, they gave watches and gold. "All this money is enough for us to enjoy ourselves in Dawn City." Bai Yi shot him a glance. "Thanks, huh?" Li Yu was stunned. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for being happy for me." "Ha? Ha what? All this money is mine. Later, you can take out 10,000 as a labor fee." Li Yu's face fell. "Brother Yi, you can't treat me like this. I even gave you ginseng when you were unconscious." "You know what? I almost forgot, you don't need to take that 10,000 anymore. Right now, you still owe me 1.99 million. Li Yu." Bai Yi, distracted, drove the car, and in the rearview mirror, the dark mountain looked especially terrifying at night, like a lurking beast of fear beneath the earth. Finally, they left that damned place behind. This trip to Heishan was truly a nightmare, especially the part where he entered Xiao Tong's body. Thankfully, he got out. The most critical thing was that, after suffering so much, he didn't find the Panga USB drive. Instead, his body had absorbed some unknown black substance. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Plus, the quality of this broken-down car was terrible. Its engine generated a lot of heat, making the interior stifling. He wanted to open the window for ventilation but couldn't. On the night wasteland, many unknown mutated insects flew about. If he got bitten, he'd be in trouble again. It's so damn hot. Li Zua, use your magic hand to fan me. Brother Yi, you're a bit insulting now. My magic hand. I fan. My magic hand is for fanning air. Seeing Bai Yi raise his fist, Li Yu immediately backed down and used his magic hand to create a breeze. Brother Yi, hold on a bit longer. Once we reach Dawn City, life will be good. Bai Yi replied perfunctorily. Li Yu, meanwhile, started to get excited. Let me tell you, Brother Yi, when it's hot in the city, you don't even need a fan. They have something called, what was it? Air conditioning. This thing can blow cold air. Oh, from your expression, I can tell you don't believe me. Brother Yi, although you're very strong, your experience isn't as broad as mine. I'm not bragging. Do you know my second uncle? He's a proper city person. If he hadn't died early, I would have gone to the city to join him long ago. When I was a kid, I visited the city once to find my second uncle. It was summer, over 40 degrees outside. I thought I'd stand at the door and enjoy the breeze, but my second uncle told me to come inside. I told him, it's so stuffy inside and outside is cooler. But he insisted I go in. I couldn't argue with him, so I went inside. Guess what happened next? What of it? Li Yu smiled mysteriously. After I went inside, I was shivering so badly I couldn't stop trembling. My second uncle said it was the air conditioning blowing cold air. That was the first time I saw an air conditioner look like a metal box mounted on the wall. It had a vent, a hole, and it was blowing cold air out. Brother Yi, have you ever seen a metal box that can blow cold air? Truly, I'm not exaggerating. That night, I slept covered in a quilt because I was cold. Really? I don't believe it. Bai Yi suddenly found it quite amusing to tease Li Yu, this fool. Li Yu immediately widened his eyes, eager to insist. Really, Brother Yi, I swear with my magic hand, if I tell one lie, let my magic hand stay hard for the rest of my life. Then you'd better say it's your magic hand. In a temporary stronghold, bloodied and battered, He Qianjun was supported by his subordinates and seated in front of a communications device. Old He, your injuries are too serious. You should bandage them first before reporting, one of his men said with concern. He Qianjun waved his hand. The mysterious person appeared and took out one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, with a single strike. This news is too important, it must be reported to the leader immediately, no delay. His subordinate hesitated but quickly adjusted the communication device, then handed the microphone to He Qianjun. Before long, a deep male voice came through the microphone. Speak. He Qianjun's expression grew serious. Leader, it's me. Old He, how is the situation at Heishan? The tyrant is dead. He Qianjun's mind involuntarily flashed the scene of the mysterious person killing Yang Jie in an instant, and his voice unconsciously carried a hint of shock. On the other end of the line, there seemed to be no surprise, and the tone was very calm. Understood. Tianqi Corporation hates the tyrant to the bone. This time, the leak about Shelter 189 is suspicious everywhere, obvious targeting of the tyrant. I believe the tyrant has also noticed, but he's proud and would definitely go even if he knew it was a trap. Rather than saying the tyrant died at the hands of Tianqi, it's more accurate to say he died because of his arrogance. The leader's voice carried a hint of sarcasm, whether mocking Yang Jie's arrogance or Tianqi's treachery, it was hard to tell. This leader of the Steel Brotherhood was clearly thousands of miles away, yet in just a few words, he guessed almost everything about Tianqi's plan against the tyrant. However, He Qianjun's face grew slightly strange. What does it mean that the outcome was correct but the process was completely wrong? He had truly seen it now. The leader guessed that the tyrant would die, but the process was off by 100,000 miles. Leader, the tyrant wasn't killed by Tianqi. The line suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the leader seemed to have regained his composure and said calmly, it seems Tianqi enlisted other 10 kings to act. Interesting. Tianqi, which always regards extraordinary beings as heretics and gene evolution as the ultimate path of humanity, will ultimately also rely on the power of these extraordinary beings. Which 10 king did they invite? He Qianjun's expression grew even more peculiar. He glanced at his subordinate beside him, thinking, I can't let the leader keep guessing, or it'll damage his authority. After all, the leader's usual image is of someone who strategizes meticulously and wins battles from afar. It's neither another 10 king nor Tianqi. Someone else killed the tyrant. This time, the line was silent even longer. Who is it? The leader, this time, was wise enough not to guess. He Qianjun straightened slightly, his face serious, as he revealed the mysterious person's identity. Silence, deathly silence. so silent that He Qianjun even thought the leader had already hung up. "Leader? I'm here." A ripple of emotion appeared in the leader's calm voice, reflecting his restless inner state. He took a deep breath. "Are you sure the mysterious person killed Yang Jie with one strike? There were so many of you present, yet no one saw how the mysterious person made the move?" He Qianjun nodded gravely. "I'm sure." As soon as the words fell, a voice from the phone shouted from afar, "Notify immediately, convene an emergency meeting now. All deputy commanders must be present." Chief, what's the topic?" "The life and death of the Steel Brotherhood." He Qianjun was startled. "Chief, that's too heavy. Old He, there's a person suspected of possessing the Pangayu, with combat power surpassing the 10 kings, possibly from the old era. With these conditions combined, do you know what that means?" "What does it mean?" The chief said solemnly. "I've been thinking, since people from the old era set up the Panga plan, there must be a leader executing it. This person bears the mission of ushering in a new era. Could he be an ordinary person?" The old era mastered gene editing, mechanical modification, extraordinary awakening, and life engineering technologies. Aren't these enough to create a powerhouse far beyond the peak of this era? He Qianjun was instantly stunned, eyes wide with shock. "You mean, the mysterious person is the executor of the Panga plan?" The chief fell silent for a moment. "There's too little information, and his appearance is too coincidental. Just the Pangayu, just they 189 refuge, and his strength is so formidable. All these clues point to one thing. Besides coming from the old era, I find it hard to imagine where else such a powerful person could be cultivated." The line went dead with a busy signal. He Qianjun was numb from the shock, not even noticing when his subordinates took the phone away. If what the chief said is true, what does the appearance of this mysterious person mean? Is he here to overthrow the era of the great catastrophe and usher in a new human epoch? Will the remnants of forces like the Steel Brotherhood be ruthlessly crushed and shattered in the relentless tide of history? If Bai Yi could hear the words of the Steel Brotherhood's leader, he might be deeply moved. What does it mean to have the process all wrong but the outcome completely right? The leader of the Steel Brotherhood demonstrated twice, and he really guessed right. Bai Yi truly comes from the civilization era, which they call the old era. In the darkness, hundreds of modified camouflage off-road vehicles sped across the wilderness like a torrent of steel. Soon, they encountered another small convoy. At the head of the small convoy, a short-haired, long-lashed girl with long hair opened the door, intending to step out. But she found her feet couldn't touch the ground, so she had to jump down from the vehicle. Bright headlights shone on the little girl, illuminating her pure yet charming, snake-like face. At this moment, several men dressed in high-grade combat suits stepped out of a large vehicle. The middle-aged officer leading the group frowned upon seeing the girl. "Who are you? Where are Lord Minghu and Lord Yin Shi?" The girl rolled her eyes and sweetly said, "I am Yin Shi." The middle-aged officer was startled, quickly scrutinizing her carefully. Sure enough, she looked very similar to Yin Shi, like a younger version of Yin Shi. He hurriedly saluted. "My apologies, Lady Yin Shi. I didn't recognize you at first." Yin Shi waved her hand. "It's not your fault. I was injured twice by the tyrant, had to shed my skin twice, and am almost shrunk into a child." "Lady Yin Shi, where's Lord Minghu?" Mentioning Minghu, Inch's eyes immediately reddened, tears rolling like broken jade beads. Her sobbing appearance, combined with her petite figure, made her look like a little girl whose doll had been snatched away. "Brother Tiger, he was killed by the tyrant to save me," she choked out. The middle-aged officer's expression changed drastically. "Lord Minghu and that tyrant? Brother Tyrant is also dead, boo-hoo." The corner of the middle-aged officer's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If he dared, he'd be cursing out loud. Brother, all the handsome ones are, damn it, your brother. If you love your brother so much, you shouldn't call him Silver Snake, you should rename him Mother Hen." Silver Snake seemed to think of something, wiping away tears with her small hand, and said in a deep voice, "Is the communication device equipped? Hurry, I have important intelligence to report to the board." The middle-aged officer quickly helped Silver Snake into the vehicle and activated the communication device for her. The moment the connection was established, Silver Snake's expression grew serious. "Chairman, is the tyrant dead?" came an aged voice from the other end of the line. "He's dead." A slightly cough-laden chuckle sounded, and the chairman, as if having settled a long-standing worry, chuckled. "It was not I or Minghu who killed him, and Minghu is dead too. The eagle should be dead as well." The chairman smiled. "It doesn't matter. As long as the tyrant is dead, what does it matter if the entire 12 Zodiac army is wiped out? The company can train new 12 Zodiac members naturally." A cold glint flashed in Silver Snake's eyes, but she respectfully said, "It seems the chairman isn't surprised that the tyrant was killed by others. Could it be that the man in the black mask was sent by you?" The chairman chuckled again. "Of course, the company doesn't place all its hopes on you. The 12 Zodiac is merely a cover for the real killer move. We were worried you might leak the information earlier, so we didn't tell you. Yes, the company did bring in someone else." "Wait." Suddenly, the other end of the line was startled. "What did you just say? The black mask? What black mask?" Silver Snake remained calm. "It's just a mysterious expert who took out the tyrant in a single move." Clang. A loud object hitting the ground echoed from the phone, causing Silver Snake to furrow her brows and slightly move the receiver away from her ear. Then came the sound of someone groping, and the chairman picked up the phone again. Chairman, what's wrong? Wasn't the man in the black mask sent by you? No. The chairman's voice was mixed with heavy breathing, and the shocking news made his aged body struggle to breathe. The person I sent doesn't wear a black mask, and it's impossible for him to kill the tyrant in one move. Hurry, tell me everything. What exactly happened? Silver Snake recounted everything that happened in Black Mountain in detail. Then she heard the line already starting to use a ventilator. Countless chaotic voices sounded as if a medical team had arrived. Everyone, get out of the way, I'm fine, the chairman shouted angrily, then continued, quickly notify the Dongzhou Federation to issue a wanted notice for the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. Not only is this person extremely powerful, but he also took the Pango USB drive from Black Mountain. It's extremely dangerous. The Federation must prepare in advance. Silver Snake's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of sharpness in her slender eyes. Chairman, is the Panga USB drive really with the mysterious person? I saw the hidden mouse in the 189 Refuge's experimental base before. Shut up, the chairman snapped sharply. He shouted at those around him, everyone, leave now. After a long pause, he slowly said, Silver Snake, remember this, no matter what you see, from today on, the Panga USB drive can only be with the mysterious person. If anyone asks, you must answer the same. That you saw the mysterious person take the Panga USB drive and kill the tyrant with your own eyes. Silver Snake chuckled softly. Understood. That old, undead thing, sure enough, it was you who took the Panga USB drive. Probably, your original plan was to kill the tyrant, then fake his disappearance, and publicly claim that he had stolen the Panga USB drive and gone into hiding. Now that the plan has failed, you want to shift everyone's attention to the mysterious person, delay time to study the Panga USB drive, and extend your own life, huh? Oh. And Chairman, I have one more report. There's a mutated crimson virus in the 189 refuge, suspected to have leaked outside. I'm worried that if the virus spreads, it could threaten Dawn City. This is not your concern. I have my own plans. The chairman replied dismissively and hung up. After the call ended, the smile on Silver Snake's face gradually faded, leaving only a chilling coldness behind, since the chairman had long obtained the Panga USB drive he naturally knew about. The mutated crimson virus. Yet now he showed no concern at all. Had he devised a countermeasure? No, if the crimson virus were so easy to handle, there wouldn't have been such a catastrophic disaster. This old fool wasn't equipped with a plan. To respond, he simply had no intention of doing so. That's right, no matter how troublesome the mutated crimson virus was, its spread still required time. And although the fake humans were difficult to deal with, they weren't invincible. Anyway, he held a high position and wielded great power, civilian casualties below wouldn't affect him. His real concern was the approaching end. The next evening, the crowd, running at full speed, finally saw the dawn of Dawn City. At this moment, the setting sun cast a fiery orange glow, and a magnificent city stood proudly. Countless buildings stretched endlessly, with a massive circular city wall winding around, covered with defensive fortifications. As dusk deepened, Dawn City flickered in the shadows, like a dormant giant beast, both awe-inspiring and tinged with a hint of apocalyptic desolation. Seeing this bastion of civilization rising from the wasteland, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. As the last civilization of the Great Catastrophe era, he was finally witnessing civilization once more. His definition of civilization was simple: eating barbecue, drinking beer, taking saunas, singing karaoke, and playing games. Soon, the convoy stopped at the entrance of Dawn City, where armed soldiers conducted inspections. At this point, the importance of Gao Banchang City was evident. The wealthy, chubby man directly produced a certificate, frightening the soldiers into not daring to check and allowing him to pass freely. Bai Yi, full of expectation, entered Dawn City. Then, the sight before him was like a bucket of cold water poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Rust-colored wind carried sand and gravel, sweeping across the cracked asphalt, making the faded billboards screech and rattle. In the distance, towering chimneys rose from the factories, spewing thick black smoke that stained the sky a dull lead gray. On the streets, everywhere were gaunt, yellow-faced pedestrians with vacant expressions. This is Dawn City? Is this what you call Dawn? Bai Yi cursed loudly as he looked at the rows of low, dilapidated houses. With such poor construction standards, it's even worse than our village. Brother Yi, this isn't Dawn City, it's Satellite City, Liu, in the front passenger seat, explained. Satellite City? Dawn City is surrounded by 10 satellite cities. My second uncle said that satellite cities are like satellites in the sky, meant to guard Dawn City. Are you sure they're guarding? Bai Yi glanced through the car window at the pale, emaciated people and the garbage scattered everywhere on the streets. Liu sighed. Initially, satellite cities held a higher status. But as the mutated beasts retreated under the assault of human weapons, the significance of satellite cities diminished. Many heavily polluted factories were moved there, along with workers and their families. Later, criminals who committed crimes in Dawn City would hide in satellite cities, and those who couldn't survive in Dawn City were driven out to become vagrants. Over time, satellite cities became worse, while Dawn City improved, because all the bad factors were eliminated from Dawn City. Now, the people in satellite cities are called lower city residents, while those in Dawn City are upper city residents. Lower city folks aren't allowed into Dawn City. Bai Yi pondered silently. He hadn't realized that the hierarchy during the Great Catastrophe era was so strict. Satellite city systems practically forced the people here into the lower class. So, the folks in the lower city really have it rough. They seem to live in the city, but in reality, they're treated as the lowest class, working hard every day to support Dawn City's bloodsucking needs. Li Yu shook his head. The lower city isn't the worst. The worst are us, the wasteland people. At least the lower city folks don't have to worry about their safety. They won't be attacked by mutated beasts or robbed by wasteland raiders. As long as they work hard, they don't have to eat cockroach protein bars every meal, and they might even get to eat synthetic meat someday. White Yi had just felt sorry for the people of the lower city, but upon hearing Li Yu's reminder, he nearly forgot that he himself was the most miserable. Wastelanders are at the very bottom of the era, even surpassing the damn lower city residents. Damn, I am so pitiful. About an hour later, the sun had completely set, and as night fell, the convoy finally arrived at the true Dawn City. White Yi was just glancing around when he was struck by the sight before him. Is this a city of an era? Having seen the dilapidation of satellite cities, he had long since lost any expectations for Dawn City, but now, neon streams surged under the night sky, giant advertising screens covered entire building facades, with several young women dressed in revealing outfits dancing passionately on the screens. The streets shimmered amidst the neon frenzy, as if plunged into an endless electronic psychedelic show. Passers-by on the street resembled living art installations, leather coats adorned with sharp rivets, and beneath torn fishnet stockings, mechanical limbs painted with fluorescent orange and cobalt blue gradients. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dawn City. Gao Banchang parked the car at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. The colorful neon lights flickered over his plump figure, and he laughed heartily, sincerely, and warmly welcoming everyone. Under Gao Banchang's lead, everyone stepped into a hotel called Floating Gold Pavilion. The opulent lobby seemed like a grand party filled with gentlemen in suits and ladies in gorgeous evening gowns. The waiters, dressed in meticulously tailored tailcoat vests, crisp white shirts as white as frost, carried trays of drinks, weaving through the crowd. This scene made White Yi and the others feel as if they had traveled through time into a world of high society. Li Yu looked at the guest's attire, then glanced down at his tattered clothes, shrinking slightly. As a wastelander, his inferiority was ingrained in his bones. White Yi, however, was entirely different. This more ragged wastelander's eyes were proud and excited, with a highly aggressive gaze sweeping back and forth. Yes, he could barely entertain this god. Inferiority? Impossible. Since encountering the Ashen Eye, his mental state had only improved. Their outfits stood out sharply in this place, attracting many glances. Even Gao Banchang, the son of the richest man, was no exception. To make it easier to go to Black Mountain, he naturally wouldn't wear a suit and tie but instead opted for a functional combat uniform. Soon, a man resembling a butler approached, bowing with a full smile. Young Master Gao, your esteemed presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Gao Banchang waved impatiently. Arrange room number 1. I want to host my friends. The butler smiled slightly. Room number 1 at Floating Gold Pavilion is always reserved for you. Dear guests, please follow me. Gao Banchang turned to the crowd and said with a smile, let's just make do with a meal here today. When I return to my vast wealth in Jing, I'll treat everyone to a good one. Make do? Even Xiaoyi and others, who had seen quite a bit, secretly clicked their tongues. It didn't sound like Gao Banchang was just bragging. The group followed the butler deeper inside, and the more they went, the more they were stunned by the splendor of the Floating Gold Pavilion. Dawn City and satellite cities truly seemed like two different worlds. White Yi didn't care much about the decor, he was genuinely hungry. The cockroach protein bars had long been regarded as his lifelong enemies, he despised them. As he walked, he keenly sensed that almost all the guests in the hall were talking about the same topic. The tyrant, this heinous criminal, is finally dead. Good riddance. I paid a hefty sum for a freight train, but it hadn't carried many goods before the tyrant hijacked it. The loss was heavy. I had even planned to spend a lot to buy the tyrant's life. Now, that saved money. A bald middle-aged man, holding a glass of red wine, chuckled. White Yi couldn't help but glance at him more. So, the tyrant's train was supplied by you? Looks like Dawn City is also full of formidable figures. Buying the tyrant's life, you really are a damn impressive braggart, Xiaoyi. I don't even know who the mysterious person who killed the tyrant is, or I'd be thanking him properly. Speaking of this mysterious person, I heard the Federation has already started offering a reward for him, and the bounty isn't low. Not just low. His bounty is currently the highest in Beimang. It's got me so disinterested in doing business. If we could catch the mysterious person, what's the point of selling anything? Stop calling him the mysterious person. Haven't you seen the latest news? The Federation's wanted poster has his nickname on it. What's it called? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Damn, they're not just issuing a wanted notice, they're giving him a nickname for free? He wanted to hear it himself, but just then someone came over to toast them, conveniently interrupting. Soon, under the butler's lead, everyone took their seats in room number 1. Unlike the luxurious exterior, room number 1 was elegant and antique in style. Inside, there was a bronze stove about half a person high, with wisps of blue smoke curling up from it, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that was truly refreshing. Deep inside, there was a folding screen, behind which a graceful woman sat, elegantly playing the zither. On the wall facing the dining table, there was a plasma TV broadcasting the news. Damn rich people. After everyone was seated, a series of exquisite, elegant dishes, clearly not enough to satisfy, were brought in. They weren't served by the same waiter. Instead, a line of young women in kipayos came in, one after another, carrying trays. These young women smiled charmingly as they introduced the names of the dishes, their ingredients, and origins. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi and the others couldn't help but sit up straight, as if this was the proper way to behave in such a setting. Bai Yi didn't care about all that. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As each young woman introduced a dish, he ate it. The plates were huge, but the portions tiny. One bite and they were almost gone. Little White, leave some for us. We haven't eaten all day, Xiaoyi hurriedly said. By then, he was so hungry his chest was pressed against his back. Seeing Bai Yi eating alone, he couldn't hold back his pride anymore and scrambled to grab some himself. Stop the introductions, just bring everything out. Damn it, I've lost at least 10 pounds on this trip. I need to make up for it. Gao Banchang chuckled, rolling up his sleeves and digging in happily. After a few bites, he felt unsatisfied. The portions were too small. Normally, when he wasn't hungry, it was fine to eat delicately, but now, starving, a plate of food was like eating nothing at all. Bring me some mantou, I only want to eat mantou. The young woman looked stunned. Young Master Gao, Fujin Pavilion doesn't serve mantou. For staples, we have black truffle risotto, gold leaf sea urchin sushi, low-temperature abalone porridge. Gao Banchang frowned. If you don't have it, can't you go buy some? Yes, young Master Gao. I'll go buy some right away. Gao Banchang turned to ask everyone, does anyone want other staples? Li Baidian replied, noodles. Xiaoyi said, scallion pancake. Li Yu added, wotu. Bai Yi declared, cockroach protein bar. Ha! Everyone froze, turning surprised looks toward Bai Yi. He wiped his mouth casually and said, don't misunderstand. That stuff even dogs wouldn't eat. I just want to set it aside and look at it. It's called reminiscing the bitter and savoring the sweet. The food at Fujin Pavilion is all clear broth and water, tasteless. But if you put a cockroach protein bar beside it, even a pile of shit can taste sweet. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Little White's insights are truly different from ordinary people. Amid the laughter, the invisible constraints that usually pervade high-end venues seemed to be completely broken. Everyone ate and drank, momentarily returning to the days sitting on the Black Mountain, drinking cheap wine in a haphazard manner. Black Mountain and Fujin Pavilion seemed no different, still those people. Still eating and drinking. Soon, noodles, scallion pancakes, wotu, and cockroach protein bars were all brought out. Bai Yi held the cockroach protein bar under his nose, sniffed sharply, and immediately ate 3 more bowls of rice. Breaking news just in. Bai Yi paused his meal, lifting his head abruptly, and immediately saw a massive wanted poster filling the entire screen. What the hell? The crowd was startled by his reaction and curiously looked at the screen. 2 billion? Li Xiao suddenly stood up from his seat, eyes wide with shock, staring fixedly at the string of zeros on the screen. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if struck by some shock. He kept muttering under his breath, the highest bounty among the 10 kings is just over 14 billion, the highest bounty in Bimang's history, number 1. He had never dared to dream of such a bounty. Back then, he only dreamed of 15 billion at most, surpassing all the 10 kings to become the top of the 10 kings. And now, suddenly, a 20 billion bounty appears. His eyes sparkled with fiery determination, as if he had found a new goal. Honestly, I think 20 billion is a bit low. That mysterious powerhouse killed the tyrant in seconds. Xiao finally regained his composure and said slowly. Bai Yi gave Xiao a thumbs up in his heart. Still, little brother has good judgment. Gao Banchang explained, after all, this is the first bounty. If the mysterious powerhouse reappears in the future, the reward might skyrocket. No, we can't call him mysterious anymore. Look, the wanted notice has a name. He pointed at the screen. Black King. The wanted poster was written in bold, bright red characters. Black King Bounty, 2.096 billion. Extremely heinous crime, life or death is irrelevant. Above the bounty was a hand-drawn portrait. The bright moon hung high, its cold light piercing through the clouds, casting the ruins in a silvery gray hue. A figure dressed in black, as dark as ink, stood with his hands behind his back atop the ruins, a shadow trailing behind him, entangled with twisted steel rebar. His face was concealed behind a metallic black mask. Only a pair of deep black eyes reflected the bright moon. In front of this figure, a 100-meter-tall steel giant crouched on the ground, as if paying homage to a deity. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Who drew this? Who drew this? It must be rewarded with a chicken leg. Does the name have to be so vivid? Is that why he's called Black King, just because he's dressed in black? Look, there's more writing at the bottom. It seems to be an introduction to Black King's deeds. Gao Banchang exclaimed, instinctively reading aloud. Killed tyrant Yang Jie at 189 refuge, released the mutated crimson virus, stole the Panga USB drive and attempted to overthrow the existing civilization order. Extremely heinous crimes. Damn. It Bai Yi almost cursed out loud. Aside from the first point, I don't recognize any of the others. Are they trying to pin all the shit on me? The crimson virus I released? I've never even seen the Panga USB drive. And overthrow civilization? Why don't they just write that I want to destroy the world, wipe out all humanity? Gao Banchang continued reading, suspected to be a remnant of the old era Pango project executor. Given Black King's demonstrated strength in killing tyrant Yang Jia, after research by the Federation, he is removed from the list of the top 10 wanted criminals of Bimang. Black King is now ranked as the number 1 among the top 10 wanted criminals of Bimang. Hiss! Gao Banchang suddenly gasped. Number 1 among the 10 kings. The mysterious Black King has become the top of the 10 kings? The rankings among the 10 kings have always been unofficial, never in order, but I didn't expect Black King to suddenly appear and directly take the top spot. Oof! Li Xiao snorted coldly. With Black King's strength, comparing him to the 10 kings is just an insult to the 10 kings. This humorous dart thrower seemed to see a broader world, and in his words, he began to lean toward Black King, viewing the 10 kings as mere pawns. Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. He could almost imagine that from now on, the humorous dart thrower would no longer talk about the 10 kings, but only about Black King. Every mention, every reference. He finally understood. The so-called 10 kings are the top 10 extraordinary wanted criminals of Bimang, 10 extremely heinous individuals. The circle of superhumans named these 10 as the 10 kings because the Federation would never call wanted criminals kings. Seeing this wanted poster, he could sense the sinister intentions of the Federation. The title number 1 of the 10 kings was obviously deliberate. Who are the 10 kings? Judging by the tyrant Yang Jia, he could probably guess a thing or two. These 10 top tier are not the type to be subservient. Originally, there was no ranking, and now suddenly there's a number 1 of the 10 kings. How would the other 9 kings think about this? He didn't know about the others, but he understood that if the tyrant were still alive and given his personality, one day, upon waking and seeing this news, he would definitely go straight to confront them and outright praise kill. Nakedly praising kill. Bai Yi now increasingly felt that his previous move of stripping Li Xiao was very wise. If his true identity had been exposed in front of everyone, the consequences would have been unthinkable. There wouldn't be enough time to waste. The crowd fell into brief silence due to the Black King's news. After a long while, Gao Banchang broke the silence. He stood up and smiled, saying, "No matter what Senior Black King has done, the fact that we're alive today is entirely thanks to him. Everyone, I propose we toast to Senior Black King." His words received everyone's approval. Xiao raised his glass and said, "Boss Gao is right. Without Senior Black King, we wouldn't have made it back from Black Mountain alive. Cheers to Black King. Cheers to Black King. Cheers to our benefactor." Bai Yi was somewhat speechless. He didn't expect so many people to toast him from afar. He wasn't in the mood to drink now. A huge black pot of trouble suddenly dropped from the sky. Who could he argue with? "Brother Xiaobai, let's drink together," Gao Banchang urged when he saw Bai Yi not raising his glass. Sigh. Bai Yi thought to himself, what kind of move is it to toast himself? Forget it. Don't think about it. No time to feel bad now. The next to appear is the remnants of the old era, the released mutated crimson virus, the disruptors of civilized order, the time controllers, the Pangayu owners, the executors of the Pangu plan, the last civilized person in the world with a bounty of 2.096 billion, the highest bounty in Beimang history, the one who, ranked as the number 1 of the 10 kings, Black King Bai Yi. Bai Yi resolutely stood up, raising his glass high. The crowd reached out to clink glasses, splashing drinks and filling the air with aroma. Bai Yi shouted loudly, "To Black King! Done done done!" After everyone finished their drinks, they realized the news was still playing. This time, it was about other bounties. Silent Court. Black Knight Bounty 450 million extremely heinous. Life or death, it doesn't matter. Ghost Clown Bounty 390 million extremely heinous. Life or death, it doesn't matter. Magician Liu Bounty 330 million extremely heinous. Life or death, it doesn't matter. "Mr. Li, your bounty is here," Gao Banchang exclaimed in surprise. Liu, who was immersed in fine wine, looked up in shock, then suddenly felt struck by lightning. The wanted poster showed a cold-looking wasteland dweller standing under the smoky sunset, his ragged clothes billowing in the wind. He lowered his gaze and was in the process of unwrapping the bloody bandage on his right hand. Seeing himself on TV, Liu froze instantly. His mind went blank. A 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Why so many zeros? It's over. All over. I'm doomed. The moment he saw all those zeros above his head, he didn't even dare to close his eyes, fearing that some bounty hunters or Federation law enforcement might suddenly appear from the shadows and cut off his head. "No, why? I haven't done anything wrong, I just went to Black Mountain." He hurriedly looked at his charges. Participant. In the Black Mountain incident, charges, destroying relics of the old era, openly extorting hundreds of people, obstructing Federation investigators, violating Federation Articles 125, 167, 221. After reading this, Li Yu wanted to curse. When did I destroy relics of the old era? I've been hiding in the house studying magic ever since I entered Shelter 189. The one who destroyed the refuge was Yang Jia, and the who openly extorted. Wait, what's with blocking the federal investigators? Who are the federal investigators? Could it be Ming Hu? Or is it because he shattered Ming Hu's wine glass? As expected of Mr. Li, Gao Banchang praised, his bounty has exceeded 300 million. That's too low. Xiao. He shook his head. With Mr. Li's strength, how could it only be 300 million? One word from Mr. Li scared away 2 of the 12 zodiac signs plus 200 gene warriors. That should start at least 5 billion. Li Yu said nothing, simply drinking to calm his nerves. He also cast a resentful glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi isn't colorblind, he understood the message in Li Yu's eyes. Basically, you've made things hard for me. My bounty has also broken 100 million? Xiaoyi was surprised. He saw his own bounty. The swordholder Xiaoyi bounty, 110 million, extremely heinous, life or death, no distinction. Seeing his bounty surpass 100 million, Xiaoyi remained quite calm, showing no big reaction. Instead, beside him, Li Xiao grew tense and excited. Like a student waiting for exam results, he stared at the screen without blinking. After several wanted notices flashed by, he finally sought his own. Then, he seemed to have all his strength drained, slumping into his seat, even spilling his drink. The Shadow Li Xiao bounty, 95 million, extremely heinous, life or death, no distinction. 95, why only a mere 95 million? Even Xiaoyi broke 100 million, and I didn't? That's impossible. Drunk and furious, Li Xiao roared, I fought the tyrant and retreated. There's definitely a conspiracy. There must be a cover-up. Everyone. They had only heard of bribes to federal officials to lower their bounties, never of actively increasing them. By the way, I've always been curious, are the powers of superhumans divided solely based on their bounties? Are there no ranks? Bai Yi asked, puzzled. Gao Banchang explained, there really aren't clear rankings, because there's no quantifiable measure for combat strength. For example, a superhuman who can turn invisible versus one who controls fire. If they fight, the fire superhuman can instantly burn down a building, while the invisibility one just stays hidden. Who do you think would win in a real fight? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, understanding Gao Banchang's point. Most likely, the invisibility one. Gao Banchang nodded. Exactly. So, any data on paper isn't enough to fully gauge a superhuman's strength. Only through actual combat can you truly judge who's stronger or weaker. As for bounties, they serve as a reference for strength, based on the superhuman's real combat performance. The Federation assesses their danger level. The stronger the power, the higher the bounty. Of course, sometimes appearances can be deceiving. For example, a superhuman might not be very strong but has committed numerous heinous crimes, and their bounty will increase accordingly. Can't we just rate them based on mental strength? Values? Gao Banchang chuckled dryly, mental strength is invisible and intangible, yet real, like love. You can't measure it. It's like when your girlfriend asks, how much do you love me? Can you give an exact number? Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and an image involuntarily appeared in his mind. Girl, how much do you love me? Boy, I love you 98.5%. Girl, why not 100%? Boy, because I have 1.5% of words. Bai Yi was genuinely speechless now, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Gao Pango's theory of love. It sounds absurd, but upon reflection, it actually makes some sense. Can love be quantified? In that case, looking at bounties seems the most reliable, like a combat power index. After the battle at Black Mountain, he roughly gauged the strength of superhumans, gene modifiers, and mechanical engineers. A million is considered a threshold. On Heishan, a reward of 1 million is just cannon fodder, of course, limited to Heishan, since moments like these when strong people gather are rare. For example, people like Tan Jia and Wang Shi, probably not even reaching 1 million, are just worth a few 100,000. Then there are those in the tens of millions, like the Black Panther. At the Three Needle Realm, he remembers drinking once when Black Panther boasted about his bounty, over 20 million. But Bai Yi thinks there's some exaggeration. Because Black Panther isn't alone, he's also got quite a few underlings, so his true strength is probably around 10 million. Then there's the humorous dart thrower, who believes the Federation's rating of Li Xiao is quite accurate, typical of someone who's not quite enough to surpass, but has a solid presence at the 10 million level. Facing opponents at the 100 million or billion level, it's a different story. It's not that he can't win, but it depends on the situation of ability suppression. The swordholder Xiaoyi, although looking a bit off, definitely has the strength of over 100 million. When he fought Black Panther back then, if he hadn't held back, he could have killed Black Panther with a single sword strike. When one's strength reaches the billion level, the gap becomes quite significant. Ming Hu, Silver Snake, and Xiaodong, He Qianjun, Ghost Clown, these people are all between 100 million and 10 billion. But if he had to rank them, the top would definitely be Ghost Clown. Although Ghost Clown is the least noticeable, never interacts with others, and even has a lower bounty than in Xiaotong, this person is definitely not simple. The most direct proof is that even when fighting the tyrant, he was still holding hands with his air girlfriend. As a result, Minghu died, but he didn't. So among this group, Minghu is the weakest, except for the Black Knight. Without the tyrant's leniency, the Black Knight would probably have died early like Minghu. As the person who knows in Xiaotong's body best, he admits that in Xiaotong is indeed very strong, but still not enough. At least not compared to Minghu, who at least survived being hit by a train, faced the tyrant twice, once severely wounded, and the second time died. And what about in Xiaotong? She was subdued by the tyrant with a single move though. There was some sneakiness involved, it couldn't hide her inherent weakness. In terms of physical fitness, and Xiaotong is the worst among these people, with half of her strength relying on the knight. But she is also the youngest among them, with a promising future. Above that are the billion-level experts, like the tyrant Yang Jia, and the other 10 kings. Finally, there's the 20 billion level Black King Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly begins to understand the obsession with bounties that the humorous dart thrower has. No kidding, honestly, high bounties are pretty awesome. Hey, little Bai, and your bounty too, Gao Banchang's surprised voice interrupts Bai Yi's quiet satisfaction. Bai Yi is stunned, my bounty? Isn't my bounty already out? He looks at the TV and immediately his face darkens. The wanted poster shows a ragged, dirt-covered boy, sneaking behind the crowd, facing a huge silver-white robot, firing a cold shot. Black gun. Little Bai bounty, 1010000 lost but not far. Surrender early suspected of possessing snake-level forbidden objects, suspected ordinary person. Crime, assisting magician Li Yugong in blatant extortion. Damn it. Bai Yi curses loudly, my skeleton breath is clearly white, yet they call me Black Gun? Don't they know I'm not that despicable, secretly shooting black guns behind people's backs? Gao Banchang suppresses a laugh. Little Bai, the wanted notice is correct. I remember we were hiding behind the crowd at the time and you were using a black gun. Bai Yi is stunned, he remembers now. Back then, to save his energy, he never activated skeleton breath so it didn't transform into a white bone gun but remained an ordinary black revolver. Bai Yi's face darkens slightly. I can tolerate black gun, but what the hell is Little Bai? Do I not have a name? Ha ha ha. Gao Banchang chuckled. Maybe it's because everyone calls you Xiao Bai brother and then those people you've extorted heard about it, so when they provided clues to the Federation, they referred to you as Xiao Bai. But you don't need to worry, the wanted poster shows you all disheveled and unrecognizable. You can walk freely on the streets without anyone knowing you Black Gun Xiao Bai. Li Xiao, who had been ruthlessly mocked by Bai Yi all along, seized this rare opportunity and added fuel to the fire. The bounty is 1.01 million. I estimate that the entire amount is probably given to skeleton breath. Bai Yi. After a hearty meal, Gao Banchang arranged rooms for everyone to wash up and rest, preparing for the second half. Returning to his room, Bai Yi found 3 sets of new clothes neatly laid out on the bed, clearly prepared especially for him by Gao Banchang. Bai Yi glanced at the time, 11:34. Less than half an hour remained until he could gain an extra minute, which was crucial for him, who only had 3 seconds left. 3 seconds really felt insecure. He couldn't sleep peacefully at night. He went to the bathroom, filled a tub with water, and sprinkled a few rose petals over himself, an essential ritual for a boy's sense of ceremony. Only after washing the water into black did he step out of the bathroom and change into the new clothes. Standing in front of the mirror, the steam swirling on the surface formed a fog. Bai Yi casually wiped a half-clear window with his palm, gazing at himself in the mirror, satisfied and admiring. Water droplets dripped from his hair onto his collarbone. His black shirt was exquisite and snug, though a bit too stiff. Bai Yi slightly frowned, rolled up his sleeves, then unbuttoned the top button to reveal a collarbone as cold and smooth as jade. Looking at the rebellious, vibrant colors of the boy in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. It's just that the color of the clothes isn't bright enough. The clothes Gao Banchang brought were all in neutral tones, black, white, gray, versatile colors. But Bai Yi preferred vivid colors, just like the youthful vigor, boldness, and passion of a young boy. Buzz. Bai Yi's soul rippled like water waves, causing layers of ripples. His face lit up with joy, knowing that another minute had been added. Without hesitation, he activated the power of time freeze. Since obtaining the black obelisk, he had endured for a whole day, eager to find out what exactly the black obelisk was. Now, with enough time, he could finally uncover its secrets. As the enormous golden dial appeared, everything fell silent. Black matter, come out. Come on, don't be shy. Bai Yi urged several times but saw no reaction from the black matter within his body. He took a deep breath, focused intensely, and kept recalling the black matter in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness fluctuated. In the absolute stillness of time, it was as if endless black matter, boiling like dark water, surged out of Bai Yi's body little by little. They grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a towering black tree. The towering black tree seemed illusory, its branches piercing through the hotel walls without causing any damage. Like a cosmic explosion, it expanded, grew, and stretched infinitely, endless and boundless. A flicker of joy crossed Bai Ye's eyes. He guessed correctly. Black matter only revealed its mysterious nature when time was frozen. What exactly is this black matter that can grow freely in a state of frozen time? Bai Yi concentrated his mind on the black matter, and in an instant, his consciousness was suddenly pulled away from his body as if by an invisible thread, plunging into a chaotic halo of light. All senses shattered and reassembled in a flash. Space no longer followed the familiar three-dimensional laws. The walls of the world dissipated like thin gauze, and the intangible, formless time flowed like molten metal. The boundaries between past and future collapsed with a thunderous crash, simultaneously unfolding before Bai Ye's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be immersed in the river of time, countless intricate timelines intertwining and flashing wildly before him. Success! Higher dimensional matter has been born. Bai Yi saw more than a dozen researchers in white coats gathered in the laboratory, their faces filled with ecstatic joy. The circular quantum lamp cast a cold blue glow, illuminating the several-meter-high nanoglass curtain wall. Within the wall, a constantly twisting black substance suddenly erupted with nebula-like patterns. The detection instruments in the lab emitted a shrill beeping, and the data waterfall wildly flooded the holographic screens. The flickering green numbers were rewriting the boundaries of human cognition. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. This were humans from the civilization era studying black matter? 100 years ago. Wait, where is my body? He suddenly realized that he was not in the laboratory but was viewing the entire scene from a god's eye perspective. This is definitely a great experiment that will rewrite human history. With high-dimensional matter, human civilization will advance to a new level, capable of probing the mysteries of time and achieving true immortality. An elderly man with white hair looked obsessively at the constantly changing black substance. Dr. Chin, we've conducted energy tests on the high-dimensional matter and found that its energy will never run out. It's simply incredible, considering that even the sun will one day extinguish, yet its energy seems endless, already beginning to embody the concepts of time and infinity. A middle-aged researcher also spoke passionately. Dr. Chin, you should name this high-dimensional matter. After all, you led this great experiment. Dr. Chin did not refuse but pondered for a moment. The world's ecology is on the brink of collapse, and high-dimensional matter represents infinite possibilities. Humanity can rely on it to open up a completely new world. It reminds me of Pangu from myth, who opened the heavens and the earth. Why not call it Pangu matter? Crack! The scene before Bai Yi shattered like a mirror. His eyes flickered as he watched the constantly shifting timelines of all things, murmuring to himself, a substance that embodies the concepts of time and infinity and can grant eternal life. Oh my, this is the true core of the Panga plan. The Pangu USB drive is merely a vessel of knowledge. The Pangu matter itself is the true Pangu, possessing the power to create and destroy. The scene continued to flicker rapidly, most details becoming unclear. Gradually, he discerned a pattern. Only the timelines closely related to himself and the Pangu matter could be seen clearly, even in fragments. Soon, he saw his own figure within the scene. Gritting his teeth, Bai Yi watched the scene unfold in the gray-tiled town. A rebellious young man wielded the to complete the fate wheel. Li Yu was crying bitterly before Wang Shi. Commander! Commander! I don't want to die. Please spare me. My mother is still waiting for me to come back. She's my only son. Ha ha ha. Wang Shi, that idiot, I knew he was a pervert. Bai Yi muttered. Hee, living another day, that's good. The fierce battle with the hyena pack. Let go of me. I want to fight to the death with the hyena king. Behind me. The smoke from thousands of homes still lingers and the cries of children are still in my ears. Today, the weapons in our hands are the last barrier to protect this mortal fire. Watching the passionate young man in the scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but cover his eyes, his ears flushing slightly. Then, he saw the hidden night girl in Xiaotong in the woods, silently watching his former self. Bai Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Xiaotong always said he was a good person. She had been there all along. The scenes flickered faster and faster, revealing everything he had experienced before from an omniscient perspective. Suddenly, a scene flashed past. Bai Yi was stunned. At first, then erupted in rage. ****ing Old Wang. He had just seen Old Wang from Greytile Town and the Tire Tavern secretly spitting into the food while cooking. He also saw Lao Tan and Wang Shi plotting together. Lao Tan had called 2 women for the night, Wang Shi had called 3. He saw Mr. Ring pulling out a cool photo of the silver snake inside a tent. He saw Mr. Ring, whose wild imagination knew no bounds, quietly reaching for his pistol at his waist before he died. However, his shot was too sudden, and Mr. Ring didn't have time to draw his gun. The middle-aged officer accompanying Mr. Ring secretly ordered his men to use a coded phone to call for help, but there was no signal in Heishan. The images of these already dead people suddenly filled Bai Ye's mind vividly. People always think they are the protagonists, that the world revolves around them, but they don't realize that in places the protagonist cannot see, those supporting characters also have their own lives. The scene continued to shift to Heishan, and Xiaotong took off her shoes and socks, her jade-white feet dipping into the creek. Her 2 feet, like playful fish, alternated in the flowing water, splashing sparkling droplets. Removing her mask, she took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and put it into her mouth. The coolness of the creek water and the sweetness of the chocolate spread simultaneously, causing her eyes to curve into a crescent moon. Bai Yi never expected that this always serious and stoic righteous knight would have such a side. Beneath her thick silver-white armor, there was a girl's innocence hidden. Then came the battle between Minghu and Yin Shi, one fierce as a tiger, the other soft as a snake. Well, actually, the fierce one was Yin Shi. Above the sky, Yang Jie sat alone on the front of the train, the setting sun shining over his head. He stared blankly at the pocket watch in his hand, which concealed a torn corner of a photograph from somewhere. It was a girl with a ponytail, smiling gently, bearing a resemblance to An Xiao Tong by about 3 points. The tyrant really is a lovesick seed. Wait, who are these two compared to? At the peak of Heishan, the artist stood on the cliff's edge, wielding his brush with commanding flair. On the canvas, a scene of Yang Jie fighting alongside others was vividly depicted. Bai Yi looked at it for a while, then suddenly sneered, "Ha, no wonder I've been so damn unlucky. As soon as I get to Heishan, turns out it's you two bastards causing trouble." He secretly memorized their appearances, planning to deal with these two bastards when he encountered them later. Buzz. Time resumed. Bai Yi dared not look anymore. There wasn't enough time. He thought he had only watched for a few seconds, but in reality, dozens of seconds had passed. Time spent spying on others' privacy always flies by. Now he only had 40 seconds left. Damn it. What's the use of knowing the name of black matter? No matter how powerful it is, I can't even use it. Bai Yi muttered in frustration. He had no idea how to use black matter at all. There was a helpless feeling like a eunuch facing a stunning beauty. Perhaps the Pangu USB drive was the key to using Pangu matter. Otherwise, why would the people of the old era store these two items together? This also implied that the Pangu was far from just a simple storage device for knowledge. Damn, these few seconds were truly wasted, he thought. Wait, something's wrong. Extremely wrong. Bai Yi suddenly realized that the time stored within his soul seemed to have changed somehow. Describing it this way might be inaccurate. It's not that the time itself changed, but that his perception of time had changed. If time was a complex, obscure math textbook, then Bai Yi before was like a primary school student just learning addition and subtraction within 100. But just now, as his consciousness entered Pangu matter and stepped into the forbidden realm of time, witnessing countless timelines intersect and give birth, he gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of time. Although he was still somewhat clueless, he at least understood what XY meant. He felt that he should have advanced to middle school, able to barely comprehend this advanced math book about time. So, from his current perspective, looking at the time stored in his soul, he immediately felt something different. He faintly realized that the wonderful use of time might not just be about stopping time. The power of time comes from the dissonance between the soul and the era, so he gains an extra minute each day that he can freely control. However, he previously only knew how to simply stop time. The time within his soul was like a brush, and the world's time was like a canvas. He could paint on the canvas with his brush, using his own time to manipulate the world's time. But this involved issues of skill in painting. Some can use a brush to paint the riverside scene at Qingming Festival, others can only sketch a simple little turtle. Clearly, Bai Yi could only draw a little turtle before. This extraordinary journey through time was like stepping into a master-level art exhibition to observe and learn. Though he couldn't reach master level yet, at least he now knew how to color the little turtle. Bai Yi's spirit was greatly shaken, and he became excited. Can I now use other abilities of the time system? He couldn't wait to experiment, but as soon as he thought there were only 40 seconds left, his eyebrows immediately furrowed in a knot, face full of hesitation. In a sauna filled with rising white steam, the originally relaxed painter suddenly stood up, his face changing drastically. Gu Huangquan, expressionless, said, "Don't let that thing of yours swing around in front of me. I'm afraid I'll get a sty." The painter ignored Gu Huangquan's teasing and hurriedly exclaimed, "My fate line has connected with someone outside the script. He noticed me." Gu Huangquan frowned. Someone outside the script? Are you talking about Black King? Yes, Black King, but we've already left Black Mountain. How could he have noticed you? The painter's face turned deathly pale. How should I know? But fate told me that my calamity is increasing. Black King is watching me. He's got murderous intent towards me. Run quickly, we can't stay here. I didn't believe he was someone surviving from the old era, an executor of Pangu's plan, but now it's clear, he definitely is. This person is terrifying, truly terrifying. The painter, seemingly gone mad, rushed out of the sauna, completely ignoring Gu Huangquan, who was still stunned. Gu Huangquan snapped back to his senses. Your clothes. Moments later, the two, disheveled, dashed away in a flash. Where are you planning to run to? Of course, as far as possible, the painter replied without looking back. Can we escape? Black King seems to have the ability to teleport, and he's already targeting us. Though we don't know how far he can teleport with that ability. Catching up to us is only a matter of time. The painter suddenly stopped, his face dark and uncertain. You're right. We can't just run around like headless flies. We can't outrun Black King. We have to find a way to delay him. How to delay? Gu Huangquan frowned deeply. Who in this world can hold back such a powerful being? Maybe someone can, but definitely not in Beimang. The painter didn't answer, instead pulling out his brush and canvas and began to paint frantically. But this time, he didn't depict any figures. Countless intricate lines intertwined like a child's doodles. Ha ha ha, I knew I was the god of the new era. In a hotel room, Bai Yi looked at the slowly moving second hand on the clock on the wall, laughing wildly to the sky. He ultimately couldn't hold back, using his newly gained shallow understanding of time to manipulate it. And then, the world slowed down. On the huge golden dial beneath his feet, a yellow sand hourglass appeared, filled with golden sand. The sand, symbolizing time, dripped slowly from the top to the bottom. But miraculously, the sand in the upper part of the hourglass didn't decrease at all, and the sand in the lower part didn't increase. The golden sand hourglass was a tangible manifestation of his new ability. The flow rate of sand represented the flow of time. His new ability was to alter the flow rate of time. More precisely, to slow it down. With his current understanding of time, he can only slow it to half speed, not accelerate. And he could only slow it down to 0.5 times the normal speed. In Baiye's perspective, the world appeared as if a video was playing at half speed, everything slowed to an extreme. Except his own time flow, which remained unchanged. In other words, his speed was effectively doubled. The whole world slows down to half speed, but I stay the same. Baiyi grinned. Although listening at 0.5x speed sounded far from the sensation of time standing still, it was enough to excite him. As the old saying goes, the hardest part is always the beginning. Now that he could slow down the flow of time, perhaps in the future he could speed it up again, maybe even turn the yellow sand hourglass upside down and reverse time. He looked down from the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the pedestrians on the street below, watching each of them move at a turtle's pace. He found it strangely amusing. Almost time to end the 0.5x speed, he muttered. Ah, having plenty of time is just so satisfying. Snap! Baiyi snapped his fingers, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. The reason he called it having plenty of time wasn't because he had eaten poisonous mushrooms, but because time was truly abundant. The time consumed by using time freezing in 0.5x speed was completely different. In a state of time freeze, 1 minute could only be used as 1 minute. But at 0.5x speed, 1 minute could be used as 20 minutes. Only by further reducing the flow of time would more time be consumed. With his shallow understanding of time, Baiyi initially grasped the mystery of time slowing down. The lower the flow of time, the closer it is to a standstill, and the more the consumption of time approaches a 1-to-1 ratio. At 0.5x speed, 1 minute is equivalent to 20 minutes, ratio 120. At 0.25x speed, 1 minute equals 10 minutes, ratio 110. At 0.125x speed, 1 minute can only be used as 5 minutes, ratio 1-to-5. When time is completely frozen, 1 minute is just 1 minute, ratio 1-to-1. This is like running, full speed. Running obviously consumes more energy than walking. A minute of sprinting exhausts you, while an hour of walking is no problem at all. Oh, now I really might end up doing that damn flow light or thousand refrains thing. Baiyi was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that his casual nonsense had actually come true. No, this name is terrible. I need to change it to something befitting a god. The tyrant Yang Jie even knew how to name his ability to control metal, one called Blade. Prison, another, Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet. A time-based ability definitely needs a badass name too. After a moment of thought, Baiyi came up with one, Time Stream. Variations 0.5x speed. Time stream represents the flow of time, and variations give it a rhythmic change, implying that the flow of time is as flexible and dynamic as musical rhythm. Genius. Baiyi clapped his hands, praising himself. No wonder it's me. Life is like a journey through a reverse voyage. When no one is paying attention, you must encourage yourself even more. Baiyi was doing very well in this regard, just a little over the top. With the new name for slowing down time, what about time freeze? Why not call it eternal erosion? Eroding dynamic time into static eternity. Baiyi increasingly felt like a genius, so he also gave names to the golden dial and the yellow sand hourglass. Clock of time. Sand of time. Ding ding ding. Mr. Bai, sorry to bother you. Young Master Gao is inviting you to the basement level. A gentle female voice came from outside the room. Baiyi immediately perked up. Finally, something exciting? He quickly followed the maid downstairs. As soon as he arrived, the deafening sound of energetic music hit him. In the dim dance floor, crimson and ghostly blue beams crisscrossed under the dome, slicing the space into fragments of light and shadow. Within the shadows, countless men and women twisted and gyrated freely, perfume and cigarette smoke swirling into a hazy fog. Their bodies trembled, pressed close, then separated in response to the heavy bass. Every time darkness engulfed the entire scene, it felt like a brief plunge into chaos, and when the lights suddenly brightened again, those slightly raised chins and entangled waists were instantly bathed in a mesmerizing glow. Mr. Bai, young Master Gao is waiting for you in the box. The attendant smiled and led Bai Yi to the private room. Gao Banchang, Li Xiao, and others had all arrived. Everyone looked slightly stunned. When Bai Yi entered, "Is this Xiao Bai brother? Didn't expect brother Xiao Bai to be so handsome. The girls are in for a treat soon, hee." After Bai Yi took his seat, Gao Banchang clapped his hands, and immediately a row of young women dressed in purple kipeos, all stunningly beautiful, stepped inside. "Brother Xiao Bai, you're the youngest here, you can choose first." "Choose what?" "Of course, to pour the wine. Fujin Pavilion's service is meticulous. We wouldn't let our guests pour their own drinks." Gao Banchang chuckled. Bai Yi looked around and had to admit that purple really had a charming allure. "Long hair is pretty good." Gao Banchang glanced over and noticed several of them had long hair, then asked, "Which long-haired one are you talking about?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "I mean, they're all good." Gao Banchang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Didn't you hear what brother Xiao Bai just said? All the long-haired ones come over." Soon, everyone started drinking happily. After 3 rounds, Gao Pengzi, whose face was flushed from drinking, asked everyone, "Does everyone have any plans for the future?" Bai Yi smiled. He had long seen through Gao Banchang's intentions. This trip to Heishan wasn't really about the Manga USB drive. He was here to recruit people. With so many experts gathered, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for recruitment. "Gao Pengzi, are you planning to recruit us?" "Ho ho ho." Gao Banchang smiled. "Brother Xiao Bai, you're straightforward. So I'll be direct. Gao Banchang, may have money, but I'm just an ordinary person, a bastard son. Now that my father, Gao Shanha, is alive, I have no worries about food and clothing. But I have to consider myself. This trip to Heishan was risky, but I've also made some lifelong friends. Everyone can see my character. I'm not here to recruit, but to genuinely consider you friends. I have money, you have strength, and if we join forces, we can definitely achieve great things in the future. What do you all think?" Gao Banchang laid his cards on the table, his words sincere, just as he had shown throughout his journey. He believed that by spending money and sincere effort he could make friends. Genuine friends made him happy. If not, at worst he'd lose some money, and he could afford to lose. The others seemed somewhat moved, but still hesitant. Indeed, they valued Gao Banchang's character and wealth, but they didn't want to spend the rest of their lives in Guanjing. "After my battle with the tyrant, I've gained some insights and plan to sharpen myself." Li Xiao announced his intentions plainly. He didn't plan to stay confined in Guanjing, and he was speaking the truth. Since by Ye's PUA tactics he had conquered his inner demons and his mental strength had risen another level. Gao Banchang smiled. "Li Xiao, you misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to be my bodyguard, to stay by my side 24/7. I said we're friends. If you want to sharpen yourself, you can do so anytime, but you need a place to settle down, right? If you don't mind, I can arrange a manor for you in Guanjing. When you're tired, you can rest there. Need any cultivation materials? Just ask. Isn't that what friends are for, helping each other? I'll help you with money. And if someday I get bullied, humph." Li Xiao suddenly snorted coldly. "I want to see who dares to bully my friends." Faced with such generous conditions, Li Zhao's resolve instantly shifted. He added, "I have no problem returning to Guanjing with you, but one thing must be made clear beforehand. I will never officially join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce." All right. Gao Banchang chuckled, secretly, already guessing Li Zhao's thoughts. Bai Yi frowned slightly and asked beside Li Baidian, "What does Li Xiao mean?" Li Baidian smiled. "Brother Xiao Bai, you still don't know much about the Federation's bounties. Wild superhumans are bounty targets, but once they join one of the Federation's major forces, the bounty is cancelled." Bai Yi was stunned. Damn, turns out Li Xiao didn't want his bounty to be cancelled, so he nominally didn't join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Truly a talent. What on earth are the humorous dart-throwing people's brains thinking about every day? At this moment, Gao Banchang looked again at Xiaoyi. "Brother Xiao, I know you're after the divine sword laser, but your efficiency alone is limited. I can mobilize the intelligence system of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce to help you find it." Xiao. He immediately raised his glass and said, "Boss Gao, your kindness is much appreciated. I'll drink to that, feel free." Thud, thud, thud. Bai Yi watched in shock. He thought that although Xiaoyi was a bit shady, he at least carried some ancient chivalrous spirit, and he was usually quite particular about his words. But he never expected that this broad-shouldered, big-eyed guy wouldn't hold back at all and would directly fall at the feet of capital. Just then, Bai Yi felt a poke on his thigh. He slightly turned his head and saw Li Yu subtly signaling him with his eyes. Luckily, Bai Yi wasn't colorblind and understood Li Yu's gesture. He knew that Li Yu was seeking his opinion. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and came to a decision. His goal was the Manga USB drive. Whether it was to confront Bai Zhe, become an extraordinary person, or to control Manga's material, he was determined to get it. Currently, the Manga USB drive was suspected to be in the hands of Tianqi Corporation, which meant that staying in Shuguang City was the only chance to investigate its whereabouts. So, he chose Gao Pengzi. "I'm also going to Guanjing." You're very welcome. Once you arrive in Guanjing, it's like your own home. By the way, how is Mr. Li's consideration going? Seeing Bai Yi agree, Liu nodded as well. In the end, everyone agreed to go to Wangwenjing, except for Li Beidian. This bounty hunter's reason was simple: his family and friends were here and he was no longer in his prime, unwilling to leave his hometown. Gao Banchang tried to persuade him several times, but seeing Li Baiqian's firm attitude, he gave up. Everyone resumed drinking, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Originally, everyone thought that after this gathering, they would part ways, but unexpectedly, they all had a common destination: Wangwenjing. In this world, it's rare to meet a group of good friends, and naturally, it's worth celebrating. Bai Yi took the wine handed over by the purple-haired girl and drank it in one gulp. Only children make choices, adults want everything. The reason he decided to go to Wangwenjing wasn't to give up on the Pango USB drive, but because these two goals didn't conflict at all. He was going to Wangwenjing as a friend. Once there, he could get a house for free, and he could leave whenever he wanted. This also meant he could enjoy a month in Wangwenjing first, and after saving enough time, return to Shiguang City to find the Panga USB drive. So what if the Panga USB drive was in Tianqi's hands? Their goal wasn't to destroy it, let them keep using it for now. Once enough time had passed, he would transform into the Black King and snatch it. Most importantly, Wangwenjing was safe. In unfamiliar territory in Shiguang City, accidents could happen, but in Wangwenjing, it was different. This was Gao Pengzi's turf. Nothing could be settled if it came to trouble. Bai Yi couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Then he and the purple-haired girls continued drinking happily. As he drank, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Beidian. He had been wondering why Li Beidian hadn't left. Was he still hoping Bai Yi would join the silent court? But seeing Li Beidian with arms around two women, his mouth stretched into a grin from ear to ear, Bai Yi suddenly thought this guy was just here to mooch food and drink. TSK. Li Beidian and In Xiaotong, both members of the silent court, but the gap between them was enormous. Does the silent court really recruit based on character? Little handsome guy, you just drank her wine earlier and haven't even tasted mine yet. If you keep doing this, she'll get upset. Will you cry then? Bai Yi asked. She's a fierce crier. No matter how you coax her, it won't work, Li Beidian replied. At this moment, Bai Yi really wanted In Xiaotong to see what a cute, soft, and tender girl looked like, instead of always wielding a sword to cut people. It's just that this purple sister's makeup is too heavy, completely unable to compare to In Xiaotong's natural beauty, like a water lily emerging from the water. In a villa at Dawnlight City, Mo Xiang Garden, two girls were holding hands and talking. Xiaotong, do you know how much I missed you during this month of your holiday? Since you left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. Lu Yao tugged at In Xiaotong's hand, acting coquettishly and swaying. And Xiaotong looked helplessly at the girl in front of her, who was a head shorter than herself. Little dear, can you stop swaying for a bit? I don't want to. Who told you to leave for so long? And when you came back, you didn't even bring me a gift. Lu Yao pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied, but her glossy almond-shaped eyes were filled with joy. She tiptoed in her plush slippers, like a fluffy kitten clinging to In Xiaotong's arm, her eyes blinking steadily, staring intently. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if they were wings of a butterfly eager to take flight. Xiaotong, I feel like you've lost more weight in this month at home, and your face looks a bit haggard too. And Xiaotong was slightly taken aback. Haggard? She recalled her recent activities, constantly rushing across the wasteland, hunting mutated beasts. In various wasteland towns, camping under the Black Mountain winds, breaking into the 189 refuge, fighting the tyrant. It seemed she hadn't stopped for a moment. Is it because the journey was too exhausting? I have a good tip for you: taking a hot bath can help relax. The housekeeper told me. One time I was tired from shopping, so I tried it. After soaking, I felt completely relaxed. Lu Yao happily shared her relaxation method, as if revealing a secret no one else knew. But what she didn't realize was that for ordinary people, this was just common sense. Only someone like her, never having been truly tired, would find it novel. Alright, I'll go take a shower. First, I'll chat with you later. And Xiaotong had been wanting to shower for a while. The battle at Black Mountain had drained her too much physically. She had planned to go home, shower, and rest, but unexpectedly, Lu Yao showed up. She wasn't surprised. Lu Yao had bought a villa nearby specifically so they could go to school together every day. Lu Yao's father was one of the directors of Tianqi Corporation, so she naturally had many bodyguards. She had probably instructed them to notify her as soon as she returned. And Xiaotong headed toward the bathroom, but she was followed by sneaky footsteps. She turned around, her light brown eyes watching the thief like Lu Yao. Startled by her sudden turn, Lu Yao quickly used her lace-edged sleeve to brush against In Xiaotong's hand. Let's shower together. Her soft voice, sweet as honey, sparkled with anticipation in her big eyes. And Xiaotong helplessly nodded. Her friend was good at everything, but she was a bit too clingy. Lu Yao, from a prominent family, didn't lack friends wearing masks of falsehood. If she were a bit simpler, it wouldn't matter. But she was clever enough to see through sincerity and pretense, yet she refused to wear masks like others. In the end, this only led to her feeling out of place and lonely. Therefore, she treasured In Xiaotong, her only true friend. Lu Yao's face lit up with a smile, and she hugged in Xiaotong like a koala, hanging onto her. And so, Little Deer and Xiaotong entered the bathroom together. Steam rose from the bathtub, and the milky fog seeped through the marble floor cracks, enveloping the entire bathroom in a hazy, warm veil. Petals of roses, jasmine, and peony floated on the amber-colored water, making the girls' figures appear faint and elusive. Lu Yao's eyelashes were dotted with tiny water droplets, her eyes fixed on Xiaotong. Across from her without blinking. Wow, Xiaotong, how do you usually take care of yourself? Your figure is so good. If only I had your long legs. Standing at 1.6 meters, Lu Yao envied in Xiaotong's legs the most. And Xiaotong plucked a petal from her collarbone and said, eat fewer snacks and maybe you'll grow taller, pouted. And said, I haven't seen you eat less either. It's so frustrating. You eat so many candies every day and don't seem to gain weight. I really wonder where all that meat goes. And Xiaotong wasn't just gaining weight from eating, her daily training was quite intense. If she didn't consume some high-calorie foods, her nutrition would fall behind. But she couldn't tell that because in his heart, she always saw her as just an ordinary girl, not the terrifying Black Knight who could make the wind and rain tremble. Let me see, where are you hiding the meat? Grinned mischievously. The two girls began to playfully splash and wrestle in the bathroom, and for a moment, the white mist grew even thicker. The soft lighting was broken apart by the fog, refracting tiny halos on the water's surface as if a galaxy had been shattered into shimmering fragments within the curling white steam. The girls' bell-like laughter echoed as the water vapor drifted past the intricately carved windows, floating toward the bright, clear moon in the sky. After a while, was a bit breathless. She was just an ordinary person, and soaking in hot water only drained her stamina faster. Hey, what's wrong? And Xiaotong's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, unsure why was sighing. The young lady's temper always changed so quickly. Sighed and said, my little Xiaotong is so beautiful, I wonder which rotten man will get to enjoy her in the future. Humph. And Xiaotong was caught off guard and chuckled softly. Marrying someone? That was a question she had never considered. Because she had no intention of marriage, there were too many injustices and ugliness in this world. She just wanted to use her limited life to change this era, even if only a little, it would be worth it. Some things, someone has to do them. I've never thought about marriage, I showed a hint of sadness, but she smiled and said, girls don't not marry, just like me. I'll probably be forced into an arranged marriage with some other power. Someday. I just hope I can marry a man I find decent then. And Xiaotong fell into silence. She was an extraordinary person, the Black Knight of the Silent Court, capable of controlling her own destiny. But wasn't. It seemed her life path was already predestined. The girl's emotions came and went quickly. Soon, grinned mischievously. Again, Xiaotong, do you like any boys? And Xiaotong shook her head. No really? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? No. Have you ever held hands with a boy? No, not even holding hands? Then you probably haven't even hugged anyone. And Xiaotong was about to deny it but suddenly stopped. Hug? Her mind involuntarily flashed to the figure of the wasteland boy. Was that a hug back then? Probably not. How could she count it if she hugged herself? Ed exclaimed, you hesitated. My. Pure Xiaotong actually hesitated? You wouldn't really have, no, and Xiaotong instinctively denied. Immediately leaned in, pretending to be jealous as she hugged. And Xiaotong said, I don't believe it. Tell me, who did you hug? Did he hold you like this? And Xiaotong's mind wavered slightly because she and Bai Yi really had hugged like that. Suddenly, a flash of light. The foggy bathroom unexpectedly transformed into a karaoke room. She saw Gao Banchang, Li Baidian, Xiaoyi, and others, along with her purple-haired sisters on either side. Bai Ji, I didn't expect you not only have the surname Bai but your skin is so fair too. Really? Let me see. 2. The purple-haired sisters tugged at Xiaotong's collar. In an instant, Xiaotong's expression turned cold and she snapped back to her senses. Her hands clenched tightly around the incoming hands. Oh, Bai Ji, you hurt me, she said softly, without a word. She looked down at her tall, slender body, her face darkening slightly. The soul had once again swapped, hadn't it already been resolved? Why was it happening at this moment? Little Bai brother going to the bathroom again? At your age, your kidneys aren't doing so well either. Li Baidian, whose face was flushed from drinking, teased, you're so red. But when he saw the familiar cold light in Bai Ye's eyes, he suddenly shivered as if he had returned to last year's mission. At that time, he and Xiaotong were executing a task to wipe out a gang. To gather intelligence on the gang, he deliberately risked himself, sacrificed his appearance, and boldly entered the gang's entertainment venue. It took a great effort, but he finally pinpointed the location of the gang leader. But before he could act, he saw Xiaotong, expressionless, carrying the gang leader's head over to him, saying the task was complete. That moment left a psychological shadow on him, and for a long time, he dared not go to entertainment venues to gather intelligence. Now, he saw that same look in Bai Ye's eyes again. Fuck, where are your clothes? Bai Yi was stunned, suddenly snapping awake. He hadn't expected Fujin Pavilion to be so open. Wait, why? Does this woman seem unfamiliar? When did they change? Fujin Pavilion still has such beautiful. Damn, where are my clothes? Bai Yi suddenly jumped up and with a splash of water, his vision blurred and his eyes went white. At this moment he knew what had happened. I'll fuck your monkey, you dead monkey, you're messing with me. Again. Xiaotong, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lu Yao quickly stood up, concern etched on her face as she grabbed Bai Yi's arm. No, don't stand up. Damn, did you break my ribs? Your waist is so thin? Xiaotong, are you okay? What nonsense are you talking? Why does your face look so red? Ah, you're bleeding from your nose. After a long while, the crystal chandelier poured a warm golden glow, bathing the Baroque-style living room in a gentle light. On the vintage, exquisite carpet, two women, wrapped in silk bathrobes, leaned against a deep brown sofa. The woman on the left wore a beige-embroidered lawn bathrobe, casually piled her damp hair, with water droplets still hanging from her tips, holding a gilded teacup. The woman on the right was wrapped in a smoky purple bathrobe, half-curled, with the hem revealing slender ankles, toes restless and gripping tightly, seeming a bit flustered. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks, her fair skin glowing with a post-bath pink. The only unappealing detail was the two balls of tissue stuffed in her nose. The air was filled with the mist of water vapor and a faint fragrance from the bath. Xiaotong, your body is too weak. I'm even better than you. Look, I've soaked for so long and I haven't fainted or bled from my nose. Drink some water. Lu Yao handed the gilded teacup to Bai Yi. Bai Yi tactically took a sip of water, his mind racing. Just now, he used the excuse of fainting from the bath to fool this woman whose name he didn't know. But then, what should he do next? His thoughts were a bit chaotic, mainly because he had just been hit twice, once by Xiaotong and once by the woman in front of him. Under these two mental assaults, even a god of the new era would have to slow down. But honestly, Bai, it's true. You really can't feel that direct impact from reality through the screen. Setting aside human nature, purely from an artistic perspective, she's a flawless masterpiece. Ah, you're bleeding from your nose again. Should I call a private doctor? Lu Yao looked a bit panicked. This young lady born into a honey jar rarely saw blood. The most she had seen was when her pet dog bit her finger once, and she cried for a long time. Later, her father, to comfort her, sent the dog to a professional trainer for 2 days. After that, the dog never bit her again. But what puzzled her was that the dog in her memory had a tiny white tip on its tail, yet after returning, it was gone. Her father said the trainer thought it looked unsightly and had trimmed it. No need, I just have a bit of a muddled mind. I'll be fine after resting. Bai Yi leaned back on the sofa, which was incredibly soft. The girl seemed to sink into it, wrapped up completely. Lu Yao nodded. Then shall I go light you a stick of incense? Incense? Even though it's summer now and it's indeed time to burn mosquito coils, what does that have to do with my dizziness? Lighting incense wouldn't make me more dizzy, would it? Bai Yi, unaware of the situation, didn't speak. Casually, merely giving a slight nod. Lu Yao didn't get up immediately but bent her legs to reach for the fluffy pink slippers by the sofa. Although the carpet was very clean, her small feet carefully avoided stepping on it until she slipped her feet into the slippers. Only then did she stand up. Clack clack clack. The girl stepped heavily in the plush slippers as if her feet were wrapped in two pink cotton balls. Her steps were slow and awkward. With each step, the thick sole detached from the rounded foot, striking the ground with a dull thud. Taking advantage of the girl's departure, Bai Yi's mind raced rapidly. He first glanced around the environment. A dazzling crystal chandelier, cream-colored marble walls inlaid with carvings, and deep brown walnut floors gleaming with a warm luster. The floor-to-ceiling windows draped with chiffon curtains and dark red velvet drapes. A vintage old-fashioned record player in the living room. Every detail exuded elegance and luxury. What the hell is this? Xiaotong's house? The Black Knight who usually robs the rich to help the poor is actually a little rich lady? Surely, she's stealing others' wealth to enrich herself. What is the mechanism of divine taboo? Item 169. Why, even after it was supposedly, is it now exchanging again? Bai Yi was really annoyed with the monkey now. When dealing with the tyrant before, if 169 had given a little help, he would have directly attacked Xiaotong's body. No need to waste time hesitating, he would have taken down the tyrant instantly. Damn it, you can't switch at a critical moment. I was just having a deep conversation about life and ideals with Sister Purple, and you suddenly swapped me out. And this time, the exchange didn't even require one person to hold half of 169, knowing full well the complete 169 was with him. The mechanism of its use could be studied after the exchange was reversed. Bai Yi stood up, planning to go to Fujin Pavilion to find Xiaotong, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze in place. He remembered the last time at the experimental base, he went out to find Xiaotong, and Xiaotong went inside to find him. This woman simply doesn't understand what it means to get lost and wait in place. If he went to Fujin Pavilion now, would he miss her again, just like last time? Probably not, right? After what happened last time, Xiaotong should have learned her lesson, right? Should have? Now Bai Yi was in a dilemma because he couldn't guess whether Xiaotong would come looking for him. Even as a god of the new era, it was hard to read a woman's mind. If only he had a phone, he could call her. But after the Great Catastrophe, most of the technological infrastructure for communication had collapsed and only some specially modified communication devices still worked. That disaster had changed not only biological life but also caused subtle shifts in physical laws. At this moment, he suddenly caught a faint, elegant fragrance. The scent drifted along the nasal passages and entered his nose. Achoo! Bai Yi felt his nose itch uncontrollably and sneezed. 2 bloody tissues fell to the ground. Xiaotong, are you not nosebleeding anymore? Lu Yao skipped over happily. Bai Yi's heart jumped. Don't jump, little white rabbit, the cage is about to open. What kind of incense is this? The little deer was stunned, pointing at the bronze incense burner on the table behind him. It's your favorite, Snow and Spring's letter. Snow and Spring's letter? Bai Yi glanced at the bronze incense burner. A thin wisp of blue smoke was slowly rising from the opening and dispersing into the air. He remembered that when he first exchanged with Xiaotong before, he had smelled this scent on himself. It wasn't like perfume, more like the incense used by ancient nobility. So this kind of incense was called Snow and Spring's letter? Damn, Xiaotong has been marinated in Snow and Spring's letter. Xiaotong, sit down and rest for a bit. I feel like you're not fully recovered yet, you can't even smell the spring fragrance in the snow. That's your favorite scent, isn't it? You said that whenever your mind is restless, lighting it can help calm you down. I'm feeling better now. I just had some tissue stuffed in my nose earlier, so I couldn't smell it. How could I not recognize the spring fragrance in the snow? Bai Yi casually lied, his gaze constantly scanning Lu Yao, guessing her identity. A close friend of An Xiaotong? Could she be part of the silent court? She doesn't look like it. Her delicate appearance doesn't resemble an extraordinary person at all, more like a pampered young lady. Lu Yao walked over and took Bai Yi's hand, and the two returned to the sofa. That's good enough. You really scared me just now. Your eyes looked so strange, like you had become someone else. He. Bai Yi forced a perfunctory smile, indeed feeling like he had changed into someone else. Lu Yao continued, I don't know why, but just now, when I was being stared at by you, I felt so uncomfortable all over, like I was being looked at by a man. Cough cough. Bai Yi hurriedly interrupted, afraid she might guess the truth if she kept talking. Go blow dry your hair. First, if your hair stays wet, you'll catch a cold. And you? I'm a bit dizzy. I'll rest a little longer. With coaxing and persuasion, Bai Yi finally managed to send Lu Yao into the bathroom. He paced back and forth alone on the carpet, barefoot. Should he stay put and wait, or go to Fujin Pavilion? Forget it, better to wait here. With An Xiaotong's fierce personality, she would definitely get impatient and come looking for him. Meanwhile, An Xiaotong, at Fujin Pavilion, was pondering the same question. Xiaotong, why don't you go find Bai Yi to switch back? Li Baidian, half sober, felt a terrible headache. His eyes kept flicking toward the private room. Noble lady, just leave already. It's rare to be invited to such a high-end place by a wealthy benefactor. Why are you still staying here? And Xiaotong hesitated, saying, given Bai Yi's restless nature, I think he might come looking for me. If I leave now, I'll probably miss him. Li Baitian's face darkened as he looked at Gao Banchang and others, happily drinking inside the room. It felt like a cat was clawing at his heart. Xiaotong, have you ever thought that, with the level of your and his tacit understanding, maybe both of you are waiting in place? If that's the case, neither of you will end up waiting for the other. A flash of confusion crossed in Xiaotong's eyes. Uncle Li, how do you know I have such a tacit understanding with him? We've only met a few times. He. Li Baidian chuckled dryly. Do I need to see it? By the way, I have a solution. His eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took out a white dove ring from his pocket and handed it over. Xiaotong, take my white dove ring and go find Bai Yi. The rings can sense each other, so you won't miss each other. And Xiaotong fell into silence and didn't take the ring because Bai Yi wasn't carrying the white dove ring, not even wearing clothes. To avoid revealing his identity, Bai Yi had always kept the ring hidden. The hiding place was very secretive, no one could find it. After a moment of hesitation, and Xiaotong finally decided to leave. She simply couldn't wait any longer, especially since she and Little Deer were taking a bath. The thought of a man suddenly joining in made her complex emotions hard to suppress. Shame, anger, panic? It seemed no adjective could truly describe it, because the person who invented adjectives never imagined such absurd, outrageous things could happen. There simply weren't words that fit. Would Bai Yi do anything to Little Deer? Would Bai Yi do anything to me? Xiaotong had always thought Bai Yi was a good person, but when she appeared at Fujin Pavilion and saw the purple-haired sister, she realized that Bai Yi and Uncle Li were both the same kind of scoundrels. At that moment, her mind was even more chaotic. Why isn't she here yet? Soon her best friend will finish blow-drying her hair? White Yi hurriedly scratched his head, only to find himself clutching damp, silky hair. Surely An Xiaotong isn't really foolish enough to wait around in place? She's been staying with Gao Banchang, Li Yu, and the others. It's too easy for someone to notice a flaw. If they find out, where am I? Supposed to put the face of the new era's god? No, I have to find her. I absolutely cannot let anyone know about this black history. In the end, White Yi couldn't contain his impatience and decided to set out to find In Xiaotong. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze, a flash of light crossing his eyes. Wait! The white dove ring! Li Beidian used the white dove ring to sense my location before. Although In Xiaotong is a bit stubborn about justice, she's not the kind of fool who's just a pretty face. She should be able to think of asking Li Beidian for the white dove ring to locate me. So now, as long as I have the white dove ring and go find her, I definitely won't miss her. He hurriedly rushed into the room to start searching. After turning over boxes and rummaging through everything, he gave up. Where did I hide it? White Yi was frustrated. He simply couldn't find the white dove ring. The villa was too large, and finding a tiny ring here was unrealistic, especially since In Xiaotong would have hidden it very carefully to prevent her identity from being exposed. Forget it, I won't look for it anymore. He quickly headed toward the door. Just as he reached out to grab the door handle, he suddenly paused. He looked down and saw that the thin, translucent silk bathrobe in a smoky purple hue was like a layer of gauze, and a gentle breeze was slipping in through the collar. Better change my clothes first. I can't go out dressed like this. If In Xiaotong finds out, she'll definitely go crazy again. He entered the bedroom and headed straight for the wardrobe. He pulled open the carved wooden door, and the colorful dresses under the light almost blinded him. Why are they all dresses? The chiffon skirts draped like layers of clouds, seemingly embroidered with all the colors of spring. The pale pink tulle dress was fluffy like cherry blossoms, the pale yellow suspender skirt adorned with strawberry buttons, the dark green velvet gown hung like a dark lake at night. The wooden hanger was slightly bent under the weight, and a faint scent of snow and springtime wafted over. It was torn. White Yi truly lost it. Wearing dresses before was one thing, since it was passive, but now he was expected to put one on himself? This stuff was worse than dogs. Ugh, it's actually quite smooth, more comfortable than the clothes Gao Banchang gave me. Gao Banchang's gift was a stiff shirt, which naturally wasn't as soft as a dress. He chose a long, dark red dress that covered his legs, with the hem reaching his ankles. He deliberately picked the longest one, the most like pants. Who the hell designed this? The buttons are in the back. Who the heck can fasten it from behind? After much effort, White Yi finally managed to put on the dress himself. To prevent any wardrobe mishaps, he even thoughtfully put on safety shorts for In Xiaotong. Though he had a poor memory and often forgot things, he wasn't ungrateful. In Xiaotong had saved him twice, and even though he didn't need saving, she had indeed saved him a lot of time. He decided to repay her with the safety shorts. Yes, that was settled. Next came socks and shoes. He picked a pair of thin, black silk stockings with no patterns from a pile of flashy socks. These socks are so small. Do girls really have such tiny feet? White Yi muttered as he slipped them on, noticing that In Xiaotong's feet were indeed delicate, with pink nail polish on her toenails. Then he casually put on a pair of black princess shoes and rushed out. I just remembered something important. I'll go out for a bit and be back soon. He didn't care whether In Xiaotong's friends heard him or not. He shouted into the bathroom, and then dashed out. Whoosh! A figure in a dark red long dress sped away like a gust of wind, like a flickering flame, with long black hair flowing behind her, resembling a ribbon of ink. Have you confirmed the target's location? Confirmed. The target is currently located in Villa 7 of Building A in Mashan Garden. She is likely here to find her classmate from Qiming Academy, and Xiaotong. Only the two of them? Yes, I checked. And Xiaotong lives alone, without any servants, but Lu Yao has quite a few bodyguards, some of whom are genetically modified, stationed around the villa. Understood. Wait until I arrive before taking action. Remember, do not alert anyone. Yes, my lord. In the greenery near In Xiaotong's home, a large tree responded softly through the walkie-talkie. Yes, it was a large tree speaking. But if you looked closely, you would notice that on the surface, this tree seemed to faintly bear human facial features and limbs. Just as the tree was about to hang up, it suddenly froze in place. A figure in a dark red long dress burst out from the villa's front door. The figure in the dark red dress ran a few steps, then suddenly stopped, feet planted firmly, and began to look around in confusion, her eyes blank. Why is this neighborhood so big? Which way should I go? Xiaotong, wait for me. Where are you going so late? From upstairs, Lu Yao's anxious voice sounded, along with the rustling of clothes being hurriedly put on. Today, and Xiaotong behaved so abnormally that it made her feel unfamiliar, and yet she couldn't help but worry. She thought that perhaps In Xiaotong had argued with her family during her return home. That was the most serious thing she could imagine. Hearing Lu Yao's shout, the figure in the dark red dress turned without hesitation and ran off. She didn't unleash the terrifying power contained within her body. After all, this was a neighborhood with many people and eyes everywhere. She only moved slightly faster than an ordinary person. In the dark woods, the big tree witnessed this scene and hurriedly said into the walkie-talkie, "My lord, don't hang up yet. And Xiaotong has left. She's running so fast, like that damn red-cloaked ghost." A puzzled voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What red-cloaked ghost? An ordinary girl student can't run that fast. Clarify. The tree quickly replied, faster than an ordinary person, but not quite as fast as most genetic mutants. She should have cultivated chi and blood martial arts. Why is that worth making a fuss over? A hint of anger tinged the voice on the other end. Chi and blood martial arts can be practiced by anyone. Not to mention, Shining Academy even offers specialized courses for it. No, my lord, it's mainly because she's disheveled, her hair constantly dripping with some liquid, and she's wearing a red dress. Her running posture is very strange, sometimes she looks like a man, sometimes like a woman. Her movements are very uncoordinated, really like a damn ghost. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. After this mission, remember to get a gene stabilizer injection. Looks like your chameleon gene has started affecting your mind. The big tree responded. Once in Xiaotan leaves, we don't need to worry about her. Our target is Lu Yao's daughter, Lu Yao. Fewer people means fewer complications. My lord, Lu Yao has also come out. She seems to be heading after in Xiaotan. Troublesome. Your ability to blend into the environment is only effective when still. If you follow her, you'll likely attract Lu Yao's bodyguards. My lord, Lu Yao has gone back inside. 2 bodyguards came out and stopped her, apparently not allowing her to leave Maoshan Garden so late. Ha, perfect. These bodyguards have actually done us a favor. Maoshan Garden is in the wealthy district and their security has always been excellent. It's normal they wouldn't want Lu Yao to leave. After all, that old guy Lu Yunxiao has always been very strict with his daughter. My lord, Lu Yao has come out again. She seems unwilling and is determined to leave. Walkie-talkie. Alone, are you messing with me? In the woods, Alone, who had integrated into the trees, panicked. My lord, I would never dare to fool you. Lu Yao. Lu Yao turned back again, and the bodyguard pulled out his phone to threaten her, seemingly about to call her father. Ding ding ding. The other end of the walkie-talkie directly hung up. Master, go to Fujin Pavilion. Bai Yi flagged down a taxi and set off. Master, to Maoshan Garden. And Xiaotong hailed another taxi and headed out. On the wide street, traffic flowed like a flowing river of light, the car lights weaving into a luminous stream. 2 taxis, carrying a boy and a girl respectively, brushed past each other on this neon-lit street. Soon, they arrived at Maoshan Garden. After getting out of the taxi, and Xiaotong headed straight for her home. But just as she reached nearby, she suddenly slowed her steps, her brows furrowing tightly. Something was wrong, too quiet. It was summer now, and Maoshan Garden's greenery was lush, yet she couldn't hear any rustling of the wind or the chirping of cicadas. A faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood drifted into her nostrils, and Xiaodong's face changed slightly, and the night immediately activated. Countless silver threads intertwined and wriggled over her body, transforming into a silver-white knight's armor. She rushed into the villa courtyard, the metallic smell of blood hitting her face. Her eyes fell on several bodies lying in blood pools, with marks of blades slashed across their necks. These bodies looked familiar, she had seen them several times before. They were Lu Yao's bodyguards, all quite capable, each injected with 3 doses of gene-enhancing serum, genetically modified. But there was no sign of struggle or resistance at the scene, indicating that the killer was extremely fast, using a sneak attack to slit their throats in a short time. Miss Lu Yao, shouting till your throat is hoarse is useless. This place has been sealed off by Wanlai Prison, and no sound can escape. In the living room, Lu Yao, dressed in sportswear, looked panicked. Her already pale face was now devoid of any blood. She screamed, grabbing whatever was within reach and throwing it at the approaching figure in a black robe. The person, whose face was hidden beneath the black robe, paid no attention to the thrown objects. Every time an object was about to hit him, he seemed to freeze the frame of the scene, suddenly disappearing from where he stood, only to reappear closer to Lu Yao. Behind the black-robed man, several fully armed men in black special operations suits and gas masks observed cautiously. Master, enough playing. We should leave now. Alone, wearing a gas mask, reminded him. A chilling laugh came from beneath the black robe. Don't you find this interesting? Watching this little beauty panic and scream helplessly. Oh, look at her, her eyes are red, she's about to cry. The black-robed man's malicious humor left his subordinates speechless. You, don't come any closer. My father is a director at Tianqi Company. If you dare hurt me, he'll never let you go. Lu Yao threatened tremblingly, but her tear-streaked, delicate appearance was utterly powerless, like a puppy stepped on its tail, whimpering fiercely with a hint of milkiness. Of course I know your father is Lu Yunxiao, or why would I have grabbed you? The black-robed man slowly extended his demonic claw toward Lu Yao, his gloved hand wrapped in black leather, looking like a devil's claw reaching out from hell. Ah! She screamed and closed her eyes, her hands flailing wildly. Oh, so you want to fan the air around you, suffocating me to death, what a wicked trick, the black-robed man sneered maliciously, then suddenly grabbed Lu Yao's flailing hands. She became even more terrified and finally burst into tears. At this moment, she desperately wished for a knight like those in fairy tales, bravely appearing, shouting, "Let go of that girl," then wielding a sword to slay the villain and save herself. But she knew it was impossible. Only as a child would she believe in fairy tales, but now she was grown up and knew that those stories were all fake. Clang! The clear sound of a sword ringing out, dressed in knight's armor, and Xiaotong appeared, but unlike the naive knight in the story who would foolishly shout, "Let go of that girl first," she went straight to attack with a sneak strike. Only a fool would warn the enemy before striking, and Xiaotong was simply pursuing justice, not acting like a fool. "Who are you?" "Ah." Arlong's arm was cut open, a 10-centimeter long bleeding gash. He hurriedly raised his gun, wildly aiming at the uninvited guest before him. The others also opened fire. Bang bang bang, countless flames spat out, metal bullets whistling through the air. And Xiaotong did not dodge because she knew Bai Yi couldn't escape. Instead, she protected her body with her knight's armor and a pure silver cross sword. Clang clang clang, small sparks burst from her body and the bullets couldn't pierce the armor, but the powerful impact kept pushing her back. Lu Yao instinctively opened her eyes, a look of surprise flashing across her face. The knight had truly appeared. The man in the black robe turned his head, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. "Knight's armor, pure silver cross sword. You're the Black Knight." As soon as the words Black Knight left his lips, the subordinates who had been firing suddenly froze, then immediately retreated wildly, nervously gathering around their boss. On this land of Beimang, who didn't know the name of the Black Knight? Half of the Black Knight's fame came from the Silent Court, and the other half from his formidable strength. Especially recently, after the Black Mountain incident, the bounty on the Black Knight had skyrocketed again, reaching an astonishing 450 million. The man in the black robe looked grave, trouble indeed. He had actually encountered the Black Knight here, damn it. As soon as his iconic outfit appeared, he began to feel like retreating. "Master, this isn't right. He probably isn't the Black Knight. His vitality points are only 69. Arlong suddenly shouted. His face was covered with a heavy tactical anti-poison mask, and a pair of thick metal glasses shimmered faintly, the lenses flickering with constantly jumping green digits. The man in the black robe froze. 69? Arlong quickly pointed to his own eyes. "Master, it's true. The vitality meter shows 69, and this number isn't even higher than mine. How could he be the Black Knight?" The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, scanning in Xiaotong repeatedly. Recalling her awkwardness when facing bullets just now, he suddenly smirked coldly. Is he a clumsy imitator of the Black Knight? Or is he the real Black Knight and the 450 million bounty was actually arranged by the Silent Court? He knew that the chief judge of the Silent Court was one of the 10 kings, and it was easy for them to set up such a bounty for the Black Knight. And Xiaotong didn't answer the black-robed man's question but instead struck out directly. The pure silver cross sword slashed fiercely, the blade's edge causing a subtle tremor in the air. This strike was executed with perfect force, angle, and technique, but the black-robed man couldn't help but sneer. His figure vanished like a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of Xiaotong. He raised his right hand lightly, precisely striking her wrist. The immense force caused the pure silver cross sword to fly out of her hand, spinning several times in midair, before stabbing into a luxurious leather sofa. Too slow, the black-robed man sneered. Beneath his black hood, two ghostly glowing eyes pierced through the shadows, mockingly staring at Xiaotong. His amber pupils contracted into sharp vertical slits, swirling with a sinister golden red glow. They resembled the vertical pupils of a feline creature. The moment Xiaotong saw those eyes, her heart suddenly sank. A wanted notice she had seen before floated through her mind. Genetic engineer, cat. Eyes, bounty of 173 million. Possessing extremely high agility and speed, she had repeatedly escaped federal encirclement thanks to her speed advantage. Such a formidable opponent, even if her main body were here, wouldn't be easily taken down. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat him, but once the cat eye wanted to run, it would be difficult for her to keep him behind. The destructive power of the cat's eye was not strong, only its speed was extremely elusive. You are the cat's eye, the man in black chuckled softly. Who would have thought that a weakling with only 69 vitality points could still recognize me? In the next second, his voice suddenly turned cold. Since you've heard my name, you should know that I despise the name Cat's Eye. That bunch from the Federation are terrible at naming, they have no sense of aesthetics at all. Seeing I have a pair of cat's eyes, they unilaterally put that ugly title on the wanted poster without my permission. If Bai Yi were here, he would surely agree wholeheartedly with the cat's eyes words. Because he was dressed entirely in black and wore a black mask, he was called the Black King. Remember my true name, so when you go to the underworld and the King of Hell asks, you won't be clueless about who killed you. My real name is Clang. Without knowing when, the pure silver cross sword in Xiaotong's hand suddenly stabbed diagonally, piercing into the left ribs of the man in black. She was always ruthless and spoke little. The sword's tip was pressed close to the ribs. If it had pierced through, the sword would have traveled straight up along the ribs, finally stabbing fiercely into the heart. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The pure silver cross sword merely pierced the air, and the cat's eye had already appeared behind Xiaotong. He raised his hand, and with a black-gloved palm, he tightly grabbed her throat, lifting her up. Thanks to the protection of knightly armor, she was not physically harmed, but her movements were restricted. She deliberately grabbed the cat's eye's hand with both hands, pretending to struggle, while her peripheral vision glanced toward Lu Yao by the window. At this moment, Lu Yao was clutching the curtain tightly, her face tense and worried as she watched the restrained knight. "You can't be the Black Knight, right?" the cat's eye teased. "I originally thought you were a fan of the Black Knight, even made a suit identical to theirs, and was just imitating the Black Knight's justice. But I clearly saw the cross sword on the sofa turn into silver gray and vanish, only to reappear in your hand. Such extraordinary ability is exactly like the Black Knight's. But I remember the Black Knight should be a woman. Could it be that you and I are using voice changers?" "You're right, I am the Black Knight," and Xiaotong's calm voice came from beneath the silver-white mask. The cat's eye was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to admit it. He wasn't even sure himself, perhaps he was just testing. But why was the Black Knight so weak? Seizing his moment of distraction, and Xiaotong moved. She instantly dismissed the knight identity, and her silver-white armor transformed into a shower of silver star fragments, while she swiftly descended as if shedding her shell like a cicada. Then, she stomped her feet on the ground with force, and, like a nimble leopard, she pounced toward Lu Yao. Her target was Lu Yao and the window behind her. The howling wind sounded in Lu Yao's ears. Her eyes widened involuntarily as she stared at the boy who had just freed himself from the knight's armor. Even with enemies surrounding her, the boy's face remained utterly calm, his disheveled hair flying wildly, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Suddenly, the man in black beside Lu Yao tried to shoot, but the boy seemed to have foreseen the trajectory of the gunfire. The scorching bullets tore through the air, leaving white streaks, narrowly missing his body. Lu Yao stared blankly at the increasingly close boy, his figure gradually enlarging in her vision, as if time had slowed down. Only when Xiaotong's hands tightly embraced Lu Yao's waist did she snap back to herself. Immediately, she felt her body uncontrollably lift and tilt, and Xiaotong, holding Lu Yao in her arms, suddenly turned sideways, using Bai Ye's body to crash into the window. Crack! The window shattered with a loud bang. Countless tiny glass shards flashed before Lu Yao's eyes, sparkling brightly under the light, like a galaxy of stars. She was unharmed, her broad chest blocked everything. The two leapt out of the window, their bodies plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. But just then, a teasing voice rang out behind Xiaotong, "Too slow." Suddenly, Xiaotong felt a tremendous force surge through her arm, and the two people who had jumped out of the window were directly caught back by the cat's eye with a single hand. The cat's eye casually flicked his wrist, and the two were flung backward, crashing into the living room in a tumbling fall. And Xiaotong firmly protected Lu Yao in her arms, and to absorb the impact, she deliberately rolled a few times on the ground until she hit the sofa and stopped. "Kid, if you want to play hero saving the beauty, you're not qualified yet. Master, what should we do with this kid?" Ao Lon's eyes flickered with a fierce light, the muzzle of his gun pointed at Xiaotong. The cat's eye smiled faintly. "Of course, take him all away. Didn't he say he's the Black Knight? When the time comes, use him to exchange the bounty with the Federation, a Black Knight worth over 400 million. We'll be rich. But is this Black Knight real? He seems too weak. These days, aren't there plenty of counterfeit bounties? Some crazy superhumans treat bounties as their life, desperately trying to imitate the strong. Remember the Shadow Man, Li Xiao? That lunatic once went to the tyrant's hometown, Fuguang City, to shout and challenge the tyrant. It just so happened the tyrant wasn't home, and he started spouting nonsense, saying no king, implying the tyrant was avoiding him. As a result, his bounty immediately increased by 10 million. In my opinion, this Black Knight is probably just like Li Xiao, maybe the son of the silent court judge. His father has taken down several billion-level powerhouses, and he's just riding on his father's coattails, making a name for himself. While the three of them chatted recklessly, no one noticed that Xiaotong, hidden near the sofa, subtly placed her hand under a shadowed patch of the floor beneath the sofa. "What did you say? And Xiaotong just left not long ago?" Bai Yi roared in anger. He always knew this woman was restless. She would never learn what it meant to wait in place after getting lost. The non-stick pan attribute was once again kicking in. Li Badian looked at the furious red-dressed girl in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. Just after sending one away, another appeared. He hadn't even finished his drink. "Little White, why don't you wait here for her?" "I'm not waiting, what's the use of that? The white dove ring, I need to use it." The red-dressed girl extended her pale hand. Yes, the white dove ring. If you have the ring, you'll definitely find her. With Xiaotong's cleverness, she'll pick up the white dove ring when she gets home. Bai Yi put on the white dove ring and set out. He stepped out of floating gold pavilion, standing by the roadside, trying to hail a taxi. But after waiting for a long time, no car appeared. Watching the colorful vehicles passing by on the street, he suddenly realized that most people here didn't take taxis, they had their own drivers. So, no taxis were willing to come to floating gold. Ding! A flashy, bright red convertible sports car stopped in front of Bai Yi. The wind from the vehicle lifted the hem of the dark red skirt, revealing glimpses of her delicate legs beneath. "Beautiful lady, want to ride around with your brother's car?" A young man with dyed red hair and deep-set eyes sat in the driver's seat, whistling. Looking at the charming red-dressed girl, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Bang! Without a word, Bai directly opened the door and got in. Such a swift and decisive move left the red-haired man momentarily stunned. So proactive? It must be because he was captivated by Bai's handsome looks. Take me to Maxian Garden. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at his lips. Beautiful lady, you'd better sit tight. Your brother here drives pretty aggressively. Boom! The red-haired man floored the accelerator and the red convertible shot forward like an arrow from the bow. He glanced at the red-dressed girl out of the corner of his eye, expecting to see panic or surprise, but all he saw was calm. Interesting, he chuckled silently in his heart. Beauty, are you alone? Waiki turned to look at the red-haired man. Are you alone? The red-haired man hurriedly nodded excitedly, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. But in the next second, he froze because he realized that the woman in the red dress was actually wearing a smile even more sinister than his own. That's really great. After a moment, the red convertible parked beside the trash can roared back to life, its sleek body passing by the trash bin. It's revealed a trash can with 2 legs. Waiki whistled as he drove the car, glancing at the increasingly distant trash can through the rearview mirror. TSK, when you're out and about, boys must protect themselves well. It's best to travel with a companion and never let strangers get in your car. After driving for a while, White Yi finally approached Mo Xiang Yuan. As he drew closer, his white pigeon ring began to react, growing slightly warm. But as he continued toward Mo Xiang Yuan, he strangely found that the warmth of the white pigeon ring was gradually diminishing. Crack! The red convertible stopped by the roadside, leaving 2 dark streaks on the ground. Xiaotong has left Mo Xiang Yuan? White Yi frowned slightly. That's odd. Since she's wearing the white pigeon ring and leaving Mo Xiang Yuan, why doesn't she come to find me? I can sense her, and she should be able to sense me too. Waiki turned the car around and headed in the direction indicated by the white pigeon ring. But he found that In Xiaotong was actually getting farther and farther away from him. Is In Xiaotong hiding from me? This woman wants to take over my body. Boom! He stomped on the accelerator to the floor, and the red convertible shot forward like a streak of red lightning through the street. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs, and Xiaotong and Lu Yao were tied to a steel pillar with specially made ropes. Inside the factory, there were more than a dozen black-clad men, and a cat's eye. 3 of a kind. Bomb! Along suddenly slammed down 2 kings on the table. Fuck, are you crazy? I have a 3, and you have a bomb? The black-clad man opposite was stunned. Along chuckled, I've got more bombs, what's it to you? 4 twos. He threw out another set, then directly played a straight flush, revealing the cards in his hand. The 2 black-clad men playing with him were furious, throwing their cards down and pointing at him, shouting, cheater. Along raised an eyebrow, you shuffle. And deal, so how am I cheating? Seeing the astonished looks of his companions, he felt secretly pleased. He truly hadn't cheated, he just didn't know what was going on today. His luck was so good that he could win even with his eyes closed. While they were playing cards, the cat's eye approached In Xiaotong and Lu Yao. He looked at the 2 with a teasing gaze, then extended his hand toward Lu Yao. Lu Yao visibly panicked, her legs kicking wildly on the ground, trying to dodge but being tightly bound by the ropes. Why you? What are you going to do? Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Little beauty, your scream is so pretty, hee. The cat's eye's hand kept approaching Lu Yao's chest, then suddenly yanked hard. Lu Yao cried out in pain, a red mark forming on her fair neck. The cat's eye withdrew his hand, a sparkling diamond necklace quietly resting in his palm. Along, stop playing. Take this necklace and deliver a message to Luo Yunxiao. Yes, sir. Along eagerly ran over, respectfully taking the diamond necklace. He turned to leave, but after a few steps, as if remembering something, he turned back and reached out again toward the cat's eye. Sir, where's the letter? The amber vertical pupils flickered coldly, and he said angrily, don't you know how to write your own letter? Along froze, scratching his head. What should I write? Idiot. The cat's eye jabbed several fingers into Along's head, making him retreat several steps before stopping. I told you to inject the gene stabilizer on time, and you definitely didn't listen. Do I need to tell you what to write? Along covered his head, looking aggrieved. I did, you bastard. Cat's eye directly kicked Along, knocking him to the ground. He coldly said, just write that Lu Yao is in my hands. If you don't want your daughter to die, exchange her for the formula of the Type 3 gene serum developed by Tianqi Corporation. Oh, got it. Obediently receiving the instruction, Along scampered off to write the letter again. Hey, gene serums do a lot of harm. If only I had the Type 3 gene serum, Cat's Eye muttered to himself, with a hint of longing. Are you from the zoo? In Xiaotong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Although she was asking a question, her tone was very certain. Cat's Eye turned around, a playful glint flickering in the amber vertical pupils hidden beneath his black cloak. Why are you so sure? In Xiaotong's calm gaze fixed directly on those vertical pupils. She had clearly fallen into captivity, yet she showed no panic. You're all genetic manipulators. Judging by the strength, the injection must be of the elusive Type 2 gene serum available on the market. To possess so much Type 2 gene serum and dare to kidnap Tanchi's daughter to exchange for the Type 3 serum, that can only be the zoo, he said with a light clap of his gloved hands. Impressive, Cat's Eye said with a hint of amusement. I'm starting to think you're the real Black Knight. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be the biological son of the silent court judge, would you? Your father's boosting your reputation, probably just waiting for his death so he can have you take over. The silent court? Faced with Cat's Eye's teasing, Ying Xiaotong remained silent. His compliment implied she guessed correctly, but because she guessed right, she realized the situation was becoming even more complicated. Everyone knows that when it comes to gene modification technology, Tanchi is the best. Tanchi Corporation's gene modification tech is unparalleled, and their development of the Type 3 gene serum is the holy grail that all gene manipulators dream of. The 12 zodiac signs are all injected with the Type 3 gene serum, and their strength is inseparable from this serum. In the field of gene modification, aside from the top-tier Tanchi, the second most powerful is the zoo. The zoo isn't a literal zoo, but a formidable force composed of countless gene manipulators. They are so powerful that even a giant like Tanchi fears them, not only because of their influence and numbers, but also because the zoo's director is one of the 10 kings. His terror is no less than that of the tyrant Yang Ju. If the tyrant is the metal king, then the director is the king of beasts. Since its founding, the zoo has been at odds with Tanchi, repeatedly dispatching spies just to obtain the formula for the Type 3 gene serum. So when Ying Xiaotong saw Cat's Eye surrounded by so many gene manipulators daring to kidnap Lu Yao and extort the Type 3 serum, she was certain that behind Cat's Eye was the zoo. Only someone from the zoo could freely inject Type 2 gene serum. Currently, the only gene serum available on the market is Type 1. Most gene manipulators are injected with Type 1. Only major factions or extraordinary organizations have the means to acquire Type 2. Type 3, however, is exclusive to Tanchi and is never circulated externally. Sir, the letter is ready, Along said as he approached with the letter. Cat's Eye took the letter and looked at it, a look of disgust flashing across his face. The character for gene is wrong. It should be basic, not machine. Understand? Sir, I'll go fix it right away. Along blushed, finally realizing the cost of his lack of education. Fix it? You're just scribbling over the ransom note. Are you trying to make Lu Yunxiao laugh himself to death? Rewrite it. Yes, I'll rewrite it right now, Along replied hurriedly. After a moment he returned with a new letter. Are you an idiot? The Lu in Lu Yunxiao's name is the moose, character, not road. You don't even know who we're extorting from. That makes us look so amateurish. Rewrite it. Yes, sir. I'll rewrite it immediately. After a while longer. What do you want me to say about you? The address? The transaction location? Are you trying to get Lu Yunxiao to burn the formula for me? On the other side, Lu Yao, who was tied to a pillar, was sneakingly whispering into Yin Xiaoting's ear, "Don't worry. My father will definitely come to rescue us." And Xiaoting didn't respond. She wasn't as naive as Lu Yao. Lu Yunxiao was indeed a director of Tanchi Corporation. But distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. The people like Cat Eye and others may seem out of sorts, but in fact, each of them was a gene-modified individual injected with Type 2 genetic serum. Even Along, who was often scolded, was quite skilled with a bounty of over 15 million. This group at the zoo had obviously been lurking in Dawn City for quite some time. Their actions were professional and swift, though their cultural level was somewhat low. This abandoned factory was very hidden, carefully chosen by Cat Eye and others, and concealed by the taboo object Wanlai prison. Even Lu Yunxiao wouldn't be able to find this place in a short time. Instead of relying on Lu Yunxiao, it was better to rely on. And Xiaoting's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quietly clenched the white dove ring in her hand, the heat emanating from the ring growing stronger. Earlier, she had been pulled out of the window by Cat Eye, rolling several times on the ground with Lu Yao in her arms, seemingly to unload her force, but actually to adjust her landing point, so she could land beside the sofa, because her white dove ring was hidden in a secret compartment under the sofa. She believed that, with Baiye's intelligence, after failing at the floating gold pavilion, he would definitely find Li Beidian to get the white dove ring. As long as Baiyi found this place and retrieved her body, she could completely resolve this crisis. After 18 revisions, Along finally received Cat Eye's approval, and he let out a relieved sigh before heading off to deliver the message. When he left the abandoned factory, the chameleon ability began to take effect, and he completely merged into the darkness, disappearing as if into thin air. At this moment, Cat Eye cast a teasing glance. Next, it's just boring waiting. I really hate boredom, but luckily, there's a little beauty here, He stepped closer to Yin Xiaoting and Lu Yao, a malicious smile on his face. Lu Yao's small face instantly turned pale. Though pampered and spoiled, she wasn't a fool who didn't understand anything. She couldn't even imagine what was about to happen next. Her two little legs frantically kicked the ground, trying to escape from Cat Eye, but the ropes tightly bound her to the steel pillar. Besides her tender skin being reddened from the constriction, nothing else was affected. Xiaodong's face turned cold. She hadn't expected that the cat eye was actually a woman, nor had she anticipated that the person the cat eye intended to defile was not Lu Yao. But, oh, what's with that expression? Could it be that little sister I'm not beautiful? The cat eye removed her black gloves, revealing a pair of slender, fair hands. Those hands resembled the pink pads on a kitten's paws, soft and boneless, gently caressing Bai Ye's face. Then slowly moving downward, her fingertips traced the firm lines of the Adam's apple, collarbones. Don't touch him, Lu Yao shouted anxiously, her cheeks flushing with blood, a blush blooming on both sides of her face. Oh, you're getting anxious? The cat-eye chuckled playfully. He can't be your little sweetheart, right? No wonder he appeared at your door so late at night. What I want is the gene serum. As long as you let him go, I'm willing to cooperate with you and get the gene serum from my father, Lu Yao hurriedly said. Perhaps out of kindness, gratitude, or some other inexplicable emotion, she simply couldn't accept seeing this knightly youth before her being defiled by the cat-eye. Ha ha ha, that's the look. My favorite is seeing this kind of expression when someone's beloved is taken away, heartbroken, furious, helpless. It's simply wonderful. The cat-eye laughed excitedly, her enchanting eyes flickering with a hint of madness. And Xiaodong's heart sank. She knew this was a common flaw among genetic manipulators. If superhumans are all mentally ill, then genetic manipulators are all beasts. The mental state of superhumans differs from ordinary people. They tend to be extreme, easily provoked, and cannot be stimulated. Genetic manipulators harbor the beastly nature, sometimes controlled by primal instincts. On Black Mountain, the silver snake and the nether tiger could perform such acts in broad daylight, a clear example. It is well known that when beasts are in heat, they do not care about the occasion. The hand resting on her chest continued to slide downward, causing Xiaodong's hair to stand on end. Her right hand subtly gathered silver light, ready to condense a pure silver cross sword, when she suddenly felt a slackening on her body. The cat-eye had unexpectedly untied her ropes. Come on, little handsome, let's play a game. This game is called hide and seek. The cat-eye smiled, pulling a black lace strip from her pocket and wrapping it around her eyes. She intended to close her eyes and catch Xiaodong, just like an ancient emperor, deliberately blindfolded, catching his beloved consort in the grand hall. And Xiaodong's face darkened, her silver glow flickered, and her pure silver cross sword instantly took shape. She reversed her grip and aimed the sword at the cat-eye's chest, stabbing forward. The cat-eye's lithe, soft body was like a real cat. With a slight twist, she dodged the attack. And Xiaodong seemed to have anticipated her evasion, so this strike was nearly a feint. Halfway through the thrust, she suddenly changed direction and swung horizontally. Not bad in combat experience, but too slow. Xiaodong only saw a flash before the cat-eye's figure vanished. Then, the sword's tip sank and a pair of feet in black leather boots lightly landed on the pure silver cross sword, her mocking smile evident. And Xiaodong quickly shifted tactics, retracting her sword forcefully, ready to strike again. I'm playing hide and seek with you, not fighting. Now it's your turn to run. Just don't let me catch you, or, haha, boom! A tremendous force erupted from Xiaodong's chest, propelling her backward like a cannonball, crashing into a steel pillar of the factory. A deep crater was gouged out of the steel pillar, which was normally wide enough for two people to embrace. And Xiaodong struggled to get up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Before she could steady herself, her obsidian-like eyes suddenly contracted. The warm breath of the cat-eye exhaled onto her face, red nails lifting her chin. Did you think you could be caught so easily by your sister? In Xiaodong's icy glare, the cat-eye's moist lips parted slightly, her scarlet tongue slowly protruding, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, licking at the bloodstains at the corner of the youth's mouth. Bang! Suddenly, the air was torn apart by a sharp gust of wind, and a tremendous force struck the slender waist of the cat-eyed girl. That delicate, willow-like waist, unable to withstand the impact, deformed and bent at an astonishing speed, curling into a lobster-like shape. Her long brown hair exploded into a burst of brown fireworks in midair, and the charm and allure on her face had yet to fully turn into shock when she was propelled backward like an arrow shot from a bow. Boom! The cat-eyed girl collided fiercely with several abandoned machines in the factory center, which were already dilapidated. The old machinery instantly shattered, countless parts falling apart and burying her beneath the wreckage. Silence, an eerie stillness. Everything happened so suddenly that until the girl was flung backward, everyone still hadn't reacted. Whether it was Lu Yao, who was tied up, or the dozen or so black-clad men watching from the side, they all stared in shock at the red-dressed girl, who appeared before Xiaodong's eyes without warning. The girl in red looked icy, one foot planted on the ground like a steel nail, while the other was at a 90-degree angle, suspended in midair. Her pleated skirt, woven from dark red silk, fluttered between her legs like a blooming manjasaka flower, the arc of the skirt opening resembling an ancient fan splashed with red ink. Master, who are you? The dozen or so black-clad men finally reacted, drawing their guns and pointing them at Bai Yi. Their hands trembled slightly, but they did not dare to act rashly. A few others rushed toward the wreckage of machine parts, attempting to rescue the buried cat-eyed girl. Xiaotong! Lu Yao exclaimed in shock, and Xiaotong's sudden appearance stunned her. But what shocked her even more was the kick that sent the girl flying. Bai Yi slowly retracted his leg, not even glancing at Lu Yao, his gaze fixed on Xiaotong, who occupied his body with a cold expression. Especially after seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, a wicked fire surged straight to his forehead. Someone dared to hurt his body while he was away, and almost defiled it too. The more Bai Yi thought about it, the angrier he became, like daring to test him while he was present. You didn't kill her with that kick, Bai Yi said. Hurry, there's no time. Hold on to me. In just a few steps, and Xiaotong reached Bai Yi's side. Then, under Lu Yao's stunned gaze, the two embraced each other without regard for anything else. Like the brave knight hero in his storybook, or her best friend, tightly holding each other right in front of her. Lu Yao didn't understand what was going on between them. To her, the scene was simply her best friend and Xiaotong suddenly appearing, kicking the girl in red into flight, then ignoring her entirely to embrace the knight-like boy. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance, like betrayal, twice over. Can you handle these people? Bai Yi, face pressed close to Xiaotong's, asked. And Xiaotong's voice was rapid. Others can, but the cat-eyed girl is too fast. I can't keep up with her. Now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry, smile. She forced a stiff smile, but Bai Yi's expression gradually faded into a cold one. In Xiaotong's puzzled gaze, Bai Yi released his embrace, then turned to face the dozen or so black-clad men who looked like they were about to attack, a wicked, sinister smile curling on his exquisite face. Since you can't keep her here, I'll do it. Daring to disrespect the gods of the new era, then let's use my life to make amends. Facing those who hurt his body, even Bai Yi, the time slave, couldn't help but waste a little time. He could handle the ones who couldn't stay. Because, time stream variance at 0.5x speed. Once activated, his speed would double instantly. To be precise, it was the speed of Xiaotong's body that would increase twofold. Doubling Bai Yi's own speed at this level of battle was meaningless, but for Xiaotong, it was a completely different story. It was like Bai Yi's assets were 100 units, after doubling, they became 200. But if Xiaotong's assets were 100 billion, doubling them would turn them into 200 billion. Although both are multiplied by 2, Bai Yi only earned 100, while Xiaotong made 100 billion. That's the gap. The girl in the red dress curled her lips into a strange arc, her 2 rows of snow-white teeth gleaming coldly in the factory's shadows. Her crooked smile resembled the cracked mouth of a broken doll. Bai Yi slowly clenched his fists, the knuckles producing a crisp popping sound like roasted beans. He took step after step toward the dozen or so black-clad men, his neck slightly tilted to the side, joints cracking with a mix of suppressed, sinister laughter spilling from his throat. Open fire, one of the black-clad men shouted in panic. In the next moment, a dozen pistols spat flames, countless yellow-orange bullets shooting out like lightning, the gunfire deafening. Bai Yi raised his hand gently, his hand seemed to transform into a series of residual images. As the black-clad men emptied their magazines, his hand also stopped. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he slowly opened his palms, the crisp clatter of metal ringing out, clang, clang, clang. Dozens of bullets fell from those fair hands. Reflected on the ground of metal shells was his nonchalant sneer. In the face of true power, firearms are nothing but toys for children. A trace of intoxication flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. The power contained within Xiaotong made him mesmerized, an entirely different kind of power from time-stopping. It wasn't as mysterious or supreme as time, instead, it was incredibly simple and brutal. Her vitality value has broken 10,000, a black-clad man tremblingly shouted, wearing vitality value detection glasses. The luminous green numbers wildly flickered on the lenses. 19,800. Everyone instantly gasped in shock, breaking 10,000. In vitality? On this wasteland, anyone with a vitality over 10,000 was a major figure with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Who exactly was this seemingly delicate girl, and Xiaotong? As the cold number 19,800 flashed through their minds, they suddenly realized with horror that fear had already filled their bodies, so much so that even moving a finger felt stiff and unnatural. Rumble. The ruins where the cat's eye was located suddenly emitted a grating sound of twisted steel. In the next second, with a deafening explosion, the ruins burst apart as if blown up by a bomb. Countless shards of stone and rusted machine parts sprayed out in all directions, smoke billowing into the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, an elegant, slender figure gracefully stepped out. It was Cat's Eye. Her amber vertical pupils locked onto Bai Yi, a cold, knife-like smile curling at the corner of her lips. Little sister, a surprise attack isn't what a true powerhouse would do. Bai Yi turned his head to look, a sinister smile mixed with a teasing tone on his face. Oh, so you call an attack you can't handle a surprise attack? I've seen enough. A dangerous cold light flickered in Cat's Eye's eyes. She slowly extended her hands, her long fingers shimmering with metallic coldness as her nails rapidly lengthened. Such a sharp-tongued little girl. When my sister tears your mouth apart later, let's see if you're still so stubborn. Bai Yi looked at her with disdain. Was it you who injured her? Hee hee. Cat's Eye looked at Xiaotong and smiled. Little handsome guy, your luck with women is quite good. These two pretty little sisters are so concerned about you. I'm getting jealous just watching. And Xiaotong's face remained as calm as water. She whispered in Bai Ye's ear, change back quickly. Even if you use my body, without a knight, you're no match for her. Having fought countless battles, she knew very well that in a duel, unless one side's strength and speed completely crush the other, experience and combat skills become decisive. When their power levels are similar, Cat's Eye's speed, even for her, was a headache. She could only rely on rich experience and skill to predict her attack trajectory, combined with Knight's defense, to win the fight. But she would never leave a Cat's Eye who was eager to escape. As she spoke, and Xiaotong hugged her again. Seeing this, Cat's Eye couldn't help but laugh in anger. During a fight, they were still hugging each other? Showcasing your love in front of me? Don't you know what it means to show off love and die quickly? As soon as the words left her mouth, the figure of Cat Eye suddenly vanished into thin air. The gleaming claws, flashing with cold light, seemed to traverse space itself, appearing right in front of Bai Yi. Cat Eye's intentions were undeniably vicious. This claw was aimed straight at Bai Yi's face. She wanted to disfigure him, or more precisely, she wanted In Xiaotong's face to be ruined. And Xiaotong was startled, instantly activating Night. Her arm, covered in silver-white armor, swung up to block the claw. But her speed was too slow. Just as she raised her hand, the claw had already reached Bai Yi's face, with its sharp nails less than 2 centimeters from that beautiful visage. Time flow variance 0.5x speed. Buzz. As the mysterious time fluctuation enveloped the world, Cat Eye's nearly superhuman speed, which exceeded the limits of human retinal capture, suddenly slowed down. Bai Yi sneered contemptuously. With a quick flash, he appeared behind Cat Eye. Cat Eye only felt a blur before her eyes. The red-dressed girl vanished without a trace. Immediately, a prickling sensation ran down her back, and a strong sense of danger pierced her like needles. Bang! A black princess shoe slammed into her back, and the terrifying surge of 19,800 vitality and blood erupted violently. There was no finesse, only savage brutality. And Bai Yi himself was also devoid of any technique. Once again, Cat Eye was knocked flying, this time smashing through the factory wall, creating a large hole above her, and falling into the darkness outside. In Bai Yi's arms, and Xiaotong's face was filled with shock. Her previous speed had completely exceeded her body's maximum control. Suddenly, she remembered what Bai Yi had said earlier about his extraordinary ability. Is this the fleeting shadow of light? Lost in her power, Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. What's this light flow? What a jumble of nonsense. Had he hurt his head? The supernormal ability he had casually boasted about long ago, he had almost forgotten it himself. To say it again now, he probably couldn't even repeat it properly, but surprisingly, and Xiaotong still remembered. Master, protect the master, kill her. A dozen black-clad figures, furious and alarmed, began transforming. They discarded their guns, and their muscles and fur grew wildly. Crack! As their clothes tore apart, a dozen humanoid beasts, limbs on the ground, charged toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What kind of monsters were these? Leopards, wolves, gorillas, hyenas, bears, all with varying animal features on their bodies. Xiaotong, be careful. Lu Yao, tied to a pillar, shouted anxiously, her face pale with fear, yet she still remembered to warn her best friend. Bai Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile. For these trash, he was too lazy even to activate time flow variance. The fastest, a leopard, was the first to rush in front of him, its thick claws tearing through the air, sparks of white smoke trailing behind. Facing the deadly claws, Bai Yi one-handedly held in Xiaotong, while the other slowly raised, then extended a finger. Clang! The razor-sharp claws, like blades, were stopped by that slender, white finger, like hitting steel rebar, making no progress at all. The leopard's face changed drastically, its expression one of utter horror as it stared at Bai Yi and the finger flickering with crimson light. So this is what it feels like to be protected by vitality and blood? Ha ha ha, this is just too wonderful. Bai Yi let out a low, ferocious laugh. The thrill of tormenting these trash was addictive, and he was utterly captivated. He hated battles where both sides were evenly matched, he just loved crushing them. In Bai Yi's arms, and Xiaotong watched his so-called vitality and blood protection with a look of helplessness. There was no skill involved, just a simple covering of a clump of vitality and blood over his finger. Not only was it slack, but it was also a huge waste. The leopard, frightened by the evil girl before him, felt his heart pounding in his chest. He quickly changed tactics, his hands forming a kind of embrace, claws slashing fiercely toward the girl's neck. At that moment, a hand, like a butterfly passing through flowers, suddenly appeared ahead of the leopard's neck, then, clenched tightly, the leopard's movement suddenly halted, its neck twisting and contorting in an instant. The blood that couldn't flow freely pooled on its face, turning it red. Its eyeballs were bloodshot, nearly bulging out of their sockets. The entire creature was lifted into the air by Bai Yi, its hands desperately gripping the slender, white palm, but it was as futile as trying to tear steel with bare hands, nothing budged. The others Witnessing the terrifying surge of energy and blood emanating from Bai Yi dared not step forward, overwhelmed by a primal fear of death itself. Bai Yi held the leopard up before his eyes and softly asked, "You such a weakling, what gives you the courage to stand in front of me?" The leopard couldn't answer. A suffocating sensation nearly froze his blood and his strength was rapidly draining away. His eyes gradually turned white. Suddenly, Bai Yi released his grip. The leopard's body fell straight down just as it was about to hit the ground. Bai Yi clenched his fist tightly, a terrifying surge of energy and blood gathering on his knuckles, bursting forth in a brilliant crimson glow. Boom! With a single punch, the leopard's chest instantly caved in, a crisp cracking sound echoing as its bones shattered. The heart protected by those bones also exploded in an instant. Its eyes bulged, blood pouring from its eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Its body was uncontrollably flung backward, crashing into an abandoned machine, and with a twisted neck, it fell silent. Such a horrifying blow caused the others to feel their guts turn cold, staring in horror at the red-skirted girl clutching the knightly boy. Bai Yi's violent, brotherly embrace was a perfect example of brutal beauty. Ha! Truly intoxicating power. The girl in the red skirt's smile grew more wicked and ferocious, like a witch emerging from a terrifying nursery rhyme. "How dare you kill my people?" A murderous female voice echoed through the abandoned factory. A cat-eyed girl, covered in dust and with disheveled hair, stepped through a large hole in the factory wall. She took a step forward, her once smooth earlobes now sprouting fur, elongating and standing upright into fluffy cat ears. Her clothing was pushed aside, revealing a slender black cat tail protruding from torn fabric, swaying agilely. With each step closer, her amber pupils narrowed into sharp vertical slits and a slight smile curled at her lips, revealing two pointed canine teeth. Her movements became softer and more graceful, transforming into an elegant yet dangerous feline stance. Bai Yi's eyes half-lidded, his gaze proud and defiant as he watched the approaching cat girl. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Not only do you not run away, but you dare to come toward me? How interesting." The cat girl's gaze turned cold, her contemptuous attitude fueling her murderous intent. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's embrace of Xiaodong froze for a moment. Why did her words sound so familiar? "Stop holding on, you're only slowing down my attack," Bai Yi murmured in a deep voice near Xiaodong's ear. Xiaodong. She silently loosened her grip, quietly walking to Lu Yao's side and helping her untie the ropes. Lu Yao looked at the unfamiliar knightly boy with complex eyes, hesitating before saying, "You and Xiaodong are friends," and Xiaodong answered without hesitation. "Oh." Lu Yao pursed her lips, weakly responding, "There's no such thing as friends who immediately hug each other." "Then why does Xiaodong seem like a different person? Her smile is so terrifying, and she's so formidable." And Xiaodong fell silent for a moment before finally squeezing out 4 words: "Dissociative identity disorder." "Ha!" Lu Yao's eyes widened instantly, staring in disbelief at the red-skirted girl confronting the cat girl, feeling utterly incredulous. Ha! "Woman, I hope you can let me enjoy myself a little longer," the red-skirted girl cackled wildly to the sky. "Lu Yao, it's definitely dissociative identity disorder." The cat girl's eyes sharpened, but a faint smile played on her lips as she said, "Your power is indeed strong. But in front of my fully transformed form, your proud strength is only so much. Little sister, are you ready to die?" Bai Yi grinned, a wicked smile spreading across his face, and said deliberately, "Am I pretty?" With a mischievous grin, he opened his mouth to speak birdsong and floral scents, then pointed with his tiny hand, starting from his mother. The cat's eye was stunned into silence on the spot, the brain momentarily unable to react. "No, this isn't it." During the fierce words of the strong, "Why are you so vulgar?" After cursing this out, Bai Yi suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated. Indeed, a tyrant show-off style doesn't suit him. Simple and brutal is the best. When facing the enemy, of course, the most sincere greeting is in order. Since it's a matter of life and death, there's no need to leave the enemy face. Luo Yao, just freed from her ropes, was immediately stunned, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with shock. "Ah, Xiaotong, why are you swearing? Die." The cat's eye felt that her personality had been seriously insulted, her amber vertical pupils now tinged with a few bloodshot streaks. The air suddenly tore apart, and she vanished in an instant, her form transforming into a streak of black-gray light, leaving afterimages in the air. That speed was simply at the extreme. However, she did not attack Bai Yi but instead circled around him. Inside the abandoned factory, the cat's eye darted back and forth like a ghostly shadow, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that seemed to fill the entire factory. The dust swirling in the factory was stirred into spirals by her powerful gusts. Giggling, the cat's laughter echoed from all directions, countless afterimages seeming to laugh simultaneously, making it impossible to distinguish the real body from the illusions. 19,800's vitality is indeed terrifyingly high, several thousand points higher than mine. Unfortunately, battles aren't decided by numbers, it's about who's stronger in spirit and blood. I injected 5 doses of type 2 medicine, perfectly inheriting the cat's reflexes and agility, and amplified them dozens of times. With superhuman speed, I've slain countless opponents with higher vitality than mine. And you won't be an exception. Ah, Before the cat's eye could finish her words, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at her scalp. A hand precisely grabbed her hair, halting her rapid sprint. She looked up in horror at the red-dressed girl pulling her hair. This is impossible. How can you catch me? Gibberish. Lie down for me. Bai Yi impatiently yanked, causing the cat's eye to scream in pain as she was forcefully thrown onto the ground headfirst. Of course, he had turned off time flow variance while speaking, emphasizing the importance of cherishing time. Ah! The cat's eye cried out, clutching her head. A large patch of hair was missing from her scalp, resembling baldness. Bai Yi released her, and a mass of chestnut brown hair fell from his hand. The cat's eyes nearly popped out in fury. Both for a cat and a woman, hair was of utmost importance to them. I'll kill you. The sharp, unmatched claws of the cat's eye slashed fiercely at Bai Yi's cap, her claws soaked with crimson vitality, far more powerful than that of a leopard or others. Even Xiao Tong wouldn't dare to harden her body with vitality to block this attack, because although her vitality was less than the cat's eye, it still exceeded 10,000, and with the added power of her claws, only Night could prevent it, unless she used her Night ability herself. It was impossible to defend. And Bai Yi? He didn't need to defend at all. With his 0.5x speed activated, the cat's eye's movements appeared as slow as a turtle to him. The red-dressed girl stood firmly on one foot, her right foot's instep taut into a sharp line, then suddenly lifted high at a 180-degree angle. The dark red skirt fluttered straight with her movement, resembling a suddenly opened dark red fan. In the next moment, that fan snapped shut with a bang. A black princess shoe suddenly slammed onto the cat's eye's face, causing her delicate, charming face to twist and deform instantly. Her head collided with the cement ground, which shattered upon impact. Her head, like a squashed fruit, sank into the ground, her chestnut hair mixed with bloodstains spreading out on the surface. Due to the overwhelming force and the suddenness of the attack, the claws that had been rushing toward her suddenly stiffened, then lifted, and finally relaxed weakly, falling limply to the ground. The force was so great that even in Xiao Tong, standing nearby, saw her own long, straight legs. Her face turned slightly pale, and she also noticed the black safety shorts. For a moment, her face grew even paler. Wearing safety pants was fine, but the problem was, they were put on her by Bai Yi. The purpose of safety pants is to prevent wardrobe malfunctions, to stop men from seeing too much. But if a man is the one who puts them on you, then what's the point of protection? Master, let the master go. A dozen black-clad men's eyes nearly bulged out with rage, each one charging forward, fiercely, fearless of death, toward Bai Yi. Stepping lightly on the cat's eye skull, Bai Yi tilted his head slightly. The moonlight just happened to shine through the factory window onto that half-profile, casting shadows from his eyelashes that hid the defiance beneath his eyes, revealing only a pale neck and a faint, slowly curling smile at the corner of his lips. That smile was nonchalant, yet like a shard of poison ice upward curving, carrying unabashed mockery and sneer, as if he was not facing enemies rushing at him but tiny ants about to be crushed. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot, transforming into a scarlet silhouette rushing toward the black-clad men. The black-clad men were stunned, their claws wildly swinging, as if to tear Bai Yi to shreds. But they were too weak, at most, level 10,000. Completely outmatched by Bai Yi, who was over 100 million. Bai Yi didn't even need to activate 0.5x speed, nor did he require any moves or techniques. With a casual tug, the arm of the black bear was uprooted, blood pouring out instantly. He swung his right leg, and the air suddenly exploded. Wisps of white smoke curled around his leg, directly smashing the gorilla's head. Bang! Like a watermelon. Hitting the ground, it shattered into pieces, juice splattering everywhere. Jia jia jia, amid his broad, unrestrained laughter. Watching the terrified expressions of everyone, Bai Yi grinned wildly. Why so weak? Why can't I be a little more pleased? Boom! Boom! As he spoke, two fists swung out, and two living lives suddenly vanished. The remaining few were trembling with fear, Lu Yao covering her eyes in terror, unwilling to look. Stop! A furious shout came from not far behind Bai Yi. He grabbed two black-clad men by their hair, glaring at their desperate struggles, but was interrupted in his amusement by this cry to stop. He yanked the two around to face him. The bloodstained cat's eye struggled to stand up from the ground, amber vertical pupils blazing with raging fury. After seeing the corpses of his companions, a wave of sorrow involuntarily flooded his eyes. Let them go. Your opponent is. No. The cat's eye's expression suddenly changed. She reached out to stop him, but as her arm lifted, it fell as if her bones had been pulled out. In her pupils, the image reflected a bloodied girl in a red dress, her hands covered in blood, holding two corpses. The bodies were in a terrible state, heads deformed and shattered, killed by heavy blows. And the heavy object that struck them was none other than another person's head. Yes, Bai Yi, right in front of the cat's eye, had forcefully slammed the two heads together, bang, and the two instantly became entangled, one inside the other. Jia jia jia, such eyes. Heartbroken, furious, helpless. It's so wonderful. Bai Yi's face was twisted in a wicked grin, his shallow brown eyes flickering with a scarlet glow, signs of boiling blood and energy. In the next second, his smile suddenly faded. And his gaze grew even more disdainful. This is the look you should have when facing me. The amber vertical pupils of the cat's eye seemed shrouded in a layer of despair called hopelessness. Master, run. Don't care about me. Ah! A black-clad man shouted loudly, but suddenly a fair hand grabbed his face. Long fingers like blades sliced his hope into 5 despairing parts. Bai Yi exerted a little more force, and a cracking sound came from the black-clad man's cheek, accompanied by a piercing scream. You're so loyal, but unfortunately, you can only watch helplessly as they die one by one before your eyes, and you can do nothing. And Xiaotong, you won't die a good death. The cat's eye roared hysterically, which even made Bai Yi chuckle. What does in Xiaotong's miserable death have to do with me, the god of a new era? Ha ha ha. How ugly. When you're weak, your anger is just a joke to the strong. Even as someone who has earned over 100 million in bounties, you still don't understand such a simple truth? And Xiaotong, you wicked woman, I'll fight you. Bloodshot. Veins bulged in Mao Yan's eyes, almost bleeding from the pressure. Ignoring her image entirely, she dropped to all fours, her slender waist arched like a cat with its fur bristling. Suddenly, she transformed into a shadow and charged toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled faintly, about to help Mao Yan escape, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Mao Yan suddenly changed direction mid-run, darting sideways as if teleporting, and shot out of the abandoned factory's gate with a swift burst. Bai Yi, just raising his hand, froze in place, staring blankly at Mao Yan's rapidly retreating figure, blinking in confusion. Watching the gaze cast by in Xiaotong, he cleared his throat. Cough, cough, he said with a light chuckle, this world truly is full of heroes. And Xiaotong, are you just going to let her run away like that? A mocking smile curled at Bai Yi's lips. Let her run the first 100 meters. Outside the factory, the bright moon hung high, casting cold, silvery light through the forest, the leaves slicing the moonlight into tiny fragments like silver shards. Mao Yan dashed through the woods, the scattered moonlight flowing over her disheveled figure like water. Behind her, the factory gate was a dark, gaping maw, resembling a bloodthirsty mouth. Occasionally, screams echoed from inside, making her scalp crawl and filling her with dread. Damn it, and Xiaotong, who is this crazy woman? She felt tonight was truly too theatrical. When the Black Knight appeared, she thought it was the end, but unexpectedly, the renowned Black Knight turned out to be just a showpiece. When in Xiaotong appeared, she thought it was just another delivery, but to her surprise, this seemingly fragile girl was incredibly perverted, not only in strength but also in personality. Mao Yan even suspected that in Xiaotong had injected Type 3 gene serum, which was why she possessed more beastly ferocity than herself. A Type 2. She had run so far, surely, and Xiaotong wouldn't chase her now, right? Today's events had to be reported to the director immediately, so the director could send someone. Suddenly, Mao Yan's thoughts froze abruptly, as did her entire blood flow and her frantic footsteps. Her eyes widened in disbelief, turning her head aside. A woman's hand was quietly resting on her shoulder. That hand was slender but not weak, each finger curved just right, with neatly trimmed nails that shimmered with a faint pink hue. In an instant, her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She turned her head sharply, and a face appeared just inches away, smiling. The cold moonlight illuminated that face, making her skin appear even whiter, almost transparent, with no hint of blood. Suddenly, that face's lips parted slightly, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Got you. Ah! The woman's scream pierced the night sky, immediately followed by her frantic, stumbling escape. Mao Yan ran while looking back in terror. The girl in the red dress stood alone where she was, hair disheveled, a strange smile on her face, her hand mechanically waving as if saying goodbye. Mao Yan ran faster and faster, her entire body like boiling water about to dry up, wisps of white steam rising from her. Too slow. A demonic, whispering girl's voice echoed in her ear. In her peripheral vision, the face of the girl in the red dress appeared, full face, turning sideways as she ran, yet still able to catch up with her speed. Mao Yan's previously cold sweat, dried by the cold wind, once again condensed on her forehead. She clenched her teeth tightly, saying nothing, fully committed to fleeing for her life. Let's play a game, shall we? The game is called hide and seek, Bai Yi whispered in her ear with a smile. Mao Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Terror, absurdity, despair, various emotions surged through her heart. This was her favorite game to play. Every time she faced an enemy, the cat genes within her would take over, making her unable to resist the urge to toy with her opponent, much like a cat catching a mouse, not rushing to eat it but instead playing with it until it dies. Now, once again, she was engaged in a game of cat and mouse, but this time, she was no longer the cat, she was the mouse. She truly felt the despair of being a mouse. Squeak! The sound of the shoe sole rubbing against the ground echoed, carrying a hurried yet piercingly sharp, prolonged note. Cat's eyes suddenly halted, frozen in place. She looked at Bai Yi, who had also stopped, trembling as she said, "You can't kill me. If I die, the director won't let you go." "Oh, the director?" Bai Yi chuckled mockingly. "Which kindergarten director are you talking about?" "It's the zoo. The zoo director. He's one of the 10 kings. Just a mere 10 king, just a zoo Director? A trashy little thing like that dares to scare me? Bai Yi almost cursed himself for remembering he was the leader of the 10 kings, nearly slipping into a rant, so he quickly changed his tone. Kat's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe anyone in this world would dare insult the director so blatantly. She said in disbelief, "The director is one of the 10 kings. You cut the crap. I'm the damn leader of the 10 kings. Crazy. You lunatic woman." Kat's eyes blazed with anger as she cursed furiously. "You don't even know how powerful the 10 kings are. You don't understand how terrifying the director is." Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. No one knew better than him how formidable the 10 kings were, because he had even killed one of them before. "Enough, stop shouting," he impatiently pawed at his ear, but in Xiaodong's ears were quite clean, nothing was pulled out. "Talking about the director this, the director that, do you think the director knows who I am?" "Humph." Bai Yi sneered. "That's right, your director doesn't know who I am. So after I kill you, who do they think will take revenge?" Kat's anger faltered. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Bai Yi, speechless for a moment. She truly couldn't find any reason to refute him. Don't you dare," Bai Yi snapped. "My name isn't Xiaotong. If the king of hell in the underworld asks, just say I killed you." Boom! A violent surge of energy erupted from Bai Yi's body, his face flashing with a savage, triumphant grin as he suddenly threw a punch. Under the blessing of time flow variance at 0.5x speed, this punch was pushed to the extreme, like a crimson meteor, ruthlessly smashing into Kat's head. Bang! After the explosion, a headless delicate body fell straight down. Bai Yi shook off his hand, wiping away the bloodstains, then reached out with a demonic claw toward the fragile body of Kat. After a moment of caressing, he looked at the hundreds of banknotes and a few emeralds in his hand inside. "Why didn't you explode your equipment? You've earned over $1 billion in bounty, yet you couldn't even trigger a taboo item. You're probably just relying on connections to boost your bounty, huh?" In a dark corner of the woods, Alon, who had completely merged with a large tree, tightly covered his mouth, as if only this could block the fear spilling out. He stared in horror at the woman in the red dress, who was caressing her master's corpse. Her stunning face was already stained red with blood, resembling a delicate, perfect doll painted with crimson and eerie beauty. Xiaotong, she'll be okay, right?" Lu Yao, half hidden behind Xiaotong, asked timidly. "Probably," and Xiaodong's gaze passed through the factory gate, falling into the darkness outside. She knew Bai Yi wouldn't be in trouble. The fleeting shadows and rapid beats were too powerful. Once, she thought this ostentatious name and extraordinary ability were just Bai Yi's nonsense. Now, it seemed her understanding was too shallow. There truly existed a superpower that could ignore individual differences and multiply speed exponentially. Bai Yi was just too weak now to demonstrate the overwhelming power of the fleeting shadows and flashes, a rapid succession of moments. Today, using his own body to fight against the cat-eyed opponent who excelled in speed was like a cat playing with a mouse. If he possessed such speed himself, combined with the knight's defense and attack capabilities, no one below the 10 kings could stand against him. "Thank you for saving me today. Can you tell me your name?" Lu Yao lowered her small head, biting her lip as she asked. "Bai Yi." And Xiaodong's gaze was complicated as she said, thinking about how to explain today's events to Lu Yao. If she explained poorly, the identity of the Black Knight might be exposed, which would be detrimental to her upcoming mission. "Bai Yi?" Lu Yao murmured twice, then raised her head, clutching her small fists with a smile. "Thank you, Bai Yi. My name is Lu Yao, Lu from the Plum Blossom Deer. You can call me Little Deer." Seeing the adorable little deer that had just reached her chest, and Xiaotong smiled faintly. She was about to stroke her soft hair as she used to, but suddenly froze, looking at her sharply defined right hand. She silently lowered her hand. Lu Yao noticed in Xiaotong's movement, her ears turning slightly red, and hurriedly looked away. "Ah, Xiaotong's back," she exclaimed, her eyes showing a hint of worry as she looked at Bai Yi, who was stained with blood on her long dress, and quickly stepped forward. "Xiaotong, are you okay? Are you hurt? Which personality are you now? Do you still remember me?" Little Deer's small mouth babbled, causing Bai Yi's brow to furrow. Just as she was about to speak, and Xiaotong approached and grabbed her hand. "Come with me." Then she turned to look at Little Deer again. "I have something to discuss with Xiaotong. You wait here for a moment." Lu Yao glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, her face pale, but she still smiled and said, "Then you'd better hurry. I'm a little scared being here alone." And Xiaotong nodded, then pulled Bai Yi and walked out of the factory gates, disappearing into the darkness. Lu Yao stood there, anxiously, occasionally glancing at the bodies, her face turning pale with fear, then quickly averting her gaze. But the more she looked away, the more frightened she became, afraid that if she wasn't watching, those bodies might suddenly stand up. She kept wavering between watching and not watching, her small head bobbing like a rattle drum, turning this way and that, only because she was young, with a good neck, or she might have strained herself. Perhaps out of fear or curiosity, she stood for a while before quietly tiptoeing to the gate, gripping the edge of the door and peeking into the deep woods with half her head exposed. "Ah!" Lu Yao almost shouted out loud. If she hadn't hurriedly covered her mouth, she might have startled the kissing couple in the woods. The night was too dark, and as an ordinary person, with her limited eyesight, she could only see the quiet forest bathed in moonlight, where the young knight and the girl in the red dress were tightly embracing. Their faces were close together, and in the silhouette of the trees, it looked like they were kissing. The moonlight shining on them seemed to soften, and the flowing breeze appeared tender. Kiss, kiss, Xiaotong and Bai Yi are kissing. The peeping Lu Yao covered her lips, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her bright eyes showed shyness, disappointment, and even blessings. In the woods, the Bai Yi and Xiaotong, who were kissing, were laughing and chatting happily. The two hugged tightly, their faces pressed close, their smiles increasingly strange, as if forced out. What exactly did you do? Why did you suddenly switch? Without caring whether it was her fault or not, Bai Yi took the initiative to question. Don't you even know what I did? And Xiaotong replied calmly, her cold voice carrying an inexplicable chill. Bai Yi immediately exploded with anger. She thought, does this guy want me to help her take a bath? I hate taking baths the most. I mean, besides taking a bath, what else did you do? Nothing. And Xiaotong remained expressionless and said, and you, besides drinking, what else did you do? Bai Yi chuckled and replied, nothing much, just drinking. Really? Xiaotong said with a blank face, then why was I holding you when I went over? Nonsense. I was reading the spring and autumn annals. Be careful or I'll accuse you of defamation. But you, why was that girl named Lu Yao in my arms when I went over? I think we should be honest with each other, otherwise we'll never break the curse of the twin monkey images. And Xiaotong interrupted. In the end, the two reluctantly revealed what happened before the exchange. Of course, Bai Yi didn't mention that he had thought of Xiaotong while drinking with his purple-haired sister, nor did Xiaotong mention that she had thought of Bai Yi when she hugged Lu Yao. Both kept their secrets, unwilling to admit the truth. After a moment, they both suddenly realized their blind spot. And Xiaotong, it was a hug. Bai Yi, it was water. The two, now back in their original bodies, looked at each other in silence. And Xiaotong broke the silence first. What does water have to do with it? Bathing water is water, and drinking water is also water. But one is used for bathing, and the other is for drinking. Can they be the same? Bai Yi pouted. Maybe you took a sip of bath water while you were bathing? And Xiaotong said with a blank face, I don't have the habit of drinking my bathwater. After speaking, she ignored Bai Yi, since Bai Yi's extraordinary talent was quite impressive, making communication sometimes difficult. An embrace should be the trigger for the curse, and it has to be a simultaneous hug. After all, the twin monkey images are two monkeys hugging. Bai Yi looked a bit headached. Even if hugging is the trigger, what's the condition to completely lift the curse? People can't go through life without hugging, right? Talking about this now is still premature. Whether hugging is the trigger or not needs to be tested. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Corporation, and we can't stay here any longer. After a long while, and Xiaotong returned, but Bai Yi was gone. Xiaotong. Lu Yao hurried forward, trying to hold in Xiaotong's hand, but she hesitated just as she reached out. And Xiaotong's face showed a faint smile, and she took Lu Yao's hand naturally. Don't worry, it's all in the past. Xiaotong, you've come back? Lu Yao exclaimed happily. Yes. And Xiaotong nodded. That's great. Although your second personality is really handsome, it's a bit too frightening. The current look is the best. Lu Yao paused, then softly asked, Xiaotong, are you an extraordinary? Faced with Lu Yao's question, and Xiaotong was not surprised. It was natural for a normal girl to be suspected of being an extraordinary when suddenly revealing such powerful strength. Yes, I am an extraordinary. My ability is twin soul split and limit breaking double, as you saw, my second personality. Wow, that's amazing. Lu Yao clenched her small fist, her eyes sparkling as if tiny stars were shining. She didn't understand the concept of extraordinary abilities, but just hearing the name sounded impressive. And Xiaotong, she was momentarily at a loss for words. The name was inspired by Bai Yi's fleeting shadow and the rapid double, a bit exaggerated, but perfect for fooling those who didn't understand. The extraordinary. Lu Yao's identity was sensitive. Her father was one of the directors of Tianqi Corporation, Lu Yunxiao. If she couldn't be fooled, her identity would be exposed. No wonder I felt like you changed when I took a shower earlier. So, it was your second personality. Ha! Lu Yao suddenly seemed to realize something, her face flushing red. Her voice was like a mosquito. Your second personality isn't a boy, is it? No. And Xiaotong quickly lied. But I always feel the second personality is also a girl, just with a twisted personality. As you saw earlier, she's very violent and even a bit perverted. Sometimes I can't control her appearance, so Xiaolu, if you see my second personality again, you must stay far away. Alright, I'll listen to Xiaotong. As she spoke, Lu Yao kept glancing toward the factory gate. He's gone, and Xiaotong said calmly. Lu Yao's eyes darted away. He was injured earlier, and it's so dark now. He's walking alone, won't he be in trouble? He's also an extraordinary person, he'll be fine. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment. Xiaotong, the guy you mentioned hugging you before, was that Bai Yi? And Xiaotong froze, unsure how to respond, and could only nod. There was no longer any need for concealment now. After all, just moments ago, she and Bai Yi had been seen embracing in front of everyone. Though she was hugging herself, who would believe that if she told them? Lu Yao bit her lip lightly, hesitant but wanting to speak. So, what's your relationship? Friends. Our pure Xiaotong has learned to lie now? I think you're definitely dating. Lu Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, then tugged it in Xiaotong's hand and shook it. Xiaotong, you're hiding such a big secret from me, why? Are you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend? She joked with a smile. And Xiaotong didn't answer but stared at Lu Yao in front of her. The calm look in her eyes made Lu Yao feel inexplicably guilty, and her shaking gradually slowed. Xiaolu, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret. No problem. Lu Yao replied quickly, her heart inexplicably easing. But she quickly worried that Xiaotong might notice her unusual behavior. So she hurried to explain. You and Bai Yi are both extraordinary, and since the Federation has been hunting down superhumans, I won't reveal your identities. Besides, you saved me. I, Lu Yao, am not the kind to betray friends or be ungrateful. If my father asks, I'll just say I don't know anything. I was blindfolded at the time, then I heard the sounds of battle. After that, Mao Yan and the others all died. Someone mysterious saved me. And Xiaotong also let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Lu Yao agreed, otherwise, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, Xiaolu. Lu Yao smiled, her big eyes curving into a crescent moon. It's nothing to thank me for. Did you forget what I told you before? She took in Xiaotong's hand again and shook it happily. Xiaolu and Xiaotong are lifelong friends. Yes, lifelong friends. And Xiaotong nodded seriously, but a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. She wasn't worried about Lu Yao, she trusted her friend. Her concern was for Along, the messenger. With his chameleon genes, once he hides, even she would find it difficult to detect him. A long time had passed, but Along still hadn't returned. Besides Along, another thing troubling her was the twin monkey images. Until that matter was resolved, it remained a hidden threat. Today's sudden exchange almost caused a catastrophe. If she hadn't exchanged with Bai Yi, she would have slept with Xiaolu tonight. When Mao Yan's group attacked, she could have handled it. Instead, she was kidnapped and had to rely on Bai Yi's rescue. Tonight seemed safe on the surface, but in reality, her life was hanging by a thread, just a little more, and if she hadn't hidden the white dove ring under the sofa, she and Lu Yao would both be dead. She would die a bit worse than Lu Yao, defiled by Mao Yan before her death. Back at the floating gold pavilion, Bai Yi was feeling gloomy. Gao Banchang and the others had already dispersed, and the private room was empty. Frustrated, he returned to his room and took out the twin monkey images to start cursing. There was no other way, since the twin monkey images were divine taboo objects, even pure silver cross swords couldn't break them. All he could do was curse. You're messing with me. Just because of you, I wasted another 2 seconds today. How many 2-second moments does a person have in a lifetime? Actually, he could have finished the fight in just 1 second, but that feeling of being so close to victory was truly intoxicating. As a player about to win a game, deliberately not destroying the crystal, it's really frustrating not to get a few sarcastic remarks in. Time can be saved and accumulated, but if the cat's eye dies, it's truly dead. There's no way to mock the corpse, right? Fortunately, although he himself wasted an extra second, he could totally blame 169. After cursing the monkey for half an hour, feeling his mouth getting dry, he finally stopped in dissatisfaction. After taking a sip of water, Bai Yi lay heavily on the bed, twin monkey-like shadows also thrown aside. Damn it, I can't go to Wanwanjing for now, my manner. Tomorrow was the day Gao Panzi and the others set out. He had originally planned to go along and enjoy the good times, but now he couldn't go anymore. He was afraid he was just about to enjoy himself when another body swap happened that would be really awkward. And by then, he'd be far in Wanwanjing and Xiaotong in Shiguang City, and they wouldn't be able to contact each other. Who would go looking for whom if they wanted to switch bodies? The next day, at the entrance of Fujin Pavilion, Xiaobai, brother, you're really not coming with us to Wanwanjing? Gao Banchang asked in surprise. He couldn't understand why Bai Yi suddenly changed his mind overnight. Was it because he didn't entertain him well yesterday? Bai Yi shook his head. It's not that I'm not going, it's that I'll go later, preferably, efficiently. Let those who need to go first. Gao Banchang. So, are you going or not? Of course I am. My big manner. I mean, my friends are all waiting for me. I have to go, just not now. I'll go a few days later. I still have some things to deal with in Shiguang City. Something important? Do you need help? This matter, others can't help. Only I can handle it myself. Gao Banchang looked strange. Is it a woman's matter? Bai Yi was suddenly surprised. Gao Pangzi was so smart? He guessed that easily? He nodded doubtfully. But Gao Banchang then said, a very beautiful woman? Bai Yi nodded again. A woman with long hair, very tall legs, and still very young? Fuck. Bai Yi was stunned. No, you really can read minds? Gao Banchang held back a laugh and pointed behind Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned around and immediately his face darkened. Across the bustling street, a tall girl with long black hair stood gracefully. The warm breeze lifted a corner of her red skirt as she slowly stepped out from the shadows cast by the buildings beside the street. Her features seemed meticulously carved, with calm, light brown eyes, long eyelashes that barely fluttered, just quietly watching ahead. It was In Xiaotong. How did this crazy woman come here? Hello, everyone. My name is In Xiaotong, and I am Bai Ye's girlfriend. And Xiaotong stood naturally beside Bai Yi, wrapping her arm around his. The crowd looked surprised. No one knew where Bai Yi had suddenly produced such a beautiful girlfriend. After all, this guy had only just arrived in Shuguang City yesterday. No wonder Bai Yi disappeared in the middle of drinking. He wasn't interested in those purple sisters, and went out to find a partner himself. Awesome. Gao Banchang gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. With In Xiaotong's help, Gao Banchang and the others no longer persuaded him. After all, since ancient times, heroes have struggled through the beauty's test. Bai Yi, being young and vigorous, naturally indulged in the tender affection. Only Bai Yi himself knew that this wasn't some tender paradise at all. Being a god of the new era, how could he be tempted by beauty? He was actually kidnapped by it. Damn it. So unlucky. He thought that after leaving Black Mountain, his luck would turn around, but once he arrived in Shuguang City, it all started again. Just as Gao Banchang and the others were about to leave, Li Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. I have something I want to talk to Bai Yi about alone. Magic. Han Li Yu made such a request, and everyone naturally tactfully made space for the two of them. Once Bai Yi and Li Yu reached a secluded spot, Li Yu's strongman persona instantly crumbled. He grabbed Bai Yi's hand, crying and wailing, Yi good, you can't forget your friends for a pretty face. You can't just leave me behind. Bai Yi, looking disgusted, pulled his hand back. I'm not avoiding Guanjing. I'll go there in a few days. I don't believe it. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Where would you find it hard to come to Guanjing? Yi good, just come with us. You absolutely can't give up your career because of a woman. When we establish our foothold in Guanjing, won't there be plenty of beauties to find? Bai Yi grew increasingly impatient. Am I the kind of person who's tempted by beauty? I already said I'll go in a few days. Now, get lost. You are, Yi Gu. Yesterday, that purple-haired girl was you the most. Right now, what's most important is for you to calm down. You've been enchanted by her. How much can you really feel after just one night? Love at first sight is all about lust. Li Yu's speech quickened, even starting to beat his chest and stamp his feet. Yi Gu, I beg you, let her go. Don't ruin that girl, okay? She's still young, still a student, and can't handle you. Fine, so you finally come clean with your true feelings? Bai Yi, furious, kicked Li Yu directly. That bastard isn't really reluctant about himself. He's just upset because he saw himself getting out of the single life. In the end, Li Yu, with a face full of resentment, left Shuguang City with Gao Banchang and the others. Only Bai Yi and Xiaotong and Li Baitian remained. Li Baitian's eyes, wide with shock, flicked back and forth between Bai Yi and Xiaotong. You, last night, wasn't it? No, the two of them replied in unison. Li Baitian, he pressed his hand to his forehead, a look of grief in his eyes, as if his own cabbage had been snatched by a pig. Xiaotong, I've watched you grow up all these years. You're stubborn, and once you've made up your mind, you won't turn back. Since you and Xiaobai's nephew, are in love. Old Li, Uncle Li, and Xiaotong explained last night's events to Li Baitian, clearing up the misunderstanding. Li Baitian's face darkened considerably. You killed people from the zoo? And a genetic engineer named Along escaped? And Xiaotong nodded. Li Baitian's expression grew serious. This is bad. The zoo director is one of the 10 kings, and he's vengeful. If you killed him, he definitely won't let it go. Xiaobai, it's good you didn't leave with Gao Banchang. Offending the director means Shuguang City is still relatively safe because Tianqi Corporation and the zoo are mortal enemies. You're on the enemy's territory, so it's not too risky. Bai Yi waved dismissively. Unconcerned. I don't care about that damn director. I just want to lift this curse of the twin monkey images as soon as possible. Li Baitian was both angry and amused. He was mad because Bai Yi didn't take his own life seriously, but he also found it funny that Bai Yi, so young and vigorous, didn't even regard the director as a threat. Xiaobai, you can tell us this, but don't go spreading it outside. In Bainang's territory, even the most arrogant transcendent wouldn't dare openly insult the 10 kings. Your tone is too big. People might think you're the leader of the 10 kings. Bai Yi chuckled. That's right, I am. Li Baitian, speechless, turned away and whispered to In Xiaotong, I think Xiaobai's transcendent talent is pretty good. Since you guys can't find a way to break the curse for now, why not use this time to teach him how to awaken his transcendent abilities? Although no method guarantees a 100% success rate, it mainly depends on personal talent. But I feel that, given Xiaobai's mental state, his talent, trying might bring some surprises. He didn't know that Bai Yi possessed the extraordinary ability of shining shadows, 100-fold rapid play, and merely thought Bai Yi had cultivated Qi and blood martial arts. The three of them weren't far apart, and Bai Yi was no longer a fragile ordinary person. Naturally, he heard Li Beidian and In Xiaotong whispering privately. At first, he was quite pleased, didn't expect Li Beidian to have good eyesight, praising his talent. But as he listened more, he felt increasingly uneasy. It turned out that having an extraordinary talent wasn't necessarily a compliment. An extraordinary talent equals potential for madness? Bai Yi's face darkened, and he snapped, "Your extraordinary talent is actually pretty good. Your talent is unparalleled in history, 1 in 10,000. You have the bearing of a king of 10. Li Beidian was speechless and choked for a long time before finally saying, "That was a pretty dirty insult." The three of them discussed briefly again. And in the end, Li Beidian also left. He needed to report this matter to the judge of the silent court. After all, the principal being one of the 10 kings made it no small matter. In the end, only In Xiaotong and Bai Yi were left, staring at each other in silence. "Let's go," and Xiaotong turned and walked away. "Where to?" "Shopping." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Are you really planning to be my girlfriend?" And Xiaotong turned around, her long red dress swirling as she moved, revealing 2 slender ankles. She looked at Bai Yi calmly and said, "When I hugged myself, Lu Yao saw it. She's convinced that you and I are in a relationship, and since she lives in Emotion Yuan, we'll inevitably have contact in the future. To make things easier for us, we'll just temporarily pretend to be a couple. Then why go shopping? I hate wasting time, even with a girlfriend. Right now, the most urgent thing is to find a way to lift the curse. Shopping is to lift the curse." Half an hour later, Bai Yi looked at the neon sign in front of him, "A cut of love," and said speechlessly, "So getting a haircut can lift the curse?" And Xiaotong didn't turn back and walked into the barber shop. "No, I just want a haircut. After wandering outside for a month, my hair needs some grooming." Bai Yi grew more speechless. He really wanted to open up in Xiaotong's mind and see what her thought process was like. Is now the time to get a haircut? You already have long hair, do you really need to trim it? Besides, you're the Black Knight, a mighty warrior. Going to a barber shop for a haircut doesn't quite fit the image as the epitome of a beautiful, strong, tragic figure. Actually, not tragic at all. She has a master among the 10 kings and is also a wealthy lady. Bai Yi turned and left. He wouldn't waste time here with In Xiaotong. He needed to buy some essential supplies for survival. An hour later, they met at the agreed-upon spot. And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi, holding a huge burlap sack, and a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Bai Yi also looked at In Xiaotong, who showed no change at all, equally surprised. "Didn't you go for a haircut? Where did you get it done?" And Xiaotong pointed to her hair. "Can't you tell just by looking?" The girl stood tall and graceful. Her princess-cut bangs hung neatly on both sides of her face, with the tips just above her collarbones, accentuating her sharp yet gentle jawline. Her neck was straight and stiff, like an ice sculpture, and even her outstretched fingers radiated a faint, cold white glow. Bai Yi shook his head. "I can't tell." Xiaotong's face remained expressionless. "What did you buy?" Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. "Hard drives, a whole bag full of hard drives." To deal with Bai Zhe, who might wake up at any moment, he spent nearly $1 million buying hard drives and various electronic devices capable of storing data. Most of the money he earned from Black Mountain was spent, but he didn't mind. Money was important, but ultimately, time was more so. Without hard drives, he could only waste time running around. The only thing that annoyed him was that the hard drives and electronic devices in Dawn City were completely inferior to those in the 189 Refuge, both in cost and storage capacity. "Let's go." To verify the trigger conditions of the curse, and Xiaotong turned and headed down the street, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Bai Yi wondered what method this silent court's Black Knight might have to verify the trigger conditions of the twin monkeys. After a moment, and Xiaotong entered a shopping mall and bought a set of men's clothing. When she came out again, she had transformed into a thin man, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat. So mysterious? Could it be that she was heading to an underground gathering of or some black market? With this thought, Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement. Places like that often meant treasures. If there were any valuable taboo items, he could take them unnoticed and undetected. The most convenient place for time to stop isn't killing, but borrowing objects. He followed In Xiaotong all the way, and the two arrived at a charming street. The street was crooked and winding, seemingly endless at a glance. Shops on both sides displayed colorful signs, mostly in pink. Who would have thought that a gathering was hidden in such a place? Truly, the great hidden masters often dwell among the populace. Bai Yi swept his gaze over the bored women in the shops and nodded confidently. A woman noticed their arrival, her eyes slightly brightening. Who would have expected business in broad daylight? A heavily made-up woman hurriedly stepped out of a shop, giggling softly. "Two handsome guys, come in and play." And Xiaotong paused, then turned to walk toward the woman. Oh, was this a secret signal? Bai Yi quickly followed, needing to remember the code for future visits to the gathering. For supplies. How much? And Xiaotong asked in a deliberately husky voice through her black mask, adding a sense of weight. The woman immediately beamed. We have all price ranges, 198, 298, 398. And Xiaotong interrupted, the cheapest, I want the cheapest. One for him, one for me. Hearing the cheapest, the woman's enthusiasm immediately waned by 3 points. Come into my place. You go to the left. He goes to the right. But Xiaotong shook her head. We share a room. The woman looked displeased. That's not possible. If you switch around, isn't that like sharing one payment but enjoying two? Our shop is lucky enough as it is. We'll have to charge extra. Bai Yi was stunned, cursing inwardly. No wonder this was the secret code for the gathering. It was truly perverse. No extra charge. If your shop isn't willing to serve us, we'll go to another. The woman hesitated. It was broad daylight and she had no business anyway. Since she was free, she finally reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, they entered the same dimly lit room. Not long after, 2 heavily made-up women came in. Their foundation was almost thicker than the soles of shoes, making Bai Yi furrow his brows. No, this was supposed to be a gathering, right? They couldn't possibly be hostesses, could they? 2 handsome guys, who do you want to pick? And Xiaotong stepped forward, pulling the woman on the left, then giving Bai Yi a look. Bai Yi's brow furrowed deeply as he pulled the woman on the right. Hold! And Xiaotong said, then directly embraced the woman. Bai Yi was stunned. He suddenly understood. There was no gathering here, they were just doing a hugging experiment. Even if it was an experiment, couldn't they find someone of higher quality? Gods also have dignity. Hee, little handsome guy, your friend has started and you're still shy? The woman Bai Yi chose smiled charmingly and wrapped her arms around him. Don't move, just hold like this, and Xiaotong ordered, stopping the 2 women from further actions. The atmosphere in the room grew a bit strange. The 2 women hadn't expected to encounter such innocent people today. Were they here to experience the feeling of love? After a moment, and Xiaotong released her hold and subtly shook her head at Bai Yi. Bai Yi also let go, frowning. It seemed that hugging wasn't the trigger for the exchange. So, what was the real condition? Hey, 2 handsome guys, why are you leaving before we even start? Seeing the 2 about to leave, the 2 women looked stunned. I'm done, and Xiaotong said without looking back and left. What the hell? Bai Yi froze in place, stunned. Damn, that was really bold. He really wanted to ask if Xiaotong even understood what that phrase meant. Ha! The 2 women stared in shock, their eyes wide as they watched Xiaotong walk away. Their surprised, bewildered, and astonished gazes fell on Bai Yi. For a moment, Bai Yi felt utterly overwhelmed. I'm ready too. Whoosh! The new era's god fled. In panic, the 2 of them hurriedly walked out of Fengqing Street, their steps swift and unhesitating, not even turning their heads. The whispers of women behind them still echoed in their ears. Bai Yi awkwardly scratched his foot, glancing at Xiaotong, only to find that, although her face was calm, her ears were slightly flushed. It seems that a hug isn't a necessary condition. And Xiaotong said calmly as she shed her disguise. Indeed. Bai Yi nodded seriously in agreement. Their serious and earnest expressions made it seem as if they were studying a profound subject. But yesterday, the exchange clearly happened because we hugged at the same time. Isn't there some other necessary condition missing? Before the exchange, you. As he spoke, Xiaotong's suspicious gaze was already directed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi's reaction was swift. Realizing something was off, he preemptively asked, did you do anything else before the exchange? And Xiaotong was stunned, falling into a slight silence. After a moment, she slowly said, it seems we both guessed that condition. Bai Yi no longer pretended to be indifferent. Since it's on the tip of my tongue, might as well say it. You go first. Together. All right. The next moment, they spoke simultaneously. And Xiaotong, miss you. Bai Yi, drink. And Xiaotong's murderous glare immediately shot toward Bai Yi, her ears turning even redder with anger. Bai Yi pretended not to notice, quickly changing the subject. So, during a hug, you're supposed to think of the other person? Did you not think of me just now? So, thought of you. And Xiaotong stared at him intently, her face expressionless. That's really strange. Why wouldn't it work? You didn't think of me? You're standing right beside me. Do I need to think? Did you think or not? And Xiaotong stepped closer to Bai Yi, her flawless face just inches from his, her warm breath brushing his cheek. Bai Yi touched his nose, which was slightly itchy from her breath. Thought of you. Only then did Xiaotong step back. Hugging plus thinking of each other isn't right either. Could it be related to time? She turned her head and muttered to herself, her hair falling to obscure her side profile. Then we'll try again tonight. Night. In Xiaotong's villa. Ah choo. Bai Yi sneezed, displeased, and rubbed his nose, glancing at Xiaotong beside him, who was dressed in silk pajamas and lighting incense. Can you just stop burning the snow and spring incense? If you like the scent, you can spray perfume. Burning incense all day makes the house feel like a temple. Burning incense is for calming the mind. In a state of tranquility, meditation's effects are enhanced. And Xiaotong gently inserted the snow and spring incense into the incense burner, her light brown eyes watching the curling smoke rise and spread in the air. Meditation? Meditation can increase mental strength. Although it's very slow, it's stable. Unfortunately, most superhumans find it hard to calm their minds for meditation. They often stimulate their spirits through killing, fighting, or indulgence to boost their power. While this method is faster, it has many drawbacks. Regarding superhumans, Bai Yi immediately became alert. After witnessing Li Youyu transform from an ordinary person into a superhuman, he had thought more than once, could he become a superhuman? What exactly is a superpower? Once he became one, how much time could he save? Do superhumans only awaken voluntarily? Can they increase their mental strength through meditation, and then become superhumans? Bai Yi asked as he eagerly inhaled the fragrant air around him. And Xiaotong, having finished lighting the incense, sat down on the sofa. As she moved closer, the aroma in the air grew stronger. As far as I know, superhumans can only awaken voluntarily. Meditation can't help someone become a superhuman because the key isn't the strength of mental power but mental alienation. It's like a cup of water, no matter how many cups it becomes, it can't change the water's soft nature, but mental alienation is turning water into ice. And Xiaotong cupped the gilded teacup in her hands, blew on it gently, and the rich red tea immediately swirled into tiny vortices. Bai Yi was still inhaling, so much so that even Xiaotong's hair slightly lifted. No matter if it was effective or not, she decided to boost her mental strength first. Supernatural abilities ultimately rely on mental power as their foundation. He didn't believe that increasing mental strength couldn't lead to a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Awakening is superhuman. You're just inhaling like that for nothing. Spring and snow isn't a miraculous pill, it's just an ancient traditional incense blend passed down through the ages, used to aid meditation. It doesn't increase mental power just by inhaling, Xiaotong said. Then let's start meditating. Bai Yi replied. A hint of doubt flickered in Xiaotong's eyes. Weren't you eager to lift the curse earlier? Why are you planning to meditate now? Bai Yi shrugged. We've tried every possible method we could think of in a day, and none of them worked. I'm tired of trying. It's better to focus on how to improve our strength first. Are you giving up? So you're ready to accept the fact that you've become a girl? Xiaotong sipped her tea softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cough cough. Bai Yi nearly choked, startled. Snap, what do you mean accept the fact that I'd become a girl? I just thought of a better way. No more useless efforts here. What method? She asked. Panguyu, Bai Yi said slowly, her eyes flickered. You're right. The Panguyu definitely contains information about divine taboo objects. As long as we get the Panguyu, we can completely lift the curse. Oh, Bai Yi looked at her in surprise. Haven't you been shouting that you want to destroy the Panguyu for the sake of all humanity? Now you're not planning to destroy it? No. Conflict. I can lift the curse first and then destroy it, Xiaotong replied. Bai Yi was stunned. He had always thought Xiaotong was a fanatic who believed in absolute justice, intolerant of any dissent. Since she deemed the Panguyu a taboo and evil, she would never read its contents for the sake of her justice. Just like a fanatic burning heretical texts of rival sects, she would never glance at those filthy words. Don't look at me like that. Not everyone who upholds justice is stubborn and rigid, clinging to old rules. To me, justice that refuses to adapt isn't true goodness, Xiaotong said. Do you have any news about the Panguyu? Bai Yi didn't care about Xiaotong's sense of justice, he just wanted the Panguyu. Alone in Dawn City, unfamiliar with the surroundings, finding the Panguyu was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Searching for something in a city was no longer something time-stopping could solve. If there was help from the Silent Court, it would be much simpler. As for the Silent Court wanting to destroy the Panguyu, sorry, that's something to discuss with my time-stopping. Xiaotong didn't know Bai Yi's thoughts and only thought he was also trying to lift the curse. She was surprised and asked. Everyone knows about the Panguyu, don't you know? Bai Yi was stunned. Everyone knows? When did that happen? How could that be? After the Apocalypse Company obtained the Panguyu, they would definitely hide it fiercely. How could it be common knowledge? That's impossible, right? Xiaotong grew even more puzzled. You were there at the time. Bai Yi's face turned strange. You don't mean to say, the Black King? Exactly. Now, who doesn't know that the Panguyu is in the hands of the Black King? Unfortunately, the Black King is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity, nor where he is. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. With his terrifying strength, I find it hard to imagine anyone could steal the Panguyu from him. Black King Bai Yi. Cough cough. The Black King Bai Yi coughed tactically twice. I think maybe the Panguyu isn't in the hands of the Black King at all. It might be with the Tianqi Corporation. Weren't you suspicious of one of the 12 zodiac signs, the hidden rat? Xiaotong explained. I did suspect the hidden mouse before, but If the Black King really is someone from the 189 refuge, an old era survivor, how could a mere hidden mouse steal the Panga USB drive right under his nose? Bai Yi now felt like he was shooting himself in the foot, a bit wanting to curse out loud. Does the Black King have the Panga USB drive or not? Of course I know. But he couldn't just say he was the Black King, no one would believe it even if he did. Who would believe that a wasteland dweller with only 69 vitality points is the leftover ember of the old era, a mutant crimson virus carrier, a disruptor of order civilization, a time controller, the owner of the Panga USB, the executor of the Panga plan, the last civilized human in the world, with a bounty of 2.096 billion, the highest ever offered by Baiman, who defeated tyrant Yang Jia, ranked first among the 10 kings. Black King? After a moment's thought, Bai Yi tried to bluff. The Black King is too mysterious. Everything we know so far is just speculation by the Federation. I think the Panga USB should be in the hands of Tianqi Corporation. Why? It's simple, because the hidden mouse is still alive. So far, only news of Eagle and Mintager's deaths has been released from Tianqi, but the hidden mouse isn't dead. If the Black King really is from the 189 refuge and has been living there all along, how could the hidden mouse steal the Panga USB without dying? And Xiaotong hesitated and nodded, feeling there was some truth to it. Bai Yi quickly seized the moment and think about it. Consider the Black King's strength. If he truly commands the 189 refuge, how could it look like that? Just a mutant crimson virus isn't something he can't wipe out with a single hand. And Xiaotong looked thoughtful. That's true. Bai Yi let out a breath of relief, finally having convinced her. So, the Panga USB is very likely in Tianqi's hands. I think we should focus our efforts on Tianqi. You've been lurking in Dawn City for so long, where do you think Tianqi might hide the Panga USB? And Xiaotong pondered, if it's really with Tianqi, I might have a rough idea where. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Where? I'd been undercover in Dawn City investigating organ trafficking. Tianqi has been conducting human experiments in secret to develop genetic drugs, violating human morality. This involves a large-scale trade in organs and live bodies. Can you skip the rambling and get to the point? He impatiently urged. He had two main strengths. First, always looking forward, not entangled in past bonds, forgetting roots. Second, maintaining a broad and fresh enthusiasm for the world. Because his love was so vast, he was reluctant to spend too much time on one thing. Impatient, and Xiaotong looked at him expressionlessly, then succinctly said, the core laboratory. What core laboratory? Just say it clearly. And Xiaotong said nothing further, and turned to take a shower. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Bai Yi paced anxiously outside the door. Bang bang, bang. Didn't you just shower yesterday? You better explain yourself first. Bai Yi knocked hard, muttering in his mind about how petty she was. Even though she was pretending to be his girlfriend, her attitude was more intense than a real one. Slightly raising her voice or showing impatience was unacceptable. There was no response from inside the bathroom, only the soft, blurry outline of a graceful figure, outlined by the steam on the door, her shoulders and back curves gently rising and falling with the water's flow. Occasionally, she lifted her hand to brush her hair or turn, creating a gentle arc that was obscured by the mist. Seeing the figure behind the door, Bai Ye's knocking slowed, and his mind involuntarily recalled the scene he saw yesterday. In the next moment, two exclamations sounded simultaneously, from inside and outside the bathroom. Holy shit! Ah! Outside the bathroom, and Xiaotong was at her wit's end. Even in life and death crises, she had never been this frantic before. Watching the panicked figure behind the door, she hurriedly reached out to turn the handle, only to find it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. Although Bai Yi had already seen this, she couldn't possibly go take a shower without locking the door. I've been testing you all day and haven't changed it, so why did it suddenly change now? Bai Yi, don't wash anymore, open the door quickly. And Xiaotong knocked urgently. Click. Bai Yi, soaked from head to toe, came out from inside. I told you it was water and you didn't believe me. Look, you change right after you shower. Don't talk, hold me. And Xiaotong suddenly embraced Bai Yi. After a moment, they switched back. Before the switch, and Xiaotong was more anxious. After, that anxiety had taken on a different flavor. She could no longer convince herself that she was just holding herself, because the reality was that Bai Yi, fully restored, was holding her after her shower. Embarrassment, shyness, anger, these complex emotions seemed to be tinged with something else. Even though she was a formidable black knight, when it came to matters between men and women, she was no different from other girls. Setting aside all her identities, she was ultimately just a schoolgirl. And Xiaotong, slightly flustered, pushed Bai Yi away, and the knight immediately activated. Silver-white armor enveloped her completely, and a silver mask concealed her flushed face. Even though her view of Bai Yi was completely cut off, she still felt uncomfortable all over, her heart pounding wildly. This time was different from last time. At least last time, they were exchanging from a distance. But now, they were just a door apart. Compared to in Xiaotong's panic, Bai Yi remained much calmer. After all, it wasn't his first time, he was experienced. His thoughts now focused more on the exchange mechanism. The sudden switch just now had subtly caught his attention. It wasn't just about bathing, he had also bathed at floating gold pavilion. And it wasn't a short one either. Recalling the thrill just now, he suddenly raised his head. Maybe I know, huh? Bai Yi froze. His voice actually came from in Xiaotong's mouth and his gaze shifted. Another switch. No, that can't be, I definitely didn't. He looked in astonishment at in Xiaotong, who now occupied his body. It was her. So, it's possible for a one-sided switch too. Was the reason for the last exchange really because he and the purple-haired girl drank wine, or was it because in Xiaotong hugged Lu Yao while bathing? It must have been in Xiaotong. The non-stick pan attribute continued to exert its power, staring blankly at the silver-white figure before her. Under her gaze, the silver armor disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into a sky full of silver gray, recalling the inexplicable thrill he felt during the last bath with Bai Yi, and now this. She seemed to fatally understand what the exchange mechanism was. 10 minutes later, the calm and spring-like hope in the snow was reignited. The two who had switched back sat silently on the sofa. Neither spoke. They both understood the trigger conditions of the exchange mechanism, but tacitly chose not to mention it. An awkward and delicate atmosphere flowed between them. Pangi, you might be in the core laboratory, and Xiaotong broke the silence, seamlessly continuing the previous topic. Her expression was calm, with not a hint of the earlier embarrassment. Where is the core laboratory? Bai Yi immediately perked up. He wasn't pretending, he genuinely wanted to know. I've been investigating that too, but I haven't found it. The core laboratory is the highest security level in Dawn City, and it's where they develop Type 3 drugs. So I guess the Pangu should be there. But only the directors of Tianqi Company know where it is. A faint glow flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. That's simple, then. Just kidnap a Tianqi director. And Xiaotong was stunned. Do you know how difficult it is to kidnap a Tianqi director on their turf? In Beimang, only the 10 kings might be capable, and no one else. Moreover, the 10 kings are only a possibility. During the 100-year Great Catastrophe, the 10 kings changed hands again and again, but Tianqi Corporation has always been there. Bai Yi didn't find it particularly difficult. He just felt a sting of pain. The thought of wasting so much time made him uncomfortable. Wait, since he had figured out the method of exchange, wouldn't it be possible to save a lot of time by using in Xiaotong's body to do this? His eyes gleamed as he looked at in Xiaotong, his gaze revealing a longing of a level 10 minor for a level 100 major. And Xiaotong instinctively avoided that burning stare. Your ability plus my body still wouldn't be enough to succeed, because this isn't killing someone, it's kidnapping a living person. How do you know if you don't try? Bai Yi said nonchalantly. And Xiaotong only knew how to perform the fleeting shadow, a fleeting, multi-layered attack, but didn't realize he had an even stronger time-freezing ability. And Xiaotong shook her head. I know very well the strength of Tianqi Corporation. If I personally used the fleeting shadow technique, there might be a slim chance of success. But if it's you, definitely not. Unfortunately, only your soul combined with my body can achieve that kind of extreme speed. What do you mean I definitely can't? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, displeased. How many techniques of qi and blood martial arts do you know? What techniques? Circle, armor, feather, spear, absolute. What kind of messy stuff is all that? Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. Though he was a god of the new era and the leader of the 10 kings, he truly didn't know much about the impoverished ghost martial arts. His only understanding was that, through training, one could strengthen the body and enhance qi and blood. He had thought it was similar to fitness in his previous life, but he hadn't expected there to be so many techniques. And Xiaotong sighed softly. The so-called circle involves coordinating with a specific breathing method to circulate qi and blood through the meridians in the entire body, cultivating qi and blood to strengthen the physique. Circle is the foundation of qi and blood martial arts. Because it's a complete cycle, it's called circle. Bai Yi made a quick connection and immediately understood. Armor, isn't it just qi and blood protection? His deepest impression of qi and blood protection was from the black tiger, silver snake, and even the tyrant, all used qi and blood protection. And Xiaotong nodded. Exactly. Armor is qi and blood protection, which involves stimulating qi and blood to form a protective armor outside the body. Feather is a lightness technique, using qi and blood to make the body as light as a feather. Spear is an external release technique, which can project qi and blood as bullets, or even cannonballs, also used to empower weapons. Absolute is an aura sealing technique. Previously, the glasses worn by Cat's Eye and others were qi and blood detectors, capable of probing a person's qi and blood levels. Mastering absolute allows one to hide their qi and blood levels to that of an ordinary person. Only in battle or when emotional agitation is hard to control will it be exposed. Hearing this, Bai Yi suddenly remembered the black-clad man shouting 19,800 during his fight with Cat's Eye. At that time, he wondered how in Xiaotong, with such a high qi and blood level, could disguise herself as an ordinary girl in Dawn City. Now he understood it was because of absolute. Only by fully mastering these techniques can you unleash the power hidden within my body. Then, perhaps, there's a slim chance to kidnap the Tianqi director. Or, there's a second method which is simpler and safer, though I'm Afraid you wouldn't like it. Bai Yi immediately sensed something was off. You don't mean to make me sell my looks and flirt with the daughter of the Tianqi director, Lu Yao, do you? And Xiaotong's eyes sharpened. There's no way I'd let you do such a thing. Xiao Lu is my best friend. I wouldn't do anything to betray her. Then what's the second method? It's very simple, become a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs. What do you mean? The Battle of Black Mountain resulted in heavy losses for the 12 zodiac signs. The eagle was killed by an unknown assailant, the Ming tiger also perished, and 2 major generals were lost in succession. Recently, the Enlightenment Corporation has been preparing to select new members for the 12 zodiac signs, and the candidates are naturally chosen from the reserve list. It's difficult to become one of the 12 zodiac signs, but being a reserve is relatively easier. As long as you become a reserve, you'll be taken to the core laboratory to be injected with type 3 genetic serum. Stop right there. What garbage genetic serum? Not even a dog would inject that. Bai Yi decisively refused. There was no way he would inject such a thing. Silver snake, Ming tiger, cats. Are there any normal people among them? These are all individuals daring enough to breed openly in public. Compared to them, although the extraordinary are in excellent mental states, they are ultimately still human. A mental patient, a beast, how would you choose? Xiaotong nodded. Although injecting type 3 genetic serum can grant powerful strength, it will inevitably be influenced by beastly instincts. Only those with extremely resilient willpower, who highly identify with their human identity, can suppress their beastly nature. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Bai Yi suddenly felt a flicker of interest. No need for cultivation, just an injection to gain strength, with the only side effect being beastly instincts. He thought this wasn't a big deal because he deeply identified with his role as a god of the new era. Even the eyes of ash could be shed, so how could he not suppress a mere beastly instinct? It should be possible, right? Can becoming a gene modifier also awaken extraordinary abilities? And Xiaotong looked a bit surprised. You're already an extraordinary. Why do you still care about these things? You're probably worried that the gene serum will nullify your abilities, right? Don't worry. It won't. While there are few extraordinary who inject the gene serum, they do exist. As for whether becoming a gene modifier can awaken extraordinary abilities, well, it's possible, but very difficult. Such people are rare, 1 in a million. Why? Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled. Why would it suddenly become impossible? Because the beastly nature in the genes affects the mind. Awakening as an extraordinary relies on mental transformation, but once beastly instincts are added, it's like introducing impurities, making transformation much harder. So, only extraordinary individuals who inject the gene serum rarely become gene modifiers, and even fewer gene modifiers turn into extraordinary. Bai Yi's heart instantly sank. He still hadn't awakened and had already begun to doubt whether he was even crazy. If he injected the gene serum again, he'd probably never become extraordinary in this lifetime. Wait, why does it have to be me to inject the gene serum? Why not just you go and be a reserve for the 12 zodiac signs? Bai Yi strongly suspected that Xiaotong had ill intentions, deliberately leaving the most dangerous task to him. And Xiaotong seemed to guess what he was thinking, rolling her eyes. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that after these honest exchanges, her interactions with Bai Yi had become less restrained and more casual, like breaking through a barrier, letting go of formality. The youthful brightness unique to her girlhood suddenly revealed itself. If I could be selected as a reserve for the 12 zodiac signs, I would have gone long ago. You saw it too, my chi and blood value is too high, and during the selection, there will be physical and genetic tests. I'd definitely be exposed. But you're different, you only have a chi and blood value of 69, so you wouldn't raise suspicion. So that means I should be happy about it, right? Bai Yi said with a half smile. Exactly, and Xiaotong nodded. Bai Yi was too lazy to argue with her. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Even if you can't pass the reserve selection for the 12 zodiac signs, you can still inject the gene serum to boost your strength. Why haven't you injected it? Right. Now, he cared more about her strength than she did herself after all, and Xiaotong was essentially his second identity, so naturally, the stronger she was, the better. And also, why is it that all the extraordinary beings I saw on Black Mountain, including the tyrant, never injected the serum? That's exactly why I said you might be unwilling. And Xiaotong paused for a moment before continuing. Not all superhumans can enhance their strength after injecting gene serum. It's also possible for their power to diminish significantly. Power diminish? Take my knight for example. The knight is a unique identity specific to humans. My armor and longsword are designed to fit the human body. Once beastification occurs, the knight will become restricted and helpless. Beasts are better at using claws and teeth rather than armor and swords. But your flowing light and shadow is a different story, capable of 1,000 rapid strikes in an instant. At this point, and Xiaotong let out a breath, perhaps because saying that name was too long. Your ability is to enhance speed, unconstrained by form. After becoming a gene modifier, your physique will strengthen, allowing you to better unleash the power of flowing light. So you don't need to worry about ability conflicts. The only concern is the purity of your mental strength. That's also why most superhumans are reluctant to inject gene serum to boost their power. I mentioned earlier that those who are not yet superhumans will be affected by bestiality after injection, making awakening more difficult. Conversely, those who are already superhumans after injecting gene serum will also be influenced by greatly increasing the difficulty of breakthrough in mental strength. You just mentioned tyrant. Do you think giving tyrant the physique of Dark Tiger would enhance his strength? Bai Yi pondered for a moment, seemingly seeing little use in it. With tyrant's current strength, he could easily crush enemies with metal abilities. If he truly encountered an opponent that even metal abilities couldn't crush, having Dark Tiger physique wouldn't change the outcome. It seems you've already figured it out. For tyrant, injecting gene serum wouldn't significantly boost strength. It might even add obstacles to the superhuman path, making it not worth it. Only superhumans who see no hope of breakthrough would choose to take a different route, injecting gene serum at the cost of their future just to gain immediate strength. I've told you the pros and cons. Are you planning to risk using my body to try and kidnap Apocalypse director, or do you prefer a safer approach, injecting type 3 gene serum to become a candidate of the 12th zodiac? The choice is yours. The silent court never forces others. And Xiaotong gazed calmly at Bai Yi, awaiting his decision. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. The silent court doesn't force people? You guys are just killing people outright. Though he was internally complaining, he still considered carefully the bestiality in the gene serum effects, superhumans, awakening and breakthroughs. It doesn't completely block the path, but it greatly increases the difficulty. Having gone through several life and death crises without awakening as superhuman, if the difficulty is increased further, is there still hope for him in this life? Of course, as a deity of the new era, how could he fear a little difficulty? He simply didn't want to take shortcuts through drug injections. He preferred to work hard and strive. Even dogs wouldn't inject gene serum. Better to start with meditation and chi blood martial arts techniques first. Bai Yi clenched his teeth, refusing the temptation of becoming stronger through drugs. He planned to go down and settle himself first, since he had the rare opportunity to be personally taught by a master. Like in Xiaotong, he might as well use this learning process to buy some time, save up for a month, then change his identity, and kidnapping Apocalypse director would be a breeze, right? Alright, then let's start with meditation. It's late, and vigorous exercise will affect sleep. We'll learn chi blood martial arts tomorrow. And Xiaotong took off her slippers, revealing her slender, proportionate feet with a reddish hue from hot water. She sat cross-legged, placing her hands on her knees, and gestured with her eyes toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Must I meditate? The posture isn't fixed, just relax your whole body. Just say so earlier. Bai Yi flopped onto the sofa, adopting a relaxed pose. And Xiaotong's long eyelashes fluttered twice, a bit speechless. You're too relaxed like that. It's easy to fall asleep during meditation. Bai Yi waved his hand. That's impossible. Let's get started. And Xiaotong took a deep breath to steady her breathing, her chest rising and falling gently as she began to find her rhythm. Follow my breathing pattern. Bai Yi, lying back comfortably, kept his eyes fixed on Xiaotong's slightly parted lips and the rising and falling of her chest. Gradually, their breathing rates started to synchronize. Now close your eyes and use your heart to sense the scent of chuanxin in the snow. This will help you quickly enter a meditative state. Bai Yi closed his eyes upon hearing this, focusing his perception on his nose, as the aroma of chuanxin in the snow seeped into his nostrils. And Xiaotong's calm voice drifted softly. The scent of chuanxin in the snow isn't strong. Like opening a snow-covered window and catching the first breath of icy air. Imagine stepping out of your room into a world blanketed in snow and ice, suddenly seeing a splash of crimson in the snowfield. A whiff of plum blossoms fragrance hits your face, bringing warmth and vitality. At first, it's the crispness of snow intertwined with the cool scent of plum, like a red plum blooming amidst white snow cold. Yet stunning. In the subtle aroma, you sense the vigorous vitality of spring woods, the sprouting of new buds and the awakening of all things. Finally, the lingering scent of sandalwood, as tranquil as a peaceful moment under the warm spring sun. Lu. A sudden snore shattered the beautiful scene Xiaotong had just described. She opened her eyes sharply, her gaze piercing as she stared at Bai Yi. Sensing her sharpness, Bai Yi seemed to realize he was under threat and blinked in confusion. Continue, why did you stop? What did I just say? And Xiaotong gritted her teeth, her voice sounding as if it was squeezed out from between her teeth. Just about snow, plum blossoms, sandalwood, and Xiaotong paused, blinking in surprise. Was this a male-only skill? Why could he still hear me while asleep? Did you smell it? Bai Yi shook his head. What you said was too exaggerated. I just smelled the fragrance, and it was quite nice. Nothing else? No. For the first time, and Xiaotong understood what it meant to play the lute to a cow. She had only shared the scent of Chuanshin in the snow with two people. One was Lu Yao and the other was Bai Yi. When sharing with Lu Yao, he immediately grasped the essence of the scene just by smelling it. Forget it, don't smell anymore. Just start directly. Whether you can enter a meditative state depends on you, Bai Yi said with a shrug. It should have been like this from the start. What's the point of sniffing that nonsense of Chuanshin in the snow? He didn't believe that smelling could help him see the snow-covered plum blossoms. He slowly closed his eyes, and in Xiaotong's calm voice flowed into his ears like a spring water. Place your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Focus on your breath. Feel the air entering and leaving. Imagine your consciousness sinking deeper, gradually entering the innermost part of your body. Your eyes begin to see light, initially a faint red glow. Use your mind to chase that light, making it brighter and brighter, the color deepening until it turns crimson. At this moment, you will feel a slight sluggishness, as if a film is blocking you. Hold your mind steady, focus your thoughts, and pass through that barrier. You will reach the space of your soul. Bai felt himself growing more drowsy, having been tossing all day. He hadn't rested properly until now, and as soon as he closed his eyes, sleepiness hit him. Between semi-consciousness and wakefulness, a faint light appeared before his eyes. Instantly, he became a little more alert. The sensation was strange. Although his eyes were closed and everything was pitch black, there was a streak of light in the darkness right in front of him. Wait, why? Is it white light? Bai Yi didn't stop but instead directed his mind into the white light. The white glow grew brighter and brighter, a slight sluggishness spreading through him. Following in Xiaotong's method, he concentrated his thoughts and soon crossed into it, his mind entering a vast white space. A gentle hum sounded in his ears, like hallucination. In the center of his spiritual space, Bai Yi saw a huge golden dial and a yellow sand hourglass floating above it. Is this my spiritual space? So the clock of time and the hourglass of time are hidden here. Wait, why don't I see Panga's substance? He pondered for a moment, thinking that Panga's substance should be within the fleshly body. After all, Panga's material wasn't like the clock of time or the hourglass of time, which had no physical form, but truly existed in the material world. Bai Ye's gaze then shifted past the clock of time and the hourglass of time, inspecting the entire mental space. When his eyes swept to the corner of the mental space, he was involuntarily stunned. This is. His eyes widened as he saw in the corner of the mental space a single eye, without an S, shrinking into the corner, its surface covered with worm-like protrusions of blood vessels, and a murky crystalline lens shimmering with an eerie gray mist. Fuck! The Eye of Ashes. How the hell did you get in? At this moment, the Eye of Ashes had completely lost its former mystique, instead appearing aggrieved and timid, not daring to approach the central area, instead squeezing tightly toward the edges. Buzz! As Bai Ye's mental state fluctuated violently, his consciousness withdrew from the mental space like a tide, and the white light before his eyes completely dissipated. He opened his eyes, his face looking somewhat grim. Anyone would feel upset having so many messy things inside them. He was pondering whether the ashes of the eye in the mental space truly existed or if it was some kind of projection or illusion. Perhaps the contamination from the ashes of the eye had left a mark in his mind. After all, he had seen with his own eyes the tyrant sealing the ashes of the eye underground. Did you fail? And Xiaotong looked unsurprised, as if she had expected it. Bai Yi snapped back to himself and scoffed. Impossible to fail. Then you saw the crimson mental space? Seeing Bai Yi successfully complete his meditation, and Xiaotong was no longer surprised, for she had also entered a deep meditative state instantly. Talented extraordinary beings were like that. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, realizing that his mental space seemed different from others. A faint joy arose in his heart. After all, who wouldn't want to be special, unique? Could it be that I am truly a once-in-a-millennium genius, so much so that even my mental space is unique? He didn't make it obvious but asked cautiously, why is the mental space crimson? And Xiaotong explained, because of the crimson disease brought by the great catastrophe. This disease not only pollutes the flesh, giving people vitality and blood, but also contaminates the mind, so the mental space turns crimson. Are there other colors? No. Seeing in Xiaotong answer so decisively, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask again, are you sure? I'm sure. Maybe you've just never seen others, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There is indeed a color I haven't seen before, but that color couldn't possibly exist in the world. Bai Ye's heart suddenly leapt with joy. So I am a genius who doesn't even exist in this world. What color? White. Haha, I am indeed. Bai Yi didn't have time to be happy before he heard in Xiaotong add, that was the color of the mental space before the great catastrophe, in the old era. Because it wasn't contaminated by the crimson disease, it was white. Bai Ye's face stiffened. You mean, all people from the old era had white mental spaces? And Xiaotong nodded. Yes, all white. Bai Ye's heart sank halfway. He was no longer an ordinary novice. Naturally, he understood the principles behind awakening as an extraordinary. In the age of civilization, mental stimulation would only cause madness, but in the era of the great catastrophe, mental stimulation could turn someone into an extraordinary. The key difference was the crimson disease. Doesn't that mean people from the civilization era can never become extraordinary? And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi with surprise. Of course, if the soul isn't infected by the crimson disease, no matter how much it's stimulated, it can only turn into a nervous wreck and will never become extraordinary. Boom! Bai Yi was struck by a thunderbolt in a daze. Isn't this just a muggle? So I am a useless waste who doesn't even exist in this world. But wasn't I infected with the mutated crimson virus? I also gained incredible regenerative abilities. Does that mean only my body was infected, just like Li Zua only contracted the magic hand? Or perhaps it was related to the injection of serum? Unwilling to give up, he asked, but I heard that there were also in the... That was after the great catastrophe erupted, when civilization had not yet completely shattered. Someone contracted the scarlet disease, and that's how we're born. Bai Yi let out a slight breath of relief. There was still hope. Being in the era of the great catastrophe, he would eventually be contaminated mentally. How long does it take for? And Xiaotong frowned slightly. She felt Bai Yi's questions were quite meaningless. Who in this era hasn't been infected with scarlet disease? Still, she patiently answered, if it's right after the great catastrophe erupts, a person exposed to the scarlet virus will be fully infected within a few days. And now, the outbreak period has long passed 100 years ago. If someone contracts scarlet disease now, it would probably take at least decades. Decades? Bai Yi's face cracked, completely shattered. Along with it, a young boy's hopeful heart full of dreams of and future prospects also broke apart. Why do you look so grim? Bai Yi suddenly lifted his head, eyes blazing. I've thought it through carefully. Using your body to hijack thee is too risky. I don't mind risking myself, but I'm a kind-hearted person and don't want to drag others into it. So, then I'd better inject the type 3 gene serum. And Xiaodong's eyes widened slightly, her mind echoing Bai Yi's earlier unwavering words. No one would inject the gene serum, not even dogs. But weren't you saying that dogs? You must have heard wrong. There's no way I said that. There are so many people injecting gene serums in the world, are they all dogs? Besides, the path of genetic modification has persisted for so many years, enduring without decline. It must have its reasons. You can't just dismiss it because it relies on external aid for shortcuts. Bai Yi argued righteously. And Xiaotong, silent for 2 seconds, she finally squeezed out 3 words, go to sleep. It seemed she simply couldn't stand the shamelessness of the boy before her. She put on slippers and turned to leave. Now Bai Yi also lived in this villa, not because he was reluctant to spend money on rent, but because Xiaotong was worried he couldn't handle the zoo's retaliation. If another exchange happened, he could switch back in time, so she let him stay here. Although this night girl was always cold and silent, her heart was like the blazing summer sun, silent warmth that melted the coldness of the world. Anyone close to her could feel that fiery warmth hidden beneath her icy exterior. In the spacious living room, only Bai Yi remained. He was sighing heavily, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Once, he was so proud of being the last, but now it hurt so much. It wasn't that he wanted to forget his roots, it was the harsh reality forcing him. This damned era, it discriminates against. Why can't he from the civilized world become? Isn't this bullying? The path to was blocked. Now, he only had 3 options. 1. Impoverished. 2. Genetic modification. 3. Mechanical modification. Mechanical modification, dogs wouldn't even do that. So it was immediately ruled out. That left only impoverished and genetic modification. These 2 paths weren't mutually exclusive. In fact, they complemented each other. After genetic modification, one's chi and blood would strengthen, allowing better cultivation of impoverished. Like these such as and, which are products of dual of genetic modification and impoverished. Unable to follow the path of the 10 kings, Bai Yi could only choose the route to become stronger now. Having experienced the wonderfulness of Xiaodong's body, he yearned more and more for power. Only with strength could he save more time. He hadn't completely given up on, but instead placed his hope in though relying solely on self-awareness was now impossible. Perhaps Panga's USB drive still held a slim chance. As for injecting gene serum, would that increase the difficulty of achieving transcendence? He's already facing insurmountable odds, so that little bit doesn't matter anymore. With this thought, Bai Yi regained his confidence and devised a 3-step plan. First, learn the martial arts of the impoverished from Xiaotong. Second, inject the 3-level gene serum. Third, become a transcendent with the help of Pangu's USB drive. He wanted it all. As a god of the new era, he would strike 3 blows simultaneously, pushing all 3 paths to the peak. By then, there probably wouldn't be anyone left in the world who could waste his time. Creak, and Xiaotong's door opened. It was only half open, revealing her slender half-body. Bai Yi looked at her. What's up? And Xiaotong paused in silence. I heard that boys do some strange things at night. Of course, what you choose to do is your business, but don't involve me to avoid triggering a curse. After saying that, bang, the door slammed shut with lightning speed. And Xiaotong, what the hell do you think I am? Bai Yi suddenly exploded with rage, jumping up from the sofa, pointing at the door and cursing loudly. He felt his dignity had been insulted. Even if she was beautiful, with fair skin and long legs, but she couldn't just tarnish his reputation out of thin air. You're still shameless enough to criticize me? All these exchanges were your fault. I tell you, don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me when you sleep tonight. Bang! Bai Yi slammed the door shut heavily and went to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a gentle but firm knocking on the door woke Bai Yi from his sleep. And Xiaotong, what are you doing knocking so early? He opened the door angrily. At the door stood Xiaotong, dressed in a light gray yoga suit, withdrawing her hand from knocking, and said calmly, "It's time to train." "It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you know I've only slept 3 hours since yesterday?" And Xiaotong nodded calmly. "I know. Starting today, you can only sleep 3 hours every day." Ha! Bai Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how a mouth at 37 degrees Celsius could utter such icy words. No, weren't we planning to change the plan of kidnapping the heavenly opening director and decide to inject gene serum? Is it really necessary to push so hard? Precisely because you decided to inject the gene serum, you need to train more urgently. The selection for the 12 zodiac candidates begins in half a month, and the minimum requirement for injecting the 3-level gene serum is a vitality value over 100. Without surpassing 100 in vitality, your physical condition isn't strong enough to handle the injection. Otherwise, you risk gene collapse and death. The safest goal is 200, but with the limited time, 200 is unrealistic. Besides meeting the vitality threshold, candidates must also undergo life and death trials. Only the strongest will be selected as the 12 zodiac candidates. Is it that dangerous? Bai Yi suddenly felt uneasy. He wasn't worried about the life and death trials, but he was terrified of gene collapse. Would that mean even stopping time wouldn't help him? Yes, it's dangerous for ordinary people, but for you, it's nothing. As long as your vitality reaches 100, with your incredible regenerative ability, you can definitely survive the 3-level gene serum injection. As for the life and death trials, I'll gather intelligence through Lu Yao and prepare targeted training. Although your foundation is weaker than other candidates, you're a transcendent. With your fleeting shadow and rapid succession techniques, even if you don't become number 1, making it into the list shouldn't be a problem. Bai Yi listened and realized he couldn't afford to slack off. He had thought that injecting gene serum was the easiest way to become stronger, something he could do effortlessly without effort. But now he learned there was a threshold. Thinking carefully, if anyone could inject the 3-level gene serum, how could there only be 12 members of the 12 zodiac? How many injections of type 3 gene serum are needed to reach the level of the 12 zodiac signs? And Xiaotong extended her pale, slender 5 fingers. 5 injections can achieve the level of the 12 zodiac signs. The maximum number of gene serum injections is also 5. This thing has a limit? Bai Yi, who already looked down on gene serum, was even more dismissive. Upon hearing there was a cap. No wonder the tyrant Yang Jia refuses to inject gene serum. After all, it doesn't significantly boost his strength and only adds trouble to his path of transcendence. And Xiaotong shook her head. You can't compare everything to the 10 kings. In Baiman, there are only 10 kings. In reality, as long as the 12 zodiac signs haven't encountered the 10 kings, no matter where they are placed, they are absolute strong ones. Alright, let's not waste time. Today, we'll start with the basics of Qi and blood. Martial Wei Yuan. After a moment, and Xiaotong led Bai Yi to the wardrobe in her bedroom. Bang! The wardrobe door suddenly swung open, revealing a spectrum of colorful dresses inside. Seeing these dresses, Bai Ye's expression turned slightly strange. He turned his head to look at Xiaotong's light gray yoga suit. Where did you hide your yoga clothes before? I always thought you only had dresses. And Xiaotong leaned forward, her upper body slipping into the dresses inside the wardrobe. Her waistline tightened and she tiptoed slightly, her hips wrapped in gray yoga pants curving into a smooth line. As she caressed the inside of the wardrobe, she replied, I have 2 wardrobes. This one is specifically for dresses. Bai Ye's face darkened. Ultimately, he had suffered from poverty. In his sparse world, there should only be 1 wardrobe after all. There aren't that many clothes to store. Crack! With a faint sound of gears turning, a slit suddenly appeared inside the wardrobe. Then, the wardrobe opened like an automatic door, revealing a dark passage leading underground. This is my usual training base underground. Follow me. The two entered the passage one after the other, and Xiaotong's underground base was vast, about the size of a football field. It was equipped with exaggerated fitness equipment such as a 2-meter diameter giant dumbbell, and various cold weapons and firearms. Seeing the dumbbell, Bai Yi found it hard to imagine how Xiaotong, with her slender arms, managed to lift a dumbbell bigger than herself. Is this the mystery of Qi and blood? At this moment, Xiaotong turned around, her red lips slightly parted. Hit me. Ha! Starting with such a? Bai Ye's eyes scanned her up and down, trying to decide where to strike first. The first step in practicing Yuan is to feel Qi and blood. When a person engages in intense exercise, Qi and blood surge. This is when it's easiest to sense qi and blood, and combat is the most effective way to trigger this surge. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Actually, there's an even better way to make qi and blood surge than fighting, and that is whoosh. And Xiao Tong's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. At the same time, a loud tearing sound came from Bai Yi's left. He raised his hand to block, but when the delicate palm touched his arm, a tremendous force suddenly erupted. Bai Yi's body was knocked several steps sideways before the force was fully dispelled. He roared, "Didn't you tell me to hit you?" And Xiao Tong remained silent, only continuing to attack. Bang bang bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed continuously within the underground base. Faced with Xiao Tong's assault and lacking combat skills, Bai Yi could only defend repeatedly. After 5 minutes, beads of sweat covered his forehead and his breathing was rapid. Yet, his eyes sharpened. The intense battle caused his internal qi and blood to roar, and Xiao Tong stopped and sat cross-legged. Remember this feeling. Now follow my breathing rhythm and meditate, trying to control the flow of qi and blood inside your body. Bai Yi nodded slightly, staring intently at Xiao Tong's nose and mouth, mimicking her breathing rhythm. Concentrate your qi in the dantian, embrace your heart, and guard your spirit. Imagine a ball of fire burning within your dantian and focus your thoughts into the fire. Bai Yi followed her instructions, but Xiao Tong's words were too profound to easily grasp. Imagining a fire burning in the dantian, can one really conjure such a scene? The image is easy to picture, but it feels like a deception. He couldn't quite get into the right state. Don't be impatient. Entering the initial stage is the hardest part. Most people need about 3 days to find the feeling. Bai Yi took a breath. 3 days? So I have to sit here for 3 days, wasting that time? And Xiao Tong was somewhat surprised. For some reason, she always felt that when Bai Yi mentioned wasting time, there was a hint of teeth-gritting frustration behind his words. Reflecting on her past interactions with Bai Yi, she suddenly realized that he seemed to have a deep obsession with time, almost as if anyone wasting his time was as good as threatening his life. She thought for a moment and said, "Talented people can master it in a day, or even less. If you don't want to waste time, then find the feeling as soon as possible." Bai Yi, as if provoked, stiffened and closed his eyes. With each breath, the scent of spring and the snow seeped into his nostrils. Although his body was in a state of intense exertion, his mind quickly calmed. Boom! The flame in his dantian was suddenly ignited, and Xiao Tong's mouth slightly opened. So fast? Ignited instantly? She stared blankly at Bai Yi, who was in meditation, and suddenly thought that Bai Yi was not without his merits. Though he loved to curse, was arrogant, and quite shameless, he definitely valued time more than most people. And Xiao Tong was also someone who hated wasting time. She always believed that people should use their limited time to do more meaningful things, so that when they die, they won't have regrets. Now, guide that flame to spread along the meridians and bones. Under Xiao Tong's guidance, the flame inside Bai Yi's body initially burned faintly, gently scorching and spreading along the bones. Suddenly, the flame exploded like a spring flood breaking through frozen riverbanks, roaring thunderously within the meridians. Each pulse made his temples throb wildly. The scorching force washed over his limbs and bones, as if countless tiny snakes were slithering through his meridians, sometimes gathering into rushing torrents, sometimes dispersing into intricate networks. With each breath, it was as if he could hear the whistling of qi and blood passing through his throat. When it reached the dantian, it transformed into a long tremor, cycling back and forth until it formed an irregular circle around his body. Congratulations, you've learned the basics of qi and blood martial Dao Yuan. Bai Yi opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. It's that simple? If it were complicated, why is qi and blood martial Dao claimed to be accessible to everyone? But your performance is indeed impressive. I'm curious, why do you have such a deep obsession with wasting time? And Xiao Tong asked with a hint of doubt. How can that be called an obsession? Life is so limited. Time must not be wasted. Any act of wasting time is shameful. And Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned. You're right. Then let's continue. Since you've initially grasped Yuan, the next step is to try using Yuan during training. Once you can keep Yuan running in any state, you'll have truly mastered it. The fastest way to increase qi and blood is to move while using Yuan. Sitting still to cultivate is the slowest. She paused. Come, I'll teach you a set of movements. As she spoke, and Xiao Tong began to throw punches. The movements were very simple, without any fancy techniques, but these simple actions could activate muscles all over the body. Bai Yi imitated her. But as he moved, the trajectory of Yuan immediately shifted and broke off. Failing is normal. Practice a few more times, and you'll get it. It's like eating. Sitting and cultivating Yuan is like sitting down to eat, while moving and cultivating Yuan is like eating while running. Not only is it slower, but it's also easier to choke, she explained. Bai Yi chuckled dryly. Your analogy is quite clever. It was my master who told me, he said, that any profound principle of cultivation can actually be traced back to everyday life. The judge of the silent court? Yes. Having a good master really makes a difference. Even at such a young age, and Xiao Tong has already achieved this level of strength. Aside from her innate talent, her Ten Kings master also played a significant role. This time, don't waste time, he warned, because practicing the yuan form dynamically isn't urgent. It must be done gradually. Rushing will cause qi and blood to lose control, disrupting the meridians and causing internal injuries. No need to be so complicated, I've already mastered it. Bye. Yi said sharply, his body surging with qi and blood like 10,000 horses galloping, so much so that a faint crimson glow appeared on his skin. Stop immediately. And Xiaotong hurriedly exclaimed, you'll hurt yourself like this. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. That's exactly what I want to get hurt. His face suddenly turned red, as if a flood of qi and blood was rushing to it. Yet he continued his movements without pause. And Xiaotong reached out to stop him but froze in place, stunned, because Bai Ye's complexion instantly returned to normal. A strange glint flickered in her eyes. Your injuries have healed? She remembered that when she had previouspreviously used Bai Ye's body, she had been shocked by his terrifying healing ability. She hadn't expected this healing power to also be useful in practicing yuan. Bai Yi chuckled, you're right. Dynamic yuan is like running or eating, easy to choke on. But if I weren't afraid of choking, or even didn't need to chew, practicing would be much simpler. And Xiaotong grew even more surprised. She knew that since the Great Catastrophe, everyone had undergone some form of mutation, some positive, some negative. Bai Yi, who had never cultivated before, possessed such terrifying healing power. Clearly, this was a result of his mutation, or what could be called extraordinary talent. Just like her, only her talent wasn't in healing but in cultivation. Next, isn't it time to practice armor, feather, spear? Those techniques can only be practiced after your qi and blood exceed 100, she explained. In these half a month, you've been focusing on yuan. If you sleep only 3 hours a day, maybe you can reach 100 before the selection. What? Bai Yi was stunned. I learned yuan in an instant, and I still need so long to break 100? Of course. The growth of qi and blood is the most impossible to cheat. It's like fitness, requires hard training and perseverance to see results. Wait, my skeleton breath can plunder qi and blood, maybe? That's useless. I've used your body before, so I understand your condition well. Your qi and blood should have already exceeded 100 with the help of skeleton breath, but you don't know how to cultivate. Those qi and blood are hidden inside you, not activated. Continuing to use skeleton breath to increase qi and blood will only weaken your control over it. If you can't master your body, reaching 100 in qi and blood will be difficult to sustain through the injection of type 3 gene serum. Ah, Bai Yi sighed. Why does cultivation have to be the only way to get stronger? Isn't there a way to become powerful just by lying down? Stop dreaming. Cultivation is the only path. All strong people have come this way. As long as you work hard at it, your mastery of yuan will improve, and your cultivation speed will also accelerate. Listening to Xiaotong chattering beside him with her mouth open, Bai Yi suddenly brightened his eyes, his gaze burning as he looked over. How much faster is my cultivation compared to yours now? Under such intense scrutiny, and Xiaotong felt a bit uncomfortable, about 3 times slower. Bai Yi chuckled, his gaze growing even more passionate, like he was gazing at a rare treasure. What are you planning to do? And Xiaotong's heart sank with a bad premonition. I've thought of a brilliant shortcut, no, a way to cultivate more effectively. Are you trying to get me to cultivate for you? No way. Absolutely not. And Xiaotong repeatedly shook her head. Every time she thought of the scenes from their previous exchanges, a blush crept up her ears. Xiaotong, you can't be so selfish. Bai Yi placed a hand on Xiaotong's shoulder, causing the girl's body to stiffen slightly. He spoke upright and convincing. Do you think I want to slack off? Actually, you are. You're thinking too shallowly. Think carefully. Doesn't the stronger my ability, the easier it is to pass the 12 Zodiac Reserve selection and the lower the risk of injecting the gene serum? Yes, but there's no but. If you want to get the Panga USB drive to lift the curse, you should cultivate for me. With your control over qi and blood in your proficiency, in half a month I can definitely reach 200. And you? I cultivate and you lie around? Nonsense. I can meditate and I can also pre-experience skills of a max-level character, that is, use your body to practice advanced techniques like armor, feather, and gun. You lay the foundation for me, I practice the advanced skills, then we switch back seamlessly, it's perfect. And Xiaotong hesitated, unable to deny that Bai Yi had an extraordinary talent for crooked methods. His reasoning was indeed very sound. This was definitely the fastest way to improve strength. But the thought of Bai Yi occupying her body for a long time made her feel strange, uncomfortable all over. Xiaotong, don't you want me to fail the assessment because my qi and blood aren't up to standard, and ultimately not get the Pangu USB drive? Bai Yi whispered coaxingly in her ear, like a devil tempting a girl into falling. In the end, and Xiaotong compromised, but she made a request. During her cultivation, Bai Yi must stay by her side and not leave secretly, so he wouldn't do anything strange with her body. Then, let's switch, and Xiaotong turned her head and whispered softly, Seeing her agree, Bai Yi immediately brightened with joy. I'm a genius. Having such a perfect tool like in Xiaotong to cultivate for me, won't the qi and blood increase at a lightning fast pace? Alright, let's switch, Bai Yi said excitedly. But suddenly, the two stared at each other, the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. How to switch? This serious question faced both of them. It was your idea, you do the switching. And Xiaotong bit her lip tightly. I switch? How am I supposed to switch? Just switch like this out of nowhere? Or maybe you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Xiaotong, like a little kitten with fur standing on end, shouted angrily. If you don't cooperate, how are we supposed to find the core? Experiment and get the Pango USB drive? Bai Yi knew exactly how to manipulate in Xiaotong, just as he knew how to handle Li Xiao. His tone was low and serious. Do you realize that every day the Pango USB drive is in Tianqi's hands, the more forbidden knowledge they gain? If this delay continues and Tianqi fully masters Pango, all of humanity might. And Xiaotong's face suddenly changed. She bit her lip tightly, her hands clenched into fists, her mind engaged in a fierce mental struggle, like a young girl cornered by delinquents. You? What do you need me to do to cooperate? After saying this, the girl immediately lowered her head, afraid of being seen with her cheeks flushed with shame. Bai Yi stepped closer, leaning down to whisper in Xiaotong's ear, it's very simple, as long as you. The warm breath brushed her ear, sending a jolt through her entire body. She instinctively closed her eyes, clutching her clothes tightly. If only her ears could be closed, she even wanted to block them, afraid of hearing something inappropriate. Crack! The sound of the zipper being undone. And Xiaotong stiffened completely. Just open your eyes and look at me. She gently fluttered her eyelashes before opening her eyes. In that moment, Bai Yi had already shed his shirt, revealing a muscular upper body. Beneath his fair skin, his muscles resembled a spring stream thawing in early spring, hidden with gentle undulations. Tiny beads of sweat slid down his jawline, falling into the hollow of his collarbone, like a sparkling star. I don't believe your eyes are empty. Bai Yi lightly lifted in Xiaotong's chin, a mischievous and aggressive smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The girl dressed in gray yoga attire burst into hearty laughter. How about that? With my handsome guy trick, I can do whatever you white wild, you bastard. Bang! And Xiaotong's fist struck hard into Bai Yi's abdomen. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, then his smile grew even more wicked. He doesn't hurt. Naturally, his 69 health points couldn't shake the 19,800. Bang bang bang. And Xiaoting remained silent, merely swinging her fists relentlessly. Horror. Exquisite combat skills were displayed one after another, her weak internal energy roaring wildly. Bai Yi dodged and shifted with ease, relying on his high stats to effortlessly block all attacks. In the face of absolute strength, any technique seemed flashy and superficial. He carefully controlled the surging internal energy within his body, afraid of harming himself. And Xiaoting's strikes grew more ferocious, her body emitting a crimson glow that seemed on the verge of bursting through her skin. Only when her health exceeded 100 could her internal energy surface, forming the prototype of armor. Seeing her training so diligently, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she was my perfect tool. He also began to seriously cultivate, attempting to mobilize his internal energy and condense a crimson armor on his surface. Time spent diligently training always passed quickly, and Xiaoting was practically a training maniac, chasing Bai Yi and fighting all day, from daylight until nightfall, until her stamina was completely exhausted. Only then did she stop. She panted heavily, standing in place, her body soaked in sweat. With a cold face, she said to Bai Yi, hug. The two embraced again, switching back. Ugh. The moment they changed back, Bai Yi gasped sharply, his eyes whitening. He felt his legs go weak, stars flickering before his eyes, and he collapsed directly to the ground. The muscle pain and exhaustion from his body flooded over him like a tide. And Xiaoting, you crazy woman, don't you know how tired you are? Bai Yi didn't expect that Xiaoting could endure so much. Her body had already been pushed to the limit. Even with pseudo-human recovery abilities, she couldn't hold on, yet she persisted solely through willpower. If it had been an ordinary person's body, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. The clear-headed Xiaoting cast a downward glance at Bai Yi, who was sprawled at her feet. It was you who asked me to train you. You? Bai Yi was about to curse, but before he could speak, he tilted his head and immediately fell asleep. And Xiaoting's expression changed. She hurriedly knelt down, placing her hand near Bai Yi's nose to check for breath. Seeing he was still alive, she finally relaxed. She carried Bai Yi in a princess carry back to the villa, tossed him onto the bed, then went to take a shower. The next day, Bai Yi awoke groggily. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoting standing by the bed like a ghost. Fuck! He was startled, reflexively swinging at her, and Xiaoting gently raised her hand to block his punch. She loosened her grip on Bai Yi's hand, pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, and calmly said, not bad, your health points increased by 5. 5 points? Is this the health points measuring glasses? Bai Yi finally noticed that today, and Xiaoting was wearing glasses, her hair tied in a ponytail, with the glasses arms bent and tucked behind her ears. The small nose pads pressed lightly against her nose, leaving faint marks adding a touch of innocence and quietness. Let's go, continue training. Recalling how she had fallen asleep immediately. Yesterday, Baye's face turned pale. Training is fine, but can you take it easy? No. And shouting turned to leave, her ponytail swinging. With her movement flowing like silk behind him, Baye watched the bouncing ponytail that moved with each step, and he really wanted to grab a handful. But he was also afraid that Xiaotong would train him to death in a moment. When they arrived at the underground training base, Baye was about to ask why they were changing today, but unexpectedly, Xiaotong simply took off her pants. She raised her hand to hold the elastic waistband of her sports shorts, gently pulling downward, and the loose athletic pants silently slid down her long legs. Fuck. Baye was about to look fiercely, but his view was blocked by the black sports shorts inside. No way, even after seeing it, you still want to pretend? The black sports shorts hem just caught at the thigh root, neat and refreshing. Below that, her completely exposed, fair legs were smooth and even, with skin that shimmered delicately under the light. Snip. And Xiaotong also took off her top, revealing a black sports camisole underneath. It was called a camisole, but it looked more like a large bandeau bra. Her slender waist, with skin as white as sheep fat jade, seemed delicate yet radiated a tight sense of strength. The shallow abs formed two symmetrical arcs that extended downward along her waistline. Looking at her slender waist with defined abs, Baye had an urge to press his ear against her belly and listen to the sounds of her intestines moving. She glanced at Baye, seeing that they hadn't exchanged clothes yet, then bent down to continue untying her shoelaces, removing her sneakers and socks, revealing a pair of petite, elegant feet. Her instep lines were smooth, like a shallow crescent moon, with slender ankles and skin that was white with a faint pink hue, as if carefully polished jade. Her gaze suddenly shifted, and Xiaotong's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling exhilarated, as if she had avenged herself for being teased yesterday. Today's training was the same as yesterday, starting with intimacy and ending with the boy collapsing into a muddy heap from exhaustion. A week later, Baye's vitality finally broke through 100. The progress was undeniably rapid. While part of this was due to Xiaotong's coaching, more so it was because Baye's body, infected with the mutated crimson virus, contained potential far beyond that of normal humans. In the underground training base, a teenage boy, shirtless and sweating profusely, pounded the sandbag with fists like rain, the dull thuds echoing through the spacious facility. With the final straight punch, his muscles tensed, the lines on his shoulders and back like a drawn bow. A crimson glow erupted over his entire body, like a thin armor clinging to him. The moment his fist hit the sandbag, a muffled sound rang out, not dull as usual, but sharp, tearing through the air. The sandbag suddenly arched backward, the chain on the ceiling hook screeched loudly. In the next second, the sandbag was violently struck and flew out, the chain snapping instantly, like a boulder crashing into the wall opposite. At the same time, the armor on the boy's body shattered with a crack. Huff. Baye took a deep, ragged breath, his chest heaving violently. Is this what it feels like to break 100 in vitality? He panted. All my efforts over the past week weren't in vain. It's me who trained for a week, and Xiaotong said expressionlessly beside him. Baye raised an eyebrow. You training with my body, essentially, is still me working hard. So, your achievements today are entirely thanks to your own effort? Of course. And Xiaotong, log in. After spending this time together, and Xiaotong had long since gotten used to Baye's nonsense, and understood what logging in meant, but she shook her head nonetheless. From today, I can't help you train anymore. Baye's face fell. Without a coach, how could he rank up? He had finally found a top-tier coach, how could he let this go? Xiaotong, your resolve needs to improve. Panguyu. And Xiaotong cut off Baye's PUA attempt directly and explained, school has started, I need to go to class. School? You're the Black Knight and you still want to go to school? You probably like that whole Dragon King returns and immortal, venerable reincarnated stuff, right? What a bunch of nonsense. I'm a student, of course I have to go to school, and right now, the only way I can see Lu Yao is by going to school. Ever since I was kidnapped last time, Lu Yao has been taken away by her father and isn't allowed to live in Emotion Yuan. Baye was stunned, a flash of the small, tiny girl with only her eyes and a fierce, big girl's face crossing his mind. Are you going to find her to gather information about the 12 Zodiac candidates selection? And Xiaotong nodded. Besides gathering intelligence, I also need her to help get you a spot. The quotas for the 12 Zodiac candidates selection have already been distributed. Since you're not even a resident of Shiguang City, unless a Tianqi director helps, you won't get a spot. Baye wasn't surprised. The Type 3 gene serum was a treasure of Tianqi Corporation, and naturally, not just anyone could get the chance to be injected. No shortcuts, no way in. Your chi and blood value has already exceeded 100, armor, and feather, have initially grasped the techniques. The remaining time is for practice. Only by fully controlling your body can you unleash your full combat power. This can't be achieved through proxies, only you can work hard. alright, I get it. Stop nagging all the time. Go to your classes. Seeing that, and Xiaotong couldn't be his proxy, Bai Yi immediately revealed his true nature, adhering to the principle of using people forward and not backward. And Xiaotong shot him a fierce glare and then headed to school with her backpack. After she left, Bai Yi began training alone. Though he often appeared carefree, when it came to effort he was more diligent than most. Because only by working hard to become stronger could he save time. During the weekend Xiaotong was his proxy. He seemed lazy but was actually never idle, constantly using her body to practice armor and feather. Ordinary people need a year to master armor and feather, but he only took a week, almost like cheating. His cheat was in Xiaotong. With 19,800 points of chi and blood blessing him, he could train recklessly, wasting chi and blood without restraint. It was like a primary school curriculum that takes 6 years to complete, but a mentally normal adult can't even finish in a year. Compared to the fragile armor, Bai Yi made significant progress in feather training. He loved the speed-enhancing feather. During the battle with the tyrant, if he had known feather, he wouldn't have needed to waste even a minute. 30 seconds would have sufficed. 30 seconds to reach the tyrant and end him. Hours later, Bai Yi, exhausted, returned to the villa, but the joy on his face never faded. It wasn't because he made a breakthrough in chi and blood martial arts, but because time. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. This astronomical number made his eyes spin, and he even smiled in his daily comas. Since crossing over, his time had never broken 5 minutes. Now, suddenly having such a fortune, he felt as if he was walking on air. 7 minutes and 38 seconds was enough for him to kill 15 tyrants. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. I really want to go out and have some fun. Bai Yi slumped on the sofa, sighed. He had been cooped up at and Xiaotong's house for a week, truly not stepping out the door or even crossing the threshold. Not because he didn't want to go out, but because he was afraid of wasting time. He always felt he had the legendary trouble constitution. Going out meant encountering trouble, and then wasting time. Whether in Heishan or Shiguang City, trouble was endless. So much so that after a week in Shiguang City, he didn't even know what it looked like. Damn, maybe there's a painter causing trouble behind the scenes? Bai Yi suddenly leapt up from the sofa, eyes blazing with ferocity. He strongly suspected that the painter was up to something, just like during the trip to Heishan, though he had no proof. But proof didn't matter to him. Once suspicion arose, the guilt was established. Whether or not it was the painter, he was convinced of it anyway. Bastard, if I ever catch you, I'll see how I deal with you. The more Bai Yi thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. When did the cat-eye kidnap Lu Yao? It wasn't acceptable to kidnap her at any time, but it happened precisely during the exchange between In Xiaotong and himself. If In Xiaotong hadn't been clever and managed to get the white dove ring, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Along's escape was also quite coincidental. If he had finished the ransom note earlier, he could have returned to face death after delivering it. Or if he had finished it a bit later, it just so happened that Along was not there when he arrived. His luck was truly unparalleled. The abnormal park is an abandoned city left over from an old era. The once tall buildings are now dilapidated, with several towering trees growing wildly inside, tearing through the walls. The bustling commercial streets are covered in green vines. It's as if endless alien plants are growing and spreading throughout the city, transforming abnormal park into a forbidden zone for humans. But here, it is a paradise for alien beasts. They have replaced humans, thriving and reproducing in this abandoned city. They attack any human daring to enter abnormal park, except for the genetic engineers of the zoo, because the absolute ruler of abnormal park is the director, one of the 10 kings. No one knows his real name. He seems to have deliberately erased his past identity. Since the force he created is called the zoo, people refer to him as the director. Some find the name zoo quite comical, even a bit unimposing, but the director never thought so. He intends to, single-handedly, enclose all alien beasts and genetic engineers, creating a deformed paradise. He wants to tell the world that the true king of all beasts is not the tiger or lion, but the director of the zoo. It's humans. One day, an uninvited guest arrived in abnormal park. A man dressed in white, carrying a paintbrush and a canvas on his back. The painter stood in the center of the city as tens of thousands of alien beasts poured out from abandoned buildings, surrounding him like a black flood from all directions. The alien beasts stopped 3 meters away from the painter, growling threateningly, foul-smelling, saliva dripping from their sharp teeth, yet none of them lunged forward. On nearby high-rise buildings, several figures dressed in black suits stood silently. Their cold, beastly gazes looked down at the painter, exuding a terrifying pressure even more intimidating than the alien beasts. Faced with such a formidable scene, the painter's face remained calm. He smiled slightly. "Director, this is how you entertain your guests." Achoo! He sneezed inopportunely, looking puzzled. Could it be that Gu Huanquan is behind my back talking bad about me? At that moment, a remarkably tall man slowly stepped out from the shadow on the rooftop. When the man appeared, the figures in black suits all knelt on one knee, and even the tens of thousands of alien beasts whimpered and bowed their heads, every beast submitting. The tall man quickly reached the edge of the rooftop, but he did not stop. Instead, he leapt from the 100-meter-high building, like a cannonball, crashing fiercely into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a deep crater was instantly formed on the ground, spiderweb cracks spreading outward in all directions. In the center of the crater, a man dressed in a black suit stood silently. The dust and smoke around him did not touch him at all, as if they were avoiding him. The painter narrowed his eyes, watching the so-called director of the zoo, one of the 10 kings. The director was very tall, over 2 meters, with bulging muscles straining his suit to the limit, the buttons on his chest nearly bursting. His gaze was cold and aggressive, his lips pressed into a straight line. Though dressed in a decent suit, he looked like a beast in human skin, emanating the aura of a top predator. Painter, the director spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion, only icy. The painter smiled faintly. After all these years, you still love wearing suits. Is it to constantly remind yourself that you're human, not a beast? Or is it to let the symbol of decency become the last thin layer wrapping your wildness? The director ignored the painter's sarcasm and coldly asked, "What are you here for?" "Ah, it really is so distant now." The painter's smile grew even wider, but his gaze gradually sharpened. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Song. Long. Boom. An unimaginably violent surge of energy erupted, shattering the clouds that once blocked the sun. Golden light pierced down like a sword, illuminating a cold, furious face. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison, almost unable to contain their urge to rush forward in terror. The painter apart, for they sensed the king's anger. "I told you not to mention that name again." A cold, suppressed killing intent seeped from the director's throat as he tugged at his tie with veins bulging on his hand. "Although I've been wearing a suit and haven't fought anyone in a long time, if you want to die, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way." The painter waved with a smile. "Don't be impulsive. Sanlong. Can't I just not mention Sanglong from now on? Just consider it a favor, please forgive me once more, Sanglong." Snip. The director's upper bodysuit suddenly tore apart, revealing a body covered in ferocious scars. His physique was perfectly sculpted, like a statue carved by humans, filled with primal male violence and impulsiveness. He threw a punch, and his raging energy transformed into a fist, directly blasting the painter's body to pieces. Strangely, no blood splattered, only ink scattered across the ground. In the next second, the ink surged silently, rising like a fountain, gradually coalescing into a human form. "All right, no more jokes. I'm here to help you this time," the painter said with a smile. The director retracted his fist, took the new suit handed to him by his subordinate, and coldly said, "Do you know who is the one I least want to see among the 10 kings? Who is it? So hard to guess, huh? Many years ago, when I first met you, you said you came to help me. And what happened? If I hadn't been on the brink of death and awakened as an extraordinary, I would have died from gene collapse that time." The painter awkwardly rubbed his nose. "You can't say it like that. You're the head of the 12 zodiac signs, the strongest weapon created by Tianqi Corporation, Sanlong. I can't bear to see a powerhouse like you being treated like a dog by Tianqi, constantly called upon and used as a lab rat, subjected to all kinds of experiments every day. So I wanted to help you break free from their control. Although there were a few small accidents along the way, without my interference, would you have been able to awaken your extraordinary powers and become one of the 10 kings?" "I can," the director said firmly. "Without your help, I would have awakened earlier, lived better, and wouldn't have left so many aftereffects." The painter. "All past matters are in the past. Don't bring them up again. This time is different from last time. I truly came to help you avenge Tianqi." The director sneered coldly. "What? Because you took money but couldn't kill the tyrant, Tianqi asked for a refund? If you don't want to pay back the money, just deal with the employer. That's always been your style." The painter's expression stiffened, forcing a dry laugh. "You've misunderstood me too deeply. I don't even want to explain. This time, I've come to tell you that the best opportunity to destroy Tianqi is here." The director simply looked at him coldly and said nothing. The painter could only continue. "The Manga USB drive is in Tianqi's hands." The director's eyes narrowed slightly. "Tianqi killed the Black King?" The painter looked somewhat speechless. "Beast. Minds are simple and straightforward, no twists or turns. If Tianqi could kill the Black King, I wouldn't have had to run away myself." "That's not true. The news that the Manga USB is in the Black King's hands is false. Tianqi deliberately spread it to confuse the enemy and buy time to crack the USB. So what? So as long as you spread this message, the major forces will inevitably target Tianqi Corporation. No one wants to see Tianqi crack the U and become the sole dominant company." The director's lips curled into a sneer. "Since you already know this information, why don't you spread it yourself? Why do you insist I do it?" "Because you're one of the 10 kings, director. Your words carry weight. When you personally spread the message, the world will believe it. You're also one of the 10 kings." The painter hesitated slightly, his expression awkward, and his voice lowered a few tones. "You know too, with my reputation, it's hard for me to even borrow 10,000 yuan from the bank. Ha ha ha. The director suddenly burst into laughter. You do have some self-awareness. But, even if what you say is true, how could the major forces possibly attack Tianqi just over a rumor? That wouldn't shake Tianqi at all. The painter organized his words and began to persuade. Listen to my analysis slowly. Right now is the best time for you to attack Tianqi. First, the mutated crimson virus is ravaging Black Mountain, and it has already affected Dawn City. Tianqi will surely have to deploy forces to respond, which is a victory. Second, 2 of the 12 zodiac signs have died, and it will be difficult to replenish them in a short time, another victory. Third, Tianqi's chairman has little life left, and the board members are restless, another victory. Fourth, the Pangde will definitely attract the attention of all forces, and countless spies and hidden agents will be lurking within Tianqi. Another victory. Fifth, among the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon has no suitable candidate and no top-tier combat power. Who can stop you? This is 5 victories. You have 5 victories, but Tianqi has none. That's 6 victories. With such continuous wins, how can you not achieve a complete victory? Are you finished? The director asked coldly. The painter nodded. Finished. Then you can get lost now. As soon as he finished speaking, the director put on his suit and turned to leave. The surrounding mutated beasts surged forward, tearing the painter into a mess of ink and blood. Outside the amusement park in a forest, the painter cursed loudly. Damned Sanglong, so rude and disrespectful. Even in a suit, he's still a mess. Next to him, Gu Huangquan looked expressionless. The fact that he let you speak already shows some courtesy. The painter was furious. Gu Huangquan, you're even more impolite than Sanglong. Ugh. Before he could finish, a fist had already struck his stomach. Gu Huangquan calmly retracted his fist and said lightly, next time you talk to me, you'd better use your ink clone for safety. The painter supported himself against a tree with one hand and clutched his stomach with the other. Though he grimaced in pain, he smirked mysteriously. How do you know I'm not an ink clone right now? Gu Huangquan frowned slightly, forming a fist with his right hand, ready to smash the painter's head to see if he was a clone. Terrified, the painter kept retreating. I find you're too serious. I was just joking. Gu Huangquan ignored him and asked, did the plan succeed? He definitely succeeded. Sanglong's only goal in life is revenge. Over the years, he's been raising mutated beasts and cultivating gene modifiers, all for the day he can completely destroy Tianqi. The opportunity is rare and precious. Even without my urging, he would have acted. With him taking action, he can at least hold back the Black King a little. When mentioning the Black King, a shadow flickered across the painter's eyes. Recently, he's been restless, unable to sleep well, fearing that the Black King might come knocking at any moment. So why did you go find Sanglong? Just to humiliate yourself face to face? The painter. Qiming Academy is the highest institution of learning in Dawn City, the cradle for cultivating talent for Tianqi Corporation. It is divided into the civil and martial departments. The civil department studies mathematics, physics, chemistry, business management, and other knowledge. Outstanding students, upon graduation, can directly enter Tianqi as laborers studying firearms, combat, military command, and other knowledge. Those with excellent academic performance could immediately join the gene troops or law enforcement agencies upon graduation. In Dawn City, the company of the apocalypse is the sky, the law, the only authority. To work for the apocalypse company is like stepping onto the ladder to heaven for the residents of Dawn City. Therefore, within Qiming Academy, there are the pride of commoners, those born with the sky's favor, and the second generation high levels of the apocalypse. But there are no ordinary people without background or talent. Carrying her backpack, and Xiaotong stepped into the school gates she hadn't seen in a long time. Walking through the picturesque campus, she kept her gaze straight ahead, her steps light and graceful, weaving between the scenic spots. Her youthful face, unadorned with makeup, still attracted countless students' sidelong glances. As she admired the scenery, she was also the most beautiful sight in the eyes of the students. Xiaotong. In the spacious, bright classroom, Lu Yao, already seated, immediately noticed in Xiaotong entering and waved her little hand happily. And Xiaotong smiled slightly, as if the classroom became a little brighter, causing the chatting male students to lower their voices unconsciously. She walked over to Lu Yao and sat beside her, whispering softly, "Long time no see, little dear." Lu Yao, acting coquettishly, held in Xiaotong's hand. "Xiaotong, I've missed you so much. My father hasn't let me go out lately, and when I do, I have to be accompanied by a bunch of bodyguards. Now even going to school has bodyguards following me." She pointed at the back door of the classroom. A young man in a suit, with a stern expression and sunglasses, stood straight like a pine tree. Below his left cheekbone, a dark tattoo twisted down to his jawline. The pattern was indistinct, only a few sharp lines, like an unsheathed dagger, breaking the neatness of his suit and adding a fierce aura. He stood silently, the air around him heavy and oppressive, making students dare not approach. And Xiaodong's eyes flickered slightly. She could faintly sense the pressure emanating from the young man. His strength was probably over 100 million. After all, he was a bodyguard sent by the apocalypse director. With such strength, she wasn't surprised. If there weren't a few over 100 million powerhouses around him, the apocalypse director would have died countless times already. Is this your new bodyguard? Lu Yao nodded. Gloomily, his name is Yang Yusen. He's apparently one of the 12 Zodiac reserve seats. I'm so annoyed with him. All day long, he calls me miss and won't let me do this or that. He's like a wooden doll. 12 Zodiac reserve seats. And Xiaotong knew very well what that meant, that Yang Yusen was among the first tier of gene modifiers under the 12 Zodiac signs. What are you thinking, Xiaotong? Lu Yao blinked curiously, feeling that Xiaotong seemed a bit distracted. And Xiaotong smiled faintly. I was just thinking his name is a bit strange, like a girl's name. Lu Yao giggled, leaning close to her ear and whispering, it does sound like a girl's name. I asked him before, and he said he's the third child at home. The first two are brothers, and his parents wanted a girl, so they checked with a doctor and found out it was a girl. They bought a bunch of girl baby clothes and even pre-named him Yang Yusen. But when he was born, he was a boy. His parents were so worried, and Xiaotong didn't find it particularly funny. She was just happy to see Lu Yao smiling so happily, so she laughed along. Lu Yao continued, I asked him if he grew up wearing girls' clothes because his parents bought so many, and he hesitated and couldn't answer. I teased him a bit more, and guess what? What? He actually blushed. I always thought bodyguards had that zombie face, all expressionless. And Xiaotong watched Lu Yao, who was bubbling with excitement, with amusement. She was as lively as a little deer hopping by a stream. Facing such a lively girl, if she weren't a girl herself, she might even blush. She cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yusen, noticing that he was pretending to be very busy. As everyone knows, people tend to become very busy when they're feeling awkward. Clearly, he had heard Lu Yao's words, and Xiaotong's mind moved, and she asked, your bodyguard is quite interesting. Is there anything else? There's more. Do you know why he's been wearing sunglasses all this time? Why? Because he's afraid to meet my gaze. I look at him, and he starts avoiding eye contact, and in Xiaotong's peripheral vision, the Yang Yusen who was pretending to be busy had already awkwardly left the classroom to patrol outside. Seeing Yang Yusen leave, Lu Yao suddenly lowered her voice, her tone slightly unnatural as she asked, is Bai Ye's injury healed? And Xiaotong was stunned. Suddenly, she understood that Lu Yao's words were actually meant to distract Yang Yusen, just like her own thoughts, namely, to keep him away. Much better. Lu Yao let out a breath of relief. That's good. After saying this, she seemed worried that Xiaotong might notice her unusual behavior, and she hurriedly explained, he was injured while saving me, after all. If he needs any medicine for healing, he can tell me. And Xiaotong was taken aback. She was just thinking about how to bring up the topic with Lu Yao, but she didn't expect Lu Yao to bring it up herself. She organized her words and asked, he does need some medicine. What kind of medicine? As long as it's available at Tianqi Corporation, I can get it. Lu Yao exclaimed happily, pounding her chest to assure her. Type 3 gene serum. Ha! Lu Yao froze, hesitating as she said, that might be a bit difficult to get, and I don't think the type 3 gene serum can really heal injuries, right? After a week of Bai Ye's influence and Xiaotong's lies came naturally. His injury has already healed. The type 3 gene serum is mainly to enhance his strength. You know, last time he wanted to save you, but that incident made him realize the importance of strength. So now he only sleeps 3 hours a day, training desperately. Every night he trains himself until he's exhausted and passes out before stopping. That's not okay. His body won't be able to take it. Lu Yao's voice instinctively rose, and she quickly covered her mouth, lowering her tone. He was able to save me, and I'm already very grateful. Please tell him not to blame himself. The Cat's Eye group is powerful, and he's alone, it's normal that he's no match. Plus, he's still young, he'll definitely become a big figure like the 12 zodiac signs in the future. Seeing Lu Yao's worried expression, and Xiaotong felt a twinge of guilt, but for the sake of destroying the Panga USB drive and for her sense of justice, she had to adapt. He's just a few doses of type 3 gene serum away from the 12 zodiac signs. Alright, I'll think of a way. Lu Yao agreed without hesitation. The type 3 gene serum can't be taken out of the core laboratory. To get an injection, he has to participate in the 12 zodiac candidate selection. Although the selection has already been decided, I can ask my father. He'll definitely ensure Bai Yi gets a spot. Please, little dear, leave it to me. My father loves me the most, he'll definitely agree. But, a flicker of worry crossed Lu Yao's face. I heard the selection is very dangerous. Bai Yi, and Xiaotong shook her head. He's not afraid of danger. He's only afraid of being helpless again, like last time. Lu Yao was instantly moved, her mind conjuring the image of that cold, resolute young boy. I understand. I'll find out what the assessment involves, as a way to repay him for saving me last time. Done. And Xiaotong didn't expect it to go so smoothly that she didn't even need to make many requests. Lu Yao took care of everything. At that moment, a tall, handsome young man approached, interrupting their conversation. He held a single rose and a pristine Envelope, mustering his courage as he stood in front of An Xiaotong. During this month of vacation, he had countless fantasies about today's scene, countless times summoning the courage, and today he finally took that step. Xiaotong, and Xiaotong immediately frowned. About to speak, when Lu Yao beside her suddenly slammed the table in a burst of fury. Xiaotong is the one who called him. The boy's face darkened slightly, but he dared not contradict Lu Yao, because the last person who had dared to oppose Lu Yao had already transferred schools. As for whether he really transferred, well, the school said so, and he never appeared again. And Xiaotong, he extended an envelope trying to confess. And Xiaotong didn't give him a chance to speak, instead calmly said, I have a boyfriend now. Her calm words exploded like thunder in the boy's mind. The goddess of Apocalypse Academy, the recognized high mountain flower, who had never smiled at any boy, actually had a boyfriend? Sorry, I'll be going now. The boy left feeling disappointed. For some reason, Lu Yao watched his retreating figure and suddenly felt a bit lost herself, as if sharing the same sorrow. In An Xiaotong's villa, the Black King's limited time return. Bai Yi put on the black mysterious ghost mask and stood alone in front of the mirror. Since there was no one else in the villa, otherwise it would surely cause chaos throughout Dawn City. The iconic black ghost face mask, over time, had become known to everyone. Perhaps in more remote areas the name Black King was still unknown, but even the children still in diapers in the nearest Dawn City had an indelible shadow of the Black King. It's not that the Black King had done anything to them, whether in the era of civilization or the era of great calamity. Parents liked to scare their children with the most terrifying legends. As the leader of the 10 Kings, portrayed by the Federation as a villain intent on overthrowing civilization, Bai Yi had long topped the list of bedtime terrors for children. If you don't sleep, be careful, the Black King will come and take you away. The Black Ace's sleep magic curse, loved by children who had used it. The reason he wore the black mysterious ghost mask wasn't because Bai Yi was bored and indulged in self-illusion. As a new era god, he didn't care for the title of the leader of the 10 Kings. He was doing it to contain the black mysterious ghost mask. This forbidden item of the Jiao level, once obtained, Bai Yi had used it once when pretending to be the Black King. He had planned to find an opportunity to contain it, but ended up cohabiting with An Xiaotong. Today, taking advantage of her absence, he could shamelessly indulge himself. Clang! The sharp dagger was drawn from its sheath. Bai Yi took a deep breath and fiercely slashed his own face. First, he cut a long gash across his face, then, enduring the pain, pressed the blade into the wound, peeling off his skin bit by bit. To others, this was an extremely bloody and shocking scene, but it couldn't shake Bai Yi's nerves. After experiencing the ashen eyes, his mental state had remained remarkably good. Fuck asterisk asterisk asterisk, it hurts like hell. The bloodied face reflected in the mirror looked like a ghost from a horror story. Blood continuously dripped from Bai Yi's face, soaking his clothes and the floor. He held the thin human skin in his hands, bloodstained, and applied it like a mask onto the black mysterious ghost mask. Suddenly, the black mysterious ghost mask burst out with a dark, eerie black light, followed by countless tiny gnawing sounds, like dense insects chewing on decayed wood. To contain you, I've even given up my face. If you only have some trash abilities, I'll burn you to ashes. Bai Yi gritted his teeth in pain, his face already stopped bleeding, and the blurred flesh was visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. Since his vitality exceeded 100, his recovery ability, comparable to that of a pseudo-human, had become even stronger. About 3 minutes later, the glow on the black mysterious ghost mask faded completely, and the facial skin disappeared. Bai Yi picked up the mask again, and immediately a sense of bloodline connection surged in his heart, just like holding the skeletal breath. He took a deep breath, grit his teeth to endure the pain, and put on the black, mysterious face. He pressed down hard. Sizzle! Blood splattered everywhere. It was like squeezing a hamburger filled with ketchup inside. The crimson juices sprang across the table, splattering all over him. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore? Bai Yi was surprised to find that his originally fiery face had become cool after wearing the black mysterious face. There was no foreign body sensation like applying a mask, as if his face had grown back anew. Bang! The villa door was slammed open forcefully, making a loud noise. And Xiaotong, holding a lunchbox, hurriedly rushed in with a worried expression. The lingering smell of blood in her nostrils unsettled her. Was it someone from the zoo? Bai Yi, she shouted as she rushed toward the source of the bloodstain. It was the bathroom. She even saw fresh blood seeping out from the crack in the door. And Xiaotong's body stiffened. There was no enemy, no signs of a fight, only blood. She dared not think about it, nor dared to open the door, fearing that once she did, she would find Bai Yi dead in a horrible corpse. Crack! The bathroom door opened from inside. Bai Yi slowly stepped out, covered in blood. His face was unusually pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood. He smiled and said, "Aren't you finished school tonight? Why are you back so early?" His gaze shifted downward, from An Xiaotong's shocked and tense face to his hand. The plastic bag with the rice and soup had long been spilled, mixing completely together. Some of the soup even splashed onto her fair, straight legs, slowly dripping down her skin. Well, and Xiao Tong, you're quite thoughtful, coming back to bring me food, Bai Yi said with a carefree smile. Seeing Bai Yi laughing so nonchalantly and Xiao Tong was stunned. The huge emotional contrast left her somewhat dazed, her hand involuntarily loosening, and the plastic bag fell to the ground with a crash, shattered into pieces. Where's the enemy? What enemy? That blood on you. Oh, you mean this? Bai Yi pointed to the bloodstain on his chest, his face unchanging, his heart unmoved as he lied. I overtrained myself, and somehow I started vomiting blood. You know my recovery ability, it looks scary, but it's actually fine. And Xiao Tong's expression instantly changed, showing a hint of disbelief. You've been training since I left? Yeah, Bai Yi said confidently. And Xiao Tong fell silent. She realized she truly didn't understand Bai Yi at all. She had thought Bai Yi was lazy and carefree, fond of taking crooked paths, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with the idea of letting her train for him. To slack off. But now it seemed she was completely wrong. After she left, he didn't slack off but trained even harder, to the point of vomiting blood. So, he hadn't lied before. His reason for letting her train wasn't laziness but to become stronger faster. A man like him, if he hadn't been born in the wasteland but in a noble family with his fleeting flashes of speed and rapid, layered attacks, he probably wouldn't be weaker than her now. Bai Yi, from now on, I'll help you train. You have no foundation and no one to teach you. Training alone will only hurt you, and Xiao Tong said, then bent down to pick up the spilled food. Bai Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to bluff his way through. Damn black mysterious face. If he didn't have the ability to change his appearance, he would have been exposed this time. His face hadn't fully healed. The reason he looked normal again was because black mysterious face could change his appearance and even alter his body shape. Besides, it could hide his aura. No wonder it was a forbidden object at the Jiao level, much stronger than the trash skeleton's breath. Dad, I'm going to live at Emosian Yuan. It's too boring at home. In a luxurious estate, Lu Yao pouted and pestered a middle-aged man. The man was one of the directors of Tianqi Corporation. Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao sat behind a spacious desk, a half-smoked cigar pinched between his fingers. His silver-gray tailored suit was immaculate, with not a single wrinkle, and a silk tie peeked out from his collar, adorned with a tiny diamond that reflected a cold glint under the chandelier's light. It was a gift from a senator during a meeting in the Federation of Dongzhou last year. He casually clipped it on, as if it were just an ordinary button. Lu Yunxiao wanted to light the cigar, but hesitated because his daughter was nearby, so he did not. He sighed helplessly and said, "No, you absolutely cannot go out now. The situation is too unstable. Wait until things settle down." "I don't want to. I'm so bored living here alone. I want to go find Xiao Tong to play. When I graduate, you'll definitely arrange a marriage for me, and then I won't be able to see Xiao Tong anymore." Lu Yao stubbornly looked at him, her big eyes shimmering with tears of grievance. Even someone as high-ranking and cold-hearted as Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but soften at his daughter's expression, but he still didn't agree. "Little Lu, do you know how dangerous it is outside right now? Just a moment ago, I received intelligence from the company, one of the 10 kings." The director openly announced that the Pangu USB drive was obtained by the Tianqi company. Now, Tianqi is under the watch of all major forces, countless spies and secret agents are flooding in. And you, being my Lu Yunxiao's daughter, are under the watchful eyes of many. Last time, you were lucky to be saved by a mysterious person. What if, oh, old dang, are you cursing me? Spit, spit, spit. Lu Yao clenched her small fists angrily. Spit, spit, spit. Lu Yunxiao hurriedly spat a few times, which would have been shocking if anyone else had been present. After all, the usually stern and iron-willed Lu Dong also had such tender moments. In any case, you absolutely cannot go outside to live. Aside from that, I'll agree to everything else. Starshine Company recently released a limited edition dress for you, your favorite kind of dress. I'll have someone deliver it to you, okay? I don't want a dress. Since you say you'll agree to anything I ask, fine. I want the type 3 gene serum. Lu Yunxiao's hand, holding the cigar, twitched slightly. His eyes deepened as he instantly saw through Lu Yao's true intention. Going out to live was just a pretext. What she really wanted was the type 3 gene serum. To achieve her goal, she first made an impossible demand, then lowered her expectations and revealed her real purpose. Who told you to want that? Lu Yao's heart suddenly tightened inexplicably. She clenched her skirt in her hands. No one told me to want it. I just want to help Xiao Tong and her boyfriend. Oh, I remember Xiao Tong has always been obedient and gentle. I didn't expect her to betray her family's wishes for love and find an ordinary person as her boyfriend, Lu Yunxiao said with a hint of surprise. Lu Yao hesitated. Who said he's an ordinary person? Lu Yunxiao chuckled. With the status of the Yin family, if it's a proper marriage alliance, it must be a match made in heaven. Since he's from a noble family, how could he come to ask me for the type 3 gene serum through you? That's not true. You only see people with colored glasses. Bai Yi is also very outstanding. He and Xiao Tong are a perfect match. Compatibility isn't something you say, it's what others see as a perfect match. That's true compatibility. Little Lou, you're not so young anymore. Fairy tales about princesses marrying poor people are just lies, mere fantasies of the impoverished. After all, those who write fairy tales are also poor. Maybe in youth, impulsiveness brings two together, but over time, regret sets in. The huge social gap, incompatible lifestyles, and the gossip of the world can easily erode fragile love. Just like now, perhaps Bai Yi is truly an outstanding commoner, very talented, but so what? In the end, it's still through in Xiaotong's connections that he found you. To have you ask me for the type 3 gene serum? I won't allow you to say that. Lu Yao suddenly snapped, her hair standing on end. You don't understand love at all. Bai Yi is outstanding. And very young. Your vision only sees the territory of Tianqi Company, but his future still holds endless possibilities. Moreover, even if he doesn't meet the standards of excellence in the eyes of the world, so what? Does a person have to achieve fame and success in their lifetime? Is there anything wrong with being with someone you love? The girl's righteous argument made Lu Yunxiao sense a different meaning. Suddenly, he had a feeling Bai Yi seemed more like his own daughter's boyfriend. Xiaotong is my best friend. I can only marry into the family in this lifetime. I don't want her to be like me, so I want to help her. When Bai Yi becomes one of the 12 zodiac signs, you old fossils won't think they're mismatched anymore. Lu Yunxiao's doubts in his eyes dissipated as he looked at his daughter, who was like a little tiger, and he shook his head helplessly. Even if I'm a director of Tianqi Company, I have no right to take the type 3 gene serum out of the core laboratory. Only the chairman of Tianqi has such authority. If you really want to help them, then let Bai Yi participate in the 12 zodiac candidates selection. Lu Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, almost revealing her purpose. Fortunately, her goal was achieved. What is the selection process? Lu Yunxiao sighed helplessly. The selection is very dangerous. First, blood and gene tests are required. After passing, all contestants are divided into groups of 20 and sign a life and death contract. Then, in groups, they are sent in batches to the Lake Heart Islands, where they must fight each other. Only one person per group can survive. The survivor can enter the core laboratory and be injected with the type 3 gene serum. Lu Yao's face turned pale. She naturally knew what the Lake Heart Islands were. There was a huge lake at the southwest corner of Dawn City, with several small islands in the middle, called the Lake Heart Islands. They housed various mutated beasts used for research. Many failed experimental products were released into the islands. Ordinary people wouldn't survive even an hour there, let alone defeat the other 19 contestants at the same time. It was too dangerous. Seeing her concern, Lu Yunxiao said in a deep voice, people at the bottom can only fight for a chance to rise by risking their lives. If they don't even have that courage, they might as well withdraw early, so I don't have to help them get a spot. Lu Yao recalled what Xiaotong had said earlier, Bai Yi only sleeps 3 hours a day and trains until he's unconscious. Once a man sets his mind on something, it's unlikely to change. When facing the cat's eye crowd, this knightly young man charged forward without hesitation. How could he fear danger? At that moment, she was firm in her resolve. Bai Yi will never back down. He will definitely succeed. The next day, returning from school, and Xiaotong brought good news to Bai Yi. The spot is secured. In a week, you'll go for testing, then participate in the selection assessment. Here's your resident permit. From now on, you're also a resident of Dawn City. Bai Yi took the resident permit and asked, what's the assessment about? And Xiaotong paused for a moment. It's even more dangerous than I imagined. She slowly explained, recounting Lu Yao's words. Bai Yi immediately frowned. Lake Heart Islands? Mutated beasts? Signing a life and death contract? Only 1 out of 20 can survive? He wasn't worried about his opponents, 19 people. For a god of the new era, with an 8-minute and 38-second record, they were nothing more than a flick of his hand. He had no mercy for these strangers. Signing a life and death contract meant every participant came with the intent to kill the others. Those who died could only blame their own lack of skill against a divine. He was annoyed by the mutated beasts. 20 people were dispersed across different locations on the Lake's Central Islands, constantly on guard against mutated beasts and sneak attacks from other contestants. The challenge was not only about combat prowess but also survival in the wild, battle skills, luck, and more. Even gods need to eat and sleep. What if, during rest, they were bitten in the head by a mutated beast or ambushed by other participants? Then, there are countless cameras on the Central Islands, originally meant to observe the habits of those mutated beasts and test subjects. But ever since the selection of the 12 zodiac candidates was set on the Central Islands, the cameras' purpose changed. They became tools for the officials and nobles to entertain themselves. And Xiaotong said in a low voice. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You mean, we contestants go to the Central Islands to perform, and a bunch of rich bastards watch us fight behind the monitors? Are these trash even running betting pools on which contestant will win? And then the Enlightenment Company takes a cut, using it as funding for the core laboratory and research on the islands? and Xiaotong was stunned, not expecting Bai Yi to guess so accurately. How did you guess that? Bai Yi scoffed disdainfully, no need to guess. If it were me, I'd do the same. Why not make money from such a lucrative deal? And Xiaotong, what are you planning to do? Or, I can help you. Xiaotong hesitated. It wasn't that she was afraid of danger, she just felt that her combat experience and skills combined with Bai Yi's physique might not be enough to beat Bai Yi himself, who could unleash the fleeting, shadowy, multi-layered strikes of flowing light. Unless he used night, but under the watchful eyes of so many cameras on the islands, night couldn't be activated at all. Bai Yi waved his hand, no need to bother. I can handle it myself. Don't underestimate the situation. I heard that among the strongest contestants, some have blood energy values exceeding 1,000. And the mutated beasts there are even more dangerous than humans. Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I've already devised a foolproof plan. When the time comes, I'll give those officials and nobles a little shock. Want me to put on a monkey show for you? He. What foolproof plan? Come closer. Curious, and Xiaotong leaned in, and Bai Yi whispered in her ear. Her eyes widened instantly in disbelief as she looked at Bai Yi. Wouldn't that be, too? You don't know shit. That's called foolproof. Hurry up and prepare as I told you. If you delay my selection and I can't find the Panga USB drive, it's all your fault. And Xiaotong. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Through Bai Yi and Xiaotong and Bai Yi's relentless efforts, his blood energy value had surpassed 200 points, fully deserving of the bounty on Black Gun. Little White, excluding taboo items. The sudden surge in strength didn't make him feel much. What truly made him ecstatic was the time. 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Bai Yi felt he had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. Even if the 10 kings gathered, along with the already dead tyrant, he dared to challenge them. Alone. After half a month of being a homebody, everything was calm and peaceful, allowing him to roughly understand the ability mechanism of the painter destined fate. Although the painter could manipulate fate to some extent, kill invisibly, and had shadowy powers, there were limitations. Once the targeted person realized their fate was being manipulated and chose to hide away from the outside world, they could avoid fate to some degree. It's like, if the painter set the fate that you'd be hit by a car if you went out, then if you stayed inside, you wouldn't get hit. As for whether the painter could make a big stroke of luck directly hit your home, Bai Yi didn't know for now. Anyway, he had been cautious for half a month and nothing happened. Today, he finally went out. With 15 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock, he didn't know if anyone in the world could stop him. No matter how rebellious the painter was to gather the 12 Zodiac to oppose him, that was just a wave of the hand. On the busiest commercial street in Dawnlight City, Bai Yi strode forward with a reckless swagger, walking arrogantly down the street. Even though the road was crowded with people, he didn't see a single one because he regarded no one but himself next to him, and Xiaotong supported her forehead with her hand, silently pulling away from Bai Yi, pretending to be an ordinary passerby who didn't know him. Why are you so far away from me? Standing beside me is your honor. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the importance of humility, so he didn't directly call himself a god. And Xiaotong grew more speechless. She couldn't understand why Bai Yi seemed to have turned into a different person. Had he been cooped up at home for half a month and gone crazy? Do you really have to walk like that? Is there a problem? I'm worried you'll get into a fight. You don't know shit. That's called imposing presence. By the way, let's wait a bit before the test. I need to buy clothes. The ones Fatty gave me are too tacky and don't suit my status. The test is about to start. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Being late is exactly what I want. Don't you know the protagonist always makes a grand entrance last? And Xiaotong rolled her eyes silently. What kind of clothes are you going to buy? Of course, the most expensive and luxurious. Do you have any recommendations? Then go buy from Xing Shua, a high-end brand under Jinfu Commercial Guild. Xing Shua? What kind of name is that? And Xiaotong pointed to the tallest building on the commercial street where a huge display screen was playing an advertisement for Xing Shua. That's Xing Shua. But I wouldn't recommend you buy it because it's too flamboyant. Bai Yi looked up, seeing a man dressed in a wine-red suit on the screen, surrounded by a dozen young fangirls. He was embracing them on both sides, with a charming smile on his face, pointing to the 3 pure silver stars embedded on his chest, beginning to recite the ad copy. In love, I never make mistakes because I wear Xing Shua. Every stitch is a promise of the starry river. Every line flickers with the rhythm of the heart. Wearing Xing Shua is like a galaxy of shining stars. And Xiaotong weakly retorted, how about it? Isn't it very flamboyant? Just buy it. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. He loved bright colors, fiery red, paired with 3 dazzling star-like logos, perfectly matching his aesthetic. And Xiaotong. Half an hour later, in front of the mirror inside the Xing Shua store, Bai Yi was very satisfied as he examined himself. He turned to Xiaotong and asked, how do I look? And Xiaotong was momentarily distracted and suddenly realized that Xing Shua wasn't so tacky after all. The young man stood there in a wine-red suit, as if he had draped a blazing sunset. over himself, bright in color, just like the confidence and flamboyance in his eyes. The suit's collar was slightly open, one hand in his pocket, his back straight as if this overly vivid red was naturally meant for him. With a tall, slender figure and the training he'd undergone recently, he perfectly carried this outfit. Not very good, and Xiaotong said insincerely. A woman with no taste at all. Pay the bill. And Xiaotong was stunned, pointing at herself. Me? Why don't you go yourself? Nonsense. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. If I had money, wouldn't I go myself? His confident words left in Xiaotong speechless. In the end, she paid the bill, 200,000. Actually, Bai Yi still had some money left after buying the hard drive, but when he saw that this outfit cost 20,000, he decisively let and Xiaotong, the little rich girl, pay. Now he finally understood why Gao Banchang's family was so wealthy, selling a single piece of clothing. For 20,000, how could they not make money? After the test, isn't the time and place for the assessment supposed to be announced? Why hasn't it been announced yet? The test isn't over. Didn't you see Professor Pei still holding the equipment? Is he still waiting there? At a square in the Martial Arts Academy of Qiming College, many people were whispering among themselves. A dozen or so people had gathered here, all students of the Martial Arts Academy at Qiming College, and also the chosen favorites vying for the 12 zodiac spots. In the martial arts department, there are only two types of people. One group just wants to graduate peacefully and go on to work in law enforcement or the military. The other group is more ambitious, aiming to become one of the 12 zodiac. As the gene modification model introduced by Tanchi Corporation, the 12 zodiac holds an exalted status directly under the board of directors, above all others, truly one person above 10,000. In terms of treatment and power, they far surpass law enforcement officers and military officials. Therefore, even though the selection process is strict, sometimes requiring a life and death oath, people still flock to it, dreaming of soaring to the top in one step. Professor Pei, why haven't you announced the time and place for the assessment yet? A student couldn't contain his impatience and leaned over to ask Professor Pei. If it had been any other professor present, they wouldn't dare to ask. Because the professor's status at Qiming College was very high and she had long been employed by Tanchi Corporation, holding a significant position. But facing the gentle Professor Pei, the student's courage grew much bolder. Professor Pei was a woman around 30 years old, named Pei Qingyue, with a scholarly air about her. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her hair neatly tied up, and a white lab coat that couldn't hide her classical elegance and serenity. She simply smiled gently at the student's questions, looking at the list in her hand. All the names on it had already been marked with their blood and energy levels, some over 1,000, others around 300 or 400, except for Bai Ye's name, which was blank. There's still one person who hasn't arrived. Her voice was as gentle and soft as herself. The students curiously glanced at the list, muttering, Bai Yi? Never heard of that name. Which class is he from? The students around them were equally puzzled, asking those nearby but receiving no answers. It wasn't that they knew all the students in the martial arts academy, but those who participated in this selection were usually among the top-ranked students, and most of them knew each other. He's not a student of Qiming College, Pei Qingyue said softly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students' faces immediately darkened. Not being a student of Qiming College but still getting a spot in the selection, this implied something obvious. Damn it, just like previous years, are they just stuffing people in? In the past, at least they came to the school for a quick look, pretending to be transfer students. This time, they're just forcing them in outright. Looks like this person's background is pretty strong, probably someone from the board of directors, right? Forced in is one thing, but arriving late and making us wait for him? Stuffing in is one thing, but ultimately, you have to rely on your ability. Once we get to the Lake Heart Islands, those mutated beasts won't care about your background. That's true, but I'm worried it's some big shot's private guard coming. After all, type 3 gene serums are limited. Who wouldn't want to give their own people an advantage? Don't you guys forget about Yang Yusen, the current top 5 of the 12 Zodiac candidates? He's not even a student of Qiming College, yet he was forcibly inserted. Damn, relying on the backing of the board, he's several years older. And when he arrived, his blood and energy levels were over 2,000. 2,000, someone exclaimed. Our strongest participant. This year, Feng Changming only has 1,200. Yusen's level probably isn't much higher. Isn't this just bullying the little guys? Exactly. I bet the people coming this time are about the same as young Yusen. Damn, I really hope I don't get grouped with him. Fucking hell. The spots are already limited, and now these nepotism cases are taking some of them. I hate these kinds of people the most. Bai Yi nodded. Seriously. I also hate those who use connections to get in, and I hate those who won't let me use connections. The student beside him chuckled. You're right, buddy. If I could use connections, who wouldn't want to? Exactly, Bai Yi said flamboyantly, pushing through the crowded crowd. The people around were instantly stunned, turning their heads to look at the young man in the wine-red suit before them, brightly dressed, with bold features and an ostentatious demeanor. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Obviously, he's the one who came through the back door. Didn't you hear him admit it himself? Look at the 3 stars on his clothes. I saw this outfit in an advertisement, Starshine Company's latest design. It costs 20,000 yuan for just one piece. Whoa, really? 20,000 for a single piece? A civilian student exclaimed in shock. Of course it's real. I saw the ad just a couple of days ago on Qingyun Road. Qingyun Road? Isn't that a wealthy district? How could they advertise such expensive clothes there? People can't afford to buy them, it's obviously fake. You're missing the point. Starshine's ads are never aimed at the rich. Their ads are for the poor. What do you mean? Think about it. If the poor don't see the ads, how would they know that the clothes the rich wear are so expensive? No one would know. And how could the rich showcase their superiority over the poor? Wow, that makes sense. Damn rich people. Contempt, anger, jealousy, and wariness filled the eyes directed at Bai Yi. He paid no mind, striding arrogantly toward Pei Qingyue deep within the crowd. His brazen attitude, combined with his background and the enhancement from his clothing, caused the people around to instinctively step back, clearing a path through the crowd. The bright red streak passed like a flicker of flame. As he slowly walked by, everyone finally noticed that behind him there was a girl partially obscured by his tall figure. She wore a white dress, her features delicate as a painting, her expression calm, quietly following behind him. That's in Xiaotong from the Literature Institute. Why is she here too? Or is she following this guy? Could it be? With her beauty, and Xiaotong was always the center of attention wherever she went, privately dubbed a schoolflower or goddess by many. When she enrolled, many students from the Martial Institute rushed over just to catch a glimpse of her face. The crowd's expressions grew uglier, their gazes toward Bai Yi turning more hostile. A sinister smile curled at Bai Yi's lips. What are you looking at? Keep staring and see if I don't cancel your qualifications. His arrogant voice drowned out all the noise instantly, causing the crowd to freeze. Some clenched their fists, others blushed with anger, but no one dared to speak. Seeing that everyone was angry but silent, Bai Yi was satisfied and nodded. His identity outside was something he fabricated himself. After all, these people didn't know who he really was. Plus, they were all competitors. Soon enough, they'd face each other in life or death. No need to save face. Your behavior isn't conducive to the upcoming selection. Your teammates will target you, Pei Qingyue softly reminded. Bai Yi sneered disdainfully and asked the nearest student, would you target me? The student was startled, his face stiffening as he said nothing. He looked at another student. Would you dare target me? That person instinctively took a half step back, too afraid to answer, fearing that this deeply backed man might eliminate his spot. Ha ha ha, Bai Yi burst into arrogant laughter. Professor Pei is joking. Look, everyone, we're all quite friendly. Pei Qingyue chuckled dryly, shaking her head helplessly. Let's begin the test. She lightly tapped the edge of her glasses, and immediately a bright green glow lit up on the lenses, like a screen powering on. Everyone cast their eyes toward her, eager to see just how much energy Bai Yi, a relative outsider, had daring to be so brazen. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, already noticing the test sheet on Pei Qingyue's desk filled with names and vitality values. A quick scan made his jaw drop. None of them were below 300. The highest even reached 1200. What the hell? Isn't the minimum 100 vitality to participate? Why are all these numbers so high? What he didn't know was that this was always the case in previous years. 100 was merely the minimum threshold for the Type 3 gene serum injection, and the real challenge was standing out in the Lake Heart Islands. There had been fools who, with a blood vitality of just 100, came to try their luck, none of whom had survived, all meeting a tragic end. Your blood vitality. Pei Qingyue looked somewhat surprised, as if in disbelief, repeatedly confirming the number displayed on her glasses. Everyone's thoughts varied. When Professor Pei previously tested Feng Changming's blood vitality at 1,200, he hadn't shown any surprise. But now, he was so astonished. Could it be that this relationship-dependent person has over 2,000? No way, this person looks quite young, even younger than students of the same year. How could they have such a high blood vitality? As this thought crossed everyone's minds, they began to pray silently, please don't let them be paired with Bai Yi. To Bai Yi's surprise, Pei Qingyue didn't state the exact blood vitality number, but silently picked up a pen, wrote on the form, and then tucked it away. Your blood vitality qualifies. You may go inside for the gene testing, she said with a gentle smile. Bai Yi looked at her in astonishment. He hadn't expected this woman to conceal the number for him. He was already prepared to teach a lesson to anyone daring to speak disrespectfully later. It seems she's as captivated by my handsome looks as in Xiaotong is. Indeed, this Xing Shuo was a good purchase. 20,000 wasn't wasted. He firmly believed that if someone harbored malice towards him, it must be because they were inferior. If someone showed him kindness, it was because he was outstanding. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, especially since Pei Qingyue's surprise had already stirred their interest. Who would have thought Professor Pei wouldn't reveal the blood vitality? Everyone had reported theirs earlier. Could it be that this gentle professor was afraid? That a high blood vitality might crush our confidence? Guess the riddle, she is in the character 4 West. Entering the laboratory. The alloy door automatically closed behind him. Don't be nervous, just lie on the bed. Pei Qingyue pointed to a silver bed frame beside her, which had a device resembling a cover or helmet on top. This is a gene testing device, mainly to determine whether your genes are suitable for the type 3 gene serum injection, and what type would be best. Type? Bai Yi pondered. Just like the 12 zodiac animals, each person's injection of the type 3 gene serum is different. For example, Silver Snake has a high compatibility with snake type gene serum, so she receives the snake type. Compatibility is crucial. If you get an incompatible gene serum, it could affect your future development or even cause genetic collapse, Pei Qingyue patiently explained. Bai Yi suddenly became interested. What kind of gene compatibility did he have? No need to ask. It had to be the legendary dragon. Are there dragons among the 12 zodiac animals? Pei Qingyue chuckled softly. Of course, I am one myself. You bastard. Who asked what zodiac sign you are? If it weren't for her helping me just now, I'd be cursing her out. Ha, just joking. Currently, there are no dragons among the 12 zodiac signs. I heard there used to be, but all records about dragons have been sealed and I have no authority to view them. Anyway, the position of the dragon remains uncertain because it symbolizes a mythical creature far surpassing the other zodiac signs in uniqueness. Why not? Is it because they can't find someone suitable for the dragon-type serum? Pei Qingyue nodded with a smile. Yes, I've conducted many gene tests and have never encountered anyone compatible with a dragon. Well, lie down quickly, you might be the next dragon. Bai Yi thought the same. This lousy type 3 gene serum, only the dragon type might be somewhat suitable for him. He lay on the bed and the massive testing device emitted a horizontal red light, scanning back and forth over his body like a scanner. Could this thing detect if I'd been infected with the mutated scarlet virus? It probably can't be. After all, I don't count as a true pseudo-human, and I've even been injected with the virus serum. He was just thinking when suddenly, ding ding ding, the instrument emitted a piercing electric current sound. Warning, warning, genetic sequence anomaly, genetic sequence anomaly, suspected non-human genetic sequence. Bai Yi was startled. Something was wrong. Trouble was brewing. It's fate decided. Damn you, asterisk painter. Asterisk regardless of whether the painter was behind this, he had to find someone to take the blame. First, he suddenly sat up from the bed, his gaze fixed on Pei Qingyue, who was frantically checking the instrument, constantly pondering strategies in his mind. He knew that Tiankai Corporation, which started with genetic research, would inevitably be interested in studying his body. He wasn't sure what would happen if exposed, but most likely he'd become a test subject. Ding! Pei Qingyue pressed a red button, and all alarms abruptly ceased. Her face appeared from behind the monitor, smiling gently. Don't worry, it's just a machine malfunction. But that gentle smile, in Bai Ye's eyes, carried a hint of something sinister. Even a fool could see this wasn't just a malfunction. What exactly was Pei Qingyue trying to do? At that moment, Pei Qingyue picked up a nearby syringe and approached. The machine's broken, so let's test your genes with a blood sample instead. Don't worry, I have my own dedicated genetic testing room. I'll personally take the sample for testing, and the results will come out quite quickly, faster than waiting for others. We can get the results together. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A dedicated genetic testing room? Personally taking the sample? Getting the results with others? There was something in those words. If he couldn't see through it, he'd truly be a fool. Just as the syringe was about to be pressed against his arm, Bai Yi suddenly grabbed Pei Qingyue's hand and whispered, "Judgment needs no words." Pei Qingyue's smile grew even gentler. Death is the verdict. Bai Yi finally understood everything. No wonder Xiaotong insisted on coming with him for testing. Several testing sites, yet they were all assigned to the farthest one, causing him to be late. So it turns out Pei Qingyue was also part of the silent court. No wonder her blood pressure readings earlier. Well, that probably had nothing to do with the silent court. After all, whether or not they report blood pressure doesn't really matter. She was simply captivated by her own handsome appearance. The syringe was lowered and inserted into Bai Ye's arm, drawing a small blood sample. Pei Qingyue retracted the syringe and smiled. I didn't let Xiaotong tell you my true identity. After all, the fewer people who know, the safer it is. But no one expected the testing device to suddenly alarm. She only said your body was a bit special. Turns out it's so extraordinary. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Pei Qingyue of the Silent Court. She extended her hand with a smile, and Bai Yi shook it. Don't you have a nickname like the Black Knight? Pei Qingyue shook her head. I'm not an extraordinary person. I'm just an ordinary person with some knowledge. Bai Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected that Pei Qingyue wasn't an extraordinary. Wait, he suddenly remembered the first time he met in Xiaotong, when she invited him to join the Silent Court and said that as long as you shared the same ideals, you didn't have to be extraordinary to join. It seemed Pei Qingyue was exactly that kind of like-minded person. It's not only the extraordinary who can uphold justice. On the contrary, some things can only be done by ordinary people. I've infiltrated the scientific research facilities of Tiankai Corporation. It's a highly classified area. The scrutiny there is strict, and only someone like me, an ordinary person, can sneak in. Bai Yi nodded and asked, by the way, what's going on with my gene test? The results I just received surprised me too. Your genetic sequence actually resembles that of the pseudo-humans recently ravaging outside the city, with cells containing extremely high activity. Bai Yi had always harbored doubts about the mutated crimson virus infection, though it gave him powerful regenerative abilities. Who knew if there were any aftereffects? Coincidentally, Pei Qingyue was a member of the Silent Court and an expert in this field. He hurriedly asked, is there anything wrong with my body? Not only is there no problem, but you're also very healthy, with a recovery ability and potential far beyond ordinary people. Someone with your physique is practically the dream experiment for the company. The company has conducted experiments on some pseudo-humans and found that pseudo-humans do not have the lethal weaknesses that normal humans do. In theory, as long as the qi and blood are sufficient, pseudo-humans are invincible. I estimate you're about the same now. Before your qi and blood are exhausted, even if your head is shattered, you won't die. It's just that your qi and blood are too low. You probably can't withstand many fatal injuries. Bai Yi was suddenly overjoyed, not expecting such a benefit. He only knew that his recovery ability was strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong, because no one could hurt the gods, except the Black Knight. During In Xiaodong's training, he was constantly muscle-strained and unconscious. Pei Qingyue continued. Besides that, after you become a gene modifier, you won't need to inject stabilizers anymore, saving a lot of money in the future. You should know that many people, even after saving enough money to buy gene drugs, dare not purchase them because the subsequent purchase of stabilizers is a bottomless pit. If you're alive, you need to keep buying. That's also why Apocalypse is selling type 1 gene drugs so aggressively. Once you become a gene modifier, you'll have to keep sending money to Apocalypse. Bai Yi secretly clicked his tongue. This was no different from buying a car. Saving for the down payment was just the beginning. Afterward, there were monthly loan payments, plus maintenance, fuel, insurance, parking fees. Is it only Apocalypse that has stabilizers? Pei Qingyue shook his head. Initially, only Apocalypse had them, but in the era of great disasters, there was no patent protection. Stabilizers were long cracked. Any large city, or even some decent wasteland towns, sell them. After all, it's a guaranteed profitable business. Over the years, gene modifiers have become accustomed to this. It's not really a side effect, just a matter of spending money. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about the cost but about the trouble. Who would want to get 2 injections for no reason? Alright, you should go out now. We've been in here too long. I'm afraid Xiaotong might misunderstand, Pei Qingyue said with a smile. Bai Yi? After Bai Yi left, Pei Qingyue announced the time and place for the selection assessment in front of everyone. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. gather at the Lake Heart Islands. You are in the first group. This time, there are quite a few participants, 20 per group, being sent to the Lake Heart Islands for the rich to entertain and gamble. Bai Yi strongly suspected that the reason they didn't let more people onto the island was to run more gambling rounds. Otherwise, the selection would be finished in a day and the wealthy could only gamble for 1 day. But if they divided into groups and extended the process, the rich could gamble for 10 days or half a month without issue. This way, the rich would have fun, and Apocalypse would make enough money, truly a win-win, at the expense of the contestants' hardship. The crowd dispersed, and some well-connected students went back to inquire about Bai Yi's background. The arrogant young man had left a deep impression on them today. However, no matter how they inquired, the only answer they received was, the command comes from the board of directors. A short sentence. That made them dare not dig deeper, because it was all too powerful. Within the sphere of influence of Apocalypse, the board of directors was like heaven itself. Director Liu, the young man named Bai Yi you asked me to watch, has already passed the test. Here is his qi and blood value report, along with his performance during the test. An assistant respectfully placed the report on the desk. Lu Yunxiao didn't pay attention. He was reviewing documents. To him, Bai Yi was just a minor character, an insignificant little person. The reason he mentioned it to his subordinates was because Lu Yao would definitely ask about the test results tonight. About half an hour later, he put down his pen, rubbed his furrowed brows, and sighed. A female secretary immediately stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, and opened a nearby storage cabinet, revealing a row of cigars in various colors: light brown, deep amber, antique copper. These cigars not only varied in color but also in length and thickness. Collecting cigars was one of Lu Yunxiao's few hobbies. Every cigar here was valued at no less than 100,000. In the era of great calamity, with food shortages, people naturally wouldn't spend much land cultivating tobacco, which made tobacco extremely scarce. On the wasteland, cigarettes were more expensive than gold, let alone cigars. The female secretary took out the third cigar from the left because today was Wednesday. She gently cut open the cap, lit it, her hands free of calluses. from labor and without any nail polish, revealing a faint pink hue. After lighting, she didn't immediately hand the cigar to Lu Yunxiao, but instead held it lightly in her mouth, taking a sip of the slightly spicy first puff. Only then did she pass the cigar, bearing a faint lip print, over to him. Lu Yunxiao took a deep inhale of the cigar. The woman's fragrance mingled with the smoke, and he relaxed his brow, appearing somewhat content. This female secretary was a specially chosen cigar girl, young, a virgin, and not required to serve in bed. Her only job was to light cigars. Her daily diet was free of spicy and greasy foods, and she bathed in mountain spring water morning and evening, with incense burning around her as if she were a delicate object. Seeing Lu Yunxiao lean back in his chair, the secretary silently stood up, walking behind him. Her tender hands rested on his shoulders, kneading gently but not too lightly. After about 5 minutes of rest, Lu Yunxiao finally remembered Bai Ye's test report. He picked up the report, smoking his cigar as he read. His originally relaxed brow suddenly furrowed sharply. 202? He had thought Bai Yi would be one of those commoners with a bit of luck, otherwise, how could he be Xiao Tong's boyfriend? But his blood energy value was only 200, the lowest among all testers. He pondered for a moment. Yes, after all, everyone tested was an elite student from Qiming Academy. He couldn't judge an ordinary person by their standards. If an ordinary person trained in Qi and blood martial arts from a young age and had a blood energy value of 200 at this age, he could barely be considered a genius among commoners. He continued reading, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Wearing a $200,000 Xing Shua, and even claiming to cancel others' qualifications for selection? This time, Lu Yunxiao was truly surprised. Such words wouldn't even be spoken aloud by the chairman's own son in public, yet Bai Yi had said them. The daughter of the Yin family actually likes someone like this? Could it be that Bai Yi has some leverage over her? He found his own absurd thoughts amusing. Leverage in the hands of someone of equal status was just that, leverage. But if the status was unequal, leverage was merely a death sentence. Ha ha, looks like the Yin family still doesn't compare to my ability to educate my daughter. Anyway, Bai Yi was Xiao Tong's boyfriend, not his own daughter Lu Yao's. No matter how unworthy he was, it didn't concern him. With a blood energy value of only 200, offending others before the selection even started, such a person wouldn't survive the competition and wasn't worth his concern. In Xiao Tong's villa, have you prepared everything I asked for? Bai Yi asked. Xiao Tong nodded, taking out a black briefcase from the room and handing it over. All set. But are you sure you want to do this? Bai Yi took the briefcase, opened it to check, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Of course I'm sure. But, Xiao Tong hesitated. There's nothing to hesitate about. I haven't violated any rules. Which regulation in the selection assessment says I can't do this? That's true, it's just, it might not look good. It's not written, so it's fine. If it's not prohibited, then it's allowed. Oh, and you should go find that someone later. Who? Bai Yi thought for a moment. That Lu, what's his name? Xiao Lu. And Xiao Tong was somewhat speechless. Even Lu Yao kept caring about your injuries, yet you've already forgotten her name. With her status and position, she should be able to participate in the gambling game, right? You should go tell her to take out all her pocket money, and while you're at it, steal some from her father to bet on my winning. And you give her all the money you have on you. Then mortgage this house and let her place the bet. After we win, we settle the account 2-1. And Xiao Tong was stunned. What do you mean by 2-1? You're wrong, it should be a 2/8 split. How could I be wrong? It's definitely a 2-1 split. You two will share the winnings. Of course I won't take the principal, after all, I have principles. And Xiao Tong was so angry she laughed. We put in the money, and in the end, we only get back the principal. Shouldn't we thank you then? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? As the saying goes, 10 bets 9 lose. I've not only let you enjoy the thrill of gambling but also protected your principal. Who else should you thank but me? And Xiao Tong clenched her fists, wanting to punch Bai Yi but afraid of killing him. In the end, she gave up and said expressionlessly, I can do without my money, but I can't decide for Xiao Lu. And her name is Lu Yao, she's my best friend. Don't forget that. Alright, I get it. Bai Yi waved impatiently. If you didn't keep calling her Xiao Lu, I wouldn't forget. Her name is Lu Yao. You bastard. Blaming everything on me. And Xiao Tong finally couldn't hold back and punched Bai Yi in the arm. Are you crazy? And Xiao Tong? It doesn't hurt. I didn't expect my armor to be so tough that it can defend against 19,800 health points. Ha ha ha. The next day, in front of a military building on the outskirts of the Lake Heart Islands, dozens of students stood tense and serious, their expressions grim. In front of them, 4 instructors dressed in black combat uniforms, muscular and imposing. Line up and come over to sign the life and death contract. One instructor commanded coldly. Everyone's heart sank instantly. The words life and death contract struck like a heavy hammer. They all knew what this meant. Once they signed, their fate would depend entirely on skill and luck, life or death. Around the military building, on the trees and under the eaves, flickering red electronic eyes were focused on them, zooming in continuously. The footage was transmitted to a luxurious room where a dozen wealthy bosses and noble women, dressed in elegant clothes, sat gracefully on sofas, holding wine glasses and watching the surveillance footage with interest. These people were all magnates from various industries in Dawn City. Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, let's start with the first bet. Guess how many will withdraw, said a young casino manager standing in front of them with a smile. 1 million, I bet no one will withdraw, shouted a chubby man with a cigarette in his mouth and big ears. Ha ha ha. Boss Chen is quite confident in these people, someone chuckled. Boss Chen exhaled a smoke ring, then moved the slightly deformed cigarette from his mouth with his fat fingers and grinned. It's not that I have confidence in them, but if you're going to bet, might as well go big. The highest odds are for either no one withdrawing or more than 10 withdrawing. Why not take a gamble? It seems Boss Chen is planning to go all out today. Of course. Last time, the tyrant hijacked my train, causing heavy losses. Today, I want to win it all back. Everyone chuckled. The tyrant incident still a popular topic at their gatherings. I also bet no one will withdraw. Let's start with 5 million for fun, said a beautiful noblewoman with a lazy expression, her hand adorned with gemstone rings. Miss you, this is your first time here. Don't follow old Chen's lead, his luck is notoriously bad. Miss you, the noble lady casually toyed with the gemstone ring on her finger and said lightly, although this is my first time here, the selection for the 12 zodiac candidates isn't the first time it's been held. Since these contestants dare to come, they must have prepared themselves mentally long ago, so I bet they won't withdraw. Miss you is still too young and doesn't understand these people's true nature. People from the lower classes are like that, full of ambition before the start, but once the game begins, they start to retreat. 15 million, 5 people withdraw. Lu Yao is also here for the first time. Why don't you try a round with your sister? Don't worry, if you lose, it counts as your sister's loss, you miss said to Lu Yao beside her. Her tone was gentle, but her words carried a hint of flattery. Everyone knew that for the cherished jewel of the Heaven's Dawn board of directors, some degree of flattery was inevitable. Money, in the face of Heaven's Dawn's power, had to bow. However, Lu Yao seemed not to hear her. Her big eyes were focused intently on the screen, as if searching for something. Why hasn't it started yet? Did she get lost? Lu Yao? Ha? Oh. Lu Yao snapped back to her senses, smiling sweetly. I'll watch for now and play later. Thank you, Sister Yu, for your kindness. Meanwhile, the wealthy were placing bets, while on the other side, they were signing life and death contracts. Some looked calm as they signed their names directly. Others hesitated repeatedly before stepping forward. At this moment, a flamboyant voice suddenly broke the silence of the scene. Why did it start at 9:59? Isn't it supposed to be at 10? Even if it's a minute early, they should have sent someone to notify us. A vividly fiery figure strode in, carrying a black briefcase in hand. The contestants' expressions varied, with some showing a trace of wariness in their eyes. The instructors furrowed their brows. Are you also a contestant? One instructor asked coldly. Obviously. If I weren't, why would I come to this godforsaken place? Bai Yi scoffed disdainfully. Today, he was even more arrogant than yesterday because another minute had been added to the time. If you ask who in this world is more arrogant than Bai Yi, it would definitely be Bai Yi the next day. His blunt words made the instructors' faces flicker with anger. What's your name? You deliberately came right on time, and you still want to participate in the selection? Don't even know who I am? When the board arranged for me to come in, they didn't notify you? Bai Yi glanced at a few instructors and suddenly realized, oh, I see. Judging by your ranks, you're not high level, so it's normal that you don't know. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get started. I hate wasting time the most. Stay tuned. Such brazen words, even mentioning the board of directors, caused a few usually tough instructors to tremble involuntarily. They knew Bai Yi existed, but they didn't know his exact identity. After all, when the big shots above issued orders, they wouldn't bother explaining anything to their subordinates. At most, they'd say someone was being arranged to come in. They initially thought he was just another person sent in for training, as in previous years, but Bai Yi's arrogant attitude made them vaguely realize that this person was different from before. With this thought, the instructors dared not speak further. Their job was to arrange groups, escort the contestants onto the island, assign each person's landing position, and ensure the entertainment value of the game, satisfying the perverse psychology of the high officials behind the monitors. For example, grouping friends or classmates together, or having men and women land at the same spot, watching them team up to kill everyone first, then turn on each other. Those high-ranking figures had long grown tired of pure slaughter, so they added more story elements. Naturally, those serving power dared not offend those suspected of wielding influence. Get out of the way. Bai Yi swaggered through the crowd, walking to the table, and casually signed his name, Bai Yi. The instructors watched silently, memorizing this name. Instructor, I want to withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. In an instant, 3 people raised their hands simultaneously to withdraw. Clearly, they were all frightened by Bai Yi, with a profound background. Not even the instructors paid attention, clearly having the Lake Heart Islands mutated beasts and resource distribution map, naturally occupying a terrain advantage. His vitality was still high, which even Professor Pei was surprised by. Anyone paired with such a person was practically doomed. With these 3 leading the way, even those who had been hesitating began to raise their hands. In an instant, more than 10 people had volunteered. Behind the monitor, the bigwigs' expressions varied, some angry, some sneering. Damn! There were no one to withdraw at first. I was about to win, and then this person shows up, scaring everyone away. Boss Chen cursed angrily. Now it's all over, we've all lost. No one has withdrawn with more than 10 people, someone else added. From the tone of this person, could he be a relative of some director? Miss Lu Yao, do you know him? Miss Yu asked. Lu Yao didn't hear her eyes already filled with that vibrant figure. The red clothes suited him perfectly. The instructor's face darkened considerably. The fewer people there were, the less entertaining the scene, and if those bigwigs blamed them later, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, a man in a black suit stepped out of the military building and whispered a few words into the instructor's ear. Director Lu said, the selection competition depends on each person's ability, no special treatment for anyone. The instructor quickly calmed down and looked at Bai Yi with a dangerous gaze. He announced loudly, I reiterate, once you reach the Lake Heart Islands, it's all about your own strength. The strong survive. Even if you kill someone, don't worry about retaliation. As long as you live, you can inject the Type 3 gene serum and become a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs. That's company property and protected by the company. The instructor's words persuaded some, and upon reflection, it was indeed true. The company had injected you with the precious Type 3 gene serum, treating you as private property. If others retaliated, the company would ultimately suffer the loss. Moreover, after hearing the black-clad man's words, the instructor's gaze on Bai Yi was noticeably different. He clearly knew some insider information. Wait, 200. An instructor, who was reviewing the list, suddenly exclaimed. He repeatedly looked at the column with Bai Yi's name. 202. Could it be that a 0 was missing? After several reviews, he was sure there was no 0 after 202. What 200? Another instructor asked. The instructor holding the list looked at Bai Yi with a strange expression. His vitality value is only 202. What? Did you forget a 0? Someone else asked. No, look for yourself, the instructor said as they passed around the list. The contestants erupted in chaos. 200. His vitality value is only 200? That makes him the lowest among all contestants. Could he be hiding his vitality? No way. Even if he can fool the vitality detection glasses, he definitely can't hide from the lab's testing instruments. Then why is he so arrogant? I see now, he's deliberately trying to scare us off. Humph. Such petty tricks. I hope I get paired with him so I can teach him a lesson. Feng Changming said coldly. He despised Bai Yi because Bai Yi had the highest vitality in the first round, 1,200. He had thought he was safe, confident he could face anyone, but Bai Yi's appearance yesterday kept him awake all night, fearing he might be unlucky and paired with Bai Yi. Now, the more he feared being paired with Bai Yi, the more he wanted it. Instructor, I'm not withdrawing, Bai Yi said with a helpless shake of his head. As a kind-hearted god, arrogance was not his true nature, kindness was. He couldn't bear to see these people blindly risking their lives out of greed, so he wanted to scare them away. But they didn't understand his good intentions at all. Fine. If you're determined to seek death, so be it. Quiet. Those who want to withdraw, leave now. Those continuing, come forward to sign the life and death contract. After 5 minutes, the instructor collected the contracts and finished dividing the groups. Everyone participated, not a single person withdrew. There are a total of 61 participants, divided into 4 groups. When I call your name, please step forward. Group 1, Chen Fong, Wang Ming. Group 2, Li Hu. Group 3, Group for Feng Changming, Bai Yi. Feng Changming's heart secretly rejoiced. He never expected that his wishes would actually come true. He even suspected that the instructor had deliberately arranged the groups this way just to get him to kill Bai Yi. Bai Yi, with only 200 points of vitality, dared to be so arrogant. He must have obtained the map of the Hushin archipelago through connections, knowing all the activity zones of the mutated beasts and the locations of hidden supplies. The Hushin archipelago contains hidden supplies, and besides those placed by the Apocalypse Corporation, the big shots participating in the gamble could also spend money to place supplies there. The purpose was simple, to help their chosen contestants win. Of course, the cost of placing supplies was more than 10 times the market price. Supplies included not only food and medicine but even weapons. The instructor was surely worried that Bai Yi would gain a significant boost in strength after obtaining weapons, so he deliberately arranged for himself and Bai Yi to be in the same group. Only with his own vitality of 1,200 could he ensure absolute safety. As for Bai Yi's background, Heh, who cares about background in the face of life and death? Would everyone just surrender and let him win because he has a deep background? Moreover, the instructor's meaning was already very clear. There was no need to explicitly say that Baiye's background didn't matter. Soon, all the groups entered the military base to wait for the arrival of the ships. Each group was led by an instructor into a separate room. Baiye was in Group 4, so he entered Room 4. The layout of Room 4 resembled a classroom, with a podium. The contestants sat in their seats, while the instructor stood on the podium to explain the rules. Hand over all the items you are carrying. No items are allowed on the island to prevent cheating. The instructor said this while looking directly at Baiye, because among the 20 people in the classroom, only Baiye carried a black briefcase. The others had long known the rules and brought nothing. Baiye, hand over your case. Seeing that Baiye showed no reaction, the instructor walked directly to his side. He reached out to take it, but Baiye did not stop him. What's inside your case? He wanted to open it but found it was secured with a password lock. It contains 1 million in cash. Now that the case is in your hands, if the money inside is less than what I said, only you will be held responsible. The instructor's face darkened. He didn't believe Baiye's words at all. Who would bring 1 million just to participate? He sternly said, I'll keep your case for now. When you return, it will be given back to you on the condition that you can come back. He took the case and placed it on the podium, then began explaining the rules. I believe you all know the selection rules, but I'll explain carefully anyway. This selection tournament is unrestricted. Any means are allowed. Whether it's poisoning, sneak attacks, or teaming up with others, as long as you win, everything is permitted. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared on the instructor's face, his ruthless gaze seeming to watch over a pile of corpses. The 21 people in the room instantly grew tense. Some looked at each other with fear, some maintained a calm expression, and others trembled. From the moment you signed the life and death contract, this game of fate has already begun. Among the 21 present, only one can survive. That is your victory goal, to kill everyone except yourself. To seize that one step to ascend to the heavens. Are you sure that any means are allowed? Baiye's voice suddenly interrupted the instructor. The instructor frowned but still answered coldly, any means are allowed if you can win. Even if you have to kneel and beg for mercy or sneak attack your opponent, it's all fine. Any other questions? His words carried a hint of sarcasm. Baiye shrugged, casually asking, so, after I kill everyone, I won't have to bear any consequences? Just you? Feng Changming sneered, your blood energy value isn't even a fraction of mine. Once we get on the island, you'll be the first to die. In this life and death battle, the crowd had long since torn their faces apart, and their words showed no mercy whatsoever. Baiye didn't even bother to look at him, he simply ignored him. There was no need to waste words on a dead man. His contemptuous attitude made Feng Changming furious, and he decided that as soon as they set foot on the island, he would go find Baiye's location first thing. The instructor continued, that's right, even if you kill everyone, you won't have to bear any consequences. This is the highest decision of the board of directors' immunity in the selection tournament. But that's not something you need to worry about now. You should first think about how to survive. Baiye smiled faintly, startling everyone as he said, among all the people, does that include you? The entire scene was stunned. Kill the instructor? Is this kid crazy? Dare to provoke even the instructor? Not only were they shocked, but even the big shots behind the monitors looked stunned. Ha ha ha, this year's selection is interesting. Who would have thought a lunatic would emerge? I really want to see how he dies in a little while. Someone go inform the contestants of Group 4, whoever encounters Baiye. Don't kill him too quickly. I want to see if this kid is still so arrogant when he's about to die. Boss Chen burst into hearty laughter. Lu Yao's small fists clenched tightly, silently remembering Boss Chen's face. She was worried, but she didn't show it. She believed that this brave and clever knightly youth must have his own plans. His current arrogance was just part of the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, now you can place your bets. The earlier you bet, the more chips you'll win. The betting master smiled and reminded. There are multiple betting periods, but the later you bet, the clearer the outcome, and thus the lower the odds. 50 million, I bet on Group 4's Feng Changming to win. Boss Chen directly placed his bet, choosing the lowest odds but the safest method. Feng Changming was the person with the highest blood energy value in Group 4. Although blood energy can't fully represent combat strength, those with weaker blood energy definitely aren't strong. I'll match 50 million betting on Feng Changming. 30 million betting on Group 1's Chen Feng. 20 million Group 2's Li Hu. At the start of betting, everyone didn't hold the hope of small bets leading to big wins, so they naturally didn't wager heavily. The real excitement would come when only a few people remained in the fight. 300 million betting on Baiye of Group 4 to win. The slightly childish girl's voice caused a brief moment of silence. Lu Yao, are you sure you want to spend 300 million betting on Baiye? Miss Yu was stunned. Although these big figures had money, they wouldn't normally make such reckless bets. To them, Lu Yao betting 300 million on Bai Yi was no different from throwing money away. Could it be that Lu Yao had insider information? Or was Bai Yi hiding some unknown trick? But no matter what trick it was, it couldn't erase the gap of 1,000 blood energy points. The methods they could think of were only taboo items or extraordinary powers. But the rules prohibited carrying any items onto the island, and the island's supplies didn't include taboo objects. It was impossible for an extraordinary person to be here. If Bai Yi were an extraordinary, and he used his powers in front of so many cameras, the only outcome would be that he'd be captured by the Heavenly Revelation Corporation as experimental material. The instructor's face suddenly darkened, sharp spikes of wolf hair sprouting from his body, making him look even more ferocious. No one has ever asked me such a question before. You're the first. He stared fixedly at Bai Yi, his anger turning into a twisted smile. The rules don't say I can't kill the instructor, but if you think you can kill me, go ahead and try. Rest assured, if I die, it's because I'm weaker than you, nothing to do with you. Everyone was intimidated by the instructor's terrifying aura. They were just ordinary people practicing Qi and blood martial arts without gene injections. Faced with the instructor injected with type 2 gene serum, like animals seeing their predator, every cell in his body trembled. Good. Bai Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile. The tall, imposing figure stood up from the chair, his gaze arrogant and disdainful. Since you trash are already prepared to die, I will show mercy and give you one last chance to say your final words. Bai Yi, who do you call trash? A weakling. With blood and energy levels less than a fraction of mine, what right do you have to spout such nonsense? Feng Changming's eyes turned icy, and he slammed his hand on the table, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi laughed loudly, his smile wild and flamboyant. He swept a glance over the angry faces of the crowd, then said word by word, don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. What I mean is, everyone present is trash. What did you say? Come on, say it again if you dare. The 20 examinees all slammed their tables in anger, their furious gazes almost tearing Bai Yi apart. But Bai Yi ignored them, glancing disdainfully at the instructor. Oh, I almost forgot, you're also trash. Bastard. The instructor roared in fury. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If it weren't for the big shots behind the monitor watching the competition, he really wanted to rush up and twist Bai Yi's head off right now. A barrage of foul language filled the chaotic scene. Behind the monitor, in a luxurious hall, the well-dressed big shots burst into hearty laughter. This lunatic is truly amusing. I figured it out now, he's not here to compete, he's here to die. Miss Lu, are you sure you want to bet 300 million on this crazy guy? Lu Yao's eyes gradually turned dangerous. Just as she was about to speak, a loud, flamboyant voice came from the display screen. Hey, 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 can you big shots hear me? The smiles in the hall abruptly stopped. They frowned slightly and looked at the large screen. The young man in a wine-red suit, standing with his hands in his pockets in front of the camera, wore a mocking and disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I can still make some money if I bet now, or else I'll lose everything in a moment. The hall fell silent at first, then erupted into angry curses. How dare he give us a chance? Who does he think he is? Come here, supervisor. I bet 50 million that he's the first to die. I'll go with 80 million. Lu Yao's anger quickly dissipated. She stared intently at the young man's face on the screen, bold and reckless, his fiery red attire making him look like a young general on a charge. That youthful, flamboyant face contrasted sharply with the grim faces of the big shots behind the monitor. The abusive shouts inside the classroom suddenly ceased. Everyone looked in shock at Bai Yi on the camera, as if they were staring at a monster. When someone commits an act that completely defies societal norms and common sense, in others' eyes, that person becomes a monster. How dare he to provoke those big shots? In the past, contestants often exchanged insults and exposed each other's weaknesses, but no one dared to challenge those high and mighty figures behind the screen. Offending a contestant might mean risking everything to fight for survival and possibly become the final winner. But offending those big shots? Death was certain. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, echoed clearly in the classroom. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Bai Yi stepped out of the classroom, one step at a time. Bai Yi, what are you doing? The ship is coming soon. If you run now, it will be considered forfeiting, the instructor shouted, thinking Bai Yi was trying to escape. And I tell you, the moment the life and death contract is signed, the selection competition has already begun. No one is allowed to withdraw halfway. Violators will die. Bai Yi, who had already opened the door, turned with a smile. Who said I want to forfeit? Then what are you doing? Of course, giving you and the big shots behind the monitor a little shock. The instructor was stunned, completely unable to understand the meaning of those words. By the way, before we start, let me confirm the rules one last time. The moment the life-death contract is signed, the selection contest begins, right? Obviously, the instructor said grimly. Bai Yi nodded with a smile. So, it's okay for me to kill everyone by Any means without breaking the rules, right? Of course, that's the rules set by the board of directors. Then I'm relieved, he said. As he spoke, Baye's hand, casually tucked in his pocket, slowly emerged. A small black remote control caught everyone's attention. The remote was simple, with only a red button on it. The 20 contestants froze, momentarily stunned, unsure of what Baye was about to do. But the instructor's face suddenly changed drastically, his expression turning horrified as he looked toward the black briefcase on the podium. Baye, say goodbye to this world, everyone, he said. With a click, the boy smiled and pressed the red button on the remote, then, in the terrified eyes of everyone, closed the door. Ah, it's a remote-controlled bomb. Run! The chaos inside the room erupted just then. Boom! A deafening explosion swallowed everything, flames erupting violently, destroying the monitor along with the blast. Ah! Crack! In the hall, the intense explosion shattered the ears of the high-ranking figures. Some screamed in fright. Others dropped their red wine glasses with a clatter. Crimson wine and shattered glass scattered everywhere. Their lofty postures were shattered by this unexpected blast. Outside the classroom, a figure dressed in bright red stood gracefully, quietly admiring the scene as the flames tore through the door. The brilliant fire raged wildly, corpses torn apart by the blast, screams of the burned and broken bodies, billowing black smoke. All of it seemed as if the gates of hell had opened. Baye casually threw the remote into the fire, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He took out one, placed it in his mouth, leaned slightly forward, and approached the orange-red flames by the wall. The flames touched the cigarette and also reflected in his ink-black eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The smoke, his hair, and the red hem of his clothes fluttered in the heat wave. The security camera in the corridor transmitted this seemingly frozen moment to the hall and into the eyes of those high-ranking figures. Some were still trembling. In shock, others had a grim expression, and some had their eyes shining like little stars. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled as he watched the boy standing beside the flames. This scene gradually overlapped with the image of the night boy who had rushed to the window holding her. Brilliant and dazzling. So he also smoked. Lu Yao thought of her father's full cabinet of cigars. Actually, Baye didn't smoke, but he was just pretending to be cool. In this moment, wouldn't it be fitting to light one up for some extra flair? No one expected such an ending to unfold. These high-ranking figures finally understood why Baye had asked about the rules so many times. It turned out he never intended to land on the island at all. Instead, he adopted a method so unexpected and shocking that it instantly eliminated all contestants, including the instructor. Perhaps someone had thought of this method over the years, but no one dared to do it. Madness. Lawlessness. This was outright exploiting the loopholes in the rules, trampling over the years of the contest with the most arrogant and presumptuous attitude. Cheating. He's openly cheating. I want to file a complaint, director. Mr. Chen, who had soaked his pants, shouted in a panic. The explosion had startled him so much that he even spilled red wine on himself. He didn't cheat, Lu Yao, who had spoken little before, suddenly said. His quiet voice was enough to drown out all the noise. Even the furious Mr. Chen fell silent. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Yao's daughter. There's no rule stating that you can't take action before landing on the island, nor that you can't use bombs. In fact, there are bombs among the supplies on the island. Lu Yao slowly stood up, her youthful face now tinged with a hint of authority. She calmly looked at everyone and said, Baye's actions did not violate any rules, so he isn't cheating. The others had different thoughts, and it was only then that they remembered Lu Yao had just spent 300 million to buy Baye's victory. Oh no, they had been played by capital. It must be that Miss Lu wanted to make some pocket money and deliberately set up this trap. Baye's arrogant provocation had led them to bet recklessly, and Lu Yao's support made them dare not speak out in anger. Lu Yao's sister is right, Baye really didn't cheat. On the contrary, he's very clever, exploiting loopholes in the rules to win deservedly. Miss Yu chuckled in agreement. Ah, it's all because sister didn't follow you to bet, otherwise we could have won quite a bit too. With her teasing, the others also burst into laughter, each congratulating Lu Yao on her victory with beaming smiles. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm, as if the earlier panic and curses had been nothing but illusions. Baye flicked his fingers, sending half a cigarette flying into the flames. He smiled, feeling quite pleased because he hadn't wasted any time. Although he now had more than enough time, 16 minutes and 38 seconds, wasting time was not his style. His time was meant for killing experts like the 10 kings, or at the very least, opponents as formidable as the 12 zodiac signs. Using it to kill trash like Feng Changming, whose blood energy was only 1200, would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Genius. Baye gave himself a small affirmation, boosting his confidence. Actually, he didn't want to resolve battles this way. Blame should be placed on the Tianqi Corporation's board of directors for coming up with such boring selection methods. Another round of survival games, another live gambling show. Gods wouldn't participate in such dull and time-wasting games. If he followed the conventional route, honestly entering the competition, landing on the island, searching for people and supplies, defending against mutated beasts, avoiding ambushes, and using his abilities while carrying a camera. How much time would that waste? With his 202 blood energy, even with time flow variance at 0.5x speed, he probably couldn't beat Feng Changming with 1200 blood energy. In the end, he'd still have to find a chance to activate time freeze while carrying the camera. He refused to do that. Gods don't follow ordinary paths, that's human stuff. Of course, gods don't do human things. What the hell is going on? The examiners from other rooms rushed over, staring in horror at the chaos inside, their faces pale. Bai Yi? What exactly happened inside? Why did it suddenly explode? Could it be that enemies from other factions have attacked? Aside from the first group who had already boarded the ship and left, everyone else was shaken by the explosion. Facing their questions, Bai Yi casually replied, "Oh, no enemies. I just blew up everyone in Group 4, including the instructor." His nonchalant words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Every word was understandable, but together they left everyone stunned. After 3 seconds of silence, an instructor exclaimed in shock, "You killed them all." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, you." Such a confident response left the instructor speechless. The other contestants were utterly stunned. Bai Yi's actions had completely shattered their worldview. They had been thinking about setting traps on the lake islands, searching for supplies, forming alliances, and then, suddenly, someone jumped out of the chessboard, bypassing the game entirely, and simply blew up the entire board. No way. Could it be played like this? You're openly cheating. You can't bring bombs to the selection, a furious instructor shouted. Are you blind? The rules say you can't bring anything onto the island. Did I bring a bomb onto the island? The instructor hesitated, unable to respond. Even if the rules don't specify, your method is just too bottom line breaking. Are you new here or what? Bai Yi sneered. What kind of place is this? This is a bottomless slaughter, a twisted display of human nature, a selection competition for the 12 zodiac candidates, for the officials and nobility to watch. Here, you talk to me about morals? Your moral standards need to be lowered further. Stop wasting words with him. Even if you blew up other contestants without breaking the rules, what about the instructor? You blew up the instructor of Group 4 too. You're openly challenging the laws of heaven's judgment. Bai Yi laughed wildly. That's not my business. It was the Group 4 instructor who told me to kill him. Don't believe it? Check the VCR. Oh, right, you probably won't understand, so go watch the replay yourself. Or better yet, ask those big shots who participated in the betting. They're all witnesses. That's all just your side of the story. I will report this to the company. They won't let you off. The instructor didn't know how to handle this anymore. Such a situation had never happened in all the years of hosting, and with Bai Yi having some background, he could only report to the company. Bai Yi disdainfully curled his lips. Since he dared to do this, he wasn't afraid that Heaven's Judgment Company wouldn't acknowledge it. Did they really think I was just a little punk when I first arrived in Dawn City? Now I am a divine being of the new era, with 16 minutes and 38 seconds of divine power. Bai Yi's idea was simple. When I want to act, you'd better all pretend you don't see anything. Cooperate with the performance as best as you can, or I'll come clean. Just fast forward to God descends on dawn, the city is destroyed, and people perish. At this moment, a man in black with a tattooed face and sunglasses appeared in the scene. No one knew when he arrived, nor did anyone notice where he came from. When the instructor saw this person, his face immediately changed, and he hurriedly jogged over, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yang, any instructions? Yang Yusin replied coldly, Miss Lu's meaning is that this matter ends here, understand? The instructor's body trembled. He naturally knew who Miss Lu was. She was the apple of the eye of Dawn's director, Lu Yunxiao. Such a big figure, one word from her could cost him his life. Although it was against the rules, who could argue with her? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Soon, the instructor ran back again, his expression complex and tinged with a hint of fear as he looked at Bai Yi. Since you've already won, go back and wait for the notice. Bai Yi grabbed the instructor's collar and coldly said, I previously put $1 million in cash in the black box I brought, and handed it over to the instructor of Group 44. Safekeeping. He didn't keep it safe. If he doesn't compensate me and just wants to dismiss me, what do you think? The instructor was furious and incredulous, staring at Bai Yi in disbelief, unable to imagine that someone in this world could be so arrogant and shameless. Is there really $1 million in that black box? Don't you know the amount yourself? I don't have that much money, and besides, the box wasn't even handed to me. Bai Yi impatiently interrupted. How much money do you have on you? Just 10,000. At this moment, the instructor only wanted to end the matter quickly. This person was crazy, and with Miss Lu protecting him, he couldn't afford to offend him. Hand it over. Bai Yi snatched the money from the instructor's hand, smiling as he patted his stiff shoulder. I'm a kind-hearted person, unwilling to make things difficult for others. The remaining 99,000, I'll forgive it. Don't you want to thank me? Thank you. The instructor forced out a smile uglier than crying. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. After he left, the instructor was still trembling with fear. When he saw the other contestants staring at him blankly, he suddenly lost his temper. Look at what? Get back to the selection. Lu Yunxiao sat with a furrowed brow at his desk, staring at the recent intelligence. In the confidential file, among the top-ranked pieces of information was a conspicuous report about the Pangayu disc. As time passed, the director's words fermented and grew more intense, and various rumors about the outside world spread wildly. Apostle Corporation is secretly researching the Pango USB drive, which has already mastered an era-defying weapon of war and will soon unify the entire Beimang region. There are even rumors that Chairman Lu has lived for over 100 years not because of natural longevity but because he has obtained technology from the Pango USB drive that extends life. Major forces have gone so far as to declare that the Pango USB drive is a shared treasure of all humanity, demanding that Apostle hand over the drive, share the technology, and benefit all mankind. Ah, what a tumultuous time. Lu Yunxiao sighed deeply, but a cold, gloomy light flickered in his eyes. Is the Pango USB really in the chairman's hands? The Black Mountain incident was entirely orchestrated by the chairman himself, leaving no room for other directors to intervene. Although publicly claiming that the Pango USB was in the hands of the Black King, is that really the case? Recently, the chairman was even planning to hold a press conference to address the rumors about the Pango USB, giving off a somewhat deliberate, cover-up vibe. Lu Yunxiao wavered slightly. At first, he believed the USB was in the Black King's possession because the Black King was too powerful. That power was completely unreasonable and overwhelming strength. Apostle had been at odds with the zoo for many years, although the zoo couldn't defeat Apostle also found it difficult to send troops to wipe out the zoo. This was because the zoo's director was one of the 10 kings. As long as the director was alive, the zoo could be destroyed and rebuilt countless times. Such a formidable figure, even with an army pressing in, would be hard to pin down unless a peerless expert of the same level intervened. A single director was enough to trouble Apostle, let alone the Black King, the leader of the 10 kings. He was a terrifying existence capable of killing the tyrant Yang Jia in an instant. Among the 10 kings, the director was the most influential, claiming to command 1,000,000 beasts and possessing a vast army of mutated creatures. In terms of combatability, the tyrant was the strongest and enemy of all firearms, the battlefield's ruler. But in terms of mystery and strength, the Black King was universally recognized as the number one. No one knew his identity or abilities, and no one could see how he had slain the tyrant. Such a terrifying powerhouse, owning the Pango USB, was entirely plausible. Yet, the director's disclosures were too revealing. He even mentioned the hidden mouse from the Chinese zodiac. When recalling the Black Mountain incident, the hidden mouse had indeed disappeared for a period. Lu Yunxiao thought perhaps the truth was as the director claimed. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Most of the directors were hoping for the chairman's death, including himself, because the chairman was too domineering. Although Apostle appeared to be a democratic company with a board of directors, all core power was actually concentrated in the chairman's hands, an absolute dictatorship. As long as the chairman did not die, how could Lu Yunxiao advance further? His gaze shifted, falling on a photo on his desk, a family portrait with 4 people. The young Lu Yunxiao and his wife stood on either side of an elderly man, who was holding a baby girl in his arms. The old man was his father, a former director of Apostle. Lu Yunxiao would never forget what his father said to him before he died, gripping his hand tightly. Yunxiao, Apostle should have the Lu surname. Father, you made a mistake back then, missing the chance to become chairman, and you ended your days in depression. I won't let that happen to me. Lu Yunxiao whispered softly, as if talking to his father or making a promise to himself. His father named him Yunxiao, full of hope, wishing for him to soar to the skies. What is Yunxiao? It is the sky, the heaven of Apostle. Core generals and even some of the 12 Zodiac members are on my side. Yaoer will soon be married into the Steel Brotherhood. The solution to the Type 3 gene serum is only a matter of time. Once the chairman is gone, who can stop me? It's a pity that the great situation was disrupted by the Pango USB. If the chairman truly obtained the Pango USB and extended his life. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted Lu Yunxiao's thoughts. Come in. An assistant entered. Mr. Lu, the results of the first round of the 12 Zodiac candidate selection are out. Lu Yunxiao frowned slightly. Already? So fast? Isn't it just starting? A strange flicker crossed the assistant's face, and he hesitated before saying, so far, only one winner has emerged. Your Bai Yi, the one you previously paid attention to. Lu Yunxiao was taken aback. Bai Yi? That kid with only 200 vitality points won? And so quickly? He was a bit curious. Bring me the intelligence report. The assistant respectfully handed it over. Lu Yunxiao only glanced at it and froze. He double-checked several times before finally convinced that he hadn't read it wrong. The report contained just a few short sentences. Bai Yi carried a timed bomb into the selection, and before boarding the ship, he blew up all the contestants and examiners of the fourth group. This sentence made him laugh. Over the years, people had used all sorts of methods to win in the selection competitions: seduction, feigning weakness, poisoning, traps, backstabbing, but never before had someone blown up everyone before even boarding the ship. Recalling the last intelligence about Bai Yi wearing a 20,000-star shining armor, intimidating others, he had thought this was a person relying on false bravado, outwardly fierce but inwardly timid, who had attached himself to Xiaotong because of his striking appearance. But now it seemed this person was truly daring, acting wildly and unpredictably. Such unconventional tactics that ordinary people wouldn't think of, and even if they did, wouldn't dare to try. Yet Bai Yi not only thought of it but actually did it. Was he certain that Xiaotong would ask Lu Yao to help him settle things? "Director Lu, how do you think we should handle this?" the assistant asked. Although Bai Yi's actions didn't violate any rules, they caused a very negative impact. "If we don't punish him severely, others might imitate him. I'm worried that before the competition even begins, or even within the school, someone might assassinate other contestants. How do you view Bai Yi?" Lu Yunxiao asked. The assistant glanced at Lu Yunxiao's expression, probing. This person is arrogant and reckless, brazen and audacious. Using such methods to win the competition really makes people look down on him. Lu Yunxiao smiled slightly. "You're mistaken. I think he's quite clever." The assistant's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had spoken out of turn. He had thought Lu Yunxiao looked down on Bai Yi, a lowly person, and wanted to belittle him. "If you were Bai Yi, participating in the 12 zodiac selection, how would you win?" the assistant asked suddenly. The assistant was stunned, pondering for a moment. "With only 200 vitality points, I can only hide and wait for others to fight it out, then strike when the opportunity arises." "Are you suggesting that the monkey should ambush a wounded tiger?" the assistant asked awkwardly. "That's a bit unrealistic. With only 200 vitality points, the lowest in the entire field, the gap is too large. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to win at all." Lu Yunxiao chuckled. "Exactly. An ordinary person in Bai Yi's position would have no hope, dead or alive. But he still won. No matter how he did it, winning is winning. The means don't matter, the result is what counts. To succeed, a person must be like a tree. The higher they reach for the light, the deeper their roots must grow into the darkness underground. But such a victory might invite criticism, or even rejection in the future." Lu Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "If I gave you the choice, would you prefer to be Bai Yi, alive but criticized, or be blown up like Feng Changming?" The assistant was stunned, a hint of shame flashing across his face. "I understand, Director Lu. You're right. Compared to life and death, reputation doesn't matter. Let's leave it at that. Remember, to modify the rules of the selection, no one is allowed to take any action in any form before arriving on the island." "Yes, Director Lu." As the assistant left, Lu Yunxiao lit a cigar and leaned back in his leather chair. His deep gaze watched the smoke curl and drift like silk ribbons. Silently, he calculated in his mind, Bai Yi's ruthlessness and intelligence were not useless traits. Since he hadn't died and had passed the selection, he could be useful to me. Lu Yunxiao valued not Bai Yi's potential alone but the infamily behind him. Xiaotong. As long as he controlled Bai Yi, he could indirectly leverage in Xiaotong to access some of the infamily's resources. Seeing Bai Yi return safely, Xiaotong's face remained cold as ever, but her eyes unconsciously softened. "Did we win?" she asked softly. "Where's the money?" Bai Yi extended his hand. Xiaotong's expression suddenly turned cloudy, her face emotionless as she stared at him. "It's with Xiao Lu." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then what are you waiting for? Go and get my money back." "Can't get it now, I have to wait until tonight." "Why wait until tonight? What if that someone, Xiao Lu, runs off with the money?" Xiaotong's face darkened, her brows furrowing. "She doesn't care about your measly money. The reason for waiting until tonight is because she invited me and you to her house for dinner." After saying that, she turned and walked into the villa. Bai Yi pouted, arms behind his head, whistling as he followed inside. He muttered to himself, with such a fiery temper, she must be on her period. I definitely can't let her do the dungeon runs these days. Night fell. Lu Yao's driver arrived punctually at Xiaotong's house. Standing impatiently at the gate, Bai Yi called out to the bedroom, "Is it ready yet? You've been fussing inside for an hour." The sound of rustling clothes came from inside. A minute later, Xiao Tong stepped out in black stilettos. She wore a deep red velvet evening gown that outlined her delicate figure, with a v-neck decorated with tiny diamonds. As she moved, the dress swayed gently, like shattered starlight. The hem reached her ankles, revealing a glimpse of her fair calves as she walked. The sheen of the deep red velvet reflected under the lights, elegant yet with a lazy, luxurious feel. She approached Bai Yi, dressed in a matching deep red suit, and gently lifted her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear. "How do I look?" "Not much." Bai Yi remembered how Xiao Tong had evaluated him when he bought Xing Shua this morning. Now she still dared to ask? Isn't she just asking for trouble? Xiao Tong silently got into the car. The vehicle sped along, passing several military checkpoints before finally entering a vast estate. How big was it? Most estates are nestled within beautiful forests, but Lu Yao's estate was surrounded by the entire forest. There were small hills, a man-made waterfall, streams, and even a few deer drinking at the creek. The car drove inside the estate for 20 minutes before reaching the main gate. Along the way, Bai Yi saw no fewer than 100 servants and patrol guards in teams. Is this what the wealthy world looks like? Bai Yi felt the shock of money. If a director from Tianqi Corporation was so rich, how wealthy must Gao Shanhe, the so-called North Meng's richest man, be? No wonder Gao Pingzi could afford to give away a whole estate. He really could. He was already eager to find out how much Xiao Lu had earned for him. The car stopped in front of a castle-like building, where a servant immediately respectfully opened the door. Bai Yi and Xiao Tong stepped out onto a spotless red carpet flanked by rows of courteous servants smiling politely. An elderly man with white hair, glasses, and dressed in a tailcoat stood on the red carpet bowing slightly in greeting. Welcome, distinguished guests. Miss is already waiting in the banquet hall. Please follow me. Entering the castle. The decor was not ostentatious but exuded a grand, elegant atmosphere, like a noble family with deep roots. Xiao Tong, Lu Yao happily ran down the stairs, like a lively little deer. Xiao Lu. Seeing her friend, Xiao Tong also looked happy, but as the shorter Lu Yao descended the stairs, her figure was fully revealed behind the staircase. Xiao Tong paused slightly. Today, Lu Yao wore a deep red dress, with a fluffy chiffon skirt that looked like crumpled velvet flowing like a dark flower petal unfolding in the night, with delicate arcs lifted as she moved. And Xiao Tong glanced at the little deer in the wine-red dress, then looked at her own evening gown in the same color, and at Bai Ye's 20,000 yuan wine-red suit. Her eyes flickered slightly, as if pondering something. Ha ha ha, are you all playing Xiao Lu, a puzzle game? Watching the two clash in contrasting colors, Bai Yi was amused. He increasingly felt that his taste was excellent. Wasn't everyone fond of wine-red? Bai Yi, hello. Standing in front of Bai Yi, Lu Yao's originally cheerful smile became more reserved. Are your injuries okay? Already healed long ago. Don't get sidetracked with that. Xiao Lu, how much money did you win for me this time? Bai Yi asked the most important question. Lu Yao gasped inwardly, her cheeks flushing slightly as her eyes darted away. How could he call me Xiao Lu directly? We've only just met for the second time. Hey, Xiao Lu, I'm asking you. What did you just say? Lu Yao pretended to be busy, brushing her hair and fiddling with the ornament on her chest. I mean the money. The winnings this time. Oh, I've stored all my winnings in the card. Please take a seat first. And Xiao Tong interrupted. Lu Yao snapped back to her senses and hurriedly called them to sit down. During the meal, she took out a card and handed it to Bai Yi. There are 300 million in it. The password is on the back. How much? 300 million? Bai Yi paused with his chopsticks, his gaze intense as he looked at it. Lu Yao felt a bit embarrassed. Don't think it's little. Mainly, the game ended right after it started, so I only won this much. 300 million? Not little? Can those two words really go together? Damn rich people. No, wait, I'm rich now, too. If I think about it that way, maybe rich people aren't so bad after all. 300 million isn't much. Bai Yi nodded seriously, then quickly pocketed the bank card. Lu Yao took a sip of juice, her lips shining brightly. She continued, it was originally less, only 100 million. Thanks to your provocation in front of the camera, the people participating in the game got angry and bet a lot more money, betting you'd be the first to die, eliminated. Ha ha, Bai Yi chuckled. He hadn't expected his provocation to bring such an unexpected gain. He hadn't thought much at the time, just felt that a bunch of big shots were watching him like a monkey show from behind, which made him uncomfortable, so he teased them. As a result, one sentence earned him an extra 200 million. Big shots money really is easy to make. Seeing Bai Yi happily laughing, Lu Yao also smiled. They bet you'd be eliminated, so I bet against them and ended up winning all their money. Actually, I was planning to spend some on the island to buy supplies for you, but I didn't expect you to win like this, without even setting foot on the island. How did you come up with such a genius method? It's simply unbelievable. Bai Yi realized that Xiao Lu was more perceptive than in Xiao Tong. She immediately saw that he was a genius. What about in Xiao Tong? He glanced at in Xiao Tong beside him. The night girl was silently cutting her steak, not saying a word from start to finish, as if she had disappeared. People's eyes are limited by rules. Only by stepping outside the rules can we see a broader world, said the master of the wasteland Pua, with a philosophical tone that just rolled off his tongue. So awesome, Lu Yao blinked her big eyes as if she could make a tinkling sound. Bai Yi, you definitely wouldn't expect how interesting it was when the explosion happened. The hall was so shocked, so many people were stunned. Boss Chen from the freight company even peed his pants. Hee, I'll give you the steak. And Xiao Tong pushed the steak toward Bai Yi. Her voice was soft, but her laughter made Lu Yao's giggles fade even more. Bai Yi looked at the stake, then at and Xiaodong's calm face, and his heart suddenly sounded an alarm. Did the sun rise from the west? She's being so kind? He hesitated and asked, did you spit inside? And Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him. Spit? Yeah, I did. Love to eat it or not? Bai Yi twirled his chopsticks a couple of times to check for any abnormalities, then finally took a bite. Bai Yi, this is for you. Lu Yao took out a box and handed it over. Last time, you saved me and I haven't properly thanked you. This time, during the selection match, I saw you smoking, so I specifically got some cigars from my dad. They're not available on the market, and smoking these is less harmful to your health. Nobody dislikes receiving gifts, just as nobody enjoys giving them. Bai Yi put down his steak and opened the box. A row of dark brown cigars was neatly arranged, gleaming with a glossy sheen. Such good stuff. Bai Yi's smoking was just for show-off, and how could ordinary cigarettes compare to cigars for that? Without hesitation, he accepted it. Next, Lu Yao took out 2 playful, adorable cartoon hairpins, each featuring a tiny deer. She handed one to Xiaotong. Thanks, Xiaotong. This is a little deer hairpin I made myself. There are only these 2 in the whole world. One for each of us. He and Xiaotong looked at the little deer hairpin in her hand, its lines crooked and twisted, yet charmingly funny. She smiled softly. Thank you, little deer. I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. I'll help you put it on. I'll help you too. The 2 girls in wine-red dresses leaned in together, reaching out to clip the hairpins into each other's smooth hair. Looking at the crooked hairpins, they exchanged smiles. After a satisfying meal, Bai Yi happily headed home. 300 million, how many hard drives could that buy? Bai Zhe, if he dared to come directly, wouldn't even recognize him, provided he had a mother. The conditions for the Bai life fee were also met. Removing his wine-red evening gown and changing into a cartoon pink pajamas, and Xiaotong came over. The loose pajamas made her look even more slender and delicate, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. From today on, you can practice on your own. You've learned the techniques over these days. Excited, Bai Yi suddenly jumped up from the sofa and hurriedly said, Xiaotong, you can't forget your roots. This is just a practice session, so why stop now? The selection match is over. There's no need for practice anymore. What I need to do next is strengthen my body. That way, you'll have a higher chance of retrieving the Panguyu from the core laboratory. His reasoning was solid, leaving even the wasteland PUA by Master speechless. Their plan was indeed like this. After the selection, they would inject Type 3 gene serum, determine the location of the core experiment, then exchange bodies. And finally, Bai and Xiaotong and Yi would steal the Panguyu. The last step was the most crucial. Naturally, the stronger in Xiaodong's body, the better. Alright then, Bai Yi reluctantly nodded, his eyes revealing an endless desire for Xiaotong to practice as a substitute. He could endure the dullness of leveling up, provided he had never tried a substitute before and hadn't experienced that rocket-like speed. And Xiaotong ignored Bai Yi's eager gaze and turned to leave. In fact, she had another reason for not letting him practice. One, she couldn't bring herself to say. After such a long practice career, simply watching was no longer enough for Bai Yi. She worried that if she continued, her sacrifice might become too great. The next day, practicing and Xiaotong went to school. Bai Yi was alone at home, starting to stir up trouble. He didn't spend that 300 million on entertainment to avoid being tricked again by the artist. After all, he had just been duped during the gene test. If it weren't for Pei Qingyue being one of his own, things would have gone badly. He had already received notice that tomorrow was the day for the Type 3 gene serum injection. To ensure everything went smoothly, he decided not to go out today. As for causing trouble, naturally, it was the Eye of Ash in the spiritual space. Since the last time I meditated and saw the Eyes of Ash, Bai Yi had been feeling like a thorn in his side. This thing lurked inside his body, like a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it might explode? So he had to figure it out. The scent of spring snow, delicate and refined, drifted through the air. Bai Yi lazily reclined on the sofa, his body slack and completely relaxed. His eyes gently closed, he embraced his heart and focused his mind, beginning to meditate. Before long, he fell asleep. In the semi-conscious state, he returned once more to the pure white mental space. Jinbai, Bai Yi sighed, this means my soul is very pure. One sentence cured his internal mental struggle of being a muggle. Immediately, his gaze crossed the hourglass and the sand clock of time, settling on the curled-up Eyes of Ash in the corner. That damned big eyeball was staring at him unblinkingly. Bai Yi thought for a moment. He believed nothing would happen in his mental space. After all, the Eyes of Ash seemed very afraid of the hourglass and the sand clock. He released his spiritual power and slowly approached the Eyes of Ash. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Eyes of Ash suddenly shot up like a demon breaking free from its cage, directly flying at him and crashing into his spiritual force. Boom! Bai Yi felt the world spin wildly, his mind trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! It's another destined fate. Holy crap, you painter! In an instant, he fell from his mental space back into reality, his eyes snapping open. Abruptly, The vision in his left eye was as if stained with fresh blood. The entire room turned crimson in his view, while his right eye remained normal, seeing the scene as usual. His vision was like being split in two half-normal hues, half scarlet. Fuck! The sudden, excruciating pain in his left eye caused Bai Yi to curse loudly, as if countless burning needles were madly twisting beneath his eye. Then, his left eye began to throb like a heartbeat. He hurriedly pressed his hand against it, fearing the eyeball would pop out of its socket. Could it be that this eyes of ash isn't a projection of the mind? Bai Yi staggered toward the bathroom, desperate to look in the mirror. But just as he took a step forward, a shocking change occurred. An overwhelming pressure exploded from his left eye, causing the surrounding air to instantly solidify into lead, and all the furnishings, decorations, and objects in the room trembled violently. Bai Yi could even see the dust on the floor bouncing. His eye grew more painful, and the commotion intensified. The mighty surge of chi and blood in 202 erupted fiercely, and with the blessing of, he quickly rushed to the bathroom mirror. The boy in the mirror looked like a different person, pale skin, indifferent eyes, gazing down like a deity overlooking all beings. His left eye had already changed. The iris had turned into a thick, blood-red pool, with twisted black patterns lurking deep within the pupil, like some ancient, evil totem slowly flowing. Sizzle, sizzle. The bathroom light flickered rapidly, and the entire villa began to shake slightly. Bai Yi's left eye throbbed even more painfully, his face showing prominent veins. But in the next moment, those veins turned into black lines coiling around his eye socket. Like living tentacles, the black lines spread from around his eye socket, and against the pale skin, they looked even more sinister and terrifying, as if this eye contained a darkness capable of devouring everything. He hurriedly closed his right eye, because merely gazing at the left eye in the mirror gave him a sense of imminent being swallowed. Snap! Cracks spider webbed across the mirror, splitting the divine figure of the boy into countless fragments. The black lines crazily spread over his body surface and inside him, and he could feel his body gradually losing control. Time stopped. Buzz! A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into countless lightning-like golden streaks that outlined a massive golden dial beneath his feet. The power of time descended, and the world fell into deathly silence. The previously rampant black lines also ceased their movement. Eyes of ash. Damn it! Bai Yi's eyes turned fierce. He drew a dagger and immediately prepared to gouge out his own eyeball. But just as the blade's tip was about to touch his pupil, he stopped again. He suddenly thought of something. If the ashen eye in the mental space was trying to invade his left eye, then wouldn't gouging it out now be equivalent to releasing the ashen eye? Back at the 189 shelter, it was the ebony box that completely isolated the influence of the ashen eye. If it truly escaped confinement, there was no ebony box here. Wait, since the power of time can suppress the ashen eye, maybe I can put it back? Bai Yi immediately tried. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. But he clearly overestimated himself. After experiencing such a bizarre scene, even he found it difficult to calm his mind in a short time. Bai Yi grew anxious. Wasn't this just a waste of time? In the next second, he entered a state of deep focus instantly. It proved that human potential is often forced out. Once inside the mental space, Bai Yi saw a miraculous scene. In a world where time was frozen, the second hand on the clock of time was slowly ticking away, meaning his time was rapidly running out. As the consumption of time became more tangible, he grew even more anxious. Where's the ashen eye? He hurriedly spun around in the mental space, but no matter how he searched every corner, he couldn't find the shadow of the ashen eye. Has it already completely escaped? So my left eye is now the ashen eye? But that can't be. Bai Yi felt something was off. His left eye hadn't fully transformed into the ashen eye. After all, the ashen eye was suspected to be a divine-like eye, ranked among the top 10 divine taboo objects capable of controlling tyrants. Just now, his right eye had seen his left eye through a mirror, and there was no feeling of facing a deity as before. So he concluded that his left eye hadn't fully become the ashen eye yet, which also meant the ashen eye hadn't left the mental space. Where the hell is it? Bai Yi suddenly froze. He recalled the scene just now when the ashen eye had attacked his mental strength. It was his own mental energy that brought the ashen eye's power into the outside world, manifesting in his left eye. Could it mean the ashen eye was inside his mind? Bai Yi's consciousness entered the mental space, without a physical form. His current state was more like a legendary soul, a flickering, shapeless white mist faintly revealing his features. With a thought, two illusory hands began to explore his body, and finally, he felt a hot, hard object at the position of his left eye. Come out, damn it! He yanked fiercely, and a scarlet eyeball was pulled out, precisely the ashen eye. Looking at the ashen eye, he was furious. If he weren't in a mental state, he would have stepped on it with his foot. Watching the golden second hand spin continuously, Bai Yi couldn't think much and immediately threw the ashen eye toward the clock of time and the hourglass. The ashen eye bounced off the wall like a rubber ball, landing in a corner nearby. Time resumed. Buzz! The mighty power of time suddenly dissipated, and external time began to flow again, but the second hand on the clock of time stopped. 17 minutes and 1 second. He had just wasted another 37 seconds. The once wildly restless Ashenai now obediently cowered in the corner, just like before. What the hell is this? Damn. Painter. Bai Yi cursed loudly and returned to the outside world. He opened his eyes, and in the shattered mirror, his left eye had completely returned to normal. But his home was in chaos. The power of the Ashenai was too terrifying. Just a trace of its aura was enough to nearly cause the entire villa to collapse. Fortunately, he managed to imprison it in time. Otherwise, when Xiaotong returned home from school and saw nothing left of the house, now he finally understood. The Ashenai in the mental space was probably its true form, only because he had looked at it once in the 189 shelter. Somehow it had invaded his mental space. Perhaps he thought he could occupy his body, but was directly suppressed by the hourglass bell, which didn't stir up any waves at all. It wasn't until he learned meditation that he realized there was still such a thing in his mental space. It seems the power of time can suppress the Ashenai, but what if the time runs out? Bai Yi furrowed his brows tightly. If the time were to run out, the Ashenai might break free and take over his body. Damn! Not a single divine taboo item is any good. The twin monkey shape by Zay, and the Ashenai, these three divine taboo objects he encountered, are any of them good? He's furious now, especially after seeing the room in complete disarray. His anger only intensifies, because he still has to tidy up. Otherwise, when Xiaotong returns, he won't be able to explain the destruction. In the afternoon, Xiaotong returned home from school. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Bai Yi wearing a dustproof cap and an apron, holding a broom and mop, busy cleaning. Bai Yi heard the door open, looked up, and saw Xiaotong staring at him with a strange expression. He was about to speak and make amends, but Xiaotong took 2 steps back, retreating from the doorway. She stood at the entrance, looking around, left and right, as if confirming whether she had entered the wrong house. Stop looking. It's your house, no mistake. Bai Yi snapped irritably, and Xiaotong stepped inside again, her steps light, hands behind her back on her skirt, a faint smile playing on her lips. A new era of gods doing housework? Shouldn't such trivial matters be left to mortals like me? Bai Yi's face darkened instantly. Indeed, it was. Always in Xiaotong doing chores before, he only caused trouble. Every time she asked him to help, he refused with righteous indignation. His reason? How could a god of the new era do such trivial tasks? Now, the boomerang had come back to him. As the old saying goes, if you can't sweep your own house, how can you sweep the world? Life is a constant practice. What seems trivial actually contains the mysteries of life. Bai Yi quickly walked over to Xiaotong and handed her the broom. Come, let's understand the mysteries of life together. Xiaotong smiled faintly, like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, passing lightly beside Bai Yi without looking back, walking away with a wave of her hand. Lord God, take your time to understand. Bai Yi's forehead faintly darkened as he glared at her fiercely. A scheming woman. Truly not a bit adorable. The next day, the new era of gods, armed with exactly 18 minutes and 1 second of time, stepped through the gates of Qiming Academy's Martial Arts Institute. Today was the day for the injection of Type 3 gene serum. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Once he possessed the dragon's physique, he didn't know who could stop the arrival of a god. As for the side effects, a pseudo-human body doesn't need stabilizers for injections, and beastly instincts are even less worth mentioning. Could they possibly compare to the divine contamination of the Ashenai? In the spacious classroom, the top 3 survivors of the first selection sat quietly, waiting. Though all winners, their states were clearly different. Li Hu's young face carried a hint of arrogance. As the strongest in his group, he won without surprise. He knew he would soon be injected with the Type 3 gene serum, becoming a candidate for the 12 zodiac signs, and from then on, completely shed his civilian status to become a true elite. He even began to envision the days ahead of becoming one of the 12 zodiac signs. Chen An's looked sorrowful, his eyes filled with hatred. During the selection, he was paired with Ruan Qing, the girl he secretly admired. Initially, they teamed up, helping each other and defeating other strong opponents. Through life and death trials, they developed feelings, and their bond grew increasingly hard to sever, until only the 2 of them remained. Neither was willing to make the first move. Eventually, their delay drew the instructor onto the island. The instructor said, "The big figures have placed heavy bets on you, just to see who can survive. So you two must make a choice. You can't spoil the interests of those big figures. Either one of you survives, or both die." Chen An's knew that as long as he made a move, he would definitely win. After all, his qi and blood levels far surpassed Ruan Qing's. But he simply couldn't bring himself to strike the one he loved. Ruan Qing felt the same way. The instructor proposed a rock-paper-scissors game to decide life or death. Watching Ruan Qing's tears stream down, Chen An's finally made up his mind to sacrifice himself. He and Ruan Qing agreed he would show scissors, and she would show rock. Ruan Qing agreed. However, fate always played tricks on people. He indeed showed scissors, but Ruan Qing didn't choose rock. Instead, she chose paper. He thought she didn't trust him, but her next words made him feel ashamed beyond words. "Chen En's, your talent is even greater than mine. You should be the winner. If it weren't for you protecting me all along in this selection, I might have died long ago." Now, it's my turn to protect you, Ruanqing said, then resolutely charged into the alien beast horde. Ruanqing died, her body reduced to bones, but her death bought her a single dose of the coveted Type 3 gene serum. Yet, when the Type 3 gene serum was finally laid out before him, he no longer wanted it. All he wanted was for Ruanqing to be alive. The world's exchanges are not equal, her death could buy the serum, but the serum could never bring her back. Compared to Li Hu's arrogance and Chen En's grief, Wu De appeared much more normal. A pair of shifty, green bean-like eyes darted around, as if searching for something. Wu De was not the strongest in their group, but he was the most unscrupulous. In this life-and-death battle, he spared no effort, begging on his knees, poisoning, using alien beasts to eliminate opponents, and ultimately winning. The three of them represented the most typical types among the winners of the selection. Previous victors generally fell into these three categories, sharing similar traits: strength, faith, and lack of morality. Possessing at least one of these qualities laid the foundation for success. At this moment, the fourth winner arrived. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open forcefully. A figure in deep red strode into the room, its vibrant color perfectly matching the flamboyance on the young man's face. Like a blazing flame, Bai Yi was smoking a cigar, scanning the room. Seeing only three winners waiting inside, he immediately frowned. Where are the company people? They're later than I am, and they still want to keep dragging this out? Don't they want to quit? Li Hu's brows furrowed, his gaze full of disdain as he looked at Bai Yi. This despicable little man had also come, and the company hadn't punished him. Damn nepotism. He had won the competition honorably and naturally looked down on Bai Yi, who relied on bombs to win. In his view, someone who had neither strength nor bottom line, yet could inject the Type 3 gene serum, such a person was simply absurd. When he becomes one of the 12 zodiac signs, he would definitely root out this chaos. Chen En's only glanced at Bai Yi briefly before lowering his head, still immersed in grief. Meanwhile, Wu De hurriedly stood up, a flattering smile on his face. Brother Bai, you're here. Please, have a seat. The company folks are really something, making you wait so long. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. Call me brother. Bai? No wonder I thought I was a pigeon. Yes, Lord Bai. I'm just a bit clumsy with words, please forgive me. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu De, a fellow contestant in the selection. Your overwhelming victory before even setting foot on the island truly amazed me. That's why I came here early this morning, just to wait for you, hoping to chat with someone as important as you. Just a few words, enough to benefit me for a lifetime. Wu De said as he trotted in front of Bai Yi. He bowed deeply, extending his arm to lead. Bai Yi, worried that Bai Yi might bump into the table or chairs when taking a seat. A silky, smooth, honest statement made Bai Yi look at him in a new light. Wu De, though cunning in appearance, was quite sincere. Bai Yi had thought Wu De would change his tone to call him Brother Yi, but unexpectedly, he directly called him Bai Yi. In this regard, Wu De had long since prepared himself mentally. White Wildness, Bai Yi, and Bai Yi himself were all the same. Li Hu watched coldly, his eyes filled with growing disdain. Truly a den of snakes and rats. To inject Type 3 gene serum alongside such people was nothing short of shameful. He shook his head and looked away, lest his eyes be sullied. But just as he withdrew his gaze, he noticed the surrounding light dimming. Li Hu looked up and furrowed his brows. Bai Yi was already standing before him, his tall and upright figure casting a shadow that enveloped him. You, Li Hu was about to speak. Bang! A loud slap struck his face, leaving a bright red five-finger imprint. Li Hu froze in place, stunned. He hadn't expected that. Having never exchanged a single word with Bai Yi, only to be slapped immediately. After the shock, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. His fierce eyes now appeared even more ferocious. A mighty surge of 1,000 pounds of vital energy erupted violently, crimson light flickering from Li Hu's body surface. Not convinced? Believe it or not, I'll revoke your qualification to receive the Type 3 gene serum. Bai Yi, holding a cigar, looked down at him with contempt. Li Hu's anger abruptly ceased, replaced by a flurry of expressions: panic, hatred, frustration, all flashing across his face. In the end, he dared not speak. The crimson vital energy on his body gradually dissipated, just like his bravado. He knew he couldn't afford to offend Bai Yi, someone capable of killing a teammate and even a drill instructor, and who had been promoted, had an unfathomably deep background. Li Hu kept telling himself, endure. You must endure. Even though this arrogant man before him could be crushed with one hand, he absolutely must not strike back. The Type 3 gene serum he had painstakingly obtained must not be wasted through a mistake at a critical moment. One day, when he became part of the 12 Zodiac, killing Bai Yi would be as easy as crushing an ant. Seeing Li Hu bow his head, too afraid to look at him, Bai Yi grinned arrogantly, exhaling a smoke ring. He then turned to Wu De, who was stunned with his mouth agape, and asked, do you know why I hit him? Wu De carefully recalled Li Hu's expression and roughly guessed the reason, flattering him, because he dared to look at you with contempt. Of course he deserved a beating. Bai Yi's lips curled wider, a hint of rebelliousness flashing in his eyes. Wrong. Am I really that petty? Wu De was Momentarily stunned, did he guess wrong? Impossible, this was obvious. So, you're saying, Bai scoffed, because he's damn easy to bully. Look at me hitting him, and he doesn't dare to fight back, not even say a word. He's even worse than a stray dog on the street. Li Hu lowered his head tightly, his body trembling with rage. He dared not lift his eyes, afraid of seeing Bai Ye's arrogant expression, fearing that a moment of impulsiveness might ruin his future. Wu De watched Bai Yi, whose face was full of sneers, and for some reason, an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. He knew Bai Ye's background was deep, so he thought about clinging to him. He believed Bai Ye's arrogant second-generation identity was easy to flatter because he was good at reading these second-generation minds. That was how he had managed to please the second-generation students at the martial arts academy, earning him many resources. But now, Bai Ye's words sent a shiver down his spine. Accompanying a tiger is like accompanying a beast, suddenly flashed through Wu De's mind. He realized that Bai Yi was completely different from those brainless, domineering second-generation students at the academy. Based on his past experience, he couldn't figure out what Bai Yi was thinking. Bai Ye's arrogance was far beyond those second-generation students, even his way of thinking was different. Wu De forced a laugh, his once eloquent words now seemed useless, leaving him at a loss for words. Just then, two stern-looking men in black entered. The four winners, everyone's late, what's the point of wasting words? Just lead the way, Bai Yi said. Straightforwardly, walking past the two men in black were slightly taken aback. They exchanged a glance in silence, then quietly exited the classroom and began leading the way. Soon, everyone was aboard a heavily armored vehicle resembling a prison cart. One of the black-clad men sat in the driver's seat, the other in the co-pilot's seat. The compartment behind them was completely separated from the front seats, like a rectangular, fully enclosed cage with no windows, making it impossible to see outside. Inside the carriage, Li, who kept his head bowed in silence, Shenan's immersed in grief, Wu De focused on flattery, and Bai Yi accepted everything passively. They were finally headed to the core laboratory. Pangayu, I'm coming. Bai Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. As long as he found the most mysterious core laboratory, he would find the Pangayu he longed for. At that moment, secrets of transcendence, immortality, gene editing, and the great catastrophe all would be in the hands of the gods. He even suspected that the Pangayu contained forbidden knowledge. About time. After all, the Pango material was right here, and civilization scientists had to have studied time to produce such material. With knowledge of time, he could wield even more divine powers over time, become a true god of the new era. He was already eager beyond measure. Although the carriage was sealed off from external perception, he and Shouting had long prepared for this. That was the silent quartz locator, the white dove ring. He was now wearing Li Baitian's white dove ring, and the hidden Shouting could track from afar, thus pinpointing the location of the core experiment. After about an hour of travel, the vehicle gradually came to a stop. Click. One of the men in black opened the compartment, and blinding incandescent light burst into the dark carriage like a sword, illuminating everyone's faces. Bai Yi was the first to step out. Are we at the place for the injection of Type 3 gene serum? He looked around, and immediately, his brow furrowed. A military base? In front of him was clearly a small military installation, hardly resembling a laboratory at all. Rows of heavily armed soldiers stood guard, including dozens of burly men dressed in black special operations gear, exuding a fierce, brutal aura, undoubtedly genetic engineers. This is not the place for injections. All winners, please disembark for inspection. Remove all items except your clothes. Once cleared, someone will escort you to the core laboratory, a black-clad figure said expressionlessly. Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. If a sealed vehicle could directly reach the core laboratory, it would have already been exposed. The enemies of Tianqi Corporation wouldn't have missed the opportunity to infiltrate the core by selecting candidates from the 12 zodiac signs. Especially the Zhu, which was already determined to obtain Type 3 gene serum at all costs, must have tried every possible method, all ending in failure. Oh, I didn't expect there to be such a handsome young man among this year's contestants. He. It's no wonder my sister has been waiting here for so long. A familiar voice came from the military base's entrance. That voice was incredibly charming, so much so that even from several meters away, it sounded like a delicate whisper right in the ear. Like a cat's claws scratching the heart, twisting and turning endlessly. A seductive figure approached gracefully, her steps swaying, her body as supple as a snake, moving with a sinuous, hypnotic rhythm. Before she even arrived, a fragrant breeze swept over. Bai Yi looked closely and thought, oh, it's a familiar face. The silver snake of the 12 zodiac. The silver snake approached with a charming smile, and the soldiers and gene modifiers around immediately lowered their heads, whispering in unison, greetings, Lord Silver Snake. Li Hu. And the others suddenly changed their expressions. Silver Snake, one of the 12 zodiac signs. The legend of the 12 zodiac was a goal for all students of Qiming Martial Academy. From the moment they entered the academy, they often heard stories about the zodiac. To them, the 12 zodiac was not only a goal but also an idol. When the legendary idol appeared, they couldn't hide their excitement and Reverence. Silver Snake paid no attention to them, instead staring intently at Bai Yi. Her figure in a wine-red suit, combined with her handsome appearance, made her heart flutter. Since the death of Minghu over half a month ago, she has experienced her 19th heartbeat, because Minghu only died 19 days ago. As she surveyed Bai Yi was also observing this old acquaintance. After a period of recuperation, her skin seemed to have grown back, no longer the lowly appearance of Hei Shan, but a mature, charming woman. A body-hugging silver sequin dress perfectly accentuated her curves, with each step causing the silver sequins to shimmer with tiny flashes of light. The short skirt just covered her upper thighs. Beneath the hem was a pair of finely textured black stockings, their weave shimmering with a hazy glow in the sunlight, leading down to delicate strap-high heels. The sound of her heels striking the ground seemed to set the rhythm for every glance she cast her way. Little brother, you look a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before? She approached Bai Yi, her eyes slightly raised at the corners, her gaze flowing and captivating. Bai Yi thought to himself, of course we've met. You and Minghu were playing around in Hei Shan, and I was watching from nearby. She hadn't changed at all, she was always calling everyone Big Brother. On Hei Shan, the two people she called Big Brother had both died, one was Minghu, the other a tyrant. Too unlucky. Could she recognize me? After all, I was covered in dirt and wearing beggar's clothes at the time. It's not that he was afraid of being recognized but worried about exposing his identity. Black gun. Little Bai. It was too humiliating. He remained calm and said, your way of flirting is way too old-fashioned. Giggle. She giggled charmingly, no wonder. You dared to blow up the instructor with a bomb. Knowing my identity, you still speak so casually. I have to admit, little brother, you've successfully caught my attention. Bai Yi's face darkened. Gaining the attention of the biogenic mother body was never a good thing. Speaking of which, shouldn't a fake human body be resistant to toxins? As they talked, Li Hu beside them clenched his fists tightly, flames of jealousy burning within him. Why is she paying attention to him? It should be me. I am the strongest among these four. He looked down on the other three in his group. Chen En's weakness, Wu Da's lack of virtue, Bai Yi's backdoor dealings. He believed himself to be the best. Moreover, he had always harbored a special affection for Shi because his idol was Minghu, that fierce man like the king of beasts. Maybe it was because his name contained the character for tiger, and plus he liked the king of beasts, tigers, so his biggest goal was to become like Minghu, even to replace Minghu and become one of the 12 zodiac animals, a tiger. And Shi was Minghu's woman. Naturally, he had often imagined himself in Minghu's place, imagining stories of himself with Shi after becoming Minghu. Legend had it that Shi was charming and alluring, born with seductive grace, but upon seeing her today, he realized the rumors were exaggerated. This was not charm and allure, but a disaster for the country and a bane to the people, truly a woman among women. But now, this goddess he had once fantasized about was standing right in front of him, smiling flirtatiously at Bai Yi while he was powerless to do anything. Lord Shi, it's time for a body search. Dr. Jian is still waiting, a man in black whispered, fearing Shi might lose control and publicly deal with Bai Yi. A flicker of displeasure crossed Shi's eyes. She had finally felt her heart stir, and she wanted to chat longer, but she dared not offend Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian was the leader of the core laboratory. Although he held no official power, he controlled the Type 3 gene serum. He was the founder of the Type 3 gene serum. Such a talent, even the board members treated him with respect. Little brother, after you've injected the gene serum, we can talk. Then, Shi said, slipping a small note into Bai Yi's hand, her delicate fingers even brushing his palm. This has my address. Remember to come find me. Bai Yi immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Was I being flirted with? Damn Shi, how dare you blaspheme the divine? You've sealed your own death. Everyone, follow me. The silver snake turned and left, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. The crowd followed behind, heading into the military base. Only then did Li Hu dare to look directly at the silver snake, his gaze unabashedly fixed on that alluring back, eyes sweeping back and forth. When his gaze drifted downward to her thigh, he couldn't help but gasp softly. The sequins along the edge of her silver glittering dress had caught on her stockings, causing small tears in the black silk at her upper thigh, revealing smooth, fair skin and adding a touch of seduction. Throughout this journey, Li Hu hadn't paid attention to the surroundings. His entire focus was on that exposed skin. The silver snake leading the way heard the quickened breathing behind her and a charming smile curled at her lips. She knew perfectly well that her sequin dress would snag her stockings, that it was no accident, but a deliberate pairing. Soon, the four of them were led into a sealed room, its white metal walls evoking a hazy memory of the 189 refuge. The room was spacious, with a full-length mirror standing in the center and several desks around it, topped with electronic devices resembling detection instruments. Behind the desks, a few staff members were adjusting the equipment. Gel class taboo item, true shadow mirror, Silver Snake said, standing beside the mirror, one hand resting on it, her smile charming as she addressed everyone. At the mention of taboo item, everyone's eyes immediately shifted to the mirror. Taboo items always carried an aura of mystery belonging to rare and coveted treasures. The true shadow mirror was taller than a person, with a frame forged from a single piece of dark silver metal, its surface covered in intricate cloud patterns. Deep within the patterns, faintly embedded tiny white crystals shimmered, emitting a faint cold glow under the light, like frost dusted with starlight. The mirror's surface was not as transparent as ordinary glass but had a slight foggy quality, with soft silver halos around the edges, resembling moonlight soaking into water. Rest assured, little brother, this taboo item is non-aggressive. Its only function is to reflect your true image, your real face. There are countless strange taboo objects and bizarre supernatural abilities in this world, some capable of changing appearances, so it's essential to confirm that you are truly yourself and not someone else impersonating you. Besides that, it can also reveal whether you're carrying any contraband or forbidden items on or inside your body, Silver Snake said, without even glancing at the others, as if they didn't exist. Only Bai Ye's figure lingered in her charming eyes. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, more time wasted. His identity was undoubtedly legitimate, after all, personally arranged by Lu Yunxiao. As a mundane, he had nothing to worry about regarding supernatural detection. But he was carrying too many things: black mysterious face, white dove ring, panga substance, eyes of ashes, clock of time, hourglass of time. Of course, he didn't believe the true shadow mirror could detect panga substance, eyes of ashes, clock of time, or hourglass of time. None of these items could be caught by the mirror, they all had divine origins. Not even a dragon-level taboo item could be exposed, let alone a Jiao class. But it could surely reveal black mysterious face and white dove ring. Standing before Silver Snake, he couldn't hide these two items, so he could only waste time activating the time stop for the Pango USB drive. Wasting a little time was acceptable. Who's next? Silver Snake asked. Bai Yi stepped forward immediately, approaching the true shadow mirror. Silver Snake giggled softly. Little brother, the mirror will glow when it's your turn. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. Stop wasting time, or I'll report you to the board of directors for harassment. Bai Yi retorted coldly. Silver Snake's smile grew even more delighted. I just love your serious face. I really want to strip you and press you against. Ha! She paused slightly, as if she'd seen a ghost. She scrutinized Bai Yi's face, and for some reason, she felt that Bai Yi looked even whiter and more tender than before, his skin so smooth it resembled that of a baby. This was not an illusion, but Bai Yi had taken off the black mysterious face, revealing the face he had just grown. He had secretly activated the time stop just now, hiding the black mysterious face and the white dove ring in the drawer of his desk. At this moment, the true shadow mirror emitted a silver light that shone on Bai Yi. After a moment, a stark white skeleton appeared on the mirror's surface. Bai Yi's expression was slightly strange, with a feeling akin to going to the hospital for an X-ray. Lord Silver Snake. He's not an extraordinary person, and there are no prohibited items on him. Clearance granted, said a staff member sitting behind the desk. Oh, is that so? Silver Snake's eyes narrowed slightly, staring intently at Bai Yi. But I have a feeling he's suspicious. As soon as these words were spoken, several staff members' faces tightened, and they hurriedly rechecked the true shadow mirror and detection devices. Lord Silver Snake, but the results show he's indeed clear. Silver Snake waved his hand. I don't trust the instruments, I only trust my own eyes. Bai Yi's gaze flickered slightly, a murderous intent rising in his heart. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Damn it, the bastard dares to ruin my plans. He had already decided to act. If Silver Snake truly detected something unusual, he would have no choice but to bloodbath this military base. At this moment, Silver Snake spoke again. I will search him myself. With that, a soft, boneless little hand pressed against Bai Yi's chest, sliding down with a teasing intent. Hee, such firm muscles, little brother, you have a great figure. Bai Yi's face darkened. Damn it! He thought he had been caught doing something wrong, but it was just Silver Snake deliberately provoking him, coming over to defile him. Bai Yi raised his hand to slap, but Silver Snake caught it. Silver Snake's smile grew more wicked. You definitely have a problem. Otherwise, why wouldn't you let me search you? She directly grabbed Bai Yi's hand, forcing it to the wall, her moist tongue licking her red lips, eyes blazing with heat. Bai Yi, for the first time, felt annoyed because of his good looks. Damn beast. Silver Snake was simply a beast. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, in broad daylight, she dared to openly harass him. This was even more troublesome than being caught doing something wrong. The consequences of being caught would be nothing more than a complete breakdown, unleashing a killing spree with the time stop and then seeking another way to reach the core laboratory. But to be defiled, how could he resist? How could 202's vital energy resist Silver Snake? Activating time stop would instantly expose him. Now, Bai Yi faced only two choices: either do nothing and watch himself be defiled, or resist and lose the core laboratory. Enduring temporarily might be possible, but he was afraid Silver Snake's beastly nature would go into overdrive, and the more he endured, the more she would push her limits, directly finishing him off. Seeing Silver Snake's hand inching lower, Bai Yi could no longer hold back. Besides the Black Knight, no other woman had touched his privacy, at least not openly. Even the Black Knight only did so secretly during body exchanges. Time stopped. Buzz. Silver Snake froze like a perfect sculpture, motionless, her hand halting on Bai Ye's abdomen, nearly slipping into his pants. Damn! Bai Ye's eyes flashed with fire. He hadn't expected that one day he would waste time being teased by a woman. Damn it, I wouldn't even bother using time stop to flirt with women, yet I end up being teased myself. If it were in Xiaotong, he could endure it, but Silver Snake, he truly couldn't. He suddenly moved, first wrenching Silver Snake's claws away, then immediately rushing to Li Hu's side. The boy's face was full of anger and desire, glaring fiercely at Silver Snake's seductive back, his body slightly bent, too afraid to stand upright. You like Silver Snake, huh? I'll give you a chance to show off in front of her. With that, Bai Yi loosened his belt and quickly returned to the corner of the wall, then placed Silver Snake's hand back in its original position. Time resumed. Silver Snake's lewd smile. She was about to go further, but suddenly Bai Yi shouted, Li Hu, what the hell are you doing taking off your pants? His loud voice startled everyone. Silver Snake's hand froze. She turned her head to look back and was momentarily stunned because Li Hu really took off his pants, exposing two long, black-haired thighs to the air. The most striking thing was, Li Hu froze, feeling a chill down his lower body. He looked down and suddenly his face changed color. No, it's not, His face flushed bright red as he frantically scrambled to pull up his pants on the ground. All eyes were fixed on him, and the astonished, strange, and bewildered gazes made him want to faint from embarrassment. Why is this happening? Did I buy oversized pants? Damn greedy merchant. I shouldn't have been so cheap and bought these bargain pants. Why now, of all times, right in front of Lord Inshi, my image is completely ruined. Seeing his panicked state, Inshi chuckled softly, little thing, you're quite the character, still knowing to salute me. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. Today, they saw the legendary 12 zodiac signs, and they found it completely different from what they had imagined. This was just something. Bai Yi took advantage of Inshi being distracted and hurriedly broke free from her grasp, running out from the corner of the wall. At this moment, a nearby staff member also quickly stood up and ran over. Lord Inshi, please continue the test, don't keep Dr. Jian waiting, he said. Inshi looked somewhat disinterested, glaring sharply at Bai Yi, her scarlet tongue licking her lips as if to say, men, you can't escape my grasp. She brought her hand to her nose, sniffing lightly, a hint of intoxication flashing across her expression. A man's scent is truly intoxicating. She lowered her hand, her smile fading. Continue the test. Bai Yi let out a breath of relief, almost losing his virtue. The testing continued, but Inshi turned and left the room. Outside the room, Lord Inshi, why did you come out? Asked a very thin staff member with deep-set eyes. Inshi narrowed her eyes slightly, coldly saying, am I beautiful? The staff member carefully glanced at the enchanting Inshi and respectfully replied, very beautiful. If I'm so beautiful, why do men still refuse me? The staff member secretly cursed. Inshi was indeed very beautiful, but beneath her stunning exterior hid a twisted heart. When she was in the mood, she disregarded occasion and people, and her physique was formidable. With numerous methods, many men had died at her hands. Even the former Ming Tiger couldn't stand her. Initially, many were willing to follow Inshi, even without pay, but over time, these people sold their houses and cars, even went bankrupt, just to find ways to transfer away from her. That was truly deadly. When other members of the 12 zodiac signs led missions, unless the enemies were too strong, they rarely lost many people. After all, the strength of the zodiac signs was well known. But if Inshi led the team, before even seeing the enemy, several members would already be dead. He had followed Inshi for a while. Before, his vitality was over 5,000, and he was physically strong. After following her, he had shrunk 3 sizes, and his vitality was down to 3,000. If it weren't for the lack of money, he would have already transferred away. It must be because that person is blind, the staff member muttered unwillingly. Humph. Inshi snorted coldly, I'm very angry right now. The staff member's face suddenly turned pale, looking terrified, but faced with Inshi's furious gaze, he could only tremble and kneel on the ground. After a moment, Inshi left feeling refreshed, leaving only the staff member retching continuously, his face full of despair. Inshi returned to her room, her brows slightly furrowed. Inside the testing room, Chen Enz was in a stalemate with the staff. He clenched a silver earring tightly in his hand, glaring angrily at the staff. This is just a normal earring, not a forbidden item. Why are you taking it away? The staff member replied coldly. Company regulations state that any items other than clothing are not allowed into the core laboratory, whether or not they are forbidden items. Moreover, we detected a gene sample of the mutated beast from that earring. Who can be certain it is just an ordinary earring? The Apocalypse Corporation attached great importance to the core laboratory. They were not 100% convinced about the true shadow mirror either, worried that some special items might deceive the true shadow mirror. Therefore, even if the test results were clear, they still refused to allow any suspicious objects to be carried. What's wrong? The clear-headed Silver Serpent strode over and asked. The staff respectfully replied, Lord Silver Serpent, Chen Enz violated company regulations by carrying a suspicious earring on him. Oh, why is it suspicious? He's a man, with no piercings, yet he's wearing earrings, which is already highly suspicious. Moreover, we detected a gene sample of the mutated beast from the earring. Silver Serpent nodded, then turned to look at Chen En's, who was tense and nervous. Hand it over. Chen En's eyes reddened, but he refused to back down. This is the only keepsake from my girlfriend. It's just an ordinary earring. As for the mutated beast gene, that's because tears welled up in his eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to say the rest. The reason the earring had the mutated beast gene was because Ruan Qing had fallen victim to one. He wanted to retrieve the body, but all he found were scattered flesh, bones, and this blood-stained earring. Because nothing is allowed, Silver Serpent said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he made no move. Yet, Chen En suddenly let out a muffled groan, his abdomen caving in as he was flung backward, crashing hard into the wall. The violent impact caused his hand to loosen uncontrollably, and the small silver earring slipped out, tracing a silver arc through the air. It finally fell to the ground with a crisp jingling sound. Thud! Blood burst from Chen En's mouth, and a fiery pain shot through his abdomen, making it impossible for him to stand. But he paid no mind to the pain, crawling desperately toward the earring like a maggot. Ruan Qing, he reached out, as if trying to hold on to his beloved. Finally, he grasped the earring, a pained smile flickering across his face. But in the next second, a high heel ruthlessly stomped down on his hand. Ah! Chen En's let out a pitiful scream, trying to pull his hand back but utterly unable. The only thing he could do was clutch the earring tightly, even as his palm was bloodied and torn by the heel. He refused to let go. Crack! A faint, brittle sound rang out. Under Silver Serpent's strength, even through his palm, the fragile earring shattered into pieces. Silver Serpent withdrew her foot, and Chen En's, as if his soul had been drained from his body, stared blankly at his bloodied hand. In his palm, the silver earring had broken into 7 tiny fragments, which were embedded deep into his flesh. Everyone fell silent, some unable to bear witnessing such a brutal scene. Silver Serpent looked at her beautiful high heels stained with blood, her brow furrowing slightly. She lifted her foot again, rubbing it against Chen En's clothes to wipe away the bloodstains, then nodded in satisfaction. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. It's clear you love your girlfriend very much, but that's exactly why this earring cannot be kept. Why? Why did you have to destroy Ruan Qing's last keepsake? Chen En's, like a wounded beast, crawled up from the ground and charged at Silver Serpent. But he couldn't even see how Silver Serpent made her move. He was flung backward once more. Foolish boy, I'm helping you, Silver Serpent said with a smile. With your current state, you're completely incapable of successfully injecting the Type 3 gene serum. You can hate me as much as you want, because only then can you use hatred as an anchor in your humanity, preventing yourself from being swallowed by beastly instincts and becoming a complete savage. Alright, since you've all passed the test, come with me. Silver Serpent turned and walked away, her water serpent-like waist twisting as before, her pristine high heels striking the ground like blades. In the enclosed carriage, Silver Snake sat at the entrance of the carriage, while Bai Yi and the others were seated further inside. She seemed to be guarding here to prevent everyone from opening the carriage or escaping midway, deliberately staying put. The atmosphere inside was oppressive and silent. After the incident with Chen En's, everyone finally realized that Silver Snake was not just silver, she was also a venomous snake among the 12 zodiac animals. Her terrifying strength, ruthless methods, and twisted psyche all sent chills down their spines. Bai Yi remained silent as well. He was also afraid, but what he feared was different from the others. The others were afraid of Silver Snake's power and brutality. He was afraid she would unleash her horse-axe insect. So much so that he couldn't help but kill Silver Snake, delaying the big event. Giggling, Silver Snake's charming laughter broke the silence inside the carriage. Oh dear, everyone's so quiet, it's so awkward. Still, everyone remains silent. Silver Snake chuckled to herself. There's still some time before reaching the core laboratory. Sitting here like this is so boring, why don't we play something? Hearing the word play, Bai's hair instantly stood on end. There was nothing in the carriage but a woman and 4 men. Play what? What could they possibly play? He hurriedly spoke to divert Silver Snake's attention. I've realized you're really bad, messing up Chen En's earrings and then saying it was to help him. Don't you have any shame? Li Hu and Wu De looked up sharply, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Bai Yi. How could he be so bold? This was Silver Snake of the 12 zodiac animals. How dare he say she has no shame right in front of her? They knew Bai Yi had a background, but that background clearly couldn't control Silver Snake. Otherwise, how could Silver Snake dare to do this in broad daylight? Now they realized that Bai's arrogance wasn't just about background, it was innate. Facing a handsome guy, Silver Snake was always very patient. She giggled and said, I have no shame, I only want you. White hair stood on end. His scalp went numb. Harassment. Should be shot. Fortunately, Silver Snake had just vented her anger and hadn't done anything excessive. Instead, she explained, you all don't understand what injecting Type 3 gene serum really means. You only know it grants powerful strength, but you don't realize it comes with side effects. That is, bestiality. Type 3 gene serum is different from other serums. Take me, for example. I injected snake-type genes, but not ordinary snake genes. They are super genes cultivated through breeding, 100 times stronger than the genes of snakes in the natural world. Likewise, the beastly nature contained within is 100 times more powerful. Baiye's mind stirred. He thought of Tan from Grey Soil Town. Old Tan. Old Tan was also a gene modifier, though the most trashy kind. He only injected 1 dose of type 1 gene serum, yet he didn't exhibit the beastly nature of the 12 zodiac animals. Maybe he had it, but it wasn't obvious. It seemed the difference lay here. Type 3 gene serum was stronger, but the beastly nature it contained was greater. Silver Snake continued to successfully inject type 3 gene serum. You must find the anchor point of your humanity, ensuring that your human nature isn't devoured by beastly instincts. Otherwise, even with the injection, you'll only become a complete beast. The purpose of the selection competition is also based on this reason. Otherwise, do you really think Apocalypse Corporation is short of gambling money? Baiyi frowned slightly. You mean, the selection competition is actually to stimulate the anchor points of human nature? Smart boy. Silver Snake kissed her palm, then blew a kiss at Baiyi. He hardened. His fist clenched tighter. Once I find the Panga USB drive, I'll be the first to kill you, bastard. Although this is our first meeting, I can roughly judge your human nature's anchor points. Like Li Hu. The name Li Hu's spirit was instantly shaken. He finally caught Silver Snake's attention. Silver Snake smiled and said, Li Hu's anchor points are ambition and desire. This is the most common type among the 12 zodiac candidates, because everyone has ambition and desire, just some are stronger, some weaker. After the brutal selection competition, Li Hu's ambitions and desires swelled, stronger than before the contest. Baiyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after winning the selection, Li Hu felt himself superior to his peers, capable of injecting type 3 gene serum with the 12 zodiac signs within reach. Naturally, his ambition gradually expanded. However, Li Hu was no longer pleased. He had thought himself special, but Silver Snake claimed he was the most common. For example, Wu Dai. His anchor points are wisdom and cunning. These are the most fitting for humans, because the reason humans can dominate all beasts is due to wisdom and cunning. I looked at Wu Dai's selection record. He lured other weaker individuals, conspired to eliminate the strongest first, then fought among themselves, and in the end, he went to inform the strongest, inciting others to fight while he sat back to reap the benefits. He discovered hidden supplies but didn't take them, deliberately poisoned the supplies, used feces to attract mutated beasts, and so on. Li Hu looked at Wu Dai with contempt in his eyes. Wu Dai awkwardly smiled, trying to appear honest. Silver Snake then turned her gaze to Chen En's, who had been silent and looking down. Chen En's human nature anchor points are more obvious: love and hate. His love for his girlfriend and his hatred for the company. But his girlfriend died, and with love as the anchor, it's like a castle in the air, fragile and collapsing at the slightest touch. Among all anchors, love is the most vulnerable. Love is like glass, so many things can shatter it: loss of freshness, suspicion, misunderstandings, betrayal, and more. It's so fragile that a simple dinner with another man can cause cracks in what was once a passionate love. But hate is different. Even if the object of your hatred kneels and begs for mercy, cries bitter tears, your hatred remains unchanged. That's why I said I was helping him. Chen En suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at Silver Snake, the cold murderous intent and fury almost spilling over his eyelids. Someone who destroys what you love and then turns around claiming to help you, what would you think? Giggling, Silver Snake laughed even more happily. See, isn't hatred the best anchor? Even if he knows I'm helping him, his hatred doesn't waver in the slightest, it only grows stronger. As for you, little brother, she placed her finger on her lips, tilting her head with a thoughtful expression. Your anchor point is hard to judge because you never even set foot on the island, you just blew everyone up directly. Baiyi scoffed disdainfully. Can't you see that so clearly? My anchor point is confidence, of course. Silver Snake smiled softly. I see now, it's arrogance. You asterisk. Baiyi roared in anger. Confident and arrogant are worlds apart. How can you be one of the 12 zodiac signs? Everyone else, as expected, it's arrogance. Silver Snake nodded seriously. You bastard. Then what's your anchor point? Looks like it's your surname. Baiyi challenged. Silver Snake shyly smiled and waved at Baiyi. Little brother, don't talk nonsense. How could anyone use their surname as an anchor point? That's just a hobby of theirs. Baiyi. He once naively thought that Silver Snake's charm was because she rose through improper means to become one of the 12 zodiac signs. Now he knew, completely wrong. Silver Snake didn't rise through improper means, she rose to make it easier to indulge in more improper relationships. Why are you looking at me like that? You men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women can't have 3 husbands and 4 wives? Ha, that's not 3 husbands and 4 wives. I'm too lazy to expose you. I just want to give all the adorable boys a home. What's wrong with that? Bang! The sealed carriage door was suddenly opened. Baiyi hurriedly rushed out, the entire carriage filled with Silver Snake's filthy words, and he simply couldn't take it anymore. But just as he passed by Silver Snake, slap! Silver Snake lightly patted him at the junction of his waist and legs. What the? Is there no law left anymore? The Silver Snake openly harasses decent women and men, does no one care? Outside the carriage, a group of men in black with stern expressions froze in place, exchanging glances. What's going on? As soon as they opened the door, they saw a figure in wine-red storm out cursing and yelling, still insulting one of the 12 zodiac signs, the Silver Snake. Silver Snake twisted his waist as he stepped out, kissed his palm, and smiled wickedly, like a master of facial expressions. Behind him were Li Hu, hunched over, Chenans, with his head lowered, and Wu Di, with a face full of honest, naive smiles. At this moment, a man dressed in black special operations gear approached, holding a walkie-talkie. Lord Silver Snake, it's Dr. Jian. Silver Snake's smile immediately faded, his expression turning serious. He took the walkie-talkie respectfully. Dr. Jian. A calm male voice came through the device. Silver Snake, you're late. Silver Snake hurriedly explained, sorry, Dr. Jian. But among the candidates this time, someone was carrying contraband. No need to explain to me, Dr. Jian's steady voice responded. I don't like wasting time. Remember, there won't be a next time. Silver Snake bowed deeply. Yes, Dr. Jian. Do, the walkie-talkie went dead. Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly. So this is Dr. Jian? The developer of the Type 3 gene serum? He actually values time as much as I do. No wonder he managed to develop the Type 3 gene serum. It seems he might be an important figure in the core laboratory, perhaps knowing where the Panga U disk is hidden within the lab. Led by the men in black, everyone entered a military fortress forged from steel. Bai Yi silently followed behind, his eyes darting around. Is this the core laboratory? It doesn't really look like it. A circular steel wall encircled the fortress, stretching endlessly like a coastline. Every few meters along the wall, armed soldiers were stationed, some manning Gatling-like machine guns. Inside the wall, the defenses were even more exaggerated. Almost every 5 steps, a sentry post, patrols of soldiers, leaving no blind spots for an attack. There were no birds singing, no insects chirping, only the sound of wind and the low hum of machinery. Get in the car. Silver Snake stopped in front of an armored vehicle and addressed everyone. Again, in the car? Bai Yi immediately frowned. All day, besides being harassed, he'd only been riding in cars. Just now on the vehicle. If he hadn't been quick-witted, Silver Snake would have definitely pounced on him. The core laboratory isn't here yet. What you see now is just the outer military defenses, Silver Snake explained. Not here yet? Bai Yi felt his patience about to burn out. The meticulousness of Apocalypse Corporation's operations was infuriating. Sensing his impatience, Silver Snake chuckled. There's no helping it. After all, the director, one of the 10 kings, has been watching over the Type 3 gene serum. Naturally, the company must prioritize the security of the core laboratory. The military base you're in now is just one part of a vast defensive line. There are 3 layers of defenses around the core laboratory, over 100 military bases, and more than 50,000 soldiers stationed. Over 1,000 gene modifiers, and even 2 of the 12 zodiac signs are permanently stationed here. Everything is built to withstand enemies of the 10 kings level. Even if the director finds this place, he won't be able to break into the core laboratory. Then what if the director doesn't attack directly but sneaks in secretly? Could these soldiers even detect him? Bai Yi seized the opportunity to ask his concern. Silver Snake looked as if he'd heard a joke, laughing so hard his body shook, making Li Hu's eyes go wide. If the director sent 1,000,000 mutated beasts to attack, maybe there'd be a chance to breach the core laboratory. But if he's foolish enough to sneak in alone, even the 10 kings would die. Bai Yi scoffed disdainfully. Just bragging. The current 10 kings are all alive and well. I've never heard of any king being killed by Apocalypse Corporation. Even the recently dead tyrant was killed by the Black King. Speaking of the tyrant, the Silver Serpent's expression darkened. Tyrant. Missing out on sleeping with the tyrant was one of her biggest regrets in life. She had slept with all 12 zodiac signs, and now her greatest dream was to sleep with the 10 kings. It's like collecting cards. Once you don't complete the set, it feels incredibly frustrating. Now that she had collected all the zodiac cards, only the 10 kings remained. Bai Yi suddenly felt a chill. The tyrant had killed one of your boyfriends, the Nether Tiger. Yet you're here reminiscing about the tyrant? Feeling that this might be inappropriate, the Silver Serpent quickly hid her sorrow and said seriously, the company has never killed the 10 kings because they dare not infiltrate here. If they did, they would surely die. This place is not just guarded by soldiers and genetic manipulators but also by experimental subjects and divine taboo objects created by the company. Divine taboo objects. That indeed sounded very dangerous. Bai Yi was already annoyed. By these divine taboo objects, they truly lived up to their name, making even a god of the new era like him wary. Mainly because divine taboo objects are unreasonable and lack strength, they play with concepts and rules instead. What divine taboo objects are here? Silver Serpent's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. Little brother, you're asking so many questions. Are you planning to infiltrate the core laboratory? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and said astonishingly, you're right, I'm about to infiltrate. Hee, then before you do, sleep with me first. That way, even if you die, you'll be a romantic ghost, Silver Serpent joked. She couldn't possibly believe Bai Ye's words, only thinking he was very humorous. Bai Ye's face darkened, and he stopped speaking. Silver Serpent's mind was full of only one thing, sleep, and she never mentioned anything else. In no time, everyone got back into the vehicle and set off again, still in a fully enclosed carriage, making it impossible to see the outside road. When Bai Yi got out of the car again, he finally arrived inside the legendary core laboratory. The vehicle didn't stop outside but drove directly into the interior of the core laboratory, so Bai Yi didn't even know what the entire facility looked like. This was bad. Bai Yi secretly cursed. Without the White Dove Ring's positioning, it was useless, and Xiao Tong could at most locate this military base, but she couldn't get in at all. A military base that supposedly could block even the 10 kings. How could a mere Black Knight break in? The base was vast, with various military fortresses scattered throughout. If An Xiaotong couldn't get in, how could he determine the exact location of the hidden core laboratory within the base? Moreover, during the ride, he felt a slight downward sensation, indicating that the core laboratory was underground, not on the surface. Silver Serpent led the 4 of them through a long, silver-white corridor, the incandescent lights above glaring and blinding. Bai Yi pondered silently. His plan to infiltrate the core laboratory by switching bodies was probably doomed to fail. Even if he used An Xiaotong's account, he would have to break through 3 long steel defenses and countless soldiers. Guards. Using time flow variance was useless. He could hide from soldiers' eyes but not from the life detection radar. Plus, there were 2 of the 12 zodiac signs and 1,000 genetic manipulators stationed here to infiltrate silently, and without detection he could only activate time stop. But the problem was, using time stop to search for the underground core laboratory, how much time would that waste? At this moment, Bai Yi decided to change his plan temporarily. Since he had already entered the core laboratory, why bother switching accounts and having An Xiaotong infiltrate again? After injecting the dragon-type gene serum and boosting his strength, he could simply activate time stop to find the Pangdayu disc. Even if his overall strength wasn't as high as in Xiaotong's account, he wouldn't waste time searching for the core laboratory. Dr. Jian, the 4 substitute candidates for the 12 zodiac signs have been brought here. Silver Serpent pushed open a laboratory door and respectfully addressed the man in the white coat behind the experimental equipment. The man in the white coat frowned, seemingly not hearing her, and continued to stare intently at the computer screen. About 30 seconds later, he finally looked up. Everyone finally saw his appearance clearly. About 35 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with slightly curly hair, looking refined and cultured, yet deep wrinkles on his forehead revealed that he often furrowed his brow. Dr. Jian didn't even bother to glance at the crowd. He simply ordered, "Tie him up." After speaking, he lowered his head once more, immersed in his research. The Silver Serpent seemed to be accustomed to this routine, pointing to a row of pristine white beds on the left and saying, "All of you get on the beds. There are handcuffs and ankle shackles at the bedside. Remember to secure yourselves." Wuda's face changed slightly, fearing he might become a test subject. He hunched over and asked, "Silver Serpent, sir?" "This is..." Seeing Dr. Jian, the Silver Serpent also became expressionless. She coldly said, "Type 3 gene serum will invade your genetic sequence, disrupting and reassembling it. The process might be a little painful. To prevent you from moving around, you need to be restrained. Do you see the small stick beside you? Remember to bite down on it so you don't accidentally bite off your own tongue." The crowd's hearts instantly chilled. Behind any absurd rule, there must be an even more absurd story. Tied up, gagged, could it be that there's a bit of pain involved? But at this point, faced with the temptation of the Type 3 gene serum, even if it meant facing a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, they wouldn't retreat. Soon, everyone fixed themselves onto the beds. At this moment, a lab assistant dressed in a white coat entered, carrying a silver metal tray. On the tray were 4 syringes emitting a shimmering blue glow. Each syringe was numbered from 1 to 4. The assistant took out a 4 sheet of paper and began to check. "Who is Li Hu?" The bound Li Hu hurriedly replied, "That's me." The assistant nodded. "Li Hu, number 1. As he spoke, he began attaching some instruments to Li Hu's temples and various parts of his body to monitor vital signs. This was to collect experimental data after the injection. Seeing the assistant approaching with the syringe, Li Hu's heart couldn't help but tighten with nervousness. Lord, which type of Type 3 serum am I going to be injected with?" The assistant looked down at the list and calmly said, "Tiger type." Li Hu's eyes lit up instantly. Tiger type. I knew it. He had dreamed of becoming a man like the Ming Tiger. Now, he had finally taken the first step. Coincidentally, Ming Tiger had died, leaving the zodiac sign vacant. Perhaps in the future he could rise to power and become a true Ming Tiger. His joy was cut short the moment the needle pierced his skin. Ah! A piercing scream escaped his mouth as his body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. If he hadn't been restrained in advance, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand. The assistant, already accustomed to this, continued to the next person. Wu De swallowed nervously. Lord, Before he could finish, the Silver Serpent beside him picked up the A4 sheet and looked at it. Her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Gecko? It's rare to find someone with a gecko gene match. I didn't expect you to be a gecko." Wu De anxiously asked, "Lord Silver Serpent, does the gecko have any special significance?" She smiled slightly. "Good survival ability. Geckos can shed their tails and regenerate them. After your injection, you'll gain the ability to regrow lost limbs. You can also climb walls, see in the dark, and release toxins. Although not as powerful as a tiger, your overall qualities are quite good. Wu De breathed a sigh of relief, at least it wasn't a useless gene. He had heard before that a senior from the martial arts academy, after a life and death trial, was matched with a sloth gene. After the injection, his vitality increased dramatically, but his speed was very slow, and his reactions sluggish. On his first mission, he was mistaken for a live target by enemies and was shot dead. It's said that the senior was only about 100 meters from the lake. As long as he entered the water, he could rely on the sloth's swimming ability to escape. But it was precisely that 100 meters, his enemies let him run 50 meters first, then shot him dead. At 51 meters, Wu De wanted to ask more, but the sharp needle was already piercing his arm. Ah! He screamed even more miserably than Li Hu. The next was Chen En's. Silver Snake's face showed a look of surprise, another rare gene variant. Want to know what it is? Chen En's remained silent. Silver Snake chuckled strangely. You don't want to know? Well, I'll tell you, it's a honey badger. Honey badger? A flash of surprise crossed Bai Ye's eyes. Isn't that just the flat-headed brother? He had seen an animal documentary about the flat-headed brother before. This creature isn't large, not a mainstream big silverbacked animal, looks a bit cute but has an extremely fierce personality, indifferent to life and death, fights back if challenged. In the natural world, there's no beast that the flat-headed brother dares not fight. There are even many jokes online about the flat-headed brother. Once, in a zoo, a lion roared at the flat-headed brother, and the angry flat-headed brother dug a tunnel overnight to escape and fight the lion. The flat-headed brother ate a poisonous snake raw and was poisoned, then woke up and continued eating. Although it sounds like a reckless youth, if Bai Yi had to choose between a honey badger and a tiger, he would definitely pick the honey badger. Honey badgers have tough skin and thick flesh, with extremely strong defenses, and are not afraid of poison. Under the same volume, it's hard to find an opponent. The honey badger's serum was injected into Chen En's body, and his expression suddenly turned fierce and terrifying. He clenched his teeth tightly, not screaming like Li Hu and the others, but instead grunting continuously. Finally, it was Bai Ye's turn. He couldn't help but feel a bit expectant, probably a dragon, right? With his nearly indestructible body comparable to a suit of human, it wouldn't be appropriate not to get a dragon, would it? Others can't adapt to a dragon because their bodies can't withstand its power. Could he not withstand it either? Silver Snake glanced at the expectant Bai Yi, then looked down at the A4 paper, her expression turning surprised. This is... Bai Yi understood Silver Snake's reaction. She was definitely frightened by the word dragon on the paper. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be compatible with it. Truly surprising. I thought you'd be a lion, Bai Yi sneered. Can a lion compare to me? A dragon is more fitting, he added. Silver Snake took a deep breath and said seriously, you're right, it is indeed a dragon. The assistant beside them looked at Silver Snake with a strange expression. He didn't say anything, but silently picked up the syringe and injected it. Bai Ye's heart secretly rejoiced. Thanks to the dragon gene, his chances of finding the Panga USB drive again had increased a bit. Suddenly, Silver Snake giggled. Hee hee, just kidding. It's a little white rabbit. What? Wait a moment before you inject. What's a little white rabbit? Damn! Before Bai Yi could finish speaking, he felt a cool liquid entering his bloodstream. Immediately, his cells began to tear apart and an unimaginable pain swept over him. But this pain only lasted half a second. His cells started to repair rapidly, and warm currents surged through his body. Not painful. Is the mutated crimson virus taking effect? He increasingly realized the power of the mutated crimson virus. Thinking about it, it made sense. The mutated crimson virus is a product of the civilization era. The type 3 gene serum is a product of the Great Catastrophe era. In essence, it's just a copycat. Infecting oneself with the mutated crimson virus grants immortality. Can injecting the type 3 gene serum do the same? Though it doesn't hurt, Bai Yi still had to pretend to look normal, to avoid appearing too special and being caught as a lab rat on the spot. He kept his eyes closed, swaying himself. Everyone else was trembling, but he was the only one not trembling, so out of place. Silver Snake's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Bai Ye's willpower to be so inhumanly strong. As the injector of the type 3 gene serum, she knew well the pain of injection, pain beyond what humans could endure. Every cell in the body felt like being pricked with needles, but not just one prick at a time. The needles kept stabbing and stirring inside the flesh, still burning red. If she hadn't been tied up at that moment, she probably would have committed suicide out of unbearable pain. But Bai Ye's performance was completely different. No screams of agony, only his eyes closed tightly. Little brother, I really like you more and more. The Silver Snake's eyes sparkled with light, but then her expression darkened. Unfortunately, you were injected with white rabbit genes, which are basically unrelated to the Chinese zodiac. You're not within my collection scope. But as long as you follow me, sister will protect you. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Explain clearly, what exactly did I inject? The Silver Snake was startled, as if she had seen a zombie rise from the dead. You can still talk. Not only her, but even Dr. Jian, who had been observing the experimental data, lifted his head in surprise. Bai Yi hurriedly pretended to be in great Pain. I'm naturally insensitive to pain. Tell me clearly, what the hell is a white rabbit? It's just a rabbit, a white rabbit. Haven't you seen one? What the hell, white rabbit? Bai started to feel pain, not physical pain, but heartache. Where's the dragon I was promised? Even a lion would do, or at least Wuda's gecko is better than a white rabbit. He. The silver snake giggled charmingly. Don't be discouraged, little brother. There's nothing wrong with a white rabbit, at least. It's adorable. Snakes love to eat white rabbits the most. As for your ability, let me think, what are the characteristics of a white rabbit? Tender meat, cuteness, love for carrots and greens. Bai's face darkened further. Could it be that in his past life he ate too many spicy rabbit heads and this is his revenge? I've got it. The silver snake's eyes lit up. The white rabbit's trait is strong reproductive ability. That's a wonderful trait. After you're done, you must come find me tonight to test your abilities. You. If I weren't tied up right now, I would definitely kill this bastard. Bai never expected that his most compatible genes would turn out to be a rabbit at the bottom of the food chain. Could it be that from now on, besides the nickname Black Gun, Little White, he would also have to add another one, Little White Rabbit? What use does a rabbit have? Wait. Suddenly, he realized, maybe it's actually pretty useful. Rabbits have keen hearing, decent eyesight, and are naturally alert, capable of detecting danger early. They have strong hind legs, capable of high agility and powerful jumps. In the animal world, rabbits can burst forward at incredible speeds, up to 50 km per hour in short sprints, with quick turns and sudden changes in direction while running. Bai suddenly realized that he might really be well suited to the white rabbit gene. With the power of time at his disposal, he wasn't afraid of facing things head-on, but he couldn't defend against sneak attacks. The rabbit gene could make up for this. Time flow variance would exponentially increase his speed. Once he had the agility of a rabbit and activated time flow variance, his burst speed would grow exponentially. He could even combine it with time stopping. After all, the faster he was, the more time he could save. The thought of saving time instantly made Bai feel much better. Perfect match. As for the reproductive ability Silver Snake mentioned, well, it was okay too. After a moment, roar! A beastly roar erupted from Li Hu's mouth, and the visible shockwave of sound caused everyone's clothes to flutter. Crack! The restraints binding Li Hu suddenly shattered as he directly broke free. He fell from the bed, landing on all fours. His bloodshot eyes filled with feral instinct, gazing at everyone as if they were food. He howled repeatedly, saliva dripping from his mouth, his once muscular body swelling another full circle, emitting a crimson glow from his skin. Dr. Jian remained calm, glancing at the data on the monitor. Vitality has increased by 1,000. The compatibility is good, but his willpower is too weak, and he's been overwhelmed by beastly instincts. Silver Snake. The Silver Snake giggled charmingly. Then let me help you wake up a bit. Roar! Li Hu roared and charged at Silver Snake like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. In the next second, a scream echoed out. Before anyone could see how Silver Snake made her move, Li Hu was already under her foot. Her sharp high heels pierced through his clothes and skin, stabbing deep into the flesh behind him, blood splattering everywhere. Are you awake? The Silver Serpent asked condescendingly. Li Hu's beastly gaze instantly cleared. Yes, I'm awake. I'm awake. Please, Lord Silver Serpent, do not trouble yourself. Countless times, humans have proven that beasts can also be tamed, tigers are no exception. At this moment, a harsh wind sounded in Silver Serpent's ear. She curled her red lips and, like a venomous snake, extended her right hand, lightning fast, gripping Chen En's neck. She turned her head to look into Chen En's eyes, noticing that although there was beastliness there, more prominent was hatred. Ha. So it's not just a surge of beastly instinct, but you're trying to take revenge on me now that you have power? Too bad, your strength isn't enough to even brush against my clothes. Silver Serpent sharply swung her head, and Chen En's was instantly thrown toward Wu Di, who was just about to go berserk. Bang! Their heads collided, blood streaming down their foreheads, and they all regained consciousness. Little brother, it's your turn, don't call me that. Hurry up and untie me, Silver Serpent snapped. She paused, staring at Bai Yi, who looked as calm as if nothing had happened, blinking in confusion. Wait, what about your beastly nature? The reason the company arranged for the 12 zodiac signs to escort them was precisely to suppress their beastly instincts. With absolute strength. No matter how strong one's willpower, if suddenly invaded by beastly instincts, they would temporarily go berserk and become chaotic. At such times, only by wielding absolute strength and making them feel the terror of life and death could their beastly nature be dispelled, restoring clarity. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Bai Yi felt a powerful force surging within him, much stronger than before. He had intended to break free from the restraints like Li Hu and others, but when he exerted force, only his legs broke free and the restraints on his hands merely cracked slightly. Well, maybe it was an illusion. Or perhaps not strong enough yet. Still, he had inherited the rabbit's traits, the strong hind limbs, making his legs incredibly light and powerful, as if he could leap onto a 5-story building in a single bound. Silver Serpent untied his restraints and looked at Bai Yi with a puzzled expression. Could it be that little white rabbit has no beastly nature? Dr. Jian suddenly said, "That's not it. Beastly nature isn't just the predatory instinct of wild animals. Their habits, reproduction, and behaviors are all part of beastly nature. Just like birds can fly, horses are born standing, and babies cry. Instinctively, these are encoded in their genes. Injecting genetic serum causes humans to gain animal instincts. If one cannot overcome them, they will ultimately be consumed by beastly nature and become complete beasts." Bai Yi understood what he meant. He had once thought that being overwhelmed by beastly nature was like a rabid dog biting everyone it saw, but that wasn't the case. Some herbivores, lacking hunting instincts, are swallowed by their own beastly nature and become irrational, simply liking to eat grass. Although he injected a rabbit-type serum, the beastly nature contained within isn't weak, it's the same as others. It just manifests differently. Tigers and honey badgers carry aggression in their genes, which is why they show hostility when influenced by beastly instincts. And you, Dr. Jian fixed his gaze on Bai Yi with a strange look. Your performance is quite astonishing. Normally, even if you don't show aggression, the influence of rabid beastly nature would make you hop around, eat grass, and even cause you to doubt yourself, forget that you're human, and be unable to communicate normally before regaining consciousness. But none of that is happening to you. Your beastly nature hasn't affected your humanity in the slightest. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't that obvious? Beastly nature can't influence divinity, can it? He vaguely remembered that when injecting the genetic serum, he had a fleeting vision of a little white rabbit rushing into his mental space. And then it was gone. In less than a second, it was obliterated by a pair of large, glaring eyes, the eyes of ashes. The mental space is a projection of the mind and explicit manifestation. Bai Yi guessed that the little white rabbit that materialized in his mental space probably represented his beastly nature. TCH. Dead as a doornail. Such a powerful mental will like yours, I have only seen in one person, Dr. Jian said with intense gaze. Who? That is my mentor's most perfect work. Dr. Jian suddenly revealed a hint of fanaticism in his words. I am determined to create a work that surpasses my mentor's, but I lacked a perfect experimental subject. Now, I see the possibility in you. Bai Yi was somewhat chilled by that fervent look. He felt as if Dr. Jian was about to dissect him on the spot. What kind of people work at Apocalypse Corporation? First, a woman with the silver snake was after me, and now Dr. Jian has his eyes on me too? Damn you, painter. Is it you again causing trouble? At this moment, the painter, who was steaming in a sauna at a bathhouse, suddenly shivered. Why are you trembling? Gu Huangquan asked. The painter's face was faintly pale. I don't know why, but lately I've been feeling very off. I often feel a chill behind my back, cold hands and feet, and sweat profusely. You know, my is a fate-based ability, so I'm very sensitive to good and bad omens. I suspect some major misfortune is looming over me. That's just kidney deficiency. Gu Huangquan. I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. I strongly suspect the Black King is behind this. Ha, are you sure you're talking about the Black King, and not a ghost? I can't be certain it's the Black King, but this feeling only started after the Black King was born. It's the second time in my life I've felt this way. The first was when I just became the 10 Kings. That sense of being unfairly blamed, it's exactly the same as now. Gu Huanchuan's expression grew strange. That's quite serious, considering you're famous for being the scapegoat. The painter's face darkened, frustrated as he tugged at his hair. You think I want to be the scapegoat? The world looks at me with colored eyes, what can I do? He grew angrier. Those bastards. From the Steel Brotherhood, they clearly wanted to expand their territory, so they used an excuse to attack Apocalypse Corporation. They fought for 2 years and couldn't win, then wanted a ceasefire but refused to admit defeat, and they blamed me, saying I secretly used to provoke the war, calling for peace, so my schemes wouldn't succeed. Damn conspiracy. I have nothing to do with starting wars when I'm bored. Yet, when they finally reconciled, my bounty skyrocketed, and I became one of the 10 Kings. And before that, the Jinfu Merchant Guild caravan was robbed, the chief judge clashed with the tyrant, the mechanical god cult stronghold was raided, the old patriarch of the Yin family died of a heart attack, the leader of the 12 zodiac Sanlong, betrayed. All these things were pinned on me. I'm really fed up. As long as there's a conspiracy or an accident, it's always my fault. Why do I have a fate-based ability? Fate is a cruel joke. This time, the black pot I'm carrying is definitely not smaller than when I first became the 10 Kings. Gu Huangquan pondered for a moment. Is it possible that it's because you're just cheap? Your dog. How am I cheap? The painter immediately snapped. I think Sanglong is pitiful. Helping him isn't wrong, is it? The mechanical god cult is capturing people everywhere for mechanical modifications. Did I report their stronghold because I had a problem with it? That arrogant bastard, the tyrant, said I don't deserve to be a 10 King. Can't I use the chief judge to vent my anger? The Jinfu Merchant Guild is rich enough to rival a country, and I. Alright, you're not cheap, I'm just being rude. No need to bother with you. My mentor's perfect work is the first 12 zodiac signs. Silver Snake's face changed drastically. Dr. Jian, this is company secret, you can't say anymore. Dr. Jian didn't even look at Silver Snake, still immersed in his fanatic fantasies. Everyone out. Silver Snake shouted sharply. grabbing Li Hu and others and rushing out of the laboratory. The lab assistants also looked alarmed, hurriedly fleeing, afraid of hearing even a single word more. In an instant, the vast laboratory was left with only Bai Yi and Dr. Jian. White Ye's eyes flickered slightly. The Enlightenment Company really knows how to train dogs, no wonder they don't even dare to listen. But Dr. Jian is also a ruthless person, completely reckless in his pursuit of surpassing his mentor. Dr. Jian was still immersed in his own world. The first of the 12 zodiac signs, Sanlong. White Yi frowned slightly. Sanlong? Never heard of it. Dr. Jian continued, now he has become the zoo director, one of the 10 kings. Director. White Yi was stunned, now he had heard of it. Your name is White Yi, right? Your physique and mental will are perfect for a dragon. I just looked at the experimental data. Dr. Jian excitedly grabbed White Ye's arm. When you injected the gene serum, there was no rejection reaction at all, and your animal instincts couldn't influence you. Wait. White Yi interrupted. I've already injected the rabbit-type serum, how can I become a dragon? Isn't it true that you can only inject one type of gene serum? Dr. Jian showed no displeasure and asked, do you think dragons exist in this world? White Yi was slightly stunned. Dragon? In his memory, dragons indeed did not exist in this world, at least he had never seen one. Dragons are more of a symbol, a spiritual totem, only existing in myths and legends. But he couldn't be sure that dragons really don't exist. Perhaps, long ago, dragons did exist. After all, 11 of the 12 zodiac animals are real, there's no reason to single out a non-existent dragon. If one day parrots, tigers, and fireflies went extinct, and years later people saw related records, they would also think it was a myth. How could there be creatures in the world that can speak human language, have the character for king on their foreheads, and glow at night? Maybe they once did. White Yi gave this as his answer. Dr. Jian smiled slightly. You're right, perhaps dragons once existed, but they definitely don't now. Since they don't exist, I naturally can't obtain dragon genes to create a dragon-type serum. And Sanlong? Sanlong isn't a dragon, or rather, it's an artificial dragon, a mythological dragon. Its head resembles a camel, its eyes a rabbit, its neck a snake, its belly a mirage, its scales a fish, its claws an eagle. White Yi suddenly reacted. Sanlong probably became a dragon because it was injected with multiple type 3 gene serums, right? Dr. Jian nodded approvingly. Exactly, that's a dragon. The reason dragons possess power far beyond other zodiac signs is because the others only injected one type of gene serum, but the dragon injected 11. Damn, how many shots is that? White Yi was stunned. Knowing that other zodiac signs only needed 5 injections, the dragon would need 5 times 11, 55 injections. Dr. Jian was momentarily surprised. He didn't expect White Yi's thought process to be so peculiar. Would a normal person even think about how many shots? No wonder he's the future dragon. No wonder he's unaffected by animal instincts. There aren't that many shots. If it were you, after finishing the 5 rabbit-type injections, you'd only need to inject 10 different gene serums, 1 shot each. A total of 15 shots. 15 shots to become a dragon? That means I'm not even a little white rabbit, but 1/15 of a dragon? White Ye's words cured his own mental exhaustion. Ha ha ha, what the hell, little white rabbit? I'm 1/15 of a dragon, bright future ahead. Low emotional intelligence, little white rabbit. High emotional intelligence. 1/15 of a dragon. He always considered himself highly emotionally intelligent. All beasts can become dragons. Dr. Jian's expression was fervent, and he spoke rapidly. With your physique and willpower plus my technology, we can definitely create a dragon that surpasses Sanlong. Once you finish the 5 rabbit-type injections, I will tailor a fusion agent for you, adjusting the dosage and sequence of each injection and designing a matching fusion plan. 10 years. Just give me 10 years and I'll make you a true dragon. 10 years? White Yi felt like he'd been splashed with a bucket of cold water. 10 years later, do I still want to be a dragon? I've already become a god. Why does it take such a long time? Dr. Jian explained, injecting gene serum isn't an easy task. If just injecting could grant you immense power, then Apocalypse Corporation would have the 12 zodiac everywhere by now. The first shot, type 3 gene serum, is the simplest. When your vitality and blood reach over 100 and your willpower has been tempered enough, you can inject it. The second shot requires a vitality and blood level of 2000. The third, 5,000, the fourth, 10,000, the fifth, 20,000. The minimum requirement for the 5th shot is 20,000? Does that mean In Xiaotong has just barely reached the minimum for the 5th shot? Then how high are Minghu and Silver Snake's vitality and blood levels? Bai Yi witnessed the Battle of Black Mountain and knew very well that In Xiaotong was the weakest among that group. Without the blessing of the knight armor, her vitality and blood alone wouldn't even allow her to enter the first echelon. It's the defense of the knight's armor and the sharpness of the pure silver cross sword that give In Xiaotong the strength of the first echelon. Now it seems that Minghu and Silver Snake's vitality and blood levels aren't just slightly higher than In Xiaotong's, they are much higher. Although you couldn't tell how strong they were when fighting the tyrant, that's because their opponent was a tyrant. No matter how high your vitality and blood are, if you're just taking hits, it makes no difference. If in Xiaotong and Minghu fought, she would definitely be outmatched in raw numbers, but the armor could defend against attacks, and the sharp sword could pierce the tiger's hide. If they truly fought, Minghu would have the upper hand, but in Xiaotong wouldn't be without a chance. Much depends on her state, skills, mentality, and grasp of the battle's timing. Vitality and blood are ultimately just numbers on paper. It's like playing a game. Unless your level is overwhelmingly higher, you can still win through skill. Wait a minute, what about the eagle? Among the 12 zodiac, his vitality and blood are also in the tens of thousands? Bai Yi suddenly thought of Mr. Ing, who was still dead but somehow didn't seem to have tens of thousands of vitality and blood. Dr. Jian looked at him in surprise. You know the eagle? Well, he's also one of my creations. Unlike the other 12 zodiac animals, which are all around enhanced, he's specially enhanced. Only his eagle eye and other genes beneficial for sniping are strengthened. His strength is weak, but when it comes to sniping, he's unmatched in the world. I see. He had always thought the eagle was a backdoor creation, but it turns out he's highly specialized. Thinking about it, if all 12 zodiac animals became melee fighters, the functions would be too repetitive. Having a dedicated long-range specialist like the eagle indeed makes combat more flexible. Don't think about the eagle's path. It's low risk, but you'll never turn into a dragon. You need comprehensive enhancement. Steadily increase your vitality and blood. It's not hard to meet the standards, just train and fight more, and there's hope. The real challenge is your willpower. The more type 3 gene serum you inject, the more beastly your nature becomes. Most people can handle 2 injections at most. 3 show strong willpower. 4, astonishing will. 5, rare as phoenix feathers. As for the legendary dragon, its willpower has transcended human limits. To put it simply, with a mortal heart, it's not an exaggeration to say it's comparable to a god. Dr. Jian's eyes burned with intensity, gazing at Bai Yi as if witnessing a new legend rising. People with willpower comparable to gods. Over the years, I've only seen one, Sanglong. Strictly speaking, Sanglong was just a failed product. If he hadn't awakened the extraordinary and used that power to control his beastly nature, he could never have become a dragon. But you're different. Your will surpasses even Sanglong's. Even when Sanglong first injected the type 3 gene serum, he was somewhat affected by beastly instincts. Although you injected a rabbit-type serum, starting lower than Sanglong, your potential definitely exceeds his. In other words, Bai Yi, you have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. This praise immediately made Bai Yi feel elated. See? After all, he's a doctor. People with high knowledge really have good eyesight. Lie down quickly. I'll first dissect you, measure your various data, and then perform a gene rejection test using your DNA. Damn it. Bai Yi's face darkened. I knew that anyone with high intelligence was no good. Dr. Jian eagerly pulled out a scalpel from his pocket. Just as he was about to start, he paused slightly. No, you just injected the gene serum. Your qi and blood levels haven't stabilized yet. The data measured now won't be accurate. We need to wait a bit longer. He sighed repeatedly, as if he didn't want to wait even a second. Bai Yi silently withdrew his hand, almost ready to punch Dr. Jian's head. To explode. How long do I have to wait? Your current qi and blood levels are fluctuating between 700 and 800. It will probably take a whole day for them to stabilize completely. I know you're eager to become a dragon, but rest assured, wait one more day. After a day, I can dissect you, obtain the data, and personally design a plan for you to become a dragon. A day, that's enough for me to get the Panga USB drive. Once I have the Panga USB, becoming a dragon will be a breeze. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Yi suddenly froze. Wait a minute? 700 to 800? Why did my qi and blood only increase by 500? Rabbits are naturally small herbivores, so they can't compare to creatures like tigers. Your qi and blood have increased quite a bit, but your agility must have surpassed theirs. Bai Yi wanted to ask more, but Dr. Jian seemed to short-circuit like a robot, standing there in a daze for a second, then quickly pulled out a large communicator from his pocket. Almost forgot. I'll tell the board right now, share this good news with them, get more funding, and make you my exclusive experiment subject. Ha! Bai Yi sneered silently in his mind. Dr. Jian, just like the silver serpent, you've already found your way to death. Knowing how to become a dragon, he didn't need Dr. Jian's custom injection plan at all. With the mutated crimson virus present, he didn't have to worry about gene conflicts. Naturally, he didn't care about the injection sequence or dosage. Everything could be suppressed. As for animal instincts, they were even less of a concern. In front of divine power, animal instincts are just roadside trash. That is to say, as long as he had enough 3-gene serum and enough time to digest it, he could become a dragon by simply injecting himself. At this moment, he naturally couldn't let Dr. Jian dissect him, lest the secret of the mutated crimson virus be uncovered. With Tianqi's virtue, he might truly become a lab rat. It's me. Connect me to the chairman, Dr. Jian ordered into the communicator. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Dr. Jian's status was indeed high, directly speaking to Tianqi's chairman. A deliberately lowered voice came from the other end. Dr. Jian, the chairman is currently resting in the sleep chamber. Just tell me if you have something to say. The voice was very soft, but Bai Yi heard it clearly, as if someone was speaking right in his ear. Is this rabbit's hearing? Not only that, he even heard Silver Serpent far outside the door. Li Hu, you three follow the staff to the observation room and rest there. After injecting the gene serum, you need to observe for half a day to ensure there are no abnormalities before leaving. Li Hu hesitated. Silver Serpent, what about Bai Yi? He's fine, just has a somewhat special physique. Dr. Jian will probably need to study him for a while. Li Hu's face lit up with joy. Study? Probably dissect, right? The thought of Bai Yi getting into trouble made him happy, and since he had become a tiger, he was even happier. If Silver Serpent could go with him to the observation room, he'd be even more delighted. Unfortunately, that wish was not to be. Silver Serpent had been waiting outside the laboratory door, not leaving a step. Li Hu thought, soon, I'll make sure you won't be happy. Inside the laboratory, Bai Ye's eyes were fierce. Although he couldn't hear Li Hu's thoughts, he could hear the sound of blood rushing in Li Hu's body and the suppressed laughter in his throat, obviously gloating. When a person is happy, even if they don't smile, their body will show many subtle signals. All of this was heard by Bai Yi. I'll say it again, go call the chairman. You're not authorized to make this decision, Dr. Jian said coldly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Yes, Dr. Jian. After a pause, an aged voice sounded. What's the matter? Faced with the legendary chairman of Tianqi, Dr. Jian's attitude remained indifferent, as if only experiments could pique his interest. Chairman, I found a candidate for the dragon. Go on. The chairman's voice remained deep and steady, with no hint of fluctuation, as if he wasn't very concerned. This time, among the 12 zodiac substitutes, there is a contestant named Bai Yi. He has a unique physique and unwavering willpower, completely on par with the Tsanlong of that year. I need more funds and manpower. In less than 10 years, I can definitely create a new leader of the 12 zodiac signs. Dr. Jian thought the chairman would agree immediately, but the chairman only coldly asked back, do you think I can wait 10 years? Dr. Jian frowned. Even if you die, Tianqi Corporation will still be here. As long as the dragon is in command, Tianqi will be safe for 100 years. Bai Yi, eavesdropping, rubbed his forehead. Dr. Jian, honestly, your emotional intelligence is zero. You curse someone's death while demanding funds. If the chairman didn't curse you outright, he's being civil. Without my Tianqi, what's the point of existing? The chairman said coldly. I will provide the funds and manpower. You can cultivate a new dragon, but remember, that thing is the most important. That thing? Bai Ye's heart leapt. The Manga USB drive, was it really in the core laboratory? Looks like the chairman of Tianqi is really at the end of his rope. He doesn't care about the dragon anymore, only about extending his life with the Manga USB drive. Perfect, Bai Yi thought. He didn't want to be noticed. Being noticed meant being imprisoned, becoming a test subject. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Dr. Jian, may I come in? The Silver Serpent asked from outside. Come in, Dr. Jian replied, putting away his communication device. Bang! The door was pushed open, and the Silver Serpent, dressed in black stockings and high heels, sashayed in with a twist. Dr. Jian, Bai Yi needs to go to the observation room. Dr. Jian nodded. All right, but Bai Yi cannot leave this place. The Silver Serpent frowned slightly. You mean he can't leave with the other candidates and must stay here all the time? That doesn't seem proper, does it? I've already asked the chairman. Bai Ye's matters are under my control. Bai Ye's eyes widened. Instantly. Had the chairman, that old man, really said that? He only said he'd provide funds and manpower, right? Mentioning the chairman. The Silver Serpent's expression grew serious. May I know the reason? Dr. Jian straightforwardly said, Bai Yi is my important experimental subject. He's the future leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. What? The dragon? The Silver Serpent's face paled, her expression incredulous as she looked at Bai Yi. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a dragon before? Bai Yi scoffed. The Silver Serpent's heart trembled. She hadn't expected Bai Yi to have the potential to become a dragon. Among the 12 zodiac signs, she was the only one who hadn't slept with a dragon. Since the Tsanglong's rebellion, the position of the dragon had been replaced by others among the zodiac. Though there were still 12 people, how could the substitute compare to the true dragon? For a moment, she instinctively clenched her thighs and swallowed her saliva silently. Buffs stacked up. Handsome, arrogant, and unruly, adorable, little white rabbit, future dragon, each point hit her heart precisely. Now, her desire to sleep with Bai Yi had surpassed even her longing for the tyrant. At this moment, Dr. Jian spoke. Again, remember, you must protect Bai Yi. Even if you die, he can't die. Once his vitality stabilizes, I will personally dissect him. The Silver Serpent's fiery passion was immediately doused with a cold shower. Dissect him? How could anyone in your hands be well? How am I supposed to sleep now? Dr. Jian, are you planning to keep Bai Yi in the core laboratory until he becomes a dragon? Yes. Dr. Jian nodded, seemingly never considering consulting Bai Yi for his opinion. In his eyes, Bai Yi was never regarded as a person, but merely a perfect experimental subject. Silver Snake was in a panic. How could he sleep cooped up in the laboratory all the time? Dr. Jian, although you're in Expert in genetic research, I have a small suggestion regarding combat and the digestion of gene serum, Bai Yi said. A true powerhouse is never cultivated solely within a lab without experiencing wind and rain. One's physique and will cannot reach their peak, and naturally, cannot become a true dragon. The Sun Long of the past was the same. Your mentor didn't keep it confined in the lab all the time, but allowed it to train in the company. After several life and death trials, it leapt into the dragon's gate and became a true dragon. Hearing this, Bai Yi suddenly felt that Silver Snake wasn't so bad after all. He was even trying to speak up for himself. My damned irresistible charm. When others help you, it must mean you're outstanding. Dr. Jian's brow furrowed deeply, as if pondering Silver Snake's words. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't even bother to listen, but since it was Silver Snake, one of the 12 zodiac signs, it was worth considering. After all, Silver Snake had been injected with 5 doses of type 3 gene serum, an experimental subject who had personally received the injections, and thus had the most say on the gene serum. You're right, I didn't think it through, Jin said. Let's dissect him every once in a while, and let him train outside the rest of the time. For today, he shouldn't be allowed to leave. After the dissection tomorrow, he can go. Having said that, Dr. Jian no longer paid attention to the two and buried himself in his computer. Bai Yi didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid tomorrow's dissection. Well, it didn't matter anymore, because today he was going to take the Panga USB drive. Once he had the Panga USB, what was the point of pretending? Just fast forward to the Black King's appearance, the apocalypse's downfall. Let's go, little brother. I specifically prepared a private observation room for you, Silver Snake whispered softly into Bai Yi's ear. Bai Yi shivered with disgust and hurriedly left. In a fully sealed silver-white room, Silver Snake licked her lips, standing with her back to the door. She tiptoed slightly backward, her high heels lightly landing on the door, carrying a lazy force, leaving only a narrow slit glowing with white light as the door silently closed. Click. The door was completely locked, and the outside world's light could no longer shine into this dim room. Bai Yi's heart trembled like the door itself, trembling faintly. He looked around. Inside, there was only a bed, with no other exits. Silver Snake's smile grew more charming, her eyes shimmering with a hazy mist. She didn't turn around but instead placed the back of her hand behind her, precisely on the door handle. Click. The door was locked tight. Little brother, if I hadn't suggested it to Dr. Jian just now, you might have lost your freedom. Silver Snake leaned forward, pushing Bai Yi to the edge of the bed. You say you have so many boyfriends. Why are you so fixated on me? Silver Snake giggled. It's all rumors. I've never had many boyfriends in my life. You know how people love to spread rumors about a beauty like me behind her back. Bai Yi chuckled. If someone else had said that, he might believe it, but since Silver Snake said it himself, probably more than just a few, right? How many exactly? Exactly? Silver Snake placed a finger on her red lips, tilting her head cutely as she pondered. Honestly, not a single one. But I do hope you can be the real one. Giggling, she took off her high heels, and a leg wrapped in black silk was gently lifted, resting on Bai Yi's chest, then lightly tapped. Bai Yi lay there, helplessly. Giggling, Silver Snake's smile grew even more delighted. She coiled around like a water snake, ready to savor him properly. But then Bai Yi disdainfully said, if you so much as move a finger on me, I'll tell Dr. Jian that you've contaminated his experimental subject. Do you believe it? Silver Snake's face flickered with a hint of surprise, but she still giggled softly. I don't believe you'll be so ruthless. She's been so enamored with you, even helping you out. How could you bear to hurt her? Ha. Bai Yi pushed Silver Snake away abruptly, spinning around with a proud glint in his eyes. You really don't understand me. Did I ask for your help? Backed by the board of directors and destined to be the future head of the 12 zodiac signs, a powerhouse meant to surpass the 10 kings, what are you? Anyway, do you even qualify to help me? Silver Snake was stunned. You ungrateful man. Shut up, you bastard. Clearly, you're craving my body, yet you pretend to be deeply affectionate. Do you think I don't see what you're up to? You're just worried I can't leave the laboratory, and you won't get a chance to make your move. Silver Snake's smile faded, her gaze cold as she looked at Bai Yi. Don't think you can force me with a toast and then refuse the wine. Sleeping with me once won't cost you a piece of meat. Go to hell. Do you think you can sleep with any man you want? Dream on. Snakes can't match dragons, Bai Yi snapped angrily. Silver Snake coldly stood up, adjusting her high heels. Bai Yi, you really think you're a true dragon? Let me tell you, you're just a dog raised by Enlightenment Corporation, just like me. Do you really believe the company is so kind, injecting you with type 3 gene serum for free? Honestly, the type 3 gene serum is flawed. It requires monthly injections of a gene stabilizer. Without it, your genes will collapse and you'll die. And this stabilizer isn't the kind you buy on the market. Only the company has access to the specialized stabilizer. Skip a month and you'll experience pain 10 times worse than the first injection of the type 3 gene serum, so intense you'll wish for death but can't die. Bai Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. 10 times the pain? 0 times 10? What does that even mean? As for gene collapse, he had long since seen how the mutated crimson virus suppressed the type 3 gene serum, so he wasn't worried at all. He had always found it strange the 12 zodiac signs seemed to hold high status, yet before the Enlightenment Board they were nothing more than high-level pawns, summoned and dismissed at will. Other forces trained loyal soldiers, well-dressed, sincere, yet Enlightenment didn't care about the loyalty of the 12 zodiac signs. It turned out they were controlled by the stabilizer. At this moment, Silver Snake had already reached the door. She opened it and slowly turned her head. When you see the darkness within the company someday, you'll realize I wasn't lying. So don't be so self-righteous. In Enlightenment, dragons and dogs are no different. Abandon your pitiful pride and enjoy life while you can. If you come to your senses, my door is always open for you. Get lost. Seeing you just irritates me. I spat. A flash of murderous intent crossed Silver Snake's eyes. She slammed the door shut with force. Bang! The room plunged back into darkness. Baye's face remained silent in the gloom, a cold smile curling his lips, teeth gleaming white. Dog? Ha ha! You still don't understand the true value of a god, he murmured softly. Indeed, enlightenment was a colossal presence standing on the northern lands of Mang Mountain, controlling countless lives. But in front of him, those high and mighty directors were no different from ants. He stepped down from the bed and began to stretch. Having just received 1/15 of a dragon's gene, he still needed to adapt. Bai leapt lightly. Whoa! His figure suddenly appeared on the ceiling. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have nearly hit his head. The room was roughly 3 meters high, and he had already jumped 3 meters without exerting full strength. If he used all his power, he could reach 10 meters. Next, he started running around the room. The air suddenly tore apart into streaks of blurry lines, Baye's silhouette resembling a lengthening tail of flames, moving swiftly with light steps. His speed was so fast that residual images appeared, and more bizarrely, the trajectory beneath his feet seemed as if he were attached to a vertical wall, knees slightly bent, leaning upward with inertia as he ran. Clearly running on the wall, yet it felt as flat as walking on level ground. Baye suddenly stopped. The transition between extreme motion and extreme stillness was abrupt, completely defying the laws of physics. Such speed, a flash of joy crossed his face. If I add, I can go even faster. After adapting for a while, Baye began to move. Time stopped. Buzz. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, immersing the entire world in divine power. Bang! Baye opened the door and charged out at a full sprint. At the entrance, 2 soldiers responsible for guarding stood stiffly like statues. He dashed through the long silver corridor like a wild horse breaking free, until reaching a deserted corner. Confirming there were no surveillance cameras around, he the time freeze. As a man who cherished time above all, how could he keep the time stop active while searching for the Panga USB drive? Now it was your turn. Black mysterious face. Black mysterious face had always disguised itself as human skin on the face, and at this moment it finally came into play. A dull, obscure glow burst from Baye's face, enveloping his entire body, his figure becoming illusory as if shrouded in a hazy mist. In an instant, the mist shifted. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, slightly curly hair, and dressed in a white coat slowly stepped out from the corner. It was Dr. Jian. After transforming into Dr. Jian, Baye leisurely began to stroll around. Before long, 2 researchers, holding experimental notebooks, approached from the front. When they saw Baye, they hurriedly greeted him. Dr. Jian. Baye responded lightly, eyes straight ahead as he walked past the 2. Fortunately, Dr. Jian was a research fanatic and a bit eccentric, so he didn't worry about revealing himself through conversation. Dr. Jian, I happen to have a research report I'd like to ask you about. See. 1 researcher stopped him, handing over an experimental report. Damn, getting excited too early. Baye calmly took the report, glancing at the text that looked like a heavenly script. Is this human language? Why does every character look familiar, yet when put together, it's all incomprehensible? Such a simple question and you need to ask me? Do you know I hate wasting time the most? The 2 researchers' faces immediately changed and they hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Dr. Jian, I was too dull. Sorry to bother you. Everyone in the core laboratory knew that Dr. Jian was a research fanatic and he hated wasting time on anything outside research. After apologizing, the 2 turned to leave. Wait a moment. The 2 paused, looking at Baye with confusion. Baye said calmly, come to my laboratory. I have a research project that needs your help. The 2 exchanged glances, unable to hide their excitement. Was this a chance to rise rapidly? We might even participate in Dr. Jian's research? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go, don't waste my time. In truth, Baye didn't know where Dr. Jian's laboratory was, so he tricked the 2 into leading the way. He thought, since Dr. Jian was the head of the core laboratory, the Panga USB drive was probably in his exclusive lab. Yes. The 2 quickly nodded and sped up, leading the way ahead. Baye silently followed behind, soon arriving at a large metal door. On both sides of the door, several burly genetically modified guards stood watch. The two ignored. These guards took out their ID badges hanging around their necks, swiped them, and the door immediately opened. Still need to swipe? Luckily, he brought Black Mysterious Face, or else, if he only relied on the time stop, he'd have to steal the access card. After entering, Bai Yi reached the experimental area, where corridors lined with laboratories stretched out in all directions. Countless researchers in white coats conducted experiments everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly echoed. White Yi looked over at the sound and saw a man lying naked. On the operating table, his abdomen cut open with a huge gash, crimson internal organs exposed to the air. He looked pained, constantly struggling, but no one responded. The scientist nearby was just coldly recording data. Such human experiments were not limited to this one alone. The way, White Yi saw at least a dozen more. The subjects were both men and women, even children. Some had been injected with unknown drugs, their bodies rapidly beastifying, growing claws and fangs. Experiment failed, eliminate. The scientist picked up a syringe, injected poison into the beast tied to the operating table, and within 3 seconds the creature was silent. A cleaner in a dustproof suit skillfully dragged away the beast's corpse and threw it into the trash truck behind him. White Yi thought of An Xiaotong's ongoing investigation into organ trafficking in human experiments. Seems like this is the source. The lighting in this experimental area was unusually bright, cold, white light illuminating every corner of the lab, yet it couldn't dispel the darkness that shrouded people's hearts. Most of the subjects under experiment appeared pale and emaciated, in tattered clothes, resembling wastelanders. It was only at this moment that White Yi finally understood what the officer and Mr. Ing had been talking about. The officer, these are barbaric, ignorant wastelanders. I really can't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders around. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eliminated so that civilization can be restored sooner. Mr. Ing, even trash has its value. Such a phrase, even trash has its value, turned out to be the worth of wastelanders. Dr. Jian, we're here. We don't have permission to open your laboratory, only your ID card can unlock it, a researcher signaled to White Yi. White Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Damn, I also don't have permission. But he remained calm and said, I forgot to bring it. The researcher was stunned, hurriedly respectful. No problem, I'll go find the supervisor and have him open it for you. He hurried into an office area, soon returning with a middle-aged man pregnant with a large belly. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit, wearing a sycophantic smile. Dr. Jian, you're finally here. Open the door, White Yi said expressionlessly. Yes, I'll open it right away. The man nodded and fawned, pulling out his ID card. Just as he was about to open the door, he paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned back and asked, Dr. Jian, weren't you saying today that you'd be researching the data of that experiment named White Yi in Lab 8 and that no one should disturb you? How come? Are you teaching me how to do my job? The middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat. No, I was just talking too much. He hurried to open the door, muttering to himself, wondering why the doctor's temper was so bad today. Could it be another failed experiment? Ding, the door opened. White Yi stepped inside. This was a somewhat spacious experimental area, with dozens of researchers moving about. Each looked quite old, and there were even a few elderly with white hair. Dr. Jian, you finally arrived. Experiment. Subject 1478 just woke up, and our research direction is correct. Come take a look. An elderly man with white hair hurried over, gesturing excitedly. Ah, another dragon? Why does everyone care about dragons? I've got my Pange USB drive. To avoid revealing his identity, White Yi let the old man lead him forward. Soon, they entered an elevator, which descended straight down. Inside, the old man excitedly recounted various experimental parameters related to Yinglong. White Yi's scalp prickled. Can he speak human language? He didn't dare say a word, afraid of exposing his knowledge. By the way, what's the status of that thing we brought back from Black Mountain? White Yi interrupted the old man's rambling. The old man was stunned. Are you talking about the pseudo-human? They are all housed in Laboratory 9. Not long ago, I went to check the experimental data, and these pseudo-humans' life responses had reached an astonishing omega level with their energy density. I'm not talking about the pseudo-humans. The old man's eyes flashed with confusion. Are you referring to those plants infected with the mutated crimson virus? No, Bai Yi was so anxious he almost blurted out the words Pangayu disc, but he didn't want to appear too obvious. But the company brought back these two things from Black Mountain. Damn it! I'm talking about the Pangayu disc. The old man was visibly startled. Pangayu disc. The company got the Pangayu disc? Bai Yi was even more surprised than the old man. Wait, are you asking me? Who do you think we are, core laboratory personnel? He reached out and rubbed his furrowed brow. Almost forgot, with your level, you shouldn't have access to these secrets. I've been so busy lately I haven't been thinking straight. Whatever I just said, keep it to yourself. Peeking into company secrets beyond your level, you're aware of the consequences. The old man's face turned pale with fright, and he involuntarily trembled. Secrets? What secrets? I'm old, my hearing's bad, I didn't hear anything. Though he said this, he was cursing inwardly, knowing it was a secret and casually mentioning it. Are you trying to get me killed, old man? At this moment, the elevator slowly opened. The familiar wide hall came into view, but the only difference was that the edges of the hall were enclosed by transparent glass walls. Bai Yi stepped out of the elevator, and the surrounding researchers greeted him. Dr. Jian. Doctor. He nodded without a hint of emotion, his expression cold. Dr. Jian, you must see Yinglong, there's been a new breakthrough in the research. Under the old man's lead, Bai Yi calmly approached the glass wall, about to pretend to critique the creature behind it. But when he saw the biological entity behind the glass, he was instantly stunned. Holy shit, is this Yinglong? A towering dragon-like creature, dozens of meters tall, stood behind the glass wall. Its body was covered with overlapping dark gold biological armor, each plate resembling naturally formed dragon scales with faint light flowing along the edges. The head was majestic and fierce, with dragon whiskers flowing like silver threads and massive dragon wings spread behind it. The mechanical structure intertwined with biological tissue, and the tail curled sinuously. It looked as if it had stepped out of ancient mythology, perfectly blending the majesty of the dragon race with the eerie complexity of biomechanical design. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yinglong, Bai Yi secretly marveled. He had only felt this kind of power when using the Iron Flow Sky Puppet Tyrant. Perfect, powerful, flawless. Anyone who saw Yinglong would instinctively feel its strength. What exactly is this thing? Bai Yi felt as if he had inadvertently uncovered the secret weapon of the Apocalypse Corporation. Come here, you two. He slightly turned his head and instructed the two researchers following behind him. Clearly, it was also their first time seeing Yinglong. They were stunned, eyes wide with shock. Dr. Jian. Your orders. One of them suppressed his amazement and respectfully stood beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi calmly pointed at Yinglong. I think you two have some talent, so I want to include you in Yinglong's experiment. As soon as he said this, the two instantly became ecstatic, trembling with excitement. Thank you, Doctor, for your guidance. We will work hard and never disappoint you. Don't get too excited yet. Bai Yi interrupted coldly. I only have this intention, but whether you can join depends on your abilities. I'm giving you a chance. First, tell me what you know about Yinglong. If I'm not satisfied, then forget about it. The two immediately stiffened, hurriedly sharing their understanding of Yinglong. Dr. Jian, as I understand it, Yinglong is a biological mech suit and a top priority of the entire core laboratory. Its strategic value even surpasses that of the Type 3 gene drug. Its power can shake mountains, and its defenses are so strong that even missiles can't penetrate. Another person hurriedly responded, among the 12 zodiac signs, no one has been chosen for the dragon because the human body can hardly withstand multiple injections of the Type 3 gene drug. So your mentor took a different approach, initiating the biological mech project in his later years. Unconscious mechs don't need to worry about the effects of beastly instincts. As the two spoke, Bai Yi finally understood what Yinglong was. Yinglong was Dr. Jian's mentor's project in his later years. This person was truly a genius, having created the Tsanglong. When he couldn't produce a second dragon for a long time, he took a different route and developed the biological mech, using unconscious mechs to bear the beastly instincts, then having humans enter and control the mechs. This plan was truly perfect. No wonder the chairman didn't care about the candidates for the dragon. It wasn't just about lifespan, there had long been substitutes. Dr. Jian was determined to surpass his mentor, so naturally he looked down on the Yinglong project. That's why he was so ecstatic when he discovered himself, believing he could create an even more perfect dragon. Oh, Bai Yi realized a tricky problem after taking the Manga USB drive. His identity was definitely at risk of being exposed. The core laboratory had been peaceful all along, but today 4 outsiders appeared, and the Manga USB drive was lost. Even without concrete evidence, the apocalypse would surely point the finger at these 4. At that point, to avoid being captured and subjected to severe punishment in prison, he would have no choice but to resist. He had long anticipated a confrontation with the apocalypse. The Manga USB drive was so important that once lost, the apocalypse would immediately discover it. There was no silly plot like in TV dramas where they only realize after half a year that the item is missing. The apocalypse would instantly seal off the core lab and not allow anyone to leave. In his original plan, once he found the Manga USB drive, he would quickly move to a Divine Dawn. But Yinglong's existence added a variable to his plan. If the 2 Zodiac guards stationed there couldn't stop the footsteps of the Divine, the apocalypse would surely activate Yinglong. Watching Yinglong, which resembled an ancient mythological creature, Bai Yi hesitated. Yinglong could defend against missiles. How could he break through? If only Yin Xiaotong were here, perhaps she could borrow the pure silver cross sword to break Yinglong's defenses. But unfortunately, she wasn't. Without the pure silver cross sword, how could he counter Yinglong? Bai Yi pondered for a moment and then had an idea. His eyes burned as he looked at the massive figure. It's simple, I'll just transform into a dragon. Won't I? Dr. Jian, Yinglong just opened its eyes. Look, these are the experimental data. A researcher excitedly handed over a thick stack of A4 papers. Bai Yi calmly took the data, casually glanced through a few pages, and felt a bit dizzy. He said indifferently, the experimental data is pretty much what I expected. The researcher was stunned, a flicker of fanaticism in his eyes. Had he already predicted the results? As expected of Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian, would you like to watch the experimental footage? Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. Footage? Yes, footage. I really understand that. Then let's watch it. Soon after, under the guidance of the researcher, he entered a room filled with experimental instruments. The glass wall faced Yinglong's dragon head. Dr. Jian, please observe. This is footage of subject 1478 piloting. Yinglong. The researcher clicked a few times on the computer and the screen immediately displayed a scene. In the footage, Yinglong's capsule was lit with a bleak white light, alarms blared piercingly, and cold mechanical arms roughly dragged a young researcher toward Yinglong, which emitted a strange metallic glow. The researcher's clothes bore the number 1478. 1478 desperately struggled, terror and screams nearly spilling over the computer screen. Weiqi glanced at the video directory on the right side of the computer screen and saw a dense string of numbers. 1477, 1476, 1475. Behind each cold number was a living, breathing life. Swindlers, you bunch of liars. You said it was just some simple experiments, but why are they all dead? No, I don't want to go in. 1478 cursed angrily through tears, but the researchers around him merely recorded data coldly, offering no response. Soon, the mechanical arm moved 1478 to the heart behind Yinglong. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The scales at the heart behind Yinglong began to wriggle, opening like a gate, revealing crimson flesh and blood. Suddenly, countless fierce, fleshy protuberances shot out from the flesh, like octopus tentacles, wrapping around 1478 and pulling him into the body. His screams abruptly ceased. Click, click. The cold mech shell instantly closed up, fitting perfectly. A voice came from the experiment. Personnel, 1478 synchronization rate with Yinglong is rising, currently at 18%. Synchronization rate? White Yi frowned slightly. It's probably referred to how well the experimenters could control Yinglong. After all, piloting such a large biological mech with a human body must be extremely difficult. Many people struggle to control a car. How much harder would a biological mech dozens of times larger be? 1478 can. You hear me? Try to control Yinglong. The screen fell silent for a long moment, then suddenly a deep hum sounded, as if an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The indicator lights on the cabin wall flickered wildly, blue and red lights intertwined, accompanied by crackling electricity. The Yinglong mech, resembling an ancient mythic creature, slowly opened its eyes. The eyelids parted, revealing a faint crimson glow, like ghost fire quietly igniting in darkness. The light gradually intensifying, the crimson deepening as if it might bleed. In the next second, two blinding red lights suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire experimental chamber in blood red. The light was so cold, it seemed to pierce the soul. In those eyes, there was no human warmth, only endless coldness and murderous intent, like a judge from the heavens, indifferent to all life in the world. A wave of oppression flooded out from the screen, filling every inch of the laboratory in an instant, causing everyone present to gasp, their limbs turning weak. The researchers beside White Yi trembled uncontrollably, fear ingrained in their genes. Even the recorded footage made them feel terrified. Staring into Yinglong's eyes, there was an illusion of gazing into an abyss. Wow, is this Yinglong? Truly worthy of divine reverence. White Ye's eyes showed no fear, only greed for Yinglong. With Yinglong, how much time could be saved? But in the next second, reality poured a bucket of cold water over him. On the screen, Yinglong's eyes suddenly closed. The red and blue indicator lights went out, and everything fell into eerie silence. Then, the scales on Yinglong's back opened and closed, and a mummified corpse dropped out from within. 1478's vital energy has been drained, and the synchronization rate reached a maximum of 20%. Although it failed again, at least this time Yinglong opened its eyes, which is a major breakthrough, proving Dr. Jian's theory is correct. To control Yinglong, the key is the synchronization rate. It's not related to the controller's vital energy. If the synchronization rate doesn't match, having high vital energy is useless. Next, we should continue to improve Yinglong's synchronization rate to make it resonate at the same frequency as humans. Otherwise, no one can control it. As the researchers' voices faded, the screen went dark. Dr. Jian, what do you think? Someone asked. White Yi just wanted to sneer. I'd rather sit back and watch. The researchers are all so lacking in emotional intelligence, don't they know to give the leader a seat? Watching the dead 1478, he already foresaw his own fate entering Yinglong. Artificial. Humans are indeed immortal, but only if their vital energy isn't exhausted. This thing, Yinglong, directly drains blood and vitality, even the gods of the new era can't withstand it. As for the synchronization rate, who the hell knows what that even is? He definitely didn't want to risk his life gambling on it. If he just died like this, with so much time left unspent, he'd be utterly unwilling to accept it. But the good news was he couldn't control it, and neither could anyone else. He no longer had to worry about enemies coming with Ing Long to deal with him. Clearly, the current Ing Long was a semi-finished product, completely unsuitable for human control. Dr. Jian, what do you think we should do to improve the experiment moving forward? Another researcher sincerely asked for advice. More and more eyes turned to Bai Yi, all eager to hear his expert opinion, even pulling out small notebooks to record his guidance. No, wait, don't do this. I have no idea how to improve it. Faced with everyone's expectant gazes, and before he could find the Manga USB drive to reveal his identity, he could only grit his teeth and say, ahem, well, I think what we should do next is, around the established research direction, steadily advance each experimental task to ensure the overall progress remains smooth and orderly. Shush, shush, shush. A group of scientists in white coats lowered their heads, frantically scribbling notes. After recording, they all looked up again, their eyes burning with anticipation, staring intently at Bai Yi. I'm done, really done. Bai Yi activated his brainstorming mode, and in a casual tone he blurted out, during the process, we must always adhere to high standards, strict requirements, focus on implementation, pay attention to details, seek quality, and promote effectiveness, emphasizing overall coordination. We should actively respond to various possible situations to ensure the experiment procedures are standardized and data collection rigorous. The more he spoke, the smoother and more confident he became, speaking eloquently in front of the scientists. In summary, our next step is to maintain a good momentum, further refine our work measures, strengthen responsibility, implementation, and steadily advance subsequent experimental phases, striving to successfully implement the Ing Long plan. Do you all have confidence? Yes, confident. Clap, clap, clap. The researchers cheered wildly, feeling that Dr. Jian's words were just perfect, so lofty and insightful. Every sentence was profound. Upon careful reflection, they felt it was too deep to grasp immediately. It must be that their own level was insufficient, which prevented them from fully understanding Dr. Jian's true meaning. Bai Yi patted a nearby researcher on the shoulder. Keep working hard, the future belongs to you. After saying this, he ignored everyone's ecstatic reactions and turned to leave. Outside the experimental area, Bai Yi's face was grim. Where exactly was the Manga USB drive? These researchers didn't even know? The Ing Long project was arguably the most important in this core laboratory, yet the Manga drive was still missing. No, he couldn't keep wandering around like a headless fly. If Dr. Jian came out of the lab, he'd blow his cover. After pondering, Bai Yi decided to find Dr. Jian. If anyone in the entire core lab was most likely to know about the Manga USB drive, it had to be Dr. Jian without question. As the person in charge of the core lab, even if the Skyfire company was hiding something from others, they wouldn't hide it from him. But he couldn't just go straight in. Threatening a defenseless researcher was easy, but he was afraid of the worst. What if Dr. Jian also didn't know? The Manga USB drive wasn't in the core lab at all. If Dr. Jian didn't know, and he was holding Dr. Jian hostage, that would be a false alarm, not only hindering the search for Pangu but also making it impossible for anyone to help him turn into a dragon in the future. He had to think of a safe plan. Bai Yi pondered deeply, pacing along the long corridor. The passing researchers paid him no mind. They were used to Dr. Jian ignoring people. After all, suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper reached his ears. This sound, is it the silver snake? Bai Yi suddenly looked up, gazing toward the room at the end of the corridor. The sound was definitely coming from there, although the room was well soundproofed. It was impossible to hide from 15-1 Dragon's sharp ears. The sound of Silver Snake flashed through his mind like a bright light. I've got away. He first pretended to walk into the bathroom, avoiding the gaze of the people around him, then time stopped. Silver Snake's joyful low murmur abruptly ceased, and everything fell into dead silence. 15-1 Dragon's speed plus chi and blood martial arts feather. Bai Yi shot out of the bathroom with a whoosh, rushing at top speed towards Silver Snake's room. Unfortunately, when time was stopped, he couldn't activate time flow variants. Otherwise, his speed could have been even faster. Because these two are mutually exclusive, time stopping means everything is frozen. Time flow variance means time flows slowly. Time cannot both be stopped and flow slowly at the same time. Just like a person can't want both things simultaneously. Bang! Bai Yi swung open the door to the room. Fuck! He was startled by what he saw inside. He had thought he guessed what Silver Snake was doing in there, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he had to admit he was still too young. On the bed, Silver Snake, a burly man. No wonder it's you, damn awesome. Bai Yi gave a thumbs up to the frozen Silver Snake, then turned and left. He felt like his eyes were dirty. He shouldn't have come in to look. He's not a peeping Tom. He just wanted to see how much longer Silver Snake would be finished, because he needed to use Silver Snake's identity later, so he had to roughly determine when Silver Snake would come out of the room. It seems he can use Silver Snake's identity for a day. Bai Yi hurriedly ran to the door of the room where Jian Doctor had been earlier, then quickly transformed into Silver Snake's appearance. Time resumed. Jian Doctor furrowed his brows, staring at the computer screen as if puzzled. He didn't notice the extra person in the room at all. He muttered to himself, by Ye's gene. Compatibility after injection has reached 100%, incredible. Chen En's 70% compatibility already makes him a genius. Li Hu's 61%, Wu De's 65%. All quite good, but compared to Bai Yi, they're far behind. But how is this possible? Bai Ye's physique is so special, why, besides showing compatibility with rabbit genes, does his gene test report have no other anomalies? Yet he clearly has an extraordinary physique with the potential to become a dragon. Could someone be secretly tampering? Jian Doctor's brow furrowed as he stared at the test report on the computer, carefully analyzing the gene sequences. Bai Yi stood behind him, watching along. He naturally knew why his gene test report showed no abnormalities. Pei Qingyue from the Silent Court had helped him fix that. But no one expected that after arriving at the core laboratory, due to his unique physique and willpower, Jian Doctor would take notice of him, and now he was about to be exposed. Just as Jian Doctor picked up the encrypted communication device to ask questions, Jian Doctor was startled, turning sharply to see a woman standing behind him, dressed in a shimmering silver mini skirt with torn stockings. His shocked expression quickly faded, replaced by anger. Silver Snake, who let you in? Don't you know you should knock? Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about those details. I came here this time with an important matter to discuss with you. Jian Doctor seemed to have thought of something, his face changing drastically. Bai Yi's in trouble. Bai Yi, thank you so much for your concern. He felt a bit strange inside. He hadn't expected Jian Doctor to care so much about him, looking so anxious as if his father had just died. Of course, he knew very well that Jian Doctor's concern wasn't for him, but for the dragon. He's doing well. Jian Doctor sighed in relief. That's good. Then his brow furrowed again. So, what are you here for? The quick change of expression made Bai Yi feel like he had just hit a wall. I'm here to help you. Bai Yi stopped wasting words and started his spiel. Help me? Jian Doctor looked at him suspiciously, hesitating. You also understand gene science? Damn. Are you an idiot? I don't give a damn about genetic science. Can't you think of something else in that brain of yours? Bai Yi took a deep breath and solemnly said, I may not understand genetic science, but I know that if you keep going like this, you'll never surpass your mentor, because his words directly hit Dr. Jian's innermost pain. To deceive someone, you first need to find what they truly care about deep inside. Dr. Jian's face darkened with displeasure. Your share of the stabilizer next month will be halved. You can leave now. Bai Ye's expression turned cold, and in a flash, he struck, instantly gripping Dr. Jian's neck. When I'm talking to you, you'd better not interrupt me, understand? You. Dr. Jian's face flushed red as he was choked, struggling desperately, but to no avail. He was just an ordinary person, how could he resist? Bai Yi, who had already been injected with type 3 gene serum, just as Bai Yi earlier couldn't resist the tarnish of the silver snake. Can you now quietly listen to me finish? Dr. Jian's temper was fierce, even in life and death. His eyes held only shock and anger, not fear. Bai Yi smiled faintly. Do you know what the most hopeless way to die in this world is? It's falling before dawn. You've already found the candidate for the dragon and seen the dawn of surpassing your mentor. But if you die now, your plan to create the dragon will be completely shattered. You will never surpass your mentor in your lifetime. Dr. Jian's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of resistance and fear appeared on his face. Bai Yi loosened his grip, and Dr. Jian collapsed into his office chair, gasping heavily. He stared fixedly at Bai Yi. What exactly do you want to do? Which director sent you here? Dr. Jian knew very well the character of Silver Snake. She had no rebellious spirit. She only pursued pleasure, living one more day, sleeping one more night. Without backing from other directors, she would never dare to oppose him, let alone attack him. What I want to do doesn't matter, who sent me doesn't matter. What matters is, what are you going to do? Bai Yi gave a mysterious smile and patted Dr. Jian's shoulder heavily. Dr. Jian, I know you're unwilling, eager to surpass your mentor. But can you really do it? I can. Dr. Jian snapped back angrily. Hee. Bai Yi imitated Silver Snake's contemptuous laugh and sneered. Deceiving others is one thing, but don't deceive yourself. Can you? You're nothing but your mentor's substitute. Your only value is to replace him and perfect the Yinglong plan. When Yinglong is born, the world will only marvel at your mentor's genius, and you? Just a lucky imitator standing on the shoulders of giants. Dr. Jian was thoroughly enraged. He even disregarded the gap in strength, reaching out to grab Bai Yi's collar. But Bai Yi gently pushed him, causing him to slump back into his seat. Still furious, he said, You're talking nonsense. Nonsense? Your mentor created 2 dragons, Sanglong and Yinglong. And you? Not a single one. Dr. Jian's expression changed slightly, still desperately arguing, eager to prove himself. I will soon make Bai Yi into a dragon. Just give me a little more time. Don't be naive. Bai Yi said coldly. The chairman doesn't care about a new dragon at all. Capitalists are profit-driven. Your teacher has already succeeded once. Naturally, they want you to continue down your mentor's path, not to forge a completely new dragon. Even if this new dragon is stronger, the chairman won't believe it. He'll just think you're scamming for funds. Dr. Jian was about to retort but was interrupted by Bai Yi. No need to rush your rebuttal. Everything you say is just one side of the story. Besides yourself, does anyone else believe it? Think carefully. When you excitedly reported the new dragon to the chairman, what was his reaction? Did he really care about the new dragon? Dr. Jian felt as if he'd been doused with cold water, the chairman's words echoing in his ears. Do you think I can wait 10 more years? I will provide you with funds and manpower. You can cultivate a new dragon, but remember, that thing is the top priority. Dr. Jian's face suddenly turned pale. But the chairman promised to give me funding. Foolish. That was to stabilize you, to keep you working on the Yinglong. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in Dr. Jian's mind. It was as if all his strength had been drained, and the light in his eyes dimmed. His defenses had been broken. In fact, he had long since understood that the chairman's attitude alone was enough to explain everything, but he had always been unwilling to admit it, even less willing to think along those lines. White Ye's words shattered the wall in his heart, forcing him to face the brutal reality. Expressions of frustration, despair, and anger flickered across Dr. Jian's face. He clenched his fists suddenly and roared. So what? Even without full support, I can still create a new dragon. White Ye sighed and shook his head. Do you think the chairman has much time left? If he dies, you won't get a single bit of support. Dr. Jian sneered coldly, confidence evident in his words. With my talent, no matter who succeeds as chairman, they will have to rely on me. How could I not be supported? Don't you find that strange? Dr. Jian frowned slightly. Strange what? Strange about White Ye's appearance. Think about it, after all these years, there hasn't been anyone suitable for the dragon physique, so why is there suddenly one today? And his genetic test report shows no abnormalities at all. Dr. Jian was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened in horror. He realized something terrifying. Normal humans could never adapt to a dragon, not even Sanglong, which was due to extraordinary power. White Ye's ability to adapt to a dragon indicated he was not a normal human. He must have undergone some form of artificial modification. So, the question was, who had modified White Ye? He carefully recalled every detail about White Ye. The parachuting selection, the fact that he had blown up all the contestants without punishment, and the altered genetic test report. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It's Lu Yunxiao. You and White Ye are both under Lu Yunxiao's control. Dr. Jian's eyes widened, and his mind was racing. Through these clues, he had already pieced everything together. White Ye was planted into the selection by Lu Yunxiao. This was unknown to the lower ranks, but for the high-ups, it was no secret. White Ye's sudden appearance and the abnormal display of the silver serpent were pressure tactics from Lu Yunxiao. Lu Yunxiao had once tried to recruit him, but he had refused. He never expected that Lu Yunxiao, still not giving up, would not only turn the silver serpent but also create a candidate for the dragon White Ye to tell himself who could truly help him forge a real dragon. The more Dr. Jian thought about it, the more terrified he became. It was normal for Lu Yunxiao, as a Tanchi director, to have his own secret laboratory, but he never imagined that Lu Yunxiao's lab could produce a dragon candidate. Who was behind this? Who was conducting the experiment? Could it be Pei Qingyue? Whoever it was, the most difficult step in creating a dragon had already been completed by Lu Yunxiao. The remaining steps, even without him, could be studied and completed given enough time. No wonder Silver Serpent said that once the chairman died, he would receive no support. People simply didn't need him. No, this can't happen. My lifelong dream has not yet been realized. I am the only one who can forge the true dragon. White Ye's expression grew slightly strange. Lu Yunxiao? Little dear, his father? That's not what I said. It's all your own guesswork. It has nothing to do with me. He had originally intended to pretend to be backed by a certain director, deceive Dr. Jian and himself, even the forces behind him, because the chairman was about to die, and the people below certainly weren't united. He didn't know the Tianchi director, nor did he think of mentioning other directors' names. Whatever was most mysterious, he would go with it. As long as he could bluff his way through and get the Panga USB drive, it didn't matter if he was caught later. But he never expected Dr. Jian to be truly brilliant, to have already figured out the answer himself. Who is the person behind me? You'll find out once you decide to join us. Bai Yi spoke ambiguously. Dr. Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to Bai Ye's vague explanation. He knew he had guessed correctly. It's Lu Yunxiao. Since you already have the foundation to create a dragon, why are you still trying to recruit me? Gotcha. Bai Yi secretly chuckled. The fact that he asked this question meant Dr. Jian was already tempted. On one side was a chairman close to death who didn't value the new dragon, on the other was a young Tianchi director, willing to wait 10 years for the candidate capable of creating a dragon. The choice of whom to collaborate with was obvious. We can certainly create a new dragon, but we can't guarantee it will possess powers surpassing Yinglong and Sanglong. But you are different. Bai Yi grasped Dr. Jian's shoulders, eyes blazing. You are a once-in-a-century scientific genius. It's just that you were born at the wrong time, not fully grown yet, your brilliance overshadowed by your mentor. Talent, diligence, determination, experience, you lack nothing. The only thing you lack is an opportunity to prove yourself. If you join us, uniting strength, we will surely create the most perfect dragon in this world. A dragon that surpasses all of your mentor's works. The chairman doesn't support you, but we do. The chairman can't wait 10 years, but we can. Dr. Jian was shaken to his core, even afraid to look directly into Bai Yi's passionate eyes. I just need one chance. I am a scientific genius. I will surpass my mentor. The flames in Bai Yi's eyes seemed like a spark full of hope, igniting the fiery passion in Dr. Jian's heart. His eyes grew brighter, his expression excited. You're right, I only lack one thing. An opportunity to prove myself. With your support, I can dissect Bai Yi tomorrow, obtain experimental data, and very soon. You bastard. Damn it. Bai Yi cursed inwardly. Furious. Did he really think about dissecting me? All data related to Bai Yi is in our hands. You don't need to dissect him. As long as you join us, I can provide you with experimental data. And your dissection is pointless to prevent you from changing your mind. We've already tampered with Bai Yi's body. Dr. Jian was shocked. You injected Bai Yi with gene information mutation factors. Ha? What? What factors? Bai Yi froze. He couldn't understand what Dr. Jian was saying at all. He had initially thought they planned to poison Bai Yi, just like in the dramas. A single bite to the neck and he could commit suicide. If you refused to join them, Bai Yi would kill himself, preventing you from obtaining the data. Anyway, they could create a candidate dragon, and then another. Unaware of Bai Yi's thoughts, Dr. Jian stood up angrily. How can you treat an experimental subject like this? It's a blasphemy against science. Do you know that although gene information mutation factors can mask gene expression, excessive doses can easily cause genetic chaos? You're destroying the subject. Was it Pei Qingyue who did this? That half-baked woman, lucky enough to create a dragon candidate, truly thinks she can produce a second one? I've conducted countless experiments and know that the birth of a dragon candidate is due to a 1 in a billion chance of uncertainty. That woman is so stupid she attributes her fleeting luck to her own scientific prowess. Damn it! Where is your laboratory? Take me there now, without me overseeing the process. Pei Qingyue will definitely ruin the future's strongest dragon. Bai Yi. Hey, buddy, what are you rambling about? Is that an agreement to join? Dr. Jian, calm down first. Calm down. Dr. Jian slapped Bai Yi's hand away, furious. How do you expect me to stay calm? You bunch of amateurs, how could you possibly understand the value of experimental materials? No one in this world knows dragons better than I do. Without me. Stop. Bai Yi felt overwhelmed. We haven't even decided to let you join yet. Dr. Jian was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Who knows if you'll just verbally agree and then secretly go back on your word, turning around to inform the chairman? Dr. Jian was furious. What do you take me for? I'm not that kind of treacherous scoundrel. Heh, so what if you're betraying the chairman now? Dr. Jian. Who? Bai Yi let out a breath of relief, finally fooling him. Who would have thought that fooling a researcher could be so exhausting? Actually, Dr. Jian was quite easy to deceive. He was so absorbed in his research that his mind was straightforward, believing whatever was said. But the occasional scientific jargon and that mad scientist aura made him hard to handle. Dr. Jian. If you're truly sincere, you should present a token of allegiance. Bai Yi, after fooling him for a while, finally revealed his true intent. Alright. Dr. Jian didn't hesitate at all and directly pulled out a silver metallic U-disc from his pocket. What the heck? Isn't this guy just casually pulling out such a shiny thing? Bai Yi's eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at the U-disc. The Panga U-disc was actually on Dr. Jian? If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time, so much saliva, just snatch it already. He snatched the U-disc and examined it carefully in his hand. The U-disc was small and exquisite, its silver surface not smooth but covered with a fine matte texture. Its shape was minimalist, with flowing curves that seemed meticulously designed, as if hiding a concentrated galaxy within. Perfectly flawless. No wonder it's the Panga U-disc. Dr. Jian sneered. I knew you guys wanted the formula for the type 3 gene serum. So, is this enough as a token of allegiance? Bai Yi looked up in astonishment. Is this the formula for the type 3 gene serum inside? Dr. Jian nodded. Of course. Is there anything more sincere than this? The password is 836295. Entering the wrong 3 times or attempting to forcibly crack it will cause the U-disc's contents to be automatically erased. A cold shower poured over Bai Yi's head, making him feel icy all over. No wonder this crappy U-disc had not even a mysterious pattern, just a simple silver coating, ugly as hell and downright prickly. It was just an ordinary U-disc. Bai Yi silently put away the U-disc. That's still not sincere enough. Not enough? Dr. Jian was stunned. The most precious items In the core laboratory are the type 3 gene serum and Inglong. Do you want Inglong? Even if I could give it to you, how would you take it? Bai Yi shook his head coldly and spat out 4 words. Pangayu disc. What? Dr. Jian's face changed drastically. Pangayu disc? The company has the Pangayu disc? Bai Yi, are you kidding me? You don't even know? The chairman indeed has the Pangayu disc. Dr. Jian's expression flickered again and again. You think the Pangayu disc is in my hands? In the core laboratory? He then chuckled bitterly. If what you say is true, then the Pangayu disc is even less likely to be with me, because my expertise is in genomics, genetic engineering, and bioinformatics, not computer engineering, information technology, programming languages, or compiler principles. Bai Yi's face darkened. Speak human language. Dr. Jian looked at him with disdain, as if he were looking at an illiterate. In short, I cannot crack the Pangayu disc, so naturally the chairman wouldn't give it to me. You bastard. You can't crack it? Then what the hell are you so proud of? Where would the Pangayu disc be? How would I know? The Pangayu disc is of great importance, and only the chairman probably knows about it. All involved researchers must have been imprisoned, cut off from the outside world. Bai Yi's anger was now boiling, wasting so much time and still not finding the Pangayu disc. He had only gained 500 health points, super hearing, super speed, 1/15 of a dragon's gene, the formula for the type 3 gene serum, seen the hidden trump card Inglong, and elevated his status future leader of the 12 zodiac signs, the dragon. Moreover, I have gained nothing. Damn it. Damn it. God's patience has been completely exhausted. Fine, you like hiding. Ha, only the chairman knows, right? Tomorrow I'll go and kidnap the heavily opening chairman. I want to see, without Inglong, facing dawn city, how you can resist the divine Silver Snake. I've already shown you my sincerity. Isn't it time for me to join? Bai Yi was coldly interrupted. It's not the right time now. When the moment is right, I'll contact you again. After speaking, he turned and walked away, completely ignoring Dr. Jian's stunned face. Dr. Jian's expression darkened and flickered with uncertainty. He felt played. Because I don't have the Panga USB drive, you all think I'm worthless? He's not a fool, on the contrary, he's extremely clever, just lacking emotional intelligence. Bai Yi's two-faced attitude made him realize that he was about to become a discarded pawn. Damn it! The board members are all damned. They have no respect for science at all. Fraudsters. All of them are liars, talking about how I'm a genius born for greatness, but it's all for the Panga USB drive. His face grew paler, a wave of inexplicable panic rising in his heart. No, I can't just sit and wait. Lu Yunxiao thinks I'm worthless and will definitely plan to replace me with Pei Qingyue to build a new dragon. After all, Bai Yi was cultivated by Pei Qingyue. Even if this woman is just lucky, how could someone like Lu Yunxiao, a lazy parasite, understand the intricacies of it? He must believe that Pei Qingyue's scientific skills surpass mine. I must demonstrate irreplaceable value to continue serving as the chief scientist of Heavenly Opening and lead the new dragon project. With this thought, a bold plan began to brew in Dr. Jian's mind. Time stops. Bai Yi sped all the way back to the previous observation room. Time resumes. Inside the observation room, he silently threw punches, not wasting a second, striving to quickly adapt to his strengthened body. Because he had already decided tomorrow he would give Heavenly Opening a surprise, a divine surprise. Night. The core laboratory's lights remained cold and bright. Here, only the clock on the wall could tell the passage of time. After a fierce and exhilarating battle, Ing Snake emerged refreshed from the house. She gently closed the door to avoid waking the men inside, who had fainted from exhaustion. The observation period for the injection of Type 3 drug had passed. It was time to take Li Hu and the others away. So she went to find Dr. Jian. Dr. Jian, can I take Li Hu and the others away now? Dr. Jian lifted his head from the mountain of experimental data. Seeing Ing Snake again, he frowned slightly. Let them go. And take Bai Yi with you. Since he learned that Bai Yi had been injected with the gene information mutagen, he had given up on dissecting Bai Yi, because even if he did, the data wouldn't be accurate. Ing Snake was slightly stunned. Dissect him? Such a fickle man. She didn't dare question Dr. Jian's decision, fearing he might cut her share of the gene stabilizer in half. Anyway, she would listen to whatever Dr. Jian said. Yes, Dr. Jian. Ing Snake was about to turn and leave when suddenly Dr. Jian called out to her. Wait a moment. Ing Snake looked a bit puzzled. Is there something else? Dr. Jian looked around, seeing no one outside, and said in a low voice, Is your proposal still valid? Ha! A trace of confusion flickered in Ing Snake's eyes. Proposal? What proposal could it be? She remembered how she once seduced Dr. Jian, hoping to exchange her body for more stabilizers, only to be rejected. Haha, men. She sneered inwardly, always pretending to be noble and upright, but in the end, still bowing to her. Though she despised him inwardly, her face remained charming, and she threw a flirtatious glance at Dr. Jian. Of course, it's still valid. With that, Ing Snake began to loosen her clothes. Dr. Jian's face changed dramatically. What are you doing? Snake's hand froze. In front of her, stunned. Taking off my clothes. Who told you to take off your clothes? Pick it up. Pick up your clothes. None of these beasts were good people. Do they think that because I agree to join you, they can play with me as they please? Silver Snake's delicate body trembled with anger. She felt Dr. Jian was humiliating her. You asked me if the proposal was valid. I took off my clothes, and now you refuse? I'm not talking about that proposal, Dr. Jian said with a look of disgust. Your beastly instincts make communication impossible. All you need to do is go back and tell Lu Yunxiao that soon I will deliver a great gift to him. Tell Lu Yunxiao. A great gift. Silver Snake's entire body trembled instantly, her mind reeling in disbelief as she stared at Dr. Jian. Had he really discovered? How does he know I've secretly allied with Lu Yunxiao? Fear, tension, panic, a wave of negative emotions swept over her, cooling her heated body after just exercising. Does the chairman also know? It's over, everything's over, could that great gift be my death? Silver Snake wanted to argue, but that night was just a moment of foolishness on her part, seduced by beauty, wanting to gather some intel on the Tianqi director who would have thought she'd end up on a thief's ship. Be sure to deliver my message. That great gift will satisfy Lu. Director Lu. Dr. Jian's tone was awkward, clearly his first time flattering someone. For the sake of research, he had to act a bit sycophantic. After speaking, fearing Silver Snake might see through him, he turned and left. Only Silver Snake, stiff as stone, remained frozen in place. Wait, something doesn't seem right. It's not like Dr. Jian is trying to report me, but genuinely wants to give a gift to Lu Yunxiao? Why? Dr. Jian is obviously part of the chairman's circle. Chairman! Silver Snake suddenly realized that Dr. Jian was not merely a mad scientist, he understood some social nuances. The chairman's days are numbered. As Tianqi's chief scientist, Dr. Jian naturally had to consider what happens after the chairman's death. He was already lining up his own position. Just like herself, Dr. Jian walked into the Yinglong laboratory as usual, greeted warmly by the researchers coming his way. Dr. Jian, your speech today was truly inspiring. Deafeningly so, one researcher said admiringly. Dr. Jian frowned slightly. Speech? He recalled carefully, he had indeed said a few words during the early morning meeting, but they were just normal remarks, nothing out of the ordinary. He coldly said, instead of wasting time on flattery, you'd better focus on your research. The researcher's smile stiffened, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Yes, doctor's instructions. The researcher slunk away in embarrassment, while others around him exchanged glances, eager but hesitant. Their notebooks still recorded Bai Ye's profound remarks, some parts they couldn't quite understand no matter how they tried. They had wanted to ask, but now they dared not. Dr. Jian entered Yinglong's control console with a cold expression. A few scientists discussing 1478 immediately gathered around as he entered. Dr. Jian, today's 1478 experiment had several issues. Dr. Jian interrupted coldly, from today on, no one except me is allowed to enter the Yinglong control console. Everyone was stunned. Dr. Jian, you mean? Humph. Dr. Jian snorted coldly. It's because of you bunch of incompetents that Yinglong's progress has been delayed. From now on, I will personally oversee everything. You only need to cooperate in the external laboratories. That's an order. Faced with his firmness, everyone dared not argue and could only slink away from the console in defeat. After everyone left, Dr. Jian slowly approached the glass wall, his eyes deep as he gazed at Yinglong, which looked like an ancient mythic creature. Suddenly, he reached out, gently placing his hand on the glass, softly caressing it from the other side. His tone was calm but carried an inexplicable coldness. Yinglong, I will make sure you realize your true value, becoming the token of my new dragon. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, only a sliver of the waning moon hung in the sky, its cold light spilling over the barbed wire of the military base, casting mottled shadows on the ground. An all-enclosed armored vehicle was slowly departing from the base. On board, Silver Snake was somewhat distracted. Still replaying Dr. Jian's words from earlier, her brief speech had shaken her deeply. Dr. Jian's attitude was intriguing, his allegiance to Apocalypse was enough to stir a storm. The undercurrents hidden beneath Dawn City grew more intense, and she, caught in the whirlpool, wondered what her next move should be. Chen Enz lowered his head, his calm face concealing a heart eager to overthrow Apocalypse. Wu De occasionally glanced at Bai Yi, eager to latch onto a powerful backer. He knew well enough that being a substitute for the 12 zodiac signs was nothing special, just a step above the bottom rung. To stand out, he needed a benefactor's support. Although Bai Yi had injected rabbit-type serum, Wu De valued not Bai Yi's strength but the sky-reaching connections behind him. Bai Yi closed his eyes to rest, his mind filled with thoughts of tomorrow's Black King's descent and kidnapping the chairman of Apocalypse. The new era's gods are here, yet not only does Apocalypse refuse to obediently hand over the Pangayu, but they dare to hide it so deeply. Big courage. Tomorrow, I'll definitely deal with the Apocalypse chairman. Among this group, the most innocent was Li Hu. While others pondered the future of Apocalypse, how to overthrow it. Envisioning a brighter future or plotting to kidnap the chairman, he only thought of Silver Snake. He kept his head lowered, secretly eyeing Silver Snake's thigh. Her black stockings were long gone, her fair legs crossed, dazzlingly white. Everyone's thoughts diverged, and the journey was silent. Soon, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of Chining Academy. Go back and properly adapt to the gene serum. Someone will come to find you in a few days, Silver Snake said before stepping out and leaving, only 4 of them remaining. White Lord, where do you live? I'll see you off, Wu De said with a broad smile. Bai Yi waved his hand, about to speak when a cold snort suddenly sounded. Oof, Wu De, gecko may not be a tiger, but at least it bears the tiger character. Yet you're flattering a rabbit, how pathetic. Swish. A fleeting shadow flashed past. Li Hu's face changed drastically. In his line of sight, a straight punch shot toward his chest at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so quick he had no time to react. Just as he raised his arm, the fist had already struck his chest. Li Hu grunted, staggering backwards several steps. Huh, it doesn't hurt. He steadied himself, sneering, no wonder it's a rabbit, speed is indeed fast, but what's the use if it can't hurt anyone? Although Bai Ye's punch was swift, it didn't cause serious injury. This made Li Hu realize the gap between them. They had all injected Type 3 gene serum, so what? Even among Type 3, there were differences. Fast speed is useless? Looks like you've really been drugged, stupid, Bai Yi sneered, a sinister smile curling his lips. He was in a bad mood after failing to find the Pangayu. Unexpectedly, Li Hu, influenced by beastly instincts, took the initiative to attack, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Ha ha ha, Li Hu roared arrogantly. Even a rabbit dares to challenge the old. Ah! His smile suddenly twisted and a piercing scream tore from his throat, harsh, broken, and shrill. He raised his hands defensively, collapsing to the ground, curling into a shrimp-like shape, his lips pale, face covered in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yi withdrew his foot, looking down at the suffering Li Hu with a mocking sneer. Now do you see if speed is useful or not? The only response was Li Hu's agonized screams. I asked you a question. Do you understand manners? Bang! 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 Bai Yi kicked Li Hu relentlessly, each step landing with a thud, his screams growing more desperate. Speak! Are you mute or what? Why am I the tiger? Li Hu's eyes nearly burst with rage, not just from the physical pain but more so from the psychological turmoil. He couldn't understand why a tiger would be defeated by a mere little white rabbit. What he didn't know was that Bai Ye's injection of the serum had a compatibility rate of 100%, meaning it was instantly refined, while his own was only 61%, making it impossible to fully unleash the power of the tiger serum. Although there was a gap in vitality and blood, a well-placed strike could make up for the difference. An ordinary person fighting Tyson, if they could land a kick to Tyson's groin first, even Tyson wouldn't be able to withstand it. So you're calling yourself a tiger, huh? Bang bang bang. With each kick, Li Hu's eyes rolled back, his face turning pale. Wu De, standing nearby, watched in horror. He already felt the pain for Li Hu. Those kicks might ruin him. He hadn't expected Bai Yi, having injected rabbit genes, to be so formidable. One move, and Li Hu, who had tiger genes, was killed instantly, though the attack target was a bit questionable, yet a win was a win. In real combat, enemies wouldn't hold back their morals. Is he fainting now? Bai Yi felt bored. This was too easy. Are you pretending to be unconscious? Bang bang bang. Bai Yi kicked several more times, causing slight cracks to appear on the ground beneath Li Hu. Wu De hurriedly stepped forward. Master Bai, you can't hit him anymore. If you do, you'll kill him. Bai Yi scoffed. If I don't kill him, wouldn't all this be pointless? Wu De was stunned. That makes sense. No, Master Bai, he's now company property. If you kill him, it won't be easy to explain to the company. Explain? Tomorrow, I'll have the company give me an explanation. Wu De panicked. He didn't care about Li Hu's life or death, but he didn't want Bai Yi to offend the higher-ups over this. Even with Bai Ye's background, trouble was inevitable. If that happened, it could ruin his own future. His eyes flickered, and he quickly changed his tone. Master Bai, think about it. If you kill him today, how can you fight tomorrow? Someone like him, who doesn't know death, dying like this is actually a blessing for him. You should beat him every day. Let him live a miserable life. The longer he lives, the more people will see your power. Let the world know what happens to those who offend you. Bai Ye's raised foot slowly lowered again. He cast a strange glance at Wu De. Wu De, with a naive smile, nodded and bowed. Ha! No wonder you're called Wu De, you really lack virtue. Wu De looked as if he had been praised, his face glowing. Master Bai, you're so perceptive. Even fortune tellers say I lack virtue in my 5 elements, he. Suddenly, the distant street echoed with the roar of engines. Bai Yi looked up and saw a cobalt blue sports car rushing toward them, its sleek lines flowing like ocean waves. SSSSSS. The tires screeched sharply against the pavement, emitting a piercing squeal, as blue smoke and heat waves billowed up. That cobalt blue sports car swung in an almost exaggerated arc, the rear wheels carving out a blackened arc on the ground. Finally, with inertia, it jolted slightly and stopped steadily in front of Bai Yi. Inside the car, and Xiaodong's bangs, blown by the wind, looked a bit disheveled but added a reckless charm. She brushed her hair aside and tilted her head slightly. Get in. Bai Yi scrutinized the cobalt blue sports car, casting a suspicious glance at Xiaotong. When did this little rich girl buy a sports car? He didn't open the door but instead leapt lightly and sat in the passenger seat. V-room. The cobalt blue sports car hummed and sped away. Master Bai. Sister-in-law, take it easy on the road. Wu De chased after, waving his hand as he ran until the car disappeared around the corner. Then he stopped. Chenans watched everything unfold, silently walking into the darkness of the deeper street, vanishing from sight. Only Li Hu was still sleeping on the ground. The night was like melting ink, spilling across the entire street. The cobalt blue sports car lay low on the road, engine roaring, headlights slicing through the dense darkness, drawing out two slender beams of light ahead. When did you buy this sports car? Bai Yi asked, turning his head from the passenger seat. And Xiaodong's delicate side profile came into view, the neon lights outside flickering like flowing colors across her face, multicolored sparks dancing on her eyelashes. She gazed straight ahead at the road, her eyes unblinking. On August 26th last year, my little dear gave it to me for my birthday. What? Bai Yi was startled by her nonchalant words. Birthday? Gave a sports car? Back in his previous life, he hadn't even received a model car for his birthday. You should talk to little dear about it, see when she's free, and maybe she can give me a birthday too. And Xiaotong slightly tilted her head, playful hair brushing against her face. When do you have your birthday? It depends on when little dear is free. Whenever she's free, that's when I'll celebrate. Bai Yi replied. And Xiaotong, what if she's free every day? Then I guess I could celebrate every day. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment. So, when exactly is your birthday? Bai Yi was slightly stunned. He truly didn't know his birthday in this life, as most wasteland people didn't have birthdays. I don't know either. I don't think I've ever had a birthday in this life. He thought carefully. Recalling his previous memories, there was indeed no mention of a birthday. The boy's eyes reflected a kind of confusion, like dust-covered stars hiding all their light. With a gentle flick, it unexpectedly struck Xiaotong's heart, causing her fingers on the steering wheel to unconsciously tighten, as if even the night breeze momentarily froze. She no longer looked at Bai Yi but gazed ahead at the deep, shadowy street, her gaze inexplicably distant. After a moment of silence, she softly said, then let's set it on August 26th. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Why August 26th? Is there something special about that date? Snarl. The cobalt blue sports car suddenly stopped, gouging out two long scars on the ground. Get out of the car, Xiaotong said expressionlessly. Bai Yi rubbed his chest where the sudden brake had hit him. Angry, what the hell are you doing? Why stop before we even get home? Because you didn't listen to me at all. Nonsense. Little dear gave you a sports car for your birthday. Why didn't I hear about it? Xiaotong turned her head, her cold eyes fixed on him. You only heard that there was a sports car, right? So, what's my birthday then? Bai Yi was stunned, forcing a laugh. It probably isn't August 26th, right? Xiaotong remained silent, still staring. Ha ha. Actually, I was just joking. I found out you're a bit too serious. Buzz. The sports car slowly roared to life. Xiaotong drove without a word, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The cobalt blue sports car like a fish swimming in the deep sea, weaving through the streets. Hey, don't you want to ask about my core laboratory? Bai Yi suddenly opened his mouth but was drowned out by the wind. What's with the lipstick mark on your clothes? Xiaotong suddenly asked. Lipstick mark? Bai Yi looked down sharply, and sure enough, on his wine-red suit he saw a faint light red lipstick imprint. Silver snake, it must have been rubbed off when the silver snake was sticking to himself. Xiaodong's eyes, are they microscopic? She can see lipstick marks on red clothes? No wonder. She's a powerhouse with a blood energy of 19,800, such keen eyesight. This is done by Silver Snake. That bastard saw me the first time and immediately fixated on me. Bai Yi gritted his teeth in anger. I spent 200,000 on Xing Shua and this bastard dares to stain my Xing Shua. As he spoke, Xiaotong, who was driving, clenched the steering wheel tighter and tighter. Clang! A crisp sword sound suddenly rang out. Fuck! Bai Yi was shocked, quickly dodging as a pure silver cross-shaped sword appeared out of nowhere. How did your sword jump out? Like that? And Xiaodong's mind moved, and the pure silver cross sword dissolved into a shower of silver light. She calmly said, I've been training recently, and my mental strength has been increasing too quickly, causing my abilities to often go out of control. Then you'd better be careful, swords and blades have no eyes, Bai Yi replied. Stop interrupting. And then? The silver snake has been after it all along. So you just gave it to him? Bai Yi inexplicably felt a chill, probably because the night breeze was too cold. How is that possible? If she wanted it, I'd give it to her. What do you think I am? As soon as he said this, the night breeze didn't seem so cold anymore. Soon, they arrived at Mo Xiang Yuan. After entering the house, and Xiaotong immediately said, take off your clothes. Bai Yi was stunned. Why? Aren't you Going to learn the silver snake too? Your clothes are dirty. I'll go throw them away, she said. Throw them away? I spent 200,000 on them. They're mine, she interrupted. Then buy me a new set. Bai Yi reluctantly took off his shirt, watching as Xiaotong threw his clothes into the trash bin. Then she went into the bathroom, washed her hands, and returned to the living room. Oh, by the way, what kind of gene serum did you inject? 1/15 of a dragon, and Xiaotong frowned slightly. What do you mean, 1/15 of a dragon? Bai Yi grinned proudly. You wouldn't understand. To become a dragon, you need 15 injections of type 3 gene serum. I've just had the first one. Oh, and Xiaotong's lips curled into a playful smile. Are you sure it's 1/15 of a dragon? Or, little, Bai rabbit? Bai Ye's face instantly darkened. What little white rabbit? Where did that come from? Elder Pei already told me your gene test results. Little, white, rabbit. And Xiaotong sat on the sofa holding a steaming rabbit-shaped water cup, her tone calm but deliberately elongated. That's just temporary. Do you understand temporary? What's with that rabbit water cup in your hand? I remember you used to drink from gold-gilded teacups, Bai Yi said. You're talking about this, and Xiaotong shook the cartoon rabbit water cup in her hand and explained. Calmly, little white rabbits are adorable, so I bought this little rabbit water cup. Look, isn't this little white rabbit on top very cute? The three little white rabbits hit like three heavy hammers pounding fiercely in Bai Ye's mind. Cute as hell. You scheming woman, wait until I turn into a dragon and I'll make you see that the little white rabbit isn't my dark secret, it's the road I came from. Alright, let's get to the point, and Xiaotong said as she took a sip from her little white rabbit water cup. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched violently. He decided that tonight, after Xiaotong fell asleep, he would throw away that little white rabbit water cup. I've located the core laboratory. Through the White Dove Ring. It's in a military base in the northeast corner of Dawn City. I tracked you to the outskirts of the base and stopped there. The defenses are tight, making infiltration difficult. Do you know the exact location of the core laboratory? The core laboratory is underground. I was on the car the whole time and couldn't determine its precise position, Bai Yi replied casually. He already knew that. The core laboratory didn't have the Pangayu disk, so he wouldn't bother hacking into it again. Naturally, he wouldn't risk entering the core laboratory again. His mind was full of plans to kidnap Chairman Tianqi. With his current strength, as long as he found Chairman Tianqi's location, sneaked in during the time stop, and quietly abducted him, it wouldn't be a problem. The only issue was that it would waste a lot of time. Since returning from the core laboratory trip, he only had 16 minutes and 3 seconds left. Hiding forbidden objects, pulling off Li Hu's pants, and searching the core laboratory had taken up a lot of his time. If it weren't for the injection of the 1/15th dragon serum boosting his speed, he probably would have spent even more time. It would be perfect if he could hack into Xiaotong's account to kidnap Chairman Tianqi. Surely that would save time. But how could he fool her? You look at me with that gaze, and I always feel it's not with good intentions. And Xiaotong calmly fastened the buttons at her collar, hiding the slight exposure of her collarbone beneath the neckline. Bai Ye's anger flared. What attitude? I only took a liking to your body, but this body is not that body, it's not the same thing. Such blunt words made Xiaotong feel a bit uncomfortable. Lascivious rogue. Her eyes flickered as she changed the subject. How is the defense strength of the core laboratory? Are you confident you can infiltrate? Bai Yi was about to say that the core laboratory could defend against the 10 kings, but suddenly changed his tune. The defenses are okay, just a bit more soldiers, and there are quite a few gene-modified fighters stationed there. With your body and my abilities, it's definitely no problem. And Xiaotong nodded. As long as you're confident, that's fine. When do you plan to act? Tomorrow, Bai Yi blurted out. He planned to first trick Xiaotong into giving him her body, then pretend to break into the core laboratory, but in reality he would kidnap Chairman Tianqi. Having stayed in Dawn City for so many days, he was no longer an ignorant rookie. The central area of Dawn City is called Dawn Terrace, where only high-level executives of the company reside. Outsiders are not allowed in, and security is extremely tight. The chairman of Tianqi is probably there. Once he sneaks in, he'll search slowly. He doesn't believe he can't find that old man. Tomorrow doesn't work. And Xiaotong frowned slightly, directly rejecting Bai Ye's proposal. Why? Not tomorrow? Are you on your period? Crack. The small white rabbit water cup in Xiaotong's hand split open with a visible crack. Her gaze was deep and cold, like glazed glass immersed in icy water. She stared at Bai Yi without blinking or moving, just watching silently. Bai Yi felt a bit creeped out, as if a pure silver cross sword might jump out at any second. Go in 3 days. Why? Because 3 days from now is the day Chairman Tianqi holds a press conference. At that time, all major forces will send people to attend, which will surely attract a lot of attention and security forces. When the focus of Tianqi is on the press conference, the defenses of the core laboratory will naturally be somewhat lax. What did you say? Chairman Tianqi is holding a press conference. Bai Ye's eyes lit up with excitement, feeling that his luck was finally turning around. Truly, when you're desperate for something, it's hard to find, but once you do, it's effortless. Old dang, aren't you about to fall into my hands? And Xiaotong thought Bai Yi was happy because the defenses of the core laboratory were weak. She explained, recently, the rampant mutated crimson virus, along with the news about the Panga USB drive released by the zoo director, has put Tianqi Company in the spotlight. That's why the chairman is planning to hold a press conference, first, to call on major forces to donate money and supplies to jointly resist the pseudo-human, second, to clarify the rumors about the Panga USB drive, and third, perhaps, the chairman wants to stand in front of everyone and tell the world that he's still alive to stabilize public sentiment. Good. Bai Yi clapped his hands excitedly, his expression full of enthusiasm. It's decided then. 3 days from now, I'll borrow your body for a bit. I'll go kidnap and break into the core laboratory. And Xiaotong was a bit puzzled. Such a dangerous thing. Do you really need to be so happy about it? Bai Yi waved his hand grandly, passionately declaring, what's danger? This time, I saw the dark side of Tianqi Company in the core laboratory. Countless wastelanders are used as experimental materials by them, discarded like trash after use. A company like that, if they get their hands on the Panga USB drive, it would be a catastrophe for the world. 3 days later, it's my duty to act on behalf of heaven. And Xiaotong's eyes flickered with emotion. She realized that although Bai Yi was usually reckless, he always clearly distinguished right from wrong when it mattered most. If only there were more people like Bai Yi in the world would be peaceful. She suppressed her turbulent thoughts and said calmly, so, the source of those human experiments and organ trafficking is the core laboratory? Yes, exactly. Finding the source is the easy part. I can stake out their transportation routes for the wastelanders to the core laboratory, then follow the trail to uncover the behind-the-scenes slave-catching company. Then, and Xiaotong began discussing with him the specific details of how to infiltrate the core laboratory. Bai Yi silently watched her pink little mouth chatter away, not hearing a single word, his mind entirely preoccupied with kidnapping Chairman Tianqi. As he thought about it, he started to drift off, his thoughts wandering to the silver U-disc in his pocket. The formula for type 3 gene serum, one of the treasures that the director, one of the 10 kings, had fought over for years and desperately wanted to obtain, was now in his pocket. But this thing was useless to him because he couldn't understand the formula at all. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to produce it, lacking both the laboratory and raw materials. It was a chicken rib. Its greatest value was in selling it. With this thought, Bai Yi interrupted the babbling in Xiaotong. Xiaotong. And Xiaotong froze, her expression a little unnatural as she looked at Bai Yi. Can I trust you? Bai Yi asked seriously. And Xiaotong seemed to be influenced by Bai Yi, her expression gradually becoming more serious. She didn't answer but nodded slightly, but the sincerity conveyed through her light brown eyes was as solemn as an oath. Bai Yi took a deep breath. I've decided to tell you a secret about my true identity. True identity? And Xiaotong's face showed a slight strange expression. I know your true identity. Aren't you the Black King? Ha! Bai Yi was taken aback. How do you know that? Asterisk pft. Asterisk, and Xiaotong saw Bai Yi pretending as if it were the truth, almost unable to hold back her laughter. You said it yourself last time. Uncle Li said, if you didn't know better, I'd think you're the leader of the 10 kings. You said you're just. Bai Yi's face darkened. He thought his identity had been exposed. Stop laughing. I was talking about another true identity. I also know your other true identity. Ha! The god of the new era. And Xiaotong pursed her lips tightly, trying not to laugh out loud, though her shoulders trembled slightly. Bai Yi's face darkened even more. You get serious. I'm telling you serious stuff here. Okay, go ahead, I'm listening. Bai Yi's expression became serious and earnest. Actually, I am the future's 12 zodiac signs leader, the dragon. Ha ha ha. The sound of a silver bell ringing out, and Xiaotong burst into laughter, her whole body shaking with amusement. She simply couldn't hold it in anymore, her fair face flushing with a faint blush. Stop fucking laughing. I'm telling the truth. Even if what you're saying is true, but, and Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh again at what she was about to say. But what? But our sofa isn't big enough for so many people. Xiaotong. Bai Yi, furious, lunged at her on the sofa, covering her mouth. When his warm hand touched her delicate lips and pressed down, and Xiaotong's laughter abruptly stopped. A flash of confusion and panic unique to a young girl's innocence flickered in her eyes. She hurriedly pushed Bai Yi away. I won't laugh anymore, you can keep talking. Her gaze flickered, and her fingers, which seemed steady as she brushed her hair that Bai Yi had messed up, were actually trembling inside. Not laughing anymore? Bai Yi glared at her fiercely. Not laughing. And Xiaotong lowered her head slightly. Really? Really? If you don't keep talking, I'll go to sleep, she snapped, feeling a bit annoyed and embarrassed under his gaze. Alright, I'll continue. I need to reiterate, I'm not joking. I really am the future's 12 zodiac signs leader, the dragon. Bai Yi suddenly looked up sharply, staring intently at Xiaotong. Seeing that aside from Her face being a little flushed, she wasn't smiling. He slowly began to recount some of what had happened in the core laboratory. After listening, and Xiaodong's eyes widened unconsciously. Your physique is actually so special that you can become a dragon? So it turns out, 1/15 of a dragon is real. Immediately, her expression hardened and a flicker of worry and guilt crossed her eyes. I'm sorry, I got you into this. I didn't know that type 3 gene serum requires a corresponding gene stabilizer. Ah. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moon at a 45-degree angle. Realizing there was no window in front of him, he turned his body, shifted direction, and aimed at the window. Injected with the type 3 gene serum, I became the leader of the 12 zodiac signs of the future, but life and death are beyond my control. Ha ha. Just kidding. The mutated crimson virus version is above the type 3 gene serum. And Xiaodong's eyes filled with even greater guilt. I will definitely help you find the Pangayu. It must have a way to cure the aftereffects of the type 3 gene serum. Seeing that the timing was right, Bai Yi turned around and said lightly, no need to make it complicated. I already have a solution. And Xiaodong's eyes suddenly lit up. What solution? Here. Bai Yi directly threw out a silver yu. It contains the formula for the type 3 gene serum. With it, creating a stabilizer is no problem. And Xiaodong stared blankly at the yu in her hand, her eyes full of disbelief. The formula for the type 3 gene serum? Where did you get it? She never expected that the long-sought formula of the director was actually in Bai Yi's hands. After Dr. Jian discovered I had the potential of a dragon, he took me to his laboratory for testing. Because dragons are of great importance, she took others away to prevent leaks. Bai Yi's lie came effortlessly, almost without hesitation. So, only Dr. Jian and I were left in the lab. Dr. Jian is a mad scientist. Once he knew I could transform into a dragon, he went completely crazy, fiddling with all the experimental equipment. Then he took out this yu from his pocket and started coding, claiming he got the inspiration to perfect the type 3 gene serum from me. Once the data measurements were nearly complete, I seized the opportunity with a flash of speed, using my 1/15th dragon's pace, and stole his yu. And Xiaodong tightly clenched the yu in her hand, her heart trembling. She knew Bai Yi's words sounded simple, but the process must have been extremely dangerous. Any mistake could lead to disaster. Did you steal his yu without being caught? No. Bai Yi's mind raced quickly, and he smiled proudly. During the experiment, I pretended to be going crazy, took the chance to mess up his lab, and damaged quite a few things, including another backup yu. He must have thought this one was also destroyed. The boy's proud smile made in Xiaodong's heart tighten painfully. The experiment going crazy. She could almost imagine what Bai Yi had experienced in the lab. Her shallow brown eyes instantly filled with tenderness and guilt, as if small stones had been thrown into a lake, rippling outward with layers of worry. Are you hurt? Does it still hurt? Do you need ointment? I'll go find some. Before she finished speaking, she turned to run but was stopped by Bai Yi. She looked back at him, her eyes filled with urgency that couldn't be hidden, her lips turning pale. No need. Have you forgotten my healing ability? Bai Yi smiled, but that smile only made in Xiaodong's heart ache more. Hey, why are your eyes red? It's nothing. I was just smoked by the fumes from Chuanxin's letter in the snow. And Xiaodong hurriedly broke free from his hand. I'll go cook for you. Even though your healing power is strong, it must have taken a lot out of you. Watching her busy in the kitchen, Bai Yi couldn't help but stroke his chin. Is it really okay to deceive a young girl like this? People really shouldn't do this, but gods can. Soon, a table full of delicious, fragrant, and visually appealing dishes was ready. Looking at the burnt, unrecognizable stir-fry in front of him, Bai Yi silently put down his chopsticks. Although Xiaodong was perfect in every aspect, her cooking skills were simply unbearable to watch. The two of them usually bought their meals from outside. Why aren't you eating? Important matters first, Xiaodong. You know I risked my life to get the formula for the type 3 gene serum. Shouldn't the silent court? Bai Yi rubbed his hands together. A little appreciation? Already feeling guilty, and Xiaodong immediately responded without hesitation. What do you want? Anything available in the silent court I can give you. Wow. Does your master know you've just sold the silent court like this? Bai Yi thought for a moment. Besides the Panga USB drive, what he wanted most was to increase his strength. I want the fastest way to improve my power. Is there a method that can make me stronger than you overnight? Preferably one that requires no effort at all, completely effortless, and even enjoyable. And Xiaodong's face darkened. The method you mentioned, I only saw in the Little Deer Collection storybooks. Bai Yi froze. Such a method exists in storybooks? What method? Dual cultivation. Cough cough. If such a secret technique really exists, it's not impossible. Xiaodong rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? How could such a method exist? The fastest way to improve strength in this world is through gene injections. You've already injected the most advanced type 3 gene serum. Just focus on cultivation, and you'll naturally improve step by step. Then I'll change my request, something taboo from the divine realm. And Xiaodong grew even more speechless. Nothing. Like that. What? Your silent court is at least an organization of the 10 kings and you don't even have a divine taboo item? Xiaotong. Girls are not easy to fool. No such thing exists. Divine taboo items are rare and hard to find, and even if you do find one, they're difficult to contain. By the way, I do have half of a divine taboo item. Do you want it? Yes. Of course I want it. Which half? What's the number? And Xiaotong replied calmly, 169. Damn. 169 was originally mine. Bai Yi felt like he was being played. And Xiaotong looked somewhat helpless. 169 is just half for each of us. When did it become yours alone? I know your memory isn't great, but you can't just remember what benefits you, right? Bai Yi. That hurts, Xiaotong. I risked my life for the silent court and you guys haven't even shown a little gratitude. We do want to show our appreciation, but you specifically ask for things we don't have. How about asking for something we do have? Little white rabbit. And Xiaotong deliberately elongated her tone. Don't call me little white rabbit. If you do again, I'll really turn my back on you. Okay, little white. Bai Yi was furious. Little white is not acceptable either. Then how about a dragon level taboo item? Little white. That works. Bai Yi's expression lit up. Although dragon level taboo items are not as rare as divine taboo items, they are still precious treasures. Even Gao Banchang, who is incredibly wealthy, doesn't have a dragon level taboo item, which shows how rare they are. The gel level taboo item Black Mysterious Ghost Face is incredibly useful. Without it, countless hours would be wasted in the core laboratory. Of course, the more taboo items, the better. As for containment conditions, they were no problem for him, no matter how strict. They all revolve around the physical body and spirit, unfortunate for him because his physical body is indestructible and his spirit immortal. Alright, my master just happens to have a dragon level taboo item. I'll ask him for it next time. And Xiaotong nodded, and in just a few words, the judge lost a taboo item. Trading the Type 3 gene serum formula for a dragon level taboo item didn't seem very cost effective. After all, the Type 3 gene serum could produce a large number of gene-modified individuals, which was a treasure for any force to enhance overall strength. While dragon-level taboo items are top-tier and rare, they could only be used by individuals. In terms of overall impact, dragon-level taboo items definitely couldn't compare to the Type 3 gene serum, but one must not only consider value, it's also essential to see if it suits oneself. The 3-type gene potion formula in Bai Yi's hands is just a piece of waste paper, yet a dragon-level taboo item can enhance strength and save time. Most importantly, the formula can be infinitely replicated. Bai Yi certainly wouldn't naively sell it only to the silent court. If the opportunity arises in the future, he could sell it to the zoo, to Gao Banchang, or to anyone in need. Of course, his actions aren't for profit. He has always harbored a dream. Humans have long suffered from alienation and beastly transformation. He wants to change this predicament with his own strength, to make everyone on the entire Dongzhou land as mighty as dragons. Sometimes, viewing the same matter from a different angle reveals an entirely different meaning. The saying "a single thought broadens the universe" is exactly like this. Thinking this way, Bai Yi suddenly felt that his behavior of selling to 3 different parties became more noble and lofty. Xiaotong pondered for a moment and continued, also, in the future, the potions you need to transform into a dragon, or if you want to sell or gift them to friends, the silent court can help produce them for you. Unfortunately, we don't have a channel to sell the 3-type gene potion, and I guess Master wouldn't sell such dangerous things to others. Otherwise, we could also share the sales profits with you. Thoughtful. Too thoughtful. Bai Yi grew more satisfied the more he looked at in Xiaotong. This girl is genuine, really good at bargaining. Not only did she manage to get a dragon-level taboo item, but she also took on the task of supplying his future gene potions, even thinking about sharing the profits. It made him feel a bit embarrassed for deceiving her. Damn painter. It must be the effect of fate decided that's causing my evil thoughts to surge, making me go against my true heart, lying through my teeth. The painter really deserves to die. At this moment, and Xiaotong extended her hand and handed over a silver U-shaped flash drive. Once I get the dragon-level taboo item, you give me the U-drive. Bai Yi directly grasped her hand, pushed the U-drive back, and said nonchalantly, "No need, you can take it first. I trust you. Anyway, I've already made a copy. The electronic device and hard drive I spent over $1 million on initially have finally come in handy, just right for copying the formula." And Xiaotong looked at the U-drive in her palm, a bit lost in thought. The formula, coveted by all 10 kings, was entrusted to her by Bai Yi with such trust. If she didn't feel moved, that would be fake. In this world, not everyone can so freely and confidently hand over the 3-type gene potion formula to others. This formula can even determine the rise and fall of a major power to some extent, and change the entire situation in Beimang. Its significance is immense. But now, Bai Yi's simple "I believe in you" has brought the formula into her hands. She tightly held the U-drive, nodded gently, and said nothing more, only uttering, This time, Bai Yi did not lie. He truly trusted in Xiaotong, and this trust surpassed that of everyone else, even surpassingly you. His trust in her was not based on emotion, but on her character. Although Xiaotong could sometimes be scheming, gluttonous, petty, and inexplicably angry, her unwavering sense of justice as a night girl made her qualities trustworthy. Bai Yi knew she would never embezzle the formula, even if she promised something to the death, she would fulfill it. In this wasteland where the weak are prey to the strong, you can always trust the Black Knight. This is recognition from the new era's divine beings. By the way, what's the ability of that dragon-level taboo item? Bai Yi asked. And Xiaotong shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen my master use it. Why not use it? Because no one can make my master use a taboo item. Ha ha, go ahead and boast. The last person who boasted so arrogantly was called the tyrant. Bai Yi could see it clearly now, the world is just a giant game of winning. No matter what, before you fight, whether you're human or ghost, you're winning, and you're impressively powerful. If a fight breaks out and you kill the enemy, that's great. But if you don't kill them and they run away, soon various versions will come after you. What do you mean a tie? What do you mean even if I try my hardest, I can't be kept? In the end, I might just become an enemy and be let go. The humorous dart thrower is the most typical example. Every day he collides with the 10 kings, viewing the 12 zodiac signs as if they were just roadside scenery. Bai Yi doesn't even need to think about it. He already knows how Li Xiao will boast when he returns, talking about fighting the 10 kings with all his might, men who fought the tyrant, and how the tyrant himself couldn't kill him back then. Who among you can kill me? If asked about the outcome of the battle, Li Xiao would say, the tyrant died, but I didn't. So, what do you think the result was? Ha ha ha. As he thought, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh himself, feeling strangely nostalgic for the humorous dart thrower. Once the news conference is over, after tying up Chairman Tianqi and finding the Panga USB drive, he will head to Wanwan Jingxiangfu. Why? Are you laughing? And Xiaodong's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion and a touch of displeasure. My master is very powerful. How powerful can he be? More powerful than Black King? Bai Yi scoffed, and Xiaotong fell silent. Then, probably not. In her memory, her master had fought the tyrant before, but it was never a life and death struggle, just a simple sparring that ended in a draw. If it had been a real fight, she believed her master could definitely win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Compared to Black King, who could kill the tyrant in seconds, that was naturally incomparable. A powerhouse at the level of the 10 kings, when they fought, victory or defeat could last 3 days and nights, and a kill in an instant was simply too exaggerated. Eat your meal first. I'll hand over the formula to Sister Pei. Xiaotong suddenly stood up, as if she had remembered something. So urgent? Not first giving it to your master? Bai Yi glanced at the clock, almost midnight. In the silent court, only Sister Pei understands gene science. I'm just passing the formula to my master, and in the end, it's also for Sister Pei. Now that my master isn't here, I'll take the lead for him. Why do I feel like your master is more like a mascot in the silent court, has no real status at all? One moment you're deciding to give him a dragon-level taboo item, and the next you're deciding to send the formula. If one day you tell me that you're actually the judge, I'd believe it. As she wore her night raid outfit, and Xiaotong rolled her eyes. My master isn't a mascot. He's a very kind person, easygoing. As long as it doesn't violate principles or interfere with organizational tasks, we can all make our own decisions. And the sooner Sister Pei cracks the formula, the sooner you can break free from Tianqi's control. The last sentence was her inner thought. She didn't want to see Bai Yi controlled by Tianqi, helplessly bound. She couldn't wait even a moment longer. By the way, this USB is encrypted. The password is 836295. After telling so many lies, Bai Yi almost forgot there was a password. And Xiaotong looked a bit puzzled. You also know the password? Bai Yi straightened his back confidently. Of course. Do you really think a 15th of a dragon's hearing is just for show? When Dr. Jing entered the USB password, I heard every keystroke. Clearly, each character sounds similar, but there are subtle differences that only I can detect. Anyway, and Xiaotong had never used the 15th of a dragon's gene serum, so the final explanation was entirely in his hands. And Xiaotong was amazed, so this was the power of a 15th of a dragon? After a moment, just as the moonlight seeped through the clouds, the carved window on the second floor of the villa silently slid open. A slender shadow like a cat peeked out, cloaked in a black night raid suit that outlined the girl's figure. Her bangs, hanging from the edge of her hood, were lifted by the evening breeze and quickly pressed back against her neck. And Xiaotong kneeled lightly on the windowsill, then suddenly pushed off, her body gliding like a black swallow into the dark bushes. Her perfect feather allowed her to move as lightly as paper, swiftly disappearing into the ink-dark night among the dense foliage. She left without even closing the window. Clack! Bai Yi on the balcony closed the window, watching the disappearing figure of Xiaotong. His gaze had completely lost sight of Xiaotong's figure, but his incredibly ears could faintly catch a subtle movement, that of clothing brushing through the grass, almost imperceptible. Besides that, there were no sounds of footsteps, heartbeat, or breathing, none at all. This was almost unbelievable to him. The 115. Dragon's hearing could clearly pick up the sound of blood flowing through vessels, yet it was difficult to hear the sound of Xiaotong's departure. Is this Ju? In the realm of Qi and blood martial arts, Ju can hide fluctuations of Qi and blood, breath, heartbeat, and so on. When practiced to the peak, apart from visual detection, all other senses are unable to perceive it. Bai Yi couldn't help but think of himself. He now only knew Yuan Kaiyu, and had once tried to cultivate Ju, but all attempts ended in failure. And Xiaotong said that Ju might be incompatible with his personality because Ju represents humility and restraint. Bai Yi thought all this was nonsense, wasn't it? Just a way to insult himself as arrogant? As a god of the new era, he spent every day pretending to be someone in Dawn City, and he was so low-key he might as well be underground. Where was arrogance? He believed it was more likely that the vitality of the fake human body was too high, too active to suppress its own aura. Yes, that must be a damned mutated crimson virus. It's really the formula for 3-type gene serum. Pei Qingyue, dressed in light gray cotton pajamas, looked utterly shocked. She sat in front of her computer desk, repeatedly verifying the data. The warm yellow glow from the desk lamp fell on her, and her delicate glasses reflected a faint light. Behind the lenses, her eyes were wide open. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The formula that the director has been unable to obtain for years, I've gotten it so easily. Xiaotong, where did you find your boyfriend? He's incredible. She looked at Xiaotong beside her. The girl's upper body was hidden beyond the warm yellow glow, and the corner of her pink lips unconsciously curled into a tiny arc. Seeing Pei Qingyue's gaze sweep over, that small smile immediately disappeared, and she spoke calmly. This time, it's just luck on his part. Oh, just luck? Pei Qingyue playfully imitated in Xiaotong's tone. It seems love makes people hypocritical. My obedient Xiaotong has also become a bit proud. She modestly praises her boyfriend, but inside she's incredibly proud, isn't she, Sister Pei? And Xiaotong's face flushed with a hint of red, and she scolded shyly. Alright, Xiaotong is shy. Sister won't tease anymore, I won't say it. After joking, Pei Qingyue returned her focus to the formula. She scrolled the mouse wheel, and countless academic characters flowed like a stream across her glasses. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. In short, he's truly a genius. His research ideas are wild yet interconnected, really a prodigy. He added many designs based on his mentor's work, making the 3-type gene serum even more perfect. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fix the design flaws, so those injected with the 3-type gene serum still need special stabilizers to maintain the genes. And Xiaotong's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone deep and mysterious. Perhaps he's already perfected the flaws, but the High Council of Heaven won't let him produce the final version of the 3-type gene serum. Pei Qingyue was momentarily stunned, an inexplicable chill rising in her heart. You're right. That's indeed something Heaven's Dawn can do. Maybe, for Heaven's Dawn, flawed gene serums are the best medicines. Sister Pei, can you produce a gene stabilizer based on the formula? Pei Qingyue pretended to hesitate. No, and Xiaotong suddenly tensed up. Even you, Sister Pei, can't do it? That Bai Yi, ha ha ha. Pei Qingyue chuckled with a mischievous grin. I'm just joking. Although I can't compare to Jian Yanji, I am at least a PhD in genetics. The answers are right in front of me. If I can't even make a stabilizer, then I don't deserve to be a doctor. Pei, you. And Xiaotong looked somewhat shy and angry. Although her older sister Pei Qingyue usually appeared gentle and spoke softly, she often liked to play pranks and took pleasure in others' embarrassment. Pei Qingyue's smile gradually faded, and she spoke seriously. Xiaotong, you're good at everything, but you're too trusting of others. Just because I say something offhand, you believe it. If you keep trusting so easily, you'll be deceived in the future. I only trust those worth trusting. And Xiaotong's words touched Pei Qingyue. It seemed she recalled some past event, and a hint of sadness involuntarily appeared in her smile. People worth trusting? But how do you judge who is trustworthy? Sister worries that someone might exploit your kindness, making you do things you'll regret later. By the time you realize the truth, it might be too late. The more you pursue justice, the more you will come into contact with darkness. When you finally see the truth and feel regret, justice will become extreme, and you will no longer be yourself. And Xiaotong fell silent, always feeling that Pei Qingyue was implying something. She remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised her head. Her light brown eyes looked directly at Pei Qingyue without any evasion. She said, I won't regret my choices. If that day really comes, what I need to reflect on is my own insight and judgment, not doubt my sincerity and kindness. Pei Qingyue's pupils trembled. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately said nothing. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled. It's all my fault, sister, for suddenly bringing up such a serious topic. Now that we have the formula, we should be happy. You don't need to worry about Bai Yi. I can research the gene stabilizer very soon. But, is there a problem? Pei Qingyue nodded. There is indeed a bit of a problem. You know, my lab has been supported behind the scenes by Lu Yunxiao. Many of the assistants are his people. If I try to produce the gene stabilizer in the lab, I might be discovered by Lu Yunxiao. And Xiaotong frowned. Then what about building another lab? Building a new lab isn't a problem, but it would take a lot of time. I'm just worried you might feel sorry for Bai Yi and can't wait. Pei. I won't say more, you really are. Dating a boy isn't something shameful, and yet you won't let me talk about it. We're just pretending to be a couple. Pei Qingyue smiled. In this world, what is real? What is fake? Who can really tell? But I do have a way to produce the gene stabilizer quickly. What method? Give Lu Yunxiao the formula for type 3 gene medicine. And Xiaotong was stunned. Give Lu Yunxiao? Pei Qingyue nodded. I'm not his rival. Although I've worked with Lu Yunxiao for many years, my heart only belongs to your master. And Xiaotong. She kept wondering if it was because women had reached a certain age that they could speak so freely about love and relationships. Lu Yunxiao has a secret research team working on type 3 gene medicine, and they've made substantial progress. He doesn't trust me, so he hasn't let me join the team. It's a pity, though, the team is limited in skill. Even with samples of the type 3 gene medicine, they still face many scientific difficulties they can't solve. So Lu Yunxiao has been sending assistants to my place to learn from the side, to steal techniques. That's how I roughly judged their progress. Now that I have the formula as a reference, I can almost be certain that in another 2 years, Lu Yunxiao's team will overcome the difficulties and fully develop the type 3 gene medicine. A hint of realization flashed in Xiaotong's eyes. Sister Pei, you mean that since they will eventually figure out the formula, it's better for you to give it to them first so you can gain their trust and infiltrate the core circle around Lu Yunxiao? But how should you do that? Pei Qingyue smiled mysteriously. It's simple, just tell the truth. Tell the truth? Xiaotong was stunned. Your little boyfriend is unwilling to be controlled by the company, so he stole the formula. He can't develop it himself, so he must have told you, his little girlfriend. Although you're my student, your skills are still shallow. Isn't it reasonable for him to come to me, his mentor? Since I work for Lu Yunxiao, giving him the formula makes even more sense. And Xiaotong grew more bewildered. She hadn't expected that honesty could be so straightforward. But wouldn't that mean, Sister Pei, you wouldn't have any credit? Why not just say you developed the type 3 gene serum yourself? Foolish child, I rarely come into contact with the type 3 gene serum. Who would believe I developed it out of thin air? Besides, I don't need credit, I just need to infiltrate Lu Yunxiao's inner circle. Once the formula passes through my hands, Lu Yunxiao will definitely know I've seen it. He won't let a doctor who knows the formula wander outside. Either he kills me, or he incorporates me into his secret laboratory. Those are the only options. Rest assured, he won't kill me. I've never been discovered all these years. I'm a doctor. Only if he's gone mad would he kill me. Seeing Pei Qingyue so confident, and Xiaotong fell silent for a moment. I need to ask Xiaobai. Bai Yi. After all, this is his formula. Although I promised him a tear dragon taboo item, this deal ultimately puts him at a disadvantage. It's right to ask him. When you go back, remember to tell him to squeeze Lu Yunxiao for a hefty profit. Ha! And Xiaotong was caught off guard. How to squeeze? Won't that expose us? Pei Qingyue scolded with a look of frustration. You really don't understand your boyfriend. Bai Yi, who is he? I saw it at first glance. He's someone who always insists on getting 3 points. Even when he's in the right, he's relentless. The formula is in his hands now, and he's even become a candidate for the dragon. If he asks Lu Yunxiao for money, do you think Lu Yunxiao might refuse? Even if it's not for the formula, just being a dragon candidate is enough for him to try to win him over. And Xiaotong was somewhat suspicious. Could Bai Yi really be like that? Though sometimes he could be irritating or a bit arrogant, deep down he was kind-hearted and had a strong sense of justice. Sister Pei must not understand him well to say such things. Lu Yunxiao's waist ached slightly. Looking at the silver snake coiled around him like an octopus, his face paled slightly. Old age. Sigh. Being in a position of power means dealing with many things. If you don't satisfy your subordinates' needs, how can you get them to work there? Hardest? Unlike those below who only need to follow orders. But the silver snake's needs are somewhat special, just like some men prefer cold, aloof female CEOs. The silver snake also has a particular obsession with men of different statuses. Originally, he had refused, but unexpectedly, the silver snake made a great contribution today. He convinced Dr. Jian to join his ranks. In the face of such a huge achievement, no matter how reluctant he was, he had to sacrifice a little and reward the silver snake. However, Lu Yunxiao remained suspicious of the silver snake's words. He had previously tried to recruit Dr. Jian but failed. Even he couldn't persuade Dr. Jian, so how could the silver snake do it easily? The silver snake's words were probably just an attempt to monopolize the credit and take the opportunity to sleep with him. Lu Yunxiao gently pushed away the sleeping silver snake, put on his pajamas, and approached the desk. He planned to smoke a post-coital cigarette. But when he opened the cigar storage cabinet, he was momentarily stunned. Why does it seem like some cigars are missing? Have I been smoking so often lately? Lu Yunxiao looked at the empty shelves of cigars and frowned for a long time, leaning against the genuine leather seat. He lit a cigar, unable to think of an answer. Amidst the swirling smoke, his thoughts drifted slowly with the haze. In short, why did he suddenly defect? And to top it off, give me a grand gift? After a moment of contemplation, his fingers gripping the cigar suddenly froze, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It's Bai Yi. A thread connected in his mind. Jian Yanji had discovered that Bai Yi possessed the potential to become a dragon, and since Bai Yi was someone I had planted, he naturally thought Bai Yi was on my side. The chairman's days were numbered. He was domineering and selfish, and naturally couldn't wait for him to forge a new dragon. Jian Yanji was determined to surpass his mentor. How could he be willing to complete the longing project left by his mentor? On one side was the chairman, who was about to die and didn't care about the new dragon, and on the other was me, young, vigorous, and with a candidate for the dragon. Even a fool would know which to choose. But how did he know that Yin Shi was my person? Lu Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, almost instantly finding the answer. Yin Shi must have slipped up. That foolish woman, once she got carried away, was capable of anything. If it weren't for Yin Shi being the easiest to recruit among the 12 zodiac signs, he'd consider changing his candidate. For Yin Shi, the reason for not choosing the chairman was simple. Because the chairman was an old fool. But Dr. Jian didn't seem as simple as he appeared, seemingly dedicated to research, clueless about human relations, yet actually meticulous and clever. Such a person, if used poorly, was a double-edged sword. Ultimately, he needed to cultivate his own research team. If Dr. Jian's family gained too much power and he left some backdoor in the type 3 gene serum, wouldn't all gene modifiers have to listen to him? Ascending to power was like that. Recruitment was one aspect, but balancing subordinates was another. Before anyone even arrived, he had already thought about how to counterbalance them. Knock, 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 the door sounded. Lu Yunxiao frowned. So late, had something major happened? Could it be that the chairman had died? In recent days, he often dreamed of the chairman suddenly dying. Come in. The door slowly opened, and a black-clad bodyguard entered respectfully. Director Lu, Dr. Pei says she has something important to see you about. Pei Qingyue? Lu Yunxiao remained composed, smoking his cigar. Let her in. Yes, Director Lu. Soon, Pei Qingyue entered. Director Lu. She started to speak but suddenly stopped, her brows furrowing instinctively as she sniffed the air. Director Lu really is getting more vigorous with age, she said. Hearing this, Lu Yunxiao felt a bit awkward, but he showed no sign of it. He smiled and asked, Dr. Pei's visit late at night must be something urgent? Pei Qingyue covered her nose and walked over, pulling out a silver USB drive. Lu Yunxiao reached out to take it, but she disdainfully tossed the USB onto the desk, quickly retracting her hand. Lu Yunxiao's hand froze mid-air, caught in an awkward silence. Though angry inside, he showed no outward sign. This was the way of those in power, to be magnanimous. He chuckled and picked up the silver USB. It seems Dr. Pei has new research results? Inside is the formula for the Type 3 gene serum. What? Lu Yunxiao's expression changed abruptly, his gaze shifting from the USB to Pei Qingyue in disbelief. Where did you get this? He asked, his tone inevitably tinged with urgency. Of course, I obtained it from Dr. Jian. Lu Yunxiao trembled all over. A sudden flash of what Yin Shi had said earlier crossed his mind. Dr. Jian had said he would soon present a great gift to Director Lu. So, this was Dr. Jian's big gift? So that's what a researcher's sense of time was like. Soon meant the same day? He was stunned for a long moment, instinctively taking a puff of his cigar. His eyes caught Pei Qingyue's slight frown, her grip on the cigar tightening, and he slowly extinguished it. For talents with practical value, he always displays a demeanor of respecting the talented and humbling himself. Lu Yunxiao tried to keep himself calm. Please, Dr. Pei, tell me in detail. Pei Qingyue nodded and directly repeated Bai Ye's line of reasoning. Bai, you didn't want to be restricted by the gene stabilizer, so he stole the formula, gave it to Wen Xiaotong, who then took the formula to her mentor for advice. As Lu Yunxiao listened, his heart grew more alarmed. Pei Qingyue was saying one thing, but he was hearing another. Bai Yi stole the formula? How could that be? Even if Bai Yi could someday transform into a dragon, that was in the future. Right now, he was just a young man who had just been injected with gene serum. Clearly, it was simply a matter of using Bai Ye's hand to deliver the formula to himself. He thought Bai Yi was on his side, so he deliberately let slip a flaw to Bai Yi. What a straightforward move, truly leaving no evidence behind. If he failed in the future and didn't win over the chairman, Bai Yi could just claim that the formula was stolen by Bai Yi, not given by him. He deliberately arranged for Bai Yi to do this, and perhaps there was also a warning in it. He was telling me that because Bai Yi was a candidate to become a dragon, he agreed to cooperate with me. That was the condition he proposed. Bai Yi. Hiss. Lu Yunxiao took a sharp breath, feeling a bit like smoking again. What a shrewd and calculating move. Completely avoiding direct contact with me to eliminate the risk of exposure, yet through Bai Ye's hand, sending out a token of allegiance, and even proposing a cooperation condition. Most importantly, Even with the token of allegiance, he couldn't turn around and threaten him. No wonder he could see through the silver snake. His scheming is no less deep than mine. Director Liu, Bai Yi wants to sell the formula to you 100 billion. Alright. Liu Yunxiao didn't hesitate and agreed to Bai Yi's terms immediately. Although the formula originally belonged to Jian Yanji, Bai Yi was still valued by Jian Yanji and was a future dragon. This 100 billion could be considered an investment. Hopefully, through this 100 billion, Bai Yi could truly be brought into his camp. Previously, he only valued Bai Yi because of An Xiaotong behind him, but now it was different. A future dragon, that is, a future 10 kings. Such a powerhouse in any faction would be a veritable pillar of stability. But I don't have that much cash on hand right now. I can only pay in installments, over 10 years, 1 billion a year. Pei Qingyue nodded calmly, but inside she was sneering. Bai Yi, transforming into a dragon in 10 years, are you trying to bind him tightly with money? In this way, if you encounter danger in the future, Bai Yi might help you even at the expense of loyalty just to prevent your death and ensure the subsequent payments are made. Moreover, a 10-year transformation period is too long. Accidents could happen. If Bai Yi were to die prematurely, the remaining payments would naturally be unnecessary. Director Liu, is 10 years too long? Liu Yunxiao smiled mysteriously. After all, I am just a director, not the chairman. 100 billion isn't a small sum for me either. 10 years does seem a bit long, but who can say what the future holds? It might only take a few years, and I could raise enough funds. Dr. Pei, please pass my words to Bai Yi. He's a smart person and will understand what I mean. Pei Qingyue smiled faintly. Alright, Director Liu, I won't bother you further. After speaking, she turned to leave but was stopped by Liu Yunxiao. Dr. Pei, with your talent, staying in the Qiming Academy's laboratory might be a bit of a waste. I have a research team under my command, equipped with facilities, personnel, and instruments that are not inferior to the core laboratory of the chairman. I wonder if Dr. Pei would be interested? Pei Qingyue slowly turned around, smiling gracefully. Thank you, Director Liu, for your cultivation. After listening to Liu Yunxiao's grand promises for a while longer, she finally left. In the vast office, only Liu Yunxiao remained. He picked up his cigar and relit it. Soon, clouds of smoke billowed upward. He extended his hand with interest, dispersing the smoke, then exhaled another cloud, scattering it again, enjoying himself thoroughly. The chairman of Apocalyptic was rarely as happy as he was now. The higher his status, the greater his power, and the fewer things could truly make him happy. Ordinary pleasures simply couldn't stir his inner waves. But the 3-type gene serum formula could. With the formula, he could cultivate his own 12 zodiac signs or even a gene modifier army. He was closer than ever to the position of chairman. Liu Yunxiao's happiness only lasted a moment before his brow furrowed once more. 2 names spilled from his mouth, shadows of gloom and smoke rising together. Bai Yi and Xiaoting. And family really raised a good daughter, finding a truly suitable son-in-law. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter, even beginning to worry if he raised Bai Yi himself. But Bai Yi was then taken away by An Xiaoting. What would happen? The gene stabilizer could indeed control Bai Yi, but it couldn't control the dragon. The dragon is the strongest, most perfect creation in this world. Once it transforms into a dragon, it no longer needs a gene stabilizer. Sun Long is the best example, betraying Apocalyptic for years, yet still safe and sound today. Ah, if Bai Yi were my son-in-law, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. He thought of his daughter, Liu Yao. If he could marry Bai Yi, what need would there be for the Steel Brothers Society? Marriages among major powers are merely exchanges of interests. There's no true mutual support. Even if his daughter married into that circle, she wouldn't get the full backing of the Steel Brothers Society. But Bai Yi was different, an orphan, alone. If he married Yaoer, then Apocalyptic would be his home, naturally prioritizing its interests. Liu Yunxiao took a deep drag of his cigar. And Xiaoting is a bit too eye-catching. 3 days later, the atmosphere in Dawn City had noticeably changed. The streets were now patrolled by many soldiers, armored vehicles frequently passing by. People dressed in black uniforms, with law enforcement badges on their chests, moved through the alleys and streets, shadows of authority everywhere. Even the homeless who once lurked in dark corners had vanished entirely. And this was only inside Dawn City. Outside, in the satellite towns, a large army had assembled, countless checkpoints set up, scrutinizing everyone entering the city. The cause of these changes was clear. The chairman of Apocalyptic was scheduled to hold a press conference at 3 p.m. today. Major forces had sent representatives, and all the major news agencies from Baiman had dispatched reporters. The connection between the chairman, the mutated crimson virus, and the Panga USB drive. When these 3 elements linked together, any news released at the press conference could trigger a storm sweeping across Baiman. War might even be imminent. On the streets of Dawn City, many pedestrians bore faint shadows of worry. As ordinary residents living within the city, they didn't care who held the Panga USB drive, they only cared whether war would break out. Long lines even formed in front of shops selling rice, flour, and oil. The powerful figures capable of initiating war didn't concern themselves with war at all, they only cared whether the Panga USB was in the hands of the Black King. The Black King was mysterious and formidable. If the Panga USB was in his possession, all major forces would be helpless even if they wanted to seize it because they simply couldn't find the Black King. But if the Panga USB was in the hands of Apocalyptic, that was a different matter entirely. If the major powers couldn't find the Black King, could they still not find Apocalyptic? At this moment, the Black King was at home, worrying about how to change bodies. Because Xiao Tingyan was uncooperative. Xiao Tingyan sat coldly in the corner of the sofa, deliberately avoiding looking at Bai Yi. Beside her, Bai Yi sighed repeatedly. This petty woman really couldn't take a joke. If it weren't for needing her body, this deity would have long stopped serving her. Just now, when Xiao Tingyan asked how to change, he had intended to use his usual handsome face trick, but he didn't expect that this woman, Xiao Tingyan, was so fickle. She was already tired of him. The handsome face trick had failed too. He simply couldn't switch. Since the beauty scheme failed, the only option was to let in Xiao Tong show herself, but it still didn't work out. During the leveling, he had watched it hundreds of times, and Xiao Tong was dressed conservatively again. How was he supposed to change that? Then he blurted out, "I like big white-faced steamed buns," and that's how it ended up like this now. Xiao Tong, am I the kind of person who wants to take advantage of you? Everything I do is just to prevent Pangayu from falling into the hands of Tianqi. For the cause of justice, you should make a small sacrifice. This is called dedicating yourself to justice. Bai Yi was earnestly persuading from the side, and Xiao Tong shot him a cold glare. Then why don't you make a small sacrifice too? Nonsense. Bai Yi argued uprightly. As a god of the new era, what's wrong with me showing off my bare body and making gestures? And Xiao Tong grew even angrier. So you mean I should strip and pose? Well, that's not impossible. She blushed slightly with anger. You shameless, lewd Bai Yi, you're just a bastard. A shameless big bastard. The Black Knight rarely swore, unless he truly couldn't hold back. The two of them fell into a stalemate again. Bai Yi looked at the clock approaching noon, with only 3 hours until the press conference began. His anxiety grew. Chairman Tianqi's old fool had finally appeared in public. Once, if he missed this opportunity, where else could he find such a chance in the future? He plopped down beside Xiao Tong, sitting very close. She could even feel the warmth radiating from Bai Yi through his clothes. She was a bit flustered. What are you doing? Of course, I want to switch bodies. Otherwise, why would I be so close to you in this hot summer? If you're not hot, I am. And Xiao Tong clenched her teeth in anger. She couldn't stand Bai Yi always getting the benefits and then acting innocent. Who was really at a disadvantage here? Are you the girl, or am I? How do you want to switch? Bai Yi pondered. How about a kiss? No way. And Xiao Tong instantly snapped, her hair standing on end. She suddenly stood up, her cheeks flushing a faint pink, spreading from her ears to the tip of her nose. Her eyelashes fluttered shyly and angrily, like a startled butterfly. She absolutely refused to lose her first kiss in such a way. A real kiss should come from genuine emotion and be respectful, natural when feelings run deep, not hurried or casual. That's not possible, and that's not possible either. How are we supposed to deal with the Pangayu? And Xiao Tong glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already noon. If they didn't leave for the core laboratory soon, they really would run out of time. Tangled, hesitant, shy. All kinds of emotions swirled like willow catkins blown by the wind, spinning in the girl's heart, her breath hesitant, half swallowed, half spoken. Maybe we could look at your legs? Xiao Tong's eyes flickered with avoidance. She couldn't imagine ever saying such embarrassing words herself. Alright, Bai Yi nodded. If there was one thing most charming about Xiao Tong, it would definitely be those long legs. And Xiao Tong took a deep breath, slipped off her slippers, and placed one foot on the sofa. She closed her eyes tightly, her fingers trembling as she grasped the hem of her skirt, gently lifting it up by 2 centimeters. Suddenly, a stretch of white thigh was revealed. The lines were long and smooth, like bamboo washed by morning dew, with the firmness and flexibility unique to a girl. The sunlight slanted across her leg, outlining its rounded curve, then down to her tightened knee, and further to her increasingly slender and straight calf. Perfect and flawless, like a piece of art. The only imperfection was her small foot clutching the sofa, revealing the tumult in her young heart. Not, Xiao Tong, you're underestimating my firm will. Just lifting it 2 centimeters, this length is even shorter than when you wear a miniskirt. Can you lift it a bit more? And Xiao Tong's head shook. Like a rattle drum, her cherry pink lips pressed tightly together, her palm clutching the hem of her skirt, her knuckles showing a faint pink. Bai Yi simply couldn't wait any longer and had to make a move. And Xiao Tong's whole body stiffened, her tightly closed eyes opening in disbelief, her hair standing on end. A warm hand slid down her calf, as if a tiny electric current was crawling over her leg, numbing sensations rising along her skin, quickly transforming into a strange, indescribable tingling that made her forget to breathe. Her cheeks burned fiercely, even her ears turning red. Ah! And Xiao Tong screamed, punching Bai Yi. Damn! With 19,800 vitality, can I really block this? Bai Yi was stunned, but when his fist landed on her, he realized it didn't hurt. He paused slightly, noticing he had somehow shifted position, and in his line of sight reflected his own face. Success? Ha ha ha, I finally did it. Bai Yi and Xiaotong, still furious after switching bodies, showed no trace of joy from success, only embarrassment and anger from being toyed with. Losing her senses, she lunged forward, swinging her fists left and right, throwing punch after punch. Unfortunately, her 800 vitality was barely enough to cover a fraction of the 19,800. Bai Yi grabbed her fists. Stop wasting time. The press conference is about to start. And Xiaotong struggled desperately, regardless of everything. How dare you touch me? You lecherous scoundrel, you pervert. I just touched your leg once, I didn't do anything inappropriate. What else do you want to do that's inappropriate? Thud, 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 the sound of knuckles knocking on the window echoed. Both lying on the sofa froze simultaneously, turning their heads toward the window. They saw Li Beidian awkwardly scratching his head. Am I not coming at the right time? Or should I just leave you guys to continue? He truly hadn't expected to see Bai Yi pressing and Xiaotong on the sofa upon his return, both hands clenched tightly, faces flushed. 5 minutes later, the three sat silently on the sofa, drinking tea. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Li Beidian cleared his throat. It's not like Uncle Li said, but you guys, during the daytime, should be more discreet. Even if you really want to, cough cough, do that, at least draw the curtains, right? Uncle Li, it's not what you think. And Xiaotong said shyly and angrily. Old Li, are you free or not? I'm busy trying to break into the core laboratory. Bai Yi stood up, ready to leave. Li Beidian almost choked on his tea, coughing violently. Cough cough. No, what do you mean you're going to do? Break into the core laboratory, Bai Yi said matter-of-factly. Li Beidian's face changed drastically. Are you crazy? And Xiaotong, why are you also messing around with him? The core laboratory is a forbidden zone of heaven's revelation. Anyone with half a brain knows how dangerous it is inside. If it were easy to break in, the director would have gone long ago. Do you think you stand a chance? Seeing Li Beidian so anxious, and Xiaotong immediately explained their plan. Little White, you've awakened? I knew your extraordinary talent wouldn't let me down. As expected, your awakening is a powerful ability, though the name is a bit tricky. Honestly, I think it would be better to keep it simple. Call it double speed. Let's talk about it when I get back. I'm leaving now. Bai Yi waved his hand and headed toward the front door. Li Beidian hurriedly stopped him. Little White, you mustn't act impulsively. Even with Xiaotong's body and your ability combined, it's no match for the director. Breaking into the core laboratory is basically courting death. We shouldn't rush this, we need to think it through carefully. I just spoke with the chief judge, and he said he'll come to Dawn City once he's done with his current affairs. Why don't we wait for him and discuss this properly? Bai Yi impatiently replied, the Heavens Revelation chairman is holding a press conference, and the core laboratory's defenses will surely be weak. Such a rare opportunity must not be wasted. Old Li, you don't need to persuade me, I've made up my mind. Li Beidian was frantic. In his view, even if the defenses were minimal, it was a matter of life and death. Young people are just too impulsive. I didn't expect that during the time I was away, these two young guys would team up and cause such a big mess. Brother Xiao Bai, listen to Uncle's advice. I've been through this before, I have plenty of experience. The core laboratory is too deep, you can't handle it.